In the Joyous Union sect, every time a cultivation vessel is used in dual cultivation, a Joyous Union flower mark appears between their brows. The more layers of petals on their forehead, the more times they have been favored by their master. Yet, these 5 peerless cultivation vessels before her had completely bare foreheads. It turned out their master was a hopeless romantic, leaving these top-tier vessels unused while exhausting her resources to chase after a sword cultivator. The man, who claimed to be detached from emotions and desires, turned around and used her spirit stones to woo the female lead. The cultivation resources she gave away ultimately became the very things that sealed her fate. After absorbing the original host's memories, Yiwu realized she had transmigrated. Suddenly, an angry voice reached her ears. "If you're going to pluck my scales, just do it quickly. There's no need to torture me on purpose." Then, a cold voice chimed in, "Yiwu, while I do need fire dragon scales, I never asked you to inflict such cruelty on your own cultivation vessel." Through the original host's memories, Yiwu immediately recognized the 2 speakers. The man beside her, his chest bleeding profusely, was one of her cultivation vessels, Huaming. The other was the original host's unrequited love, the sword cultivator Ling Ju. "If he doesn't want them, you might as well take them back yourself," Yiwu said bluntly, handing the 3 scales to Huaming. But Huaming didn't reach out to take them. He knew better than anyone how much Yiwu cared for Ling Ju. Just a casual mention of wanting fire dragon scales had driven her to rip them from his chest one by one. Now she was suddenly saying he could keep them? Who would believe that? Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the super cultivation vessel system. Once Huaming's favorability reaches 10 points, you'll get a chance to draw from a bronze treasure chest. Current favorability, 60. A voice suddenly rang in Yi Wu's mind. She frowned immediately. She'd rather smash her head against a wall than play the role of a love-struck fool. Seeing Huaming standing frozen, she forcefully shoved the scales into his hand. "These are yours to begin with. If you don't want them, throw them away." "Host, no. Say something nice to raise his favorability." The system was stunned. Why was this host so stubborn? Huaming, meanwhile, was too shocked to move. Ling Ju, watching from the side, burst out laughing. He didn't believe for a second that Yiwu would actually return the scales. This was just a ploy to play hard to get. "Your things are beneath me. Take your cultivation vessel and get out of my cave." Ling Ju thought these words would force her to drop the act and hand over the scales obediently. But Yiwu only grew more determined. "If my things are so worthless, then take off that outer robe you're wearing. Oh, and the shoes too. Don't forget the jade pendant engraved with defensive formations. Pretty sure I gave you all of those, right?" Ling Ju froze, wondering if he misheard. "Hey, are you deaf? Or just refusing to return them?" Provoked by Yi Wu's sarcastic tone, Ling Ju finally understood what was happening. Humiliated and furious, he tore off the robe and shoes and hurled them to the ground. "Yi Wu, you'll regret this." Ding! Huaming's favorability increased by 10. Gaining favorability without groveling? Now that's the path forward. Yi Wu had already started planning her next steps, not even bothering to acknowledge Ling Ju's outburst. However, upon turning around, she found Huaming grinning foolishly. "Quickly pick up the things on the ground and follow me back to the Joyous sect. Can't you see everyone else is practically kicking us out?" This time, Huaming didn't hesitate for a moment. Obediently, he gathered the clothes from the ground, and as he did, his favorability points kept rising. Even the system began to doubt its own existence. Before leaving, Yiwu kindly informed Ling Ju to prepare all the items he had previously received, as she would send a detailed list in 3 days. Ling Ju, who cultivated the path of heartlessness, nearly spat blood in anger at her words. Yiwu brought Huaming back to the Joyous sect. As the daughter of the sect's top elder, her residence was extravagantly large, an entire mountain peak. There, she also saw the other 4 cauldrons, each one a peerlessly handsome man, handpicked from thousands. Yet, not a single one had favorability points above 0. One even reached as low as 90. But this was entirely the original hostess' own doing. Moe, another demon with netherworld flame, was locked in the forging room for 10 days and nights by the original host, who believed the flame could purify materials for Ling Ju's use, nearly killing him in the process. All 5 had suffered inhuman treatment at the hands of the original host, so their lack of favorability was only natural. A love-struck fool harms both others and herself. Yiwu couldn't help but sigh. The system, afraid she might give up, quickly encouraged her. "Host, don't lose heart. As long as we work hard, we can definitely reverse their favorability. With me here, I'll ensure you quickly become a peerless powerhouse. All you need to do now is be gentle with them and slowly build up favorability." The system painted a rosy picture, but Yiwu paid no heed. "Since you're all here, let us discuss the matter of dual cultivation going forward." The system was dumbfounded. Was she really this blunt? Yiwu didn't care about favorability points under the contract's constraints. These 5 couldn't defy her anyway. The most important thing now was to use dual cultivation to boost her cultivation. Without favorability, she'd just miss out on system rewards. In her past life, she had risen from an orphan to a billionaire CEO entirely on her own. Thus, she believed that as long as she persevered, nothing was impossible. The 5 men remained silent after hearing her out. Yi Wu knew that to make a horse run, one must show it the hay. She continued matter-of-factly, starting today, your monthly cultivation resources will increase by 30%. But this isn't free every month, I'll assess your progress. Those who pass will receive even more resources, while those who fail will have theirs halved. Understood? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 instantly changed. Were they really going to receive resources? In the past, they had never been given any cultivation resources, as Yi Wu had always given them to Ling Ju. Though they didn't believe it in their hearts, they still responded verbally, wanting to see what trick Yi Wu had up her sleeve. Yi Wu didn't mind their perfunctory attitudes, as it was only natural to have an adjustment period when first starting out. Since you understand, let us now decide who will dual cultivate with me today. If you want to dual cultivate with me, state your advantages, and I'll choose the best candidate. The first to volunteer was Qing Xian. As an alchemist, once my cultivation improves, I can refine pills to help others advance. Yi Wu was quite satisfied with his reasoning, and seeing no one else step forward, she was about to agree. But at that moment, Huo Ming suddenly stood up. I'd also like to make a bid. I'm injured, and dual cultivation would speed up my recovery. Yi Wu considered this a work-related injury and, after a moment's thought, decided to give the first dual cultivation opportunity to Huo Ming. She didn't forget to console Qing Xian, who had performed well. Qing Xian, however, adopted a humble stance. Master, I'll wait for your next favor. His voice carried a teasing undertone, and if not for the unmoving 50 favorability, Yi Wu might have been fooled by this man. Not wanting to waste time, she left the others behind and took Huo Ming back to her room. Once she pulled him onto the bed, Yi Wu eagerly told Huo Ming to take off his clothes. Huo Ming tensed up at her words. Are you really going to dual cultivate with me? Even now, he found it hard to believe. The reason he had volunteered was to see if she had truly changed. But Yi Wu couldn't be bothered to respond and simply started undressing him herself. Quit whining. Are you a man or not? Turns out he really was whining. Even the strong-willed Yi Wu couldn't help but blush for a moment, though she quickly regained her composure. Seeing the blood still seeping from Huo Ming's chest, she immediately took out a bottle of medicinal powder and handed it to him. But Huo Ming remained motionless, not reaching out to take it, completely stunned. Yi Wu frowned but still poured some powder into her palm and applied it to Huo Ming's wound. Fine, this time it's my fault, so as compensation, I'll apply the medicine for you. But a man can act up once, not all the time. Don't let it happen again, understand? As she applied the powder, Yi Wu muttered under her breath. Fire Meditation's body stiffened completely. Where was he? Who was in front of him? What was happening now? He only felt Yi Chusha's slightly cold hands roaming over his hot skin. But not only did his body fail to cool down because of this, instead, it got hotter and hotter. Hear that? Yi Charming raised her eyes and glanced at Fire He. Fire Underworld gritted his teeth, unable to say anything for a moment. He only felt that all of this today was incomparably ridiculous. Yi Charming had dared to speak to Ling Jie like that. She would even apologize to herself, and she had even put medicinal powder on herself. He usually didn't even dare to do this even in his dreams. Poor child, Newt. Yi Charming glanced compassionately at Fire He, quickly finished applying the medicinal powder and then said, as long as you cultivate properly in a few more years, the scales in this heart will grow back. Fire Underworld looked at Yi Chun fiercely. Cultivate properly? Is it because I don't want to cultivate properly? The cultivation of a stove tripod can never exceed that of its master. You are only at the pre-Jindan stage now, and even if I try harder, I won't be able to surpass the pre-Jindan stage. Now you're saying that you want me to cultivate properly? A trace of indignation was involuntarily brought into Fire Underworld's voice. There was no one who wanted to raise his strength more than him. The pain of his clan being destroyed haunted him day and night. Yi Luyun had saved him, and the price was that he had to be Yi Chusha's cauldron. As long as he could get his revenge, he was willing to do anything. He agreed to Yi Luyun, and from then on became a tripod without dignity. It didn't matter if he became a tripod, after all, Yi Luyun had saved his life. But Yi Chusha's laziness had caused his cultivation to stagnate. The pain of not being able to take revenge made him live in torment day and night. Now, this woman still had the face to say that he should cultivate properly. It was me who was too stupid in the past. Yi Feminine admitted her mistake with a frank face. Fire Underworld's angry expression instantly stiffened on his face. She admitted her mistake again? It won't happen in the future. Yi Charming raised her eyebrows. You can try and believe me once. Believe her? He wasn't that stupid. Fire Meditation was just silent. Prove myself, starting with dual cultivation. Yi Charming actually directly pulled Fire Underworld's hand. Fire Underworld's pupils immediately quaked. She come for real? Chapter 6 Downward Spirit Dharma Phase. Fire Meditation looked at the hand that Yi Chusha had grabbed him with, and his entire body was in a trance. It was as if 1,000 thunderbolts were constantly striking in his mind. It wasn't until Yi Charming pulled him to sit down on the edge of the bed that he snapped out of it. Are you thinking about it? Fire He couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid that Ling Jie will get angry? Yi Charming raised an eyebrow, what's the point of mentioning that obscure thing? Her eyebrows were full of disdain. Fire Underworld looked at Yi Charming's expression carefully. Should he bet on this one? If the bet was lost, in order to curry favor with Ling Jie, Yi Charming might just kill him afterwards. But instead of living in such humiliation, instead of never being able to avenge his clan, what's wrong with dying? Fire Underworld said slowly, good. This time for double cultivation, he was already determined to die. With a trembling hand, Fire Underworld reached for Yi Chao's shirt. Yi Charming gave him a somewhat puzzled look, what are you doing? Fire Underworld braced his composure, his voice inexplicably panicked, you regret it so soon? It had already been 10 years since he became Yi Charming's furnace cauldron. However, except for the times when he was tortured, Yi Charming basically didn't have any contact with him. Now, the jading stone's light was dim, and in the entire space, there were only the two of them. And it wasn't even that kind of shouting scene. With this kind of atmosphere, Fire He instead felt awkward all over. Yi Feminine couldn't help but laugh. Regret what? That said, you wouldn't know how to double cultivate, right? Fire Underworld's expression stiffened. Although he was Yi Charming's stove tripod, he and Yi Charming had never had intimate contact. It was also impossible for him to observe the dual cultivation scene of other Acacia sect disciples. How would he know about it? But Fire He didn't want to show weakness, he said with a calm face, left is nothing but nakedness and intermingling with each other. Yi Chuan instantly felt some spicy ears. Here. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? On the contrary, Fire Underworld still looked like he was very reasonable. That's the method of intermingling between mortals and mortals. Yi Flattery patiently instructed, our Acacia sect, as a famous sect, has a unique method of dual cultivation. That kind of simple physical contact is actually not very efficient in cultivation. Fire Meditation's ears turned a little red, but he still had a bashful face on the surface, that's actually the case. Fire He tried hard to put on a cloudy look, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed him. Yi Charming coughed lightly and instructed, summon your Divine Soul Phantom. Fire Underworld stiffened for a moment. Divine Soul Dharma phase? However, all cultivators had their own unique Divine Soul Dharma phases. If it was the demon race, the Dharma phase was mostly related to their own race. If it was the demon race, the Dharma phase was mostly related to the underworld objects. If it was the human race, the Dharma phase would be a bit more varied. Some were swords, guns, swords and halberds, some were spiritual herbs and medicines, and some were all things in heaven and earth, anything was possible. For cultivators, the Divine Soul was the fundamental of the fundamentals. Before the Divine Soul Dharma phase had formed the ability to fight, bearing one's unguarded Dharma phase in front of people was something even more shameful than stripping naked. Hurry up! Yi Charming still kept urging, do you still want to double cultivate? Fire Underworld gritted his teeth, and he closed his eyes and crossed his heart. A Dharma phase surfaced in the air. Yi Charming looked at Fire Underworld's Dharma phase with interest. As a Jialong clan, Fire Underworld's Divine Soul Dharma phase was naturally also a Jialong. Only, compared to Fire Underworld's cold appearance, this Dharma image looked small, with a tiny tentacle on its head, which looked oddly cute. Yi Charming's heart was slightly itchy, she stretched out her hand and couldn't help but touch the horn on top of the little Jialong's head. Yi Feminine just touched the horn. Fire Underworld trembled a little, and his ears instantly flushed red. His cold eyes were instantly dense with water vapor as he spoke with some difficulty, don't touch. Yi Feminine blinked quietly. So sensitive? Yi Charming deliberately touched the little ogre's little paw again. Fire Underworld trembled even more and looked at Yi Charming with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. He braced himself and said through clenched teeth, you are deliberately humiliating me, aren't you? His divine soul was still incomparably weak, where could it withstand such a touch? Yi Feminine, she didn't even want to double cultivate with herself. She just thought of a new torture method. Fire Underworld favoritism reduced by 5, the system's breathless voice rang out. Yi Feminine. No way. This man was also too petty. Wasn't she just jerking off a small auger? Yi Feminine suddenly looked forward somewhat to Fox Jioling's phallic appearance. He was a 9-tailed fox, when he jacked up, he should be furry and comfortable to think about. Of course. Now was not the time to think about it. Seeing that Fire He was about to storm out, Yi Charming coughed lightly and also summoned her own Divine Soul Phantom. Unlike Yi Charming's overbearing personality, her Dharma phase was, surprisingly, a small purple flower. Fire Underworld's eyes moved slightly. This was the first time he had seen Yi Charming's Dharma phase. There were many different kinds of Divine Soul Dharma phases, but there were also basic settings. Nowadays, it was recognized that plant-based Dharma phases were the weakest. Yi Charming's Dharma phase, on the contrary, was such an ordinary little purple flower. Regarding her own Dharma phase, Yi Feminine didn't have any grievances. To her, everything in this world was still in the novelty stage. Yi Charming recalled the secret method of the acacia sect, and this small purple flower grew layers of vines and then, under Yi Charming's manipulation, wrapped around the auger dragon. On the black auger dragon, there was an extra trace of purple colorfulness, and the souls of the two completely intermingled together. Fire Underworld trembled and subconsciously closed his eyes. Under the acacia sect's secret method, the effect of the medicinal powder on his body was instantly and completely stimulated, and the wounds on his body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, were slowly healing. Yi Charming was actually serious about dual cultivation with him. Fire Underworld bit down on his lower lip. Every part of the divine soul was sensitive beyond measure. At this moment, he felt that every part of his divine soul was embraced and entangled by that purple flower. This feeling was inexplicably somewhat mesmerizing. Fire Underworld desperately wanted to struggle out. However, that purple flower, on the contrary, entangled him even tighter. Fire Underworld gritted his teeth and forced himself to let go of the feeling of shame. This was proper cultivation. This was to increase strength. This was to avenge the clan. Fire Underworld desperately told himself. Yi Feminine was also having fun at the moment. The feeling of divine souls mingling seemed to be 1,000 times stronger and more exciting than a mere physical body merging. What made her even more pleasurable was her pre-Jindan cultivation began to slowly grow. Was this the effect brought about by the extreme furnace cauldron? Yi Feminine had only one thought at the moment. The original owner was stupid, really. Even if she liked Ling Jia, if she had used the stove cauldron properly, her cultivation would have far exceeded Ling Jia's. If she really likes him, she can tie him up and lock him up in a room, and she can do whatever she wants. Why bother to be a licking dog? 2 hours later, the cultivation time ended. Both Yi Feminine and Fire Underworld retrieved their phantoms. Fire Underworld glanced at Yi Charming with a complicated expression. Host. The system's voice snapped. Changed. The favorability has changed. Now, Fire Underworld's favorability towards you is -30. Although it was still negative. But, compared to the beginning, it had still grown quite a bit. It's just a pity that you're too much of a straight girl, host. The host should have been a little more gentle with Xiaoyi, and now it might have been positive. The system had a look of pity. Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow. What do you know? In my entire life, I don't accept being swayed by a man, I only accept that both my left and right are men. System? Chapter 7, Seeing Mother. This system looked like it hadn't seen the world, and Yi Feminine resented it. She ignored the self-absorbed system and lifted her eyes to look at Fire Hay, who had a complicated expression in front of her. Fire Underworld was also never expected. Yi Charming's comment about dual cultivation was actually true. He was personally selected by Yi Luyun for his daughter, and the attributes of the two were actually very compatible, and after some dual cultivation, not only did Yi Charming's cultivation increase, but Fire Underworld also gained a lot of benefits. First of all, the medicinal powder coupled with the double cultivation, the place where he was stripped of his heart scales had already grown into tender pink flesh, and was already on fire to enter the recovery period. Secondly, his cultivation level had also increased by a small amount. It was said to be a small amount, but if he were to cultivate on his own, this would have taken 7 days. A double cultivation was worth 7 days of his hard cultivation. The Acacia sect's secret method was indeed heaven-defying. No wonder the Acacia sect had the vague intention of being at the top of the list of the 3 sects in the Xin Tian spiritual domain. It was also that Yi Chuxia did not think about progress, otherwise, her mother, Yi Luyun, was close to feeding something directly into her mouth. How could she still only have today's cultivation level? Fire Meditation was in a complicated mood when Yi Chui had already directly peeled off his clothes. What do you want? Fire Underworld was startled for a moment. Yi Charming pressed his wound with a calm face, then raised her eyes. Does it still hurt? Her fingertips were cold, with a jade-like touch. Fire Underworld's heart was complicated, and he said in a low voice, it doesn't hurt anymore. Yi Feminine's hand gently stroked over the scales on his body. Fire Underworld couldn't help but clench his teeth. This woman! What else did she want to do? The dual cultivation had already ended. However, if she had to do something more, did he, as a furnace tripod, have the right to refuse? These scales are still quite comfortable to touch. Yi Feminine nodded in satisfaction. You grow the scales back quickly. When the weather gets hot, I want to touch it to sleep. Fire Underworld's expression stiffened for a moment. Why did this woman always have a righteous look on her face no matter what tiger and wolf words she said? What's the problem? Yi Feminine looked at him. Fire Underworld couldn't help but taunt, and don't think about it, my scales were stripped. Who did it? Yi Charming was instantly unhappy. Didn't I apologize for all of this? If you mention it once or twice, I'll take it as a sign of affection. If you keep mentioning it, it's a bit meaningless. Okay, go back to your own room. I'm ready to rest. Yi Feminine directly gave an expulsion order. Fire Underworld instantly laughed in anger. This woman, is she still being unreasonable? Yi Charming slanted a glance at him, not willing to leave. Fire Underworld quickly jumped off the bed and directly left the room. Favorability -2. Fire Underworld favorability -32. The system's resentful voice rang out. -2 only. Ye Feminine had a face of indifference. Love to reduce or not? She couldn't live a little bit of a frustrating life anyway. As soon as Fire Underworld left, Ye Charming sat on the bed and slowly ran her gong method. What she was practicing now was the Acacia Sect's highest secret manual, the Acacia Concentric Resolve. If this gong method wanted to utilize its true power, the mystery lay in the word concentricity. The more concentric the practitioner and the contracted tripod were, the stronger the bonus the practitioner would receive. With Ye Charming's current relationship with these 5 cauldrons, the bonus was naturally close to 0. This top secret method that was incredibly powerful in Yi Liuyun's hands was still just an ordinary technique in Ye Charming's hands today. But Ye Charming was not in a hurry. Her primary goal right now was still to raise her cultivation up. That Ling Jia had been raised by her to the late Yuaning stage. How about herself? Up to now, she was still only in the early Jindan stage. After a double cultivation session just now, her spiritual energy had slightly increased, and Ye Charming also needed to digest it properly. She closed her eyes and quickly immersed herself completely into cultivation. She, Ye Feminine. No matter what she did, she had to do her best. Since she had come to the cultivation world, she would definitely become a top-notch powerhouse. What male and female masters don't even think about stopping her from moving forward. The following day, Fox Jiuling looked at Firehei with a curious face. Firehei, last night, did you guys really double cultivate? He asked this directly, and Fire Underworld tensed her face, neither shaking nor nodding her head. She actually froze there. Why don't you say anything? Fox Jiuling curiously circled around Firehei. Qingxian let out a light laugh and said meaninglessly, little fox, don't ask. If you ask again, the Fire Underworld is going to spontaneously combust. Fox Jiuling was a bit confused. Spontaneous combustion? Why would it spontaneously combust? Qingxian only laughed, but at the bottom of his eyes, a deep light flashed through. Ye Feminine this time was actually playing for real? If she really had the intention to raise their strength, then wouldn't there be hope for his meridians to recover as well? You actually dare to double cultivate with her. Xiao Hong sneered, you are not afraid that she will regret it in the twinkling of an eye and take your life to please that Ling Jie? Fire Underworld pursed his lips and said expressionlessly, if you can only be this weak all the time, then you might as well die. His voice carried a hint of coldness. Several people were silent for a moment. The few of them, they were all stove tripods that Yi Luyun had found for Yi Chou. Furnace cauldron, this was synonymous with humiliation in most people's eyes. They willingly became Yi Charming's tripods. Naturally, they also had something to ask for. Some people were burdened with the calamity of extinction. Some were burdened with the hatred of a broken nation. Some were expelled from the demon world and had nowhere to stay. Some had their meridians broken and could no longer refine medicines. Qingxian glanced at Fox Jiuling. This little fox was the only one who had been foolish, but he could not see any reason why he had to be a furnace. In the atmosphere of silence, Ye Feminine came out with a refreshed look. She swept a glance at the 5 furnace tripods and said, you guys wait in the cave, I'm going to look for Mother, and when I come back, I'll give out the first month's cultivation resources to you all. The crowd was silent. It was still Qingxian who smiled and said softly, then we will wait for Master to return. Every time he said Master, his trailing voice would drag slightly, inexplicably carrying a hint of seduction. Fox Jiuling looked at Qingxian with some envy. It always felt like Qingxian was more of a 9-tailed fox than him. You're good. Ye Feminine nodded at Qingxian with satisfaction. In a few days, I will give you a reward. Qingxian had a delighted look on his face. Thank you, Master. Ye Charming glanced at the system. Ha! The favorability was still motionless. Qingxian's dog was a match for the system. Ye Charming walked out of the cave, following the route in her memory. She went all the way to find Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun. Acacia Sect's Grand Elder come late transition period's top powerhouse come woman favoring fiend. She was simply responsive to Yi Chun. You could say that. Even if it was a pig, Yi Liuyun's resources would be able to smash the pig into a strong person. Instead, Yi Charming had taken so many good things, but all of them were eyeballing Ling Jie's side, simply being a licking dog to the point of being outrageous. Speaking of which, system, where did the original Yi Feminine go? A strong person like Yi Luyun shouldn't be able to tell anything unusual, right? Just to be on the safe side, Yi Feminine asked cautiously. The system's voice instantly became inscrutable. The host is Yi Charming, and Yi Charming is the host. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to see any problems. So confident? Yi Charming raised an eyebrow and no longer dwelled on it. Young lord. At the entrance of Yi Liuyun's cave, 2 children respectfully saluted. The 2 children had no intention of going to inform. Yi Feminine also had no intention of letting them go to inform. She shouted in place, Mother! Immediately, she drove in and walked in. The 2 children did not have the slightest intention of stopping her. Which time did Yi Charming not come in this manner? They had long since gotten used to it. Have you heard? The young master put harsh words on that Ling Jie yesterday. A child gossiped in a low voice. What's the use of that? Just today, he came to the door with his eyes again, presumably to ask the elder for treasures. What the major wants, the elder will give. It's just a pity that Luo. Even the best treasures are sent by the young master to please that Ling Jie. Hush, silence. It's better not to discuss it anymore. The cave entrance regained its silence. Chapter 8-9 Heavenly Ginseng. Mother! Yi Charming shouted from afar. Yi Liuyun's eyes flashed with a trace of compassion as her room was set up with heavy boundaries. However, all the boundaries were defenseless against Yi Charming. Yi Charming drove all the way in and arrived directly in front of Yi Luyun. Mother! Yi Charming naturally shouted. Before seeing Yi Luyun, she was worried that she would not be close to Yi Luyun and would reveal her footsteps. After all, before coming here, Yi Chuxiao was just an orphan, and she did not know how to get along with her parents. But as soon as she saw Yi Luyun, Yi Charming inexplicably had a very intimate feeling, as if Yi Luyun should be her mother. Original. Thinking of the episode in the original book where Yi Luyun died tragically outside in order to find the treasure to repair the meridians for the original owner, Yi Charming hadn't had any feelings that were too touched. But now, seeing Yi Luyun himself, and feeling the strange feelings flowing in her heart, a trace of anger inexplicably flooded Yi Charming's heart. If it was said that the girl was in the wrong, she was wrong to fall in love with a person who should not be loved. But Ling Jia, who was also a dangling and standing heroine, and that ice-clear heroine, did she deserve that kind of good ending? Yi Luyun and did what wrong, to end up with a dead end? If Yi Luyun is still around, the female lead's fate will never be so miserable. In the book's plot, Yi Luyun's death was just an accident. But Yi Feminine now strongly suspected that Yi Luyun's death was also calculated by someone early on. She wanted to change her own fate as well as Yi Luyun's fate. What female and male masters, if they dared to hinder her, she would not let any of them go. What's wrong with you, child? Why are you looking dull? Yi Luyan looked at her with some worry. She was standing here properly, talking properly, and hadn't yet come to an ending like in the book. Yi Charming listened to this voice, her eyes slightly reddened for some reason. Yi Luyan looked at Yi Charming like this, instantly panicked. She reached out to wipe Yi Charming's tears. What's wrong? What's going on here? Suddenly, she remembered something, and her voice couldn't help but be cold and stern. It's that Ling Jia, isn't it? Did he give you another look? You wait, I'll go and settle the score with him right now. Yi Luyun directly stood up. Mother, no need. Yi Feminine pulled Yi Luyun back. Yi Luyun was even more distressed. It's already this time, and you're still speaking for him. She gritted her teeth and seemed to finally compromise. In this case, if you really like him, I'll go find the sect leader of the Tsunghai Ming sword sect and let you two become Dao couples. As for your 5 stove tripods, I will help you find a way to lift the contract. Yi Luyun was also really out of options. Who let her daughter be a love child? If she was truly non-Ling never could, she could only fulfill herself. The big deal was that after the two of them got married, he would watch more, and he would not let Ling Jia bully Yi Charming away. Forming a Dao couple? Yi Charming was stunned. Yi Luyun was somewhat helpless. If you really insist, Is he also worthy? Yi Charming said. Yi Luyun froze for a moment. She looked at Yi Charming with some disbelief. What did her daughter just say? Mother! How could you have such thoughts? Yi Charming frowned. That Ling Jia, a soft and hard-eating contraption like that, is also worthy of being my Dao partner. The 5 furnace cauldrons were found for me by you after all your hard work, and there's even no need to break the contract. She wanted to quickly gain a foothold in this world. To change her and her mother's destiny, these 5 stove tripods were still useful. Yi Liuyun's mouth widened slightly. She rubbed her ears. Rubbed her ears again. Never willing to believe that these words were coming from her family's daughter. Yi Luyun gathered her emotions and asked cautiously, I heard that you had a falling out with that Ling Jie yesterday. Are you not here today, to ask for something to make amends to him? Make amends to him? What reason do I have to make amends with him? Yi Feminine sneered. In these 10 years, I've given him so many things and haven't seen a single smiling face from him. Since he gives face to face, this man, I don't want it. He claimed that he never cared about my things, so, what I gave him over the years, I want him to return it like for like. I'm already organizing a list. In a few days I'll go find him to collect the debt. Yi Luyun was stunned to hear this. She looked at Yi Feminine with a rare face. Her daughter finally figured it out? This wasn't her dreaming, was it? Mother, leave Ling Jia's matter alone for now. These few stovepipes of mine, they also need to be properly cultivated. I came here this time because I want to beg some cultivation resources for them. Yi Feminine said. Her own mother. Yi Feminine wanted resources with a straight face. She had to be strong as soon as possible in order to change her mother's and her own destiny. Before that, since her mother had the ability to help her, why did she have to be some kind of independent big heroine? In her previous life, she had started a company from nothing, but she had been assisted by nobles in the middle. Of course, the people who helped her later also got a generous reward. It's normal for people to be helped by others in society, and then give back when they are strong. Yi Feminine came to ask for resources. Yi Luyun wasn't annoyed at all, she was first slightly pleased. However, she remembered something and then revealed a somewhat tentative expression. Are you really giving it to the stove tripod to use? You won't secretly take it to Ling Jie again. The previous Yi Feminine hadn't done this kind of thing too often. Mother, I really don't have any relationship with him at all anymore. Moreover, last night, I've already officially dual cultivated with fire meditation. Yi Charming casually summoned her divine soul Dharma phase. Her Dharma phase was still a small purple flower. However, because she had just dual cultivated with fire underworld, there was still a hint of fire underworld's aura faintly on her divine soul. Yi Liuyun's eyes brightened up. The heavens were merciful. Her daughter, surprisingly, really saw the light. In the world of cultivation, how could love be a meal? Only strength was the eternal truth. Good. The cultivation resources for you and the 5 furnace cauldrons, Mother prepared for you long ago. As long as you make good use of them, I think it won't take more than a few years before you're ready to impact the yuaning stage. Yi Luyun was somewhat delighted as she handed Yi Chui a storage ring. The things are all inside, so feel free to take them and use them, and if you don't have enough, come back to Mother. Thank you, Mother. Yi Charming sweetly thanked. Then, her gaze flickered for a moment and she said, Mother, that Qing Xian was once a genius alchemist, and now that his meridians are wasted, he can't store spiritual energy at all. Isn't this also a bit too wasteful? Yi Luyun smiled. Since I found Qing Xian for you, I naturally have a method to restore his meridians. I prepared the 9 heavenly Xian ginseng long ago. All we need to do is to draw out the Xian ginseng juice and assist with the method of dual cultivation, and Qing Xian's meridians, naturally, will be restored. Yi Luyun added, I refused to tell you about this matter before because I was worried that you would give this kind of treasure to Ling Jie for nothing. Now that you have figured it out, this Xian ginseng, you take it and use it. Yi Luyun waved his hand and an ink-colored box appeared on the table. Chapter 9 Medicine Garden. Yi Luyun opened the box. Inside lay a withered 9 heavenly Xian ginseng quietly. Yi Charming was a little curious. Mother, this Xian ginseng has withered like this, where can it still extract the juice? The reason why Yi Charming brought up Qing Xian's matter today was because, in the original book, Yi Luyun had prepared the 9 heavens Xian ginseng early on. Yi Luyun was optimistic about Qing Xian's qualifications and felt that Qing Xian could be a great help to Yi Charming, so he had specially prepared this kind of treasure so that Yi Charming could completely subdue Qing Xian's heart. But what happened? In the original book, Ling Jie claimed that his cultivation had gone awry. The original owner looked for Yi Luyun and begged bitterly. Yi Luyun had no choice but to take out the 9 heavenly Xian ginseng, and the original owner blearily sent it to Ling Jie. When the original owner sent the ginseng, Ling Jie still closed the door of the cave. The original owner begged bitterly at the door, hoping that Ling Jie would accept her things. What actually happened? The cave was a scene of living color. The book depicted that the person whose cultivation had gone awry was actually Lin Huanhuan. Ling Jie had told this lie in order to get the 9 heavenly ginseng. He was just emboldened by the fact that the original owner was his licking dog. When the original owner was begging bitterly at the door, Ling Jie was half dressed with Lin Huanhuan. His hand was pressed against her back, he was breathing heavily, her cheeks were red, and the two of them were ambiguous as hell. This part of the book is still quite exciting to read. The noble status female match is infatuated with the male lead, but the male lead and the female lead are in a you-know-what. If it was as a reader, Yi Feminine high and low would have to carefully appreciate it 3 or 2 times. But she favored this dog-licking female match. The corners of Yi Feminine's lips then couldn't help but spread a cold smile. The timeline of the original book was actually rather vague, and she couldn't tell now when Lin Huanhuan had gone off the rails. But it didn't even have the slightest bit to do with her. This 9 heavenly ginseng, Ling Jie and Lin Huanhuan don't even want to touch it. This kind of good stuff should naturally be given to their own people. Yi Luyun smiled faintly and explained to Yi Chui in detail, this 9 heavenly ginseng is very mysterious, now it is in a dehydrated state, so naturally it can't extract any juice. You only need to find a medicinal garden, put it into the spiritual soil, and then carefully water the spiritual spring. In less than 3 days, this 9 heavenly ginseng will produce sap. At that time, you will then take out the Xian ginseng, and with the juice of the 9 heavens Xian ginseng, accompanied by the dual cultivation method, Qing Xian's meridians will naturally be able to be repaired. As Yi Luyun spoke, she was still a bit uneasy. She couldn't help but emphasize, Qing Xian's talent for alchemy is excellent, and he's also a wood attribute spiritual root just like you. Whether it's from the perspective of dual cultivation or from the powerful supporting effects of an alchemist, he is a powerful armchair. This 9 heavenly ginseng. Yi Charming understood Yi Luyun's concern. She hurriedly said, Mother, don't worry. This Xian ginseng, I will definitely give it to Qing Xian to use. Ling Jie or something. Don't even think about it. Seeing that Yi Chusha understood her meaning, Yi Luyun revealed a trace of a pleased smile as she said, over at the West Mountain, didn't I send you a medicinal garden? That place has plenty of spiritual energy, it's just right for burying Xian ginseng. Daughter understands. Yi Feminine obediently responded. When Yi Charming excused herself and left, Yi Liuyun's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. The heavens were pitiful. Her daughter, finally, had figured it out. All these years, because of Yi Charming's infatuation with Lingjia, when she met the people from the Xanhaiming sword sect, she was a little bit not hardened. Now it was good. She didn't have to put up with those fools for the sake of her daughter. For a moment, Yi Luyun only felt incomparably refreshed. Leaving her mother's cave, Yi Chui followed the route she remembered and went all the way towards the western mountains. As a transitional stage powerhouse, Yi Luyun had quite a few properties under her name. This medicine garden was her private property. As a daughter-favoring fiend, she had given this medicine garden to Yi Charming long ago, and now it was considered Yi Charming's private property. After finding the place, Yi Feminine landed down, and the two disciples guarding the medicine garden were the first to welcome her. Senior Sister Yi. These two disciples guarding the medicinal garden here were paid a certain amount of honorarium, and this honorarium, Yi Luyun had naturally given it a long time ago. I've come to take a look at the condition of the medicinal garden. Yi Feminine nodded. The two disciples hurriedly took out formation flags and opened the formation that guarded the medicinal garden. The two led Yi Charming towards the interior of the medicinal garden. Yi Charming had a few expectations at first, but after briefly strolling around under the guidance of the two disciples, Yi Charming's face immediately sank. The spiritual energy of this medicinal garden was very abundant. In the middle of the garden, there was even a spiritual spring bubbling with spiritual water. The soil was even a rare spiritual soil. With such unique conditions, the medicinal garden was full of seedlings, and there were no rare medicinal herbs that had grown to adulthood. Senior Sister Yi, is there a problem? A disciple asked apprehensively. Yi Charming frowned. In the medicinal garden, there are only these spirit plants? The disciple hesitated for a moment and said, this medicinal garden is very rich in spiritual energy, and every few years, a good batch of spiritual plants can grow. It's just that. Have you forgotten, Senior Sister Yi? 3 months ago, a batch of spirit plants just matured, and this batch of spirit plants has already been sent to the Xanhaiming sword sect by you in the first place. This disciple said carefully. Yi Feminine instantly people went numb. There were too many memories of the original master, and she hadn't had time to check them all. It seemed. She had to take the time to sort out Ling Jie's bill as soon as possible. Eat as much of her as you can and spit out as much as you can for her. All right. It won't happen again in the future. Yi Feminine said. The two disciples just responded, but no one believed it at all. They had all heard about Yi Charming's harsh words to Ling Jie. Tough talk was tough talk, but how many days could Yi Charming endure? Anyway, they would just go in one ear and out the other, they wouldn't believe it at all. You guys go out and keep watch. I'll stroll around here again. Yi Feminine commanded. The two disciples answered and retreated. Only then did Yi Charming take out the 9 heavenly Xin ginseng, and according to Yi Liuyun's words, Yi Charming observed for a while, chose a piece of spiritual soil near a spiritual spring, and then buried the Xin ginseng. 3 days later, this Xin ginseng would be able to produce sap. Qing Xian's meridians would be able to be repaired. After handling all this, Yi Chuxiao was in a good mood. With such a big gift, Qing Xian had to at least grow some favorability for her. Maybe, it would be possible to open the first treasure chest in one fell swoop. After burying the Xian ginseng, Yi Charming turned around and left the pill garden. After instructing her two disciples to keep a good watch and not to let anyone into the pill garden, she went back to the cave mansion. Inside the cave mansion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5 furnace pots were all waiting in the cave. Master, you're back. Qing Xian got up and took the initiative to greet them. Yi Charming glanced at him with a smile. Qing Xian, in the morning, I said that I would give you a surprise in a few days. Now, I've already prepared this surprise, so just wait. Then, thank you, Master. Qing Xian revealed a flattered look. If his favorability could move a little, Yi Chuxia still believed that he was truly elated. At the moment, the Xian ginseng juice was not yet ready, so Yi Charming did not say much further. She divided the resources given by her mother into 5 portions, and with a slight wave of her hand, the 5 storage bags landed in front of the 5 stoves. Remember what I said last night, right? Yi Feminine raised her eyebrows. This is your first month's cultivation resources. After a month, I will assess you all from multiple dimensions. This month, the cultivation resources are still exactly the same, and from next month onwards, based on your performance, these resources can be tilted. Yi Feminine looked at the several people with a smile. I hope you guys cultivate well, don't wait until the end of the month, only to regret it. Chapter 10, The Favorite is You. The storage bag was placed there, but none of the 5 had moved. Qing Xian raised an eyebrow. Cultivation resources. This was the first time he had seen cultivation resources since he became Yi Charming's furnace cauldron. The other few people were the same. Yi Charming couldn't wait to strip them of their flesh and blood and dedicate them all to Ling Jie. Where was the thought of letting them cultivate, of letting them raise their cultivation levels? Originally, he thought that what Yi Charming said last night was just nonsense. But in the blink of an eye, she had actually dual cultivated with Fire Underworld. Now even more so, she really took out the cultivation resources. Did she really give up on Ling Jie? Fox Jiuling looked to the left and looked to the right and took the storage bag as soon as he could. He quickly checked it and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. So many resources, are they all for me? That's only temporary. Yi Chuxing said. Fox Jiuling was a little lost. Sure enough, Yi Charming's things were not that good to take. Could it be that if she took this resource, she was going to strip her fur to make clothes for Ling Jie? Thinking about this, Fox Jiuling couldn't help but tremble a little. Yi Feminine glanced at him and said blandly, I said that only the first month is exactly the same. At the end of the month, if you don't have good results in your cultivation, the resources will be reduced starting next month. Fox Jiuling froze for a moment and his eyes rubbed up. Original. Yi Feminine's temporarily meant this. He immediately hugged the storage bag tightly. I will definitely cultivate well. Fox Jiuling favorability plus 10. Current favorability -20, the system prompt sounded. Yi Feminine revealed a satisfied look. Among these 5 stoves, this Fox Jiuling seemed to be the best to cheat. One could focus on brushing his favorability first. After taking these resources, what price do you want us to pay? Xiao Hung said with a cold smile, is it to give all my life to Ling Jiao? Yi Charming glanced at him blandly, love it or leave it, don't roll. Yi Charming's attitude was surprisingly like this. Xiao Heng's face changed as he took the storage bag and went straight back to his room. Afterward, Mo Yi also picked up the storage bag and left expressionlessly. Xin Xian's gaze flickered for a moment as he also took the storage bag with a hint of a smile at the bottom of his eyes. Many thanks, master. Xin Xian favorability plus 2, current favorability 48. In the next sentence, Xin Xian took the initiative to ask, Master, tonight, is it my turn to double cultivate? Xin Xian was unusually proactive. Yi Charming couldn't help but cough lightly, you're not in a hurry, wait for a few days. Xin Xian's meridians were all broken now, so double cultivation wouldn't have too good an effect. It would be better to wait until the Xian ginseng juice was ready, and then find him for dual cultivation. Why? Xin Xian this time, but did not accept directly. He slowly and methodically undid his belt, his clothes suddenly became loose and the whiteness of his chest appeared to be hidden. Xin Xian asked softly, is it that I am not good enough? In his eyes, he seemed to carry the ultimate charm. Yi Charming was momentarily overwhelmed. It wasn't that she hadn't seen the world. The truth was that the fresh meat in this immortal cultivation world was much fresher than in her world. Yi Charming was dazzled for a moment by that flash of whiteness, but she quickly settled down. Wanting to seduce her? Xin Xian was still a bit short. Yi Charming raised her hand and gently picked his chin. Wait slowly, it will always be your turn. Xin Xian's gaze flickered for a moment, he laughed softly and quickly gathered himself. I only hope that master won't forget me. Won't forget. Yi Charming glanced at the 3 who had stayed behind as she said, Fire, hey, it's still better for you to come over at night. Last night's double cultivation with Fire Underworld was not bad, and Yi Charming felt that she could strike some iron while it was hot. Xin Xian was to wait for the 9 heavenly Xian ginseng. Fox Jiuling? He had stayed behind, but it wasn't like he had taken the initiative to ask for it. Although these few were her cauldrons, everything was about a willingness. If they didn't take the initiative to ask for it, Yi Feminine wasn't going to force it. Fire Underworld glanced at Yi Charming with a complicated expression and answered in a low voice. Alright, I'll go check your resources and hurry up with your cultivation. Yi Charming said, I'll roll up properly for me. Several people all answered. When Xin Xian left, he even handed Yi Charming an expectant look if nothing else. Yi Feminine pretended not to see it. Leaving Yi Charming's room, Xin Xian put away the seductive look on his face, and his entire person appeared a bit cooler. Fire Underworld glanced at him, why do you have to be like this? Xin Xian was such a proud person, but now he was repeatedly taking the initiative to beg Yi Charming for dual cultivation. Fire Underworld was momentarily in a state of mind that was inexplicable. Xin Xian said expressionlessly, the heart of someone who fell from the clouds to hell and wants to get up will always be stronger. Before, he did not see any hope. Therefore, he chose to swing for the fences. But now, since Yi Feminine exuded a signal to come, he naturally had to desperately seize the opportunity. You have your blood feud. What about me, am I willing to be a loser forever? Xin Xian said calmly. Fire Underworld's expression flinched as he said in a slow voice, this time, Yi Chuxia has indeed changed a bit. Perhaps, we really do have a bit of hope. Perhaps. Xin Xian was undeniable and turned to leave. Right now, no one knew how long Yi Charming would be able to be normal. However, as long as there was a sliver of hope, even if that hope was slim, he had to grab it with all his might. Even if he had to give up his dignity. Even if he has to become nothing like himself. He will never back down. He must become stronger. Fire Underworld looked at Xin Xian's back and sighed slightly. Fox Jiuling looked at this and that, then asked with some curiosity, does it hurt if you double cultivate? Fiery Meditation's body instantly stiffened. Does it hurt? Fox Jiuling became somewhat distressed. I'm a bit afraid of pain. Fire Underworld hesitated for a moment and said, it doesn't hurt. Fox Jiuling's eyes immediately brightened up, then. Is it comfortable? Fire Underworld was somewhat unable to resist this kind of question. His ears inexplicably flushed a little, and only after a long time did he say, shoo. Comfortable. Fox Jiuling was instantly happy. Then, when Brother Fire Underworld's injuries are completely healed, I'll look for my master to talk about the matter of double cultivation. If it didn't hurt, he wouldn't be scared at all. Fox Jiuling spoke, bluntly and somewhat frighteningly. Fire Underworld didn't even know how to answer for a moment, and Fox Jiuling had already gotten the answer he wanted, bouncing away. The redness on Fire Meditation's ears somehow never faded. At night, Yi Flattery still chose him. This is why. Is she treating him? Is it a little different from other people? Before the double cultivation at night, Fire Underworld then asked this question seriously. Why did Master still choose me? Yi Feminine replied in a serious manner. Among the 5 of you, my favorite is you. If I don't choose you, who will I choose? Fire Hei's mood was suddenly a bit complicated. Before he could savor this emotion, Yi Charming had already urged him to summon his divine soul. Following the usual practice, after the divine souls fused, Fire Hei returned to his room. The following day, when he came out, but he saw that at the entrance of the cave, Qing Xian was smiling gently at Yi Charming. Yi Charming was even more eloquent. Among the 5 of you, my favorite is you. Not choosing you for now is to wait for a better time. Fire Underworld. Chapter 11 Yi Charming's Whip Technique. Fire Underworld was momentarily exasperated and laughed. He also thought Yi Charming was really somewhat special to him. Now it seemed that she said that to everyone. After placating Qing Xian over here, as soon as Yi Charming turned around, she saw Fire Underworld standing at the entrance of the cave. Fire Underworld was just quietly looking at her. What this woman said could be heard by him. He wanted to see how Yi Charming was going to weasel her way out of this. Why are you here? Yi Charming's expression was very natural, as if her scummy girl behavior hadn't been caught. Your injuries haven't healed yet, go back and rest. Yi Charming was not flustered at all. After last night's second double cultivation, Fire Underworld's favorability towards her had risen a bit more. It was now a whole -20. The most crucial thing was that Fire Hei's weird face was weird, but it didn't lower her favorability. If it didn't lower the favorability, then there was no need to care too much. Good. Fire Meditation responded, you shouldn't be going for a third favorite, right? He raised his eyebrows slightly. Yi Feminine stroked her chin. This question sounded like jealousy. But, judging from the still negative favorability, it was probably more likely that Fire Hei was mocking in passing. Won't, am I this kind of person? Yi Feminine said with a righteous face. Fire Meditation glanced at her and turned around to go back to the room. Afternoon. He had just come out to practice his marksmanship. The mountain behind the cave. Fox Jiuling looked at Yi Charming with an innocent face. Master. Fire Underworld said that not only does double cultivation not hurt, it's even a bit comfortable. When Brother Fire Mua's injury heals, I also want to double cultivation. Fox Jiuling, on the contrary, did not have much desire to improve his strength. He just simply felt curious. Plus, like to be comfortable. Fine, I know. I'll arrange it. Yi Feminine hurriedly assured. Really? Fox Jiuling was a bit elated. This won't make it difficult for Master, right? Yi Charming hurriedly said, difficult? How could it be? Among the 5 of you, my favorite is you. Fox Jiuling was instantly happy. He was about to say something. When he turned his head, he saw the expressionless Fire Hei. Fox Jiuling greeted enthusiastically, Brother Fire Hei. Yi Charming slowly turned her head and saw the inexplicable Fire Hei. Yi Charming was a little heartbroken for a moment. Was there any mistake? She had to be heard by Fire Underworld once when she made a scummy girl remark? Yi Charming immediately said, it's really the last time. After all, Xiao Hang and Mo Yen did not care about her at all. Fox Jiuling was a bit confused. Last time? What last time? Fire Hei just glanced at Yi Charming with a calm expression, then, he walked over to pick up Fox Jiuling's collar. Don't be too playful either. Since you've come to the back of the mountain, take out your green fox pen and practice. Fox Jiuling's little face instantly wrinkled into a ball. Can we start tomorrow? Just today. Fire Underworld said. Fox Jiuling had no choice but to respond breathlessly. Yi Feminine was rather interested in the scene in front of her. It was recorded in the original book that Fire Underworld was good with guns, and his marksmanship was quite exquisite. Even Yi Luyun praised it. As for Fox Jiuling, he was from the Green Fox clan, and his best weapon was a green fox pen. These were all stovepipes that she intended to cultivate properly. It was just that she needed to get to know them well in order to determine different cultivation directions in the future. Yi Charming took the initiative to step back to the side. You guys are busy, I'll take a look from the side. Fire Underworld nodded. With a flick of his wrist, the Xian iron lance stabbed out. The tip of the spear glowed with crimson darkness under the sunlight, and the power of the bloodline of the Jialong clan surged, with a dragon-shaped silhouette wrapping around the tip of the spear as if it were hidden. As he swung his body across, the shadow of the dragon stabbed out with the spear. 20 feet away, the huge rocks disappeared into nothingness in an instant. It was actually directly broken into pieces. Fire Underworld looked at Fox Jiuling. Although the weapons you and I use are different, but one method passes all methods. Your green fox pen takes the path of lightness, but lacks the penetrating power of a killing move. Speaking, his lance again stabbed out. See, the direction of the tip of the gun is to the distant giant tree, but the lance stabbed out the moment, but instantly turned the gun, directly stabbed in front of the fox 9 plume on the land. So, it needs to be this combination of reality and falsehood in order to overcome the enemy. Fire Underworld said. He was indeed quite insightful when it came to weaponry. Fox Jiuling was also convinced and practiced obediently. Yi Feminine leaned under the tree, watching intently. A large part of the original book was all about the male lead and female lead's various meet scenes. There was actually not much depiction of the female supporting cast, not to mention the female supporting cast, which were a few background played like stoves. But the original. These supporting characters that hadn't even been mentioned a few times in the book, in the real world, were actually sparkling. Yi Charming thought about it and suddenly walked over with a smile on her face. Fire, hey, how about you teach me the whip technique as well? As Yi Charming said, she suddenly threw out the wisteria whip wrapped around her waist and said frankly, I intend to properly practice my whip technique. Female matches originally used whips. After Yi Feminine crossed over, she didn't plan to change it either. This whip, she felt, was quite smooth. Fire Underworld looked at Yi Charming, a hint of surprise flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and then, he calmly said, any kind of weapon that you want to use to a high level, you need to spend a lot of time and hard training. You don't have to waste this time. He didn't know how much he had suffered when he had practiced his marksmanship to this level. Yi Feminine? There was no way she would be able to endure this kind of suffering. Instead of giving up in the middle, it would be better not to start. Yi Charming raised an eyebrow and said directly, this is an order. Fire Underworld was silent for a moment, then take out the whip. Left and right, Yi Charming would soon give up. It was nothing more than wasting a little time. That's right. Double cultivation or you at night. Yi Charming said joyfully all of a sudden. Fire Underworld couldn't help but give her a look. This woman. Why doesn't she know how to be shy? He fixed his mind and said with a flourish, you first rehearse the whip technique for me. Drill the whip technique. Yi Feminine rummaged through her memories. This female match was so bent on being a licking dog that she didn't even spend time lazily practicing, let alone practicing the whip technique. However, Yi Luyun did give her a Xian rank whip technique, the cracking whip. Yi Feminine's level today? Sort of barely able to dance. Yi Charming didn't feel ashamed and practiced her elementary school level whip technique on the spot. Fire meditation in the beginning. There are a few points of serious look, watching, he was silent. Fox Jiuling was very appreciative and applauded from the side. How was it? Yi Feminine cheekily inquired. Master this whip dance. Fox Jiuling opened his mouth. Yi Feminine looked over with an expectant face. It's practically dancing. Fox Jiuling exclaimed. Yi Charming couldn't help but glare at him. This what nonsense literature. Fire Hay took a deep breath. Fox Jiuling, go practice on the side by yourself. Fox Jiuling grinned and responded, Master Yuichiro. Fox Jiuling beautifully touched the fish and went. Fire Underworld was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. If he told the truth, Yi Feminine wouldn't directly invoke the contract and get him killed, right? Just say it straight. Yi Charming encouraged, I'm here for progress. Fire Underworld's facial expression moved slightly, and after a long time, he said in a slow voice, your whip technique is like a gazelle hanging without a trace. Are you saying that my whip technique is very spiritual and will become a generation of experts in the future? Yi Feminine was a little excited. Fire Meditation honestly said, I am saying that your whip law. I cannot understand. Chapter 12, I'm Ling Jie's senior brother. Yi Charming's expression stiffened for a moment. Fire Underworld hurriedly said, this is probably because my realm is not enough. Yi Charming raised an eyebrow, you don't need to be so euphemistic, just say it straight. Fire Underworld hesitated for a moment, really say it straight? Yi Feminine was frank, of course. Fire Underworld hesitated for a moment, he should have to endure, but, Yi Charming this whip method. Fire Underworld couldn't help but say, first of all, your whip technique doesn't have the slightest bit of strength, and you can't even do the most basic swinging and closing of the whip well. Secondly, your downward motion is unstable, and it's easy to be caught with the whip, leading to being countered. Also, there are simply flaws everywhere in your stance. I only took one look and found 108 of them. For example, Fire Underworld was completely in the zone, speaking at great length. After a small half hour, he stopped before he could finish. Fire Underworld looked up and saw Yi Chun's serious look, and his expression stiffened for a moment. It was over. His time to die was coming. Finished? Yi Charming asked. Fire Underworld's body stiffened, say, finished. I didn't mean that, actually. Yi Charming sighed and took out the sound retaining stone in her palm. I've recorded all of what you said, and I'll have to listen to it a few more times later. Now, you teach me the basics first. Yi Feminine earnestly picked up the whip. Please teach me. She turned to Fire Underworld and bent slightly. A hint of shock flashed in the bottom of Fire Underworld's eyes. Yi Feminine. What was she doing? She was bending over to herself? Not only was she not angry, but she was humbly begging herself to teach her? Snap. The sound of something falling to the ground came over. Yi Feminine turned around and saw the pen in Fox Jioling's hand fall to the ground. Fox Jioling picked up the pen in a panic and waved it around carelessly. In his large eyes, he couldn't help but flash through a trace of great doubt. Is Yi Charming really different from before? Fire Meditation Good Sense +5. Fox Jioling Favorability +5. The system got a little excited. Host, this progress of yours can be keep a low profile, don't make a fuss. Yi Feminine responded in her head, then continued to look at Fire. Hey, I'm willing to start learning from the basics. If you're worried that this will affect the KPI appraisal, I'll give you a performance increase. Fire Underworld had a complicated look on his face. Yi Feminine had started babbling again. He couldn't understand anything about KPI performance, but he originally couldn't resist Yi Charming's orders, not to mention, she seemed to have a good attitude. Okay, I'll teach you. Fire Underworld nodded. There's no need to show me mercy. Be as strict as you can. Yi Feminine instructed. A trace of perseverance flashed in the bottom of her eyes. In the modern world, she was able to go from being an orphan with nothing to the founder of a $10 billion company. Here, she was just as capable of going from being a second-generation cultivator with nothing to the true pinnacle. She had said it. She, Yi Feminine, would do her best in everything she did. Then let's start with the basic techniques. Don't use your spiritual energy and learn the basics first. Fire Underworld said slowly, the first step is to swing the whip. Against this tree, swing the whip. When the day comes when, without using spiritual energy, you can swing off this tree, then you can move on to the next step. Yi Feminine nodded and honestly did as she was told. She swung the whip again and again, the wisteria whip lashed against the tree trunk, and pieces of green leaves fell. Press your wrist down another 3 inches. Stop. Don't use wrist strength blindly, add waist strength. The position of the force is not right. Fire Meditation pointed out one by one. There were several times when he was worried that Yi Chun would suddenly lash out. However, Yi Charming just swung the whip again and again. She looked determined, as if there was nothing that could stop her from pursuing the pinnacle. At the bottom of Fire Underworld's eyes, a trace of dissimilarity flashed. Fire Underworld Favorability +5, host you. The system was excited again. Yi Feminine's forehead, drops of sweat slid down as she said in a cold voice, can't you see that I'm busy? Shut up first. Don't make noise to her getting stronger. System. Whoops. It had never seen this kind of host, this was too fierce. But it could only keep its mouth shut for now. Your palm. It's bleeding. Fire Underworld suddenly said. Yi Feminine glanced at her palm with full concern and casually used her spiritual energy to recover the wound, then said, let's continue. Fire Meditation was silent for a moment. Good. The two of them, one teaching and the other practicing, continued from early morning to dusk. Yi Feminine was not yet satisfied, she was about to continue training. An arrogant voice came out. Where is fellow Taoist Yi? This person even used spiritual energy on purpose, and his voice came from far away. Yi Charming's face immediately sank. Who? That dared to be so arrogant in her cave. Doesn't put her cultivation's second generation in her eyes? Which dog is barking? Yi Feminine waved her whip. Go, I'll go and deal with it first. Fire Underworld had a complicated look on his face, he couldn't help but remind, this is Lingjia's senior brother, by you. A few question marks couldn't help but appear on Yi Charming's forehead. What the hell? Lingjia's senior brother? Isn't that just an ordinary cultivator and he dares to come to a second-generation cultivator's cave to sow his wild oats? This is an itchy skin. Yi Feminine grimaced and walked straight over. Where's Yi Feminine? You few aren't worthy of talking to me yet. Baiyu looked at the few men with a haughty face, a good cultivator, willingly serving others as a furnace. Simply the waste of wastes. At the cave entrance, the faces of several men changed. Qing Xian was the only one who still wore a seeming smile. So, you've come to cause trouble today? To cause trouble? I'm here to deliver a message on behalf of senior brother Lingjie. If you're sensible, you'd better go and inform me right away. Baiyu's words had yet to fall. Suddenly, a long spear violently crashed down in front of his feet. Baiyu instantly jumped away and looked over with a face of shock and anger. He then saw Yi Chue with a disgruntled look on her face. What's wrong with you? Yi Charming looked at Fire He with annoyance. Fire He stiffened and didn't dare to speak. Baiyu smiled, fellow Taoist, you doesn't need to be angry, this stove tripod of yours doesn't have any manners, so a little bit of discipline would be fine. As soon as his words fell, Yi Charming snapped, "Didn't I ask you to stab him in the heart? Are you so inaccurate with this shot?" Fire Underworld. Bai Yu was confused, "Fellow Taoist Yi. I'm Bai Yu, Ling Jie's senior brother." Yi Feminine looked back at him, coldness flooding her voice, and then? "Are you planning to pay off your debt for Ling Jie? Pay back a debt? Pay what debt?" Bai Yu froze for a moment and hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I came to remind you. Eldest senior brother has been in a very bad mood these past few days. Ling Jie, as the high and cold male lead who practiced the emotionless Tao, he had to fish for his female counterpart, but there were some things that he couldn't say on his own. And so, Bai Yu and the others became his mouth substitutes. This kind of messaging job, Bai Yu and the others were happy to take it. After all, Yi Feminine was stupid and had a lot of money, and even if it was a messenger, she would give some benefits as she went along. This time, he had defeated several masters and brothers to get this chance to deliver the message. Chapter 13, Punishment. Yi Feminine plucked a bit from her memory and knew the general situation. She was instantly exasperated and laughed. Yi Charming waved the whip in her hand. "He's in a bad mood, so what?" Bai Yu didn't hear anything wrong, he hurriedly said. "Eldest senior brother cultivates the emotionless Tao, and his emotions are rarely revealed. This time, he's unhappy so obviously, so it's evident that his mind has fluctuated greatly." Bai Yu desperately hinted. "Ling Jie, he's just upset because of you." With Yi Charming's character, these words were enough for her to brainstorm a lot, and then be ecstatic, and then willingly hold all the good things for Ling Jie to go. Yi Feminine smiled, and then what? Bai Yu froze. He had said it so clearly, why did Yi Charming still look like she was out of her element? Bai Yu could only speak more bluntly, "Fellow Taoist Yi, what you did last time was indeed a bit too much. But eldest senior brother is not a calculating person. As long as you show an attitude, he will naturally forgive you." After saying that, he desperately gave Yi Chui a wink. He had made it obvious enough, right? According to the usual practice, in order to thank him for passing on the message, Yi Charming should have to give him a little favor. Yi Feminine nodded. "Oh, that makes sense to me." Bai Yu's eyes lit up. "Understood? That's good then." "What do you mean?" Yi Charming said lazily. "You're here to beg for food on behalf of your family's shameless eldest brother?" Bai Yu's expression suddenly stiffened. He even thought that his ears had made a mistake. Yi Feminine, what was she talking about? Eldest senior brother begging for food? Wasn't she afraid that eldest senior brother would never see her again? Bai Yu hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I'll pretend that I never heard that, and I won't say anything to eldest senior brother. It's better for you to stop sulking and quickly go beg eldest senior brother to forgive you." Yi Feminine looked at him expressionlessly. "Please convey these words to Ling Jie as they are. It seems that what I said before, he took it as a whisper. Tell him, begging for food should have the attitude of a beggar. When a dog begs for food, it still knows how to wag its tail. What about him, Ling Jie? A dog isn't even as good as a dog." Bai Yu's pupils violently condensed. Yi Feminine called Ling Jie a dog? Bai Yu was so scared that he stammered, "Fellow Taoist Yi, there are some words that really can't be said. Indiscriminately. Where did I say anything wrong?" Yi Charming looked at Bai Yu mockingly. "Tell him to return the things he took from me, and he and I will be clear from now on. Otherwise, I'll beat him up once I see him." Bai Yu was completely confused. What is the situation? Yi Feminine was so tolerant this time? Did she really intend to turn her back on eldest brother? Right. Yi Charming suddenly said. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. He knew there was a twist. How could licking dog Yi Charming just give up on Ling Jie? "You just mouthed off in my cave." Yi Charming said expressionlessly, "Now, kneel down and apologize to them." Yi Charming's words came out. Several people's expressions changed slightly. Fox Jiao Ling's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of a leap. Right. Ask him to kneel down and apologize. Qin Xian's gaze flickered as the light at the bottom of his eyes became even deeper. Even Xiao Hang and Mo Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion. What was Yi Charming playing at this time? Bai Yu frowned and couldn't help but say, "Which sentence did I say wrong just now? Aren't they just the lowliest of hearth pots, asking me to apologize? Never." Yi Feminine gave a cold laugh. "By no means is it? This was her cave, and Yi Lu Yun had long ago set up powerful formations in this neighborhood. Although Yi Charming's cultivation was not high, however, she had formations. A formation flag appeared in Yi Charming's hand, and she just casually manipulated it. Suddenly, a powerful pressure pressed down on Bai Yu. Bai Yu uncontrollably knelt down. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of horror as he looked at Yi Charming with an incredulous expression. "I'm Ling Jie's senior brother." "Oh, I almost forgot," Yi Charming said. Bai Yu was about to let out a sigh of relief. The pressure suddenly doubled again. His spine was suddenly bent. "Apologize," Yi Charming said expressionlessly. The pressure increased by another fraction. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. "Yi Charming, how dare you? Apologize." The pressure continued to increase. Cold sweat beaded on Bai Yu's forehead immediately. Yi Charming, this woman, is she completely crazy? If this continued, did she want her life? No, 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 she didn't have the guts. Baiyu just opened his mouth. The pressure violently increased by another sliver. This time, it became difficult for him to even breathe. Apologize. Yi Charming had an indifferent face. Baiyu raised his head with some difficulty and glanced at Yi Charming's eyes. Her eyes were filled with indifference. It was as if killing a person was just a commonplace thing for her. She really can kill him. Great panic flooded up from the heart. Baiyu said with some panic, Dao. I apologize. Yi Charming glanced at him and lifted some of the pressure, and Baiyu hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken like this before. Not detailed enough. To write a review, you should first state your despicable deeds, then you should recognize where you went wrong, and finally you should propose an improvement plan. Yi Feminine said. Baiyu had no choice but to gnash his teeth and say, I am of low character and misbehavior. Yi Charming forced Baiyu to speak for a long time in a raw manner. Then, she looked at a few others. What do you think? Qing Xian smiled faintly, barely acceptable. Yi Charming nodded and loosened the pressure. Then it will be like this for now. The pressure instantly disappeared and Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief as he was about to slip away. Yi Charming said blandly, also, you trespassed into my cave and made me very unhappy. Then let's punish you in a small way. Yi Charming waved the formation flag, and a bolt from the sky descended from the sky, directly splitting Baiyu unconscious. Throw him to the foot of the mountain. Yi Charming said casually. Fire Underworld responded and directly carried Baiyu down. After dealing with the uninvited guest, Yi Charming glanced at a few men with a slightly disgruntled expression. The range of this mountain is all within the cage of the array flags, and you all have part of the array's authority as well. If you guys hadn't let him in, this Baiyu wouldn't have been able to enter the cave. Who was it that let him in? Qing Xian calmly said, Master, it was me who let him in. I'm sorry, I thought Master. Thought what? Yi Chuxia glanced at him, thought I was infatuated with Ling Jie? You deliberately let him in to test me, is that it? Qing Xian, I will only give you one chance to make a mistake. If there is a next time, you don't have to appear in front of me anymore. Qing Xian responded in a warm voice, I know I'm wrong. Yi Charming rolled her eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to him. This old fox had 18 turns in his heart. The current self could not allow him to trust him completely. That's why he used Baiyu to test the waters. This kind of thinking, Yi Feminine could understand. But she would only give it one chance. If there was a next time, it would never be tolerated. System, what about good feelings? Hasn't there been any change in favorability? Yi Feminine remembered something and suddenly asked. The system's eerie voice rang out, didn't the host tell me to shut up before? Chapter 14, The Iron Lady. What's up? This little thing wants to make a demon too? Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow, then you can speak now. The system became arrogant, if you tell me to shut up, I'll shut up. If you tell me to talk, I'll talk? Am I, Xiao Tong, such a casual system? Yi Feminine could almost see the system twisting around in triumph. She had a calm face, fine, then you don't say anything. System? Wait. This isn't right. The script it wrote was that Yi Charming immediately apologized to it, then begged it bitterly, and only reluctantly opened its mouth after Yi Charming begged it for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, she just flippantly said one sentence and then completely left it alone? This couldn't be done. Yi Feminine could still communicate with other people. It could only talk to Yi Charming alone from start to finish. If it didn't talk all the time, is it going to suffocate it? It's not like Xiao Tong would be the first system to be suffocated by words, right? The system was torn. Yi Feminine really didn't care about it. She pulled fire hay and looked like she was going to continue to cultivate. Once Yi Feminine cultivated, it was a state of complete self-forgetfulness, and it had no chance to speak at all. The system couldn't help itself, it hurriedly said, Host. This time, your performance was good. Other than Xiao Hang and Mo Yi, the other 3 people's favorability has risen. Among them, Fire Underworld's favorability has reached -10. Immediately, we'll be able to reach the starting point of favorability. Fox Jiuling's favorability is -15. Qing Xian's favorability is -30. As of now, the one with the fastest progress is Fire Hay. The host can focus on rating him first. It's Xiao Hang and Mo Yi who don't know what's going on. These 2 people's hearts are like cold ice. Ordinary methods can't make their favorabilities waver. Host, you should. The system spoke heatedly. It hadn't spoken much for a day. It was really hard for it to hold it in awe. Yi Feminine was a bit amused, but didn't interrupt the system. This baby has such a talkative hobby, it's better to spoil it once in a while. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Charming also temporarily cancelled the plan to continue practicing the whip method. She pulled the fire hay, and happily went to double cultivation. The method of divine soul dual cultivation was indeed very good. After a double cultivation, not only did Yi Charming's spirit power improve by a sliver, the fatigue from cultivating for a day also dissipated. After ending the divine soul dual cultivation, Yi Charming took the initiative and said, Fire Underworld, tonight, why don't you stay the night? Fire Underworld's body immediately stiffened. Stay. Overnight? He subconsciously tightened the clothes on his body. He wasn't completely ignorant. To them cultivators, physical intercourse was considered a way to get close that wasn't cost-effective. However, many cultivators still maintained this most primitive form of intimacy. Yi feminine. Does Yi charming want? Fire Underworld clenched his teeth and was completely caught in a struggle. A long time. His hand, incomparably struggling, was placed on the collar of his coat, and he slowly undid the first coiled button. What you said during the day, I still don't understand it very well. You accompany me to review the disc again. Yi feminine continued. Fire Underworld froze for a moment, his hand stiffened and didn't move. The yellow color in his mind turned red all of a sudden. He turned around with a complicated expression. What you mean is that you want me to accompany you to continue studying the whip technique? Yi feminine frowned, or else. Then, she saw Fire Haze undone coils and the snow-white neck. Yi charming? Fire Haze's face instantly reddened into a cloudy haze. He lowered his hand somewhat helplessly. Yi charming sighed, "Tarda. You can't have that much color waste in your head." She wasn't a decent person either. To be placed in a peaceful place, Yi charming wouldn't mind having a springtime with Fire Underworld. But this cultivation world was full of crises, and there was the heroine with amazing chi, and her bunch of harem, all of which she had to deal with. The yellowish bit of Fire Meditation's human heart belonged to an inefficient contraption. She didn't have the heart to think about that bit at the moment. Remember, we're in a tough situation, everything should be focused on cultivation, don't think about that nonsense. Yi feminine said, I know I'm amazingly charming, if you really want to, you can fix it yourself first. Fire Underworld. He wasn't. However, he was unable to argue with 100 words. Fire Hay revealed a powerless look, no need. Yi feminine didn't believe it, really don't need it? Fire Underworld's entire body had stiffened into a rock as he walked stiffly over, really don't need to. Afraid that Yi charming would continue to talk about this topic, he quickly changed his words. During the day, your progress has been great. But there are a few mistakes that you still keep making. For example, Fire Meditation entered the teaching state. Yi feminine opened the sound retention stone and quickly entered the state of listening to the lesson. The system that was still expecting pink bubbles. Forget it. It shouldn't have had any expectations. This host of it's, the Iron Straight Girl, check and kill. Yi feminine's side entered the right track. Sun Hai Ming Sword Sect. Ling Jia's face was unusually ugly. You said that Yi flirt forced you to apologize to the lowly furnace cauldron and, moreover, directly knocked you out and threw you at the foot of the mountain? Even after asking several times, Ling Jia still couldn't believe it. The person Bai Yu described, was it really Yi charming? This was simply very different from the Yi charming he remembered. Although the previous Yi charming was also arrogant and capricious, she had always been lowly and submissive in front of herself. She was single-minded in wanting to gain his approval, and was curt with those around him. But what about this time? There seemed to be something wrong with the situation. Not only had Yi feminine not come to him for 2 days, but she had also directly sent Bai Yu out. She really wasn't afraid to make herself angry. There are still a lot of hard words that I haven't said yet. Bai Yu looked at Ling Jia with some resentment. Senior brother, running this trip, I didn't get a single benefit. Ling Jia frowned and said, Yi Chui has really gone overboard this time. Don't worry, I'll ask for what's rightfully yours back for you. Don't grumble about kneeling either, as long as I give a word. It's simple to make those 5 stovepipes of hers kneel in front of you for 3 days and 3 nights begging for forgiveness. What Bai Yu meant was that he wanted Ling Jia to give some favors. Ling Jia, however, didn't have the slightest intention of picking up on this. Bai Yu was a bit depressed, but remembering how Yi charming had given Ling Jia what she wanted before, he still endured it. Eldest senior brother, then when are you going to go find Yi charming? Bai Yu was about to urge. Suddenly, the Ling Jia communication token lit up. Ling Jia's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of joy as he glanced at Bai Yu. Junior sister is looking for me for something. You should go out. Junior sister. Lin Huanhuan. Bai Yu's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of unwillingness. Lin Huanhuan could not be considered a world-class beauty, nor did she have world-class talent, but she was kind, lovely, naive and romantic, and in her body, there was a charm that could not be rejected, and among them, there were many who were in love with her. However, the youngest senior sister relies on Ling Jia alone. Chapter 15 Qing Xian's Fluctuation. Bai Yu glanced jealously at the communication token belonging to Lin Huanhuan in Ling Jia's hand. Communication tokens belong to something more private. Everyone could make their own communication token, it was just that each token consumed a lot of resources to forge. Cultivators who exchanged communication tokens with each other would be able to communicate within a certain range anytime, anywhere. This was a manifestation of a close relationship. As far as he knew, his junior sister's communication token had been given to his eldest senior brother alone. Bai Yu left with a jealous look on his face. Ling Jia snorted slightly. A person like Bai Yu would dare to have a crush on junior sister. Simply unaware of what's going on. He looked at the flashing summoning token and a soft smile appeared on his face, then, he connected the token. Huan. Saying that he was practicing the emotionless Tao, when he spoke to Lin Huan, Ling Jie's voice was so gentle that it seemed to be dripping with water. Eldest senior brother. On the other end, Lin Huan's voice, however, seemed to be in some pain. Ling Jie's heart skipped a beat. Just a little sound, and for some reason, he felt like there were millions of ants crawling all over his body, and only by ruthlessly embracing his little senior sister into his arms could he relieve this itch. Huan, what's wrong with you? Ling Jie's breathing became a little ragged. Lin Huan said with some difficulty, I seem to have made a mistake in my cultivation right now, so much spiritual energy is running around in my meridians. Eldest senior brother, am I going to die? Lin Huan's voice seemed to take on a tremor. Ling Jie was instantly heartbroken beyond words as he hurriedly said, wait for me, I'll be right over. Not knowing what had happened to Ling Jie, Yi Chuanhua didn't want to know either. Her time was already packed to the brim. During the daytime, to practice the basics. At night time, to review. What little was left was to be used to create a list of Ling Jie's outstanding debts. The only thing that made her scalp go a little numb was Qing Xian's sultry look that he passed over from time to time. He didn't say anything either. He just gave her a mournful look from time to time, or purposely walking around in front of her with his clothes half open, or eagerly serving tea and water to her. Yi Feminine was teased by him time and time again, and for a while, she was also a bit overwhelmed. This day. Counting the time. The 9 heavenly Xian ginseng should be giving birth to its sap. When Qing Xian once again pretended to pass by in front of her without thinking, Yi Charming called out to him. Qing Xian stopped, his fox eyes slightly raised. Master, what are your orders? Yi Charming shivered and hurriedly said, be normal first. Qing Xian pulled on his lapel, his voice serious. Qing Xian listens to everything, master. Yi Charming coughed lightly, if there are no surprises, at night, you come to double cultivate with me. Qing Xian was stunned for a moment. He had shouted every day that he wanted to double cultivate with Yi Charming. Yi Charming had suddenly agreed, instead he still had a feeling of unreality. Is there anything special today? Qing Xian couldn't help but ask. Yi Charming glanced at him, you're going to find out at night anyway. It's just that, why don't you follow me on a trip to the pill garden? Medicine garden? Qing Xian's heart violently trembled. Back then, he was also spirited and was known as an alchemy genius. He was cool and proud, with no one in sight. That time, someone came to his door and challenged him to compete with him in the art of alchemy. He naturally agreed without hesitation. However, that person added conditions, saying that whoever loses will lose their meridians. Such an obvious setup, at that time, he unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. The result of the match was normal. He lost, and also abide by the promise, broken a meridian. Originally, it was just that he was not as skilled as the others, and although he was desperate, he did not resent everyone. But later, an accident. He realized. This so-called competition, from beginning to end, was just a trick. The pill that defeated him in the end wasn't even refined on the spot by that person, it was a pill that someone had used the method of stealing the sky and preparing it in advance. Those people destroyed him. Then they used him as bait to harm his parents and take over the entire Qing family. The moment he learned the truth, Qing Xian's anger and unwillingness was incomparably raging. But his meridians were completely severed, and he could no longer refine pills from then on. Both of his parents died, and the clan was also taken over. From then on, he was just a fleeing, bereaved dog. But he wants revenge. He must take revenge. Until that day, he met Yi Luyun and Yi Charming. Yi Luyun looked at him with a surprised expression. Little Charming, reacting from such a distance, this person's attributes are highly compatible with you. From then on, he gave up his self-respect and became Yi Charming's furnace. Just because Yi Luyun said that she had a way to help him restore his meridians. He then waited and waited. This waiting was more than 10 years. It was more than 10 years. The pride he once had was all worn down, leaving him with only a heart full of scheming, a Qing Xian who would do anything to increase his strength and get revenge. Now, Yi Feminine suddenly said, to take him to the medicinal garden. Is this what he thinks it means? Had she finally decided to help him restore his meridians? The surprise came so suddenly that Qing Xian stood still, unable to move. You? Me? Qing Xian looked at Yi Charming, and for a moment he was incoherent. The matter of restoring his meridians was something he was very much looking forward to at first. Later, with all of Yi Charming's actions, he had given up and even started to give up on himself. But these past few days, Yi Feminine had made some changes. The expectation in his heart was also rekindled. But he was worried that he was guessing wrong, and a trace of uneasiness actually flashed in his eyes that had always been deep in heart. Yi Charming sighed and said in a warm voice, Qing Xian, it's just what you think. Qing Xian's body trembled, and his eyes actually slowly reddened. Follow me to the medicinal garden to take out the 9 heavenly Xian ginseng, and at night, I will connect your meridians. Yi Charming said word by word. Such an alchemy genius, wouldn't it be a pity to let him stay so wasted? For ye feminine's people should all be incomparably dazzling one by one. After all, which leader would be happy because their men were mediocre? What she wanted was for each of them to be unique. Good. Qin Xian's voice was slightly hoarse. Just the word good seemed to have exhausted all of his strength. Host. Qin Xian's favorability is fluctuating. The system's shocked voice rang out. Favorability plus 20. Favorability minus 15. Favorability plus 9. Favorability minus 20. If we use lines to represent it, Qin Xian's favorability right now should be bouncing. Yi Feminine's expression was calm. Don't worry about it for now. Qin Xian's desire to restore his meridians had already longed for it to the point of insanity. This time, if she could help him connect his meridians, Qin Xian was expected to directly open the first treasure chest. Tonight, just take Qin Xian directly. Come with me. Yi Charming pulled Qin Xian and directly took him up in the air. Qin Xian obediently allowed Yi Charming to pull him, his expression still somewhat in a trance. Chapter 16 Ling Jia was here. On this journey, Qin Xian changed from his previous appearance of desperately brushing up his goodwill when he pulled Yi Charming, and the entire person was rather silent. The thing that he had longed for so long was right in front of him. The closer he got to that moment, the more he suffered instead. He was stiff all over. What if Yi Feminine temporarily backtracked? What if what Yi Feminine had prepared was unable to restore his meridians? Countless thoughts tangled and spun in Qin Xian's mind. He did not dare to open his mouth to speak. He didn't even dare to move. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would expose all of his nervousness. He was afraid that if he moved, he would tremble uncontrollably. In these 10 years, he had clearly learned to keep his joy and anger at bay. But this moment, it was as if he had returned to being a teenager. What heart, what reasoning, had all been left behind for the time being. By the time Qin Xian reacted, Yi Charming had already landed in front of the medicinal garden with him. Yi Charming's casual voice rang out, "Open the formation." The disciples guarding the medicinal garden hurriedly opened the formation. Yi Charming looked at Qin Xian, who was still frozen in place, and couldn't help but laugh and curse. No talent. She directly grabbed Qin Xian's hand and pulled him in. Don't worry. Mother prepared the 9th grade Xian ginseng, the holy medicine for healing, long ago. As long as you use the juice of the Xian ginseng and supplement it with the method of dual cultivation, there is a 90% chance that your meridians can be repaired. As Yi Charming walked towards the inside, she spoke to ease Qin Xian's tension. Qin Xian could not help but glance at Yi Charming. Yi Charming was a person who looked domineering on weekdays. She was now saying these words, but she was clearly settling her own heart. It made people inexplicably feel somewhat gentle. Qin Xian's heart, for some reason, also settled down a bit. Yi Feminine really is already different from the past, right? He would also have a different life, right? Host. Qin Xian's favorability has stabilized. It's now -20. The system was practically crying tears of joy. Although it was still a negative number. But compared to before, this was a lot of growth in one breath. Moreover, it hadn't really restored Qin Xian's meridians yet. When he really restored Qin Xian's meridians, he wouldn't be able to turn his favorability into a positive number in minutes. The first treasure chest. It was just ahead. Yi Feminine was very calm. Qin Xian's favorability wasn't even accurate yet, everything would wait until after tonight. The 9th grade Xian ginseng was buried near the spirit spring, where the spiritual qi was the most abundant. Yi Feminine prepared a specialized incense wood to contain the ginseng. Only in the incense wood, the medicinal properties of the ginseng can be maintained for a longer period of time. Yi Feminine's memory was very good. She quickly locked the place where the ginseng was buried, and went up and prepared to dig the treasure out. She had just walked to the neighborhood. Yi Feminine's eyes suddenly changed. What's wrong? Qin Xian's voice rang out. Then, his pupils shrunk violently. The place that Yi Charming was looking at, unexpectedly, an additional pit had appeared. This place, how could a pit appear? Qin Xian glanced at Yi Charming somewhat nervously. Yi Charming's face had darkened to black charcoal as she picked up her tools and quickly dug around the area. Then, she stood up and was actually directly exasperated and laughed. Good. One of her good 9th grade Xian ginseng had just disappeared into thin air. Qin Xian also fell silent. The 9th grade Xian ginseng disappeared. This kind of treasure, even Yi Luyun, to be able to find one, was already lucky. Without this one, where to find a second one? Or maybe. In fact, there was no 9th grade Xian ginseng here at all. Yi Feminine was just teasing him. She might have looked at her actions over the past few days and felt like a clown. It could be that she just liked to watch herself first be filled with anticipation and then finally fall into complete despair. Who knows? Anyway, his meridians would not be able to recover after all. Qin Xian stood in place, the light in his eyes completely dimmed. It was as if he had become a statue, his life breath so weak that it could barely be sensed. Host. Qin Xian's favorability has plummeted. -50. -60. -100. The system was going crazy, it's locked at -100 now. If the system was able to detect Qin Xian's favorability towards other people, he would have realized that it wasn't just towards Yi Charming. At this moment, Qin Xian's favorability towards everyone was at -100. He had survived for so many years just for that little bit of slim hope. Now, hope is shattered. He was no longer attached to this world. Yi Charming glanced at Qin Xian and said quickly, "There are people guarding this place and there are formations guarding it, so no one can take away the 9th grade Xian ginseng without a sound. Looking at how the soil was turned over here, the Xian ginseng should have just been taken away. We still have time to get it back." Qin Xian did not have any reaction. He no longer knew whether he should trust Yi Charming or not. A hint of coldness flashed under Yi Charming's eyes as she called in the 2 disciples guarding the medicinal garden in a stern voice. "In these few days, have any outsiders come in?" Yi Charming asked in a cold voice. Those 2 disciples subconsciously shook their heads. "No one has come in?" Yi Feminine looked at them expressionlessly. "Then the 9th grade Xian ginseng that I buried here was stolen by you too?" The formations in the medicinal garden here were difficult to break through even for the transformation spirit stage. This was the range of the Acacia sect, and the property of the Acacia sect's transition stage powerhouses, who would dare to break into the medicinal garden here. Is he or she not willing to die? In this matter, there must be an insider thief. 9th grade ginseng. A disciple couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior Sister Yi, I've never seen any 9th grade Xian ginseng." "I don't know either." Another disciple was also alarmed. Yi Feminine sneered, "When I buried the 9th grade Xian ginseng here, I recorded it with a shadow retaining stone in passing. There are only 2 possibilities for this thing to be gone now. Either someone has come in here and taken the Xian ginseng. Either you 2 are the ones who stole it. If I send you to the sect's law enforcement hall for stealing such a valuable item, I'm afraid you'll be unable to escape death." Yi Feminine's voice was somewhat cruel. But it was also realistic. In this cultivation world, the value of some treasures was just heavier than a life. Yi Charming's expression was fierce. These 2 disciples were also completely flustered. One of the disciples suddenly remembered something and he hurriedly said, "It's not us. Senior Sister Yi, just an hour ago, Ling Jie came." Ling Jie? Hearing this name, Qin Xian slightly reacted. He glanced at Yi Charming, and a trace of an unknown emotion flooded the bottom of his eyes. Sure enough, he was too naive. He really thought that Yi Charming had changed. But she had been infatuated with Ling Jie for so long, how could she just change? A good thing like the 9th grade Xian ginseng, if she didn't give it to Ling Jie, who could she give it to? Qin Xian calmly turned his gaze back. Yi Feminine's face completely sank as she asked in a cold voice, "The Acacia sect's territory, the Acacia sect's medicinal garden, and the top-level formation protection, you guys are telling me that Ling Jie has been here? How did he get into the medicinal garden?" Chapter 17, Finding the Door. Yi Feminine's voice contained a bone-quenching coldness, and those 2 disciples trembled. One of them, scared, directly fell softly to the ground. The other stammered, Yi's senior sister. Before, Ling Jie also came off in awe. Moreover, he stayed in the medicinal garden for just 1 incense stick of time. How did he know that there is a 9th grade Xian ginseng here? Ling Jie didn't just come. Every time he came, Yi Charming still had to blearily pick all the freshly ripened spirit medicines and then bitterly begged him to take them. Isn't this the usual practice? This time, Ling Jie suddenly came over, and they weren't allowed to enter at first. But Ling Jie opened his mouth and threatened a few times, saying that if he wasn't allowed to go in, he would let Yi Charming give the job of guarding the medicine garden to someone else. This job was well paid and easy to do, so they couldn't afford to give it to someone else. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have dared to let Ling Jie in without Yi Charming's company. But this time, the mature herbs in the medicine garden had just been picked, and there was nothing rare. The 2 were so threatened by Ling Jie that they were scared to let them in. Ling Jie didn't stay in the medicinal garden for long, but after burning incense for a while, he left in a hurry. The 2 men went back and saw that there was nothing unusual in the medicinal garden, so they put this matter behind them. Who would have thought? Yi Feminine had actually buried the 9th grade Xian ginseng here. And Ling Jie, surprisingly, in such a short period of time, discovered the Xian ginseng and even dug it up. This was a bit too much of a coincidence. The 2 disciples were trembling in fear. Yi Feminine's heart was seething with anger. In the original book, this 9th grade Xian ginseng was given to Ling Jie by the female distributor, and Ling Jie took it and used it for the female lead. This time, she didn't even try to give the ginseng to Ling Jie. He actually came to the door and stole it himself. There was now a question here. Why did Ling Jie know that there was a 9th grade Xian ginseng buried in the medicinal garden? In order to avoid accidents, this was something she hadn't told anyone about, and even her mother didn't know where she had buried the Xian ginseng. What about Ling Jie? His timing was just right. There are no mature herbs in the medicinal garden, and he made a special trip. Isn't it directly aimed at the ginseng? Can he still be unpredictable? A hint of coldness flashed in the bottom of Yi Feminine's eyes. Still, the inertia of the plot, is it that hard to change? Could it be? Her efforts were all in vain, and in the end, the plot would still return to its original state? No. She, Yi Feminine, has never believed in fate. If it was her destiny to become a supporting actress and be stepped on by the main female character, then reverse the fate of this. Senior sister Yi, we. The two disciples trembled slightly. Yi Feminine gave them a cold look. You guys stay here properly, I'll come back later to settle the score with you. Right now. Then punishing these two disciples. She had more important things to do. In the plot of the original book, the female companion was just a lickspittle for one of the male leads, and the space she occupied wasn't much at all. The time when Yi Feminine crossed over was the time when the female maid was digging up fire underworld scales to be given to Lingjie. This was a tragic memory of fire underworld. However, in the book, all of the female match's ingratiating gestures were casually summarized in just a sentence or two. Yi Feminine simply didn't know at all the part about digging up scales, at which point in the plot it was. But now, she knew. Lingjie stole the 9th grade Shin Ginseng, which proved that it was now at the point where Lin Huanhuan had gone off the deep end, and Lingjie used Shin Ginseng to save her. Shin Ginseng was a sacred product for healing. According to the plot of the book, Lingjie had prepared many other rare medicinal herbs in order to save Lin Huanhuan, and along with this 9th grade Shin Ginseng, he refined it into a bowl of medicinal liquid. Then, the book was a big portion of ambiguous descriptions. Lin Huanhuan disliked the bitterness of the medicinal liquid and pouted that she didn't want it. Lingjie had no choice but to feed it over with his own mouth. These ambiguous lasses were written in the book for 2 pages in a raw manner. Thinking about this, Yi Feminine couldn't help but sneer. Lingjie had left only an hour ago. In the book, Lin Huanhuan had stayed in Lingjie's cave until dawn the next day. Then now, in Lingjie's cave, I'm afraid that a scene of Living Spring Palace was being staged. In the original book, although Lin Huanhuan has a large harem, however, these men are hidden behind the scenes. Lin Huanhuan in the open is still an ice-clear cute little sister. All the way to the end of the book. The female match sadly accused Lin Huanhuan of being shameless, and not a single person believed her. Since that was the case, then this time, she would let everyone take a good look. This little senior sister, just how ice-clear and pure she was. Yi Feminine picked up Chang Xian and headed directly towards the Tsanghaiming sword sect. The 9th grade Shin Ginseng should not have been taken by Lin Huanhuan by now, so it was still not too late if she rushed over in time. Her things were not that easy to take. The 9th grade Xianxing should have been taken by Lingjie. Yi Charming said, I'm going to go get the item back now. Xing Xian just gave her a calm look. Yi Charming frowned, you don't believe me? Xing Xian said blandly, if you didn't tell him, how would Lingjie know where the Shin Ginseng is? Yi Charming, stop acting. He would never hold out hope again, and he would never believe Yi Charming again. This is something that I am also confused about. Yi Charming said, when we meet the person, we'll know what's going on. Xing Xian just hung his eyes and said nothing. Yi Feminine was also too lazy to explain. The most important thing right now was to get the things back, and everything else backed off. As Yi Charming headed towards the Tsanghaiming sword sect, she transmitted a message to Yi Luyun, Mother, Lingjie stole my 9th grade Shin Ginseng. Yi Luyun froze for a moment and quickly summoned, are you sure he stole it? It wasn't from you? Yi Feminine was silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, that's for sure. I'm heading to the Tsanghaiming sword sect right now. It shouldn't be too much for me to destroy his cave if he snatched a treasure of this level, right? As Yi Charming spoke, her voice was filled with a morose murderous aura. Yi Luyun also reacted as she let out a cold smile, go ahead and make a scene. Just in time, I will also go and ask those people from the Tsanghaiming sword sect how they taught such shameless disciples. With Yi Luyun's words, Yi Charming was completely relieved. Lin Huanhuan and Lingjie were the heroine and hero, so it should be a bit difficult to kill them directly. But making a big mess and exposing their fake faces, it wasn't easy. Those sword cultivators from the Tsanghaiming sword sect, one by one, shouted that the emotionless Tao was supreme, saying that it was difficult for the Heping sect to achieve the great Tao by using a stove. This time, she would properly let these people see for themselves that their proud eldest senior brother, their loving and caring junior sister, in the end, what kind of stuff are they? Yi Feminine soon arrived at the boundaries of the Tsanghaiming sword sect. The Tsanghaiming sword sect, the Acacia sect, and the Easy sect next door belong to the same mountain range and are neighbors. Although the 3 sects privately do not see each other, but on the surface, always maintain harmony. The disciples of the 3 sects have always had many exchanges, and Yi Charming led Xing Xian on a long drive, with no one stopping her along the way. Quickly look! Yi Feminine is here. TSK, here to find eldest brother again? She couldn't hold back after all. This time has been the longest to endure. Seeing Yi Charming, the disciples of the Tsanghaiming sword sect couldn't help but watch the action. Chapter 18, Cleaving the Cave. Yi Feminine also noticed a watchful eye. A hint of coldness spread out from the corner of her lips. You all want to watch the fun, don't you? Come on, come on. Let's see a big one today. Ling Jie stole into the medicine garden and stole the rare medicinal herb 9-grade Xin ginseng. It turns out that the sword cultivators of the Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect are all this kind of shameless people who are honorable on the surface, but steal chickens and dogs behind their backs. In the sky above the Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect, Yi Charming utilized her spiritual energy and directly transmitted her voice from afar. Didn't these sword cultivators look down on their harmony sect all day long? This time, let's take a good look and see who is shameless. Shouting once wasn't enough. When she shouted the first time, Yi Charming recorded it with a sound-retaining stone, and then, she played it on a loop in broad daylight. Before, when the female match was still a licking dog. Ling Jie loved doing this kind of thing the most. When the female match came to please him, he would purposely use the mouths of his senior brothers and sisters to spread this matter, deliberately attracting some people who were watching. After all, the female match had a mom with a high level of cultivation, and the female match's infatuation was a plus for Ling Jie. Moreover, under the female match's pursuit, Ling Jie had time and again maintained his cool persona, and even more so, he had set up his cultivation of the emotionless Tao to death. Even the higher-ups of the Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect were very favorable towards Ling Jie because of this. The female match was now gone. But she, Yi Feminine, was not a master who could take a loss. How many personas had he set up with the female match, and now he would return them little by little. Ling Jie stole into the medicine garden and stole the rare medicinal herb, the 9th-grade Xin ginseng. It turns out that the sword cultivators of the Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect are all such shameless people who are honorable on the surface and steal from the back. In Yi Feminine's cold look, the sound-retaining stone began to play infinitely. At first, the crowd was a bit stunned. Ling Jie stole into the medicine garden and stole the 9th-grade Xin ginseng? What was this Yi flattery talking about? Is she crazy? Wasn't she infatuated with Ling Jie? Isn't she completely offending someone by being so disruptive? Soon, they realized. Yi Feminine was really not afraid of offending Ling Jie. A shadow-retaining stone wasn't enough. She was holding a broadcast in her hand and kept throwing a few down from the sky. For a moment, the entire Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect was filled with Yi Flattery's despicable voice. The sword cultivators of the Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect were instantly enraged. Ling Jie's usual persona was too noble and arrogant to say that he would steal something and steal a treasure like the 9th-grade Xin ginseng. Who would believe it? Moreover, between Yi Charming's words, she had also scolded the rest of the Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect into it. How could this be tolerated? What exactly does Yi Flirt want? Is she just going to keep spinning around in the air like this and throw sound-retaining stones down? Where's eldest brother? My sword sect's reputation can't be tarnished like this. Don't the clan elders care either? Quickly look. Yi Feminine has stopped circling around. The direction she's going is eldest brother's cave. Go! All follow. I'd like to see if she's still speaking out of her mouth like that in front of eldest senior brother. It's not possible that once she sees eldest senior brother, she'll cry bitterly and beg for forgiveness, right? I guess this is just a way for her to gain eldest brother's attention. But the matter of her tarnishing the reputation of sword cultivators must not be let go just like that. Go, all come, let's find her and settle the score. Yi Charming's actions had completely aroused the ire of the crowd, and the disciples of the Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect, one after the other, followed. Xin Xian's eyes were slightly focused, and he couldn't help but glance at Yi Charming. However, he quickly retracted his gaze, his heart ancient. He no longer dared to hold any expectations for Yi Charming. Yi Charming didn't care about him either. When they arrived at the place, Yi Charming put Xin Xian to the side and then looked back. Behind her, a large group of Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect's disciples were flying over in a big hurry. The corners of Yi Charming's lips could not help but reveal a subtle smile. The Tsung-Hai-Ming sword sect's senior management had not stepped forward, and Yi Charming had the feeling that it was her own mother who had already come to her door. There was a mother with heavenly cultivation. The days were just so cool. With Yi Luyun as her backing, today, she had to put on a beautiful show. These sword sect disciples who followed her were about to open their mouths to question Yi Cho. Yi Charming sneered and took the lead. She snapped at the tightly closed cave door. Ling Jie, you stole into the medicine garden and stole the 9th-grade Xin ginseng. Today, if you don't return the item, I'll demolish your cave. Yi Choi was so arrogant that the sword sect disciples couldn't help themselves. Eldest brother, come out and confront her. People from the Acacia sect, how dare they come to my sword sect to spread their wildness? If we don't make it clear this time, my sword sect disciples, in order to defend my sword sect's reputation, will never let you off the hook. Never let go of you. The others followed with angry voices. Yi Feminine raised her eyebrows. It was good to be angry. The angrier these people got, the better. Only the angrier they were, the more exciting the scene would be when they finally revealed Ling Jie's true colors, wasn't it? Such a big scene. If it was placed in normal times, Ling Jie would have definitely shown up a long time ago. But this time was different. According to the original book's plot, this would be Ling Jie. In order to heal Lin Huanhuan's wounds, in order not to be disturbed, he purposely set up a mute boundary. The two of them said that they were healing their wounds, but they were actually immersed in male love, unable to extricate themselves. Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow. You are all filled with righteous indignation. Why don't you take a look and see if your eldest senior brother has the guts to come out and confront them? The door of Ling Jie's cave was tightly closed. There wasn't a single reaction at all. However, the formation boundary of the cave mansion was clearly being operated by someone who was manipulating it from the inside. Ling Jie was in the cave mansion, but he let Yi Charming curse and didn't dare to show himself. What the hell was going on? The disciples of the Zhanghaiming sword sect also began to yell for Ling Jie to come out and confront him. Ling Jie's senior brother, Baiyu, was also mixed in the crowd, and he couldn't help but summon Ling Jie. However, Ling Jie still had no response. Baiyu couldn't help but get a little anxious. Eldest senior brother should come out. If he didn't come out, Yi Charming was really going to ruin all of his reputation. My Yi Feminine's things are not so easy to steal. If he thinks that by being a shrunken head turtle he can muddle through, then he is too naive. Yi Flirt sneered. If he refuses to come out, then I will split his cave. Yi Charming raised her hand. A high-grade lightning talisman appeared in her hand immediately. This talisman was green with a purple color, and was already possessing a hint of the power of the purple heavenly thunder. This kind of high-grade talisman, these ordinary disciples, who didn't use it as a treasure to keep. Yi Feminine even wanted to use it to blow up the cave. Is this the evil second generation of cultivators? As soon as she took out the talisman, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Charming directly aimed at the cave and detonated the talisman. A purple thunderbolt instantly struck down towards the cave. Inside the cave, Ling Jie and Lin Huanhuan, who had set up a powerful mute boundary, knew nothing about the outside world. Ling Jie looked at Lin Huanhuan, whose cheeks were slightly flushed and her body was hot, and her breathing couldn't help but get a little ragged. Chapter 19, Difficult to Separate. Eldest senior brother. Lin Huanhuan's voice trembled. Huanhuan is so difficult. Her voice was charming to the bone, but her eyes were purely innocent and pure. Flirtatiousness and naivety intertwined, carrying a hint of fatal allure. Ling Jie suppressed his agitated heart and his voice was gentle like water. Huanhuan, don't be afraid. The medicinal liquid will be ready soon, just drink it and you will be fine. Lin Huanhuan nodded her head obediently, but a subtle look flashed through the depths of her eyes. A heart of Ling Jie's was already fully tied to her. This man was already in the palm of his hand. If she was still in the upper realm, she wouldn't be able to look at a fledgling like Ling Jie. However, who let her fall to the lower realm? Nowadays, she could only make do with what she had. A hint of viciousness flashed under Lin Huanhuan's eyes. She was born with a heavenly yin body and was naturally powerfully attracted to the opposite sex. What she practiced was even the yin and yang harmony method. Through entanglement, she was able to make all the men in the world die to her, and from then on fall into her hands as a plaything. At the end of her training, she was able to seize the cultivation of these men and let their hard work and training coalesce into her ladder to heaven. When she was in the upper realm, she played too recklessly and was targeted by a great power in the upper realm, and after fleeing for 3 days and 3 nights, she burned all her spiritual energy and escaped to the lower realm. She relied on her innate charisma to make her master, the Qingxiao sword venerable, bring her back to the Zhanghaiming sword sect and became a tiny disciple of the Zhanghaiming sword sect. All these years, she cultivated the sword sect's techniques in the open, and in secret, she slowly cultivated her yin-yang harmony technique. Now, she could barely manage to cultivate this method into the door, so it was just time to test it out on Ling Jie. Wait for it. When she returned to the upper realm, those who had beaten her to the point of fleeing to the lower realm, she would not spare a single one of them. She would one day get back at all of them with a vengeance. The medicinal liquid is ready. Ling Jie carefully held out a bowl of green medicinal liquid. Lin Huanhuan's eyes flashed. She hadn't actually gone off the deep end at all, and this today was just her setting a trap for Ling Jie. As long as she spent the night with her, between her and Ling Jie, a strange connection would be established. The more times they lingered, the deeper the connection between them would become, and the more she would be able to get from Ling Jie. By the time she recultivated her gongfu to the highest level, Ling Jie's cultivation should also be quite not weak. At that time, she herself would then suck him all empty, which was the most cost-effective growth mode. Of course, a mere Ling Jie could not satisfy her. She needed to have more and more skirts. Ling Jie would be the first, but it wouldn't be the last. Lin Huanhuan's eyes flickered. She wouldn't take the initiative to beg for sex from Ling Jie, it would be too lowly and wouldn't make Ling Jie truly die for her. She had to make Ling Jie think that it was because he couldn't help himself and couldn't control himself that he did something so wrong. Huanhuan, drink this bowl of medicine and you will be fine. Ling Jie's voice was gentle, and when he listened carefully, he could still hear the feeling of holding back. Lin Huanhuan glanced at him in pure innocence, then stuck out her tongue and gently licked the medicine, then her cute little nose wrinkled. Eldest senior brother, the medicine is bitter. Lin Huanhuan's eyes were reddened, and there was a vague mist of water rising in her eyes. Ling Jie subconsciously gulped. Huan, be good. His voice was a little dry. I don't want to drink. Just let me die of pain. Lin Huan pouted, her voice like a kitten, scratching the tip of Ling Jie's heart one by one. Ling Jie only felt his heart itching. But he didn't dare to move. Lin Huan was so pure to the point of being almost holy to him, and although he adored her in his heart, he couldn't make a transgressive move. Eat something sweet, then it won't be bitter. Ling Jie suppressed himself and coaxed softly. Want eldest brother to feed. Lin Huan's voice had a hint of a tremor in it. Ling Jie was completely unable to refuse. He took out a piece of candied fruit and handed it to Lin Huan's mouth. Lin Huan ate the candied fruit, but her little tongue gently licked over Ling Jie's fingertips. Ling Jie's body winced and his entire body tensed up. Medicine, also to be fed by eldest brother, okay? Lin Huan raised her eyes to look at him. In Ling Jie's mind, there was a loud bang, as if a firework had exploded. He couldn't stand it any longer and swept Lin Huan into his arms. Eldest senior brother, what are you doing? Lin Huan had an innocent look on her face. Feed the medicine. Ling Jie's voice hissed as he took a sip, then leaned down and fed it to Lin Huan. It was said to be feeding medicine. But as soon as his lips and teeth met, coupled with Lin Huan's untraceable teasing, Ling Jie had long ago lost track of what heaven and earth were all about. He tightly embraced Lin Huan, only feeling that fireworks were blooming one after another in his mind. Just when the two of them had their clothes half faded and almost started to fall in love without knowing what heaven and earth were. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out. Ling Jie was still in a bit of a trance at this time. Were fireworks exploding in his mind again? How come this time it was extraordinarily loud? He hadn't reacted yet. The cave that he had painstakingly built suddenly shook fiercely. In an instant, the entire cave mansion cracked into two halves. Except for this area where Ling Jie had given Lin Huan a healing treatment, which was protected by an additional spell formation, all the other places instantly became ruins. The sunlight outside poured in violently. Ling Jie and Lin Huan, however, remained in a state where their clothes were half exposed and their lips met. The moment the cave collapsed, Ling Jie sensed that something was wrong. He knew that he should have to let go of Lin Huan immediately. However, it was as if Lin Huan had a kind of magnetism on her body that made it impossible for him to stop. The kiss between the two of them, on the contrary, even got a little deeper. The moment the cave split open, all of the onlookers outside were dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes and rubbed their eyes again, fearing that they were hallucinating. What is this situation? The two men and women in front of them, who didn't know what heaven and earth were intertwined. They were clearly the eldest brother who claimed to be practicing the emotionless Tao. And the innocent, kind and simple little senior sister? Yi Feminine looked at this scene and smiled. Good. It didn't matter that she had gone through a lot of trouble to get so many people to come over. This high-grade lightning talisman, moreover, was very worthwhile to use. Otherwise, where would she have seen this kind of scene? Why you rushed to the front and couldn't help but let out a groundhog cry. All of this made his worldview and outlook on life and values collapse. It was even if big brother and little sister were hugging and doing things together. Now, so many people were watching, and they still didn't separate? How horny is this? Unbeknownst to them, Ling Jie and Lin Huan also had mouths to feed. Lin Huan couldn't help but curse angrily in her heart. In order to make things go smoothly, she had already used the secret method, and under the secret method, her attraction to Ling Jie was increased by hundreds of times by thousands. Ling Jie also noticed that something was wrong, but he couldn't stop. In full view of everyone, his hand actually reached into Lin Huan's clothes. Eldest senior brother. Bai screamed like a groundhog once again. Chapter 20 I took it, so what? Ling Jie was also about to collapse. He didn't know what was wrong with him. No matter how much he longed for Lin Huan, it was impossible for him to have such charming thoughts when he was surrounded by spectators like this. But he just couldn't help it. His hand had already touched Lin Huan's soft and delicate skin, and if there weren't so many onlookers, Ling Jie could hardly imagine how excited he should be. But now, he only wanted to cut his own pair of broken hands. What's wrong with him? Even if he liked his little sister more, he wouldn't be able to hold back so much. Yi Feminine looked at these two people who were having a hard time separating and smiled. Yo! This is the legendary Sun Haiming Sword Sex eldest senior brother who cultivates the emotionless Tao? Yo! This is the legendary, naive and simple little senior sister It seems. Your Sun Haiming Sword Sex definitions of the emotionless Tao and innocence and simplicity seem to be a bit different from everyone else's. Yi Feminine spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Xing Xian was all a bit startled by the sight before him. Ling Jie and Lin Huan. Are they that oblivious? Moreover, under normal circumstances, shouldn't Yi Charming be hurt to see this scene? But the way Yi Charming looked right now, where could she see a hint of sadness? She looked like she couldn't wait to get Ling Jie killed. Xing Xian suddenly realized.
He might have really misunderstood something. Host. Qing Xian's favorability has moved. The system's excited voice rang out. It's going up and up and up. It's been going up. Yi Feminine's expression became a bit strange as she glanced at Qing Xian. You like to see this?
Qing Xian did not react at first.
When he reacted, he coughed violently.
Qing Xian lowered his eyes, his voice still faint.
Don't like it. Yi Feminine couldn't believe it.
He had all watched as his good feelings rose. This Qing Xian was actually a bore. Yi Charming still had the leisure to think about such a boring question right now. These disciples of the Sanghaiming sword sect were about to go crazy.
Especially Bai Yu, he couldn't help but rush up, desperately attacking the boundary. Eldest senior brother is Don't hurry up and let go of his little senior sister. In order to prevent being disturbed.
Ling Jie made a bloody effort this time, setting up a sturdy and unusual boundary. Relying on Bai Yu alone, he simply couldn't break the boundary.
What are you guys still waiting for? Do it together. Bai Yu was going crazy. Could it be that they were just going to stand by and watch their little sister get spoiled? Inside the boundary.
Seeing that the situation was out of control, Lin Huanhuan put away her seductive color and her face was filled with pain, as if she was completely forced by Ling Jie. Seeing this, the others woke up as if from a dream and teamed up to start breaking open the boundary. Yi Charming sneered as she watched on.
In the original book,
even though Lin Huanhuan had hooked up with so many men, she was still a saintly image outside. Every man was also dead to her under her means.
Now, she would like to see if Lin Huanhuan could still be saintly to the end. There was also Ling Jie, big brother of the emotionless Dao.
Which emotionless Dao sword cultivator relies on soft food to get to the top.
She doesn't care how loving Ling Jie and Lin Huanhuan are. But, want to step on her to climb up, don't even think about it.
Under the efforts of the Sanghaiming sword sex people, the boundary was finally broken.
Ling Jie was also forcibly pulled away. Lin Huanhuan was currently unclothed, with large swaths of snow-white skin exposed.
Lin Huanhuan was like a frightened bird, pulling at the clothes on her body with some trepidation.
Junior sister, don't be afraid, I'm here.
Bai Yu took off his outer robe and draped it over Lin Huanhuan with a heartbroken expression.
When he turned his head to look at Ling Jie, his eyes couldn't help but flash with anger and cynicism.
He had never expected that eldest senior brother would be such a human-faced and beastly person.
If they hadn't broken the boundary in time, wouldn't the youngest senior sister have to be spoiled like this?
How could such a person be worthy of being that Sanghaiming sword sect's chief disciple?
Once he left Lin Huanhuan, Ling Jie finally sobered up a bit.
Greeting the other people's looks like they were looking at perverts, Ling Jie panicked. It's not what you guys think.
I
am healing my little senior sister's wounds.
Healing? Yi Feminine's conspiratorial voice rang out. Oh, so that's what your Sanghaiming sword sex healing is all about, huh? Then I can understand. Oh. Yi Feminine.
Ling Jie only realized Yi Charming's existence at this time. He looked at her with some annoyance. Why are you here?
Why am I here? Yi Charming asked in a cold voice. Where is the 9th grade Xian ginseng? Ling Jie. You sneaked into my medicinal garden and stole my herbs, and now you're asking me how I'm here?
Ling Jie's eyes subconsciously flashed with a trace of weakness, but he quickly calmed down. What 9th grade Xian? I don't know what you're talking about.
A direct disavowal?
Yi Feminine laughed as she said blandly, when I buried the Xian ginseng, I kept a photo of the entire process. The medicinal garden's formation also has the function of automatically recording images.
Are you sure that you can recognize it?
Ling Jie's face changed slightly.
Even if you don't recognize it.
Yi Charming coldly looked at the already empty bowl on the ground. The 9th grade Xian ginseng should have entered Lin Huanhuan's stomach by now. The Xian ginseng medicinal properties are strong, it's impossible for her to refine it so quickly.
Look at this Lin Huanhuan's body. In the end there is no 9th grade ginseng's medicinal power, isn't it clear?
Yi Charming directly walked towards Lin Huanhuan. Ling Jie was anxious, he directly stopped in front of Yi Charming. What do you want to do?
I took this Xian ginseng. So what? Huanhuan made a mistake in practicing her kung fu. I took the ginseng to save her. Is that wrong?
A cold smile spread across Yi Feminine's lips. Now, everyone has heard it. Ling Jie admitted that he was the one who stole the 9th grade Xian ginseng. Moreover, he also gave it to Lin Huanhuan to eat. Not to mention the fact that they just look like that. Whether or not they were rescuing people, let's just pretend that they were rescuing people for the time being. It turns out that your Sanghaiming sword sex rule is that as long as it's for the sake of saving someone's life, you are free to steal other people's items.
Is that so?
Every time Yi Charming scolded, she didn't scold Ling Jie alone. Every time, she rose to the height of the Sanghaiming sword sect. Yi Charming's eyes were flooded with cold. Don't blame her for map canon, only then could she magnify things.
Sure enough.
The looks of these disciples of the Sanghaiming sword sect became even angrier.
Senior brother Ling, did you really steal from someone? A sword sect woman stood out. Yi Charming glanced at her.
Sword sect disciple Lon Lan.
The corners of Yi Charming's lips couldn't help but spread a smile.
The Sanghaiming sword sect had never been a piece of iron. Ling Jia, the eldest senior brother, not everyone was convinced of him either.
Before Ling Jia's sudden advancement, the clan's most favored candidate for chief was this Lon Lon.
But later, Ling Jia was fed up with resources by Yi flattery, and Lon Lon also lost the position of chief. Now Ling Jia looks to have collapsed momentum. How can Lon Lon not come out to step on a foot?
Chapter 21 Bloodletting.
Ling Jia's face changed as he said in a cold voice, "What's stealing? I told you, I'm doing it to save people." He turned back to Yi Charming, his eyes filled with irritation. "Yi Charming, how much more do you want to make a scene? I didn't take the Xian ginseng for anything else, it was to save people. This you also want to make a scene?
When did you become so unkind? This 9th grade Xian ginseng, consider it a gift from you.
Seeing that the Xian ginseng saved little sister's life, I'll write off what happened before with you and I'll forgive you."
Is this still not good enough? Ling Jia had a condescending look on his face.
Yi Feminine had offended him so viciously. He originally did not intend to forgive Yi Charming so easily. Now, for the sake of this Xian ginseng, he would not bother with Yi Charming. In Ling Jia's opinion, after he had said this, Yi Charming should also take advantage of the situation and happily respond.
After all,
this was the first time he had taken the initiative to forgive her. Ling Jia stood there, waiting for Yi Charming to go down the ladder.
Yi Charming looked at his fake cool face and simply wanted to vomit.
It was also the first time she knew. It turned out that people would really laugh when they were disgusted to the extreme. Yi Chao's lips held a hint of a smile. "You are saying that you stole my Xian ginseng?
But, to treat it as if I gave it to you? Not only that, I have to thank you for forgiving me for that? What's the problem?"
Ling Jia looked at her with a puzzled expression.
"Come here," Yi Feminine said.
Ling Jia thought that Yi Charming wanted to be soft, so she couldn't help but walk over with a cold and arrogant face.
"Yi Charming, I can forget about you today when you came to make a fuss, but..." Ling Jia hadn't reacted yet. Sure enough, a bucket of fecal water fell from the sky.
Ling Jia's mouth was still open and closed, and as the vat of fecal water splashed down, a portion of it instantly surged into his mouth.
The stench spread out instantly.
Ling Jia was completely confused.
The next moment, he squatted down and vomited madly.
Yi Charming covered her nose and had already run far away.
She was really a little smart. The fecal water that Fong had shunted from the medicinal garden, wasn't this used? Yi Charming, you.
Ling Jia wanted to curse angrily, but when he opened his mouth, the fecal water gushed back into his mouth.
Ling Jia immediately vomited even more.
The scene was silent. Where was the once cool and reserved emotionless Dao eldest senior brother now with a bit of his previous poise?
Their hearts trembled as they looked at Ling Jia's hideous face. "Fellow Daoist Ling, you'd better stop talking for now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll eat too much and get full straight away," Yi Charming mocked.
Ling Jia was incomparably angry, but he didn't really dare to open his mouth to speak for a moment.
He desperately used his techniques to clean himself up.
Yi Charming was also too lazy to care about him. Taking advantage of this cleanup, she said in a cold voice, "Today, all of you are here, so I'll make things clear. Previously, I, Yi Chou, was not clear in recognizing people, and was compelled by this face skin of Ling Jia, and really thought that he was some kind of clear cold sword immortal.
In reality?
On the surface, he said something about cultivating the emotionless Dao and not moving men and women. Behind the scenes, everyone saw what he and Lin Huanhuan were doing just now. On the surface, he said something about not caring for the things I gave him, but every time I brought it over, when he received it, it was without mercy. 10 years, I have pursued him for 10 years. Let me read it out for everyone. In these 10 years, he rejected me while accepting how many things from me."
Yi Feminine took out a long list.
This was information she had extracted from her memory.
Low-rank spiritual energy pill, 100 bottles.
Middle-rank spiritual power pill, 50 bottles.
3 intermediate-rank realm breaking pills. 5 infant cultivation pills.
Reading here, Yi Choi paused for a moment and looked at Lon Lon. "You formed your infant twice before you became a baby. Ling Jia even taunted you because of that, right? In the future, you can taunt him back. He used 5 whole infant cultivation pills to become an infant.
1 infant formation pill could increase the probability of forming an infant by 20%.
In order to succeed in infant formation in one go, Ling Jia ate 5 pills in one breath, which could be considered quite generous. Of course, it was also because it was the female match who paid for it anyway.
There's more. Soul solidifying pill 1 bottle of 10. Bright heart pill 3 bottles of 30. Yi Feminine read with an expressionless face. Just the pills alone, she read for quite a while.
Then, there were various resources.
Fine iron 100 pieces. 1 spirit lightstone.
There were also various talismans and magic treasures.
10 sword chi talismans. 1 pair of wind treading boots. Yi Feminine read out little by little.
There was some clamor on the field at first, but slowly, they all quieted down. They knew that Yi Feminine had been sending things to Ling Jia here.
But there were so many things? And Ling Jia, who had a cool persona, even accepted all of them. The expressions of the crowd couldn't help but become peculiar. Over there,
Ling Jie finally cleaned himself up. He couldn't help but say angrily, "Yi Charming, you volunteered for all of this." Yi Charming covered her nose. "Eater, don't talk to me." Ling Jie. He had fire in his eyes and stared at Yi Charming dead in the face. "What the hell do you want?" Yi Charming said expressionlessly, "I've said it before. These things, since you don't care for them, then you'll return them. If you return all the things on this list, you and I will have a clean slate. The 10 years of feelings I paid for will be considered as my blindness. You and I will be strangers from now on. Oh, right, now, also add this 9th grade Xian. Yi Charming sneered. 9th grade Xian has already entered this Lin Huanhuan's stomach, right? Yi Charming looked at Lin Huanhuan expressionlessly. Lin Huanhuan had a soft look on her face, and Baiyu couldn't help but protect her behind him. This is also simple. Yi Charming said gently, right now, the spiritual power of the Xian ginseng is still in her blood. Empty her blood, I'll take the blood and leave, and the matter of the Xian ginseng will end here. Empty Huanhuan's blood? Yi feminine. You don't want to. Ling Jie said angrily. Not choosing this method, are you? That's also simple. Yi Charming said in a cold voice, return me a 9th grade Xian ginseng. So what if I don't return it? Ling Jie was annoyed. That's even simpler. This kind of treasure is more valuable than even your Ling Jie's life, and if the matter becomes a big deal, I believe that your sword sect elder will personally clean up the mess. Yi Charming said expressionlessly. Yi Charming. Ling Jie said angrily, do you really want to do such a desperate thing? Yi Charming didn't bother to pay attention to him as she waved her whip. It's you who will return the favor with your life. Or let her pay back with her essence blood. You two, think for yourselves. I don't want to bleed. Lin Huanhuan's face took on a trace of fear. I didn't know that this Xian ginseng was stolen by eldest brother. Ah. Right, if you want to blame it on eldest brother, this has nothing to do with little sister. Baiyu said with a firm face. Ling Jie froze for a moment. What did this mean? Little senior sister was going to blame him for everything. He raised his eyes and saw Lin Huanhuan's horrified look, and then he couldn't help but deny it in his heart. Impossible, junior sister is not this kind of person, she is just too scared. Just at this moment, a cold cry suddenly rang out in the air. Who dares to release my disciple's blood? Before the person arrived, a sword light directly attacked towards Yi Charming. Qin Xian's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously blocked in front of Yi Charming. The moment the sword light was about to fall, it suddenly disappeared into nothingness in the air. A lazy voice rang out, little child Qing Xiao, you have to return what you stole. Such a shallow truth, don't you understand? Yi Liuyun's figure appeared in the air. On her side, the Acacia sect elders, the Sword sect elders, were actually all called over. The faces of a few elders of the Sword sect were exceptionally ugly, looking at Ling Jie with eyes that could not wait to swallow him. In all their years in the Sword sect, they had not been questioned like this. On the contrary, Ling Jie had really stolen something from someone else, making it impossible for them to even argue. Mother! A bright smile appeared on Yi Feminine's face. Mother's own mother stepped in, 1-2. This matter, it's completely made a big deal. Chapter 22 Forming a Dao couple? Qing Xiao's sword venerable's face suddenly turned ugly. But it was just a little entanglement between juniors, this petty Huanhuan sect had even made such a big scene. The first reaction of Sword Exalt Qing Xiao was to look at Lin Huanhuan with some heartache. Lin Huanhuan was obviously shocked by everything in front of her, her eyes were slightly red and her body kept trembling, obviously she had suffered a great deal of aggression. Swordsman Qing Xiao's heart trembled. The first time he saw Lin Huanhuan was in the wilderness, such a thin and small girl, looking at him helplessly. That look was as if it touched his soul directly. He had always prided himself on his steadfastness, but he had to admit that the moment he saw her, his heart was wildly shaken. He brought Lin Huanhuan back to the sect. However, he didn't dare to touch this disciple too much. He was afraid that if he continued to contact her, he would no longer be able to control his feelings and he would completely sink into this relationship that shouldn't exist. But he couldn't help but secretly focus on Lin Huanhuan again and again. When she was happy, he was happy. When she was sad, he was sad. Without realizing it, she had taken control of his emotions. This time, as soon as he heard that something had happened to Lin Huanhuan, he rushed over at the first opportunity. When he came, surprisingly, he heard that arrogant and domineering Heping sect's evil daughter, threatening to release Huanhuan's blood. How dare she? How is she worthy? Even if Yi Luyun was here, he would never allow anyone to harm Lin Huanhuan. Elder! The two sect elders arrived. The crowd saluted one after another. This time, the group of elders was amazingly strong. Yi Luyun had not only come herself, she had also called out her close friend, Xianyu, another transitional juncture powerhouse of the Harmony sect. Below the transition was the realm of harmonization. Within the Hahuan sect, there were 6 strong people of the harmonization realm that had also come. Yi Luyun forcefully called out the sword Zunlingxi who was in seclusion. The sword sect's harmonization realm powerhouses, as long as they were within the sect, even more so, one by one, were all shouted over by Yi Luyun. Although it wasn't the top experts all gathered together, such a big scene was already very rare. Lin Huanhuan's eyes moved slightly, and her heart became a little irritated. She had yet to grow up nowadays, and the most important thing was to keep a low profile. Now it was good that such a big scene had been created all of a sudden. And the cause of all this was... Lin Huanhuan secretly glanced at Yi Charming. Yi Charming still had that look of smiling but not laughing. But Lin Huanhuan knew. It's not right. There must be something wrong with this. She was rich in experience and could see through things between men and women with almost a glance. She could see it clearly. The way this Yi Charming looked at Ling Jia, it was clear that she was infatuated to the bone, and it would be hard to change again. These years. The resources that Yi Charming brought in not only fed Ling Jia, but also fed her. Such an infatuated woman who let Ling Jia take what he wanted, suddenly her character changed drastically and became this appearance. What exactly had changed in the middle of this? For that matter, Lin Huanhuan was not known at the moment, she could only shrink and hang her eyes, continuing to act pitiful. Xing Shao Sword Venerable had been paying attention to Lin Huanhuan, and when he saw her in this state, his heart was truly broken. He righteously blocked in front of Lin Huanhuan as he said in a cold voice, "With me here, I'll see who dares to touch Huanhuan." Yi Luyan looked at him disdainfully, "Yo, Huanhuan? I heard that Ling Jia and Lin Huanhuan in front of everyone almost metamorphosed. Now Qing Shao, you also call it so affectionately, could it be that you guys are actually a threesome?" Yi Luyun opened his mouth. This level of yin and yang was still above Yi Charming. Yi Charming instantly looked at her own mother with reverence. A mother was a mother. Seeing people was accurate. She, who had seen the plot, knew it clearly. The master and disciple pair of Qing Shao Sword Venerable and Ling Jia did share a wife later on. These two were also the two harem that Lin Huanhuan had the most drama in the early stages. Especially Qing Shao Sword Venerable. At the end, Lin Huanhuan had explicitly stated that Qing Shao Jianzuan was her rightful husband. Such a great honor directly made Qing Shao Sword Venerable excitedly hug her and come hard for 3 days and 3 nights. Look! Immortal cultivation is awesome. Even immodest texts are a bit more exciting than immodest texts from other backgrounds. Qing Shao Sword Venerable originally had a ghost in his heart, and when Yi Luyan said this, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. "Yi Luyan, what nonsense are you talking? Huanhuan is my disciple, what could be between me and my own disciple?" Yi Luyan looked at him with interest. "I was just saying it casually, but the way you're desperately trying to explain yourself makes me think that I guessed right." Sword Venerable Qing Shao was choked for a moment as he gritted his teeth. "I'm not going to talk to you about this nonsense. I've already heard about today's matter. The person who stole the Xian ginseng is Ling Jia, and it has nothing to do with Huanhuan at all." A trace of shock flashed across the bottom of Ling Jia's eyes as he couldn't help but say, "Senior, I was trying to heal my little sister's injuries." "You still say that? I think you've fallen for some trick, and that's why you're doing these irrational things," Sword Venerable Qing Shao said in a cold voice. Ling Jia froze for a moment and suddenly understood Qing Zhao's hint. He hurriedly said, "Right. Today's matter is really strange. My behavior is known to everyone, and there is no way that I could have done something like that to little sister. I must have been careless and fallen for some ghostly trick of the evil path." Ling Jia argued. A sword sect elder could not help but say, "Ling Jia indeed does not look like this kind of person. I'm afraid that today's matter is something else odd." Yi Charming sneered and couldn't help but say, "Ling Jia is not this kind of person? Then he has been soft and hard for 10 years and took a list of things from me. Is this also being compelled by the evil path?" Yi Feminine waved the list in her hand. "This." The sword sect elder was immediately choked. "Junior Qing Shao, if you want to protect your disciple, you can." Yi Luyan seemed to smile. "Give me back a 9th grade Xian ginseng, then make up for what Ling Jia has swallowed all these years. Otherwise, I don't mind helping out with the things that your 2 disciples have done, making them famous throughout the Xian heavenly spiritual domain. Mother, I've kept a shadow of all the images. You can take them any time." Yi Feminine hurriedly said. This mother-daughter pair sang in unison. Qing Shao Sword Venerable's face instantly became even more ugly. It seemed that today's matter could not be settled. Yi Luyun originally wasn't a good person to bully, only before Yi Charming was infatuated with Ling Jia, and for the sake of her daughter, she could only give in at every turn. Now, Yi Charming suddenly changed her character. Not only did she not run after Ling Jia, but she also wanted to find Ling Jia to get back what she had in the past. Yi Luyun naturally would no longer hold back. If this woman went crazy, she would never be easy to mess with. Swordsman Qing Shao had a bit of a headache for a moment as he turned his head to look at Ling Jia. Suddenly his eyes moved. Ling Jia had nearly bullied Huanhuan in broad daylight just now, and this matter, Qing Shao Sword Venerable's heart was also quite upset. But he was, after all, the most highly regarded great disciple, so Venerable Qing Shao Sword still wanted to preserve his life. Isolating Ling Jia and Lin Huanhuan, he also wanted to be able to preserve Ling Jia's life. A good idea suddenly flashed through Venerable Qing Shao Sword's mind. A subdued smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Venerable Yi, this matter, I know how to give you an explanation.
Yi Luyun raised his eyebrows. The Qingxiao sword venerable said decisively, let the two children, Ling Jie and Yi Chue, become Dao couples. Chapter 23. Check it out.
Saying these words, Sword Exalt Qingxiao was also secretly pleased with himself.
Ginger was still old and spicy. This method of his could be described as a triple win.
Yi Chuxiao was already infatuated with Ling Jie, and this time, she suddenly went crazy because of the delay in getting a reply from Ling Jie.
Then, why not just let the two of them form a Dao couple? If Yi Charming had gotten Ling Jie, even the biggest grudge would have disappeared. This time the matter, then, can only be in the past. This is one thing. Ling Jie has a couple, so naturally, he and Huan Huan will no longer be possible. This was the second. After forming a Daoist couple, Yi Chuan Huan would still be able to provide Ling Jie with many aids. Yi Luyun, who is now screaming for help, would also become Ling Jie's backing. This is the third. This was simply a heavenly good idea.
Ling Jie looked at Swordfather Qingxiao with some disbelief. Master,
forming a Dao couple with Yi Chueyun? Disciple will never be willing to do that.
He glanced at Lin Huanhuan with some pain. The person he liked was only Lin Huanhuan.
How could he possibly form a Dao couple with someone else? Unwilling?
Then return this 9th grade Xin Ginseng and that list of things yourself. Swordsman Qingxiao snorted coldly.
Ling never struggled. Yi Feminine was stunned as she watched this master and disciple rivalry. Forming a Dao couple with her? Did she agree to that? Doesn't she mind being disgusting?
Next to Qing Xian, his hand slightly clenched into a fist. Qingxiao Sword Exalt.
He wanted Ling Jie to form a Dao couple with Yi Charming. What about Yi Charming, would she agree?
The answer in Qing Xian's heart was pessimistic.
Yi Charming's feelings for Ling Jie could never be put down overnight. Nowadays, the chance to be with Ling Jie for a long time was right in front of her. Could she give it up? Could she resist this temptation? That's it, I'll make the decision. Ling Jie and Yi Charming will choose an auspicious day to form a Dao couple.
If the two of them have formed a Daoist couple, naturally their destinies are related to each other, so let's not bother about these trivial matters. Also, Yi Charming's several tripods, find an opportunity to disperse all of them. As long as she disperses the tripods, Ling Jie will not be concerned about her past.
Right, Ling Jie?
Qingxiao Sword Venerable looked at Ling Jie somewhat sternly.
Ling Jie gritted his teeth and had a look of death. Yes.
Even though Yi Chue was such a filthy woman. Although he already had his little sister in his heart. But, in order to save his little sister, he had no complaints or regrets. Even if he was in pain, even if he was in despair, for the sake of Huanhuan, he was able to endure it.
Ling Jie looked at Yi Chuanhuan, his voice desperate. Good, you win.
You have indeed pushed me to the brink of extinction by pushing me so hard.
So, I promise you, I'll form a Dao couple with you. Are you happy now?
Junior sister is innocent, so don't make things difficult for her anymore. As he said this, Ling Jie felt like he was the hero of some bitter love drama. His ego was touched to the core. The sect elders were silent for a moment.
It was well known that Yi Charming was infatuated with Ling Jie. What if the other Yi Charming accepted this outcome? Then what else did they have to say?
Yi Luyun glanced at Yi Charming somewhat nervously. His own daughter wouldn't suddenly become unconscious again.
Yi Charming looked at Ling Jie's confident look and was about to vomit.
Yi Charming said in a cold voice, become my Dao couple?
Yes.
Ling Jie gritted his teeth. Yi Cho greatly rolled her eyes. You're also worthy?
You're also worthy of being dismissed from the furnace? You want to renege on the debt, are you worthy of that too?
I'm telling you, you kind of soft food, hard-eating trash. You don't even need to talk about others. You can't even compare to Qing Xian's fingertips.
Yi Feminine directly pulled over Qing Xian's hand. See? It's not even a finger.
She also seriously broke Qing Xian's fingers, making Qing Xian compare a middle finger to Ling Jie. Qing Xian didn't know the meaning of this action. He just looked at Yi Charming in a bit of a trance.
What did she say? She said that Ling Jie couldn't compare to one of his fingers?
That was the Ling Jie that she had been infatuated with for so long.
Yi Charming.
Ling Jie's face instantly twisted. You better go down the slope. Otherwise, in this life, you won't have a second chance to form a Dao couple with me.
Yi Charming let out a cold laugh. You really think you're something worthwhile?
I didn't know that the Tsanghaiming sword sect even had such brazen and shameless people. If you don't want to give me back my things, you're still relying on me and want to continue begging for food.
What, are you addicted to begging? You can't walk freely anymore? Yi Feminine.
Ling Jie was instantly in a rage. He drew his sword and was about to fight Yi Charming on the spot. He had just drawn his sword when a cold hum sounded. His sword instantly arrived in Yi Luyun's hands.
Mother!
The gems on this precious sword of his are from me. The materials he used to forge the sword were also from me. Yi Charming hurriedly said.
Yi Luyun raised an eyebrow. Is that so?
Her hand moved slightly. The precious sword was forcibly cut off from Ling Jie.
Ling Jie violently spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Yi Luyun with some disbelief. Eminency, this is my original treasure sword. How can you bully a small person with a big one like this? Your innate treasure sword. How come you're using all the resources of my harmony sect? Yi Luyun said blandly.
Ling Jia's face changed, and then, pleading for help, he looked at the Qingxiao sword venerable. Qingxiao sword venerable's face was also a bit ugly, and he couldn't help but glare at Ling Jia. This disciple of his, he was actually useless like this, he couldn't even coax a Yi Chui well. What exactly do you guys want? Qingxiao sword venerable couldn't help but ask. My daughter gave the choice a long time ago. Yi Luyun said indifferently, return the things, or Ling Jia will pay with his life. Or, take Lin Huanhuan's blood around her body to offset the Xian ginseng, and Ling Jia will slowly pay back the rest himself.
What exactly is it that you don't understand?
The other elders were all silent as well. They could still remember clearly that 50 years ago, Yi Luyun had launched into a frenzy, the feat of chopping down 100 mountain peaks by himself. They didn't want to be chopped flat like mountain peaks. What's more, it wasn't like this crazy woman was completely messed up, she was occupying a position of reason. Sword Venerable Lingxi sighed. Qingxiao, Liu Yun's request is actually not too much. If it was a mortal, taking a body of blood would naturally be a death sentence, but Lin Huanhuan is a cultivator. If she takes a body of blood, it is nothing more than a major reduction in her cultivation. It's not so bad that it would take her life. As for Ling Jia, he should not have taken so many things, and this time, he even did out to steal things. If we really pursue this carefully, the value of the 9th grade Xian ginseng alone is enough to sentence him to death.
Swordfather Qingxiao instantly fell silent. Senior, I don't want to bleed. Lin Huanhuan suddenly cried out in a small voice. I didn't do anything, why should I be made to bear the consequences? Ling Jia looked at Lin Huanhuan in a daze. So, Huanhuan meant to let him die? Yi Charming looked at this and that with interest. This couple that was incredibly in love in the book, was this time not going to turn against each other?
Yi Charming's gaze moved and suddenly said, actually, general injuries don't even use the 9th grade Xian ginseng. I took the Xian ginseng in order to restore Qing Xian's meridians.
How is it that Lin Huanhuan is so coincidental that her meridians are also severed?
Lin Huanhuan froze for a moment and said softly, I made some mistakes when I was practicing and injured my meridians.
Oh?
Such a serious injury, how come fellow Taoist Lin looks as pink as a flower, not affected in the slightest? This moment, you shouldn't have had time to absorb the medicinal power of the Xian ginseng either. Yi Charming's words had not yet fallen. Yi Luyun snorted coldly as she stretched out her hand and instantly sucked Lin Huanhuan into her palm.
Chapter 24 Dog Bites Dog. Yi Luyun, what are you doing?
Qingxiao angrily shouted and rushed over. Yi Luyun ignored him. Her spiritual energy instantly entered Lin Huanhuan's body and flowed around within Lin Huanhuan's meridians.
Let go of Huanhuan. Swordsman Qingxiao snapped. A subtle smile had surfaced at the corner of Yi Luyun's lips. Her spiritual energy transformed into a long whip, and the moment Qingxiao's sword venerable came over to snatch the person, Yi Luyun directly threw Lin Huanhuan into the middle of the pile of elders from the Sun Haiming sword sect. Yi Luyun laughed coldly. The medicinal properties of the 9th grade Xian ginseng are still flowing in her blood, she simply hasn't had time to absorb the medicinal power yet. But the results of my probing, how come her meridians are simply intact? Intact? That couldn't be possible. The faces of the other elders of the Sun Haiming sword sect also changed slightly, and the spirit stream sword venerable flew and checked as well, then her face changed as well. She glanced meaningfully at Lin Huanhuan before handing Lin Huanhuan over to the others. Lin Huanhuan's face paled. She was eager to say something. But something had happened too suddenly. Even though she had 1,000 means, the current her had not grown up yet. How could a Jin Dan stage disciple have room to hide in front of a group of bigwigs who had merged and transited? A few other elders of the Sun Haiming sword sect also checked, then their faces became just as ugly as Lingxi's. Sword Venerable Qingxiao. See for yourself. Lingxi directly threw Lin Huanhuan over. Qingxiao sword venerable subconsciously caught Lin Huanhuan, and his face was also a little unsightly. What was the meaning of this? Huanhuan really wasn't injured? This couldn't be possible. Without being injured, why would she pretend to be injured? Qingxiao sword venerable subconsciously looked at Lin Huanhuan. Lin Huanhuan's mind was now racing, desperately trying to think of a way to deal with it, and she didn't speak for a moment. A trace of foreboding suddenly flooded Qingxiao sword exalt's heart. He was silent for a moment, and his spiritual energy quickly turned around in Lin Huanhuan's body. Then, swordsman Qingxiao stood frozen in place. Yi Luyun was telling the truth. The medicinal power of the 9th grade Xian ginseng had yet to be absorbed. But Lin Huanhuan's meridians were originally intact without a single problem. Impossible. Ling Jia was also anxious. When Lin Huanhuan said that she had gone off the deep end and her meridians were damaged, she had probed herself, and her situation was indeed very critical, even critical. But now, everyone was saying, Junior sister had never been injured at all? Ling Jia couldn't help but rush over as he grabbed Lin Huanhuan's hand and probed again. Then, his face changed as well. What everyone said was not wrong at all. Lin Huanhuan's meridians were intact. How had there ever been the slightest bit of damage? Then what he saw was actually false?
Ling Jie immediately looked at Lin Huanhuan with some disbelief.
Why? Why is it like this? Lin Huanhuan was also in a state of bitterness.
She had many means, and it was very easy for her to hide it from Ling Jie. This was also the reason why she had set her first candidate as Ling Jie. That Qing Shao Sword Venerable obviously had a crush on her, but if she chose a transitional succession stage powerhouse right from the start, her means would easily be seen through by the other party, and it wouldn't be convenient for her to further her ruse. Only by starting with a rash person like Ling Jie could she hide herself perfectly. According to the original plan, she was going to gradually and step-by-step raid male cultivators with different cultivation levels.
Now it was good.
She had only just started to raid the first one. And then she had inexplicably attracted such a group of bigwigs. In front of these people, if she still dared to use that bit of disguise, wouldn't she be looking for death?
This is interesting. Lin Huanhuan looks like there's nothing going on at all.
But she has to toss it around so much.
What is this figure? Yi Charming asked with a smirk.
Ling Jie's face also changed.
Yeah.
What was this figure? If it wasn't for little sister's hints, how would he have gone to steal the 9th grade Xin Ginseng, and how would he have gotten into this situation today? Even if Ling Jie liked Lin Huanhuan even more, this time, he couldn't help but bring a hint of scrutiny into his eyes as he looked at Lin Huanhuan. In the midst of the crowd's questioning gazes, Lin Huanhuan revealed an uneasy look. She blinked her eyes, innocent as if she didn't know the world.
I'm actually fine? I don't know.
I don't know too much about cultivation yet. I thought I had a problem with my cultivation and came to find elder brother in fear. It was eldest senior brother who said that there was a big problem with my meridians and that I needed to find heavenly materials immediately. I
didn't know that it would be like this.
Lin Huanhuan looked at Ling Jie with a helpless face. Eldest senior brother, why did you lie to me? Ling Jie's pupils violently condensed as he looked at Lin Huanhuan with a hint of disbelief in his eyes.
What is she doing?
It had come to this point, and she was still pushing all the blame onto herself.
I know why eldest brother lied.
Baiyu stood out as he looked at Ling Jie with an angry expression. He's just using the opportunity to take advantage of junior sister. Tears were pooling in Lin Huanhuan's eyes. How is this possible? It's impossible for eldest brother to be this kind of person. Baiyu was furious. Why not?
How he bullied you, so many people saw it.
He simply bullied you into being naive and used such lies to deceive with you. The bottom of Qing Shao Sword Venerable's eyes were slightly cold as he looked at Ling Jie expressionlessly. Ling Jie, after all these years of teaching you, is this how you repay your teacher?
Qing Shao Sword Venerable turned to look at the others. This disciple of mine, Ling Jie, first swindled Huanhuan and then stole the 9th grade Xin Ginseng. His character is low to the extreme. It is up to you all to decide how to dispose of him. Qing Shao Sword Venerable made an immediate decision and completely gave up on Ling Jie. Ling Jie was in a bit of a trance at first. But after being accused down like this, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of anger, and his voice couldn't help but be sharp. Lin Huanhuan, do you really think that you can wash yourself out like this? He looked directly at Yi Charming. Aren't you curious as to why there is Xin Ginseng in the medicinal garden that I know of?
Yi Charming revealed a look of interest. Good. She had only flicked a bit, and this plot had entered the dog-eat-dog session. She was really quite curious about this question that Ling Jie raised.
Why? Yi Feminine asked facetiously.
Ling Jie didn't have anything to hide now, he said in a cold voice. I'll tell you the truth.
This Lin Huanhuan, she has the ability to detect treasures.
Previously, the reason why I wanted Xiao Heng's sword was because Lin Huanhuan told me that there was something else in this sword. This time, it was also Lin Huanhuan who told me that the aura of your medicinal garden was extraordinary, and that the aura was mild and neutral, so I'm afraid that there is some kind of superb healing medicine. She first reminded me that your medicinal garden has healing medicines, and in the twinkling of an eye, she herself was seriously injured. This is clearly leading me on this path. In this matter, even if I am at fault, then Lin Huanhuan's fault will never be less than mine.
Chapter 25 The Licking Dog's Rebound.
Ling Jie broke and told it all.
Lin Huanhuan instantly looked at him with some resentment.
She had spent a lot of effort on Ling Jie, and had already taken Ling Jie as her own. In the upper realm, after she had spent so much effort, these men had long been obsessed with her and crazy about her, living and dying for her without any regrets. So, she subconsciously felt, Ling Jie would also silently help her carry everything.
But with Ling Jie's reversal, Lin Huanhuan also suddenly reacted.
The upper realm was the upper realm. She was now recultivating her gongfu, and now she was only barely an initiate, so how could her level of seduction be compared to when she was in the upper realm? Lin Huanhuan's heart could not help but feel some remorse. Although she had suffered a setback and was knocked down to the lower realm, deep down, she still felt that she was high above the world and had a feeling of playing the world. Ling Jie's counterattack, on the contrary, caused her to instantly wake up as if she had been hit on the head.
No matter how strong she was before,
she was now all just a tiny Jindan stage. Lin Huanhuan quickly reflected in her heart, but the most important thing right now was to get past the hurdle in front of her. Ling Jie was already a discarded son, and he could be completely abandoned. Lin Huanhuan thought like this, and the expression on her face became even more pitiful. Eldest senior brother.
You? What are you saying? How come I can't understand any of it?
She did have the ability to detect treasures, an ability that she had only let Ling Jie alone know about.
The purpose was twofold. 1. Knowing secrets that the next person didn't know was the fastest way to establish intimacy. Secondly, men were realistic.
Under Yi Flattery's crazy pursuit, how was she going to make Ling Jie die for her? She had to show the ability to make Ling Jie understand that in the future, what she could bring to Ling Jie would be more than Yi Flattery. Pinching men was originally her specialty.
Just this time. Suddenly overturned. It doesn't matter if it flips, this one doesn't work, the next one is better behaved.
Lin Huanhuan looked at Ling Jie with tearful eyes. Elder brother, I know you want to get away with it, but you can't frame me like this. Lin Huanhuan was aggrieved. Xing Shao Sword Venerable's cold and stern eyes swept over at once. Ling Jie.
One person for one person, what's the point of pulling and stepping on Huanhuan? Ling Jie's lips trembled, almost biting his tongue in grief.
TSK TSK TSK. Yi Feminine suddenly said in a conspiratorial manner, it's true that this Ling Jie is scum, but to still believe that Lin Huanhuan is something good.
This is only a sword cultivator who doesn't grow a brain. What do you mean by a sword cultivator without a brain? The people from the Sanghaiming sword sect couldn't help but glance at Yi Chunhua. They wanted to argue, but for a moment, they surprisingly didn't have much stamina. Although Ling Jie was also scolded, the look he gave Yi Charming this time was even somewhat grateful. Yi Charming had scolded him, but she had also scolded Lin Huanhuan. In the end, the only person who believed in him was actually Yi Charming. Ling Jie was a little touched for a moment. Lin Huanhuan pretended to be injured, and Ling Jie stole the 9th grade Shin Ginseng. Yi Luyun said blandly, I don't want to hear all the so-called various reasons in between, the result is this, right? Spirit Stream Sword Venerable nodded. This time, it was indeed these two disciples who were a bit off the mark. Yi Luyun pointed at Lin Huanhuan. While the medicinal power has not yet been absorbed, I suggest immediately emptying Lin Huanhuan's entire body of blood to make up for my daughter's loss. Otherwise, if time passes and the medicinal power is slowly absorbed, you will have to pay more than that. As for the matter of Ling Jie's theft, let the blood out first and we'll discuss it slowly. Yi Luyun said blandly. Lin Huanhuan's face went white. Bloodletting, 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 or bloodletting, bloodletting. She looked somewhat pleadingly at Sword Venerable Cheng Shao. This time, the Cheng Shao Sword Venerable hesitated and said softly, Huanhuan, you'll just suffer some aggravation first. When the time comes, Master Teacher will prepare healing medicines for you, and your cultivation will definitely be able to make up for it very quickly. Lin Huanhuan's lips trembled, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. But she also knew. Those words of hers could only fool people like Sword Venerable Cheng Shao and Bai Yu. Others might not believe it. This calamity, she couldn't avoid it. Although I was swindled, Huanhuan is willing to bleed to repay. Lin Huanhuan's face was firm, instantly erecting an image of herself as a person who was brave enough to take responsibility. The others were moved without Lin Huanhuan not sure, but Cheng Shao and Bai Yu were definitely moved. You Sanhaiming sword sect can handle it yourselves. Yi Luyun directly took a step backward. Spirit Stream Sword Venerable waved her hand and directly bound Lin Huanhuan. She pierced Lin Huanhuan's meridians with her sword, and a little bit of blood flowed down. Lin Huanhuan was hanging in the air, her face pale, but she deliberately made a strong appearance. The Cheng Shao Sword Venerable at the bottom was truly heartbroken from watching. He coldly looked at Yi Luyun. Are you satisfied now? Yi Luyun smiled faintly. Isn't there still the matter of your eldest disciple? Sword Venerable Cheng Shao sneered. I don't have this kind of disciple, you guys decide on your own about Ling Jie. He turned around and looked at Lin Huanhuan fixedly. His Huanhuan was still suffering from such pain. Ling Jie was one of the murderers who had caused her to be like this. He already treated himself as if he didn't have this disciple anymore. Ling Jie was in a trance for a moment, then he revealed a bitter smile as he said numbly, at your disposal. Some final deliberation came down. Ling Jie returned the things he had taken from Yi Choi before. And, under Yi Charming's strong request, he also added compensation for Yi Charming's mental damages. This side just negotiated. Over there, Lin Huanhuan also released the blood. Spirit Stream Sword Honored Person personally extracted the impurities from it, leaving only the pure Xian Ginseng juice. She placed the juice in a green bottle and handed it over to Yi Charming. Many thanks to Sword Venerable. Swordfather is one of the few reasonable people in the Sanghaiming sword sect. Yi Charming beautifully received it and said a kind word in passing. Over there. Swordfather Cheng Shao had already picked up Lin Huanhuan with a heartbroken face. He stuffed some pills into Lin Huanhuan's mouth and was about to take her to heal her injuries. Slow down. A trace of gloom flashed across Ling Jie's eyes as he suddenly said, Sinful disciple. You settle your own matters. Sword Venerable Cheng Shao said in a cold voice. Ling Jie said expressionlessly, a good portion of what Yi Charming gave went into Lin Huanhuan's pockets.
For my part, I'll take it on myself, and for Lin Huanhuan's part, let her take it on herself as well. Being drained of all her blood, Lin Huanhuan's cultivation had dropped quite a bit, and her body was weak as hell. Suddenly hearing Ling Jie's words, she was so angry that she almost didn't faint. She gritted her teeth and looked at Ling Jie, eldest senior brother. It's not like I didn't know at the time that these things were ye flirtatious.
You didn't know? The bottles of the pills are all from the Acacia sect, you're saying you didn't know?
Ling Jie revealed a hint of a mocking smile.
Yi Feminine looked on in wonder. This was the backlash of a licking dog. Chapter 26, A Piece of Chaos. How do I understand this. Lin Huanhuan was so anxious that she was about to cry.
She had completely stolen the chicken this time. The man wasn't taken care of. Instead, she was drained of all her blood, causing her cultivation to be greatly reduced.
This was just as well.
The things that she had already gotten her hands on, Yi Flirt still wanted to take back.
Isn't this purely a trap?
Ling Jie. Your senior sister is in this state, and you're still saying this. Shang Xiao looked at Ling Jie angrily. Why didn't he know before that this senior apprentice brother of his was this kind of person who didn't know what he was talking about? Ling Jie had also completely broken. He did not entangle himself with Lin Huanhuan and directly said to Yi Chuanxian, many things, including the sword of Xiao Heng's from before, are still in Lin Huanhuan's cave. You just go directly to get it back. Yi Charming raised her eyebrows and was happy. This Ling Jie, surprisingly, was suddenly somewhat on the right track.
Then go.
Yi Luyan said, take back what you can find first, and if you can't find it anymore, then let them slowly return it.
Listen to mother.
Yi Feminine responded loudly.
I'll lead the way.
Ling Jie hurriedly said. Lin Huanhuan had an incredulous face. Eldest brother, you.
Me.
With that, she rubbed her forehead, looking like she was about to faint.
Sword Venerable Chang Xiao gritted his teeth. These things, can't we wait until Huanhuan is better? Yi Luyan had a casual look on his face. Xingxiao, you just take your disciple to heal. We'll just go to the cave and look for things on our own. We'll do it on our own without interfering with each other. Sword Father Xingxiao? Going on our own and not interfering with each other? Is that how the words are used?
Lin Huanhuan was anxious. She bit her lower lip. I
can still hold on. I'll bring everyone over.
I did not know before, but now that I do, since I know of it, it's natural to return fellow Taoist Ye's things. Seeing that things were not to be defeated, Lin Huanhuan immediately put on a look of understanding and stoicism. Swordsman Chang Zhao's hand holding her tightened slightly, his heart bursting with heartache. This disciple of his was already this understanding and well-behaved. Yi Charming and Yi Luyun still had to force themselves on her like this. There was also Ling Jie. One person doing something, but he did something, but he had to drag Huanhuan down with him. Swordsman Chang Zhao's eyes were slightly cold. One day, he would find justice for his disciple. A group of people swarmed around, led by Ling Jie, who couldn't wait to go directly to Lin Huanhuan's cave.
Lin Huanhuan's heart was tense.
As a body of heavenly Yin, in addition to her unusual affinity, she also had a powerful ability to sense the spirits of the world. In the 10 years since she joined the sect, with this ability, she had gotten her hands on quite a few good things.
These things, Lin Huanhuan never wanted to be turned over.
Lin Huanhuan strongly supported her body, which had just recovered a little bit. She insisted on getting off the ground and said with a weak face, the things on the list, I'll go get them out.
Lin Huanhuan unlocked the cave's prohibition and was just about to go in to get the things.
Qing Xiao Sword Venerable directly picked her up horizontally. Your body is weak, just focus on healing your injuries.
The ones here are for the master will keep an eye on them for you. What is on the list, let them take it. What's not on the list, they don't even want to touch.
The Qing Xiao Sword Venerable spoke in a domineering manner.
Lin Huanhuan was confused. She was not moved at all in her heart. Wait a minute. She could still hold on, she could go get it herself. However, as soon as the words of the Qing Xiao Sword Venerable fell, Yi Charming and the others had already entered the cave and searched everywhere. On Lin Huanhuan's forehead, cold sweat broke out. They won't find it right, they won't find it right.
Yi Charming waved her hand and greeted the Sunghaiming Sword Sect disciples who were watching. You guys don't stay idle either, I'll put the list right here, so everyone can help find if there's anything on the list in this cave.
These disciples indeed acted as well. For a moment,
the cave mansion was crowded with people.
After a while, suddenly, an alarming voice rang out. Wait, what is this? Oh? What?
Yi Charming swooshed over, her eyes flashing with gossip. The person who exclaimed was a female disciple of the Sunghaiming Sword Sect, and this time, she was holding a jade pendant in her hand, her face extraordinarily ugly. She turned back and looked violently at a male disciple beside her, surnamed Chen. Didn't you say that you accidentally lost this jade pendant? Now why has it appeared in Lin Huanhuan's cave? That female disciple's eyes had turned red as she held onto the jade pendant. The two of them had clearly established their relationship as a couple, and were only waiting for their cultivation to rise a bit more before they planned to become Dao couples. That day, they came across a pair of concentric jade pendants in the marketplace, and she looked at him with a heart full of joy.
That day happened to be her birthday, and he promised to find her a birthday gift. This pair of concentric jade pendants was just right, wasn't it? He also really bought the pair of jade pendants. That night, she was full of joy waiting for him to send the jade pendant. The result? She waited for a bunch of wildflowers. He said that it was already unlucky to lose a piece of the concentric jade pendant. So, he used wildflowers instead. At that time, she even believed in such nonsense. The result? Where was the concentric jade pendant lost? He had actually given something to Lin Huanhuan. This male disciple was completely flustered. Sui, listen to my explanation. The jade pendant was really lost. It was probably senior sister Lin who happened to pick it up. Is that so? Sui sneered. She held the jade pendant, and on the male disciple's body, another concentric jade pendant began to flicker with light. The male disciple panicked and tried to hide the jade pendant, but it was already too late. Didn't you say that you had already lost one piece of the concentric jade pendant and that the remaining piece was no longer useful, so you simply threw it away as well? How come I look at it, that piece of jade pendant you still collect well? Sudi gritted her teeth. So, the person you want to be concentric with isn't me, it's Lin Huanhuan, isn't it? Without waiting for the male disciple to say more, Sui directly pulled out her sword and slashed down towards him. The cave was in chaos. TSK TSK TSK. Yi Feminine straightened up with satisfaction. To know. The original book was a solid group favor article. Lin Huanhuan only gave 8 men their names in the end, but other than those 8 men, there were countless other people of the opposite sex who were infatuated with her in the book. There were many people who just had a dewy marriage with her and were unforgettable to her for life. Lin Huanhuan had been in the sword sect for 10 years. Ling Jie and Xing Xiao were the key targets that she intended to put inside her official harem. But what about the others? It was natural to tease them in passing as well. Don't fight, I don't know anything. I don't even know that this is the concentric jade pendant. Lin Huanhuan was so anxious that she shed tears. However, all of this had just begun. Wait. What is this? Last time, I lost a bottle of vertigo pill in the alchemy room, and I was chastised by my master for it. Why is this thing here in Lin Huanhuan? A man exclaimed. He suddenly remembered. When this thing was lost, Lin Huanhuan happened to pass by and even spoke to him for a while. Lin Huanhuan's heart trembled. I really don't know. Why does this hairpin look so familiar? A harmonization stage elder was all startled for a moment. She quickly made a spell seal, and on this hairpin, her name even appeared. She looked violently at her own Dao couple and son, her eyes filled with a suspicious light. The woman Dao couple, who was also a harmonization stage elder, had a horrified look on her face. Ma'am, this really has nothing to do with me. The two of them looked at their sons in unison. That young sword cultivator was also tearless. He was also very regretful right now. How did he go blind? Well, I dare to steal even my things. The harmonization stage female cultivator instantly moved her hands. The cave was filled with ghosts and wolves. Yi Feminine looked this way and that way, busy like a badger shuttling through a melon field. Chapter 27 Xiao Hang's Sword. Yi Feminine was overjoyed in her heart. Lin Huanhuan, the queen of the sea, also had a day when she flipped her car. Next. If she still wanted to pretend to be innocent and play pitiful in that Sun Haiming sword sect, she was afraid that not many people would be willing to believe it. Yi Feminine was eating melon everywhere while looking for her things. Especially that Xiao Hang's sword. The book did not describe much about the sword, and Yi Charming had never paid proper attention to what the sword looked like, so she could only find some vague shadows from her memory, which made it less convenient to look for it. As for her own sword, Xiao Hong should know it best. Yi Feminine thought about it, and directly through the connection between the master and the furnace pot, gave the order for Xiao Hong to come over here. In Yi Feminine's cave, Xiao Hong was concentrating on his cultivation. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly, and Yi Feminine's command resounded directly in his mind. Xiao Heng's expression immediately went cold. Yi Charming. What is she trying to do again? He wanted to vow to resist. Under the contract, even if he was reluctant, he could only honestly follow the instructions. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth and rose into the air. He wanted to see. What else would Yi Charming want to do? In Lin Huanhuan's cave, it was now a mess. Such a small disciple's cave was surprisingly hiding a lot of good things inside. Some things had been claimed. There were things that were unclaimed, but they were also good things that ordinary disciples simply couldn't access. Before, when Ling Jie said that Lin Huanhuan had the ability to detect treasures, the crowd didn't really believe it. This time, they couldn't help but all believe most of it. Yi Charming had searched all over the cave, and those things that belonged to her, she had found some of them. However, Xiao Hang's sword was nowhere to be seen. Yi Charming tried to recall the contents of the original book. This book was a large swath of all meat scenes. Other plots that had nothing to do with emotional scenes were quickly skipped. Yi Feminine thought about it, but she didn't find any news of the sword in the original book. Master.
Qing Xian stood in front of a wall for a while and suddenly said, "Look at this key on the wall, its pattern, isn't it a bit similar to Xiao Heng's treasure sword?" "Oh?" Yi Charming hurriedly stood up. She fixed her eyes on it and looked at it again and again, nodding her head repeatedly. Qing Xian ruthlessly revealed, "You actually don't remember it at all, do you?" Yi Charming had a calm face. "How could I not remember? I'm making a careful comparison." Looking at the key, Yi Feminine suddenly thought of an episode. Later, Lin Huanhuan and Ling Jie traveled to a secret realm, and deep in the secret realm, there was a treasure trove. It was depicted in the book that when they arrived at that treasure trove, a key inexplicably floated out of Lin Huanhuan's arms, and as it happened, it opened this treasure trove. This key shouldn't be Xiao Heng's treasure sword materialized. Xiao Heng is the royal son of the South Xin country. After the destruction of the South Xin country, only he escaped with this royal family's precious sword that has been passed down from generation to generation. There has been a motto in the royal family of Nanshan Kingdom saying that if one day the royal family suffers great difficulties, must keep this sword. This precious sword would lead the Xiao clan to rebuild its glory. This so-called aphorism. Is it not just blowing awesome? This is surprisingly true? After all, the book depicts Ling Jie and Lin Huanhuan had received great benefits from this treasure trove. Where exactly did this key to open the treasury come from? The original book was incoherent. In fact, this so-called key was actually Xiao Heng's sword? Seeing Yi Charming gawking at the key, Lin Huanhuan's heart was about to pop out of the sky. She still didn't know exactly where the key's chance had fallen, but her spiritual sense told her that it was by no means simple. Right now, the cave was already in a mess, and Lin Huanhuan didn't know how many things she could leave behind. But out of all these things, the only thing that brought her the strongest feeling was this key, and this thing, she had to leave behind no matter what. "Master." Lin Huanhuan raised her eyes and looked at Sword Exalt Qingxiao with a pitiful expression. While Chang Xiao's Sword Exalt looked at her, a trace of probing flashed in his eyes. Lin Huanhuan's heart thumped. She said in an aggrieved manner, "Disciple. Disciple also doesn't know what this is. It was clearly all them who had to send something to me, and I've excused myself many times without excusing myself. I didn't expect that now it all became my fault." Crystal tears fell down one by one, and Lin Huanhuan seemed to be in pain to the extreme, and couldn't help but cough violently. Qing Xiao Sword Venerable was silent for a while. The trace of doubt in his heart didn't outweigh his heartache for Lin Huanhuan after all. He said softly, "You are young and don't know how to restrain your charms. It is also because Master Zun has not taught you properly. In the future, you'll stay by Master Teacher's side and I'll personally teach you." A hint of possessiveness was vaguely brought to Qing Xiao Sword Exalt's voice. He cherished Lin Huanhuan and loved Lin Huanhuan, so he had always watched her from afar, silently protecting her, and had never dared to come close. But now, he suddenly felt there was nothing wrong with getting close. Ling Jie could get close to her. The other disciples could please her. What about him? Why couldn't he? Originally, he was the one who was the first to find Huanhuan. Lin Huanhuan's heart trembled, as if she didn't hear the deeper meaning behind the Qingxiao Sword Venerable. She just said softly, "Master, Taoist Yi. He seems to have his eye on that key of mine. All the other things I can let go, but this key was given to me by my mother. This is what my mother left me, the only thought left." As Lin Huanhuan said that, she cried softly. Qing Xiao Sword Venerable's face sank. "Don't worry, if it's not her stuff, she can't take any of it." Qing Xiao Swordsman hugged Lin Huanhuan and got up to walk over. Yi Charming was taking off this key and placing it in her hands to scrutinize it. Lin Huanhuan's weak voice rang out, "Fellow Taoist Yi, this is my mother's relic, please return it to me. We only promised to let you get your own things back, but we didn't let you thieve here. Put down this key." Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said nonchalantly. "Old man Qing Xiao, you're looking for a fight again, aren't you?" Yi Luyun said in a cold voice, "Who gave you the courage to call out to my daughter?" Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said in a cold voice, "Am I wrong? This key, can it be on the list? What's the difference between this behavior of hers and a thief?" Yi Luyun was about to get furious when Yi Cho pulled her sleeve and said with a smile, "Lin Huanhuan, are you sure that this is your mother's relic?" "It's natural." Lin Huanhuan said without hesitation, "Mother's relics, Huanhuan always won't recognize a mistake. But the pattern on this key, as I look at it, is exactly the same as Xiao Heng's dragon spine sword." Yi Charming raised an eyebrow. Lin Huanhuan's heart skipped a beat. Yi Charming had seen it. But how could she admit it? Lin Huanhuan said stiffly, "Perhaps fellow Taoist Yi misread it? Is that so?" "There's no rush, Xiao Heng is on his way here. When he arrives, he'll be able to tell the difference," Yi Charming said. Lin Huanhuan got anxious. "My mother's relics, why should I let Xiao Heng distinguish? Fellow Taoist Yi must not bully people too much." "I do think that what fellow Taoist Yi said is very true. Some people are innocent on the surface, but behind their backs, they don't know how many cockamamie things they've done. It's better to discern them carefully," Su Yi said in a conspiratorial manner. Next to the Shanghai Ming sword sect's disciples, there were surprisingly more than a few who chimed in. That harmonization stage elder also said blandly, "I think so." Lingxi glanced at the Qingxiao sword father. It won't take much more or less time, so let's just wait. When Xiao Hong arrived, everyone looked towards him in unison.
Xiao Heng's body instantly tensed up.
His hands slowly clenched into a fist.
Yi charming. She was no longer satisfied with secretly torturing him in the cave. To go so far as to publicly humiliate him in public, in front of so many people? Chapter 28. Who is her family?
Through the contract, Yi Charming had sensed that Xiao Hong had arrived at her heels. Yi Charming poked her head out and gave a direct order. Xiao Hong, come here.
Borrow your blood for a moment.
Xiao Hong pursed his lips tightly, a hint of coldness flashing through his eyes.
Good. This time, it was his blood that was wanted, was it?
He originally had no way to refuse. After becoming Yi Charming's cauldron, his future had long been destined to be a dark one. The only thing he hoped for was that Yi Charming would not stop and torture him to death one day.
Perhaps only death would be a relief. Xiao Heng's favorability has decreased.
The system said breathlessly, host, it's down to -80.
Yi Feminine inexplicably glanced at Xiao Hong. This man's favorability dropped a little bit when he had nothing to do.
What is this farce?
Whatever.
The dog man loves to drop as much as he wants.
Quickly come over.
Yi Feminine's voice, which gave orders, became even more nonchalant. Xiao Hong walked over with a condensed expression, his face numb. When do we start?
Yi Charming frowned.
When will it start? This kind of thing, you can just do it yourself, but you want me to do it myself? Xiao Heng's eyes could not help but flash through a trace of sadness. This Yi Feminine was playing more and more fancy. In the past, it was still her personally torturing herself. Now, it's good that he has to torture himself.
Or in front of so many people.
Xiao Heng's voice grew colder and colder.
Good. How much blood do you want? Empty all of it, you might be satisfied?
Yi Charming looked at him with some disgust. Empty the blood or something.
Just have Lin Huan. What are you learning? Not. You don't know yourself how much blood is needed for your royal family's secret method? You still have to ask me how much blood I need?
Xiao Hong froze for a moment.
The secret method of the imperial clan? What did it mean?
Yi Charming directly took out that key. This key, I look at it and the pattern of your dragon spine sword is very similar. Lin Huan, however, said that it was gifted to her by her mother.
I remember, when I took away the dragon spine sword, you said that this precious sword has been nourished by the bloodline of the South Shen Kingdom for generations, and that it can only be maximized in your hands? Now, the precious sword is gone and only this key is left. If it is really made of precious sword, I guess, you should have a secret method to identify it.
Xiao Hong looked at this key fixedly, and a trace of shock flashed in the bottom of his eyes. The pattern on this key was indeed very similar to the one on the dragon spine sword. Moreover, the moment he saw this key, he had a very intimate feeling. Fellow Taoist Yi, this is really my mother's relic. Lin Huan got a little nervous. This key is devoid of any spiritual power, it's not a valuable item at all. In this case, in order to keep my mother's relic, I'm willing to take something else in exchange. Yi Charming simply ignored her and only urged Xiao Hong, don't you daze.
Can you hurry up? This situation was out of Xiao Heng's expectation. However,
this key did bring him a very peculiar feeling. Xiao Heng's mouth muttered an incantation, and in the next moment, he did not hesitate to slash his palm.
Blood dripped onto the key, emitting an amazing golden light. A golden dragon appeared in the air. Although it only disappeared in an instant, Xiao Heng's face could not help but flash with a trace of excitement. It was the dragon spine sword. This was the dragon spine sword. He did not know why the dragon spine sword had suddenly become a key. But this was indeed the treasure that had been passed down from generation to generation in the southern Xian kingdom without a doubt. As soon as the golden dragon's shadow appeared, Lin Huan's face couldn't help but look ugly. Damn. This Xiao Heng actually really did have a method of identification. Xiao Heng's blood is capable of conjuring up visions. This golden dragon is also the legendary guardian beast of the southern Xian country. Yi Charming glanced at Lin Huan with a smile. Fellow Taoist Lin, are you still sure now that this is your mother's relic? This time. Let alone Lin Huan.
Even Cheng Zhao's face turned ugly.
Again and again. Being slapped in the face again.
He had protected Lin Huan time and time again.
Yet he was slapped in the face again and again. His hallowed sword exalt, he didn't want to lose face?
A trace of displeasure floated up uncontrollably in Swordfather Qing Zhao's heart. But as he looked down at Lin Huan's pale face, he finally endured it. It was also because he was negligent in his discipline. In the future, he would keep Lin Huan by his side and properly discipline her.
Yi Feminine looked at Qing Xiao Jianzun's expression in her eyes and couldn't help but be happy. In the original book,
Lin Huan was progressive. She first hooked up with Lingjia and utilized Lingjia, plus she fought some wild game outside to eat. Her cultivation reached the god transformation stage, and the yin-yang harmony method was cultivated more and more profoundly, and then, only then, did she formally start to rip off the Qing Xiao sword venerable. She intentionally got close to Lingjia in the open, arousing the jealousy of Qing Xiao Jianzun. Then she kept emphasizing the master and disciple name between them. Qingxiao Sword Venerable's feelings had been suppressed, with etiquette on one side, raging emotions on the other, and Lin Huanhuan's unceasing stimulation on the other. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Huanhuan found an opportunity to let Qingxiao swordsman take her by force. In this way, it looks like the Qingxiao swordsman is strong, but in reality, the person who manipulates the situation has always been Lin Huanhuan. Now, the situation was very different. Lin Huanhuan's true colors had been partially revealed. Her first lickspittle, Ling Jia, had decisively flipped out with her. Her secret techniques couldn't be refined as a result, and weren't suitable for directly raiding high-level cultivators. Prejudice. Her true colors were now exposed, and she had nowhere else to go but beside swordsman Qingxiao. Qingxiao's sword exalt would still leave her behind. But the emotions in his heart, I'm afraid, wouldn't be the pain of begging for more than he could get in the original book. Instead, he was treating Lin Huanhuan as a forbidden domain, as a pet. Although it seemed that they were both forcible seizures, because the process was different, the result that resulted was definitely different as well. Ye feminine next, just watch these two people toss and turn. Lin Huanhuan's eyes reddened and she said softly, I may have recognized my mistake.
Lin Huanhuan, the things you remembered wrongly, the things you recognized wrongly, it's not too much.
Ling never said in a cold voice. It was as if he was suddenly enlightened, lifting off that hazy veil, he suddenly saw Lin Huanhuan's nature incomparably truly.
Ye feminine couldn't help but glance at this advancing lickspittle. TSK.
To put it mildly, Ling Jia should also thank her. Lin Huanhuan had started cultivating the secret method all over again, and now that she was only just getting started, her influence wasn't that strong yet. He himself suddenly gave a head start, and only then did Ling Jia break free.
To wait until Lin Huanhuan's secret method has been refined.
He wouldn't be able to come to his senses so easily. Being accused by Ling Jia in this manner, Lin Huanhuan looked like she had nothing to say and just silently wiped her tears.
Whether or not it's a misrecognition, it's good that everyone knows clearly in their hearts. Anyway, this key, my family Xiaohong will take it back. Ye feminine slanted a glance at Xiaohong, why don't you quickly put it away? Xiaohong was the first to put away the key.
Then, a trace of dissimilarity flashed in his eyes.
My family Xiaohong? Who is her family? Chapter 29. Who's had longer? This farce was finally coming to an end by now. The things in Lin Huanhuan's cave, Ye feminine only took back her own.
But she wasn't the only one who suffered. After some tossing and turning, Lin Huanhuan's cave was instantly empty by a large margin.
Go away.
The rest of those, you guys pay them back as soon as possible. Yi Charming waved her hand and followed the majority of the Huanhuan sect as they left in a flurry of wind. Yi Luyun couldn't help but pinch Yi Charming's face. Good. This time, you've finally given your old lady a long face. Previously, because Yi Charming was infatuated with Ling Jia, she had to endure a few moments of restraint in front of that Qingxiao. This time it was good. Her daughter was completely sober. She no longer had to worry about the face of those old codgers from the Tsunghaiming sword sect. Mother, in the future, my daughter will give you much more face. Yi Charming pulled Yi Liuyun's hand and sweetly pouted. Good. Yi Liuyun's voice trembled with excitement. She actually didn't expect Yi Charming to be able to make much of a name for herself. With her around, she could always protect her daughter. Her daughter, as long as she lived a more dashing and reckless life, she would be fine. She didn't know. What Yi Feminine said was completely serious.
In the original book setting, Lin Huanhuan was from the upper realm.
In the book's plot, every time she encountered any danger, she would always come out of nowhere with some kind of means. Now, although he had uncovered part of Lin Huanhuan's true colors, as long as her soul wasn't scattered, she had the possibility of making a comeback. She and Yi Luyun were still in danger. She wanted to change her fate, wanted to live well. The only way was to become stronger. Get stronger again. Only by becoming the strongest could she break free from the shackles and not have to fear anyone anymore. After bidding farewell to Yi Luyun, Yi Charming brought Qing Xian and Xiaohong back to the cave. Yi Charming glanced at Xiaohong and suddenly reminded, where's your key? Can you keep it safe? This is the secret treasure of your royal family, don't lose it again. Xiaohong looked complicated as he couldn't help but say, as long as you don't go crazy, this key naturally won't have any problems. Yi Chuxia could not help but glare at him. In order to get back this key of yours today, do you know how hard I worked before and after? For you, I argued with that shameless Qing Xiao sword venerable of the Tsunghaiming sword sect on the basis of reason. For you, I confronted Ling Jie to his face, and for you, I tried to find a way to uncover Lin Huanhuan's true colors. Even if I was wrong before. I know I was wrong, what else do you want? Yi Feminine spoke with a straight face. Right. She wasn't doing this for her own pleasure at all, she was doing it all for Xiaohang. Yi Feminine had always adhered to one principle. If you do 1 point, you must express 10 points. Xiaohang today must give her the favorability up. For his sake? Xiao Heng's expression was complicated, he had some fluctuations in his heart, but he didn't know what to say, and in the end, he just snorted coldly and directly entered the cave. The attitude was not very good. But Yi Charming didn't bother with him. Because Xiao Hong had increased her favorability. Now, Xiao Heng's favorability towards her had jumped like a bungee to -20. Although it was still a negative number. But it was a whole 60-point increase. Qing Xian looked at Yi Charming and asked, "It's all for him?" Yi Charming froze for a moment and instantly reacted. She hurriedly pacified, "That was to coax him. Who am I mainly doing it for? Aren't you clear in your heart? For your sake, I have let Lin Huan bleed all over." At the entrance of the cave, Xiao Hong thought about it and felt that it wasn't good for him to just walk away. As soon as he walked back, he heard Yi Charming's scummy female speech. Xiao Heng's favorability is reduced by 5. The system sighed. Which host was teetering on the edge of flipping and flopping all day long? It was only his family. "Yo, you're back." Yi Feminine glanced at Xiao Hong and raised an eyebrow. "Did you figure it out and want to thank me properly?" Xiao Hong snorted coldly. This time, he was really angry away. Yi Charming didn't care about him either. She looked at Qing Xian with a smile. "Do you want to do a little preparation first? Or, will you follow me directly into the room?" She raised the medicine bottle in her hand, smiling like a flower. Qing Xian suddenly felt a wobble in his eyes. I don't know if it was because he was too eager for this medicinal liquid, or because the woman in front of him was too bright and colorful. Qing Xian's voice was a little hoarse. There is no need to make preparations. He had been preparing for too long and too long. He had dreamed of this day countless times. Dreamed of his tendons recovering, dreamed of him becoming an alchemist again, dreamed of avenging the blood feud for his family. Now, all of this finally had a chance to become a reality. He didn't need to make preparations. He also didn't want to wait any longer. Not a single minute, not a single second did he want to wait. So anxious? Yi Charming muttered and directly pulled Qing Xian's hand. The two of them directly walked towards the room. Yi Feminine turned around and saw Fox Jiuling's curious face. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Little kids aren't allowed to look. She directly closed the door. Fox Jiuling blinked her eyes with a curious expression. So, Brother Fiery Meditation has gotten comfortable. Now it's Brother Qing Xian's turn? Fox Jiuling purposely went to the back of the mountain to find Fire He. Fire Underworld was practicing his spear technique. His moves were powerful and quite methodical. Fox Jiuling hemmed and hawed and suddenly said, "Brother Fire Underworld." Master pulled Qing Xian into the small room. Oh. Fire Underworld's hand paused for a moment, and the stance suddenly deviated a little from its original trajectory. He quickly adjusted and continued practicing. He had a calm face. What's the problem? It's not something that will happen sooner or later. Fox Jiuling stroked his chin. In the past, you were the only one who had practiced dual cultivation in the past, Brother Fire He, and now there is an additional Brother Qing Xian. When Brother Qing Xian comes out, I'll also ask if it's comfortable. Fire Underworld immediately stumbled in his footsteps. Fox Jiuling clenched her fist and smacked her palm. Right. Brother Fire He's statement alone is not accurate. What if you're the only one who's comfortable? If Brother Qing Xian is also comfortable, then it would be safer. Feeling that she was really a smart little fox, Fox Jiuling's little tail even appeared behind her back and was wagging happily. Fire He was speechless for a moment. After a long time, he said, "Come over and practice." Fox Jiuling's face changed and quickly said, No, I'll go wait at the door and see when they come out. I also don't know you two, whose time will be a little longer. Fox Jiuling ran away in a puff of smoke. Fire Underworld. This was spoken. Why is it so inexplicably annoying to hear him? Fox Jiuling set up a teacup and was drinking tea while waiting. Suddenly, Fire Underworld sat across from him. Fox Jiuling was a little curious. Brother Fire He, why are you here? Fire Underworld's face was calm, resting for a while. Fox Jiuling nodded knowingly. I know. Brother Fire He also wants to see who has longer time, isn't it? I'm all set to help you keep an eye on it. Fire Underworld. Chapter 30. Do you like it? Fire He tried to explain. Gun training requires a combination of work and rest. I just happen to need a break. Then why didn't Brother Fire He need to rest before? Fox Jiuling opened her big innocent eyes. Once again, Fire He was silent. Luckily, Fox Jiuling's attention was quickly diverted as he grabbed Xiao Hong, who was passing by. Brother Xiao Hong. The market is open. Let's bet on whose first time will last longer between Brother Fire He and Brother Qing Xian. Xiao Heng's face was expressionless, boring. Fox Jiuling didn't care. He directly pulled Xiao Hong to sit down. Quickly, place your bets. He saw Mo Yi and shouted from afar, Mo Yi, you come along too? Mo Yi raised his eyes, a hint of mockery flashing through his dark pupils. He didn't say anything either, turning around and entering the cave. From Fire He to Qing Xian to Fox Jiuling to Xiao Hong, how many more people would Ji Chuxia have to confuse? But he was different from these fools. He had intelligence. Having suffered a loss once, he would never suffer a second time in his life.
He, Moe, will never be confused by Yi Charming. Never. Come, if Moe is not coming, it's just the few of us.
Fox Jiuling said with a smile, today is the Qing Xian dual cultivation, whoever wins this time gets the next chance to dual cultivate with their master, how about it?
Fire Meditation glanced at him.
Fox Jiuling's eyes rolled and rolled as he quickly pressed Qing Xian, I'll bet on brother Qing Xian's longer. Xiao Hang glanced at him, Yi Charming is going to repair Qing Xian's meridians, it will definitely take longer. Fire He also raised his eyebrows slightly.
Fox Jiuling instantly became a little weak. It was finished. This little bit of his mind was seen through.
Oops, he just wanted to know how comfortable dual cultivation really was.
Fox Jiuling blinked his eyes and said, then change the bet. Let's bet on their hours, the one with the closest time wins, how about it? Xiao Hong was expressionless, boring. The reward for the person who wins is Yi Charming's dual cultivation, what does he need this kind of reward for?
Then you be a witness, and brother Fire He and I will make a bet. Brother Fire He, one of us will write down a time and we'll both give it to brother Xiao Hong so that he can reveal the result.
Fox Jiuling said excitedly. Xiao Hong. Boring. But he surprisingly didn't brush his sleeve away. And so,
under Fox Jiuling's softening, Fire He casually wrote down an hour on a piece of paper and casually handed it over to Xiao Hang. Fox Jiuling bit his pen and thought hard for half a day before he solemnly wrote down a name and handed it over to Xiao Hong as well. The three of them sipped their tea while looking at the tightly closed door of the room. If anything,
they were waiting.
For Qing Xian, and also for themselves, waiting for a result.
Inside the room,
Yi Charming looked at Qing Xian with a smile on her face.
Honestly speaking, Yi Liuyun's vision was really quite good.
Each of these 5 hearthpods of hers had their own style. In addition to all being first-rate in looks, they also had their own personalities. There was the lively and lovely one, the one who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, the one who was cool and noble, the one who was arrogant and tough-talking, and the one who was completely elusive.
Taking out any one of them, which one was not better than that soft rice man?
Under the dark light, Qing Xian's face appeared somewhat blurry and invisible. Yi Feminine pulled his hand and made him sit on the edge of the bed. Qing Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of a seductive smile on his face. Master,
the room is hot, do you need me to take off your outer clothes for you? Said.
His hand, which was slightly tinged with coldness, was already placed on Yi Charming's waist.
With a gentle tug, his outerwear instantly became loose.
Qing Xian raised his eyes, and his eyes happened to meet Yi Charming. In this, there seemed to be charmed colors that were amazing. Yi Charming's mouth went a little dry for a moment, and when Qing Xian wanted to continue undressing her, she pressed down on Qing Xian's hand.
Qing Xian's trailing voice rose slightly, coolness and demonic charm intertwined in his brows.
Yi Charming coughed lightly. Qing Xian.
Yes, master.
In Qing Xian's eyes, dark light flowed.
Qing Xian, you don't have to look like this. Yi Charming said.
Qing Xian frowned slightly. Don't you like it, master?
This couldn't be.
He had observed very carefully. Although Yi Charming didn't say anything on her lips, she would still be more or less secretly pleased when she called her master or took the initiative to seduce her.
This showed that Yi Feminine was eating this.
As if being seen through, Yi Charming couldn't help but feel a little weak, but she still tightly grasped Qing Xian's hand. I do like it, but what about you? Qing Xian froze for a moment.
Him? What did it matter what he thought? You don't actually like to go about pleasing people like this.
Yi Charming said calmly, I don't need you to please me like this either.
Repairing your meridians, what I want, isn't that either. What I want is for you to turn back into the proud Qing Xian.
What I want is for you to become strong enough and then walk higher and farther with me.
Do you understand what I mean?
Yi Charming quietly looked at Qing Xian. Qing Xian was silent for a long time.
He did not need to use such tactics to please Yi Charming? All he needed was to become stronger?
Qing Xian spread his face and smiled brightly. Good. He withdrew his hand. The charming color on his face disappeared, and what replaced it was a clear coldness that blended with the moonlight. He reached out and slowly went to undo the outer robe he was wearing. Yi Feminine suddenly regretted it.
Really? I don't know why. Now this ascetic Qing Xian made her mouth even drier. Sins. Beauty was a mistake. She, Yi Cho, must not indulge in beauty. The next moment,
Yi Charming's serious voice rang out, clothes have to be stripped off.
Qing Xian looked at her, why don't you take off?
Yi Charming was not heartless, it's you who repairs the meridians, or me who repairs the meridians. Qing Xian looked at her with a smile, then pulled down the lapel of his shirt, revealing his white skin.
Glistening like white jade. Clear and cold like moonlight.
Good. The great poet Yi Feminine sent out random emotions in her heart. However, waiting for Qing Xian's clothes to fade a little bit, she suddenly couldn't laugh.
Qing Xian's white skin was densely packed with whip marks. Before,
when he and Fire Underworld's divine soul mingled, his body was full of scales. Fire Underworld didn't purposely put away the scales, so Yi Choi didn't particularly ask for them. After all, the disc scales were also quite interesting.
At this moment,
The whip marks on Qing Xian's body were the first time that Yi Charming had seen just how cruel the original owner had been to these 5 stovepipes. These whip marks were densely packed, the old hadn't gone, the new had already come, greenish purple, dark purple, all kinds of wound colors appeared on the same piece of skin, more or less shocking. Qing Xian observed Yi Charming's expression for a moment and a trace of dissimilarity flashed in the bottom of his eyes.
Was she feeling apologetic?
Qing Xian said softly, "It only looks serious, but it actually doesn't hurt much." Yi Charming sighed in her heart. Of the original owner's several stoves, Qing Xian was considered the most judicious, so he actually suffered the least. The other few tenacious species, especially the 2 Xiaohang and Mo Yi, were afraid that they had been tossed around even more miserably. No wonder these two had hated her for such a long time.
Let's repair the meridians first. Qing Xian, summon your divine soul.
Yi Feminine organized her emotions and went straight to the point.
Chapter 31, Is this even possible? Qing Xian's body trembled unnoticeably. Then,
he forced himself to hold back his shyness and summoned his Divine Soul Dharma phase. Divine Soul Dharma phantoms were innate, and those with spiritual roots already had their own Dharma phantom the moment they were born. This Dharma phase, the only way to put on the Divine Soul armor and have a certain fighting ability is to reach the Yuaning stage.
And the current Dharma phase was equivalent to being completely naked.
The Dharma phase was exposed to people like this. To most people, this was even more shameful than stripping naked.
Yi Charming looked at Qing Xian's Dharma phase with some curiosity.
Qing Xian,
like her, was of the wood attribute.
Her Dharma phase was a small, plain, purple flower. Qing Xian's Dharma phase, on the other hand, was a firm tree. The tree towered in the air, and as it shook, leaves seemed to rustle and fall. Yi Charming maneuvered her Dharma phase and wrapped around it at the first opportunity.
Originally, small flowers and trees, the dominant one should be the trees. However, this Dharma phase of Yi Charming's was extremely dominant as it followed the trunk of the tree and went up the tree, entwining layers upon layers.
Qing Xian closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly.
Body and divine soul, both naked at the same time.
Everything about him, in its entirety, was presented in front of Yi Charming. He could feel the dominance of the vines as they twined over, and he could feel the softness of the purple flowers as they bloomed on the tree.
Small purple flowers, cascading over the canopy.
Yi Charming's voice rang in her ears, "It's time to use the 9th grade Xin ginseng." Qing Xian's body shook and his body tensed up. Yi Charming took out the bottle that kept the Xian ginseng essence.
She opened the bottle.
The turquoise-green juice slowly seeped downwards from the crown of the tree.
Qing Xian's body immediately trembled even more.
The leaves of the tree also began to rustle and shake. "Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry, take your time." Yi Feminine's soft voice rang out, the purple petals wrapped around the tree leaves, gentle to the point of being reassuring. Qing Xian's body slowly stopped shaking. The green-colored sap slowly spread downwards, and the divine souls that had been nourished by the sap seemed to be a few points clearer.
In the end, the cyan-colored juice followed the roots of the Dharma phase down Qing Xian's head and into his body. In that instant,
Qing Xian's face suddenly changed. As the Xian ginseng's powerful force penetrated deeper, his long-severed meridians suddenly suffered a sharp pain. This kind of pain almost made him want to go crazy.
However, when he was about to collapse, a gentle power would penetrate.
That gentle power wrapped around him, allowing him to maintain the last vestiges of his sanity, as well as allowing the Xian liquid's powerful strength to slowly become smoother.
Let's take it bit by bit, slowly.
Yi Feminine patiently guided. She was like a patient stitcher, mending every broken place bit by bit. Qing Xian's meridians, just like this, recovered little by little. Qing Xian closed his eyes, but silent tears fell from his eyes.
How many years had it been? His meridians were really going to be restored.
Although it was still a long way from revenge, he had, at least, taken the first step.
Time pushed on minute by minute.
Finally, only the last shattered place remained. The medicinal power of the Xian ginseng slowly flowed through his meridians, and in the end, it converged at the last point. Pain that was several times more intense than even before suddenly surged. Drops of sweat fell from Qing Xian's forehead, and the green-colored juice slowly flowing under his whiteness could be vaguely seen on his bare skin.
Only the difference.
Only the last bit was missing. The intense pain destroyed Qing Xian's sanity. It was as if he had returned to that day.
Above the ring, the teenager's pride was completely destroyed.
The scene shifted. His parents died tragically in front of him, and the one who started it all was still proudly telling him the beginning and the end.
And then, it was one whipping after another. Bastard is a bastard. People like you still want to restore your meridians? Don't you dare. Stupid bastard. Bastard.
Your parents, they were all killed by you.
Countless voices cacophonized. Finally,
he heard a clear and cold voice.
Hang in there before there is a future. Qing Xian's body trembled violently. It was. Get through it.
Only then would there be a future. The Xian ginseng juice flowed, and that last place where it had broken was completely repaired. Qing Xian panted heavily.
He Succeeded? He couldn't wait to run his spiritual energy. Originally, the spiritual energy that could not be stored at all, at this moment, it ran smoothly. From the meridians to the dantian. Completing a grand circumference, his spiritual energy naturally grew by a hair. Qing Xian's eyes couldn't help but redden. This time, it was no longer a dream. His meridians, surprisingly, were truly repaired. Qing Xian opened his eyes and couldn't wait to look at Yi Chuan. His expression couldn't help but change slightly. He was restored. However, Yi Charming had been escorting for him, and no matter if it was her divine soul or spiritual energy, she had already reached her limit. She sat there with a pale face, her eyes still flashing with relief. Your meridians are repaired. It's not in vain that I've been working so hard these past few days. Yi Charming looked very weak, as if she was about to faint at any moment. Qing Xian's expression was complicated as he stepped forward to support Yi Charming. Yi Charming waved her hand. You don't have to do what you don't want to do. Qing Xian looked at her, a pair of fox eyes brimming with water. How do you know that I don't want to do it? Yi Charming blinked and obediently leaned back on the bed. Qing Xian said, You need to rest now, I'll go bring spirit spring water. Yi Charming nodded weakly, not forgetting to emphasize if you can add some fruit juice, make it sweeter. Qing Xian nodded and really debugged. Yi Feminine happily looked at his busy back. The system was a bit unable to look away. Host. You're pretending quite a bit? I see your body, not so weak at all. Yi Feminine instantly rolled her eyes. Didn't I tell you? When you do 1 point, you have to express 10 points. Xian ginseng juice is so rare, I must not brush more goodwill out. Che, I don't see any change in favorability at all. The system couldn't help but mutter. Yi Feminine was instantly startled. She slapped the bedboard and sat up in shock from her dying sickness. What? Favorability didn't even change? Then, as soon as Yi Charming raised her eyes, she saw Qing Xian's deep eyes. Yi Charming's body immediately stiffened. Slowly, she lay back against the bed, and then, revealed a weak smile to Qing Xian, just returned to the light. Qing Xian smiled and walked forward with the spirit spring water. He handed the jade bowl to Yi Charming's mouth and patiently fed her. Yi Charming drank in small sips somewhat sheepishly. The next moment, she heard Qing Xian's clear and cold voice. I know that you're only doing this to prove that you value me. Yi Charming. I believe you. I believe that you are different from before. Qing Xian's words fell, and then, the system's alarming voice rang out. Host. Favorability is soaring wildly. It's gone up and up. It's now a positive number. It's up to 10 points. You can open the first bronze treasure chest. Still going up, still going up. 20 points. Man, it's rushing past 30 points. Rushing past 30 points. Is there still room for improvement? The system's voice grew more and more excited. The favorability finally, steadily stopped at 35. This was the first time Yi Feminine had seen a positive favorability, and moreover, it was still directly at 35. This also meant that she was able to open 2 bronze treasure chests at once. Yi Feminine's eyes lit up. This was okay? Chapter 32 Reward Against the Heavens. Qing Xian looked at Yi Charming's suddenly bright brows. His expression couldn't help but be a little complicated as well. He himself said that he was willing to believe her. Is she just so happy? He didn't know what had happened to Yi Charming to suddenly have such a big transformation. But he was not someone who did not know what was good or bad. The current Yi Charming was indeed different from before. Then, let's give her a chance and give himself a chance as well. Qing Xian looked at her joyful appearance, and a subtle feeling fluttered in his heart. Yi Charming seemed to treat him a little differently than she did the others. How could she ever have painstakingly searched for the 9th grade Xian ginseng for the sake of someone else, and how could she ever have revealed such a joyful expression for the sake of a sentence from someone else? Could Yi Charming secretly be interested in him? Qing Xian's brows grew colder and colder, but the smile at the bottom of his eyes grew stronger and stronger. If this was really the case, a lot of things could make sense. Drink slowly. Qing Xian said softly. Yi Chusha could not slow down. She grabbed Qing Xian's hand and made him tilt the jade bowl a little bit more. Then, she quickly drank the bowl of spirit spring water and immediately went to look at the 2 bronze treasure chests that she had managed to obtain. Whoa whoa. Baby treasure chests. Mom is here. Yi Feminine was so overjoyed that after drinking the spirit spring water, she actually forgot to let go of Qing Xian's hand. And so, she just pulled Qing Xian's hand like this, showing a silly smile every now and then. A trace of favor flashed across the bottom of Qing Xian's eyes. Was she just trying to find ways and means, wanting to have more close contact with herself? But on the contrary, he wasn't repulsed either. Qing Xian couldn't help but recall the time when the gods and souls melded just now, a small purple flower, blooming amongst the turquoise leaves. It was so close that it was incomparable. It was also so harmonious that it was beyond compare. I don't know what Qing Xian is thinking about. Yi Charming has already started to open the treasure chests. The 2 bronze treasure chests were already placed there in a brilliant bronze color. Yi Charming rubbed her palms together and blew another breath into her palms. System, host. What are you doing? Yi Feminine was a little disdainful. What do you know?
This is pre-preparation, able to increase the probability of opening something good.
Wait a minute. Speaking of which, I should go bathe and burn incense first. By the way, do you have any believing deities in the system world? I'll make an offering of fruit to him. System. Host, the things that are opened are randomized.
You are being feudalistic and superstitious, you have to believe in science and probability.
Yi Feminine revealed a mocking smile. You're a system, and you're still telling me to believe in science? She has a system, is this science? She traveled to the world of cultivation, is this scientific? She has 5 men. Oh, this is scientific. The system was suddenly aggrieved and speechless.
Yi Charming did as she thought. She got out of bed in a flurry of wind and directly rushed into the inner room. Qing Xian looked at his suddenly empty hand and was slightly stunned for a moment.
The next moment,
he heard the sound of water resounding from the inner room. Qing Xian's white face was suddenly flushed with a slight blush.
Yi Feminine, she went to bathe? What did she want to do?
Qing Xian sat stiffly in place, not daring to move for a moment. The intermingling of the divine soul is certainly intimate, but for people who really like each other, they all hope that, from the physical body to the divine soul, they are all compatible with the water and milk, right?
Master, she could be.
Qing Xian was thinking wildly. Yi Charming had already hurried back, her mouth muttering something, then she took out 3 incense burners, and found a few fruits, and worshipped to the void where there was nothing.
Then,
she purified her hands. While praying, she tapped on the first treasure chest. Host, this is the treasure chest opened by Qing Xian's favorability. Besides being beneficial to you, the treasure chest will also be beneficial to Qing Xian after completing the treasure chest quest.
The system reminded.
Yi Feminine had no time to pay attention to the system. She stared wide-eyed, staring dead on at the slowly opening treasure chest.
Finally, the treasure chest opened completely. Yi Feminine looked on somewhat nervously. The next moment,
a ball of light appeared in the air, and before Yi Charming could react, this ball of light directly disappeared into her body. System, how come nothing seems to have changed? Yi Charming said subconsciously. Suddenly, a trace of shock flashed in the bottom of her eyes.
It was unknown if it was her illusion.
She felt that the speed of the operation of the spiritual energy in her body. How it suddenly became a touch faster.
Obtained bronze level reward, spiritual root value increased by 2. The system's smiling voice rang out. The hosts with spirit power absorption speed and with spirit power operation speed have both increased by 200%. You know, the hosts with spirit root value is only 5. While the full point spirit root value should be 10.
Originally, the host's spirit root qualification can only be said to be quite mediocre. But after the first treasure chest's boost, the hosts with spirit root value has changed from 5 to 7.
Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow. Only raised the spirit root value by 2 points? This system of yours doesn't work either. The system gritted its teeth. Only? Spiritual root value is determined by heaven. To be able to raise it a little bit, that's all taking away heaven's creation, right? Moreover, this is only the bronze treasure chest.
Bronze treasure chest can directly increase the spiritual root value. Behind the silver treasure chest, gold treasure chest, even after the good will full value of the ultimate treasure chest will be how amazing. Host, just do your best. Our system, it's super strong.
This big cake is drawn well. Yi Feminine then disliked it, and then couldn't wait to open the second treasure chest. Honestly speaking,
she complained, but in her heart, she was actually satisfied.
After all, after the spiritual root value was increased, the speed at which she absorbed spiritual energy, that was an immediate improvement.
The second treasure chest opened.
Another ball of white light didn't enter Yi Chue's body. Obtained bronze level reward, Dharma phase trait. The host's Dharma phase is a mortal level Dharma phase character unknown purple flower, rewarded characteristic vine drawing.
Can draw on the other party's spiritual energy for its own use.
Yi Feminine's face blackened and blackened as she listened. What do you mean by unknown purple flower? However, originally,
mortal level Dharma phases basically couldn't give birth to traits. Now, the system directly rewarded a divine soul trait, which still sounded like a pretty strong kind. This wave, not a loss.
Yi Feminine was being satisfied.
The system's voice suddenly became mechanical. Releasing Qing Xian's treasure chest quest. 1. Qing Xian actively kisses the host.
Reward, spiritual energy absorption speed increased by 50%. Limited to 1 incense stick of time. Exceeding it will invalidate it.
2. Qing Xian refines a furnace of third order pills. Reward, phallic characteristic, herb affinity.
Limited to 2 months. Exceeding that will result in expiration. Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow.
These 2 treasure chest quests of Qing Xian's, the rewards were lower ranked versions of the rewards she received.
And one had to complete the predecessor quests. But, rarely, these 2 rewards were also heaven-defying enough. Yi Feminine couldn't help but ponder on it.
Qing Xian was her cauldron, and she was naturally happy for Qing Xian to be able to improve.
However, This credit, one could not give it away. One had to let Qing Xian know that everything he had was given to him by himself. Host, the first task is time limited, to have Qing Xian actively kiss the host. Host, you be more euphemistic and give some hints, I think he should. The system was gushing out suggestions. Just saw Yi Charming smilingly walking up to Qing Xian. Kiss me. Chapter 33. She really does like me. What? What?
Qing Xian's mouth widened slightly as he looked at Yi Charming with some shock. His mood can be described as a series of twists and turns. Yi Charming first grabbed his hand for half a day, then suddenly went to bathe. When she came out of the bath, she was suddenly strange and odd, giggling at the fragrance on the void. Qing Xian's mood had been, she really does like me, what is she doing, could it be that I'm making a fool of myself, and these emotions had been repeatedly bouncing across the board.
Now, what is Yi Feminine talking about?
Yi Charming patiently said again, kiss me.
The system was about to shut itself up. What a direct host. No foreplay, direct hard-on? Qing Xian's pupils condensed. This time, he heard it clearly. And so, the emotions switched back. She really does like me.
The corners of Qing Xian's lips spread a hint of a smile. Good.
He bent his head and gently kissed Yi Charming's forehead. Yi Charming was a bit unhappy, kissing the wrong place. The system popped up and said, host, nothing day. Just say it's a kiss, this task has been completed. Shut up. Yi Feminine couldn't help but angrily rebuke. What was the use of just completing the task? Where was her credit? Where was her credit?
Qing Xian lowered his eyes, a hint of shyness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Although he had always taken the initiative to request for dual cultivation before, but,
hurry up. Yi Charming urged. Any slower and the system rewards would come into play. Her credit would be completely gone. Good.
Qing Xian's voice was slightly dry as he lowered his head and this time kissed Yi Charming's lips. This Qing Xian looked so capable of teasing. It was actually a fledgling.
Aside from his lips touching, he surprisingly couldn't do anything.
Yi Charming sighed and took the initiative to pry open his lips and teeth.
Qing Xian's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The next moment,
he suddenly felt that Yi Charming pushed something into his mouth.
Qing Xian instantly reacted. This seemed to be the first-rank elixir Chung Mudan.
This elixir was capable of boosting a very small amount of what attributes spirit energy, and although it was not precious, it was not harmful either.
Qing Xian obediently swallowed it.
Yi Charming let go of Qing Xian and said with a relieved expression, alright, you now try to absorb the spiritual energy.
How did this topic jump over?
Qing Xian froze for a moment, but still obediently absorbed the spiritual energy.
Then, his pupils violently condensed. The speed at which he was absorbing spiritual energy had suddenly increased by a lot compared to before. Was this because of the Qing Mudan that Yi Chue had just pushed into his mouth? No, this couldn't be.
To be able to allow him to directly increase the speed of his spiritual energy absorption, this kind of treasure, which could be encountered but not sought, how could it be a mere first-order elixir? Qing Xian's heart could not help but tremble.
1 9th grade Shen Jinsang, this was more than enough. Was she worried that she wouldn't accept any other gifts, so she had deliberately disguised that treasure with a first-order elixir so as to coax herself into eating it?
Yi Feminine was for him. Surprisingly, she had painstakingly gone to this extent. Qing Xian favorability +5, current favorability 40, the system broadcasted, then said somewhat contemptuously, host, you are shameless. Obviously, it was the reward given by the Hearth Ding system. Yi Chuxiao was alive to make Qing Xian feel that it was her who had gone through all the trouble for him.
She was so screwed up. Could Qing Xian not cheat himself?
There's no need to treat me like this, I've already recovered my meridians, soon, I'll be able to. Qing Xian said softly.
Yi Charming waved her hand, what are you babbling about? It's just a first-rank elixir, it's nothing.
Qing Xian pursed his lips.
A first-order elixir only? Being able to increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption, could this be just a mere first-order elixir? Yi Charming
was just not wanting him to feel too burdened. Only the system was hysterical in Yi Chao's mind.
What she fed you was really just a first-order elixir. That was all due to the system.
Yi Feminine rubbed her ears and directly muted the system. This was a function she had just discovered. When she didn't want to listen to the system's nonsense, she could directly turn off its sound.
This could be a really good function. Your meridians have been restored. First restore your strength back and start refining pills again as soon as possible. Yi Charming said.
Qing Xian gathered himself as he nodded. My divine soul realm is still there, so I only need to replenish my spirit power cultivation to return to the Jindan stage. According to my original rate of spiritual energy absorption, it would take 2 months to return to the Jindan stage.
Now, it'll probably be a month or so. A month or so?
The treasure chest quest was limited to 2 months, a very generous amount of time. Yi Feminine patted his shoulder. Cheer up.
Outside the room, Fox Jioling's several people waited and waited. The result.
This night, Qing Xian did not even come out.
Fox Jiuling lay on the table in boredom. Brother Fire, hey, this is much longer than the first time you did it. Fire Underworld. Boring. Xiao Hong stood up expressionlessly, clearly wanting to end this uninteresting game now. It was at this time. The door of the room was opened. Xing Xian took the lead and walked out. Several people gazed over. A trace of joy could not help but flash across the bottom of Fire Meditation's eyes. Xing Xian, your meridians have recovered? Xing Xian nodded. Not only that, but under the effect of the 9th grade Xian Ginseng, my meridians are even tougher than before they shattered. Xing Xian hesitantly glanced at Yi Charming. He did not know whether or not to say anything about Yi Charming giving him a small cooking stove. Yi Charming smiled and said, more than that. Xing Xian's speed of absorbing spiritual energy is also faster than before his accident. It won't take 2 months for him to return to the Jindan stage. Yi Feminine glanced at the three people. Did you hear that? Xing Xian was able to receive so many benefits. All you guys need to do is to please me well and you'll be able to get the same. Want to increase your strength? Then roll up well on the track of pleasing her. Yi Feminine was secretly pleased with her cleverness and wisdom. Fox Jiuling suddenly jumped out. He didn't care about what strength or not, boosting or not. He asked Xing Xian with a curious face, Brother Xing Xian, is dual cultivation really comfortable? Fire Meditation stiffened. He didn't know why Fox Jiuling was asking Xing Xian when the one who stiffened up was him. It wasn't. Fox Jiuling was really asking Xing Xian, on the contrary, was calm as a subtle smile spread across the corners of his lips. You'll know if you try it yourself. Fox Jiuling nodded, then, he looked at Yi Chuanxia with an expectant expression. Master. I made a bet with Fire Hay. Whoever writes the hour closest to what you guys came out with will get the next chance to double cultivate with Master. Do you agree, Master? Yi Charming couldn't help but clear her cough. This. Fox Jiuling was afraid that Yi Charming would not agree and hurriedly said, Brother Xiaohong is the referee. Master, just say yes. Who could withstand such pampering? Yi Charming nodded. Alright, let's see the results then. Brother Xiaohong, open it quickly, open it quickly. Fox Jiuling hurriedly urged. Boring, Xiaohong said while starting to open the paper ball. Chapter 34 Definitely win. A wry look appeared on Fox Jiuling's face. He was a clever little fox. Last night, he had anticipated that something like repairing the meridian should not be completed for a while. So, the time he gave out was the beginning of the eons. This time was only 3 moments short of the time Yi Charming and Xing Xian came out. He should have won. Moreover, at that time, Brother Fire Underworld had only written it in a casual and perfunctory manner. Where was he so well thought out? In the little fox's complacency, Xiaohong directly opened the 2 paper balls. He recognized them and said, the one who won is Fire Underworld. What? Fox Jiuling's eyes widened as he rushed over to take a look and was immediately frustrated. The first moment of the hour. The time written by Fire Underworld happened to be even closer to a quarter of an hour than he was. Whoa. Fox Jiuling glanced at Fire Underworld with some resentment. This is exhaustive effort, not as good as someone else's flash of insight? Fire Underworld was a bit helpless and couldn't help but say, Jiuling, let's just pretend that you won. The few of them each had their own blood feuds. The only one was Fox Jiuling. He had somehow lost all of his memories, and the first time he appeared, he was the one who was almost stripped of his skin and made into a leather coat. It was a few of them who teamed up to save Fox Jiuling. When Yi Chui found out, Yi Chui naturally refused to take in Fox Jiuling, not only whipped everyone, but also threw Fox Jiuling under the mountain. But Fox Jiuling had no memory and no strength. Once driven away, there was only one way to die. But they were in the position of a stove, and they simply couldn't resist Yi Chuxia. Fortunately, when Fox Jiuling was about to be sent away, Yi Luyan happened to come, and she found that Fox Jiuling and Yi Flattery's aptitude was compatible, and belonged to the top stove tripod. Only then did she make the decision to keep Fox Jiuling. Fox Jiuling has not recovered his memory, he also does not have any pursuit, every day just eat and drink, happy. Even after he was severely injured by Yi Chuxia's poisonous beating, he was still able to continue to show a smiling face after he recovered. Fox Jiuling was just a heartless little brother to Fire Hay. That won't do. Fox Jiuling shrugged his little nose. Fox Jiuling, will definitely be able to win the bet on my own. I also have backbone. Fox Jiuling looked blearily at Yi Feminine. Master, wait for me, when I win once, you'll look for me to double cultivate, okay? Good. Yi Charming could only respond with tears and laughter. Fox Jiuling clenched her small fists. He could win. He could definitely win. Next time. He must come up with a surefire winning bet. Fox Jiuling muttered as he walked away. Master. I'll go recover my spiritual energy first. Xing Xian said in a warm voice. Yi Chuxia nodded. I'll wait for the day when you can refine pills again. A trace of gentleness flashed under Xing Xian's eyes. Good. Before leaving, he turned around and glanced at Fire Underworld. Of these 5 furnace tripods, his biggest competitor should be Fire Hay. But the master was definitely treating him extraordinarily differently. Did Fire Underworld have the 9th grade Xian Ginseng? Was there an elixir that increased the speed of spiritual energy absorption? This was unique to him.
The smile at the corner of Qing Xian's lips deepened. He knew that the acacia sex cultivation method was different from the other sex, so it was only natural that Yi Charming would dual cultivate with others.
As long as one was the most unique one, it was enough.
Qing Xian smiled in a clear and bright manner, but the moment he turned his head, he left Yi Charming with a very provocative look.
Subsequently, he left with a flourish. Yi Charming instantly covered her chest. Wasn't it said?
Let Qing Xian stop forcing himself to seduce her. Why did it feel like he was seducing her even more?
Ha!
Xiao Hong took this lawsuit in his eyes, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his lips as he turned around and left.
He was also mad. Accompanying these two boring people, waiting here for the whole night. Boring brother, wait. Yi Charming hurriedly shouted.
Xiao Heng's footsteps stopped for a moment, he turned around and looked at Yi Charming expressionlessly, boring. Yi Charming impatiently waved her hand. Alright, I know you're bored.
Let me just ask, that key of yours, have you researched anything yet? With so many treasures in the cave, only this key, she was most reluctant to give up. This thing, I'm afraid it's not simple. Yi Feminine knew. This key could unlock a secret treasure. However, the book was not very detailed about the process of Lin Huan and their discovery of the secret treasure. Yi Feminine had looked through it several times, and apart from their physical play along the way, she hadn't found any clues at all. She still needed to rely on Xiao Heng if she wanted to get the secret stash. Xiao Heng's expression was condensed. This key, naturally, is not simple.
According to the aphorisms that have been passed down from generation to generation in the South Shan country, at the right time, in the right hands, this key will automatically guide the direction to the secret stash. Xiao Heng mused for a moment and then continued, as a matter of fact, I am the only Nanshan bloodline left, and when I hold this key, it is the most suitable time, and I, myself, am the most suitable person. But I did not feel any guidance. Yi Feminine pondered for a moment and said, perhaps it's because
this is the Acacia sect. Inside the sect, there are numerous spell formations and boundaries, so any guidance is isolated.
When our strength grows a bit, let's leave the sect and try. These words also made sense. Xiao Hong nodded in silence. Boring brother, go play by yourself.
Yi Charming waved her hand.
Xiao Hong held his tongue for half a day and swallowed back the word boredom in a raw manner. He turned around and left, only looking at the speed. It seemed to be much faster. Inexplicably there was a feeling of fleeing. After teasing Xiao Hong a little bit, Yi Choi's mood was a little more pleasant. She turned around and pulled Fire Underworld. Go, they're all gone, let's continue.
Fire Underworld's body stiffened for a moment. Continue. What?
Yi Feminine arched her eyebrows. That's of course the kind of thing that requires lots and lots of sweat. Both people have to move, and it's also very, very tiring.
Fire meditation. He had a calm face. I know, let's go to the back of the mountain and practice. Oh? Yi Feminine instantly had a look of regret. Nowadays, Fire Hay was really getting harder and harder to fool. She still wanted to see him blush. Fire Hay slanted a glance at Yi Charming, and a faintly undetectable smile flashed across the corner of his lips. Host. You're finally willing to release me. Both Fire Hay and Fox Jiuling's favorability had risen. Both had risen. Fox Jiuling's favorability has cleared to 0, and we've finally come to the starting point. Fire Underworld's favorability, it's already 5 points. The system gushed. It's only been a few days. The host's progress is so amazing. It won't be the person chosen by this tutelary son feels. The system learned its lesson this time. After reporting the good sense, it immediately sent rainbow farts, fearing that Yi Charming would once again ban it from sound. Yi Charming some funny, cannot help but say, line, I know, you first quiet will, I want to do business. Okay. The system obediently responded. Chapter 35, I didn't expect it to be so disgusting. Yi Feminine followed Fire Hay towards the back of the mountain, and she pondered in her heart that this time, Fire Hay and Fox Jiuling's favorability boost was still relatively large. Most of the boost this time shouldn't be because of her personal charm. Rather, it was because they had seen Qing Xian's meridians being repaired with their own eyes. Before, when he himself had said that he would repair Qing Xian's meridians, these few people, including Qing Xian himself, had been skeptical. Now, they saw a definite result. They saw that it was Qing Xian's result and likewise their own. Until now. Only then did Fire Underworld and Fox Jiuling believe that she might have truly changed. As for bored brother Xiao Hong and indifferent brother Mo Yi, these two were afraid that they were still in the observation period. Yi Feminine wasn't in a hurry either. If they wanted to observe, let them continue to observe. Anyway, she already had 3 stoves to cultivate, and if the 2 of them didn't hurry, it was their own cultivation that would be delayed. When they saw that the other 3 people's cultivation had skyrocketed, they would naturally know that they were in a hurry. Back mountain. Fire Underworld earnestly continued teaching. Compared to the last time he taught with some caution, this time, Fire Underworld was obviously much more liberalized. When pointing out flaws, he was also more straightforward. Yi Feminine instead preferred this direct approach. She was here to improve herself.
It wasn't like she was here to listen to good words. When she wanted to hear good words, she had another place. Fire Underworld and Yi Charming taught one another, and both of them were very focused.
An empty moment of practicing. Fox Jiuling blinked and jumped out. Master. Someone is seeking an audience. This time.
He wouldn't dare to take it upon himself to let someone in again.
Yi Feminine was a bit curious. Who? Fox Jiuling revealed a strange look. Ling Jia. Fire Underworld and Fox Jiuling both subconsciously observed Yi Charming's expression.
Yi Charming had been Ling Jie's dog licker for 10 years and had gone to Ling Jie's cave countless times. However, this was the first time Ling Jie had come to Yi Charming's cave. Before, he had always been like last time, having Bai Yu and these people come over to deliver a message. Then Yi Charming would take the initiative to send him to the door. This time, Ling Jie was obviously completely anxious. He put down his reserved and high cool persona and took the initiative to send the door. They felt. As long as Yi Feminine loosened her mouth a little, this Ling Jie was afraid that he would even be able to introduce himself. After all, after yesterday's matter, Ling Jie's days in the Tsanhaiming sword sect are afraid to be not so good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so quick to wait to come to the door.
Yi Charming frowned. Ling Jie? Is he returning something here?
That's not true.
Fox Jiuling said honestly.
If he had come to return something, just find a random person to collect it. Yi Feminine had no interest in meeting this white lotus flower. She was about to order it down when suddenly Yi Feminine turned her thoughts around and suddenly said with a smile, "You let him up."
Don't blame her for being fickle.
She was mainly gossipy, heart suddenly blazing.
She was curious. After yesterday's incident, what exactly was Lin Huanhuan's situation now?
Compared to Ling Jie, Lin Huanhuan was her archenemy. Knowing the enemy and knowing herself was the best way to win 100 battles, and it was best for her to take control of Lin Huanhuan's dynamics.
Yes. Fox Jiuling didn't ask any more questions and went forward to release the people.
Yi Charming glanced at the system panel, suddenly a little happy. System, look, I let Ling Jie up. Their favorability surprisingly didn't drop.
System. Is the host regretting that he can no longer enjoy the joy of bouncing? Yi Feminine heatedly smiled. That's only part of it.
More mainly, this proves that they have built up the most basic trust in me. At least, they wouldn't ruthlessly drop her favorability rating just because of one sentence or one detail anymore. It was a good start. A company without trust, but it could never last long.
So reasonable looking. The system even began to reflect. Could it be? He, the host, was the true master of rating men? And it, Unity, was the stupid white sweet who didn't know anything? Under the mountain.
The moment the boundary was opened, Ling Jie's face couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Yi Feminine was still willing to see him. What did this prove? Yi Charming was still interested in him, after all. Previously, it was him who was too high and cold, too dignified.
That was why Yi Charming gave up. Next.
As long as he takes the initiative and is more gentle, there is no fear that Yi Charming can't change her mind. Ling Jie confidently went up the mountain. This time, he purposely wore the outfit that Yi Charming fell in love with him at first sight. Yi Charming said that the first time she saw him, she felt that he was as cool as an immortal, and from then on she fell into it, and it was difficult to extricate herself. This time, he happened to let Yi Charming also recall the good times when they first met. Ling Jie confidently arrived at the entrance of the cave. Then, his expression stiffened. At this moment, Fire Underworld was lifting Yi Charming's wrist and seemed to be saying something to her. Yi Charming also inclined her head to look at him, and she was, surprisingly, smiling at him. Ling Jie was so angry that he was trembling all over. How could this work? The previous Yi Charming, in order to please him, although there were 5 stoves in the cave, she was not even touching them. Now, she even allowed this stove tripod to get close to her like this. Yes. Yesterday, Yi Feminine was putting words into his mouth rather harshly. But he could understand, after all, she saw that scene. When a woman is angry, she can do anything. So, her anger, her mouth, he could understand it through and through. But he had taken the initiative to release the signals of reconciliation. How could she still be so close to these hearthpods? He had completely given up on his little sister. Yi Feminine. Ling Jie couldn't help but shout. Yi Charming seemed to have just noticed his arrival as she raised her eyebrows. Yo, it's the Tsanhaiming sword sect's eldest senior brother who cultivates the emotionless Tao who's here. Yi Charming's voice seemed to have endless mockery in it. Ling Jie's heart, however, suddenly settled. She was indeed still angry. This was good to say. Ling Jie slowed down and said in a warm voice, the emotionless Tao is indeed very strong. But if the price of achieving supremacy is to lose one's love forever, this emotionless Tao, I won't cultivate it. With that, he looked at Yi Charming with an affectionate expression. Yi Charming shivered. Mom ya. In the original book, these words were said by the Ling absolute heroine. Now, he himself had only waved his wings in such a small way, and this had even become said to the female lead. Was this the legendary true love? Yi feminine, I know that in those past 10 years, I did many wrong things. I was confused by Lin Huanhuan and broke your heart over and over again. I also want to thank you for revealing Lin Huanhuan's true colors yesterday, allowing me to truly see clearly who is the one who is truly worth caring about.
Ling Jia had a look of deep emotion. I just want to ask you one thing, can we start over again?
Yi feminine sucked in a breath of cold air. When she let Ling Jia up, she had thought that the scene might be a little disgusting. But she hadn't thought that it would be this disgusting.
Chapter 36 Good Feeling Baby. Seeing that Ji Charming didn't say anything,
Ling Jia walked forward, his eyes even deeper. Charming, I really know what's wrong. For you, I will never practice any emotionless Dao again, and I will never look at another woman again.
You are my.
Yi Charming originally still wanted to probe Lin Huanhuan's news from Ling Jia. But this was just a little too disgusting. It was intolerable. Yi Charming couldn't help but wave her hand.
A thunderbolt descended from the sky and directly struck Ling Jia's head.
A small white face of his instantly became the color of charcoal, and his carefully done hairstyle instantly became a chicken nest. Ling Jia was stunned by this turn of events, but he surprisingly didn't give up yet. With a pitch-black face, he continued his affectionate performance. Charming, if you think this will scare me away, then you guessed wrong. For you, I'm not afraid of going up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, let alone just being struck by lightning.
If you're still angry about what happened yesterday, what if I give you this life? Yi feminine was exasperated and laughed. Good. Have to play it so disgusting, right? She curved her lips. You mean, you're willing to die for me?
Yi feminine struck up a conversation. Ling Jia's expression was delighted as he said in a warm voice, as long as you say a word.
Ling Jia's heart burst with dark joy. Sure enough, the thunder from the party was just a test from Yi Charming.
She was just playing with a woman's temper and wanted to test herself. In the past 10 years, it was indeed Yi Charming who had given more. It didn't matter if he occasionally obeyed her a little. However, when they are officially together, Yi Chia can't be like this. The woman who plays a little bit of temper is very cute, always play a little temper, but not fun. Yi feminine didn't know what things Ling Jia had brainstormed, but she knew how high the level of disgust was just by thinking about it. The corner of her lips spread a cold smile. As long as I have a word, is it?
Ling Jia, then you will. Go to hell for me.
Yi Charming suddenly pulled Fire Hay and Fox Jiu Ling back a step.
Ling Jia hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly,
a thunderbolt landed from the air. Ling Jia was caught off guard and was struck once. Before he had time to say anything, a second and a third fell one after another. Ling Jia was confused, and he subconsciously dodged. However, the thunder still fell one after another. Ling Jia was being chased like a goose that had its foot stepped on.
Well, this looks good. Fox Jiu Ling cheerfully applauded.
The corners of Fire Underworld's lips spread into a faintly unrecognizable smile. Such a good-looking scene, Brother Xiaoheng, Brother Moe, come and see.
Fox Jiu Ling turned around to go shout at someone.
Brother Qing Xian was going to be in seclusion, so this good scene could not be seen, the others could not miss it. Result. As soon as he turned around, he saw Xiaoheng at the entrance of the cave. As soon as he and Fox Jiu Ling's eyes met, Xiaoheng immediately reached out and touched the wall, and after a while, probably feeling that touching the wall was a bit outrageous, he raised his head to look at the sky again. In short, it was just a very busy look. Fox Jiu Ling couldn't help but look happy. He was about to say something else, when he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the shadows in the corner of the wall. He carefully recognized it, and could vaguely see a silhouette. Good. In order to peek, Moe even used his racial talent Dark Shadow. As Fox Jiu Ling was over there enjoying herself, Yi Chuxia's lips couldn't help but float into a smile. She suddenly changed her mind. Although Ling Jia was a bit disgusting, she could still put him up more often in the future. It was just a little while ago. Fox Jiu Ling's favorability rose to 5. Fire Underworld's favorability went up to 8. Xiaoheng's favorability all went up to -10. Even the most apathetic Moe, his favorability actually moved. A wave rose to -70. Although it was still negative and shocking, but compared to the previous -90 or so, how is it not a kind of progress? Ling Jia was still being chased by thunder and crying like a ghost. Yi Charming's eyes lit up as she looked at him. Family. She kind of found out completely. What is this, Ling Jia? This was a good sense baby. He regularly refreshed his door to give himself abuse, and then the good sense of a few hearth pins rubbed up. Where would she go to find a second such kind-hearted person? Charming. Ling Jia was chopped to death, but he still had to mouth off. Yi Charming was a little nauseous when she heard this name, and she maneuvered an extra thunderbolt straight above Ling Jia's head. Ling Jia's color got darker, but he also got stronger. Another thunderbolt fell from his head. Ling Jia, Yi. A thunderbolt was poised in the air. Ling Jia condescendingly glanced at Yi Chun, then said, Yi. Dao Yu, have you taken out enough anger? Enough anger? That couldn't be. Yi Charming hemmed and hawed as she manipulated the formation. The thunder that landed became denser and denser, and the area where Ling Jia was almost had no place to land. Admiring Ling Jie's sorry state, Yi Charming kindly mentioned, fellow Taoist Ling.
After yesterday's incident, you and Lin Huanhuan are not having a good time, right?
Ling Jie's face darkened, but of course, he had already been split into charcoal, so the darkness couldn't be seen. Ling Jie dodged the thunder and reluctantly said,
Yi, fellow Taoist Yi, are you still angry about yesterday?
Yesterday, I was really confused by Lin Huanhuan. This woman Lin Huanhuan is not right, she seems to know some kind of evil magic, extraordinarily absorbing.
Ling Jie said. Then he realized.
As he said this, the thunder instantly became thinner.
Ling Jie's heart was delighted and he instantly reacted. Yi Feminine liked to hear this. Why did she like to hear this? It was probably because of a little bit of jealousy in a woman's family.
Ling Jie hurriedly continued.
I only realized it yesterday as well.
Besides me, quite a few male disciples of the Sun Haiming sword sect have fallen for her. Even in a situation like yesterday's, there were surprisingly quite a few male disciples who helped her out. But I'm different from them, I've completely come to my senses. No matter what tactics this Lin Huanhuan uses, I won't look at her again, my heart. As soon as Ling Jie started to show his loyalty, he realized that the thunder suddenly became dense again. After being struck a few times one after another, Ling Jie was confused, and he painstakingly guessed what Yi Chuanhua was thinking before carefully saying, but Lin Huanhuan has offended almost all the female disciples, and now has a very bad reputation within the sect. Master Zun declared to the public that Lin Huanhuan is an orphan, and hasn't received any good education since she was born, and that's why she's done some wrong things. Therefore, Master Teacher decided that he would personally raise her. Right now, Master Teacher has already brought her to his cave, saying that he won't let her go out until she's taught well. Yi Feminine raised her eyebrows slightly.
Oh, exempt.
So soon, a lone man and woman, sharing a room.
Just. Would the current Qingxiao swordsman still cherish Lin Huanhuan like in the original book, restraining his emotions repeatedly for her sake? The current Lin Huanhuan, having prematurely come into contact with a high-level cultivator, would her yin and yang and lawfulness be able to produce results?
This good show, it's really getting more and more exciting.
Chapter 37. If you want to fight, then fight. Yi Feminine looked at Ling Jie with an encouraging expression. Fellow Taoist Ling, do you have anything else to say?
If you still have gossip, say it earlier.
Otherwise, she would run out of patience.
Ling Jie hurriedly said, my heart for you.
A huge lightning bolt of Zhang White instantly brewed in the air. Ling Jie instantly trembled down. Heaven! If this lightning struck down, would he still have a life?
Ling Jie swallowed back the rest of his disgusting words in a raw manner and said quickly, nope, nothing.
Just no more? Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow. I thought that you would at least return something back this time.
If you can't return the original things, I don't mind if you fold it into spirit stones to return it. Ling Jie's face stiffened for a moment. He had come this time with the idea of renewing his friendship with Yi Chuxia. In his scenario, as soon as he opened his mouth, Yi Charming would be ecstatic to agree. The result? Yi Charming didn't even say yes, but she even manipulated the formation and chopped him for half a day. Ling Jie's lips trembled. He was a little skeptical. Doubtful that if he said he didn't bring anything to return, Yi Charming would directly let the thunder in the air fall. Ling Jie instantly wimped out, but he still had an uncomplaining look on his face. I naturally prepared it. Fellow Taoist Yi, not to mention just returning what was originally there, even if I'm asked to pay it back 1,000 times 100 times, I'm still willing. Yi Charming nodded, good, then pay it back according to 1,000 times.
Ling Jie's expression immediately stiffened. Put. Fox Jiuling couldn't help but laugh out.
The smile at the corner of Fire Underworld's lips also grew darker and darker. Xiao Heng's movements of picking at the wall's skin all got a little harder, and some white stone powder rustled down. In the dark shadows, Mo Yi all nearly exposed his figure.
It's settled. Yi Feminine looked at Ling Jie with a smile. Let's make a new contract? How did Ling Jie dare to answer this? He changed the topic. Fellow Taoist Yi really knows how to joke.
Ling Jie reluctantly unwrapped the storage bag on his body. All the spirit stones I've accumulated are here. Yi Charming took it over with one hand. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as she swept her divine sense.
These 3 melons and 2 jujubes, who are they coping with? Fox Jiuling inhaled and suddenly said, Master.
He still has spirit stones on him.
Yi Feminine's eyes instantly brightened. Oh? Jiuling, go find it. Fox Jiuling heatedly smiled and walked forward.
Ling Jie was startled for a moment and was about to resist. Yi Feminine waved her hand. What are the others waiting for? Go over and hold him down.
Fire Underworld didn't hesitate to press down on his hand. Xiao Heng rushed over to press down on his legs.
Mo Yi held back, but in the end, she didn't hold back and directly stepped on his chest.
Fox Jiuling hemmed and hawed and stiffly found 3 more storage bags and placed them in front of Yi Cho.
Yi Feminine checked them out, and only this time was she a bit more satisfied. I didn't expect, you're quite capable of hiding. Yi Charming said blandly, Ling Jie, you don't want to be smart either, but we have agreed that within 3 months, you have to return everything.
I don't guarantee that I can do anything.
Ling Jie's things were stripped clean before the fire underworld few reluctantly released him. Ling Jie somewhat wretchedly climbed up from the ground, his heart dripping blood. He had clearly rushed to find Yi Charming to reconnect with her and in the process forgive his debt. How now? Yi Charming's favor had not been earned, and the little resources he had managed to hide were all searched away. Ling Jie's face barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Fellow Taoist Yi, don't worry, for your sake, even if I put my life on the line, I will gather enough spirit stones. Yi Charming raised an eyebrow in disgust. Alright, I still have things to do, go down the mountain yourself. Yi Feminine still wanted to continue to keep Ling Jie, the favor baby, to continue brushing, and did not intend to play the man down at once. If he was so scared that he never dared to come back next time, this would not be good. Just let him go? Ling Jie looked hesitant, his purpose today, but none of it has been achieved. However, seeing that Yi Feminine had no intention of caring about him at all, he could only take one step and turn back 3 times to leave. Come, let's continue. Yi Charming turned her head to look at the fire meditation. What you said just now about being driven by momentum, I seem to have some vague realization, isn't it? Ling Jie looked back. Yi Charming was concentrating on asking Fire Underworld to teach her the whip technique. Fire Underworld was pulling her hand and a little bit was explaining. Ling Jie gritted his teeth, his heart suddenly bursting with nameless fire. It was not easy for him to come here. Yi Charming had first chopped and robbed him. In the blink of an eye, she was speaking so softly to Fire He? Was this a deliberate attempt to anger him? And teaching Fire Underworld the whip technique? He's just a stovepipe. What does he know about the whip technique? Can he understand it? As the Sun Hai Ming Sword Sect's chief senior brother, wasn't he more proficient than this Fire Underworld in the way of weapons? So that's how it is. After Fire Underworld's explanation, Yi Chuxing was responding with a face of dawning realization. The next moment, a voice rang out. Fellow Taoist Yi, if you want to study the whip technique, why do you need to look for someone else? Ling Jie actually turned around and walked back. In the way of weapons, I am also slightly proficient. At the very least, it's quite a bit better than this Fire Jiao. Ling Jie's words were full of provocation. Fire meditation gave him an expressionless look, the bottom of his eyes ancient and waveless. Yi Charming sneered, Ling Jie, if you don't take the initiative to roll, are you waiting for me to throw you down? Fire Underworld is just notorious in terms of the way of weapons, he's afraid that he's no weaker than you. Yi Charming's words fell. A trace of gentleness flashed in the bottom of Fire Underworld's eyes. Fire Underworld favorability has been added again. Host. Fire Underworld favorability is 11. The system shouted at once, broken 10, broken 10. You can open a Fire Underworld's bronze treasure chest. Yi Feminine was a bit surprised. Phew. What about opening a bronze treasure chest at this time? Once born, twice familiar. By the 3rd time, Yi Feminine was not as religious as before. She casually tapped on it to open it. The bronze treasure chest opened. A white light surged directly into Yi Charming's body. Yi Charming raised her eyes, and a trace of delight flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Qing Xian was a would attribute spirit root would attribute divine soul just like her, and the things opened out of the bronze treasure chest of goodwill were related to the spirit root and divine soul characteristics. And Fire Underworld. His best skill was the gun technique, which was the way of weapons. The treasure chest he opened out by himself was surprisingly related to that as well. Reward, initial proficiency in any weapon. Please select a weapon. Yi Feminine chose the whip without hesitation. And so, the next moment, many whip comprehensions flooded into Yi Feminine's mind, and her hand holding the long whip automatically adjusted its technique. Yi Charming felt that she had instantly established a strong connection with the whip in her hand. When she struck the whip again, she would definitely be different from before. This reward saved her a lot of hard work. Yi Charming's face couldn't help but flash with a hint of joy. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Fire Underworld Bronze Treasure Chest Quest, rebuild your confidence and take on the next challenge of the way of weapons. Reward, experience the next level of the gunnery realm. E.g., Fire Underworld's realm today is meticulous, after using it, you can experience the next layer of the realm, contextual mastery. 3 chances per month, the host chooses when to open the experience. This treasure chest quest. Yi Feminine instantly raised her eyes and looked towards Ling Jie who was still blabbering. A stovepipe is a stovepipe and can only use some specious theories to deceive fellow Taoist Yi. Ling Jie said expressionlessly. This time, he was going to show his abilities, he was going to make Yi Charming understand that her few stovepipes were no match for him. Probably. Fire He responded in a salty manner. Ling Jie snorted coldly, Fire Underworld, to prove who was stronger, this is also very simple. Do you dare to fight me? I'm at the Yuaning stage and you're at the Jindan stage. If we were to go all out, it wouldn't be fair to you. Therefore, we don't use spiritual power and only compete in the way of weapons. This challenge, do you dare to take it? Ling Jie had a proud face. He had just been rather unlucky lately. However, he was still the chief of the Sun Hai Ming Sword Sect's generation.
There was Yi Chue's sake in the middle, but his own swordsmanship talent could not be underestimated. At the very least, it was more than enough to win over a fire underworld. Fire He narrowed his eyes. Brother Fire He, fight him! Fox Jiuling had shouted angrily. What's wrong with the stove din? Just to be looked at by him with such contemptuous eyes. This Ling Jia was eating soft food while being some kind of cold and arrogant sword immortal. Wasn't this much more depraved than a stovepipe? Fire Underworld gazed at him with a somewhat hesitant expression. As Yi Charming stove tripod, he seldom even went out of his cave, and naturally, he had never competed with these sect disciples. His marksmanship, what level was it considered here? Fire Underworld wasn't really very confident. If he lost, would Yi Chue be angry? Scared? Ling Jia stared at Fire He dead in the face. Yi Charming glanced at Ling Jia and calmly walked forward. She held Fire Underworld's hand that was holding the gun, then smiled brightly at him. The Fire Jiao clan is naturally warlike. Fire Underworld, you don't need to have any worries. There is only one way to deal with someone who provokes you. Beat him down viciously. Do you understand? Fire Underworld glanced at Yi Charming in a bit of a trance. No need to have any concerns? Ling Jia looked at the two men's clasped hands and looked at them with eyes wide open as he said in a cold voice, in a word, to fight or not to fight. Yi Charming nodded towards Fire Underworld. After becoming a furnace cauldron, Fire Underworld had suppressed himself too hard and too viciously. He was originally the most warlike Fire Jiao clan, but he had forced himself into this stoic character. But Yi Chao's people did not need to be stoic. Fire Underworld closed his eyes. Are you that afraid of me? Ling Jia was still provoking in a cold voice. Fire Underworld opened his eyes, and there seemed to be flames burning at the bottom of his eyes. The long spear in his hand crossed up, and his voice was calm and steady, yet it seemed to harbor thousands of emotions. If you want to fight, then fight. He held the spear and pointed it forward, the wind of the spear blazing. Ling Jia smiled, then let you be good, what is called a true powerhouse. The long sword in his hand moved forward, sword chi spreading across. Two people. Needlepoint against wheat arrows, actually no one would allow anyone. Mission completed. Reward has been issued to the host can choose to use it at any time. Reward, experience the next level of the Spear Realm remaining times this month. 3. This reward, exclusive to Fire Underworld. Chapter 38 Ugly Bitch. The corners of Yi Feminine's lips rose in a subtle arc. The reward had arrived. Now. These 3 experience opportunities, she could use them on Fire Underworld at any time. However, Yi Charming didn't intend to use it right away. Just in terms of weapons, Fire Underworld might not have lost in the first place. It was just that. Under the original owner's prolonged suppression, Fire Underworld had more or less lost the sharpness of that year. She wanted Fire Underworld to rebuild his confidence as a genius in marksmanship. This Ling Jia was the best stepping stone. In that case, Yi Charming stood in the center of the two. Both sides will confine their spiritual cultivation and only compete in the way of weapons. If one of them takes the initiative to admit defeat, or if they fall to the ground for 10 breaths and fail to get up, they will be considered to have lost. Yi Charming coldly glanced at Ling Jia. Do you have a problem? Ling Jia revealed a deep expression. No. Fellow Daoist Yi, I will definitely win for you. Fire meditation is nothing more than a stovepipe. How is he worthy of teaching you? I will let you know just how big the gap between him and me is. Yi Charming didn't bother to pay attention to him as she turned to look at Fire Underworld. A gentle smile appeared on Yi Feminine's face. Fire Underworld, what about you? No problem, right? Fire Underworld nodded and gripped the handle of his gun tightly. This battle. It wasn't just for himself. It was also for Yi Charming. He must not let Yi Charming lose face in front of Ling Jia. Yi Charming's differential treatment was so obvious that Ling Jia's face became even more ugly. A trace of caracal color flashed in his eyes. This time, he wouldn't hold back. He would make Fire Underworld lose until it completely collapsed. He would make Fire Underworld. Seeing him will give him a shadow. Only then, Yi Feminine could know that choosing him was the right thing to do. Then let's begin. Yi Charming exited the battlefield. Ling Jia and Fire He both sealed their cultivation. The next moment, Ling Jia sneered. Today, I'll let you know just how marvelous the way of weapons is. Your little 3-legged kung fu seeing my sword technique is like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Ling Jia drew his sword, and as he looked at his now bare sword, the corner of his lips couldn't help but twitch again. On this precious sword of his, it was originally inlaid with several high-grade gems. Now it was. But it didn't matter. As long as he regained Yi Chue's attention, all of these out-of-body things would come back. Ling Jia had the intention to show himself, and his starting move was a killing move. Fox Jiuling's eyes could not help but flash with a hint of nervousness. Even Xiao Hang and Mo Yi, who had forgotten their disguises, stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the field with a grave expression. Yi Charming's eyes stared, but she was still steady. She had read the original book and knew where Ling Jia's level was now.
Although Ling Jie was the Songhai Ming Sword Sect's eldest senior brother, a large part of the reason for this was because his spirit power cultivation was relatively higher. If it was just about the sword realm, he wasn't even as good as Lone Lan, who had been squeezed out of the chief throne by him. The way of weapons was roughly divided into 5 realms. The first realm was weapon proficiency. Cultivators in this realm were able to skillfully control the weapons in their hands and perfectly utilize various sword moves. The second realm was meticulous. To this realm, the slightest change in the weapon cannot be hidden from the eyes of the practitioner. He and the weapon in his hands has established a marvelous connection. The third realm is contextual mastery. To this realm, it is not just a question of sword strokes. In addition to sword strokes, the practitioner is mastered a mysterious, called the realm of things. Weapons with intent and weapons without intent are 2 completely different things. The fourth realm was the self-contained realm. This realm, Yi Feminine didn't know much about. She only knew that those who were able to have their own domains were basically elder-level characters. The fifth realm in the legend, Yi Chui didn't even know what it was. Even Yi Charming's mother, Yi Luyun, who was the #1 expert of the Acacia sect, had never touched this realm. Fong Kai. The system had already given a hint. Fire Underworld's current realm of spearmanship was meticulousness. And Ling Jie's sword realm was similarly meticulous at this time. Ling Jie had the secret techniques of the Songhai Ming sword sect. Fire Underworld likewise had the inherited method of the Fire Jiao clan. Only in terms of the weapon way, the victory or defeat of the two should be somewhere in between. Fire Underworld had never fought in front of people. Ling Jie subconsciously belittled him, and this slight would make him pay the price. Sharp sword chi wrapped in the cold chill, straight to the fire meditation throat, the tip of the sword trembling, but also manifested 3 virtual and real residual shadow. Songhai Ming sword sect's secret method, 3 elements return to 1 sword. The corner of Ling Jie's lips had already spread a cold smile. Only this sword was going to give Fire Underworld the chills. Fire Underworld's expression didn't change a bit. The moment the sword blade reached his front, the barrel of the gun rushed straight to the center of the shadow. The sound of metal connecting sounded. Fire Underworld wasn't affected by the shadow of the sword at all, and the first time to find out the real longsword. Ling Jie's pupils violently condensed. Fire Underworld. Surprisingly, he had received his 3 elemental swords. Fire Underworld did not have any hesitation as the end of the gun in his hand stumbled heavily on the ground and his body used the force to charge forward violently. The tip of the gun refracted a blinding light under the blazing sun, and Fire Underworld actually took the initiative to attack. Ling Jie completely did not expect that Fire Underworld would still have the power to counterattack. Without being able to use his spiritual power, his dodging speed was far less than before, even though he had tried desperately to avoid it. When the lance slashed down, a long scar suddenly appeared on his face. A stinging sensation came from his face. Ling Jie's face suddenly became ugly. Him. The chief of the Songhai Ming sword sect. Surprisingly, his face was scratched by a humble stovepipe. Fox Jiuling had already shouted out, "Brother Fire He! Invincible! Brother Fire He is invincible!" A hint of a smile also appeared on Yi Charming's face. When Ling Jie saw that smile on her face, anger blazed in her heart. Yi Charming! How could she smile for a stovepipe? Her gaze could only ever rest on him. This time, Ling Jie truly gazed up as he swung his sword, sword light spilling down like a waterfall. The blade of the sword collided with the barrel of the gun and sparks erupted. The sound of weapons colliding between their figures was endless, and although neither of them used spiritual energy, the sword chi and gun intent that escaped still crushed the nearby grass, trees, and rocks. Ling Jie's strength was not to be underestimated when he went all out. Fire Underworld had not encountered an evenly matched opponent for a long time, and after a long period of time, he still inevitably fell into a disadvantage. For a while, he was only on the defensive. Ling Jie forced Fire Underworld into a corner while still glancing at Yi Chui. "Fellow Taoist Ji, I wasn't serious just now, and that's why I fell into his way. How about now?" Yi Charming gave him a somewhat disgusted look. "Ugly monsters don't talk to me." Ugly. 8. Monster. Ling Jie's face instantly stiffened as he hurriedly said, "This scar on my face is a little close to rubbing some medicinal powder on it and it will be fine." Yi Charming, however, didn't even bother to look at him and directly moved away. Ling Jie clenched his teeth and immediately looked at Fire He with a scowl on his face. Chapter 39 Open Up, Junior. Thinking about it carefully. The first time Yi Feminine changed, it was for this Fire Underworld. Now. She also said that she was ugly for the sake of Fire He? This firestorm is the one she's fallen in love with, isn't it? Okay. He wasn't in a hurry to defeat Fire Underworld, he wanted to torture Fire Underworld a little bit. He wanted to show Yi Charming that a furnace tripod was a furnace tripod and was ultimately no match for him. Ling Jie really stopped rushing to kill him with a single blow, and he deliberately left a wound on Fire Underworld's body. On the ground, drops of blood spilled. That was Fire Underworld's blood. Fox Jiuling's heart tightened as he watched, and he couldn't help but pull on Yi Charming's sleeve. "Master. Brother Fire Underworld has a stubborn character, he won't admit defeat even if he dies."
Master, please, you help him admit defeat. Although it was the same meticulous entry realm, fiery underworld's secret gun techniques were obviously not as good as Ling Jie's, and his battle experience was also far inferior to Ling Jie's. Once Ling Jie got serious, he was afraid that he would lose. Help him admit defeat? No need. Yi Charming looked fixedly at the field. Fire Underworld pursed his lips, his gaze firm, still persistently looking for Ling Jie's cracks. Would he want himself to admit defeat for him? Yi Charming had a feeling. No. Fire Underworld wouldn't be so hopeful. In her hand, she still had the experience card for the next realm, and by using it, Fire He would be able to briefly arrive at the realm of intent control? Yi Feminine had originally planned to pick a time for Fire Underworld to use it. But now, she was actually a bit hesitant. It was clearly such a grueling battle. But for some reason, she felt that at this moment, Fire Underworld's eyebrows were exceptionally shining. He was bleeding, he was being suppressed. But he actually looked very happy. Yi Charming had some complicated feelings for a moment. The Fire Jiao clan was born for battle. How long had it been since Fire Underworld had had a painful fight like this? Even if the opponent was Ling Jia, even if he had always been suppressed, Fire Underworld was surprisingly longing for this fight. However, as the fight continued, Fire Underworld had more and more wounds, and in the next moment, a long mark was cut out of his chest. The depth of the wounds was so deep that it was almost into the bones. Fox Jioling's eyes turned red, and he once again looked at Yi Chui. Master, please admit defeat. Yi Charming calmly said, no. Fire Underworld still wanted to fight. He hadn't admitted defeat yet. The battle spirit in his heart had yet to be fully released. As long as it wasn't life-threatening, she was willing to indulge Fire Underworld in a painful fight like this. Master. Fox Jioling looked at Yi Feminine and then at the field, tears coming down her eyes. Host. Quickly terminate the match. Fox Jioling, Xiao Heng, and Mo Yi, all of their favorability is decreasing. Fox Jioling's favorability has all turned negative again. The system's somewhat anxious voice rang out. Yi Feminine didn't care, she said blandly, there's no need to broadcast my favorability for the time being. Yi Feminine was completely oil and salt, the system could only be left alone to secretly freak out. Yi Charming is still the same Yi Charming. Mo Yi sneered, before, you didn't treat us as people because of Ling Jia. Now, you seem to be sober. But in reality? How has your selfish and self-serving nature changed? You still don't truly treat us as people, otherwise, just for your own bit of face, you'd force Fire Underworld to fight to the death? Ha! Xiao Heng also coldly glanced at Yi Charming. He shouldn't have held any expectations for this woman, then. Master. When I beg you. Fox Jioling even wanted to kneel down. Mo Yi picked him up, there's no need to beg this woman, it's useless. Her nature has never changed. Yi Feminine glanced at these people indifferently, take a close look at Fire He's eyes and then tell me if you want to admit defeat for him. Fox Jioling froze for a moment and hurriedly looked over. Then, his expression was slightly stunned for a moment. Obviously, it was such a tragic scene, yet Fire Underworld's eyes were still persistent and focused, and he hadn't given up on finding a breakthrough. At the corner of his lips, there was even a hint of a pleasurable smile. He was, after all, enjoying himself. Xiao Heng and Mo Yan also could not help but be in a trance for a moment. Fire Underworld. He was eager to enjoy the battle? And this matter. It was actually Yi Charming who was the first to discover it. Mo Nai pursed his lips and was silent for a moment. But we can't watch Brother Fire He get hurt more and more. Fox Jioling was anxious. Yi Feminine stroked his fox ears and said blandly, do you guys know? What is the racial characteristic of the Fire Jiao clan? A trace of bewilderment flashed through Fox Jioling's eyes. Yi Charming let out a light laugh, the Fire Jiao clan, the more they fight, the stronger they get. If Ling Jia didn't have bad intentions and didn't think of torturing him, he was afraid that he would have already won. But he favored giving Fire Underworld time. Just wait and see. This battle, Fire Underworld will win. Yi Charming spoke with incomparable certainty, as if this was already a certain ending. As if to corroborate Yi Charming's words, her voice had just fallen. The situation on the scene changed suddenly. The racial talent of getting stronger and stronger with each battle violently erupted after Fire He was suppressed to his limit. His long spear, as powerful as lightning, was like a dragon, charging straight at Ling Jia's chest. Ling Jia was frantically adding wounds to Fire Underworld's body, and he was enjoying the pleasure when Fire Underworld, who seemed to have no power to fight back, suddenly counterattacked. Moreover, his force, it seemed, was even stronger than before. Ling Jia rushed to block with his sword, but to no avail. As the tremendous force fell, his body flew out violently and landed heavily on the ground. You lost. In the next moment, Fire Underworld's long spear pointed out, its blade aimed right at Ling Jia's throat. The corners of Ling Jia's lips quirked, unable to utter a single word for a long time. He had lost? Lost to a stovepipe? The corner of Yi Feminine's lips revealed a hint of a smile.
There was no need for her to turn on the plug-in at all. Fire Underworld, by itself, could win.
Ling Jie's expression changed. He lost? No. He couldn't lose.
If he lost just like that, what face would he have in front of Yi Charming? Fire Underworld thought that the fight was over and he calmly withdrew his gun. Ling Jie gritted his teeth, but he suddenly said, "Who told you that I lost?
I haven't conceded defeat yet." He struggled to get up. Fire Meditation frowned.
A skull flashed across Ling Jie's face. "This time, I'll let you meet my true bottom card." On Ling Jie's body, a sudden flash of Dao energy flashed across his body, and when he lifted his sword again, the trajectory of his swordsmanship actually became more and more subtle. Yi Chao's expression changed slightly.
Mo Yan snorted coldly and said sternly, "Ling Jie, a loss is a loss, and after saying that we would only compete in the way of weapons, you suddenly used the Divine Soul secret technique. What is this?"
Ling Jie unexpectedly used the Divine Soul method and forced it onto his sword technique. Being scolded by Mo Yi pointing his nose, Ling Jie's face was a bit ugly, but he still braced himself and said, "We just said that we can't use spiritual energy."
Did I utilize my spiritual energy? What I used was the power of the Divine Soul. If Fire Underworld doesn't have this kind of technique, it can only be said that he himself is useless. Can you blame me for that? Yi Feminine's face went completely cold.
Good. She wanted to give the two a fair fight. That was why she hadn't intervened all along. But Ling Jie's shamelessness had set a new lower limit time and time again.
Since this was the case. Hang on. Junior. Chapter 40, Encouragement of Love.
On Fire Underworld's body, which had already been maliciously cut out by Ling Jie, blood was still seeping down.
Fire Underworld's face couldn't help but pale slightly. Or, do you not dare?
Ling Jie let out a cold laugh and looked at Fire Underworld fixedly.
Right.
He was just using the method of provocation. If this Fire Underworld had a little bit of self-respect, he should have responded. Fire Underworld looked at him coldly, still the same words.
"If you want to fight, let's fight."
He picked up the gun in his hand again, and the light in his eyes was cold. Ling Jie's heart was delighted as he happened to say something else.
Yi Charming's faint voice rang out, "Ling Jie, what we agreed at the beginning was that we would only compete in the way of weapons, right? It didn't say to compete in the way of the Divine Soul, did it?" Ling Jie's expression couldn't help but stiffen for a moment.
This behavior of his was indeed a bit of a drill.
However, even if he was drilling a hole, he couldn't lose to a furnace cauldron.
Seeing Yi Charming's somewhat cold look, Ling Jie was a bit hesitant again. After all, he came here to redeem Yi Charming. He couldn't invite Yi Charming's disgust instead. Ling Jie immediately put on a clear look. "Fellow Taoist Yi, I thought, we only agreed to confine the spiritual power, but we didn't say to confine the Divine Soul. Come to think of it, the power of the Divine Soul does add to my sword technique, which would be a bit unfair to Fire Underworld.
Then, why don't we call it a day? Let's consider this match as my loss. Fire Underworld is injured so badly, it's better to let him go back to heal his wounds first." From losing, it changed to consider it a loss.
Moreover, he specifically pointed out that Fire Underworld was injured, implying that he had the upper hand from start to finish.
Ling Jie looked like he was very angry.
A hint of anger flashed through Fire Underworld's eyes. Victory was victory and defeat was defeat.
He did not accept this ambiguous statement from Ling Jie.
Even if he did suffer a considerable amount of injuries, even if he didn't know any Divine Soul techniques that added up to sword and gun techniques.
But, this unexplained result, he was not convinced. Fire Underworld was about to say something. Yi Feminine's calm voice rang out, "Fire Underworld."
Fire Underworld pursed his lips and subconsciously looked at her.
"I'm your master, shouldn't I be in charge of your affairs?" Yi Feminine asked. Fire Underworld's grip on the lance tightened, and the corners of his lips dried up a bit.
"Yes. The injuries on your body are very serious, you do need to heal immediately,"
Yi Charming said.
Fire Underworld pursed his lips, and his eyes darkened slightly.
He knew.
Yi Charming was doing it for his good.
He knew.
Being interrupted by Ling Jie like this, his aura of getting stronger and stronger as he fought more and more had been broken. If he fought again, Ling Jie became even stronger, and he would still have to build up his battle spirit from scratch.
This time, Ling would never give him another chance to accumulate battle intent. Theoretically, he had no chance of winning. But
he was not convinced. He just wasn't convinced. Fire Meditation clenched his teeth in death, and a hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. The Fire Jiao clan was born for battle. If he didn't let him try once, he would never be willing. But if Yi Charming forcefully shouted to stop, he really didn't have any way out.
"It's me who was too heavy-handed before. Then today will end here,"
Ling Jie said with a smile. Yi Charming's voice, however, continued to ring out as she looked at Fire Underworld with a fixed gaze. "I know that there are too many reasons to stop fighting right now.
But I'm only asking you one. Do you still want to fight?"
Fire Underworld's eyes snapped brightly as he looked up, the light in his eyes sharp and unrivaled.
Without hesitation, he said, "War."
"Good." Yi Charming nodded. "Then I will do this for you. This battle, continue." The hand that Fire Underworld was holding the lance had veins popping out all of a sudden. He nodded vigorously, yes. Ling Jie narrowed his eyes, and a hint of disdain flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Originally, for the sake of Yi Charming's favor, he wasn't even going to chase after Fire He anymore. As a result, Fire He sent himself to the door looking for abuse. Then what else did he have to dwell on? He has the Divine Soul method, and you'll have the Divine Soul method in the future. Yi Charming said, but you don't have it now. So, before we start the war, I'm going to give you a little loving encouragement. Love encouragement? What was that? Fire Underworld froze. Ling Jie also froze. On Fox Jioling's side, she cast a look of amusement. Yi Feminine walked forward, then she stared at Fire Underworld for a while. Master, you. Fire Underworld's mouth was a little dry from her look, and he was about to say something. Just then, he heard Yi Charming mutter something in a small voice, then she quickly ran to the side and carried a stone over. Yi Charming stepped on the stone and finally looked straight into Fire He's eyes. She smiled with satisfaction, then, before Fire He could react, she moved forward and gently planted a kiss on his forehead. This kiss was fleeting, and Yi Chuxia looked at him. This time, you will definitely win. Just kidding. She was all set to turn it on, could she not win? It was still the same sentence. She had to emphasize her credit. This time, when Fire Underworld suddenly and temporarily entered the next realm, it was the credit of this kiss. It was settled. Forehead. She kissed his forehead. Wow. Over there, Fox Jioling had already howled like a wolf. Fire Meditation touched his forehead in a bit of a daze. No one knew. The Fire Jiao clan at the forehead hid the most important piece of scale, which was the true soul scale. To Fire He, the action of kissing the forehead was more special than kissing the lips, more special than divine soul mingling. Yi Feminine she. How did she suddenly? Fire He's heartbeat flew up. Yi Charming finished her pre-shake maneuver, but she was satisfied and walked away with the stone. Alright, you guys can start now. Yi Charming said. Fire Meditation looked up and saw Ling Jie's unusually grim face as well. Ling Jie felt like he about to go crazy. What was Yi Charming doing? She was kissing a furnace din in front of herself? She did it on purpose, she must have intentionally tried to irritate him. Ling Jie kept comforting himself in this way, but his face, however, became more and more ugly. Today, he would definitely make Fire Underworld pay. Mo Yi sneered, you suddenly playing this kind of trick will only cause Fire He to be beaten even worse. Yi Charming, don't you have a brain? Yi Charming glanced at him, Mo Knight, you withhold performance. Mo Yi sneered, not caring. What the hell, deduct as much as you like. From the beginning, he had no intention of playing this boring game with Yi Cho. Yi Cho also didn't bother to pay attention to him. One day, Mo Knight would cry and beg her not to deduct. I told you, Fire Underworld will win. Yi Feminine calmly looked at the field. Mo Knight's expression became even colder. All she cared about was winning or losing. How had she ever cared about Fire He's death? Was she forcing Fire He to fight to the death? Master, can we really win? Fox Jioling asked somewhat cautiously. A confident smile blossomed on Yi Feminine's face. With my love's encouragement, it's impossible to not want to win. Without saying love encouragement, Fox Jioling still has a few points to believe. As soon as he said love encouragement, he couldn't help but shiver. A kiss on the forehead, and Brother Fire Underworld suddenly explodes in a big way? Who believes that? Yi Feminine hemmed and hawed. Little Fox, how about a bet? Chapter 41 He really loves Yi Chuanxia? A bet? Fox Jioling was instantly energized. He lost the bet last time, causing him to have no way to dual cultivate with Yi Charming. But losing once didn't mean he would lose every time. Bet on what? Fox Jioling hurriedly asked. No matter what the bet is, if I win, Master, you will double cultivate with me. Yi Feminine blinked and said, that's fine. We'll bet on whether my love's encouragement can make the Fire Underworld small universe explode. Fox Jioling was confused for a moment. What do you mean by a major outbreak of the small universe? Yi Feminine patiently explained, it's suddenly becoming majestic. Fox Jioling understood a bit, but he didn't believe it. Brother Fire He might suddenly break through because of other reasons, but because of the encouragement of love. It's unlikely. So, bet or not? Yi Charming looked at him with a smile. Fox Jioling gritted his teeth, bet. I bet I can't. Yi Feminine smiled, then I'll bet that I can. If you win, I'll double cultivate with you tomorrow, and if you lose, you have to promise me a request. What request? Fox Jioling was a little wary. It won't make it too difficult for you. Yi Charming heatedly smiled. Fox Jioling blinked her eyes. The current Yi flirt should not ask for anything too much. Fox Jioling gritted her teeth and directly agreed, okay, I promise. But, how are we going to confirm that Brother Fire He's sudden outburst was because of your loving encouragement? Don't worry, I guarantee that I'll let you lose. Yi Feminine watched the situation on the field with unblinking eyes. Ling Jie and Fire Underworld were already engaged in battle. Fire Underworld was being suppressed even more than last time, but the battle intent in his eyes was getting more and more raging. Yi Feminine calmly assessed the situation. This time, Ling Jie didn't make the same mistake as last time. He didn't intend to stay entangled with Fire Underworld. He seized an opportunity, sharp sword chi, and charged towards Fire Underworld. Fire Underworld's pupils violently condensed. This sword. How should he avoid it? He couldn't avoid it. Yi Charming's eyes flashed, and it was now. She suddenly shouted, "Fire Hei, remember the encouragement of love? Touch your forehead." Fire Hei froze for a moment and complied in a trance. Fox Jiuling watched with wide eyes. With just this action, could it really make Brother Fire Hei suddenly explode? Mo Yi sneered and had shifted away. When Ling Jie's sword fell, Fire Hei was sure to be seriously injured. Yi Charming, still the same Yi Charming who only cared about herself. The moment Fire Hei flicked her forehead, Yi Charming's eyes flashed with light. Junior! Hanging on! Yi Charming decisively used the system reward. The next moment, the number of times this month became 2. And at the bottom of Fire Hei's eyes, a flash of shock suddenly flashed. The moment he stroked up his forehead. In an instant, the entire world turned out to be different. Ling Jie's seemingly amazing swordsmanship in this moment became wrong. He suddenly had a feeling. He could easily defeat Ling Jie. Yes, he could. Fire Underworld's long spear violently stabbed forward. Subsequently, at a strange angle, the lance instantly broke through the sword light and stabbed straight at Ling Jie's face. Ling Jie screamed miserably, and on the other side of his face, a long wound was added. Ling Jie looked at Fire Underworld with some shock and anger. "How dare you hurt me?" His sword technique became more and more powerful. However, Fire Underworld, who had been turned on by Yi Charming, had even more astonishing marksmanship. It was as if he had the power of precognition. Every shot landed in a place Ling Jie's unexpected place, yet on the contrary, he was dead set on restraining him. This feeling. A trace of intoxication flashed across the bottom of Fire Underworld's eyes. He felt that he was in complete control of the lance in his hands. Moreover, there was something vaguely more peculiar in his spear technique. He clearly didn't use spiritual energy, but on the body of the spear, there seemed to be flames burning. Every time the spear stabbed out, his power grew. At first, Ling Jie was still barely resisting, but after 10 shots passed, he felt his wrists trembling just from receiving Fire Meditation's gun. In Fire Meditation's mind, however, there was a sudden flash of realization. The intent of the spear, unyielding. He was actually in control, the intent of the spear that he had been painstakingly seeking. Unyielding intent, the stronger the will, the stronger the battle power. In the injured state, there is an additional bonus. The heavier the injury, the stronger the spear technique. The unyielding intent realm, combined with his racial talent, was simply more suitable for him. Fire Underworld's eyes were cold and stern as he stabbed out the last shot. Ling Jie still wanted to receive it, however, with just a slight touch, his body flew out violently. Ling Jie still wanted to struggle to get up. The next moment, the tip of Fire Underworld's spear had already reached his neck. Admit defeat, or die. Fire Underworld's voice was ice cold. Ling Jie's lips trembled as he subconsciously glanced at Yi Charming. Yi Charming, however, just smiled as she looked at Fire Hei, with no intention of paying him any attention at all. Ling Jie's hand grasped the dirt on the ground with a death grip, and after a long time, he said with some difficulty, "I admit defeat." Fire Underworld gave him an expressionless look and turned to leave. The intent of the gun was still there, and he carefully experienced it for a while longer. It didn't take long for the intent to disappear. Fire Underworld didn't feel any frustration either. He had long since sensed that this realm of intent was not under his own control, and it seemed like some sort of forcefully bestowed power on him. Although the realm of intent would disappear, he had experienced the next realm in advance, and he already had a complete direction in his mind. This saved him a lot of time in figuring things out on his own. And the person who brought this about. Fire Underworld looked towards Yi Charming. He was still majestic in front of Ling Jie just now, but once he saw Yi Charming, his face subconsciously reddened. That forehead kiss kept surfacing in his mind. It was Yi Charming. Was it Yi Charming's kiss that gave him this miracle? Fire Underworld suddenly remembered his father. His father had once said to him with a smile, "The Fire Jiao clan, there is only one soul scale in a lifetime. If one day you meet someone you truly love, the soul scale will explode into incomparable power with her help. So you don't have a face all day, no girl likes ice, you have to smile more, you have to more contact with the opposite sex." Fire Meditation had always thought that this was just a lie that his father had made up in order to coax him to go out and interact with the opposite sex. Could this be true? The person he truly adored could really make him explode with terrifying power through his soul scales. Fire Meditation suddenly panicked a little. So, he liked Yi Chuxia? No. He really loves Yi Charming? Fire Underworld always feel that he did slowly change his view of Yi Charming, but not to the point of true love.
Is it possible that he is in love with you? Is he himself love and do not know? Soul Scale has already helped him find the answer in advance?
Fire Underworld walked to Yi Charming. He opened his mouth, seemed to want to say something. But as soon as he saw Yi Charming's eyes, he somehow shyly lowered his head.
Ah!
In the next moment, Fox Jioling's depressed howl erupted from the field. Only then did Fire Underworld raise his head in some confusion.
Chapter 42 Double Standard Yi Charming. Fire Meditation's expression was very confused. He had one. Why did Fox Jioling look like she was devastated? Convinced? Yi Flattery looked at Fox Jioling with some sympathy. This unlucky child shouldn't have made any bets.
Fox Jioling's voice trembled as he looked at Firehei with some anticipation. Brother Firehei,
how did you just suddenly master the realm of intent? This must be the result of you studying hard and practicing thick and thin during this period of time, right? It definitely wasn't because of any loving encouragement, right?
As Fox Jioling spoke, Firehei's face reddened again. He touched the center of his forehead, stole his eyes to look at Yi Chue, and said softly, Fong.
Fong, thanks to this kiss from my master, I just...
Fire Underworld was a good cool guy, but he was actually stuttering, looking like he didn't know what to say.
Ah! Fox Jioling howled once again. Yi Feminine slanted a glance at him, convinced? Fox Jioling covered his heart and nodded with tears. His life. How could it be so bitter?
Fiery Meditation looked at this and that, his expression became more and more confused. He couldn't help but ask Xiao Hong, who looked the most normal. Xiao Hong, what's wrong with Jioling?
Xiao Hong glanced at Yi Chun and said blandly, boredom. He turned around and went back to the cave. Fire Underworld was even more uncertain.
Over there, Moye's face seemed to be extraordinarily ironic as well, and Fire Underworld couldn't help but ask, Moye, what's wrong with you again? Why did he feel that these people were reacting strangely?
Mo Knight had a dark face and was speechless.
Yi Charming slanted a glance at him. If you hand in a 10,000-word review within the period, the demerit for this time can be temporarily cancelled. Moye was still a bit hesitant in his heart, thinking whether he had misunderstood Yi Charming.
Upon hearing this, he laughed twice and directly walked away. Deduction points? Let her deduct until the end of time. If he frowned, count him as incompetent. Next time I bet, I must win. Fox Jioling murmured and left, lost in thought. Fire Underworld couldn't help but look at Yi Chue in confusion.
Yi Charming hemmed and hawed, don't mind them.
She was about to say something. On the ground,
Ling Jie climbed up with some difficulty, and he coughed heavily twice, trying to attract Yi Charming's attention. Yi Charming really noticed him, and then, a look of disgust couldn't help but flash across her face. Why are you still here?
Still want to stay for dinner or not?
Ling Jie's hand immediately tightened its grip. The dislike in Yi Feminine's eyes was like a knife that lynched him over and over again. Obviously not long ago. She was still obedient to herself, without fail. How long had it been? Just because of this fire meditation. Is she this cruel to herself? Scram, between 100 breaths, get out of my sight. Yi Feminine said with disgust. Then, she no longer cared about Ling Jie and turned to look at Fire Hei. You've suffered a lot of injuries this time. Your face has been scratched several times. Yi Charming was slightly distressed. In her opinion, Fire Underworld and these people could be her private property. Private property, how could it be damaged? Fire Underworld's heart skipped a beat as he remembered that Ling Jie's face had been scratched by himself, and Yi Charming had directly called him ugly. He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Yi Charming is not a face value party. In her mind, was her current self also an ugly monster? Don't look. It's not very good to look at now. Fire Underworld said. Yi Charming let out a light laugh. What's not nice to look at? Scars, they're a man's metal. Ling Jie, who was completely ignored, was about to stumble away. Once he heard Yi Charming's words, he almost didn't pass out from anger. On his face, scars were ugly. On Fire Underworld's face, it was a man's metal? To not be so double standard. Ling Jie felt like there was a flame burning in his chest that almost didn't burn him to death. Before, even if Yi Feminine favored anyone, she only favored him. These stoves were nothing more than tools that she used to curry favor with him. Now it's good. The person who was favored became the Fire Underworld. The person who was trampled on and ignored had become him. Ling Jie suddenly realized what a desperate experience this was. If you don't like to have scars, double cultivate once at night and you'll be almost healed tomorrow. Yi Charming said. Good. Fire Underworld obediently responded. Ling Jie turned his head violently. Double cultivation. Yi Charming actually dared to dual cultivate with someone else. Moreover, listening to this tone, this was not the first time? Ling Jie suddenly felt a green grassy plain on his head. He couldn't help but say, Yi Charming, how do you? Before his words fell, Yi Charming gave him a disgusted look. Why haven't you left yet? With a movement of the formation flag in her hand, Ling Jie was instantly thrown to the foot of the mountain. Ling Jie lay miserably at the bottom of the mountain, his heart furious.
Good, good, good. Good one, Yi Charming.
He had taken the initiative to send him to the door to beg for reconciliation, and it was fine if she didn't use the slope to get off the donkey. She still dared to treat herself like this. Could it be? Does she really think that he can't live without her? Ling Jia gritted his teeth and stood up, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. There was also this fire underworld. In the competition just now, he had suddenly taken control of the realm of intent. To know. Realm of intent was a great enhancement to combat power, and many cultivators at the god transformation stage had failed to even control it. Fire Underworld, a mere Jindan stage Fire Jiao, had actually mastered the realm of intent. Although it was only briefly mastered, as long as he was given a little time, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too far away from being completely mastered. A mere stovepipe. In the way of weapons, his talent had even vaguely surpassed him. How could he endure this? A hint of gloom flashed across the bottom of Ling Jia's eyes. Fire Underworld thought that because he was more talented, he could do whatever he wanted, right? Good, good. Then himself, let's help him add a bit of fuel to make this fire burn a bit brighter. Ling Jia limped away. Yi Charming didn't have the heart to care about him. In her mind, the system weakly asked, "Host, do you want to broadcast a good feeling now?" Yi Feminine was in a good mood and waved her hand, "Report." The system immediately came in the spirit, "Host. The growth in favorability this time is very pleasing. Guess, is there a new treasure chest to open now?" It also wanted to sell a secret. Yi Feminine gave a and made a gesture of raising her hand. The system instantly panicked and it hurriedly said, "Host, host, host. Good news, Fox Jioling's favorability has just reached 10 points and can already open the first bronze treasure chest. Xiao Heng's favorability has now cleared to 0, he has finally succeeded in treating you as a stranger instead of an object of resentment. Yi Feminine. What a good thing to celebrate. In addition, although Ammonite's face is stinky, his favorability has already reached -40. Host, try harder. Strive to clear the goodwill within a month. The system reported one by one and in the end, it tangled for a moment and said, as for Fire Underworld's favorability. Host, you can see for yourself. This system still dared to sell secrets? Yi Feminine looked over with some curiosity and then she couldn't help but widen her eyes. What the hell is this? This? Chapter 43, a reverse heavenly buff. Only the system panel was visible. Fire Underworld's favorability was bouncing up and down. One moment it jumped to 70-80, one moment it dropped back to 10, one moment it even cleared to 0. This number kept bouncing around as if it was taking some fake medicine. The goodness of this bouncing cannot be confirmed. One has to wait for the numbers to stop for a period of time to know just how much good sense it is now. The system said. Yi Feminine couldn't help but ask, I've already opened one of Fire Underworld's treasure chests. If the favorability drops down 10, will the treasure chest be taken back? The system hurriedly said, treasure chests that have already been opened will not be taken back. Not even if it reverts back to -50. Only, if you want to take down a treasure chest, you'll still have to brush up your goodwill. Yi Feminine nodded. This was much more reassuring to her. She glanced at Fire Underworld. Fire Underworld had his head lowered and his face was as cool as before, but his chest was slightly heaving, so it was obvious that there was a big change in his emotions. Host. Fire Underworld is experiencing great mood swings for some unknown reason. This is a very critical moment. I suggest that you go cold on him first and let him cool off alone. After this period of time, he will. As soon as the system's words fell, he saw Yi Charming smilingly touch Fire Underworld's forehead. Fire Underworld looked up at Yi Charming in some panic. Then quickly put his head down again. He still couldn't accept it. He had actually, so quickly, really fallen in love with Yi Charming. Was he a particularly useless man? Fire Underworld's heart was incomparably complicated. They, the Fire Jiao clan, only had one partner in their lifetime. He was willing to serve Yi Charming as a furnace tripod purely for the sake of avenging his clan. To say that he had any feelings for Yi Charming, it was impossible to say. He also never thought that he would really hand over his heart one day. The Fire Jiao clan, identifying a partner is for life. He, a stove tripod, actually moved his heart? But Yi Chuxiao was destined not to stay for him alone. Wasn't he looking for abuse himself? The Fire Meditation's mood became more and more agitated. A moment. He felt that the soul scales were reacting. He must have really fallen in love with Yi Charming. The good feelings skyrocketed. One moment. He felt that his feelings for Yi Charming didn't seem to be at this level. His favorability began to drop. After a while, he also felt that the stove tripod should keep its duty as a stove tripod, and this kind of thing, such as sincerity, should never be delivered. Favorability directly cleared to 0. In his entire life, Fire Underworld had never felt so entangled. Do you have a fever? The forehead seems a little hot. Yi Feminine asked with a smile. Fire Underworld's lips trembled a little. Forehead. It was where the soul scales were. Were the soul scales getting hot again? It might be caused by the wound. Yi Feminine's hand directly reached into Fire Meditation's lapel and touched the scales on his body.
It was a hot summer day.
This cold scale armor was really still comfortable to touch. Remove the scale armor on your body, and I'll see how the injuries on your body are,
Yi Feminine said.
I don't know if it was a psychological effect or what. Fire Underworld only felt that all the places where Yi Charming's hands touched were burning. He hesitated for a moment and silently nodded. Fire Underworld obediently put away the scales in his hand.
Yi Charming's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly.
In addition to the new injuries caused by Ling Jie today, more on Fire Underworld's body were the whip wounds left behind by the original owner. His condition was much worse than Qing Xian's. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't covered in wounds.
Are you in pain? Yi Feminine asked.
Fire Underworld's voice stuttered a little. Still. Okay. Yi Charming sighed and a bottle of medicinal powder appeared in her hand. She put the medicine on Fire He with one hand while the other hand touched his 8-pack abs. One hand switched places to administer medicine to Fire He, while the other hand continued to touch his 8-pack abs.
Fire He, I can just do it myself.
Yi Feminine had a righteous face. No need, you're an injury victim.
The system couldn't look away.
Host. Can you collect your eyes? Fire Meditation good sense is bouncing around. In case you are too greasy, put people oil good sense fall off the light is not good.
Yi Feminine rolled her eyes. What do you know about a system?
When a man's mind fluctuates, just the right amount of physical contact is conducive to stabilizing feelings.
The system was silent for a while.
I'm sure you're just salivating over people's abs.
Yi Feminine was about to become annoyed when Fire He's favorability suddenly smoothed out completely.
His favorability steadily stopped at 40.
Yi Charming raised an eyebrow. See, didn't this stabilize?
The system was at a loss.
This is okay?
Could it be that Yi Feminine was really some mediocre little genius at flirting with men? Fire Underworld stole his eyes and looked at Yi Charming. His surging mood slowly smoothed out. He told himself. Nothing was more important than revenge. It didn't matter what kind of emotion he felt towards Yi Charming.
What was important was
his strength could keep steadily increasing, and one day he would be able to kill his enemy. As soon as the good feelings stabilized,
Fire Underworld's second bronze treasure chest could also be opened. Yi Feminine quickly moved her hand away. 8-pack abs were nothing.
It was better to see what goodies were in the treasure chest first. Fire Underworld watched her mercilessly draw her hand away. A trace of dissimilarity flashed in the bottom of his eyes, but he said nothing in a high and cold manner. Yi Feminine raised her own hand that had just touched her abs, and without hesitation, opened Fire Underworld's second bronze treasure chest.
Fire Underworld bronze treasure chest.
Reward buff. As long as you work hard, you will definitely get something whiplash only.
Yi Feminine's pupils shrunk violently. What did this mean?
She flew to read the specific description. This reward can digitize the host's whip skill level. As long as the host has practiced for enough time, then the proficiency will definitely increase. Not valid when breaking through the whip technique realm. Yi Feminine's eyes slowly widened. This reward, it seemed a bit heaven-defying. Yi Charming even felt that this was the strongest of the 4 treasure chests she had opened.
This reward, as the name suggests, numericalized the extent of her whip skills.
For example, the last time she opened a treasure chest, her current whip realm was weapon proficiency, and now, behind weapon proficiency, a specific numerical value appeared. 0. It indicated that she was currently just arriving at the weapon proficiency realm. With this reward, next, as long as she worked hard enough, the value would definitely increase. Every time she practiced for a certain amount of time, her whip proficiency would increase by 1 point. When the proficiency reached 100 full points, weapon proficiency was practiced to its limit. She would then be ready to break through to the next realm, meticulousness. With a little roll, it wouldn't take her more than a few days to pile up the weapon proficiency. But if she wanted to break through the bottleneck and rush to the meticulous realm, she would need to make her own efforts. After breaking through, her proficiency would be numerical again, and as long as she worked hard, she would definitely be able to progress. Once this treasure chest came out, other than the opportunity she needed when she broke through the bottleneck, every ounce of her effort, every drop of sweat, would not be wasted. Her whip technique proficiency would increase at a terrifying rate.
Such a heaven-defying skill. Surprisingly, it was still just a bronze treasure chest.
Host, know the power of this system. The system's smug voice rang out. Yi Feminine couldn't care less about it, and turned her eyes to Fire Underworld's second treasure chest quest.
Chapter 44 Secret Skill Eagle Eyes. Fire Underworld bronze treasure chest quest, 100 battles.
Within half a year, fight 100 battles against different opponents. If the victory rate reaches 50% or more, reward the Divine Soul characteristic, primary battle intent. If the victory rate reaches 80% or more, it rewards the Divine Soul trait, intermediate battle intent. If the victory rate reaches 100%, it will be rewarded with the Soul characteristic, advanced battle intent. The opponent's strength must not be lower than Fire Underworld, and if the victory rate is lower than 50%, there will be no reward.
100 battles. Yi Feminine's eyes lit up. The treasure chest this time, what was opened out was all good stuff.
Let's not talk about how scarce divine soul traits were, a primary trait that was all but unattainable. If Fire Underworld was able to win 100 battles, the system had even directly given a high-level trait.
The effect of the advanced battle attribute was also very amazing.
Once used in battle, it could directly double the strength. Although the duration was only one incense burner, this was a completely killer existence. Fire Underworld's combat power could directly be taken to the next level. Even if they couldn't win all of them, as long as their victory rate exceeded 50%, they would be able to obtain primary battle intent. Primary battle intent can only increase strength by 30%, but
it is better than nothing. This task must be done.
Moreover, it had to be done beautifully.
Yi Feminine couldn't help but ponder over it.
Half a year, time is still generous.
However, how was she going to convince people to PK with Fire Underworld? It wasn't hard to find people with comparable strength, but why would people want to fight against Fire Underworld?
Yi Feminine thought about it and then didn't dwell on it. If she really couldn't, she would have to utilize a little bit of her banknote ability. If she gave some spirit stones, she was still afraid that no one would come to her door? Taheo was just so capricious.
Fire Hei.
Yi Feminine looked at Fire Hei with very satisfied eyes. Are you interested in fighting? Fire Underworld forced himself to calm down.
Fighting? What kind of fighting?
What kind of fight? Some thoughts that shouldn't be there inexplicably popped up in his mind, but he suppressed them. Fire Meditation's face was very serious. The Fire Jiao clan is naturally warlike.
When the clan hadn't been exterminated yet, he was also a fighting maniac.
Just 10 years had passed. He originally thought that all of his sharpness had been pretty much worn out.
But Fong Kai,
when he fought with Ling, definitely, the hot blood in his heart was still surging madly.
It turned out,
he had never lost a fighting heart. He was just used to hiding himself.
Yi Feminine heard and understood. She patted Fire Jiao's shoulder.
Fine, then wait for me to arrange the battlefield for you. Fire Jiao would still not know what it meant by this, and just nodded and responded. Regarding the matter of Fire Underworld, Yi Chui probably had a plan in her mind, so she was in no hurry.
Letting Fire Underworld go and treat her wounds first, Yi Charming slowly opened Fox Jiao Ling's treasure chest.
Fox Jiao Ling was currently the first one whose favorability had already risen to 10 before she had even engaged in dual cultivation. Sure enough, she hadn't looked at the wrong person.
Of these 5 men, Fox Jiao Ling is the best to trick.
Nay, the best to coax. Bronze treasure chest opened.
Reward obtained. Xian rank secret skill Eagle Eye can increase insight.
If the opportunity arrives, it can be upgraded to the Eye of Insight, an Earth Order secret skill, or even the Eye of Truth, a Heaven Order secret skill, which surveys all the illusions in the world.
Fox 9 Plume treasure chest quest. Awaken the 9-tailed fox clan's talent of illusion proficiency. Reward the Xian rank secret skill Eye of Ecstasy. Limited to 3 days. This quest, Yi Feminine couldn't help but touch her chin.
Usually, although they were both bronze treasure chests, the rewards opened out of the second bronze treasure chest, as well as the difficulty of the treasure chest quest, were usually higher than the first treasure chest.
In theory, Fox Jiao Ling, this quest shouldn't be difficult either. But isn't something like racial talent something that the demon race is born with? Fox Jiao Ling surprisingly has not awakened so far. This is interesting. Host, receiving your reward now? The system asked.
Yi Feminine nodded and directly claimed her reward first.
The next moment,
a massive amount of information entered her sea of consciousness.
Yi Feminine's expression was delighted.
She thought that the system would just give her the secret skill directly.
Result: the secret skill that the system rewarded getting, she had actually mastered it directly. At the same time, a proficiency progress bar also appeared in her mind.
As long as she used the skill, the progress bar would slowly increase.
Wouldn't this just take off?
With the whip technique coupled with the Eagle Eye secret skill, it wouldn't take long for her to have decent combat power. This system, it really was still powerful. Host, please remember that this is only the bronze treasure chest. Please look forward to the next silver treasure chest.
The system couldn't help but be a little dejected. Yi Feminine had absolutely no time to pay attention to him. She first tried to use the Eagle Eye secret skill against the void. Result:
her proficiency had really increased by that much. Yi Charming's expression was delighted as she continued to use the Eagle Eye secret skill. After about an incense stick of time, all of her spiritual energy was exhausted.
And the progress bar of the Eagle Eye secret skill also went up by about 1%.
The later it went, the slower it would be to increase the progress bar.
But even if it was even slower,
this method of cultivating secret skills was already exceptionally heaven-defying. Techniques and secret skills were roughly divided into 4 grades: Heaven and Earth, Xian Huang. The heavenly rank was the highest.
In the entire Xian Tian spiritual domain, I'm afraid I can't even find it.
The only thing that is close to the heavenly rank is the acacia sex acacia concentric decision. Just how much power the harmony concentricity decision can exert has a lot to do with the strength of the stove. Cultivation is not good. Like Yi Chui before, this secret method is not as good as an ordinary yellow rank secret method. If cultivated well, like Yi Lu Yun, her strength was vaguely at the top of the three sects, and even the sword cultivator who was the most skilled at attacking was going to be pressed head and shoulders above her. So, the original owner has such a superior strength mother backing. The original book even managed to live the days like this. Visible love brain in the end, how humiliating. After the heavenly rank, there was the earth rank. Earth rank techniques and secret skills are also very rare, generally have to be a strong person in the harmonization realm to barely have one or two of them. Below the earth rank is the Xian rank. In most cases, if a disciple was proficient in a Xian rank secret skill, he could be called a genius. The sword technique that Ling Jia had used before, the Sanyuan returning sword, was a Xian rank sword technique. The whip technique cracking whip gifted by Yi Chao's mother was also a Xian rank secret technique. Under the Xian rank, it was only the yellow rank secret methods that most ordinary disciples were practicing. Therefore, the system directly allowed Yi Charming to master a Xian rank secret method. This reward was already very heaven-defying. Yi Feminine pondered over Fox Jiu Ling's treasure chest quest, awakening the racial talent, and it was only for 3 days. It was just a bronze treasure chest. This quest shouldn't be too difficult, so it was highly likely that Fox Jiu Ling was already on the verge of awakening her racial talent. And all he had to do was to gently push him. How to push? Yi Feminine's stomach began to bubble with add water. These 3 days. No, she couldn't wait 3 days. Within today, Fox Jiu Ling would have to awaken her racial talent. Chapter 45 Salty Fox Jiu Ling. Master. Master? Beside the stone table, Fox Jiu Ling looked at Yi Charming with some apprehension. Yi Charming didn't know what was wrong. Suddenly calling him over, then sitting on the opposite side of him, staring wide-eyed at him. The corner of Yi Charming's lips rose slightly, and suddenly she smiled. Little fox, I heard that the nine-tailed fox clan is the most skilled in illusion? Yes. Yes, right, Fox Jiu Ling responded while being a bit vain. It was the nine-tailed fox clan that was good at illusion. It wasn't him. He, Fox Jiu Ling, was just a salted fish. That's what I said, but how come I've never seen you use it before? You wouldn't be unable to do it, right? Yi Feminine's voice became a bit conspiratorial. The first move. The method of provocation. Which man could tolerate being told that he couldn't? Fox Jiu Ling shall not be anxious with her? That's right. Yi Feminine's heart was playing a small game. Fox Jiu Ling nodded, a face of innocence. I really seem to be not able to Most nine-tailed foxes, when born, are able to awaken their racial talents. Yet I haven't awakened it until now. Maybe I have some kind of defect. Yi Feminine was immediately choked. If you can't, then you can't. The key Fox Jiu Ling said it too frankly, and his favorability didn't even move a bit because of it. Yi Feminine instantly reacted. She had encountered the most difficult to deal with in the workplace, a rotten employee. Like Fire Underworld Qing Xian, give them a hope and they would be able to fight to the death and roll up spontaneously and automatically. What about Fox Jiu Ling? He's definitely the type that doesn't want any commission, just a basic salary. You also don't want him to work overtime. He definitely gets off work at the whole time every day, and won't stay even for a second longer. Yi Feminine took a deep breath. She had led so many teams, couldn't she handle one Fox Jiu Ling? Little fox, I don't think it's a matter of your ability. Possibly, it's because your racial talent is extraordinarily powerful, that's why you didn't awaken it in the first place. But as long as you awaken your talent, you'll immediately become a first-rate illusionist. You know, I always believe in you. Yi Feminine had an encouraging face. It appeared. Incentive policy. She wanted to make Fox Jiu Ling believe that as long as he worked a little harder, he could have an incomparably broad future. It wasn't that he wasn't good, but he was too strong. This was like going to school and telling a student with scanty academic performance, you're actually very smart, you just don't work hard enough. As long as you work a little bit harder, you'll be able to scurry to the front in a flash. As Yi Feminine encouraged, Fox Jiu Ling's face revealed a look of horror. Then what if my racial talent is too strong? What if I'm targeted? Will I not be able to be a cute salty little fox in peace? Fox Jiu Ling looked blearily at Yi Feminine. Master, save me. I must not be some kind of expert. Woohoo! Fox Jiu Ling was so anxious that she let out a fox's cry. Yi Feminine. This staff, it really was a bit hard to lead. She quickly regrouped, with a gentle smile on her face. I'm also just a guess. It's also possible that it's really you who are too useless. Fox Jiu Ling let out a sigh of relief. Waste is good, waste is good. Yi Feminine took a deep breath. She began to shout to reason. Little fox, I heard that you don't have the memories of your past? Could it be that you don't want to retrieve your past? Fox Jiu Ling froze for a moment. Yi Feminine began to strike while the iron was hot. Finding the past, you can find your parents, find your friends, find everything you have. Isn't this good for you?
Fox Jiuling quickly shook her head, not good. Yi Chuxiao was confused, and why is that? Fox Jiuling said with a serious face, Master, have you ever thought about what if after I regain my memories, I'm just like Brother Fire Underworld and the others, carrying some kind of blood feud? Yi Charming was a bit bewildered, then it's just the right time to take revenge. What if the enemy is very powerful? Fox Jiuling asked again. Yi Feminine? Fox Jiuling had a scared look on her face. Look, if I recovered my memories, if there are any enemies, I'll have to take revenge and die under the enemy's butcher's knife, and I'll never be able to be my happy little fox again. Oh wow. Yi Feminine was silent. This was okay? Just how heartless was this Fox Jiuling? She couldn't help but both flip through the original book's plot, wanting to know what kind of environment would be able to raise this kind of character of Fox Jiuling. But she searched and searched. She couldn't find any information. The Fox Jiuling in the original book never had a chance to recover his memories because he was dragged to his death by the original owner long ago. Yi Feminine gritted her teeth and used her last move. You lost the bet before, you still owe me one thing. The thing I want you to do is to awaken the racial talent within 3 days. Fox Jiuling was a bit embarrassed, but he still said, then that I'll try my best. But whether or not I can awaken the racial talent, I can't guarantee how. Yi Feminine was instantly speechless. She now sort of understood. Fox Jiuling's delay in awakening his racial talent was simply his own reason. He didn't want to awaken. If he didn't change this idea of his, even if he explicitly tried harder, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach his goal. Master, is that all you're looking for me to say? Fox Jiuling blinked his eyes. If there's nothing else, the new flavored fruit wine I made earlier is ready. Would Master like to drink some together? Yi Feminine gave him a helpless look. Fine. Fox Jiuling immediately happily dug into the wine and went. Yi Feminine was also helpless. To brew a pot of wine, it would take at least several months. She had only come over for a few days? Before she came over, these few men, which one of them was not bitter and hateful? Fox Jiuling hadn't been beaten up much either. While living like this, he still has the heart to make wine. This is really a small salted fish that tries to live hard. Fox Jiuling quickly and happily brought the wine over. He poured a cup for Yi Charming and then looked at her blearily. Yi Feminine cooperated and took a sip, then her eyes lit up slightly. Fox Jiuling, this wine-making craft can be The original owner had also drunk a lot of good wine, but Fox Jiuling's this altar obviously did not use any good materials, but in terms of flavor, it was also better than those expensive wines. Delicious. Yi Feminine was not stingy with her praise. Fox Jiuling's eyes lit up, then said, Right. I told you that I have a talent for brewing wine. Before I lost my memory, I should have been a master brewer. Before, there were no good brewing materials, I just picked some wild fruits from the wild, and taste-wise, it was still much worse. Yi Feminine's gaze moved and she suddenly said, It seems that you are very confident in your winemaking skills? Fox Jiuling immediately patted her chest. Other than that, the way of brewing wine, I still have a little experience. Just the selection and matching of fruits alone is something that no one else can even think of. Yi Feminine smiled. Come, make a bet. Upon hearing the bet, Fox Jiuling's eyes brushed up. Master, you say? Yi Feminine looked on with a smile. Let's bet on whether or not I can tell which materials are used in this altar of your wine. Never. Fox Jiuling subconsciously said. The materials had already fused with the wine, and Yi Chui was not proficient in the way of wine tasting, so how could she know? So, a bet? Yi Feminine looked at him with a smile. If you win, double cultivation tomorrow. If I win, I still owe me a demand. Fox Jiuling's frantic heart stirred. He wasn't simply doing it for dual cultivation now. It was also for the dignity of his gambling god. He was always not going to lose 3 bets in a row, right? Fox Jiuling gritted his teeth. Bet. Chapter 46 Terrifying Talent. The corners of Yi Chuxia's lips suddenly rose in a subtle arc. As soon as she saw the smile on her face, Fox Jiuling's heart suddenly panicked a little. This time, there shouldn't be any accidents. Let me take a look. Yi Feminine held the wine cup in her hand. After some time, her spiritual energy had recovered some. Eagle-eye skill. Use. Once the skill was used, Yi Charming's eyes were tinted with a layer of golden light, and everything around her became clearer in her line of sight. Things that were originally extremely difficult to spot now entered her eyes in an instant. This little red pellet is the seed of a berry, right? Yi Feminine said with a smile. You can still see the seeds? Fox Jiuling opened her eyes wide and looked for half a day before she saw the very tiny few red fruit seeds. Yi Charming's eyes. So bright? Guessed correctly, one kind. There are 2 more. Fox Jiuling's eyes rolled. He hadn't lost yet. Yi Charming hadn't guessed them all yet. Yi Charming smiled. The color of this fruit wine is green like jasper. This color, it should be. Fox Jiuling looked at her with some anticipation. There were many fruits whose juice was green. In the vicinity of the cave alone, there were many. These fruits were the same green color, and the juice color might have some subtle differences, but it was hard to distinguish with the naked eye. He didn't believe it. Yi Feminine could even distinguish this. Yi Charming let out a light laugh. It's a vine fruit, right? Fox Jiuling's mouth was slightly open, looking confused in a somewhat adorable way. Then, the last kind of fruit. Yi Charming held up the wine altar and looked at it, and on the lid of the wine altar there was a layer of white frost condensing vaguely. Then what else is in doubt? Frost crystal fruit. Yi Feminine smiled. Right. Right again. Fox Jiuling's entire being was not good anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that he was certain that the previous Yi Charming wasn't even interested in watching him brew wine, otherwise, he would have thought that Yi Charming had peeked at his brewing process in advance. Fox Jiuling looked very frustrated. Master, are you sure? Yi Charming was about to say something, when suddenly, her eyes moved slightly and she used her eagle eyes once more. Then, Yi Charming's expression became a smirk. There's another kind of fruit. Drunken cloud fruit. Yi Feminine said, you used not 3 fruits, but 4. Little fox, it's not right to lie to people. This little fox, she even learned to use her mind's eye. When he guessed the first fruit himself, he said that there were 2 more fruits next, giving her the mental hint that there were only 3 fruits in total. In fact, in the wine, there was a 4th fruit. Fox Jiuling's little face suddenly drooped. Oh wah. Was it really that hard for him to win once? Fox Jiuling said listlessly, I lost. Master, you make a request. Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow. My request is that you make a bet with me again. Fox Jiuling's eyes lit up. There was such a good thing? Yi Feminine sighed in her heart. There was nothing she could do about it. Little children sometimes had to be coaxed a bit. What's the bet? What's the bet? The little fox looked at her with an expectant face. Yi Feminine pointed to the empty space next to her. Later, I will practice my whip technique there. I'll allow you to use illusions to interfere with me, and I'll bet that I'll be able to break through your 3-legged illusion with a single glance. Fox Jiuling's expression changed slightly. It was true that he hadn't awakened a racial talent. However, as a member of the 9-tailed fox clan, he still knew simple illusion arts. His level of illusion art was not high, so naturally, he could not hide it from high-level cultivators. But, it wasn't to the extent that even Yi Chue could see through it at a glance. Deadline. Before the sun sets today. Yi Feminine said, during these 3 hours, if I can't break your illusion, it will be counted as a win for you. If I easily see through. Fox Jiuling instantly went up, then count all the 800 things I owe my master. Okay. Then it's settled. Yi Charming directly answered. Fox Jiuling's expression changed. Wait. Really owed 800 pieces ah. He was just momentarily on his head ah. While Fox Jiuling was still wailing in her heart, Yi Charming had already started practicing her whip technique. Her time was very tight. The previous original owner was too weak, and those who were weak had no power of speech. The fact that she was able to punish Ling Jiuling before and was able to make the Green Destiny Sword Venerable bow down was all because of her mother. But she hadn't forgotten. Half of the men that Lin Huanhuan came after her were even stronger than her mother. If she only thought of relying on her mother, the 2 of them would only end up flying away. She flattery, never resigned to fate. If she wants to do, she will do her best. If she wants to cultivate, she will cultivate to the strongest. Fox Jiuling watched Yi Flirt practice her whip from the side, and suddenly, he let out a light eep. Yi Charming's whip technique. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel that Yi Charming's whip technique had suddenly improved a lot? A few days ago, wasn't she still clueless about the whip technique? After a few days of being taught by Brother Fire Underworld, she suddenly improved by leaps and bounds? Is Brother Fire Underworld that powerful? Then how come he hadn't improved at all? Fox Jiuling looked for a while and her mouth opened even more. Not right. There must be something wrong with this. He desperately rubbed his eyes. Why? He felt that Yi Charming's whip technique, every moment, was improving. Now that only half an hour had passed, how come her whip technique was already a bit more rounded and natural than when he had just watched it? What kind of terrifying talent is this? Fox Jiuling's heart trembled. Could it be? Their master who had been posing for many years was actually that kind of top genius that was hard to find in the world? Not far away. Xiao Hong watched expressionlessly, and the bottom of his eyes could not help but flash with a trace of confusion. Yi Charming, what exactly is happening to her? In just a few days' time, the standard of her whip technique had gone from being completely unimpressive to the point where it was barely watchable? This rate of progress made it seem like his years of diligent study and practice were ridiculous. Fox Jiuling suddenly slapped his head. Now was not the time to be shocked. He and Yi Charming, there was still a wager at stake. Fox Jiuling took advantage of Yi Charming's concentration on practicing the whip technique. He thought for a moment and suddenly activated his spiritual energy. 9-tail illusion technique. Rise. In the next instant, in front of Yi Charming, a green-faced, fanged ghost suddenly appeared and was rushing at her with teeth and claws. Yi Charming smiled, her eagle eyes operated, and that ghostly monster instantly turned into flying smoke and disappeared from the field. Fox Jiuling froze. His illusion. It was broken just like that? No, it couldn't be.
Even the most salty person, this would not be able to help but be stirred up with some good intentions.
Next,
Fox Jiuling cast her spell again, and 3 red-clothed female ghosts appeared on the field, approaching towards Yi Charming from all angles. The scene looked very scary. Yi Feminine just smiled, her eagle eyes operated, and the 3 red-clothed female ghosts also instantly disappeared.
The illusion was broken once again. Fox Jiuling was unconvinced and gritted her teeth to continue. Not far away,
Xiao Hong watched the interaction between these two people, and a trace of dissimilarity flashed in the bottom of his eyes.
While Fox Jiuling didn't notice it, he could see it clearly.
Every time Yi Charming cracked the illusion, a faint golden light would flash in her eyes.
This is the secret pupil art. And the level should not be low to be. Whip technique. Pupil technique. Was Yi Charming really an uneducated cultivator of the second generation?
Xiao Heng suddenly felt that there was a mysterious veil hanging over her, and he actually couldn't see through it no matter what.
Chapter 47. What else? Come. A word that makes men fight for you. Again.
2 words that make men stop.
Don't stop.
3 words, making the man exhausted.
Fox Jiuling panted heavily, feeling like his entire being was bad. He had already put his life on the line.
3 hours were about to pass, and his spiritual energy had been used up several times.
But what about Yi Feminine? No matter what kind of illusion, she could crack it instantly. After cracking it, she would even open her mouth to rush it. Rushing. Which good person could withstand so many times? Fox Jiuling felt like she was going crazy anyway. Time is coming, do you still have the strength? Yi Feminine asked. Fox Jiuling. He let out an ow and suddenly lay on the ground. Lost? Lost? Can't he just lose? This is a direct admission of defeat? How many times have you lost? 4th time? Yi Feminine raised her eyebrows. Little fox, human dishes need to practice more. Things like gambling are not suitable for you. Listen to me, don't gamble next time. Fox Jiuling climbed up with some difficulty. A human dish needs to practice more. What does that mean? He clearly should not understand. But Yi Feminine's tone of voice rawly conveyed the meaning. Fox Jiuling was out of rage. One could say that he was a waste of cultivation. But he, Fox Jiuling, could never fail to win a bet. There's still one last incense stick of time left. Can you give me some pressure? Yi Feminine slanted a glance at him. Want to make it so easy for me to win? Although he knew it was a provocation. But Fox Jiuling's expression still slowly became grave. The reputation of the god of gamblers could not be tarnished. He looked fixedly at Yi Chun. His illusions. It can be stronger. It can definitely be. Fox Jiuling's body exuded a strange aura. His entire person, he was caught in a certain realm. At this moment, his divine soul was highly concentrated. The blood in his body was boiling. Fox Jiuling felt a stabbing pain erupt from his head. If it was before, he would have immediately chosen to give up as soon as this pain arrived. But this time, he had to win this bet. Him. Could win. In Fox Jiuling's eyes, a demonic red light flashed, and the 3 tails behind him, followed by a slight shake. Xiao Hong looked at Fox Jiuling's direction with some surprise. He is going to awaken his bloodline? Moedu silently appeared not far away. The awakening of the demon race's bloodline in most cases would not be a problem. However, if something changed, he could help deal with it. Yi Feminine looked at Fox Jiuling's situation, and a subtle smile flashed in the bottom of her eyes. To deal with a little brat, one must also start with his hobbies and interests. The gold content of this sentence had suddenly risen again yet. When the bloodline stirred to the extreme, both of Fox Jiuling's eyes turned a reddish color. In the next instant, he stretched out his finger. Densely packed flying insects surged towards Yi Charming. Yi Charming's eyes lit up. It was still an illusion. However, the authenticity of these flying insects was much better than the pompous ghosts and monsters from before. If it was an unusual cultivator, he was afraid that he would really be bluffed. Yi Charming's eyes flashed with golden light. These instantly became broken in her eyes. Where her eyes had looked, flying insects disappeared one after another. However, when a part disappeared, a part would be replenished. Fox Jiuling hung in the air, a demonic smile brought on his face. He was going to win. He was definitely going to win. Fox Jiuling's tail wagged frantically as more and more flying insects rushed over. Yi Feminine took the time to raise her eyes to look at Fox Jiuling, her heart slightly surprised. Fox Jiuling. How did it suddenly seem like he had changed his personality? Before, he was innocent and pure. Now it was demonic and evil, completely like a completely different person. This what? Dual personality? Yi Feminine also didn't dare to relax anymore. Her eagle eye skill was fully utilized, and the illusions in front of her were cracked one after another. To win, must win. Fox Jiuling was still muttering. Yi Feminine glanced at him and her expression couldn't help but change slightly. Wait. This wasn't right. It was only a bet. What was Fox Jiuling doing? He was actually overdrawing himself. It couldn't be compared. Yi Feminine took the initiative to put away her skills, and through her contract, she violently shouted in Fox Jiuling's mind, "It's okay." The next moment, Fox Jiuling revealed a hint of a somewhat confused look. The roiling phantoms disappeared, and he fell down from the air somewhat feebly. Yi Feminine rushed over to help him up. "Just because you thought it was fun yourself, you hurt someone else again, didn't you?" Mo-Knight's mocking voice rang out. Yi Charming silently deducted performance for Moe, but she was too lazy to care about him right now and just flew to check on Fox Jiuling's situation. And then, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Fox Jiuling was just off her feet, nothing serious. Moreover, Fox Jiuling's bronze treasure chest quest had also been completed. That Xian rank secret skill was already lying quietly in her storage bag. Unlike her being able to directly master the secret techniques provided by the system, the secret techniques obtained by the Hearthpods still required them to cultivate on their own. Yi Feminine still had to continue to urge Fox Jiuling to advance. "Master, did I win? You finally took the initiative to make me stop, so this is considered a win for me?" Fox Jiuling asked with a hopeful face. Yi Feminine wanted to ask him, "Do you know, you just seem to be a different person?" But she just smiled, "Counted as a win for you." Fox Jiuling was anxious. "How can you count me as a winner?" He hurriedly looked at Xiaohong. "Brother Xiaohong, haven't you always been there? With 3 hours as the boundary, did I win?" Xiaohong revealed a difficult look. "I, Fox Jiuling, must win clearly." "Brother Xiaohong, you say it," Fox Jiuling said. Xiaohong was silent for a moment and said, "If you start counting the time from when Yi Charming started practicing the whip, when she asked you to stop." Xiaohong revealed a look of incomparable sympathy. Fox Jiuling was confused, and suddenly had a trace of a very unsettling premonition. "No. It can't be right? It just so happens that 3 hours have passed," Xiaohong said with incomparable difficulty. This is okay." Fox Jiuling sat there dumbfounded, her entire being bad. "It's fine, count it as a win for you." Yi Feminine was very generous, around she had already accomplished her purpose. Fox Jiuling subconsciously said, "No. I have a backbone. Losing is losing." Yi Charming immediately answered, "Okay, owe me 800 demands." Fox Jiuling's lips twitched. He wanted to say, counting him as a winner seemed fine, but his cheek was not thick enough to do so he could only keep pounding his feet and chest. Yi Feminine looked amused and took out the secret skill given by the system. "This thing, you take it and practice it for fun. If you can get started, you'll be exempted from the 50 requirements." Fox Jiuling instantly stopped howling as he took the jade slip. "Is it really possible to be exempted from 50 requirements?" "Of course. When I speak, I never count. Let's limit it to 3 months. If you succeed within 3 months, you will be exempted from 50 requirements," Yi Feminine said casually. It was still a bit difficult to get started with Xian rank secret techniques. 3 months was not a long time, and she had to put a little pressure on Fox Jiuling. Good. Afraid that Yi Flattery would back out, Fox Jiuling held the jade slip and hurriedly left. Yi Charming glanced at Xiaohong and Moe next to her. "See, when the mood is good, when I casually leak a little down from my fingertips, it's enough for you guys to cultivate. The more you love me, the more benefits you get. You two reflect on yourselves why you can't love me more. If this behavior is not corrected, you will only fall further and further behind in the future," Yi Feminine said. Moe was directly exasperated and laughed. "It's our fault for not being able to love you?" Yi Charming raised her eyebrows, "Or else what? Could it be that she still needs to reflect on herself?" Chapter 48 Spellbinding Yi Feminine. "Remember, the more you love me, the more rewards you get. If you don't have the means to love me, you'll have to honestly be a waste." Yi Feminine dropped a sentence, turned around and left. Just kidding. The system was such a big golden finger. How could it be that these few furnace tripods were rushing to please her, expecting her to lower herself? That's a dream. In Yi Feminine's mind, the system had already begun to sigh. However, it was now accustomed to Yi Charming's style, and rigidly resisted the urge to spit. This one night, Yi Feminine still flipped Fire Underworld. Every time you double cultivate, you need a certain amount of time to recover. It was basically, every 12 hours, one could double cultivate. Today, Fire Underworld was injured from fighting with Ling Jiuling, and double cultivation could help him recover from his injuries. In the morning, the bet between Fire Meditation and Fox Jiuling was also won by Fire Meditation, so no matter from which angle, the object of today's double cultivation, Fire Meditation was the best choice. After the double cultivation ended, Yi Charming opened her eyes, her gaze calm. "With the healing medicine, your injuries should be healed soon." Fire He nodded. "This time, the injuries are not that serious, to say the least. Being abused by Yi Chue for 10 years before wasn't completely without its benefits. At least, his ability to endure was much stronger, and his ability to recover from injuries was also forced to become stronger. In the past few days, you should feel the realm of the spear technique and strive to master the intent as soon as possible. Don't be at the end of the day and still be preempted by me. Yi Feminine said. Preempted by you? Fire Underworld froze for a moment. Yi Charming, what was she talking about? Her current level of whip technique was only at the beginner's level. She still dared to think about mastering the realm of intent? What, don't believe it?
Yi Charming raised her eyebrows. I feel as if I'm one of those unearthly geniuses in whip techniques. The watershed of the way of the weapon was in whether or not one could master the realm of intent. The two realms of weapon mastery and meticulousness were basically just differences in proficiency. Yi Feminine felt that it should be a matter of time before she broke through the meticulous realm. The real bottleneck was only in intent control. A smile could not help but appear on Fire Meditation's clear and handsome face, but he quickly collected himself. Yi Charming didn't bother with him either, as she said with a smile, why don't we make a bet as well? Let's just bet who will control the realm of intent first. Fire Underworld froze for a moment, then became somewhat helpless. How was Yi Feminine as addicted to betting as Fox Jiuling? No more bets, I believe in master. Fire Underworld said. Yi Charming immediately revealed a somewhat regretful look. Fire Underworld, this person, right, under the cool exterior, there was actually some excessive gentleness. The key is that he is also not as good as Fox Jiuling to deceive. Alright. Yi Feminine sighed, got up and got out of bed. I'm going to practice my whip technique, you go back to your room. Fire Underworld froze for a moment, practicing whip techniques now? Yi Feminine nodded, I ate the grain resisting pill, so I can go without food for the next month. I also have Yuan Jingdan, every time I eat one, I can recover some of my spirit. Said. She then took out a Yuan essence pill and ate it. Her originally somewhat tired brows instantly became energized. Yi Feminine said and directly left the cave. She found an open space and directly started practicing the whip technique. The current her was too weak and her foundation was too poor. She had to seize the time and become very, very strong. Strong enough to change everyone's fate. Host, you are really desperate. The system looked a bit unbearable, just cultivate during the day and rest at night. The Yuan essence pill could force a person to become spirited. But the hard work of practicing whips and the pain of cultivation would not be cut down by a single point. Before Yi Feminine was brought here by it, she was still a $10 billion female president who was called for. Coming here, but having to practice day and night, the system was a little embarrassed for a moment. If you want to become stronger, how can you do it without putting in the effort? Yi Feminine's gaze was firm, and by the way, she also brushed the proficiency of her eagle eye skill. The full moon was hanging high. The figure of the young girl was stretched out under the moonlight. Yi Charming, time and time again, waved the whip in her hand, not stopping for a moment. Fire Underworld leaned against the mouth of the cave, his lips moved, wanting to say something, but saying nothing. Yi Charming. Surprisingly, she wasn't just saying it. How long had it been since he first taught Yi Charming? 2 days? 3 days? At that time, she was clearly still a beginner with only brute strength. But now, her whip has been vaguely organized. The scariest thing is, her whip technique is still improving. And it was improving at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Yi Feminine, she was really desperately getting stronger. You say, why is Master suddenly so desperate? Fox Jiuling's slightly curious voice rang out. Fire Underworld didn't say anything. Fox Jiuling continued, her mother is Yi Luyun, the #1 expert of the Acacia sect. She grew up with 1,000 pampering since she was a child, and she can have whatever she wants. Why would someone like her want to make an effort? Fox Jiuling was a bit puzzled. What's so good about trying hard? Isn't it better to learn how to lie flat like him? With Yi Luyun around, she could totally live comfortably in this life. Fire Underworld was still silent. He couldn't help but think. Yes. Why did Yi Feminine have to fight so hard? It wasn't like she was like herself, she had a blood feud to avenge, so why did she have to work so hard? Could it be that it was because of Ling Jie? Fire Underworld pursed his lips, his heart slightly rippled. But, looking at Yi Charming's always straight spine, he quickly denied this possibility. The current Yi Charming was different from before. There was no one that could make her go to such lengths. If she wanted to become stronger, it could only be for her own sake. Liang Long. A hint of a smile appeared on Fire Underworld's cool face as he said softly, what's wrong with her becoming stronger? For us? They had all already become stovepipes. Isn't the only way out for those who have become stovepipes that their masters can become stronger? Also, Fox Jiuling looked at the jade slip in her hand with some bitterness, master has become so progressive now. She also gave me a Xian rank illusion technique secret skill. Fire Underworld couldn't help but glance at him, Xian rank secret techniques are not easy to come by. You mustn't let her down. If it were someone else, getting this kind of secret technique, you wouldn't even know what to. Fox Jiuling shivered, turned around and slipped away, don't read it, I'm going to sleep. Brother Fire Underworld was good at everything, he was just too good at lecturing people.
In Fox Jiuling's mind, a very strange adjective suddenly popped up. Fire Underworld is quite the faction of a big house. Thundered by this thought of his own, Fox Jioling slipped away at the speed of fire. Firehei somewhat helplessly retracted his line of sight, and then, he was so quiet, continuing to watch Yi Chuxia practicing her whip. On top of the cave, Xiao Hong looked at the young girl under the moonlight in silence, and in his hand, he was holding that key tightly. His country had been destroyed because the regent king at the time had suddenly invited 3 powerhouses of the god transformation realm. Such powerhouses rarely interfered in the affairs of the mortal world, but that time they had interfered. The southern Xian kingdom had also provided for a few cultivators, but in the hands of the god transformation stage powerhouses, they all only ended up being destroyed. The royal family was full of people, and he was the only one who barely escaped without coming out. If he hadn't ended up becoming a cauldron and gained the shelter of Yi Luyun, I'm afraid that he too would have been killed a long time ago. If he wanted to take revenge, he would, at the very least, have to become a powerhouse at the god transformation stage. But what about him now? Ridiculously weak. Chapter 49, The Mouth is the Heart. Xiao Heng's hand clenched slightly. Xing Xian had put down his pride to hook up with Yi Chuxia before, and he felt that he was doing something useless, but in the blink of an eye, Xing Xian's meridians were repaired, and he was even given elixirs to increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Firehei took the initiative to ask for dual cultivation, and he felt that Firehei would regret it sooner or later. The result: Fire Underworld's injuries healed, his cultivation increased, and he even found the path to the intentional realm of spear techniques. Even Fox Jioling was able to obtain a Xian rank secret skill. What about him? Did he really have to go and curry favor with Yi Chuxia as well? Xiao Hong had a complicated expression, and for the first time, a trace of confusion colored the teenager's clear pupils. In the dark night, Mo Yan expressionlessly looked at Yi Charming under the moon. For a long time, he let out a cold laugh and turned around to go back to his room. Everyone in the world would be confused, but he, Mo Knight, would never be. Yi Charming cultivated for the whole night just like this without any sleep. She was tired, really tired. The non-stop swinging of the whip made her wrists sore as if she would never be able to lift them. Yet she never wanted to stop. When she really couldn't take it anymore, she would eat a Yuan Essence elixir. But the Yuan Essence pill could only restore physical exhaustion, and had no effect at all on mental exhaustion. The mental exhaustion, aggravated one at a time, was like a stone that fell on her way forward. But, no matter how hard it was, these stones, she had to move them away piece by piece. By the time the morning light was bright, Yi Feminine's proficiency had slowly risen to 4 points. It looked like the results were average. However, this was only the first day. Every time a period of time passes, the proficiency will surely go up a little bit. This buff, the later it got, the more terrifying it became. The next day came, and Yi Feminine had no intention of stopping. She continued practicing without stopping. This time, she wouldn't stop until she had brushed her whip technique proficiency to the fullest. In the process of brushing her whip technique proficiency, she was also able to brush her eagle eye proficiency. When she was out of the gate again, she would no longer be the useless Yi-chun. She was going to startle everyone. The only time Yi Feminine stopped was in the evening. She had to practice her whip technique, and she couldn't stop her dual cultivation. With one double cultivation, her spiritual energy could grow a lot, and she wouldn't miss this kind of opportunity. Xing Xian was still in seclusion. Fox Jioling was inexplicably being stubborn. Then today is still. Yi Feminine was planning to call out to Firehei to go for double cultivation. Suddenly, a somewhat dry voice rang out, "Can I? Hello?" Yi Charming was startled for a moment and turned to look at Xiao Hong. Boring brother? He took the initiative to serve the bed? Xiao Heng summoned up a great deal of courage before saying this. He gritted his teeth and slowly said, I can also accept double cultivation with you. As he spoke, his expression was very painful, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Xiao Heng's favorability has decreased. Current favorability -25. Yi Feminine couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Ha? Requesting to double cultivate with her and giving her a decreased favorability? Host. Quickly say yes. There's another new stove tripod to raid. I'm telling you, this Xiao Hong body, there is a real dragon bloodline, double cultivation with him, the reward may be related to the real dragon. Worrying about what Yi Charming had done again, the system couldn't even help but dramatize it. The South Xian royal family was slaughtered, but not just because they were a royal family. Their bodies are really flowing with the blood of the true dragon. Yi Feminine sneered. Dragon's bloodline, so attractive. However, no. Yi Charming said directly, I don't like to dual cultivate with an unwilling person. Xiao Hong gave up his self-respect and summoned up great courage to say these words, but he did not expect that he would get such an answer, so he could not help but freeze in place. Yi Charming looked at him blandly. You were able to survive because my mother sheltered you. You want to find me for dual cultivation because it will help you improve your strength. Xiao Hong, think about what kind of attitude you should use to ask for help.
Yi Charming looked at Fire Hay. Let's go. Fire Hay's face slightly reddened as she turned around and followed Yi Charming into the room. Only Xiao Hong was left looking at the backs of the two with a lost soul. Brother Xiao Hong, master eats soft but not hard law. Fox Jiuling could not help but advise in a small voice. Xiao Heng's hand could not help but slightly tighten its grip. Yi Charming, what else did she want from him? In the room, Fire Underworld was a bit anxious to speak. Yi Charming raised her eyebrows. What? Fire Underworld asked in a small voice. I don't seem to have pleaded with you in any way. Yi Charming, however, was still willing to double cultivate with him. Why was this? Fire Underworld's heart stirred once again. Yi Charming smiled. I'm a person who values the heart more. I feel that you like me in your heart, and that's enough. Fire Underworld's heartbeat immediately fluttered wildly. Master, was this speaking words of love to him? And yet he didn't know. What Yi Feminine said was all the truth. After all, favorability proved everything. Yi Charming snorted coldly in her heart. Every time Fire Underworld double cultivated, it always gave her a little bit of a rise. What about Xiao Hong? When this bastard opened his mouth to request for dual cultivation before, he even gave himself a good sense drop. This was to think that he was being condescending by double cultivating with himself. Then there was no need for dual cultivation. Yi Feminine had a tight schedule. After cultivating with Fire Moxie, she continued practicing the whip technique. When she walked out of the cave, Xiao Hong was right next to her. He was about to say something. But in the end, he didn't open his mouth. Yi Charming didn't care about him either, loving to speak or not. Xiao Hong became even more entangled. Is it possible that? Could it be that he have to follow Qing Xian's example and take the initiative to seduce her? Thinking of Qing Xian's previous behavior, Xiao Heng's entire person was not good. Is he okay? Xiao Hong remembered that night, the blood that filled the sky. He gritted his teeth in death. He could. He will definitely be able to. The following evening, Yi Charming looked at Xiao Hong, who had purposely unbuttoned two of his clothes and half exposed his fragrant shoulders in front of her, and her entire being was not well. Not. Dude, what are you doing? This action, if Qing Xian did it, was very flirtatious and exciting. But you have this face of pain and a stiff body. This is a little bit of no eyes ah. Is this okay? Xiao Hong asked through clenched teeth. Xiao Hong good sense decreased, current good sense -30, the system continued to broadcast. Yi Feminine was all a bit speechless. She reached out and lifted Xiao Heng's chin. I've said it before. Only people who like me can get benefits from me. I don't want people whose mouths are not their hearts. Xiao Heng's entire body stiffened. What did she mean? This still doesn't work? Xiao Hong even had a feeling that Yi Chuxia was not deliberately bullying him. Brother Xiao Hong, master likes to love to smile, why don't you learn from me and smile more? Fox Jiuling cracked her mouth and revealed a bright smile. Fire Hay opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He also didn't know why. It seemed like he couldn't be as generous as he used to be. He kind of wished the master belonged to him alone. Although he knew that it was impossible, he still did not want to offer Xiao Hong any advice. This way, the object of the master's divine cultivation for the next period of time would only be himself. Chapter 50 The Monastery. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth as a hint of humiliation flashed under his eyes. However, in order to become stronger, he had no choice. Fox Jiuling couldn't help but ponder over it as well. No way. He had to work hard too. He had to come up with a perfect bet and win the bet early so that he could realize his ascent. But he had all found out. Brother Fire Underworld hadn't even advised him to go to his master for dual cultivation in the past few days. What did this prove? It proved that divine cultivation was really comfortable, and Brother Fire Underworld wasn't even willing to let it out. Xiao Hong and Fox Jiuling's thoughts were both incomparably clear, and Fire Underworld couldn't help but feel some sense of crisis as well. Currently, it looked like most of the time, the master was looking for his divine cultivation. But what if one day the master got tired of it? What if he wanted to switch? All he could do was to try to keep Yi Feminine's heart. The good thing was, he and Yi Charming were both cultivation fanatics, and the two of them now shared a very common interest. After 2 days of divine cultivation, Fire Hay's injuries completely recovered. He began to cultivate with Yi Charming. During the daytime, Fire Underworld and Yi Charming each occupied an open space, one practicing the spear and the other practicing the whip, very harmonious. Brother Xiao Hong. Fox Jiuling couldn't help but encourage, this can't go on like this. You won't get the master's favor if you don't compete. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth. Who wants her favor? He just wanted to become stronger. Wanted revenge. Wanted to make the person who ruined everything for him not to die. I know. Brother Xiao Hen, you want to become stronger. But how can you become stronger without getting favor? Fox Jiuling said in a serious manner, look at Brother Fire Hay, his strength was about the same as yours before, how long has it been?
He's already surged forward and left you behind. Leaving me behind? I'm afraid it's not that easy.
Xiao Hong laughed coldly, but his eyes flashed with a winning light. Fox Jiuling lowered her voice. The one who was most favored by the master right now is Brother Fire He. According to my careful observation over many days, I have finally discovered the reason for this.
Do you want to hear it?
Xiao Hong sneered, boring. However, he stood still and didn't move at all, and his ears even perked up a bit.
Fox Jiuling hemmed and hawed and said, I found out that the master likes to look at the abs. Sometimes, she will even touch them.
Saying that, Fox Jiuling looked at her own dried up little belly and said with some regret, this figure of mine is not working. But, Brother Xiao Hen's body, your body, is not in the least bit worse than Fire Underworld.
Xiao Heng's face darkened. You want me to show my abs to that woman? Don't even think about it. This kind of trick, even if you tell me, I will never do it. Fox Jiuling nodded with a smile. That's also true. The following morning,
Yi Charming was on her way to cultivate, but she just shook her eyes for a moment, and then, a man with a naked upper body suddenly appeared in front of her. Yi Charming rubbed her eyes and rubbed them again. Was she practicing cultivation and practicing some kind of hallucination?
The breeze blew.
Xiao Hong felt that his upper body was a little cool, and also accompanied by Yi Charming's burning eyes.
Xiao Hong was a little ashamed and also a little secretly happy.
Although Fox Jiuling always lost every bet, but this time he was really right.
Yi Charming, indeed, liked this kind of tone. He. Anyway, he had already given up. Let's show off our abs.
Yi Feminine was a bit mesmerized for a moment.
Wow! Isn't this Xiao Hong?
Most of the time, the skin of the Fire Jiao was covered by black scales and did not see sunlight for years. After removing the scales, his skin was unusually snow white, resembling the snow of the mountains. Xiao Hong obviously worked out all year round. Not only was he no worse than Fire Jiao in terms of stature, but also, his skin had a layer of healthy wheat color, which looked extraordinarily dynamic. This dude, he's still got some material. As Yi Charming was mesmerized, the line of sight in front of her was suddenly blocked. Yi Charming raised her eyes and glanced at Fire Jiao with some confusion. Fire Jiao suddenly also removed the scale armor on its body, revealing its perfect figure. Fire Meditation's expression was clear and cold. Master, let's change positions. Continue cultivating, okay? Yi Feminine blinked her eyes and responded with goodwill. Fire Underworld just naturally stood in front of his line of sight. He held a gun like a male peacock with an open screen, and with a zero-frame start, it was directly a set of furious, stormy shots. Crystalline sweat from the snow-white skin slipped a little bit. Yi Feminine's eyes followed the sweat for a while, this sweat all the way down the neck, down the chest, down the... Wait! Can't look anymore. Yi Feminine quickly withdrew her eyes. It's killing me, what are these men doing now? Xiao Heng's face changed slightly, and Yi Charming's line of sight was plainly blocked by Fire He. This Fire He, does he still want to monopolize Yi Charming? Xiao Hong stood with his sword, and suddenly, he made a power move, and the light of the sword was hidden in the ground, heading towards the soles of Fire Underworld's feet. Fire Underworld's expression did not move as he made an evasive maneuver and easily avoided it. Xiao Hong sneered, but the sword chi was one after another. Fire Underworld could only follow and keep moving. His expression was calm. Xiao Hong could get angry if he wanted to, and it was impossible for him to just get out of the way. These two were privately going through the motions. Yi Charming looked at Fire Underworld, who suddenly started jumping around and asked somewhat hesitantly, Fire Underworld, what are you doing? Fire Underworld turned his head, his clear and handsome face tattooed. Master. Last time, I briefly took control of the gun technique intent because of my master's loving encouragement. These past few days, I've been recalling that brief moment and feel that I've gained slightly. That's good. Yi Feminine nodded. A trace of gentleness flashed underneath Fire Underworld's eyes. It's just a pity. That moment of realization, I've already digested almost all of it. If only I could control the gun technique intent for a little while longer, even if it's just for a moment, it should be able to benefit me a lot. Yi Feminine nodded. I understand. She walked towards Fire Underworld. Fire Meditation's heartbeat, fluttering, flew for a moment. The last time. It was still Yi Charming who moved a rock and stepped on it before kissing Fire Underworld's forehead. This time. Before Yi Charming could get to the front, Fire He bent down early. Yi Feminine glanced at him and smiled. Very good. This kid was getting more and more on board. In that case, then, I'll once again give you a loving encouragement. Yi Charming smiled and once again kissed Fire Jiao's forehead. Xiao Hong, who was not far away, watched, his face darkening even more. This Fire he definitely did it on purpose. They were all merely trying to improve their strength. Why would he be like this? Xiao Heng's hand that held the sword tightened slightly. Fire Underworld initially wanted to be angry with Xiao Hong, but soon, he didn't have the heart to think about anything else. When Yi Charming's soft lips touched his forehead, Fire Underworld's heart fluttered madly. This time, love's encouragement, would it still produce an effect? The answer was the package. System. Use another experience opportunity. Fire Meditation's number of experiences this month instantly changed from 2 to 1.
Chapter 51, Fighting and Stealing Again.
Fire Meditation's eyelashes fluttered.
He wanted to know
whether what happened that day was a coincidence or not.
if it wasn't a coincidence, then what he did to Yi Chuxia. Fire Underworld's heart was beating frantically, and for a moment, he didn't know what he was expecting, what kind of result.
The softness between the forehead, fleeting.
Fire Underworld just straightened his body. Suddenly, his body trembled. This familiar feeling, it came again.
He felt a force that surged up from the depths of his divine soul. This metaphysical power instantly enveloped him, and he felt the spear intent again.
Intent, unyielding. Fire Underworld didn't dare to delay this precious time as he danced with his spear while experiencing it in detail.
A trace of a satisfied smile spread across Yi Feminine's face. She knew that little bit of Fire Underworld's mind, but she didn't care.
Men?
They were willing to use means to compete for favor, that was also because they cared about you.
What's more,
Xiao Hong also hadn't found out what his real problem was yet, so he could air it out a bit more. Xiao Hong had already run away in anger when Yi Feminine kissed Fire Hei's forehead.
he was so stupid.
Truly. He actually went so far as to actually sell his color, and as a result, he was humiliated again.
Fox Jioling's little head came over. Brother Xiao Hong, Brother Fire Hei has really been a bit competitive and grabby lately. Xiao Heng's face darkened. Could it be that he's still really in love with Yi Chue?
Everyone was doing it to become stronger. How come he, Fire Hei, was different?
Fox Jioling heatedly smiled. That's normal. The master is still very attractive. She? Charming?
Xiao Hong laughed coldly twice. If it wasn't for the sake of becoming stronger, he would never take a step closer to Yi Charming.
Somewhat interesting.
Suddenly, a somewhat subtle voice rang out. Both Fox Jioling and Xiao Hong turned around to look over. Xing Xian had actually come out of the gate at some point, and was currently watching the interaction between Fire Hei and Yi Charming with a smile on his face.
Brother Xing Xian.
Fox Jioling instantly came into the spirit. You've been in seclusion for the past few days, but Brother Fire Hei is the only one who has been favored. The smile on Xing Xian's face became more subtle.
Is that so? Was Fire Hei receiving soul favor?
He narrowed his eyes, and as he did so, the light at the bottom of his eyes became thoroughly dangerous.
By the way, Brother Xing Xian, are you out of the customs here? Fox Jioling suddenly asked.
Xing Xian smiled and said, spiritual energy has yet to be completely restored. Xing Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he also had to come out from time to time to take a look. Otherwise, by the time he came out from seclusion for more than a month, he wouldn't even know how the situation had become.
Then how do you? Fox Jioling still had to ask.
A piece of paddle appeared in Xing Xian's hand and naturally walked towards Yi Charming. He walked to Yi Charming's side, his voice gentle, Master. Yi Charming was looking at Fire Underworld practicing her spear. As soon as she heard this voice, her body softened by half.
She hurriedly turned around. Xing Xian? How are you?
Xing Xian reached out and gently wiped away the fine sweat on her forehead. His movements were serious and his expression was pious, as if what he was doing was something of immense importance. Yi Charming was momentarily stunned, unable to move a muscle. Xing Xian carefully wiped away her fine sweat, then softly asked, Master, a few days without seeing, like 3 autumns apart, can I
kiss you?
His slender fox eyes seemed to have a soul-stealing light.
Yi Feminine was still in a trance.
Inside her mind, the system could no longer help but scream, not allowed, I'm not allowed, it's only been a few days, Yi girl you're eating so well? Yi Feminine casually banned the noisy system, then looked at Xing Xian with a smile on her face, it can't be too long.
That means it can.
Xing Xian said, and without hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her lips.
Fire Underworld. This spear intent suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Fox Jioling. Wow. Xiao Hong. It can still look like this. This kind of doing, even if he saw it with his own eyes, he would not learn it. Suddenly floating over to Mo Yi, ha! A shallow kiss quickly ended. Yi Charming looked at Xing Xian with a smile, why did you suddenly come out? Xing Xian said in a warm voice, the speed at which I recovered my spiritual energy was quite good. But I thought that if I inserted a few divine cultivation sessions in between, the speed of spiritual energy recovery, would it be even faster? Yi Feminine nodded, it's not impossible. Xing Xian then stopped talking and just kept looking at Yi Charming with his seductive eyes. Yi Charming couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly said, okay, let's try it out tonight. Xing Xian was instantly satisfied, then I'll go get ready first. Saying this, he actually walked away with a flourish. Yi Feminine was all shocked for a moment. Wait a minute. Prepare? Prepare for what?
This was pushing her in the direction of a rhubarb girl. She wasn't this kind of person at all. Yi Feminine shook her head a bit, and when she raised her eyes, she saw Fire Hei, who was gritting his teeth with a stoic expression.
Yi Feminine.
Why did she suddenly feel a little sinful? Yi Charming lightly coughed twice.
Not important. This is all for the sake of getting stronger. The harem must also learn to live in harmony. Night.
Yi Charming was hooked by Qin Xian to her room. At the doorway, another gambling trio came together. Fox Jiuling had a bored look on his face as he casually lamented, "When brother Qin Xian strikes, it's really still extraordinary." Fire Meditation was silent for a moment, and a hint of wariness flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Today, for the second time, he had taken control of the gun intent. Moreover, it was still after Yi Charming had kissed him once again. So, this was almost already solid. Before he even realized it himself, Soul Scale had already helped him identify Yi Charming. He could not be the only one, but he must be the most important one. Qin Xian would be his greatest opponent. Xiao Hong slanted a glance at Fire Underworld. "You've been guarding this bitterly, but in the end, you failed to do so." There was some mockery in Xiao Heng's voice. Fire Underworld glanced at him and said indifferently, "Xiao Heng. In this world, competing for resources and treasures is something that everyone feels is commonplace. But could it be that there is no need to fight for intentions?" Xiao Heng could not help but freeze for a moment. Fire He had already stood up. "I'm going to go practice my gun." He had long ago found out Yi Charming liked powerful people. Then, he would become the most powerful one. Qin Xian's little tricks were nothing in front of absolute power. Room. Qin Xian was wearing a loose robe woven from moonlight cloth, his expression teasing. Yi Chun lightly coughed twice. "I said that you don't need to be like this." "Don't worry, master, I'm only like this to you alone." Qin Xian's smile was light, teasing with an inexplicable hint of clarity. "When the divine souls mingle, can I kiss master by the way? Can master kiss me in passing? Master, look, are my clothes hidden from view? Want to touch somewhere? P with $P line L band turn KT this IJ text in file EDZ1AF4 JCRL2MF0RMA 8TFX6 3 055.7 EWVM2W09ZA2U carat $2.7 RFU025C2MCAB April 3 at CTQ3 G6 Uchoxin 9 IQDBV99 I 4.3 Mu 6T. After a bit of teasing, Yi Feminine felt like her body was being emptied. Qin Xian was the one who should be the nine-tailed fox. Chapter 52. Qin Xian was on fire, completely devoid of the cool and refreshing demeanor from the original book. But it had to be said that Yi Charming just ate it up. She blushed slightly as she was teased, and a few times she wanted to open her mouth and shout to stop, but in the end, she didn't give in. When the divine cultivation ended, Qin Xian still didn't let go of Yi Charming's hand. He took Yi Charming's hand and gently placed it on his chest. Yi Charming couldn't help but cough lightly. This hand feeling is indeed good. Qin Xian didn't have 8-pack abs like Fire Underworld, but his skin was soft and delicate, and touching it was like touching a piece of fine silk. "Master, do you feel it?" The corners of Qin Xian's eyes rose. Yi Charming subconsciously nodded. "Very smooth. Very tender." Immortal cultivation deserved to be immortal. In modern times, even a well-cultivated fresh meat could not raise such an icy skin and jade bones off. Qin Xian looked at her with a smile. "Not this." Yi Feminine couldn't help but ask, "Then what is it?" Qin Xian gently came to her ear. "The sound of my heartbeat, as my master is speeding up." Yi Charming. Dying. Noble consort Qing, can you be a little more reserved? In her heart, she was shouting this. Without delay, Yi Charming touched another hand, then nodded her head in a serious manner. "It seems to be." Qin Xian's smile became even deeper as he said softly, "I'm going to be in seclusion for a few more days next." "Master. You won't forget me, right? Then I'll be sad the next time we meet." "How can this be forgotten?" Yi Feminine shook her head repeatedly. "Many thanks, master." Qin Xian's brows held a smile. Yi Charming silently recited the Buddhist scriptures in her heart. "To hell with this was really too much." "Master." Qin Xian added in a soft voice, "The aspects that can be upgraded are different for different objects of divine cultivation. Little Fox is proficient in illusion techniques, and his divine soul is naturally powerful. If Master Double cultivates with him early on, the progress on his divine soul should be faster." Qin Xian suddenly gave serious advice. Yi Charming couldn't help but nod. Her several furnace cauldrons were worthy of being carefully selected by her mother, and each of them had their own strengths. Qin Xian was a wood spirit root like her, and if she cultivated with Qin Xian's god, the increase in spiritual power would be greater. The treasure chests that were opened also had a high chance of being favorable to the spirit root and spiritual power. Fire Underworld was from the Fire Jiao clan and had amazing physical strength, and if she practiced with the Fire Underworld god, Yi Chun felt that her physical strength seemed to be slowly growing as well. Since Fire Underworld was also proficient in marksmanship, the treasure chests she opened were currently all related to weapon skills. If the treasure chests continued to be opened, Yi Charming guessed that good things that increased the strength of the physical body might be opened. As for Fox Jiuling, she was of the nine-tailed fox race. Among the demon races, this race didn't use his physical body as an advantage. His advantage was his innately superior divine soul power in the way of illusion derived from it. Cultivating with the Fox Nine-Plume God would be the most favorable to the divine soul. Also, the treasure chests would mostly be related to these two. With these three top-tier furnace cauldrons alone, Yi Feminine's development was already well balanced.
However, the remaining Xiao Hang and Mo Yi were equally important. Earlier, when Xiao Hang introduced himself, the system couldn't wait to prompt that he had a true dragon bloodline. This point, I'm afraid that even Xiao Hang himself didn't know it yet. Yi Chudi vaguely guessed that this was also related to the destruction of the Nanxian royal family, I'm afraid. Immortal cultivators generally do not get involved in human karma, but those 3 spirit transformation stage cultivators, yet they did not hesitate to risk universal condemnation to exterminate the Xiao clan. What did they want? Obviously. In their view, what they got was more important than that little bit of karma. If through her dual cultivation with Xiao Hang, she could also enhance her bloodline power, or even obtain the power of a true dragon as well, that would be the best. There was also the most mysterious Mo Yi. As the only demon race amongst the few, Mo Knight was born with the underworld flame and specialized in the way of concealment. These skills Yi Feminine had also been coveting for a long time. But coveting was coveting. She had to let these people know who was the dominant one among them. However, Xing Xian's proposal had merit. Xiao Hang and Mo Yi, and not to mention, the divine cultivation with Fox Jiuling was something that should be put on the agenda. Yi Charming looked at Xing Xian with some curiosity. You're keen for me to have divine cultivation with someone else? A hint of despondency flashed across Xing Xian's eyes. I might stop it? Yi Charming honestly shook her head. That would be impossible. Xing Xian couldn't help but smile. Since I can't stop it, I naturally have to pick out the best candidate for my master. Yi Feminine was a little relieved for a moment. Xing Xian, this was too understanding. Xing Xian's gaze flickered. It wasn't like he was stupid. Fox Jiuling was naive and simple, and simply had not yet become enlightened. He wouldn't be a threat even if he had divine cultivation with Yi Charming. In this way, he could also divide the time that Fire Underworld and Yi Charming spent together. Grab the primary opponent and let go of the secondary opponent. Wasn't that normal? At the end of the divine cultivation, Xing Xian and Yi Charming came out hand in hand. Fox Jiuling couldn't help but wow again. Xiao Hang couldn't help but snort coldly. When was Xing Xian so boring? Who did he intentionally want to show this to? Could it be that someone else would be jealous? The next moment. Bang! The sound of a mountain rock shattering resounded not far away. Xiao Hang turned around to take a look. Fire Underworld had already collected his gun and walked over. Xiao Hang. There really were boring people who would be jealous. What on earth were these two people messing around with? They still really liked Yi Charming? A hint of anticipation flashed through Fox Jiuling's large eyes. Wow. So wonderful. So exciting. These two people shouldn't fight, right? Then he would have to bet that Brother Fire Underworld would win. After all, in terms of fighting strength, Xing Xian was definitely not able to Right under Fox Jiuling's expectant gaze, Firehei put away his lance and looked at Yi Charming with gentle eyes. I've been waiting for you to cultivate together. Yi Charming hurriedly nodded. Coming. Cultivating this was also serious business. Xing Xian naturally loosened his hand, then, his voice was placed very low, but on the contrary, it allowed everyone present to hear it. Master, go and get busy, but remember what I told you. Remember. Yi Feminine hurriedly answered again. Fire Underworld's face changed slightly. He glanced at Xing Xian and stepped forward to take the initiative to pull Yi Charming. Yi Charming didn't resist and was happily pulled away by fire meditation. How to say it? Xing Xian, Fire Underworld's this bit of caution, couldn't she see through it? However, what does it matter? As long as they are willing to put in the effort for me, it's fine. Xing Xian originally had a soft smile on his face, but as soon as Yi Charming and Firehei left, his face instantly turned cold and frosty. He lightly glanced at Fox Jiuling and Xiao Hang, useless fellows. Fox Jiuling winced a bit, but she didn't feel anything. Xiao Hang was instantly furious as he said in a cold voice, what sarcasm? I just can't put down my pride like you. Xing Xian was not angry at all as he said calmly, I enjoy it. It's better than some people who want to let go and hide it. Xiao Hang was so angry that his lips were shivering as he couldn't help but say, you came out of the gate once just to come and taunt me? Chapter 53 Recruitment Conference. Xing Xian slanted a glance at him. To taunt you? Don't you think too highly of yourself? It's a smooth thing to scold you. Xiao Hang was so angry that his face turned green. This Xing Xian really is getting better at talking. Fox Jiuling couldn't help but round up the conversation. Actually, Brother Xiao Hang is trying hard enough. He even showed his abs, only, Master only said that his heart was not sincere, so he refused to accept it. Xiao Hang felt a little ashamed and could not help but move his head away and snorted coldly. A hint of thought flashed across the bottom of Xing Xian's eyes. The heart is not sincere. Didn't the Master point out all the reasons to you? Why is it still so useless? Xiao Hang was somewhat annoyed. How is the heart controlled? Moreover, I don't believe how much you and Fire Underworld liked her in your heart when you first practiced divine cultivation with her. That would be. It was clear that all five of them loathed her to the core. Xing Xian didn't deny it either. It's true that there was no talk of liking anything at that meeting.
It's just that, have you ever thought about the fact that that time was the very beginning and that the master needed the hearth to raise his strength? Therefore, when he and Fire Underworld sent themselves to the door, Yi Chui accepted it openly. But now, Qing Xian revealed a meaningful look. Master already has options. The first to arrive always has the advantage. This truth, don't you understand? If you don't understand it yet, let me make it more obvious. The current you is simply dispensable to the master. You and master aren't of the same spirit root, you don't have the advantage of Fox Jiuling's divine soul, and you don't have the strong physical body of the Fire Jiao clan. What can you bring to master with your divine cultivation? Qing Xian pointed out with incomparable cruelty. Even if it's Mo Yi, he would be much more valuable than you. Xiao Heng's face turned white and froze in place. The matter of the true dragon's blood was simply unknown to Xiao Heng himself right now, except for Yi Chui. Being analyzed by Qing Xian like this. Of Yi Charming's 5 furnace tripods, it turned out that he was really the only one that was dispensable. I know that you were once the prince of a country and have your own pride. But where is your country? Where is it now? Qing Xian's voice was somewhat cruel. Just like me, I was once from the Lin Cheng Qing family, but now? The Qing family has changed hands, so what am I? When Xiao Heng heard the front, he was still a little angry. But when he heard the back, he was silent again. The South Xian country was broken, and he was the only one left of the Xiao clan who died. What happened to him was miserable. As for Qing Xian, he was no better than him. To say pride. The Qing family is a cultivation family. Qing Xian is the top genius of the Qing family back then. His status was vaguely higher than himself as a royal son. Qing Xian, he had already accepted the change in status. As for himself, indeed, he was still immersed in his past identity and hadn't completely come out of it. Liang Long. Xiao Heng revealed a disheveled expression. Yes, the current me is indeed nothing. Qing Xian said indifferently, think it over. It was also that he had just recently repaired his meridians and needed seclusion to adapt. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to instruct Xiao Heng. He was afraid that these people would be too stupid and really let Fire Underworld dominate. Qing Xian looked at Fox Jiuling again. And you? What are you still dragging for? Fox Jiuling was having fun watching the fun and suddenly drew fire. His little face collapsed. I don't want to But he was now owed 800 requests. What could he do? Qing Xian looked at him with a smirk. I don't really care. But little fox, don't you like to swing for the fences? If you're a divine cultivator, not only is it effortless and comfortable, but most importantly, your cultivation level can still dabble on its own. You can get stronger without delaying you from swinging. Such a good thing. If you're not in a hurry yourself, there's nothing for others to be in a hurry for. Fox Jiuling listened in a daze. It seems like this is the reasoning. Qing Xian glanced at these two. You two idiots, figure it out yourselves. He went straight back to his room. This time, he was going to be in seclusion for a slightly longer period of time. Let's hope that Fox Jiuling and Xiao Heng aren't that useless. At least succeed in one. It wouldn't be so bad that Fire Underworld would be a one-trick pony. Qing Xian dug 2 holes for Fire Underworld and went off to his own seclusion at ease. Fox Jiuling and Xiao Heng glanced at each other, both somewhat depressed. This Qing Xian had made it sound simple. The two of them had already lost the lead. Where was it so simple to snatch someone from Fire Hei's hands? The next morning, Yi Charming was still practicing her whip technique all night long as usual, with no intention of stopping at all. Fire Underworld originally wanted to accompany Yi Charming all the time, but with him practicing so mechanically, his marksmanship couldn't progress at all. On the contrary, Yi Charming's progress seemed to have no end, and every day, she was always a little stronger than the day before. Fire Hei, who was a genius of marksmanship, couldn't even understand this phenomenon. I'm a genius in whip technique, I can progress any way I want. You're not like me, you don't have to accompany me all the time. I prefer a strong person over companionship. Yi Feminine said casually. The corner of Fire Meditation's lips twitched. He was also known as a genius of marksmanship. Now he was actually disliked by Yi Charming. But Yi Charming's kind of cultivation method was indeed something that other people couldn't imitate. Fire Underworld could only respond and sat down in a platter not far away. Brother Fire Hei is watching really tightly, this doesn't even leave. Fox Jiuling rested her hand on her chin and said in a bored manner. Boring. Xiao Heng snorted coldly. Fox Jiuling hemmed and hawed and suddenly said, Brother Xiao Heng, when Master is practicing his whip, he doesn't like to be disturbed. Let's go out and have some fun, shall we? Didn't Master say before that we have free time every month? This month, we basically haven't even gone out yet. Xiao Heng was too lazy to move. Fox Jiuling continued, I heard that today, all 3 sects have a batch of new disciples, so let's go and see the fun. Xiao Heng wasn't interested, but couldn't resist Fox Jiuling's pestering, and was eventually pulled away by Fox Jiuling. The Sanhaiming Sword Sect, the Acacia Sect, and the Easy Sect, although they each had their own nastiness, there were more powerful sects in the Xian Tian spiritual domain, and the 3 of them together could only barely occupy this entire mountain range. Otherwise, their territory would have long since been snatched away. Therefore, Regardless of how they were in private, the three sects were together externally. This time, the recruitment of the three sects was also held jointly. The seedlings that were recruited in could freely choose which sect they wanted to go to. Fox Jiuling liked to see this kind of hustle and bustle the most. On the huge square in the center of the three sects, 94 disciples who had passed the test stood there in a huge crowd. The new disciple selection ceremony of the sect, the other disciples of the three sects, there were also many who came to see the hustle and bustle. Fox Jiuling pulled Xiao Hong and just mingled in the crowd. Xiao Hong sighed, "Watch for a while and we'll leave, I don't have time to waste with you here." Got it. Fox Jiuling hurriedly responded, "Look, this time, there are 10 people with extraordinarily outstanding natural talent. I wonder which sect they will choose." 10 people? Xiao Hong followed the direction of Fox Jiuling and looked over. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 54, An Old Friend. Have you guys heard? This time, a true supreme genius has come out. That's not true. I specifically came here to see this legendary once-in-a-century genius. I saw it from the beginning to the end. This person has a metallic single spirit root, and his spirit root attribute value has reached 8. This isn't too shocking, although 8 spiritual root values are rare, it's still possible to find a dozen or so in the 3 great sections. What truly established his reputation as an absolute genius is his divine soul, which is actually a true dragon. Could it be that you've misread it? A true dragon divine soul? Then what kind of class must this divine soul be? How can this be a lie? The moment he revealed his true dragon divine soul, all of the top brass of the 3 clans were startled. In order to snatch him off, the top brass of the 3 clans have been fighting for half a day, all of them wanting to take him into their clans. Heavens, this is a true dragon divine soul. A true dragon is a super powerful species that has only appeared in the ancient times. Once the true dragon divine soul grows, in the future, every move he makes will possess the true dragon divine might, and his power is feared to destroy the heavens and the earth. The crowd chatted. Fox Jiuling mingled in the crowd, listening to the gossip with great interest. TSK. True dragon divine soul, oh. This is really something, oh. He turned around and went to see Xiao Hong. Brother Xiao Hong, did you hear that? This person. Fox Jiuling was speaking with great interest, however, what he turned around to see was Xiao Hong's excessively ugly face. Xiao Hong stared deathly at the peerless genius who was being star-studded, his hands clenched into fists and his eyes glowed blood red. Fox Jiuling was startled. He hurriedly pulled Xiao Hong. Brother Xiao Hong? Brother Xiao Hong? What's wrong with you? It was only after several successive sounds that Xiao Hong finally managed to restrain himself. He slowly loosened his fists, his voice condensing, "I'm fine." Fox Jiuling was a little hesitant. Xiao Hong's appearance, did it look like he was fine? Speaking of which, for him to possess the true dragon divine soul, perhaps it was destined by heaven. A person next to him suddenly revealed a very gossipy look. Oh? The crowd all looked over curiously. That person looked like he had a big melon as he lowered his voice and said, "Don't you guys know? He is also the prince of an empire on earth. Don't mortals like to call their son of heaven the true dragon son of heaven? That's something that we usually listen to as a joke. However, this Chu Jiadang really has a few things to say. A dozen years ago, on that land, the royal family was still the Xiao family, and the country was still called the Southern Xin Kingdom. What about the Xiao clan? There were several generations of wise emperors in a row, and the rule was also thriving, with absolutely no tendency to be overthrown. However, it was in such a peaceful and prosperous time that the Chu family suddenly rose up. They first uncovered the crimes of the Xiao family's clans that secretly enslaved the people and oppressed them, and then led their troops to attack the imperial city, and in just 3 months' time, took down the entire South Xian country. This is not more or less a little bit of luck plus body? Could it be that this Chu family is really some kind of true dragon heavenly son? Then this Xiao clan is also considered a pity. In a few months' time, it ended up with a broken country and a dead family. What's a pity? We who cultivate, we know better than to say that man cannot overcome heaven. The Chu family produced Chu Xiao, who possesses a true dragon divine soul, so it's evident that they are a royal family ordained by heaven. How can man fight against heaven? The Xiao family's mistake is that they shouldn't have forced it. The man spoke with a straight face, and the people next to him also agreed in unison. Fox Jiuling had already listened to his face change repeatedly. He sort of understood why Xiao Heng's face had become so ugly. Damn it! Why did he pick today to bring Xiao Heng out? Aren't these people's words rubbing salt into Xiao Heng's wounds? Fox Jiuling was incomparably remorseful as he grabbed Xiao Heng's sleeve. Brother Xiao Heng, we'd better leave first. Fox Jiuling only had one thought right now, hurry up and leave this place. He pulled a few times and did not pull. Xiao Heng's face condensed, his cold gaze suddenly looked at the person who spoke. There is no excuse for wanting to commit a crime. The Xiao family has never done anything to wrong the people. Also, what fortune is added to the body? What true dragon son of heaven? What his Chu family relies on is nothing more than 3 demonic paths at the god transformation stage. Xiao Heng's voice was a little cold. The man froze for a moment. He stared at Xiao Hong for a moment before he suddenly remembered something and a smile hung at the corner of his lips. Who did I think it was? Isn't this ye flattery stove tripod, Xiao Hong? From a country's prince down to a mere tripod, I know that your heart is unwilling, but unfortunately you deserve it. And that Chu Xiao is someone you can't afford to offend. Between that person's words was unbridled mockery. This could not be blamed on him. One was just an insignificant stovepipe. One was the star of tomorrow being fought over by the three sect heads. It was obvious who to please and who to suppress. Xiao Hang's gaze immediately became incomparably angry. He clenched his fists tightly and could not control himself as he swung his fist towards that person. That person laughed coldly. I thought how much strength you have. A mere pre-Jindan stage and you dare to act recklessly in front of me. Spiritual energy surrounded his body, and he was already in the late Jindan stage. The moment Xiao Hang's fist came over, he pinched Xiao Hang's fist and then threw it with force. Xiao Hong did not have an ounce of resistance and was thrown heavily to the ground. Xiao Hong. Fox Jioling's heart was startled as he flew over. As he struggled to support Xiao Hong, he quickly sent a message to Yi Chuxia. Master. Something has happened to Xiao Hong. Come quickly. He did not know if Yi Charming would come. But looking at Xiao Heng's situation, it was by no means something that could be easily talked down. If Yi Charming doesn't come. Fox Jioling's heart trembled. The consequences of this were afraid to be unimaginable. Yi Charming was originally immersed in the whip technique. Suddenly, her brows frowned slightly. Fox Jioling suddenly conversed with her through the contract. Something happened to Xiao Hong? What could happen within the sect? Was it Ling Jie? Or was it Lin Huanhuan? Yi Charming's movements stopped at once. She was intentionally leaving Xiao Hang out to dry, wanting to tame and temper him, but that didn't mean that someone could bully her people. When Yi Charming suddenly stopped, Fire Underworld also opened her eyes and looked over with some curiosity. Yi Charming said in a cold voice, something happened to Xiao Hong, I'm going to take a look. Fire Underworld quickly stood up, I'll go too. He and Xiao Hong fought and grabbed. However, they had always treated each other as friends after getting along for these 10 years. Nah. I'll go. A voice rang out abruptly, and Emoya's figure slowly appeared. He and Xiao Hong were the ones who resented Yi Chuxia the most, and the two of them were the ones who walked closest on weekdays. Although he couldn't understand Xiao Hang's recent behavior of actively competing for favor, he couldn't rest assured if something happened to Xiao Hong. Yi Charming glanced at the two. Qing Xian is still in seclusion, the cave must be left with one person to guard it. Fire Underworld looked at Moya's condensed side and said, I'll stay to guard the cave. Yi Charming nodded and didn't dwell on it, just said directly, Moe, follow me. I'd like to see who's so ungrateful that they dare to touch my people. Chapter 55 Who Dares to Touch My People? Xiao Hong lay quietly on the ground, looking at the azure sky. His body trembled slightly. Once upon a time, he was the most favored prince. The only genius of this generation who had been recognized by the dragon spine sword. But now, he was lying here like a dog. What else can he do? He was, completely, a waste. Xiao Hong, let's go back first, here, Fox Jioling said quickly. Xiao Hong pushed aside his hand and slowly stood up. He wiped the blood at the corner of his lips, his expression incomparably stubborn. Again. The man gave him a mocking look, then he casually waved his sword, and Xiao Hong was once again sent flying, with a long scar on his body. The difference in strength between them was simply too great. Xiao Hong. Fox Jioling was so chagrined that he could not wait to slap himself a few times. How could he be so idle? He desperately wanted to persuade Xiao Hong to leave first. But how could the current Xiao Hong listen to him? His hand cupped into a fist, but he only cupped a handful of dust. With some difficulty, he rose again. The commotion over here also attracted the attention of the recruitment site. The senior members of the three sects couldn't help but all look over in the direction of the harassment. The Prosperity Sect Patriarch raised an eyebrow. What's going on here? A disciple is causing trouble? It seems to be two disciples fighting and brawling. I'll have someone go and take care of it. The Canghai Ming Sword sect leader casually pointed a person over, not placing this matter in his eyes. Compared to these trivial matters, it was more important to fight for this genius with a true dragon divine soul. He looked at Chu Xiao with an expectant face. Chu Xiao, have you decided? Of our three clans, which clan do you favor more? The others were the clans picking them. When it came to Chu Xiao, it was Chu Xiao who picked the sects at will. This treatment, it could be seen. Chu Xiao, however, looked towards the commotion. Several sect leaders. I just watched the brawl among those two. One of them seems to be very familiar. I wonder if I can summon them here for a meeting. Several sect leaders looked at each other. Then the Acacia sect master responded with a smile. A trivial matter. Bring the people over. Just in time, I'll also see what kind of big event is going to make them make a scene at the recruitment site. The people at the bottom responded. Soon, Xiao Hang and another person were brought up. Fox Jioling followed somewhat worriedly. He kept looking towards the back. Things were getting more and more complicated. Master, you must come quickly.
Disciple Ruan Shang, meet the master.
That disciple bowed to the sect leader of the Cunghai Ming sword sect.
The sect leader of the Cunghai Ming sword sect also only nodded slightly.
There were so many disciples of the sword sect, he could not recognize them. The crowd looked at Xiao Hong again. Xiao Hong only pursed his lips.
Yet someone had already recognized him.
This is Xiao Hong, one of Yi Flattery's furnace cauldrons. A few days ago, he came to the Cunghai Ming sword sect. The crowd whispered. A stove tripod? How did he dare to fight with the elite disciples of the Cunghai Ming sword sect? This isn't pure abuse.
It's not.
On the Cunghai Ming sword sect side, Ling Jia looked at Xiao Hang's wretched appearance, and a hint of pleasure appeared in the bottom of his eyes.
See?
There was nothing wrong with what he said. A stove cauldron was a stove cauldron, and it would always be a contraption that could not rise to the top. Several sect leaders. This brother Xiao Hong Xiao is a good friend of mine, so please do not bother with him. Chu Xiao arched his hand and suddenly said. Xiao Hong seemed to have been stimulated by something. His eyes instantly became blood red as he gritted his teeth and said, Chu Xiao,
don't you give me this pretense here.
Hundreds of people up and down my Xiao family, this accumulated blood debt, I will find you one day to get it back.
Xiao Hong hissed angrily.
The crowd slowly reacted, and their expressions suddenly became odd.
The Chu family was the current royal family, and the Xiao family was the previous royal family. There was indeed an exhausting blood feud between these two. It was only a pity.
Xiao Hong was destined to not be able to avenge this revenge. The current him was just a humble furnace tripod, while Chu Xiao was a supreme genius jointly recognized by the three great clans.
If Xiao Hong wanted to take revenge, none of the three great sect masters would agree.
A trace of shock appeared on Chu Xiao's face. Brother Xiao, you and I have been good friends for many years, how could you think of me in such a way? The deaths of the several hundred members of the Xiao family really had nothing to do with my Chu family. It was the people who were oppressed by you who were too angry, and that's why they impulsively committed the bloodshed. I've educated these people properly afterwards. But, who let it be that your Xiao family oppressed the people first? Karma, it can't be helped. Xiao Hong was shaking with anger. The bright red blood from that night still surfaced in his mind over and over again. He still remembered the faces of those three demonic paths clearly. Chu Xiao dared to turn black and white so upside down. Xiao Hang's sanity completely collapsed. He reached out, and in the center of his hand, his aura condensed the sword, which was actually in the shape of a dragon ridge. Ah! Xiao Hong roared, angrily striking out towards Chu Xiao. A faint trace of mockery flashed across the bottom of Chu Xiao's eyes as he stood still. Only on his body, a shocking aura was violently emitted. This is true dragon's chi. The crowd couldn't help but be surprised. The top echelons of the three sects were even looking at them with different colors. The true dragon divine soul was truly extraordinary. Chu Xiao's cultivation was only at the pre-Jindan stage, but against Xiao Hong, who was also at the pre-Jindan stage, he had a complete crushing advantage. The true dragon's chi pressed down hard towards Xiao Hang. Xiao Hong only felt 1,000 pounds on his body, and his legs were crunching under the pressure. Brother Xiao, you are too impulsive. Chu Xiao looked at him blandly as his true dragon breath further intensified. Xiao Hang's legs slowly bent down, this powerful aura almost crushing him. Chu Xiao was forcing him to kneel. But to make him kneel to his enemy. Unless he died. Xiao Hong held on for dear life. The skin on his body could not withstand such strong pressure and began to crumble inch by inch. But his body was always straight. Chu Xiao's eyes moved as he sneered and suddenly swung his sword, slashing towards Xiao Hang's leg. He wanted to see if Xiao Hong could still stand if his leg was broken. Xiao Hong was eager to dodge. However, under the pressure of the true dragon chi, he could not move at all. Xiao Hang's eyes could not help but flash with a hint of despair. Was the gap between him and Chu Xiao actually this big already? Is he really? Was the most useless person in the world? Xiao Hong still stared at Chu Xiao in death. Unless he died. Otherwise, even if he broke his leg, he would fight to the death to seek justice for the Xiao clan. The moment the sword light was about to cut off Xiao Hang's leg, an incomparably cold voice rang out. Who dares to bully my people? At the same time the voice arrived, the long whip had also arrived. The long whip swept the sword in Chu Xiao's hand and swung the sword far down. Yi Charming's face was expressionless as she stood in front of Xiao Hong, and she pointed her whip at Chu Xiao. It's you who touched my people. Chapter 56 Waste. The bottom of Fox Jiuling's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of delight. Master. The master had really rushed over. Sure enough, she was different from before. Before. If they were aggrieved and bullied, how would they dare to talk to Yi Feminine? When she found out, she would be lucky if she didn't beat them up again. But now, she rushed over at the first opportunity and then, without hesitation, stood in front of Xiao Hang. Xiao Hong looked at Yi Charming's back and slightly gritted his teeth. Today, he seemed to have caused a big trouble for Yi Charming. You shut up. Yi Charming slanted a glance at him. It's not your turn yet. Yi Charming looked at Chu Xiao expressionlessly. Speak. Was it you who moved my people? Chu Xiao's eyes flickered and he didn't speak for a moment.
Yi Charming, don't fool around.
The Acacia sect master Yu Linglong slowly spoke. This is Chu Xiao, who possesses a true dragon divine soul and is a genius that is rare to come across in 100 years. Between him and Xiao Hong, there was just some minor misunderstanding. Since you are here, bring the person back to your own cave to discipline him. Xiao Hong lowered his eyes, and a hint of self-mockery flashed across the bottom of his eyes. A genius that was rarely encountered in 100 years, and a humble furnace cauldron.
Everyone knew how this should be chosen. Yi Charming, she should also know.
After knowing Chu Xiao's talent, she was afraid that she would regret standing up for herself.
Bah!
The system couldn't help it. Bull true dragon divine soul.
Host, this Chu Xiao is a fake.
After the system finished speaking, it suddenly realized that it seemed like it had dramatized too much, and it sheepishly paused for a moment before changing the topic in a raw manner.
Host, now is a good time to take in Xiao Hong. Listen to me, don't be afraid of any geniuses or not, just him and be done with it. The system egged on. Yi Feminine sneered. The system had just said that the Xiao family had a true dragon bloodline.
In the blink of an eye, this Chu family had a true dragon divine soul. Yi Charming was already suspecting the involvement in the middle. The system's words confirmed her suspicions even more. This Chu Xiao is a bull genius. He was afraid that he had used a means to steal the Xiao family's true dragon bloodline and forge the so-called true dragon divine soul. However, the technique he used to forge it was undoubtedly very high-end, and even the experts of the three sects were concealed from him. This only proved that the people behind this Chu family could never be just 3 god transformation stages.
3 transformation spirit stages couldn't do such a thing.
It was as if Yi Chue saw a pair of invisible hands manipulating everything behind the scenes. The destruction of the Xiao family was part of the conspiracy. And they weren't going to stop just yet. Xiao Hong, the only one who had escaped, became their final target. Yi Charming looked at Chu Xiao with an incomparably grim expression. She was incomparably certain.
Chu Xiao's coming here was simply aimed at Xiao Hong. Fellow Daoist Yi. Chu Xiao made a courteous appearance. My name is Chu Xiao.
There was just some small misunderstanding between me and fellow Daoist Xiao, and the misunderstanding has now been cleared.
Xiao Han, this matter, it ends here. You follow Yi Charming back. The Acacia sect master also spoke up, some threats hidden in her voice. She was still fighting for Chu Xiao, so naturally, she could not let Yi Charming get into a fight with Chu Xiao. Unspeakable pain flickered in the bottom of Xiao Heng's eyes, but he still clenched his teeth and swallowed all his unwillingness and indignation. His voice was a little hoarse. Master, Yi Feminine gave him an expressionless look. Did I mention that it's not your part yet? You stay aside. She actually looked as if she didn't want to listen to Xiao Heng at all. Yi Charming coldly looked at Chu Xiao, and a piece of soul jade suddenly appeared in her hand. Before anyone else could react, the soul jade directly pressurized towards Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao's expression changed instantly. He had used the true dragon divine soul once, and was unable to use it a second time in a short period of time. Yi Chu Xia. Yu Linglong's heart was startled. This girl, Yi Charming, had been spoiled by Yi Luyun to the point of lawlessness, and she didn't know how many good things she had on her body. This soul jade was a disposable magic treasure, and by invoking the soul jade, a field of pressure could be formed. This was something that people normally used in critical battles. What about Yi Charming? She used it in such a place? Yu Linglong was about to stop it. Beside her, Shuewoma, the sect master of the Easy sect, and Xiayan, the sect master of the Tsanghaiming sword sect, stopped her with a smile. Sect leader Yu, what's the hurry? A battle of wills between children, we'll just take a look, why should we interfere? That's right, we didn't intervene before and it's inconvenient for us to intervene now. These two sect masters were playing their own little schemes in their hearts. Yi Charming, the second-generation ancestor, doesn't care about what she does, and now that she has offended Chu Xiao to such an extent, how would Chu Xiao still join the Acacia sect? Wouldn't they just directly exclude a competitor? With the three parties pulling each other down, the power of the soul jade pressed on Chu Xiao recklessly. Chu Xiao only resisted for a few breaths of time. He gritted his teeth and his knees bent uncontrollably. Yi Feminine sneered. Chu family, is this the only backbone you have? I, the furnace tripod, have yet to kneel down, but you kneel down very quickly. Rubbish! Yi Charming walked over and viciously kicked Chu Xiao. Under the pressure of the soul jade, Chu Xiao couldn't dodge at all. He took the kick and looked at Yi Charming's eyes and immediately flashed a hideous look. Since having the true dragon divine soul, when had he ever received this kind of treatment? Yi Charming, how dare she? Xia Yan gave a wink to the disciple next to him. Wasn't this the best time to brush off goodwill? Ruan Shang, the Tsanghaiming sword sect disciple who had injured Xiao Hong earlier, instantly understood, and he walked over and looked at Yi Charming with a righteous face. Fellow Taoist Yi. Fellow Taoist Chu was relying on his own strength, but you're using an external object, your behavior can't be considered frank. Yi Charming glanced at him. Master. The sword wounds on Xiao Heng's body are all from him. Fox Jiuling shouted. Ruan Shang. He couldn't help but glance at Fox Jiuling. A stovepipe is a stovepipe. Shouting master all shouted so willingly. Ruan Shang wasn't afraid as he said blandly, I was the one who hit him.
I heard him speak out of turn, saying that Master Chu wasn't right. I couldn't stand to watch, and that's why I brazenly struck out.
Xia Yan immediately revealed a satisfied smile.
This Ruan Shang was a talent, putting himself on Chu Zhao's side in just a few words. Good. If he succeeds in taking down a talented disciple like Chu Xiao, he will definitely give Ruan Shang a good commendation.
So there's still something about you. Yi Feminine smiled.
Ruan Shang raised his eyebrows bashfully. Fellow Taoist Yi, there is justice in this world, Before his words fell, in Yi Charming's hand, a rope suddenly appeared. She waved her hand, and this rope bound Ruan Shang to death. Ruan Shang hadn't reacted yet, when the sword light descended from the sky. He was caught off guard, and his body was riddled with sword wounds.
Ruan Shang was going crazy. Yi Charming, what are you so mad about? A third-order sword chi talisman and you just used it up? Do you dare to go by your real strength?
Yi Charming sneered. Who said that background isn't part of strength? If you're jealous of me, just say so. Yi Charming stood in the crowd, with a Chu Xiao kneeling on her left, and a Ruan Shang bundled up on her right, with a very arrogant demeanor.
Dare to touch my people? See if you're worthy first.
Chapter 57, 100 of you can't exchange for one Xiao Hung.
Arrogant and bossy. She is really arrogant and bossy. This woman is really incredibly vicious. If you have the ability to say this, can you say it in front of her? That's not daring. Who let others cast a good birth? The crowd murmured. Who didn't know that Yi Luyun favored his daughter like his life? No matter how many ridiculous things Yi Charming did, this #1 expert would be able to back her up. Don't look at Yi Charming's strength as if she was only at the pre-Jin Dan stage. God knows how much protection Yi Luyun secretly gave her. This woman can't be messed with. Yi Charming. Enough.
Yu Linglong gritted her teeth. Even if your mother knew about this behavior, she would have to reprimand you. She waved her hand and released Chu Xiao and Ruan Shang's restraints. Yi Feminine collected the ropes with a calm face. The time for the Soul Jade's effect was coming to an end anyway, so it was fine to lift it.
Reprimanding me?
I'm not at fault at all. Why is mother reprimanding me? Yi Feminine said indifferently. In our Acacia sect, the furnace pot is considered my personal property. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Someone is laying hands on my belongings for no reason. Do I not dare to fight back? Yu Linglong was immediately choked.
Yi Charming said in a cold voice, I'm just returning it equally.
What's wrong with that?
Yu Linglong hurriedly said, you shouldn't have forced Chu Xiao to kneel down. You should know how much of a shame this is.
Chu Xiao looked at Yi Chue with an iron face. Yi Chou just sneered, shame?
The Soul Jade's oppressive effect is comparable to the oppressive effect of his so-called true dragon divine soul. My furnace cauldron preferred to have his skin break apart before he even knelt, so how did he kneel so quickly?
I can't help but wonder, does he really possess the true dragon divine soul?
If the true dragon knew that the possessor of his divine soul was such a weakling, I'm afraid that he would be so angry that he would exterminate his 9 clans.
Yi Charming looked at Chu Xiao with a smirk. Rubbish, you wouldn't be an imposter, would you? Chu Xiao's pupils shook tremendously. What did Yi Charming mean by this? Did she know something? No, that couldn't be possible. She should just be mouthing off.
Chu Xiao said in a cold voice, my divine soul has been checked by several sect masters, how could it be false? Yi Chou said expressionlessly, even if you possess a true dragon divine soul, all you possess is the form of a true dragon. With this kind of heart, this kind of will, you will always be nothing more than a waste even if you are superficially gifted. Yi Charming's eyes were filled with disdain. Chu Xiao was shaking with anger. Yi Charming herself was notorious for being a playboy, how dare she have the face to accuse herself? However, Xiao Hong, this punk, was able to make Yi Charming so protective? Wasn't it said that he was having a very difficult time with Yi Charming? If Xiao Hong had been under Yi Flattery's protection, what about the last true dragon's blood? Yi Feminine, you're talking out of your ass. Xia Yan said, everyone needs time to grow. I am optimistic about Chu Xiao's future anyway. Sect leader Yu, since you, Acacia sect, can't see it like this, let's give Chu Xiao to my Songhai Ming Sword sect.
My Easy sect also has the confidence to cultivate Chu Xiao.
Shui Wuji also said.
Sect leader Jade's face was ugly. This is only Yi Chue's statement alone, it doesn't represent my Acacia sect's view.
Chu Xiao, if you join the Acacia sect, the sect will naturally do its best to cultivate you as well. True dragon divine soul, not to mention 100 years, 1,000 years have never been heard of, the 3 sects still want to all fight for it. Chu Xiao glanced at Yi Chue with a gloomy expression and suddenly arched his hand at Sect leader Jade. Sect leader Jade, I can join the Acacia sect, however, I have one condition. Jade sect leader originally didn't have any hope, but she didn't think that there would be a turnaround, she hurriedly said, speak up. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and said, although there was some small misunderstanding between Xiao Hong and I, but he and I are after all old friends for many years, and I can't bear to see him fall into the category of a stovepipe. Therefore, my condition is that I will let Yi Flattery set Xiao Hong free. I think that this is also brother Zhao's own wish.
This condition.
Sect leader Jade froze for a moment and could not help but look at Yi Charming. Yi Charming looked at him with a sneer on her face, I'll let Xiao Hong leave, and then, as soon as he leaves the sect, your people will look for an opportunity to exterminate him, won't they? Xu Xiao, you don't need to pretend with that little mind of yours. Xu Xiao had a helpless look on his face. I don't know why fellow Taoist Yi misunderstands me so deeply, but I'm really doing this for Brother Zhao's good. Anyway, as long as fellow Taoist Yi is willing to set Brother Xiao free, I will join the Acacia sect. Sect leader Jade once again looked at Yi Chouxiao as she said in a slow voice, Yi Chouxiao, it's just a stove tripod. Even if Xu Xiao wanted him dead, so what? It was just a stove tripod. It doesn't matter. Moreover, I haven't seen Yi Charming like her 5 tripods much before. There's no need to pretend now. Xiao Heng's face was slightly pale as he hung his eyes, quietly waiting for the judgment of fate. Giving up on him. Gaining a top genius for the sect. Yi Charming, how would she choose? Yi Charming rolled her eyes greatly as she looked at Xu Xiao expressionlessly. You are also worthy of negotiating with me? As far as your talent is concerned, which one of these several furnace tripods of mine isn't better than you? 100 of you wouldn't be able to exchange for one Xiao Heng. Yi Charming spoke with a loud voice. Xiao Heng raised his head violently. He did not know if Yi Charming was telling the truth. But she said, 100 of you can't replace one Xiao Heng. Was he so valuable in her heart? Xiao Heng's favorability is increased by 20. Yi Feminine raised her eyebrows. Yo, this arrogant ghost, finally willing to add favorability to her. Sect leader Jade was a little depressed. If it was an ordinary disciple, she would have forced it. But on the contrary, this was Yi Charming. If she dared to force Yi Charming on this side, Yi Luyun on the other side would be able to beat her to death. Think for the clan. Sect leader Jade said somewhat unwillingly. I am thinking for the clan. Yi Charming said very solemnly. Behind Xu Xiao, there was clearly a conspiracy. Taking him in would be a curse rather than a blessing. Sect leader Jade couldn't talk Yi Charming out of it, so he could only say to Xu Xiao, perhaps, you can change one condition? Xu Xiao glanced at Yi Charming grimly. On this condition, it can't be exchanged. Yi Charming just laughed coldly. Xu Xiao said, since this condition, Dao friend Yi can't agree. Then, I choose Songhai Ming Sword Sect. Ruan Sheng had helped him out, and he was still relatively a little more favorable towards the sect. The head of the Songhai Ming Sword Sect immediately revealed an elated look. Good. I, Songhai Ming Sword Sect, am eager to help. Ruan Sheng, why don't you bring your senior brother over? Ruan Sheng hurriedly brought Xu Xiao over. Sect leader Jade, Sect leader Xue, I'm sorry. Xia Yan said smilingly. Yi Charming narrowed her eyes. The current Songhai Ming Sword Sect is really a collection of everything dirty and stinky. Also good. Let them sink together. Sooner or later, all these demons and devils will be cleaned up at once. Xu Xiao's belonging was finalized, and the rest of those Yi Feminine was also too lazy to look at. She glanced at Xiao Heng. Go. Xiao Heng honestly followed her head. Ling Jia looked at Yi Charming protecting Xiao Heng like this, his heart suddenly burned with a flame, remembering his own arrangement in the past few days. Now that Yi Charming was not able to go out of the cave once, wasn't it the best opportunity? Ling Jia took a step forward and suddenly said, fellow Taoist Yi, stop. Chapter 58 Ling Jia, the Good Samaritan. Yi Feminine swore. She had really not wanted to find Ling Jia trouble today. However, she didn't go to look for trouble, but someone rushed up to look for scolding, right? Yi Charming turned around, her face cold. What do you want to bark at again? Her voice was cold, not giving Ling Jia the slightest bit of face. The expressions of the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but change slightly. Many of them had only heard about Yi Flirt no longer being Ling Jia's dog licker, but now, it was the first time they had witnessed Yi Flirt's attitude towards Ling Jia. Coupled with the way Yi Charming had defended Xiao Heng before, they had to believe it even if they didn't believe it. This second-generation dude, for some reason, was completely disgusted with Ling Jia, and instead, he cared about her 5 furnace cauldrons. Being rebuked so unceremoniously by Yi Charming, Ling Jia's face was also a bit unsightly, but he was more or less used to it, and his face was barely taut. Ling Jia tried to squeeze out a smile. Fellow Taoist, you forced my senior brother Chu to kneel and forcibly injured senior brother Ruan as soon as he made his move today. As the Songhai Ming Sword Sect's eldest senior brother, let me ask you, fellow Taoist Yi, if you were on your own, could you possibly have done these 2 things? Yi Charming narrowed her eyes and looked at the bottom of Ling Jia's eyes. A hint of coldness flashed through. Interesting. Ling Jia was here to seek abuse. Fellow Taoist Yi, you mouthed that background is also part of strength. Ling Jia said in a slow voice, let me ask fellow Taoist Yi one more time. So, apart from your background, you're nothing at all, are you? Yi Charming laughed instead of being angry. The corners of her lips even revealed a hint of an amused smile. So, what do you want to do, fellow Taoist Ling? Want to recognize my mother as your son? I'm afraid she can't look at a soft rice turtle man like you either. Ling Jia's expression instantly stiffened. A snicker even resounded from the surroundings. After all, the matter between Yi Charming and Ling Jia had all been made public. Ling Jia had taken so many things from Yi Chui, and if he still came to pretend to be innocent right now, it would be a bit too ridiculous. Ling Jia took a deep breath and said in a slow voice, why do you need to speak out of turn, fellow Taoist Yi? I'm just being honest. Fellow Daoist Yi is arrogant and domineering, but only on the basis that you are Elder Yi's daughter. Without this aura, you are nothing at all. Yi Charming lazily looked at him. Stirring me up like this, what do you want? You might as well just say it. Being told by Yi Charming about his purpose, Ling Jia was not flustered. He said blandly, in the past 10 years, thanks to fellow Daoist Yi's favor towards me, I was forced to accept many things. Although these were not things that I wanted of my own accord, I was afraid of offending fellow Daoist Yi and Elder Yi, so I could only accept them as well. Although 10 years have passed, many things have long since been lost to trace. But if fellow Daoist Yi wanted to take it back, I naturally had no choice but to return it. Ling Jia first cleared his name before saying, I did not have any complaints about repaying the debt, so a few days ago, I went to fellow Daoist Yi's cave and wanted to take the initiative to return a portion of the materials. Saying that, Ling Jia let out a bitter laugh, but I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Yi wasn't satisfied with receiving the supplies, but also had to let your furnace cauldron, fire underworld, humiliate me. When I competed with that Fire Hay, I kept my hands closed for fear of hurting him. That Fire Hay, however, didn't know what means he used to control the meaning of the spear, and when I didn't check for a moment, I actually lost in his hands. Now think about it. His intention is clearly unstable foundation, is forced to control time, but also only a incense burning time. The reason why Fire Underworld was able to control the realm of intent on the spot, I'm afraid that this is also because fellow Daoist Yi gave him some kind of elixir in advance, right? As far as I know, there is a kind of elixir that can indeed allow one to forcibly realize the next realm, it's just that the side effects of this elixir are so great that it's unusual for no one to use it. Ling Jia looked at Yi Chusha fixedly. You really went through a lot of trouble in order to make Fire Underworld defeat me. During this period of time, Ling Jia did the opposite. Not only did he not hide the fact that he was defeated by Fire Underworld, instead, he made a big deal about it within the Shanghai Ming Sword Sect. Just imagine. He was still the Shanghai Ming Sword Sect's chief senior brother today, and he had lost his sword skills to a mere stovepipe. How would the other disciples of the Shanghai Ming Sword Sect think? Where was the face of the Shanghai Ming Sword Sect? Originally, Ling Jia still wanted to operate slowly for a while, waiting to completely inspire the anger of the sect's disciples before taking the next step. But today, Yi Charming was so arrogant in public, it didn't even need him to operate separately. The anger of the sword sect's disciples had been realized. He could completely carry out the next step of his plan. Yi Charming smiled as she said blandly, honestly speaking, with goods like you, if I want to humiliate you, I'll take care of it smoothly. You're not worthy of my painstaking arrangements. You will lose to Fire Underworld purely because you are too good. My Yi feminine stove is naturally unrivaled in the world, so what's so hard about winning over a loser like you? Yi Charming spoke arrogantly. Ling Jia, however, was not angry but happy, and he hurriedly said, fellow Daoist Yi means that all the sword cultivators of my Shanghai Ming Sword Sect are not better than your furnace cauldron Fire Underworld? Ling Jia directly took the rest of the Shanghai Ming Sword Sect with him. Yi Charming suddenly laughed as she smiled and said, yes, that's what I mean. What is it? Ling Jia never expected that Yi Charming would be hit like this. He immediately turned around and said to Xia Yan with righteous indignation, Sect Master. It doesn't matter that Yi Charming humiliated the disciple, but she also wants to humiliate the entire Shanghai Ming Sword Sect. Disciple is not convinced and requests for a fair fight. I also want to fight with that Fire Hay. Ruan Shang also said in a cold voice. He glanced at Yi Charming with hatred. Yi Charming had made him make such a big fool of himself, and now, he was willing to intervene in anything that was unfavorable to Yi Charming. Disciple is also willing to fight. I would like to see just how powerful these furnace cauldrons of Yi Flattery are. Zhu Xiao looked at Xiao Hong with a gloomy expression, clearly wanting to drag Xiao Hong down as well. Not bad. The one fought in Yi Charming's cave is definitely not fair. If Yi Charming is really so confident in her furnace cauldrons, then pull it out and fight. Fair sparring. Fair fight. Xia Yan's eyes moved slightly as he watched this farce. Interesting. A hint of a smile spread out from the corner of his lips. Oh? This is a crowd. He seemed to be looking at Yu Linglong with some difficulty. Sect leader Yu, what do you think? Yu Linglong was a bit broken. She looked directly at Yi Charming. Speak for yourself. She couldn't care about Yi Charming's matters left and right, so she simply didn't care. Ling Jia immediately looked at Yi Charming. Fellow Daoist Yi, do you dare to take the battle? Yi Charming looked at Ling Jia and suddenly smiled. At the corners of her lips, an incomparably moving smile blossomed. Ling Jia looked a little dazzled for a moment. What was the situation? Why did Yi Charming even suddenly smile at him? Not only did Yi Charming smile, she even thanked Ling Jia a little. This dog finally did something good. He was worried about how he was going to find 100 different opponents for Fire Hay, and thus complete the 100 battles mission. Now it's good. The kind-hearted Ling Jia, this helped her out. Chapter 59. Straighten your back. Yi Xian nephew, what does this smile mean? Could it be that you agree? Xia Yan asked with a smile. He also had his own little plans in his heart. Earlier, because of Ling Jia's matter, Yi Chui made a big fuss in Shanghai Ming Sword Sect, and on the contrary, Ling Jia and Lin Huanhuan did not compete and were caught by others in a raw manner. Because of this matter, even the reputation of Qing Shao Sword Venerable was brought down. In the past, when mentioning the Sanghae Ming sword sect, who wouldn't say that the sword sect's sword cultivators are cold and lonely, with one heart toward the sword? Now mentioning that Sanghae Ming sword sect, the other two sects of people are just gossiping about Lin Huanuan's charm and the end how big, even took down the sword sect so many male disciples. The sword sect's popularity has hit rock bottom. Although this Ling Jie is the originator, but if today's matter can be accomplished, he can also be regarded as redeeming the crime. Swordsman's honor. The honor of the sword sect. Naturally, all of them must be recovered in battle. If this Yichue dared to answer the battle, then the sword cultivator of the Sanghae Ming sword sect would naturally let the other two sects know. Sword cultivators are still sword cultivators. Still the number one attacking powerhouse. Yi Feminine smiled even more broadly, agreed. Of course I agree. It's just that I personally feel that Daoist Ling is still too petty. The crowd frowned at Yi Feminine. What was she trying to say? Yi Feminine took a step forward and said word for word, battle. It can be. However, just these few crooked people from the sword sect going to war will not be challenging for Fire Hay at all. I suggest the three sects jointly set up a ring for young disciples to compete against each other. And this time, regardless of spirit power cultivation, only the way of the weapon will be compared. This ring match. It's not just Fire Hay, it's not just my other furnace cauldrons, and it's not just myself or a handful of disciples from the Sanghae Ming sword sect. All young disciples can participate in the challenge. Yi Charming said word for word. The entire audience was in an uproar. The three sects were jointly competing in the way of the weapon? To say the least. It had been a long time since the three sects had produced such an event, and the crowd inexplicably had a point of anticipation. If this proposal is made, disciples have no objections. Ling Jie's eyes moved slightly and he answered. Yi Charming even wanted the scope to be expanded. Then it would be expanded. Just in time, he could use a victory to wash away the shame of that day. He wanted everyone to forget about his dispute with Yi Charming, forget about him and Lin Huanuan, and he wanted everyone to think of him while remembering the sharpness of his precious sword. As for Fire Underworld, Ling Jie sneered. He later came back to the fact that no matter what it was because of Fire Underworld's so-called intent control was only temporary. He didn't believe that Fire Underworld could maintain that state all the time. As long as he didn't control the realm of intent, Fire Underworld was just a younger brother in front of him. This. Xia Yan's eyes flickered as he looked at the other two sect masters, Sect Master Jade, Sect Master Snow. What do you guys mean? I do think that it would be beneficial to let the young disciples have a little sense of competition. Shui Wu Jie smiled. I'll listen to the two sect leaders. Yu Linglong frowned slightly and did not speak for the time being. Xia Yan smiled. Sect leader Yu is thinking that the disciples of the Acacia sect can't compare to our sword sect disciples, so hesitant? These words came out. The Acacia sect disciples were suddenly furious. Sect leader, just fight. Our Acacia sect may not necessarily lose to the sword sect either. That's right. Aren't they just a bunch of broken sword practitioners? Fight them. The sword sect disciples also look this way with cold smiles. Honestly, if they were to talk about their overall strength, they might not be better than the Acacia sect disciples. But this time, the restriction was the Tao of weaponry. In this regard, the other two sects, how could they compete with them? It's just 4 words. Bringing humiliation upon themselves. Yu Linglong narrowed her eyes and said in a slow voice, then there's no harm in playing around. The corner of Xia Yan's lips suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. He looked at Yi Charming with a smile. Yi Charming, your proposal is very good, we all agree. Do you have any more suggestions? Yi Charming raised her eyebrows. An event like this will definitely require some preparation time. I suggest that the tournament be held in a month's time. 1 month later, see the real thing. 1 month's time. Her proficiency would be able to pull it off. If there was an opportunity, she might be able to control the intent. There was also Fire Underworld. He was close to controlling the intent realm, and in a month's time, even if he couldn't make a breakthrough, he wouldn't be too far away from a true breakthrough. To the others, a month was just a blink of an eye. But to Yi Chuxia, who possessed the system, 1 month was enough to cause a sea change. Just 1 month. This request of Yi Feminine's, Xia Yan didn't reject it either. He looked like a very good talker and smilingly answered, then it's like this. 1 month later, the 3-sect tournament will begin. The disciples of each sect should also prepare properly. At that time, we will also prepare certain rewards for the winners of the tournament. The more victories there are, the more rewards there are, so all of you should also cheer. Yu Linglong couldn't help but glance at Xia Yan. Ha! Old fox. He was thinking that the disciples of the Sanghae Ming sword sect had a huge advantage, so this came as a fight for rewards for his own sect's disciples. Yu Linglong's expression was gloomy, but it was not good to open her mouth to refuse. If she refused, it would appear that she, the sect master, had no confidence in her own sect's disciples. So very good. Yi Charming said blandly, see you in a month. She glanced at Xiao Hang and the others, go. Fox Jiuling and Xiao Hong both honestly followed.
As for Moe, although he had been hiding in the shadows, and Yi Feminine was too lazy to care about him. He would always follow on his own. Chu Xiao looked at the back of Yi Charming and Xiao Hang as they left, his expression gloomy. Is the ring match? Is it possible for him to? In the ring match, waste Xiao Hang? A waste. Yi Charming couldn't want it anymore, could she? He had come this time because he was rushing towards Xiao Hang's true dragon's blood. No matter what means he used, he was bound to get it. Without the last of the true dragon's blood, his true dragon divine soul could only last for a mere 3 years. After 3 years, he would be in his original form. As for Xiao Hang, his true dragon's blood was the most intense one amongst all the Xiao family members, and only with Xiao Hang's blood would it be possible for him to change from fake to real. At that time, what he possessed was the true dragon divine soul. Chu Xiao lowered his eyes, hiding the madness underneath them. Xiao Hang, don't blame me for being cruel to you, I can only blame you for possessing something you didn't deserve. Yi Charming took a few stoves all the way back to the cave. Just after arriving at the cave, she lazily sat down, her gaze looking toward Xiao Hang. Xiao Hang pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, this time, I caused all of this. That Chu Xiao will not let me go. I am willing to take the initiative to leave and not add trouble to others. Master, Xiao Hang, he was also impulsive. It was Ruan Sheng who spoke out against the Xiao clan before he said, Fox Jiuling said somewhat anxiously. Yi Charming raised her hand and stopped Fox Jiuling from continuing. She looked at Xiao Hang blandly, what is that Chu Xiao considered to be, and is worthy of making me jealous? Xiao Hang froze for a moment, he was in a bit of a trance, He has the true dragon divine soul. Yi Charming sneered, so what? As I said, 100 of him are no better than one of you. Xiao Hang, do you take me for a joke? Put your waist, straighten it up for me. Xiao Hang subconsciously straightened his spine, a trace of dissimilarity flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 60, Master. Please. Yi Feminine looked at his straightened spine, and her eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction, although I called you a waste of space, but remember, that's something only I can call out. If anyone else dares to question you like that as well, feel free to beat him to death. Xiao Hang did not know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. Yi Feminine, this is also considered a kind of double standard? But inexplicably, he was really moved. Yi Charming said blandly, between you and Chu Xiao, did something else happen? You tell me in detail. Strategically defying the enemy, tactically valuing the enemy. This Chu Xiao, it was still necessary to understand it first. Xiao Hang was silent for a moment. Yi Feminine glanced at him, forget it if you don't want to talk about it. The corner of Xiao Hang's lips pulled back a bitter smile, it's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that. He organized his language and narrated from the beginning. This Chu Xiao's grandfather was the royal family's pro-appointed Duke of Jingguo. The Chu family has inherited the title for generations, and has a very high status in South Xian State. Chu Xiao is the youngest son of the Chu family, deeply favored by the family. Xiao Hang is also the youngest son of the Xiao family, and is the only one who can contract the dragon spine sword in this generation, so naturally he is also highly favored. The two people were also of noble status, and were also favored by the family since childhood, so they naturally became close friends. A trace of pain flashed across the bottom of Xiao Hang's eyes. I don't know, when did he start to change, or perhaps, he approached me with impure intentions in the beginning. He often showed curiosity about the dragon spine sword, and at that time, I was young and flamboyant, and I loved to show off, so every time he mentioned it, I would summon the precious sword and show it off in front of him. Later, between 1 month, first a few of my uncles and uncles were exposed in a scandal of killing the people and using it for their own cultivation, then my father was accused of him being the real mastermind behind it, and after that, it spread into a scandal that involved the entire southern Xian royal clan. Everyone was talking about it, saying that the Nanshan Xiao clan was not satisfied with just being an earthly emperor, and was wanting to all embark on the path of immortal cultivation. The rumors intensified to the point where they could not be suppressed. Father sensed that this matter was being pushed by someone secretly, so he sent his most trusted son of the Duke of Jin, Chu Xiao's father, Xuan Kang, to investigate. Originally thought Xuan Kang would be able to bring good news, I didn't expect that what he brought was a line of hard evidence accusing the Xiao clan. Later, the Chu clan then raided the imperial city late one night in the name of seeking justice for the people. Under his command, there were 3 strong men at the god transformation stage, while the strongest of the Xiao clan's offerings was only at the Yuaning stage. That night, the entire imperial city was bloodied. My father and mother used their lives to send me away from the imperial city, and I had the dragon spine sword to protect my body, which allowed me to escape from that bloodbath. Speaking later, Xiao Hang's voice trembled a little. My father has been diligent and loving all these years, and a few of my uncles and uncles have also stayed in the imperial city as their idol princes. But those evidences, however, accused them of going to a place thousands of miles away, and committing exhaustive bloodshed there. Taking a step back, if my father and the others really practiced evil techniques and used the lives of the people to increase their cultivation, how could they not even have the slightest ability to resist when they encountered the massacre? My Xiao clan, unjustly accused. My South Xian royal family, unjustly accused. Those people who died tragically and inexplicably are even more wronged. Master, please believe me. I, Xiao Hong, and the Xiao clan have never practiced any evil techniques. All of this was framed by the Chu family. Xiao Hong knelt down, his eyes slightly red. Yi Feminine mused. Xiao Hong hung his eyes, his heart unusually desperate. Was it? Even Yi Charming did not believe him? Nor did she believe in the Xiao family? If that was the case, he would really have no hope of revenge. Yi Charming glanced at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, get up. When did I say I don't believe you? In Xiao Heng's eyes, a little bit of light lit up, and his voice trembled a little. You believe me? Yi Feminine nodded bashfully. Why don't you believe me? Do you know why that Lin Huan was so intent on taking away your dragon spine sword? In that sword, there is an incomparably brilliant power hidden. Xiao Hong, that kind of power would not be allowed to be passed down from generation to generation by a family that practiced evil techniques. True dragon's breath. What kind of existence is that? What kind of evil method can be concealed from the senses of the true dragon's qi? The demise of the Xiao family. It was simply because of Huai Bai's guilt. Yi Feminine spoke very calmly, but Xiao Heng's eyes lit up a little. He could not help but ask, so, the existence of the dragon spine sword can prove the innocence of my Xiao family? After a while, as if he remembered something, he could not help but reveal a somewhat dazed look. But now, the dragon spine sword was no longer there. In his hands, there was only a key left. Why is the dragon spine sword not there? Xiao Hong hesitated and did not dare to say more. Yi Charming coughed awkwardly, then said, the dragon spine sword is only a carrier. The secret treasure that the key points to is the real treasure trove. Xiao Hong, when the true dragon's secret treasure is taken out, it will definitely return the Xiao clan's innocence. Xiao Heng's eyes brightened up anew. Right. As long as he took out the true dragon's secret treasure, he would definitely be able to clear the name of the Xiao clan. However, there are already 3 harmonized god stages among those who have struck out on the surface. In the dark, we still don't know what strong people are coveting it. This secret stash, we can't go there rashly, we still have to plan carefully. Yi Charming reminded, the most crucial thing is that your cultivation is too weak. I'm afraid that even if you have the key, you won't be able to enter the treasure mountain. Yi Charming thought back. According to the plot of the original book, Lin Huan and Lingjia, they should have been at the late Yuaning stage before they mistakenly entered the secret realm to obtain the true dragon's secret treasure. They had at least gotten to the Yuaning stage before they could go and try to open the secret treasure. However, it was also bizarre to say the least. There didn't seem to be any appearance of the person Chu Xiao in the original book at all. That would only prove. In the original book, the Chu family had a better way to obtain the true dragon's blood from Xiao Heng's body. But why was there such a change? After crossing over himself, he clearly hadn't done too much. The only major change that had been caused should be that Lin Huan had been grounded in the cave by the Qingxiao sword venerable and had not been able to go out. Could it be that just because of this, it caused a change in the Chu family's strategy? Yi Feminine looked at the plot back and forth and couldn't find any more information. After all, this was just an immodest immortal cultivation text. The daily neat scene was the main text, and the other settings were all incidental. In this kind of text, other than the meat scene, I'm afraid that the front and back are full of bugs. Now that this had become a real world, all these details should have to be filled in on their own. She would still have to slowly explore the specifics on her own. Xiao Heng's eyes darkened. Cultivation is too weak. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer that pressed hard on his heart. Nowadays, Chu Xiao had a true dragon divine soul, and his cultivation would only grow by leaps and bounds. And what about himself? What do you have? If he continued like this, not to mention revenge, even Chu Xiao, he could not compare. Xiao Hong was still half kneeling there. He slowly raised his head, his eyes red like blood, his voice trembled. Master, please. Chapter 61. Willingly. Xiao Heng's favorability has increased. Favorability 5. The system side. Host, this time it's not negative, it's positive. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. So far, 5 hearthpods, 4 of them already had positive favorability. There was only one left, Moe, who was still holding out. Within the cave, the jading stone's light was soft and enveloped Xiao Heng's body. The bottom of his eyes were glowing red, and his originally stubborn face carried a trace of vulnerability that was extremely rare. Yi Charming's heart could not help but be flooded with a trace of pity. She wiped the tears from the corners of Xiao Heng's eyes and said slowly, don't worry. She had said it. No one could bully her person. Yi Feminine only said 2 words, but inexplicably had a power to stabilize people's hearts. Before, Xiao Hong had always treated becoming Yi Flattery's furnace as a form of enduring humiliation. But now, his heart could not help but tremble slightly. As long as Yi Charming was always like these days did not seem to be that difficult. Xiao Hong. A cold voice rang out, and Emoya's figure emerged from the wall as he frowned at Xiao Hong. You still really believe this woman? He doubted everything about Yi Chia. Even if she was acting as if she was treating them well now. But what if all of this was just a conspiracy that wanted to push them into an even more terrifying abyss?
In these 10 years, they had never had any hope, and they had endured these days just like this.
But what if they held out hope?
In the future, once the hope is dashed, the despair will also come more violent. He didn't dare to trust Yi Charming, and he didn't want to trust Yi Charming, it was just a kind of self-protection for him. Yi Charming slanted a glance at Mo Knight. This was really the stubbornest of the stubborn.
But it doesn't matter. There will be my own great scholar to argue for me.
Fox Jiuling was already the first to say, Brother Moe, I think Master has really changed. You've just seen, for Brother Xiaohong, Master has fought against almost everyone.
Moe sneered, this is just a means for her to control people's hearts.
She is merely tired of playing the previous game and wants to play it differently. You guys are helping her out today, but when she tries to get her way later, what can you do?
Also, fighting against everyone for Xiaohong, do you really believe in this kind of thing?
She is only doing it for her own face. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about that Ling Jia, he called out to Yi Charming today, clearly aiming for Fire Underworld. As for Yi Chou, not only did she not want to find a way to defuse the situation, but instead, she directly expanded the matter. When the ring opens in the coming day, I know that everyone in the Shanghai Ming sword sect will be targeting Fire He. When she took the liberty of making such a decision, did she ever ask Fire He's opinion?
Mo Ye's voice was grim. He was broken anyway and didn't want to take anything into consideration. The big deal was that he would be beaten to death by Yi Chou.
Yi Charming raised her eyebrows and looked at Mo Yi blandly. She was about to open her mouth to say something.
A voice rang out. Anything related to me, Master can decide for me.
Mo Yan looked towards the cave entrance, her expression changing slightly. Fire Underworld calmly walked in. Everything in Fire Underworld belongs to the Master.
If Master wants to make any decision, there is no need to ask me. Because I will unconditionally comply. Fire Underworld said without hesitation. Yi Charming instantly laughed as she provocatively glanced at Mo Yi. Mo Yi was about to be killed by these little cuties. Exasperated, he gritted his teeth and said, Fire Underworld. Do you know what she has promised for you?
When the time comes, the disciples of the three sects will gather to compete in the way of the weapon. She also pulled the hate value of all the sword cultivators for you, and at that time, everyone will prioritize targeting you. Yi Charming looked at Fire He. Are you afraid? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fire Underworld's lips. There's such a good thing? Thank you, Master, for accomplishing this. He was just right, he needed a battle to completely control the intent. The Fire Jiao clan was not afraid of battles, nor was they afraid of failure. After 10 years of silence, a belligerent heart of his was completely awakened by Ling Jia. Fighting, is it? Come on. The beast in his heart just needed the ultimate release. A confrontation between the three clans, he had even wanted to tremble with excitement just thinking about it. Mo Ye's lips trembled. He looked at the determined-looking Fire Underworld. He also looked at Fox Jiuling, who had a face of adoration. Finally, he looked at Xiaohong. In addition to these three, that Qing Xian, who was still in seclusion, needless to say, was the first to fall. He, Mo Yi, had actually become the only one awake. Mo Yi gritted his teeth. Crazy. You're all crazy. What is this called? Everyone is drunk and I'm the only one awake. This world, he was completely unable to understand. This game, he wasn't going to play with these people. Mo Yi left angrily. Yi Charming didn't care about him either as she said, 1 month from now, the ring will open. For this ring match, other than Fire Underworld, the rest of you can also participate in the experience. This month is crucial, all of you must not relax. Fire Underworld and Xiaohong responded. Fox Jiuling's face changed as he revealed an awkward smile. Master, I won't participate in the weapon way competition if I do, he. As he spoke, he stepped back. Yi Feminine reminded, don't forget to cultivate the eye of ecstasy. Fox Jiuling immediately slipped even faster. Yi Charming stood up. I will continue to go and practice the whip technique and the divine cultivation at night. Yi Charming looked toward Xiaohong. Xiaohang. You come, is it okay? Xiaohong nodded. Thank you, Master. It was as if a big stone had been put down in his heart. Although the divine cultivation might not be able to allow his progress to catch up with Chu Xiao. However, at least there would be a little more chance. As long as he could become stronger, he would do whatever it took. Master. I will go with you to cultivate. Fire Underworld glanced faintly at Xiaohong, and when he turned to Yi Charming, his eyes were unusually gentle again. Yi Charming answered. Her proficiency, there was still time to brush up. This whip technique still had to be practiced. You've decided? Mo Yi, who had just been exasperated and ran away, was eventually divine and appeared next to Xiaohong once again. Xiaohong looked at Yi Chun, who had already started training, and a trace of fortitude flashed in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, Mo Yi, one must always give oneself a chance. These words, it was as if he was saying them to himself. It was also being said to Mo Yi. Mo Yi was silent for a while, no longer persuading. He said in a deep voice, good. He turned to leave.
Xiao Hong thought it was because he was completely angry and could only sigh. Mo Yi calmly returned to the room. He possessed the underworld flame and was proficient in the art of refining weapons. Previously, most of his time was spent locked up by Yi Charming, frantically refining weapons. During this time, Yi Feminine didn't force him anymore, and he never used the refining table again. But this time, instead, he took the initiative to release the underworld flame. The fire furnace slowly burned. A piece of material appeared in Mo Ye's hand. He didn't know if they could win the bet. But he actually also hoped that they could win. Ever since he was without the dragon spine sword, Xiao Hong had been lacking a weapon that fit his hand. The fire underworld's lance, too, needed further refining. The refiners outside could also help them build it, but where could those refiners be like him, knowing all of their habits like the back of their hand? No one knew. In Mo Ye's room, the flames kept burning. His gaze was sunken as he tapped again and again. Previously, every time he tapped, he was forced. This time, he was willing. Chapter 62, to get his heart? Night. This time, Xiao Hong finally got what he wanted and entered Yi Charming's room. Looking at the tightly closed door of the room, Fox Jiuling was a little curious. Brother Firehei, what's the feeling? He spoke with some bloating. He also already had a positive feeling towards Yi Charming, but this good feeling, it was more like a friendship side. In short, it had nothing to do with love. The little fox was heartless, don't see him mouthing off a lot. Emotionally, he wasn't enlightened at all. Fire Underworld's feelings towards Yi Chuxia were obviously different from Fox Jiuling's. Fire Underworld glanced at Fox Jiuling and said indifferently, Master needs to become stronger. Xiao Hong also needs to become stronger. What feelings can I have? In this world, wasn't strength supreme? They were meant to exist as Yi Charming's cauldron. Accompanying Yi Charming in her divine cultivation and raising her cultivation level with her was a proper duty. If they couldn't even do this, what was Yi Feminine doing raising the five of them? Fox Jiuling silently gave a thumbs up. Brother Fire Underworld just has awareness. Fire Underworld glanced at him and suddenly went forward, picking up the back of his collar. Fire Underworld was tall, and Fox Jiuling was relatively petite, and being carried by Fire Underworld like this, his entire body rose up in the air. Fire Underworld! You put me down! What are you doing? Fox Jiuling screamed. Fire Underworld sneered, it's been a while since I've seen you practice. At night, practicing until dawn. Fox Jiuling? He instantly shouted, that's not fair. You can't take it out on me just because you're jealous in your heart. Fire Underworld said indifferently while carrying him outside, you're overthinking it. I'm just simply wanting to help you improve. Fox Jiuling smacked his own mouth somewhat depressedly. Let your mouth be cheap. Let your mouth be cheap. Room. Yi Charming looked at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong also looked at Yi Charming. Xiao Hong moved his body in an awkward manner, somewhat at a loss for words. Yi Charming watched with interest. When the first divine cultivation took place, everyone was actually a bit nervous. However, an old fox like Qing Xian hid it almost seamlessly and wouldn't let anyone see it. He even managed to tease back. Fire Underworld was a passive type, but he was born with a cold face, and the best thing about him was that when he was shy, the redness was at the roots of his ears, and not much could be seen on his face. Xiao Hang's words? That was the nervousness that could be seen at a glance. The proud teenage prince had made an effort to put down his pride. He was willing to do anything to improve his strength, but on the contrary, he was not allowed to enter, and the whole person was panicking like a fish that had just landed. What should I have to do? Xiao Hong looked at Yi Chuanxia somewhat helplessly. I can cooperate with anything. Xiao Heng's palms gripped the edge of the bed somewhat nervously. He was a little worried. Yi Charming's attitude towards him had actually been quite average. If there was something that he did not do well, what if she suddenly threw himself out? Then he would really have no chance. Yi Charming was a bit amused. There's no need to be so nervous, it's not like I don't eat people. Xiao Hong nodded vigorously. His body trembled slightly. So what? What was he going to do? Suddenly, he remembered something. Xiao Hong slowly undid the belt around his waist. Yi Charming was originally about to shout at him to summon his divine soul, but when she saw the scene, she shut up. Take a look first. Let's take a look first. Xiao Hong lowered his eyes, and after undoing his robe, inside was a bronze-colored skin. His body was also well exercised, and although he did not have the exaggerated 8-pack abs like fire meditation, his line proportions were a bit smoother. Last time, Xiao Hang said in a low voice, the master shouldn't have seen it clearly. That morning, he had managed to muster up the courage to please Yi Charming, but he was blocked by Fire Underworld. Yi Charming looked on greatly, her eyes flickering with laughter. This time, I've seen it clearly. Worthy of being her stovepipes, one by one, both were so material. There was a hint of laughter in Yi Charming's words, and Xiao Hong slowly relaxed a bit. At least, he should not be returned tonight, right? Xiao Hong gathered the courage to raise his head. Master, I am in these things for the first time. There are many things that I somewhat don't understand. Master can teach me, I will definitely learn well.
Saying such ambiguous words, Xiao Heng's expression was very serious, as if as long as Yi Charming had a word, he would do his best to learn. Yi Charming's eyes all moved slightly. The light was gray, and the teenager put down all his pride and begged her, on this white paper of his, to paint colors.
This scene. Who else would be able to endure it?
Yi Feminine reached out and pulled a strand of his hair at her fingertips. Xiao Hong obediently inclined his head over. Yi Charming played with his hair and whispered in his ear, "Xiao Hong, there's no need to learn, I like it when you don't know anything."
As if something exploded, Xiao Heng's face instantly became red. Yi Flirt lightly laughed. Do you remember what I said?
What I value is the heart. As long as you have me in your heart, I don't care about anything else.
Xiao Hong, I actually like how arrogant you are.
During these 10 years, the pride that you have been worn down, I can help you nurse it back little by little.
But you have to remember that I will always be the supreme faith in your heart.
There is no one else that can surpass my position in your heart.
Do you understand? Translate.
Just give me a rise in favorability, as much as you like.
The system came out of nowhere. The translation was right. Don't translate it next time. Yi Feminine smoothly banned it. Xiao Hong looked at Yi Feminine in a bit of a trance. He had always thought
what Yi Charming had said before was an excuse to insult him.
But now, he suddenly felt Yi Charming seemed to really be able to see through people's hearts. Before, he was unwilling, so then she was unwilling. Now, he was willing.
So she is also willing to indulge him.
She said.
She wants him to have only her in his heart.
She said.
To be the supreme faith in his heart.
Xiao Heng's face suddenly turned even redder. He asked softly, do you ask them to do the same?
Yi Chuxia thought for a moment. Oh, rather, I haven't said this to them. If you said it, it was indeed that you hadn't said it.
There was nothing wrong with this statement. Xiao Heng's expression could not help but change slightly. Then, Yi Chuxia. Why was the demand for him alone so high?
He was just a stovepipe. His affection, was it that important? Does the fact that she wants more also prove that himself is different to her? Her previous difficulties seemed to have turned into a uniqueness. Had she ever treated Fire He and Qing Xian like this? Perhaps. It was not favoritism. Rather, it was that she did not care about their feelings at all. She, on the other hand, cared about her own. Thinking about how Yi Charming would rather offend the entire Sun Haiming sword sect to help him get the key back. And remembering that she made such a big scene for him today, and then trusted him unconditionally afterward.
Xiao Heng's heartbeat sped up a little.
She treats him so.
In fact, it was only to get his heart? Chapter 63 Golden Egg Hatching Plan. I understand. Xiao Hong answered with a red face. Very good.
Yi Charming nodded in satisfaction. Next, I will teach you the method of divine cultivation.
Our Acacia sect's secret method emphasizes the intermingling of divine souls, so you summon your divine soul first.
Xiao Hong froze for a moment.
So it was divine soul intermingling?
He said in some panic, then I'll put my clothes back on. He was about to pull on his clothes when a hand firmly stopped him.
Xiao Hong looked at Yi Chuxia in confusion.
Yi Charming coughed lightly. It's not necessary, this is quite good. Xiao Heng's large eyes had large doubts in them. Yi Charming blinked and said slowly, I candy.
There were only 2 words.
Xiao Hong was directly aroused to the point where even his bronze-colored skin was flushed with red. He answered in a low voice, then directly took off his outer robe, revealing his entire upper body.
Yi Chuxia looked satisfied. Family members. Each has 1,000 different colors. This was each having their own specialties. The next moment.
Xiao Hong closed his eyes, and in the air above his head, the Dharma phase of his divine soul slowly appeared. Yi Feminine withdrew her eyes from looking at his muscles and looked at Xiao Heng's Dharma phase. Xiao Hong had the blood of a true dragon, and if he could awaken his bloodline, his divine soul Dharma phase should only be a true dragon Dharma phase.
But now, Xiao Heng's bloodline was silent, so he did not know what the manifested Dharma phase would look like.
Yi Charming watched with a look of anticipation.
Then, she couldn't help but tilt her head. This Dharma phase.
Xiao Hong opened his eyes, his face was already bright red, he said with some shame, Master.
Master.
It's me who is useless, my divine soul phantom has been like this since I was a child. Yi Charming blinked and she somewhat curiously reached out her hand, then touched the top of Xiao Heng's head.
A golden egg. Xiao Heng's divine soul Dharma phase was actually an egg.
This egg was golden in color and emitted a light that illuminated the entire room, making it appear that the inlaid jade stones were useless.
Yi Feminine's heart was a little tickled.
Fortunately, she didn't have a hammer in her hand, otherwise, she might have to smash it.
The temptation of smashing a golden egg, who could stand it? Yi Charming's expression was strange. Xiao Heng became even more uneasy. I know that Master and other people's divine cultivation will receive greater benefits than with me. I have mediocre talent and a mediocre divine soul, so I'm somewhat dragging my master down. But I will definitely work very hard. Xiao Hong was inevitably a little nervous. Xing Xian was right that day. Of these 5 furnace tripods, he was the most useless one. Aside from a royal identity, he had nothing. Now that he was just a prince of a fallen country, he had even less of anything. Even if Yi Flattery disliked him, this was normal. Relax, relax. Yi Charming let out a light laugh as she gently touched the golden egg on top of her head. I just think that this egg, it's fun. Yi Charming's hand was soft and delicate and could only touch on his Dharma phase. Xiao Hang's body involuntarily trembled. Originally, the Dharma phase being touched by a bystander in this intimate manner was actually this feeling. Yi Charming smiled and immediately summoned her own Dharma phase. Her small purple flower slowly wrapped around Xiao Hang's Dharma phase. The golden egg was entangled by the purple vines, the soft petals touching the surface of the golden egg little by little, sometimes wrapping around, sometimes leaving. Xiao Hang was no longer able to cope with such a scene at all. He just sat there blankly, letting Yi Charming do whatever she wanted to him, whatever she wanted to do. The two people's divine souls, under Yi Charming's dominance, slowly intermingled together. A soft glow enveloped the two of them, and Xiao Hang felt that his spiritual energy had actually slowly increased. This was the effect of dual cultivation? When this divine cultivation ended, Xiao Hang actually had a feeling of disappointment. Yi Charming had already dryly put away her divine soul. All right. Today's divine cultivation is over. Xiao Hang was in a trance for a moment before he withdrew his golden egg. The corners of Yi Charming's lips spread into a smile. Today's harvest was not bad at all. In addition to the gains brought about by the divine cultivation itself, Xiao Hang's goodwill had steadily increased throughout, and now, it had reached 20 points. 20 points of goodwill could not yet open the second treasure chest. But opening the first treasure chest was already more than enough. Yi Feminine directly tapped on the first treasure chest in her mind. She wanted to see what rewards Xiao Hang's true dragon bloodline could open for her. Bronze treasure chest opened. For this reward, the host needs to choose for herself. Reward 1, Divine Soul Upgrade. Nourished by the true dragon bloodline, the divine soul level is increased and can be upgraded from mortal grade to spirit grade. Reward 2, Path to Divine Grade Phantasm. Under the non-stop nourishment of the true dragon bloodline, the mortal grade Dharma phase will be upgraded, ultimately to a divine grade Dharma phase. If you choose 2, Xiao Hang's treasure chest rewards will be temporarily locked, and each time you open the treasure chest, a different number of divine grade Dharma phantasm fragments will be opened. When 10 fragments are collected, the level of the Dharma phase directly morphs into a divine grade. This bronze treasure chest reward is 1 divine grade fragment. Yi Feminine's eyebrows jumped as she listened. Divine grade Dharma phase. In this world, had there ever been a divine grade plant-based Dharma phase? Anyway, she had never heard of it. As long as she collected 10 fragments, her Dharma phase, surprisingly, would be able to directly break through from mortal grade to divine grade. This rate of enhancement was heaven-defying. Divine grade phantasms can be found, little cutie. It was only then that she chose 1. I'll choose 2, Yi Feminine said without hesitation. Host chooses 2. This harvest is 1 fragment of divine grade Dharma phase. A fragment immediately appeared in Yi Feminine's sea of consciousness. The fragment turned into a white light and directly disappeared into her divine soul. Yi Charming's body went into a slight trance for a moment, and then, a trace of surprise flashed across the bottom of her eyes. She had thought that she would have to wait until all the fragments were collected before her divine soul would change. Result. After fusing this fragment, she felt that her Dharma phase had greatly increased in both strength and toughness. At this level, it wasn't even worse than a spirit grade Dharma phase, was it? It was just that the aura emanating from the phantasm remained stuck at mortal grade. It's the same as saying, if you choose 2, you're actually secretly raising the phantasm, but without collecting a full amount of shards, the level remains the same. Was this something bad? This was a complete benefit to Yi Feminine. The real strength was much higher than the strength shown. This function wasn't it just for her to pretend to use. System, where's Xiao Hang's treasure chest quest? Yi Chan urged. Xiao Hang Bronze Treasure Chest Mission, 3 days of continuous divine cultivation. Reward 10% hatching of golden eggs. Yi Charming's gaze rested on the quest reward. A subtle smile surfaced at the corner of her lips. Sure enough, this egg was not simple. If it hatched to the end, I'm afraid that it would be the day when the true dragon divine spirit appeared in the world. Zhu Xiao, that pseudo-dragon. How can it be compared to the real true dragon divine soul? This treasure chest task is also good to do. Continuous divine cultivation for 3 days. This you will be able to complete for Xiao Hang. Chapter 60 for the hard-working Xiao Hang. Regarding today's harvest, Yi Feminine expressed her great satisfaction. However, Xiao Hang's treasure chests all belonged to her long-term tasks that required accumulating quantitative changes over and over again in order to overcome qualitative changes. Yi Charming knew that he would more than likely be able to hatch a true dragon divine soul in his golden egg. However, she couldn't say this to Xiao Hang in advance. It was fine the way it was now. Xiao Hang thought that he was not gifted and would only redouble his efforts. In this way,
When the true dragon divine soul hatched, he would be able to carry the glory.
Let's stop here for today.
Yi Charming personally helped Xiao Hong put his outer robe on. You can first digest the gains of divine cultivation here.
Xiao Hong nodded and responded.
Yi Charming had given herself a very tight schedule, and after divine cultivation, she went on to practice the whip technique. When Xiao Hong walked out, Yi Charming had already begun another whip technique cultivation. Fire Underworld was accompanying her next to her. The two were practicing whip technique and spear technique, looking very harmonious.
Fox Jiuling looked at Xiao Hong with a look of amusement. Brother Xiao Hong, you don't seem to have a very long time this time. How did the master come out so quickly to practice his whip technique? Xiao Hong. He originally hadn't felt anything.
After being told this by Fox Jiuling, he suddenly panicked a little.
What did it mean? Was he not attractive enough? Is that what made master leave in a hurry? Did you make the master angry? Fox Jiuling asked curiously. Xiao Hong shook his head. There was none. He even felt that the atmosphere was quite good. Fox Jiuling immediately analyzed it head-on. Then it's because Brother Fire Hei's charm is too great, and the master is in a hurry to come out to see him. Xiao Heng's eyes changed slightly. Was that actually the case?
He looked at the increasingly harmonious interaction between Fire Hei and Yi Charming and slowly sank down. After all, he himself was a latecomer, and it was still normal for his master to be a bit nostalgic.
Looking at this appearance, tomorrow's divine cultivation would probably not be his turn.
Xiao Heng suddenly remembered Qing Xian's foxy appearance, and a trace of thought flashed across the bottom of his eyes.
Qing Xian could fight. He was just as capable of competing. This world. Resources had to be fought over, territory had to be fought over, and Yi Charming's heart, naturally, had to be fought over as well.
A hint of realization flashed at the bottom of Xiao Heng's eyes.
And so, he thoughtfully prepared a cup of spiritual spring water and had been standing by the side waiting.
When Yi Charming was practicing, he thoughtfully served tea and water, and carefully wiped Yi Charming's sweat. In between, Xiao Hong also said softly, Master, since I don't have the dragon spine sword, I don't have a weapon that fits in my hand either. Those broken brass and iron can't support the flow of spiritual energy at all. If I had a sword that fits in my hand, I would be able to accompany Master in practicing. The issue of Xiao Heng's weapon had also already occurred to Yi Chui. She smiled and said, Tell me your weapon needs. I will find a master refiner to customize it for you. It can be built within a month without delaying your participation in the ring. Xiao Hong nodded and responded, Many thanks, Master. It is a pity that my cultivation is the lowest today. In the ring match, if I encounter Chu Xiao. Xiao Hong sighed softly. It was not that he was afraid of encountering Chu Xiao. Only. He could tell that because of what happened to Chu Xiao, Yi Charming always had a trace of pity for him. Since there was pity, then it should be put to good use. Don't worry. Your next cultivation enhancement won't be slower than his. Yi Charming said soothingly. Xiao Hong nodded obediently. Many thanks, Master. Master, continue practicing the whip technique. I will wait by the side. What should have been fought for himself had already been fought for. Xiao Hong continued to serve tea and water without complaint, with a gentle and considerate look. Fire meditation. There were times he really wanted to fight these talent monsters. Why? He couldn't say something as teary as Xiao Hong. Fox Jiuling's mouth was even wider. I'm a good boy. It's only been one night and Brother Xiao Hong has secretly evolved alone? The next whole day, Xiao Hong has been revolving around Yi Chuxia, a moment of hush, a moment of sadness and misery, a moment of strength and hard work. And so, in the evening, he once again obtained the qualification for divine cultivation. Xiao Heng and Yi Charming could not help but give Fire Hei a slightly provocative look as they entered the room. Fighting and grabbing again. Sure enough, it worked. Yi Charming also looked amused. She knew this little bit of Xiao Heng's mind very well. However, even if Xiao Hong didn't work hard at all, for the sake of the treasure chest mission, she would still look for him for divine cultivation in these 3 days. In other words, what was originally something that could be obtained casually, Xiao Hong was now putting in 12 points of effort. This is also okay. Under Xiao Heng's efforts, for the next 3 days, Yi Charming ordered him to do divine cultivation every day. For 4 consecutive days, it was the same person. This was the first time since Yi Charming started her divine cultivation. For a while, the flowers and plants in the cave entrance suffered, and under Fire Hei's night and day training, a large area of the cave entrance was completely bald. Xiao Heng's heart, also flooded with a trace of joy. Yi Charming really did like him. He had only slightly used some means, and she had continuously searched for him for 4 days. This feeling that his cultivation was rising with the naked eye was incomparably pleasing to Xiao Hong. When it came to the 5th day, Yi Charming switched to Fire Underworld divine cultivation. Xiao Hong was also calm. Having already favored him exclusively for 4 days, he had to let the others go. The next few days, Xiao Heng and Fire Underworld were almost half of the kingdom, and Fox Jiuling felt that life was fun as she watched these two people fight. 10 days later, Mo Yi, who hadn't appeared for a long time, appeared outside the room with a slightly pale face. He silently placed a sword in front of Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was slightly stunned. The scabbard of the sword was glowing with a cold black color, and it was not clear to see what was inside. Xiao Hang's eyes moved slightly as he drew the sword. This sword! If one only looked at the appearance, it was practically identical to the dragon spine sword that he had lost back then. You have been forging this dragon spine sword these past few days? Xiao Hang's emotions were a bit complicated. He thought that Mo Yi no longer wanted to pay attention to him because of his self-degradation. Mo Yi nodded as he directly said, back then, when Yi Charming forced me to refine the materials, I would secretly report some damages, but in fact, my level of manipulation of the underworld flame is much more than that. Those materials that were reported damaged, I mostly hid them myself. Just in time, I recovered the dragon spine sword for you today. Mo Yi said. At that end, Yi-chun were curious and came over. She had actually found someone to be refining Xiao Hang's sword as well. However, other people refining it would definitely not be able to restore it to this extent. Yi Charming couldn't help but glance at Mo Yi. This person, Mo Yi, was a bit cold in the face and warm in the heart. A bit of a cold face and a warm heart. Mo Knight's face was calm. What, I stole and hid the materials, now you are going to beat me to death? He had a broken face. He even looked like he couldn't wait for Yi Chue to beat him. Yi Charming ignored Mo Ye's provocation as she asked curiously, as I recall, the damage rate you reported was already very low. In this situation, you were even able to hide the materials? The original Yi feminine was not a good match. If Mo Yi dared to damage too many materials, her hands would have been those of a miserable whipping. But in reality, Mo Ye's success rate had always been around 60%, which was already a master-level success rate. Mo Yi had a calm face. My underworld sacred flame is different from others. The success rate can reach 80%. There was a hint of arrogance in his expression. Chapter 65 3 Styles in One Day. Yi feminine couldn't even help but glance at Mo Yi. The refining success rate was a full 80%. Moreover, his current cultivation level wasn't that high. This Mo Yi was a natural refining wizard. Yi feminine suddenly felt that something was wrong. She asked the system, say, how come these few stove tripods of mine all feel a bit too strong? Honestly speaking, if it was in a normal text, then Lin Huanhuan was like a big villain. It was these 5 stove tripods of hers that were each a protagonist template. The system coughed softly. This world still hides many secrets, so please explore on your own. Yi feminine was silent for a moment. All right. She had no other way but to explore on her own. After all, in this novel, at least 15 of the 2,000 words were meat scenes. She had to read half a day to find some useful information. To clarify here, she was really looking for information, not because she liked to watch meat scenes. She wasn't this kind of person. Mo Yi was still continuing to provoke. Now that you know my secret and know that I had deceived you for so long, isn't it so hateful that you want to beat me to death? Xiao Hang slightly tensed up. Master, Mo Yi, he doesn't mean this. Fire Underworld and Fox Jioling's bodies also tensed up a bit. Yi feminine looked at this and that and smiled. What are you all worried about? What happened back then was originally my fault. Mo Yi also saved the materials with his skills. Yi feminine pondered for a while and said, in this way, Mo Yi's effort in refining weapons will be counted as performance for you, and on the end of the month's appraisal, I'll give you a certain amount of bonus. Mo Yi simply couldn't understand what performance and what appraisal, and when he saw that Yi Charming actually didn't want to make a move on him, he vaguely, surprisingly, was still a little disappointed. If Yi Charming was able to reveal her true colors in this regard, it would be possible to make the others come to their senses in advance. Only a pity. This woman was more tolerant than before. No need. I'm doing this for Xiao Hong, it has nothing to do with you. Mo Yi said in a cold voice. Yi Charming didn't mind either as she said blandly, I have my management methods, and it has nothing to do with you either. The two men's eyes clashed in the air, a moment of lightning and thunder. Mo Yen snorted coldly and took the lead to avert his eyes as he looked at Fire. Hey, your Fire Lin gun's grade is also a bit worse, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so tough to fight Ling definitely in the first place. You put the Fire Forest gun here with me these days, and I'll melt some new materials into it for you. It should be able to raise the grade to Xian rank. Fire Underworld didn't refuse as he handed out the Fire Forest gun. Thank you. Mo Yi took it, then he glanced at Yi Charming. Forget about your weapon, I'm not refining it for you. Yi Charming blinked. Fine, as long as you're happy. For Fire Underworld's weapon, after you've improved it, I'll count the performance for you as well. Mo Yen lazily ignored her and turned around to enter his room again. His room was considered a small refining room, with all sorts of refining equipment available. Previously, he had to be careful to hide the refining materials. Now, Mo Yi directly placed the materials on the ground, without the slightest intention of hiding them. Mo Yi was about to close the door when Yi Charming followed him in. Yi Charming surveyed Mo Knight's room and said, I still have some materials for refining weapons here, so I'll leave them for you.
On the material refining, all of them will be calculated for you according to the 5 success rate, and the materials given to you, after refining, you only need to give me 50%, and the extra portion, all of them will be the payment for you. Saying that, and not caring if Moe agreed or not, Yi Charming poured out the ores in her storage bag in one gulp. These things, she could only exchange them for spirit stones if she kept them. Handing them over to Moe was able to generate more value. It was the same reasoning on Qing Xian's side. When he recovered, Yi Flattery also planned to find some spirit plants for him so that he could practice. To have such a talented alchemist and refiner put aside and not use them, was she stupid? Yi Feminine pondered. In order to stimulate the motivation of her employees, she would have to refine her commission policy. For those with a skill like Moe and Qing Xian, the more value they created, the more private property they naturally had. This was property that belonged to them in addition to their basic salary. Yi Feminine wouldn't ask too much about it. Mo Yan glanced at Yi Charming. What, do you want me to work day and night again? Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow. This is not a task, nor is it a directive, it all depends on whether you want to earn private property or not. Mo Yang's pupils slightly condensed. When he refined ores, he basically had an 80% success rate. Yi Feminine only needed 50%, which was equal to the remaining 30%, all of which was given to him personally. If there were enough ores, he could really earn quite a bit of private property. In addition, Fire Underworld and Xiao Heng's weapons belonged to the team enhancement. How many materials were used? You can make a list of all the materials, and I will pay for them. Yi Feminine emphasized, the same goes for everyone else. If there are any materials that are conducive to the team's strength enhancement, all of them will be funded by the company. Nope, all of them will be funded by me. The stronger the employees were, the more benefits they could bring. This was something that she still calculated. When a company was open in modern times, it still had to equip the hitmen with basic tools. Moe glanced at Yi Charming and said coldly, no need. He directly shut Yi Charming outside. Yi Charming touched her nose, a little embarrassed. However, after discovering that Mo Knight was a business elite, she also indulged Mo Knight a little more. As long as it could create benefits, being arrogant was fine. Master, Mo Knight he is actually. Xiao Hong wanted to say something. Yi Feminine interrupted him, it's fine, I don't plan to do anything to him. Even if Mo Yi has been unwilling to cultivate with her god. Just by looking at the 80% refining success of this hand of his, this employee, she also wanted it. Before, Mo Yi was the worst performer amongst you. However, if he concentrates on refining ores, his performance will catch up in no time. Yi Feminine said, it's not far to the end of the month appraisal. You all need to work harder. This wasn't the first time Yi Flattery had spoken about the appraisal. Before, several people hadn't put much stock in it, and now, their expressions couldn't help but be grave. Yi Feminine wouldn't keep saying useless nonsense. It seemed. This appraisal was definitely very important. The crowd all responded. The end of the month would arrive, and it was a good time for the internal scroll. In Yi Feminine's cave, it was a hot mess, and one rolled up more than the other. Yi Feminine herself was also busy with her feet. Finally, on the day before the month-end examination, Yi Feminine landed the last whip. Then, her proficiency rose to 100%. Congratulations to the host. The whip technique has progressed from elementary proficiency to advanced proficiency. Next, proficiency will be temporarily locked. Wait until the host takes control of the intent before the proficiency will begin to be counted again. Proficiency. It was finally brushed full. A trace of joy flashed through Yi Feminine's eyes. It was only until this moment. Only then did she take out the whip secret skill that Yi Luyan had given her, the cracking whip. The cracking whip, being a Xian rank secret skill, had a total of 10 whips. The previous Yi Chue, naturally, did not control a single whip. This time, after becoming proficient in the whip technique, Yi Charming once again gazed at the whip technique moves in the jade slip. Then, the mind moved with the heart. Yi Charming's whip danced at a subtle angle. Cracking the sky 1 style. Cracking the sky 2 style. Cracking the sky 3rd style. Yi Feminine. One day to realize the 3 styles. Chapter 66, I Want to Win. The Xian rank whip technique, splitting the sky whip. Yi Feminine hadn't realized a single style in 10 years, but today she had realized 3 styles in one day. Yi Feminine waved the whip over and over again. Even though her proficiency would no longer increase now, she still felt incomparably happy. It had been nearly a month in seclusion. Her whip technique was only 1 step away from mastering the realm of intent. Her Eagle Eye secret skill, its proficiency had also been brushed up. Controlling 2 Xian rank secret skills at the same time, among the younger generation, there should be a name for her, Yi Feminine. If she could realize the intent, she would be proud of the younger generation in this Tao of weapons. Brother Fire Underworld. Fox Jiuling opened her mouth wide and looked a bit dazed. Master, she was sure that she didn't know any whip techniques a month ago, right? Fire Underworld nodded with a complicated mood. A month ago, it was still a complete novice.
A month later, Yi Chusha's attainment in the Tao of weapons was already directly comparable to his decades of diligent study and practice.
What is this?
Was this a true supreme genius? The previous Yi Charming had actually been completely held back by Ling Jia. But for a genius like her, even if she had been delayed for 10 years, nowadays, with a little bit of seriousness, she would be able to quickly catch up with the progress of the others. A hint of pride flashed in the bottom of Fire Meditation's eyes. Yi Feminine would soon shock everyone. I've got a good boy, Fox Jiuling froze. Master claims to be a genius, this is surprisingly true. They were watching, day by day, as Yi Chusha's whip technique became more and more skillful. Fox Jiuling does not cultivate the artifact way, he can only see that Yi Charming's whip method is becoming more and more pure, but, for which realm she has actually reached, he knows nothing. But now, Yi Charming had instantly mastered the 3 whips of Split Sky.
Then, could he still not understand?
That was
a Xian rank secret skill.
Fox Jiuling couldn't help but think of the secret skill that Yi Charming had handed over to him, which wasn't particularly difficult to come by. However, since the time specified by the master was 3 months, then wait a little longer.
He must not show too much value. Fox Jiuling nodded and determined his swinging policy.
As Yi Charming practiced her whip technique in a venting manner, Fire Underworld and Fox Jiuling discussed in whispers. In the gap between Yi Feminine's stops, before they could react, Xiao Hong next to them had already stepped forward.
Congratulations, Master, on your small success with the whip technique.
Xiao Hang smiled, then thoughtfully handed over a spirit fruit. Master, take some rest first, eat some fruit to quench your thirst. The proficiency could no longer be brushed up. To master the intent, a certain opportunity was needed, and Yi Charming was in no hurry to practice the whip now. She smiled and took the fruit. Many thanks.
Xiao Hong just smiled and watched Yi Charming eat the fruit. Fire Meditation and Fox Jiuling?
Fox Jiuling glanced sympathetically at Fire He. Brother Fire He, you seem to be compared.
This Xiao Hong, his comprehension was simply superb. Fire Underworld was speechless for a moment.
He touched his heart and a trace of tenderness came back to his heart. Some things, no need to fight for a moment.
Waiting for tomorrow, he would be able to give the gift to his master. Once.
This thing was shame. But now, when Fire He remembered that day, he actually felt a little sweet.
Right.
After finishing using the fruit, Yi Charming walked over. Tomorrow is the month-end examination. Xing Xian hasn't come out of the gate yet, so for this audit, he won't be counted for now. The rest of you all need to work harder.
End of the month examination. It was the end of the month examination again. Fire Underworld and Xiao Hong immediately tensed up. Fox Jiuling began to wonder if he was going to open a betting board on who would be first this time. Tomorrow at the right time.
Everyone gather on this side of this green stone. Conduct the first examination since the system was established. Yi Charming glanced at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, on MOE's side, you go and inform.
Xiao Hong answered.
Yi Charming's mood was obviously good as she said smilingly, Mother has been shouting for me to make a trip over, so I'll make a trip today.
You guys have a good time and cheer up. Yi Charming flew away. The remaining 3 people looked at each other in disbelief. Fox Jiuling looked at Xiao Hong with a face of adoration. Brother Xiao Hong, you are awesome.
Xiao Hong knew what Fox Jiuling was talking about. His face slightly reddened as he braced himself and said, boring. Fox Jiuling, however, pondered, however, no matter who you are, as soon as you double cultivate with your master, your attitude will change tremendously. So what? Xiao Hong and Fire He both looked at Fox Jiuling.
Just how comfortable is dual cultivation? Fox Jiuling's large eyes were filled with curiosity.
Xiao Hang and Fire He were silent for a moment and turned around to leave.
Wait, you guys don't go, you guys talk to me. Fox Jiuling hurriedly followed. Yi Liuyun's cave residence. Yi Feminine once again made a long entrance. Yi Luyun looked at her favorably. Finally willing to come?
I called out to you several times, but you said you were too busy and didn't have time to come over.
What, now you finally have time? Mother!
Yi Feminine pulled her arm in a petulant manner. I'm not lying, I'm really busy. Yi Luyun revealed a very understanding expression. I know, you just opened up, it's understandable that you can't stop for a while. But this thing is fine once every 12 hours, don't indulge too much.
Yi Feminine was confused. What is this word for tiger and wolf? She coughed lightly and hurriedly said, it's not. Mother, I've been busy practicing my whip technique lately.
Yi Luyun froze for a moment.
Practicing the whip technique?
Her smile became even more mysterious.
What whip? Which whip?
Yi Feminine looked at this weird smile of her own mother and became a little numb. This old driver mother-in-law of hers, what kind of stuff was she thinking about? Yi Charming hurriedly said, cracking whip. Mother, the secret skill you sent me, the cracking whip.
I've been practicing this lately.
Yi Liuyun's smile tightened a bit as she dotingly rubbed Yi Charming's hair. Are you a little uneasy in your heart because of that 3-sect tournament thing? There's no harm in it, the sword sect's sword cultivators are already the best at the way of the weapon, and it's purely brazen of them to set up this kind of ring.
Regardless of victory or defeat, no one will say anything. Yi Feminine raised her eyebrows. That won't do. I just set this ring, I just wanna win. Yi Luyun had a doting look on his face. Fine, we're going to win. Saying that, she had no intention of believing it at all. Yi Feminine was not in a hurry either. She stood up, and the Xian rank magic weapon Wisteria Whip suddenly appeared in her hand. This whip, which Yi Luyun had also found a master refiner to customize for her, was enough for Yi Charming to use until the late Yuaning stage. Without waiting for Yi Luyun to speak, Yi Charming's wrist slightly flicked, and the long whip suddenly cut through the air, and in the air, there was a faint sound of bursting coming from it. Yi Luyun's pupils violently condensed. This was split sky stance, breaking the air. This wasn't over. Yi Charming's long whip swept, and the long whip swept like a long snake, instantly binding the pillar in front of him. Yi Luyun's body sat straight. Cracking the sky 2 style snake entanglement. This wasn't the end. Yi Chuxia swung out the last whip. The long whip went straight forward, and between the blasts, the table in front of her was instantly shattered in half. Split sky 3 style air burst. Yi Charming collected her braid, the cold look on her face withdrew, and she resumed pampering herself by hugging Yi Luyun's arm. Mother, how was it? Chapter 67 Examination Score. Yi Luyun only felt, right now, as if he was dreaming. That was a Xian rank secret skill. A Yuaning stage disciple might not even be able to master a Xian rank secret skill. Yi Yu's Jindan stage cultivation level had mastered it? Moreover, she had realized 3 styles in a row. When the 4th style of the Rift Sky was performed, it contained a meaning. This represents Yi Feminine's whip technique had already reached perfection under the realm of intent. That Ling Jie was only at this level if he was talking about the way of the weapon alone. You have actually been studying hard in secret all these years? Yi Luyun couldn't help but ask. Yi Charming sighed. No, I was delayed by Ling Jie before, and only started practicing properly this month. Bang! Yi Luyun's palm fell violently. The other half of the table also shattered. Yi Charming looked at Yi Luyun with some bewilderment. Yi Luyun gritted his teeth for a while. A month's time to practice to this level. What does this indicate? It indicated that her daughter was a whip technique genius that was hard to find in the world. In the past, she only thought that Ji Chue's qualifications were mediocre, and always thought that it would be good to have herself around to protect her for a lifetime. But what happened? Her daughter actually is such an amazing talent. Damn Ling Jia, how much has she delayed Yi Charming? Yi Luyun couldn't help but think that if she hadn't been delayed all these years, Yi Charming would be such an amazing talent now. His own daughter could never be wrong. Yi Luyun naturally, all the anger on Ling Jia. Yi Luyun took a deep breath, she suppressed the emotions in her heart. 1,000 words only turned into one sentence. Little Charming, this month. Are you tired? Yi Charming froze for a moment. She thought she had made such great progress, Yi Luyun would be thrilled and excited. Unexpectedly, she actually just asked her if she was tired. Yi Charming's heart flooded with inexplicable emotions as she shook her head and said softly, not tired. Yi Luyun rubbed her hair. Mother's little Charming has also grown up. Yi Charming arched her eyebrows. Mother, this is just the beginning. I will, in the future, become more and more powerful. Yi Luyun's brows also flashed with a hint of a smile. Good. Yi Feminine stayed for a while and then left. Yi Luyun couldn't suppress the joyful color between his brows. Who could have thought? Her daughter, all of a sudden, had come into her own. This time in the 3-sex ring, if those lofty-eyed sword cultivators of the sword sect were defeated one by Little Flirt, their expressions must be very wonderful. The more Yi Luyun thought about it, the more her eyebrows danced, and she strongly resisted the urge to find someone to show off. Hold back again. Endure it again. She waited for the day when Little Flirt would beat her face on the spot. The next day. Tatsashang. Everyone was on time at the verdant stone at the entrance, except for Qing Xian. Even Mo Yi came with a dark face. Yi Charming coughed lightly and a form appeared in her hand. She was about to say something. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly and she looked back violently. This aura. It was Qing Xian. Qing Xian's cultivation. Recovered. That aura only emanated for a split second and quickly converged. Then, Qing Xian's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Qing Xian's face wore a hint of a smile. His cultivation had returned to the Jindan stage. Moreover, the 9th grade Xian Ginseng had made his meridians far tougher than normal, and although he had been dormant for 10 years, the Qing Xian who had returned now was a stronger Qing Xian than he had been in the past. Qing Xian swept a glance. Everyone seemed to be there. However, it was unimportant. He leisurely walked towards Yi Chun, smiling like a flower. Master. With that, Qing Xian secretly observed the others. He had been in seclusion for a longer period of time this time, and he didn't know if anything had changed. Qing Xian glanced at Mo Yi. There was still a very cold look. Good, not a threat. Qing Xian glanced at Fox Jiuling. Fox Jiuling was really useless. So far there was no Yi Chun's aura on his body, which meant that they hadn't carried out divine cultivation yet.
Forget it, he is too useless.
Qing Xian glanced at Xiao Hung. Then,
a trace of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. He thought that it would take Xiao Hung a while to figure it out, but looking at the aura on Xiao Heng's body, it was clear that he had already succeeded in divine cultivation. This kid. Xiao Hung did not move and leaned towards Yi Chue's side. Then, he took out his silk and carefully wiped the piece of green stone before he said, Qing Xian has also come out of the gate, and for today's examination, the people have arrived. No matter what the result is, Master, you sit down and speak slowly. Yi Charming subconsciously nodded. Xiao Hung naturally pulled her to sit down. Moreover, his hand directly pulled Yi Charming for a dozen instantaneous moments before he slowly let go.
Qing Xian instantly laughed. How many meanings? With a few words, he pointed out a strong enemy? Qing Xian, the timing of your exit is coincidental. It just so happens that I'm going to announce the results of your examination. Yi Feminine said.
Qing Xian naturally walked over. He smiled as he approached Yi Charming and said softly, being in seclusion for so long, Xian misses his master all the time. Master, how about you? He looked at Yi Charming with incomparable concentration. His eyes had a bewildering light in them.
Missed you too, missed you too.
Yi Charming's mind was dizzy, and she answered back and forth. Qing Xian's voice was even lower. At night, I have many words that I want to say to Master.
Does Master want to listen?
Yi Charming was in a trance, only nodding her head. Want to hear.
Qing Xian let out a light laugh.
The positions to Yi Charming's left and right were occupied by Xiao Hung and Fire Underworld. He naturally sat down in front of Yi Charming, the hem of his shin-colored clothes intertwining with the layers of Yi Charming's skirt. Then he tilted his head and looked at Yi Charming. Master announced the results.
Good. Yi Charming responded in a loud voice. Xiao Hung.
He admitted that he was somewhat imitating Qing Xian. However, this natural sense of seduction still had to come from Qing Xian himself.
Xiao Hung sighed.
With Qing Xian officially out of the gate, there was one more opponent. Yi Charming coughed lightly and said, let me start by saying that for our test, everyone has 100 points. For 60 points, there is no increase or decrease in resources. Below 60 points, the resources are reduced, and above 60 points, the resources will increase. If there is a perfect score on the assessment, you will be able to get 3 times the resources. Entering the hole, Yi Chue's expression also became serious. The assessment is based on the following aspects. The first is strength enhancement. This aspect occupies 20 points. The second is skill contribution. For example, Qing Xian's alchemy, Moya's weapon refining, and so on. In this regard, it also occupies 20 points. The third is the degree of execution of the master's tasks. That is, the efficiency and degree of completion of the tasks explained to me. In this regard, it also occupies 20 points. The most important is the last point, the degree of favoritism towards your master, that is, towards myself. The more you like me, the higher the appraisal score you will receive. And I have my own way of distinguishing favorability by what exactly. In this regard, it takes up 40 points. The main direction of the appraisal is these 4 aspects. Now start announcing the scores from lowest to highest. Yi Feminine's voice was calm. A few people, for some reason, had a feeling of being hard controlled. What's going on? Why did this sound so panicky? Chapter 68, Examination Scores. Yi Feminine straightened the white paper in her hand, and the paper made a clattering sound. First of all, for this examination, there are a total of 2 people who failed, that is, below 60 points. Yi Charming said. Mo Knight couldn't help but snort coldly. He had a number in his heart. There must be one of him among those who failed this test. Whatever, destroy it. He didn't care at all. But, in addition to him, there was actually another person who flunked. Mo Yi looked towards Fox Jiuling. Fox Jiuling's body instantly tightened. Who was this other person who flunked? It feels so hard to guess. Woo. However, Fox Jiuling quickly pulled herself together. Wasn't there another Mo Yi? As long as he himself wasn't in last place, it wasn't too humiliating. Fox Jiuling looked at Mo Yi with some gratitude. Thank you, brother Mo Yi, for patting his bottom. Let's start with the lowest score announcement. Lowest score. Yi Feminine paused in detail. Fox Jiuling's eyes immediately widened. It's Mo Knight. Fox Jiuling instantly had an excited look on his face. He was about to mock Mo Yi. Yi Feminine continued, or is it Fox Jiuling? Fox Jiuling. Is that so playful? Let me take a look first. Yi Charming glanced at the name on the paper and looked shocked. This person, it's... Fox Jiuling was going crazy. Wasn't this Yi Charming's own score? Why did she look shocked now? This person, I didn't expect it either. Yi Charming sighed. He is... Fox Jiuling once again stared. Yi Charming suddenly stopped. I'm suddenly a little thirsty. Xiao Hang immediately thoughtfully sent the spirit spring water that had been prepared long ago. Yi Charming slowly drank it. Fox Jiuling. It was also unknown why. He felt his fists itching a bit. All right. Yi Flattery said blandly, the last place in this examination is.
Fox Jiuling even began to be a bit calm. The master would continue to delay anyway. Fox Jiuling.
Yi Feminine directly handed over the assessment sheet. Congratulations, last place.
A total of 40 points. Fox Jiuling received the assessment sheet and his entire person was bad. He only scored 40 points? Fox Jiuling quickly looked at it.
Yi Feminine casually explained. Strength growth here because of the awakened racial talent.
There are 10 points. Performing tasks here, barely giving 10 points.
Originally, when you were learning Xian rank secret techniques, if you could put in a few more points of effort, this item, you originally had the hope of getting the full 20 points, it's just a pity. Yi Feminine paused for a moment and continued.
Skill contribution here, you are 0 points.
Finally, the favorability that accounts for the largest percentage, you scored 20 points.
To summarize, Fox Jiuling's total score is 40 points. Fox Jiuling looked at the red scores and was dumbfounded.
But he was still unconvinced.
40 points is 40 points. Moye's score, why was it higher than his? Next is Moe. Yi Feminine handed out the second assessment sheet.
Just as Moe received it, Fox Jiuling flew over. He wanted to see Moye's score, why was it higher than his?
First of all, the item of goodwill, Moe is 0 points.
On the appraisal sheet, a bright red 0 was drawn.
Skill contribution, Mo Knight takes the full 20 points. Yi Feminine continued.
Mo Yen had been very diligent in refining weapons this month, and this 20 was what he deserved.
On strength enhancement, Moe takes 15 points. Fox Jiuling immediately shouted, Master, this is unfair. This item, why does he score more than me?
Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow. After a month of hard work, my cultivation has broken through to the middle Jindan stage. The others were dragged down by my cultivation and have been suppressing their cultivation all these years, which is why they have remained at the early Jindan stage. After my cultivation broke through, they quickly reached the middle Jindan stage as well.
Little Fox, what about you? Fox Jiuling was confused. He was still in the pre-Jindan stage to come.
So this time, everyone else has at least 15 points, only you, only 10.
Yi Feminine said.
This was still because she had managed to make Fox Jiuling awaken his racial talent in order to complete the treasure chest quest. Otherwise, this salted fish would still have to hang 0. In terms of master mission execution, Moye's score is 10 points. After all, he optimized the weapons for our team and is considered to have executed the instructions.
Yi Feminine said.
Mo Knight snorted coldly. I said, this has nothing to do with you, I'm doing it for Xiao Hong and Fire Underworld. Yi Charming also ignored him and just said directly, so, Moye's final score is 45 points. Just 5 points higher than Fox Jiuling. But 5 points higher was still high. Fox Jiuling lowered his head and his entire being was bad. Woo woo. Although he was a salted fish right? However, a vague feeling told him that the 4 words last place were originally supposed to never have anything to do with him. According to the previous agreement, Moe and Fox Jiuling's cultivation resources will have to be reduced at their discretion in the next month. Yi Feminine gave her conclusion.
Moe snorted coldly, not caring.
Yi Feminine allowed him to keep his private property openly and honestly, and he could make up for this part of the resources to come by refining some more materials and refining some more weapons.
Letting him curry favor with Yi Feminine? Don't even think about it. Fox Jiuling looked at Mo Yen and secretly made up his mind. It didn't matter if he flunked, but last place would not do. For the next examination, his goal was to be second from last. Next is Xiao Hong. Yi Feminine took out the third performance sheet. Xiao Hong scores 30 points in terms of favorability. In terms of strength enhancement, score 15 points. In terms of mission execution degree, scored 15 points. In skill contribution, no score for now. Xiao Hong just passes. Xiao Hong took it and did not object. In the end, Yi Charming looked towards Fire He and Xing Xian. The other too, looked at these two. These two were the two who had responded to Yi Charming's divine cultivation program at the very beginning, and now, it was normal for the two to have scores that were split between the first and second. However, who was first and who was second? This was exciting. The little fox's eyes were already flashing with incomparable gossip. Fire Meditation calmly looked at Xing Xian. Xing Xian smiled and looked back, and between the two of them looking at each other, it was as if there was lightning and thunder. Yi Charming said with a smile, the scores of Fire Underworld and Xing Xian are the two highest. Let me announce them at the same time. In terms of favorability, both of them got the same 40 points. Of her 5 furnace tripods, only the 2 of them had opened all 2 bronze treasure chests, so there was no doubt about these 2 getting full points. Strength enhancement aspect. Yi Feminine paused for a moment, the 2 similarly took the full 20 points. Worthy of being superior students, these 2 only calculated 2 items and directly passed. In terms of the degree of mission execution, both of them similarly took a full 20. The crowd couldn't help but all be slightly surprised. So, this meant that an even split? Lastly, in terms of skill contribution, Fire Underworld taught me the whip technique and scored 10 points. Xing Xian didn't score any points for now. Yi Feminine said with a regretful face, so the final result, Fire He scored 90 points and Xing Xian scored 80 points. Skill contribution, it wasn't just alchemy and medicine. Fire Underworld taught the whip technique, so naturally, it had to score points as well.
In the future, if Xiao Heng's key helped the team improve tremendously, he would likewise be able to take skill points. If Fox Jiuling's illusion art played a major role, it was the same thing.
Chapter 69, Clarity and Sincerity.
This rating given by Yi Feminine did not carry her personal emotions at all, it was absolutely fair. The 5 people naturally understood this reasoning as well, and apart from Fox Jiuling who wailed a few times, the others did not have any objections.
Then, the first month-end assessment is over. Next month's resources will be redistributed based on the assessment. Yi Feminine stood up and habitually started to draw a big pie. Next, everyone, as long as you follow me and do a good job, if there's a bite of my Yi Feminine's food, there's absolutely nothing less for you. Together, we will strive for excellence and make our immortal cultivation business stronger and stronger. Moya's expression became slightly speechless as he got up. Can we go now? Yi Chuanya coughed lightly, free to move around. Moyan, however, didn't leave immediately. He glanced at Fire Underworld. You're still not quick enough?
The roots of Fire Underworld's ears instantly turned red.
He stammered, no. No hurry.
Yi Feminine looked at this and that, somewhat surprised.
Between Fire Underworld and Moyan, when did they still have little secrets? Don't ink. I'll say it for you if you don't. A hint of mischief flashed in the bottom of Moya's eyes. Fire Underworld glanced at Mo Knight with some depression. Had he known, he wouldn't have asked for Moya's help.
Moe clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked at Fire Underworld with a smirk. He only had one attitude, that is, this hilarious scene, he was set to see it. The crowd all looked curiously at Fire He. Brother Fire He, what is it? What exactly is it? Fox Jiuling was in a frenzy of curiosity. Fire Underworld was forced to do nothing. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully took out a box from his bosom and took it out. He lowered his head and handed the box to Yi Charming. This is for you. Yi Charming froze for a moment. Ah, she still had a gift to take? Yi Charming opened the box with some curiosity. Fire Underworld was tense. Yi Charming saw what was inside, but she was slightly moved. In the box, there was only one piece of scale armor. The scales on this scale armor. Yi Charming looked fiercely at Fire He. Are you crazy? You pulled out your own scales? She quickly peeled off Fire Underworld's clothes, and there was no wound on his chest. Yi Feminine subconsciously pulled down his pants. Fire Underworld was a little embarrassed. He deadened the waistband of his pants and his voice trembled. Done. Look at it. Didn't pluck many scales. He plucked the scales at the thighs. The legs are usually not seen. This was what hid it from Yi Charming in the past. Yi Charming stopped her movements as she looked at Fire He somewhat blankly. Are you crazy? She didn't understand. She had always positioned her relationship with these furnace diners as partners. Even if there was that little bit of affection. But isn't something like feelings the most insignificant? What was he doing with fire meditation? His favorability towards himself was clearly only 45 now. 50 points or less than the goodwill. Why should he do such a thing for himself? Fire Underworld looked at Yi Charming's face and was a little embarrassed. He said in a low voice, that day happened to drop 3 heart scales. These 3 scales are the hardest and are excellent materials for refining magic treasures. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave them unused? I put these 3 scales in the position of the heart, and for the remaining part, I used ordinary scales. I am not good at refining artifacts, so I asked Moe to help me with the final build. Fire Underworld lowered his head. I hope that this scale armor can be close to protect the master. Yi Charming was silent, and after a long time, she said, I will wear it. Fire Underworld looked up, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. That's good. In his eyes, there was no flattery, no currying favor, just clarity. Xing Xian watched silently and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kind of rashness to pull out a heart despite all odds was better than all the charm. This round, he didn't lose unfairly. Moe raised an eyebrow. I told him that he might as well take it out before the end of month assessment, so maybe he can get extra points. After all, this thing of scores, although I don't care, he always cares. But he said that a thought is a thought, and didn't want to use it as an exchange. Now, since the assessment is over, it shouldn't matter if you take it out. Yi Feminine sighed. It was true that Fire He had no skill, but this kind of blindly pouring out her heart was extraordinarily moving. If the system was able to count her favorability right now, it was probably constantly adding 1 + 1. Don't do this kind of stupid thing in the future. Yi Charming said, the ring competition will soon be the day after tomorrow. You are still injured, how can you bring out your full strength? Fire Underworld hurriedly said, it's fine, it's just a small injury, I won't let the injury affect the fight. Yi Charming paused for a moment and said, I will be heartbroken. Fire Underworld's heart suddenly fluttered wildly. He lowered his head and answered softly. Come in with me, I'll take a closer look at your wounds. Yi Charming raised an eyebrow. This scale armor, I also want you to personally put it on for me. Fiery Meditation's ears were red, and she was directly pulled away by Yi Charming. Qin Xian, who was the best at arguing and grabbing, didn't make any moves this time either. How to say it? Fire Underworld, this little cutie. He's worth it. Yi clapped his hands. The good show is over. With a flourish, he turned around and went back to his room. Fox Jiuling blinked as he took out the jade slip of the Xian rank secret skill and muttered in a low voice, this month, at least learn this secret skill. This time, it won't be padding the bottom. In order not to pad the bottom. Cheer up. Fox Jiuling. Qin Xian and Xiao Hong glanced at each other. Qin Xian sighed. Sometimes, there are benefits to being stupid. Xiao Hong thought deeply. To be honest, if he were to go to this extent for Yi Chue right now, he couldn't do it. Then it was only normal that he couldn't compare to Fire He. Qin Xian glanced at the tightly closed door of the room, his thin lips pursing slightly. He quickly moved his eyes away. Nowadays, he had managed to recover his strength with great difficulty, and he still had more important things to do, such as re-refining a furnace of pills. Once upon a time, he was the brightest genius of the immortal cultivation family's Qing family. But a change of heart. The young genius became a pile of mud. He has been a pile of mud for 10 years. It was time for him to make a fresh start. Qin Xian returned to his room. He stared at the wall, dumbfounded, for a long time. Then, he waved his hand and a Dan furnace appeared in the room. He took out the medicinal ingredients and tried to refine the elixir. But as soon as his hand touched the herbs, it unexpectedly trembled uncontrollably. Genius? It's just a waste. Qin Xian, how does it feel to be toyed with like a dog by me, huh? Know why your parents died? I lied to them and told them that there were elixirs in that secret realm that could repair your meridians. Then, they went there with bated breath. Who knew that our people had set up an ambush long ago? The two of them died in a truly miserable manner. And all of this, it's all because of you, this punka. That one hideous face kept surfacing in his mind. Qin Xian's hand trembled even more. Chapter 70. What I know is the you in front of me. Early morning. There was a loud thud and a loud noise came out. Fox Jiuling sighed. 8th time. What exactly is brother Qin Xian refining, to have the furnace blow up 8 times? Xiao Han looked in the direction of Qin Xian's room and his expression was also somewhat grave. They all knew something about Qin Xian's past. At one time, Qin Xian's reputation as an alchemy genius resounded throughout the entire Xian Tian spiritual domain, and all the major clans had thrown olive branches at the Ming family. That was truly a genius that was rare to come across in 100 years. But then came a change. He fell from the peak to the bottom of the valley. Those 10 years afterward were even more of a struggle. But in those 10 years, Qin Xian had not given up trying. Xiao Han could often see Qin Xian painstakingly delving into alchemy techniques, although he could not practically operate them. Theoretically, he had studied them to the extreme. Now that his cultivation had been restored, Qin Xian's level of alchemy should be better than it was back then. However, this was not the case. From the time he entered the room, he had already blown up the furnace 8 times in a row. I'm afraid this is not simply a matter of skill. Qin Xian, something should have gone wrong. However, an alchemist refining pills required absolute silence, and they did not dare to intrude. Master, what can we do now? Fox Jiuling looked at Yi Charming with some concern. He also subconsciously saw Yi Charming as the backbone. When Qin Xian first blew up the furnace, Yi Charming had already come out when she heard the rattling, and the few of them were right outside, listening to the sound of the explosions all night plus all morning. Yi Feminine's expression was calm. Wait. The others had no choice but to wait. Yi Feminine couldn't help but ask the system in her mind. System, I found something. Fire Underworld and Qin Xian's favorability, one after another, are rising. Right now, both of them have been stuck at 49. Why is there a delay after reaching this value? The system said, host, as soon as goodwill reaches 50, a silver treasure chest can be opened. Once the favorability reaches 90, it can open the gold treasure chest. 50 and 90, these two favorability, is a critical value. There needs to be a certain amount of stimulation in order to break through. Without a little bit of any stimulation, wanting to rely on getting along with each other on a daily basis to slowly break through, it was just too difficult. Bang! Another loud bang rang out. 9th time. Fox Jiuling said breathlessly. Yi Charming looked grave as she slowly asked, System, you should know something about these 5 men. You and I are in the same breath, we can be said to be the strongest allies. If you can reveal some more of their things to me, won't it be very easy to raise the favorability next, hand in hand? The system could not help but feel a little depressed. Host. The last time I revealed Xiao Heng's true dragon's blood, I was already warned by my superiors once. I must not spill the beans again. However, as long as you can open the first silver treasure chest, the system will undergo an upgrade at that time. At that time, the host will be able to be informed of some of their information. System upgrade? Yi Feminine's eyes flashed for a moment. This was new news.
However, she couldn't wait. The other people's matters, you can keep them to yourself for now. Yi Feminine said, the reason why Qin Xian was unable to refine out the elixir, you reveal it slightly. How? You think, if I can help him refine out the pills, maybe his favorability will break through to 50. At that time, it will be able to open the first silver treasure chest, I'll obtain the treasure chest, and you'll be able to upgrade, so why not? The system frantically shook as it struggled to control itself, but rules on. This way, I'll ask a few questions. You only need to answer me yes or no. This way, it's always not against the rules? Yi Feminine followed the rules. The system was bewildered for a moment. It always felt that Yi Feminine was stuck in some kind of bug. However, the last time it was warned was because it took the initiative to reveal information. As long as it wasn't that proactive, this couldn't be considered a violation, right? The system didn't speak anymore, and Yi Feminine took it as its default. Qin Xian failed to successfully refine the pills because of a heart demon? Yi Feminine asked. The system carefully said, yes. Is it because he lost to a bystander and his mind was damaged? No. Is it because the Qing family was destroyed and fell into a quagmire? No. Yi Feminine was slightly surprised. 2 no's in a row, she was somewhat unable to do so. Qin Xian's not in his heart, where exactly was it? Host, only one last question can be asked. Otherwise, you'll be warned again. The system hurriedly said. Yi Feminine nodded and pondered. Just at this moment, the door to the room opened, and Qin Xian walked out somewhat disoriented. He looked unusually tired, his appearance a few points more haggard than before the incident with the meridians. Qin Xian looked at the crowd, and his gaze finally coalesced on Yi Charming. His lips trembled for a moment as he said softly, Master, I'm useless. I may not be able to refine pills anymore. He tried again and again. But every time he reached the most critical moment, his parents' bloodstained faces always appeared in his mind. They were asking him. He could refine pills, so what was the point? It still killed them. Even if he took revenge, what was the use? Could they just rise from the ground? This nightmare had tormented him countless times, and Qin Xian thought that once he regained his strength, everything would be fine. However, he did not expect that the nightmare would still follow him around. Alchemy required absolute attention. Someone who was plagued by his mind's demons would only waste herbs. What value would such a person have? Qin Xian's eyes grew slightly desperate. He had previously said that Xiao Hong was useless. And now? What use was he again? He was nothing more than a waste of space who had killed his parents. Under the morning light, Qin Xian's figure looked exceptionally thin. He had waited well to see Yi Chui's disappointed eyes. Qin Xian, Yi Charming said. Qin Xian's lips twitched as he prepared himself mentally and looked up to see Yi Charming. I'm sorry, And then, he was stunned for a moment. What he saw was not Yi Charming's disappointed eyes, but her caring eyes. The rest of Qin Xian's words were suddenly unspeakable. Don't be too hard on yourself. Yi Charming said seriously, look, when you obtained such a high score this time, you didn't use your alchemy skills either. I never knew the Qin Xian who claimed to be an alchemy genius. What I knew from the very beginning was the you in front of me. Yi Feminine looked at Qin Xian with incomparable concentration. What she knew. It was this fragile yet proud Qin Xian. If he was willing, he would turn back into the alchemy genius he once was. If not, what was wrong with being like he was now? A hint of movement flashed across the bottom of Qin Xian's eyes. Yi Feminine said. She never knew the alchemy genius Qin Xian in front of her. What she knew was only the him in front of her. Qin Xian lowered his eyes, hiding the tears in his eyes. He couldn't help but say where his heart's demon was. I would never be able to change the past even if I became the most powerful alchemist. Yi Feminine was blessed with a sudden reaction. She quickly asked one last question to the system. Chapter 71 The ring match opens. Qin Xian's heart demon is his dead parents? The system sighed and gave an answer, yes. Yi Feminine was silent. Qin Xian's situation, his mother had probably said. He had made a bet with someone because he was provoked to compete in alchemy, and because he was young and foolish. The result? He lost the bet. He lost his future. He lost his parents' lives. Similarly, he also lost the entire Qing family. Qin Xian's despair was. Even if he avenged his death, his parents would never be able to return, and the Qing family would never be able to return to its original form. Even more so. In his heart, his parents resented him. If it wasn't because of him, how would they have gone out and adventured? How would they have lost their lives as a result? How would the Qing family have fallen into the hands of a bystander as a result? In his heart, he was afraid that he felt like a sinner. Holding a guilty heart, how could he get back on his path? Physical wounds are easy to heal. The heart of the wound is difficult to cure. In the original book, Yi Luyun also lost his life for the original owner. The original owner therefore became completely hysterical. Why would she not be resenting herself?
But Yi Chusha understood that no matter if it was Yi Luyun or Qing Xian's parents, they would not resent their own children.
Knowing is knowing. Such persuasion was too pale when spoken. If she wanted Qing Xian to come out, she would have to find another way. Yi Feminine, however, did not rush to do anything. She only said in a soft voice, Qing Xian, then don't concoct pills for the time being. The ring competition is about to begin, so for the next few days, why don't you follow us to see the action first? Qing Xian organized himself and nodded softly. Yi Charming sighed as she thought about Qing Xian's treasure chest quest. Sure enough, the bronze treasure chest quest with 30 goodwill was not as good. Originally, with Qing Xian's strength, re-refining a furnace of third-grade pills was simple. But now, after all, there were twists and turns. Yi Feminine wasn't worried either. There were still 2 months left in the treasure chest quest. She still had time to figure out what to do. If, in the end, Qing Xian is also unwilling to refine Dan again, then there was nothing wrong with it. It was just a change in lifestyle. The few people were talking. Yi Feminine suddenly frowned. Someone had sent a voice transmission talisman over. Yi Charming unlocked the cave boundary and a talisman burned in front of her. Ling Jia's voice came from inside. Fellow Daoist Yi, tomorrow is the 3-sect tournament. Fellow Daoist Yi hasn't forgotten it yet? Ling Jia is waiting for the arrival of fellow Daoist Yi and fellow Daoist Fire Underworld. Yi Charming couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This Ling Jia was afraid that she wouldn't go, and had specially sent a voiceover. Fire Underworld's expression also went cold. Obviously. The failure last time. Ling Jia was not willing, and this time, he was clearly coming at himself. He wanted to rebuild his dignity on himself. He himself also happened to need a battle to control his intent. Then, let's see who can finally achieve their goal. Yi Charming was in seclusion for this month. The 3 sects could be said to be very lively. After all, it had been a long time since an event like the 3-sect ring had been held. The young disciples were all rubbing their fists to show off their skills in the ring. This time, the ring was originally said to only be a competition of the artifact way. However, the young disciples reacted strongly. And so, in the end, 2 more competitions were added. One was a divine soul competition. The second was a comprehensive strength competition. With the 3 competitions added together, every disciple had the opportunity to show themselves. It was much more comprehensive than when it was just a competition for the way of the weapon. The disciples of the Cunhai Ming Sword Sect and the Sword Sect were all individual participants. The Acacia Sect, due to the uniqueness of the sect, the disciples' indentured hearth was likewise able to compete. Under the combined efforts of the 3 sects, the ring tournament opened with fervor. This time, only young disciples under the age of 50 were allowed to enter. Moreover, in the ring, only one carry-on weapon or magic treasure could be chosen. Talismans and pills, etc., were not allowed to be used at all. This day, the sun shines brightly. The 3 sects specially selected an entire mountain peak and set up 10 center rings in advance, as well as 60 rings surrounding the center ring. Above the high platforms, the 3 sects sect leaders and elders were already seated, smiling as they watched the 3 sects disciples sign up. O1 with 8 rows of BK band T to D equals Z. This TB text R? File VDDKA CO2 times 10 to the power of 0 9YK 60.365 IEH200 AIH2Y7 FU0 plus 5 Y2.LBK3 KRCLMJ30A6XE59 CB194366. This competition came at the right time. The 3 sects have been stable for too long, and these young disciples have lost their competitive spirit, so it's just right to use the tournament to rekindle their blood. Only when there is competition can there be progress. Suddenly, a pressure came from the air. The crowd looked towards the sky and their expressions changed slightly. This ring match was only a competition between young disciples, and other than the 3 sect heads, and some elders who loved to watch the spectacle, the true top figures of the 3 sects did not participate. But this breath. The crowd rushed to their feet. In a flash, the sword broke the void. The green sky sword Venerable appeared on top of the high platform with an expressionless face. Behind him, there was Lin Huanhuan, whose face was a little pale. Sword Venerable. The crowd respectfully shouted, and they all gave up the position in the center. So what if a few of Xiayan's were the sect leaders? In the world of immortal cultivation, it was ultimately the strong who were honored. An existence like Sword Venerable Qing Shao, although he usually didn't care about anything, as long as he opened his mouth, then every word was significant. Qing Shao Sword Venerable didn't excuse himself as he blandly sat in the middle. Lin Huanhuan obediently stood behind him. Venerable Qing Shao Sword said blandly, "This disciple of mine did something wrong before. I locked her up in the cave for a month and have already taught her carefully. In the future, she will not commit wrongdoings. What happened in the past, no one is allowed to mention it again in the future." Swordsman Qing Shao indifferently glanced at Ling Jie's position in the crowd. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Because of Lin Huanhuan, he had long been displeased with Ling Jie. However, after all, he still needed a great disciple under his door to support the facade, so he didn't do anything extra other than being too lazy to pay attention to Ling Jie anymore. He could only say.
This Ling Jie also had a few skills. Although his prestige has been reduced, but the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. After that, no matter if it is Lin Huanhuan's matter or Yi Chue's matter, he has been selling misery all the way. In the sect, there are really quite a lot of people who sympathize with Ling Jie. This also allowed him to gain a foothold within the sect for the time being. This time in the three-sect ring, if he could achieve good results, then, in this cultivation world where strength was paramount, that little matter would be completely over. Qing Shao Sword Venerable turned his head to look at Lin Huanhuan, and when he saw that Lin Huanhuan was actually staring blankly in Ling Jie's direction, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. What? This disciple of his, did he really have any feelings for Ling Jie? If it wasn't for the fact that he had personally checked that Lin Huanhuan was still a virgin when she followed him. If he hadn't personally checked that Lin Huanhuan was still a virgin when she followed him, he would never be able to be so tolerant towards Ling Jie. Lin Huanhuan withdrew her gaze in some shock. She lowered her head in a pitiful and cute manner. Eldest senior brother. Junior sister has committed even the biggest mistake, and she has already been punished. It's really too harsh for senior to still treat junior sister like this. Bai Yu couldn't help but look distressed. Ling Jie, however, lowered her head and didn't say a word. Seeing that Ling Jie would never say anything, Bai Yu could only feel his own silent heartache. Lin Huanhuan lowered her head, but a hint of gloom flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Swordsman Qing Shao. He was simply a beast. Chapter 72 Getting rid of. Lin Huanhuan was now suffocating in her heart. In the upper realm, she had been able to create a huge storm. In this small mortal realm, it was all the more important that things should go smoothly. In the beginning, this was indeed the case. She managed to get the Green Sky Sword Venerable to take her in, and she managed to lure a bunch of male disciples to fall head over heels for her. Originally, everything was fine. The turning point of things happened with this Yi Chue. She was a good dog licker and said she wouldn't be a good dog. This led to the first fish in her fish pond, Ling Jie, who ran away straight away. Honestly speaking, within the people she could come into contact with, Ling Jie was not considered to be the best in terms of talent, but he was also considered to be of the upper class, coupled with the fact that there was Yi Charming behind him, a bloodbag that had no regrets, as the first target of the raider was very suitable. Ling Jie's cultivation level is Yuaning stage. When she relied on Ling Jie to advance to the Yuaning stage, she would then progress step by step and change to a Wanshan stage object. After that, then step by step, she would pick the object as her cultivation grew. That was the normal way of advancing. But now, she was directly locked up in the cave by the transition stage Qing Shao Sword Exalt, which eliminated too many steps in between, and even though she had heavenly skills, she suddenly couldn't exert them in the face of a transition stage powerhouse during this period. After locking her up in the cave, Qing Shao Jianzun covered up a few things at first. He deliberately put on his teacher's demeanor and criticized her for not getting too close to Ling Jie, and criticized her for not getting close to those male disciples. She answered each and every one of them. But obviously, after her behavior of showing affection to men everywhere was exposed, her image in the heart of Qing Shao Jianzun changed. She was no longer that well-behaved, cute, innocent person who was worthy of Qing Shao Sword Exalt's painstaking efforts to suppress her feelings. And so, after 3 days of being imprisoned, Qing Shao Sword Venerable forcibly took her. This little bit of so-called chastity Lin Huanhuan didn't care at all, but she liked to have everything under her control. She was at least a big shot in the upper realm, and inexplicably fell into the hands of a person from the lower realm. Lin Huanhuan's heart had already developed hatred towards Qing Shao Jianzun. There was too much of a difference in their cultivation levels, and she couldn't get too much benefit from Qing Shao Swordsman. The only thing Lin Huanhuan could do was to use secret techniques to deepen Qing Shao Sword Exalt's feelings towards her through intimate contact. After such a period of time, Qing Shao Sword Exalt's attitude towards her, from being slightly rude in the beginning, had also become gentle again. She took the opportunity to bring up the fact that she was too bored of staying in the cave and wanted to come out to have a look. Coinciding with this 3-sect tournament, Sword Exalt Qing Shao couldn't stand her pleading and finally agreed to bring her out. Lin Huanhuan forced down the urgent thoughts in her heart. She mustn't be kept locked up by Qing Shao Sword Exalt all the time. Jindan, Yuaning, Transformation of God, Harmonization, Transition, and Mahayana. This Xian Tian spiritual domain was not considered a great spiritual domain, and in this place, the strongest person was a powerful person at the transitional apparition stage like Qing Shao Sword Exalt. As for the Mahayana stage who had survived the heavenly tribulation and was at large in the world, at least on the surface, there was not a single one in the Xian heavenly spiritual domain. This place was also a novice village that she had carefully chosen for herself. If she was already at the conjunction stage, she could have utilized the Green Sky Sword Exaltation to quickly break through to the transition stage. But she was still only at the Jindan stage. Even if the secret technique was in her body, how could she at the Jindan stage withstand the aura of the transition stage? The Qing Shao Sword Exalt had become a shackle for her. It wasn't easy for her to come out once nowadays. This time, she must find herself a suitable target. This target, it was best to have the cultivation of the Yuaning stage. It also had to have the ability to ask for herself over from the hands of the Green Sky Sword Venerable.
Within the three sects, who could do such a thing? Lin Huanhuan's gaze kept searching through the crowd. It couldn't wait any longer. She must find a way to get rid of the Qingxiao Sword Exalt. What are you looking at?
Qingxiao Swordfather's cold voice rang out. Lin Huanhuan's eyes reddened slightly and her voice was as thin as a cat's. Master, I haven't seen so many people in a long time. Her voice carried a hint of caution, and her soft tone was like a feather that kept tickling swordsman Qingxiao's heart. Qingxiao Sword Venerable suppressed the urge to immediately bring her back to the cave and said in a slow voice, if you have sincerely changed, in the future, I will regularly bring you out.
Many thanks, Master. Lin Huanhuan's eyes took on a hint of delight.
When Swordfather Qingxiao looked at this expression on her face, he couldn't help but soften his heart as well.
In fact, Huanhuan didn't intentionally seduce those people before.
It was her natural charm that was amazing.
It was Ling Jia and the other sword sect disciples who didn't have the stamina.
But now, she was already her own person. Although he could not publicize this relationship due to the name of master and disciple. However, one wouldn't be looking for another Taoist couple, and it wouldn't be wrong for the two of them to live their lives like this. A hint of softness flashed in the eyes of Sword Exalt Qingxiao, and there was no need to restrain Lin Huanhuan too much.
Senior. Lin Huanhuan could see Qingxiao Sword Venerables easing up, and she further tried, today is so lively, can I also sign up to participate in the ring tournament, huh?
My sword technique, at least, was taught by master teacher, it will never be worse than the others. After participating in the tournament, at least during this period of time, Qingxiao Jianzun would have to bring her out all the time. The likelihood of her finding her next home would also be greater. Qingxiao Sword Exalt glanced at Lin Huanhuan. Lin Huanhuan immediately revealed a hint of timidity, if you are unwilling, master, my disciple will never mention it again.
Saying so,
her head lowered even more, and her body was even trembling slightly, as if she was forcibly holding back her grievances.
Swordsman Qingxiao's heart followed suit. Wasn't he being too harsh on Huanhuan?
She was already her own person, with herself, those disciples, how could they get into her eyes? You are also a disciple of the Shanghai Ming sword sect, so go if you want to participate. The Qingxiao Sword Venerable looked like a kind elder. Lin Huanhuan's heart was overjoyed, but she didn't dare to show it on her face as she looked at Sword Exalt Qingxiao with a face of admiration. But if I participate in the competition, I'll have to spend a lot of time practicing, and I'll miss my master. Qingxiao Sword Venerable was very pleased with Lin Huanhuan's performance. I know that you are filial, but young people, what should be practiced should still be practiced. Respectfully follow the teachings of master.
Lin Huanhuan didn't dare to act too happy. She took one step and turned back 3 times, reluctantly leaving.
When Swordfather Qingxiao saw this performance of hers, he was also a few points more satisfied with her. This little disciple of Sword Venerable is really filial.
Xia Yan said curtly from the side.
Although he was the sect leader, his realm was only the harmonization stage, and he was still a big realm behind Sword Exalt Qingxiao. Qingxiao Sword Venerable nodded his head indifferently as he was about to say something.
Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out. Today is quite lively.
An incomparably elegant figure appeared on the field.
It was actually Yi Luyun who had arrived. The crowd hurriedly arranged another seat in the center. Yi Luyun looked at it and did not move.
The 3 furnace cauldrons behind her, however, quickly moved.
Chapter 73 Terrifying Strength.
This chair, it's uncomfortable to look at, how is it worthy of our grand elder? One of the stovepipes quickly replaced it with a deluxe version of a leather chair. Afterwards, a table was set up, and flowers were carefully arranged to decorate it. The fruit plate in front of her was even filled with trendy spirit fruits. A furnace tripod pinched her shoulders, a furnace tripod pounded her feet, and a furnace tripod brought her tea and water.
Yi Luyun's treatment was simply better than an emperor on earth.
Qingxiao Sword Venerable watched as his face darkened. Yi Luyun could do whatever she wanted in her own cave.
Now she is doing this in public. What is the behavior? What is the behavior?
Qingxiao Sword Venerable flicked his sleeve and said in a cold voice, Yi Luyun, you are at least an elder of a clan.
How much should you pay attention to some decency?
Yi Luyun lazily looked at him. Old man Qingxiao, if you're envious, just say so, what's the point of pretending? Sword Venerable Changzhao's face turned red with anger. I'm envious? Now that our 3 sects are in the same breath, I'm afraid that you'll tarnish the reputation of the 3 sections.
Yi Luyun sneered, oh? My acacia sect's cultivation methods have always been like this.
If you can't see past it, why don't you gather everyone for a meeting and say that the 3 sects alliance is broken, and that my acacia sect will no longer be allies with your Shanghai Ming sword sect from now on. Qingxiao Sword Venerable's face instantly became even more ugly.
All 3 of their clans, separately, were not particularly strong. Together, they could only barely have a place in the Xian Heaven spiritual domain.
The Acacia sect's strength was still vaguely the top of the 3 clans, and if the Acacia sect wanted to withdraw, he couldn't afford the responsibility. Qingxiao Sword Venerable gritted his teeth. I'm not talking to you. Yi Luyun looked at him with a smiling face. If you are dissatisfied, let that little disciple of yours serve you like this too.
Yi Luyun seemed to just casually say it.
Qing Xiao Jianzuan, however, looked violently at Yi Luyun.
This woman. Did she see something? No. It wouldn't. There shouldn't be any onlookers who knew about his and Huanhuan's matter.
Sword Venerable Chang Xiao sneered, with a rigid look. Huan is my most pleased disciple. I am counting on her to take over my mantle.
How is she the same as these stoves?
Feeling that he had fallen behind earlier, Sword Venerable Chang Xiao couldn't help but add another sentence. She's not the same as that waste of a daughter of yours either. Although Huan is young in age, her sword attainments are not much worse than her several senior brothers. And that waste of a daughter of yours, when she uses her whip, she shouldn't hit herself, right? Sword Venerable Chang Xiao had a derisive look on his face. Yi Luyun had wanted to be strong all her life, but this daughter of hers was her only shortcoming.
Previously. Because Yi Charming liked Ling Jia, Yi Luyun was shorter in front of herself.
Now, although Yi Charming didn't like Ling Jia anymore, her mediocre qualifications hadn't changed.
Using Yi Charming to attack Yi Luyun, one attack was accurate. Swordsman Qing Xiao couldn't wait to look at Yi Luyun, wanting to see her annoyed. However, this time, Yi Luyun was exceptionally calm.
She leaned back on her graceful chair with a smile-like expression. What you mean is that your disciple is far superior to my daughter? Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said blandly. This is a fact known to all.
Yi Luyun smiled. Old man Qing Xiao, how about we make a bet? Under your disciples, including Lin Huanhuan, there are a total of 5 disciples, right?
For every one of your disciples that beats my family's little Charming, I'll send you a strand of golden crow's flame. If my little flirt and her tripods beat any of your disciples once, you send me a Gung Jin Sure. You send me a piece of Gung Jin stone.
How?
Qing Xiao's Sword Venerable froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Yi Luyun was of the fire attribute and had obtained an exotic treasure in her early years, and the true fire she had condensed was the Golden Crow's fire, which ranked 33 on the true fire list. This fire was of great use no matter if it was used to melt magic treasures, or used to refine pills, or used for her own research. Yi Luyun lazily said, this bet is only on the ring competition of the Tao of Weapons.
Do you dare to bet?
The eyes of Qing Xiao's Sword Venerable flashed madly.
The Gunston stone that Yi Luyun wanted was not an ordinary thing either.
This could only be formed by a metallic transitional stage powerhouse who kept inputting his own sharp sword chi to form that small piece every 30 days. Yi Luyun was looking at the Gung Jin stone that he had hammered out.
However, was it possible for Yi Feminine to win? Thinking of Yi Luyun's trashy daughter, Swordsman Qing Xiao laughed. Then thanks to Elder Yi's Golden Crow's flame. Yi Luyun raised an eyebrow. Then the bet is finalized.
I hope that Swordsman Qing Xiao can always be so confident. Yi Luyun's gaze looked towards the field.
With a glance, she saw Yi Charming.
Yi Charming had just arrived here and would be looking around curiously. A few of her furnace cauldrons had also followed her over to join in the fun. The latest thing being held was the ring match for the Tao of Weaponry. For this ring match, Yi Charming had only dragged Fire He and Xiao Hong to sign up. One loser, 2 stove tripods. Are you sure that with such a lineup, you want to beat my 5 disciples? The Qing Xiao Sword Venerable looked at Yi Luyun with a smirk. Yi Luyun laughed. 3 people, it's enough to deal with those crooked people under your disciples. Qing Xiao's Sword Venerable immediately snorted coldly. This Yi Luyun was really not dead until she reached the Yellow River. It was already this time, and she still dared to talk big. However, why wouldn't he want the Golden Crow's flame when it was given for nothing? The crowd looked vaguely over when Yi Chuxing appeared with a few furnace cauldrons. Everyone knew that a large part of the reason for this ring match was pushed out by Yi Feminine. The crowd had originally thought that Yi Flirt would only let her subordinates furnace tripods compete, but they didn't expect that she would even enroll herself as well. Was she rushing to lose face? Who didn't know that she, Yi Flirt, was a notorious waste? Before, no one dared to mess with her because she had a bunch of magic treasures in her hands. But in the ring, no other magic treasures were allowed to be used. She instantly went from being the toughest person to a welfare baby. Whoever bumped into Yi Feminine, wouldn't that be a direct promotion? However, Yi Luyun was still sitting on the stage, so the crowd naturally didn't dare to say such words. They just secretly studied up on how they would be able to face Yi Charming. Lin Huanhuan also noticed Yi Charming's arrival. She looked over with a bemused expression. The situation she was in nowadays had Yi Charming's share of credit. Sooner or later, she would avenge this one day. Moreover, that day would not be too far away. Lin Huanhuan was putting harsh words in her heart. Suddenly, her expression changed. A trace of disbelief flashed in the bottom of her eyes as she fiercely looked at Xiao Hong. Good. What a dense true dragon chi. What was wrong with this Xiao Hong? Obviously, he had looked ordinary before and did not have any special features. It was only after a few days, when he saw him again, he was able to feel the incomparably powerful true dragon chi from him. This aura was still introverted, and other people might not be able to feel it. However, she was much more perceptive than normal people, and she had already vaguely sensed that on Xiao Heng's body, a heaven-destroying power was slowly awakening. Such a terrifying power. Such a terrifying person. Surprisingly, he was only a furnace for Yi Charming.
Chapter 74 The Wasted Water Leads East. Lin Huanhuan stared at Xiao Hong in death. Her eyes were overly focused and quickly caught the attention of the Qingxiao sword exalt. The Qingxiao sword exalt's eyes immediately coalesced. What? It's just a stove. Is it that good looking? Good. Lin Huanhuan quickly noticed the gaze of the Qingxiao sword venerable and she quickly lowered her head, but in her heart, wild waves were set off. It was the aura of a true dragon. It was definitely the aura of a true dragon. The ancient true dragon was in Xiao Hang's body, slowly awakening. Lin Huanhuan's heart was suddenly flooded with a trace of unspeakable pain. She clutched her chest in death, a feeling as if something that should have belonged to her had now left her forever. Lin Huanhuan didn't dare to show anything different, she just blended in with the crowd and enrolled herself as well. Yi Charming also saw Lin Huanhuan's arrival, she just glanced at her and faintly withdrew her gaze. Heroine to heroine. However, in the original book setting, Lin Huanhuan had been beaten to the point of serious injury in the upper realm, and now that she was superficially unharmed, she was actually in a state of serious injury, regardless of whether it was in her physical body or her divine soul. She desperately needed to find all sorts of men to perform secret techniques in order to slowly recover her strength. But now, her first man had crossed over to find the Qingxiao sword exalt, and she was afraid that her strength would not be able to grow for a while. As long as Lin Huanhuan was locked to the Qingxiao sword venerable and not given the opportunity to contact other men, she would not be able to grow. Yi Charming indifferently glanced in Lin Huanhuan's direction. Of course. It didn't matter that Qingxiao swordsman might not be able to lock Lin Huanhuan up. As long as it could be delayed for a while. She had the help of the system and her own efforts, and her growth rate was equally fast. As long as she was stronger than Lin Huanhuan. Those men that might appear later on in Lin Huanhuan's life were stronger. This heavenly destiny, it could be changed. Yi Feminine did not want to pay attention to this female lead for the time being, but Lin Huanhuan took the initiative to look for Yi Feminine after she signed up. She had a clear appearance, and her eyes seemed to always contain a touch of misty air, so beautiful that it caused one's heart to tremble. Sister Yi. Lin Huanhuan said softly. Yi Charming even shivered. An old demon who didn't know how many years she had lived, still calling herself sister? Yi Charming looked at her with a smile. My mother shouldn't be able to give birth to a cerebral palsy like you. Lin Huanhuan froze for a moment, the mist in her eyes stained with a layer of water. She said softly, I don't mean this. Sister Yi. Yi Daoyu, I came to apologize to you. Yi Feminine continued to look at her. She happened to see this female master, just how many tricks she had. Lin Huanhuan said softly, I didn't know so many things before. I thought that everyone was treating me as a younger sister and that's why they were giving me things. I didn't know that this was wrong. This month, the master teacher he has explained all these human affairs to me. I won't make any mistakes in the future. Said. Lin Huanhuan raised her head and looked at Yi Chia with an expectant face. Fellow Taoist Yi, in fact, eldest senior brother and I really didn't have anything. That day, there should have been a slight mistake in the process of boiling the medicinal liquid, causing us all to be a bit delirious, and only then did we make such a monstrous mistake. Actually, my eldest senior brother has you in his heart. Lin Huanhuan spoke. Yi Charming had already heard a cold snort coming from her ears. Yes, in people's hearts, there is you. Qing Xian grunted coldly while grimacing. After all, it's a 10-year relationship, wouldn't it be a pity to have it fall apart just like that? Fire Underworld's voice was bland. That's right. Fox Jiuling arched his fire madly. Xiao Hong pursed his lips and didn't say a word, only staring fixedly at Yi Charming. Mo Yi was simply too lazy to show his face. Yi Charming's entire being was bad. This green tea, this is to make her backyard on fire, right? Lin Huanhuan was still continuing, what happened before was all my fault. If this ruined the great marriage between you and eldest brother, it would be my fault. Fellow Taoist Yi, don't misunderstand eldest brother anymore, okay? Lin Huanhuan looked at Yi Chosian with body eyes, really looking like an innocent young girl. Yi Charming sneered. Against this kind of person, scolding herself, she was too tired of dirtying her mouth. Yi Flattery's voice suddenly got louder. What? You're saying that you're just treating these male disciples as your brother? If you wanted something with them, you would have already had it and it wouldn't be anyone else's turn? Lin Huanhuan. Did she say that? Regardless of whether she said it or not, when Yi Chui shouted like that, those victimized female disciples of the Sunhaiming sword sect looked over. They were angry in their hearts. It was clearly this Lin Huanhuan who was shamelessly hooking up with men. But because of the Qingxiao sword venerable's relationship, the sect was bent on siding with her, and they could only talk about it in private. Now it's good. They endured, this Lin Huanhuan even took the initiative to provoke up? How could this be tolerated? What brother, is senior sister Lin laying an egg? A female disciple opened her mouth to curse, making Yi Charming want to copy her notes. Yi Feminine added in passing, she must love wearing purple. Everyone didn't understand her words. However, it didn't matter. These big injustice seeds were already surprisingly angry. And also if you want a bit of something, it's none of our business.
What can be snatched away proves itself to be trash, so who's patient enough to discuss the ownership of trash with you?
No. I don't have.
Lin Huanhuan had a shaky and weak look as she looked helplessly at the other disciples of the sect. Several male disciples revealed heartbroken expressions.
The Great Injustice Seed Alliance was completely enraged, and the battle entered a white heat. Ha, you don't seem to be doing too well to me. Do you want me to make up some red color for you with my slap? You're quite good at acting.
What's the point of cultivating immortals with this acting skill? Just go as a playwright, you might even be able to be immortalized for the ages.
Everyone's fighting spirit was strong. Yi Feminine pulled a few men and retreated.
Watching Lin Huanhuan being embarrassed by the crowd, Qingxiao Sword Venerable's eyes changed slightly. He was about to get up when Yi Luyan said with a smile, "Old man Qingxiao, didn't you say that you've already taught this disciple of yours? Why did you start causing trouble again as soon as you left the house?" Qingxiao Sword Venerable's face became even more ugly. "It's clearly your daughter who did this on purpose." Yi Luyan revealed a confused thing. "Are you saying that it was little flirt who made her hook up with so many men at the same time?"
Qingxiao Jianzun instantly looked at her angrily. "What hooking up?"
This Yi Luyun made the words sound so unpleasant.
"All right.
Let the young people resolve their own matters. If you're too protective of your disciple, Sword Venerable Qingxiao, be careful of attracting some gossip. For example, saying that you're an old cow eating young grass, that you're looking at your own young disciple or something,"
Yi Luyun said lazily.
Qingxiao Sword Zun stood up violently as he stared angrily at Yi Luyun. "You're talking nonsense." Yi Luyun immediately revealed a surprised look. "Old man Qingxiao, it was just a casual remark.
Why are you so nervous? Originally, I didn't feel anything, but you reacted so greatly. Could it be?" Chapter 75 Golden Dragon Sword Venerable. Yi Luoyun's words fell and his eyes became meaningful.
Sword Venerable Qingxiao's face stiffened for a moment as he slowly sat down. "I just don't like people making jokes like this." But he didn't dare to protect Lin Huanhuan too brightly, he just desperately made eyes to his several disciples. There were 5 disciples under his discipline.
Besides Lin Huanhuan, there was 1 female disciple. The remaining 3 were all male disciples.
But after he made half a dozen winks, only 3rd disciple Baiyu and 4th disciple Du Xian rushed over with a heartbroken face. Ling Jie and 2nd disciple Su Miaozhu, however, looked as if they had not received the signal. Swordsman Qing Zhao's eyes went cold, but he was so weak in his own heart that he didn't dare to say anything more. Yi Charming was already not going to pay attention to Lin Huanhuan, she just looked Xiao Hong up and down.
Xiao Hong was a little numb from her look and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?"
Yi Flirt touched her chin. "Can't you feel it?"
Actually, Lin Huanhuan didn't seem to be charging at me just now.
It was more like she wanted to observe you up close for a bit. Lin Huanhuan seemed to be talking to her, but her attention was all on Xiao Hang.
Yikes! Is Lin Huanhuan looking at brother Xiao Hong? Fox Jiuling instantly came into the spirit. More than likely.
After all, Xiao Hang is considered handsome and graceful. Xing Xian smiled and said, "How about this, master? You go find Ling Jia, Xiao Hang go find Lin Huanhuan, and the rest of us, we'll just fend for ourselves."
Yi Charming was helpless.
What a time, Xing Xian still had to stab her in the side.
Xiao Hang.
Boring. Why didn't he realize before that this group of people were bored to this extent?
I'm talking about business.
Yi Charming emphasized, she is indeed rushing towards Xiao Hang. Xing Xian couldn't help but also straighten up as he slowly said, to say that Lin Huanhuan's intersection with Xiao Hang is only the key in Xiao Hang's hand.
Speaking of this,
Xiao Hang's face also became serious. "When I was young, I was recognized by the dragon spine sword and was the only one who could drive it. But for so many years, I never knew that there was a key hidden in this sword." What he hadn't been able to discover for so long, Lin Huanhuan had surprisingly discovered it in a few years.
This woman. There was a problem. And there was a big problem.
Yi Charming's eyes changed. Before, even if Xiao Hong had the dragon spine sword, Lin Huanhuan did not actually pay much attention to him. This time, to say where Xiao Hong had changed, that would be under the catalyst of the system, his divine soul golden egg had begun to hatch.
Today's hatching progress was already at 10%, and a portion of the aura might have begun to escape externally. This kind of aura could not be felt by ordinary people.
However, Lin Huanhuan was different. She came from the upper realm and already had the ability to detect treasures, and before, when she was far away, she might not have realized it. However, once she was close to Xiao Hong, this ability came into play.
When Xiao Heng's golden egg hatching progress increased, Lin Huanhuan's sensing would also become more obvious.
Yi Feminine could not help but narrow her eyes.
In the original book,
that secret treasure could only be opened by the royal bloodline of the southern Xian country.
Then how did Lin Huanhuan open it? At that time, could it be that she had already used some means to steal Xiao Heng's true dragon's blood? And it was possible that the medium she used to steal the blood was that key. Yi Charming was silent again for a moment. Emotionally, this was all a chance that the original owner had personally sent to Lin Huanhuan. Yi Charming tried to rationalize the plot. So,
In the original plot, Lin Huanhuan should have taken away Xiao Heng's true dragon blood through the key. Xiao Heng had lost his true dragon bloodline long ago, and this matter, the black hand behind the destruction of the Xiao family, should have already known about it. Therefore, there was no more appearance of Chu Xiao. After she came, she only changed one thing, and that was to have Lin Huanhuan imprisoned for a month. In other words, in the original book, if Lin Huanhuan had not been imprisoned, it was highly likely that during this month she had, in all likelihood, crossed paths with the black hand behind the destruction of the Xiao family. That black hand knew that Xiao Heng's true blood had already flowed out, and that was why there was no next move. But he didn't make his next move towards Lin Huanhuan either, so it might be that Lin Huanhuan's kind of strange charm had come into play again. Yi Feminine calmly came to a conclusion. This black hand behind the scenes was most likely one of Lin Huanhuan's 8 harems. That black hand originally wanted to snatch the true dragon bloodline, but he fell in love with Lin Huanhuan, so he willingly became a licking dog and gave up snatching the bloodline. Ha! The scope of the Xiao family's enemies had narrowed down quite a bit with this. In the original book, for Lin Huanhuan's daily life, there was no description of everything, except for the meat scenes, which were some key episodes. Now, she could only grope around a little bit, relying on herself to fill in the plot. Yi Feminine pondered over the identity of these 8 harem of Lin Huanhuan and probably had some guesses in her mind. Just at this moment, Yi Feminine's heart suddenly fluttered. She turned around violently and looked towards the sky. At the dome of the sky, a golden light crossed. A man with a cold face descended from the sky. Tian. Is the Golden Dragon Sword Exalt? Golden Dragon Sword Exalt has been in seclusion for 30 whole years in order to break through the Mahayana. How is it that he has suddenly come out of seclusion now? Look at the person behind Golden Dragon Sword Exalt. Hiss. Isn't that Chu Xiao? Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Golden Dragon Sword Venerable directly landed in the crowd with Chu Xiao. His expression was cold and stern, but when he looked at Chu Xiao, there were a few more moments of softness in his eyes, as he said blandly, "You go and enroll as well." Yes. Chu Xiao answered in a respectful voice, and he glanced at Xiao Heng from afar before going to enroll with an expressionless face. Golden Dragon Sword Exalt glanced if anything at the direction of Yi Flattery and these people and said blandly, "This Exalt has already accepted Chu Xiao as a close disciple. When Chu Xiao wins the tournament, this honored one will personally hold a disciple acceptance ceremony to announce it to the world." The scene was in an uproar. The most mysterious Golden Dragon Sword Exalt of the Sword Sect had actually accepted Chu Xiao as his disciple. To know, Golden Dragon Sword Exalted had never taken on a disciple before, and Chu Xiao was the first, and I'm afraid it was also the last. A Sword Venerable's only disciple. Chu Xiao's identity was suddenly elevated much higher. This was big news, and Lin Huanhuan thus broke free from the encirclement under the protection of her 2 senior brothers. She glanced in Chu Xiao's direction, but a hint of disdain flashed in the bottom of her eyes. What did she think it was? It turned out to be a pseudo-dragon. This pseudo-dragon chi could only last for a few months. It was a pity that the people of this realm did not have her eyesight to recognize truth from falsehood, and this Chu Xiao, a waste of space, had even disguised himself as a supreme genius. But this was none of her business, so there was no need for her to say anything more. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable blandly sat on top of the high platform. In the center of the high platform, the 3 major transitional stage powerhouses were gathered at the moment, and the surrounding crowd didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable, you're actually willing to accept disciples as well? Xing Xiao Sword Exalt looked at Golden Dragon Sword Exalt smilingly. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable glanced at Yi Luyun indifferently. If it's a disciple with mediocre qualifications, it's useless to accept more. A heavenly talent like Chu Xiao, accepting one is already enough. Yi Luyun also laughed. Sword Venerable Qing Xiao, he scolded you for accepting crooked people. Qing Xiao Sword Venerable. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable snorted coldly, you don't have to provoke. You will soon know the power of the true dragon divine soul. Yi Luyun couldn't help but roll her eyes greatly. She looked towards the field. At this moment, the enrollment time had already ended. The first sparring match. It was about to start. Her eyes couldn't help but bring on a hint of anticipation. Her daughter was not a waste at all. Little flirt was merely delayed by Lingjia. This time, it was time to wash away the stigma from her. Chapter 76 Artistic Genius. The final number of participants from the 3 clans in the ring competing for the artifact way was 132. The first match was a round-robin system. These 132 people drew lots to fight against each other. Each person had 3 chances. If they won all 3 matches, they could directly advance to the second round of the promotion tournament. If they lost all 3 games, they were directly eliminated. Those with 2 wins and 1 loss and those with 1 win and 2 losses were also ranked according to their respective wins. If the wins were exactly the same, a referee would be sent by each of the 3 clans to judge them based on the battles. The final number of people entering the next round was limited to 50 people. This rule, relatively speaking, was quite fair. The crowd didn't have any opinions either. Very quickly,
The results of the first round's draw came out and were published on the list on the cliffpic. Yi Feminine also came over to take a look.
Her opponent was Shilin, a disciple of the Easy sect. Among the three sects, the strength of the Easy sect was often considered to be at the bottom.
The entire Easy sect never competed, and their main focus was a Buddhist attitude.
However, Yi Chuxia didn't dare to underestimate the disciples of the Easy sect. The cultivation method of the Easy sect was quiet and uninvolved, but it was extraordinarily close to nature. Don't look at their disciples seem to be very lethargic. When they really need to fight, the Easy sect disciples are full of arts and techniques that are not weak. But such a nature in the Tao of where it is true that they cannot take advantage of anything.
And
this disciple called Shilin, she had an impression.
Wasn't this the artistry genius of the Easy sect? An artistry genius, coming to sign up for the competition of the Tao of weapons?
Shilin had originally just signed up to report for fun, and when he saw the result, he hemmed and hawed, feeling that he was quite lucky.
Shilin smiled and looked at Yi Cho, fellow Taoist Yi, thanks a lot. Yi Charming looked at him, thank me for what?
Shilin said very seriously, originally, I shouldn't have been able to win a single game. But if it's fellow Taoist Yi, I should have that little bit of hope to win. In this way, I more or less save a little face.
Yi Feminine's expression couldn't help but look strange. Then what if I win? Shilin spread his hands, then you win. Yi Charming.
She had thought that this Shilin had come to provoke and taunt.
Result. This is it? This dude seems to be simply a person who is a bit stupid. Moreover, there was also a bit of a tendency to swing for the fences. Yi Feminine couldn't help but glance at Fox Jiuling.
In this world, why are there so many salty fish?
Fox Jiuling lowered his head somewhat sheepishly.
Senior brother Shilin, you don't know anything about the way of the weapon, and I don't know what you're trying to do by participating in this kind of competition. A nearby disciple of the Easy sect complained and pulled Shilin away. He also glanced at Yi Chuxia somewhat apologetically. Sorry, this senior brother of mine has a bit of a
brain. He pointed to his head and shook his head. Yi Dao, don't bother with him. He actually dragged Shilin away directly. Yi Feminine. This Easy sect's style of acting was more or less interesting.
This time, in the ring of the way of the weapon, the Easy sect only had a total of 20 disciples enrolled, and the rest were all disciples of the Acacia sect and the Tsunghaiming sword sect. The disciples of the Acacia sect are not all enrolled for themselves, and many of them are not good at the way of the where themselves, but they have hearts that are good at the way of the where. This time the competition. There were also quite a few stove tripods that had signed up. These furnace tripods often held their breath in their hearts and wanted to prove themselves even more. Yi Charming glanced at Fire Underworld and Xiao Heng's opponents and raised her eyebrows slightly.
Fire Underworld's opponent. It was clearly Baiyu of the Tsunghaiming sword sect. Xiao Heng's opponent. It was one of the Acacia sect's disciples' furnace tripods named Dongshang.
Ling Jie couldn't wait to face Fire He, but he could only show a regretful expression after he read the results. He was up against a disciple of the same clan. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to personally eliminate Fire Underworld in the first place.
Fire He, I've been looking forward to fighting you again.
Now it seems that it will have to wait until the next round. Ling Jie had an air of poise about him.
Baiyu laughed coldly. Eldest brother, he was only able to defeat you earlier by using some plots and tricks. Now on an occasion like this, with so many elders watching, I just don't believe that he can still fake in full view of everyone. In my opinion, he won't be able to win any of the next 3 matches. Baiyu looked at Fire Underworld with disdain. A furnace cauldron wanting to win against him? What a thing!
Ling Jie's gaze flickered for a moment. He knew that Fire He wasn't that simple, but since Baiyu wanted to charge for him, he had no reason to refuse.
Ling Jie just smiled. Senior brother, don't say that. Fire Underworld still has strength.
Baiyu snorted coldly and looked at Fire Underworld with an even more grim expression. Fire Underworld ignored him as he silently took out his long spear and wiped it a little. This lance was a gift from his parents. Later, on the day of the clan's demise, the lance broke quite a bit, but he hadn't been willing to throw it away, and always used the same lance. This time, Ink Knight had remodeled the spear for him. This gun, before, had never had a name. But this time, he himself named it Nirvana.
Nirvana gun. Nirvana from the flames, and from then on, soared to the heavens.
He had indeed become a stovepipe. He also willingly called Yi Charming master. But this does not mean he no longer had the heart of a strong man. He was still him. Fire Underworld wiped the gun a little bit, his eyes unusually focused. Ling Jie's gaze changed as he revealed a smile to Yi Charming. Fellow Taoist Yi, your luck isn't bad. This time, you met Shilin. Shiling's strength is not to be underestimated. However, in the Tao of weapons, he is a solid scrap.
The two of you might still be really hard to tell apart.
Yi Charming rolled her eyes and said nonchalantly, mind your own business.
Ling Jie said softly, I remember, the first time we met, I was dressed in white and broke a demon with a sword.
It was from there that there was our destiny.
Now there might be some misunderstanding between us.
But fellow Taoist Yi, I will let you know that I have never changed. After Ling Jie finished speaking, he struck a pose of self-respect, turned around, and left.
Yi Charming instantly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, a conspiratorial voice rang out. Yo yo yo, it's from there that there's our destiny. Xing Xian smiled. Yo yo yo, I'll let you know that I've never changed yet. Fox Jiuling followed suit with a grimace. Yi Feminine felt her fists harden. This world. It's better to completely destroy it. Just wait. Soon, she was going to personally flatten this bull Ling Jie. Above the high platform, the Green Sky Sword Venerable came to life. I didn't expect that this first match would collide. Baiyu vs Fire Underworld, Elder Yi, is your Golden Crow's flame ready? Yi Luyun smiled. Qingxiao Sword Venerable had better prepare his Gungjin as well. Sword Venerable Qingxiao didn't care. He still had 3 pieces of Gungjin in his hand, which was more than enough to participate in this bet. Moreover, he was afraid that there was no chance of him losing. Under the gazes of the crowd in anticipation, the matches into the 10 rings in the center were filtered out. The match between Fire Meditation and Baiyu was clearly among them. This was just as well. At least Fire Underworld was considered to be a figure in the center of public opinion recently, and Baiyu, as the personal disciple of the Green Sky Sword Venerable, was considered to have very extraordinary attainments in the way of the sword. But, in addition to this sparring match, Yi Charming and Shiling's sparring match was surprisingly also arranged in the central 10 rings. Yi Charming, Shiling, Chapter 77 Victory. The loose sect master, Shui Wuji, couldn't help but rub his temples, crying and laughing a little for a moment. Shiling was a rare artistic genius that came along once in 100 years. But, this round of competition to seal spiritual power and only compete in the artifact way up. Shui Wujie didn't even know why this artistry genius, why did he want to go up to the ring of the way of weapons? If you're going to be on it, you're going to be on it. Quickly lose, quickly get off the stage early and everything is not good. But what happened? He was even placed in the center ring. This was to make him lose face for once. Sect leader Shui doesn't have to worry. Xia Yan said smilingly, look at who his opponent is. Shui Wujie looked at Yi Chui's name and was a bit silent for a moment. Very well. Xia Ling versus Yi Charming. This was a complete and utter vegetable chicken pecking each other. Yi Luyun was all a bit confused. She was waiting for Yi Charming to become famous in one battle, but as a result, her opponent was Shiling? Even if she won, there was no way to prove herself. Xiao Heng's sparring match was not arranged in the center ring. To most people, it was just a sparring match between 2 stovepipes, not worth caring about. The sparring match begins. Please come to the referee's office to seal your spiritual energy, and then each get into the ring. The referee said. This time, for the sake of fairness, the referee would personally seal the spiritual energy to avoid accidents. After completing the step of sealing their spiritual energy, the crowd got into the ring. With an easy leap, Yi Charming went up to the ring. However, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted from the scene. Yi Feminine looked back somewhat bewildered, and then, her entire being was bad. This ring was 2 meters high, and that artistic genius was now jumping up and down, trying to jump up. But his spirit power was sealed and he didn't have a bit of foundation, so after jumping a few times, he actually dropped himself. Everyone was laughing. Yi Feminine, however, was somewhat unable to laugh. Her opponent, this is the thing? Fellow Taoist Yi, pull me up. Shiling climbed up and said with some embarrassment. Yi Charming pulled him up with a numb face. Seeing that Yi Chui's expression was a bit strange, Shiling couldn't help but explain, fellow Taoist Yi, I just don't have enough physical strength. However, I didn't come to the competition this time to completely swing for the fences, so you'll know when you watch it later. Yi Feminine could only nod her head. It was all already like this. Her opponent was still able to change what? Match. Begin. With the referee's voice, all the rings began to fight each other. Not to mention, there were quite a few people paying attention to Yi Charming in Shiling's ring. In most of the rings, there were masters fighting against each other. In the middle of it all, didn't this ring where the rookies pecked each other stand out? The disciples of the Easy Sect lowered their heads one after another. They really didn't want to admit that this was their eldest senior brother. Shiling was in no hurry. A long sword appeared in his hand, then, very rustily, he pulled a sword flower. The Prosperity Sect disciples had just sneaked a glance, then, quickly buried their heads even lower, and each of them wanted to immediately burrow into the earth. Obviously the one who made a fool of himself was eldest brother. Why were they the ones who were embarrassed? Ye Feminine were silent. Is this your way of wear? Shiling hemmed and hawed. This time, I mainly wanted to do an experiment. Fellow Taoist Yi, you'd better be careful. Shiling said as he swung the sword in his hand. Yi Charming could have originally thrown him off the ring with a whip. But, with such a long forward swing, who wouldn't want to see the end? Yi Feminine just wanted to see what kind of mischief he could get up to. In Shiling's jumping god, Yi Feminine's expression changed slightly. This has been jumping for half a day. No change at all. Shiling also muttered, how can it not work again this time? How can this be good?
After a long time, he stopped and looked at Yi Chun somewhat awkwardly. Fellow Taoist Yi, I'll admit defeat first in this round. He actually jumped off the ring directly.
Yi Charming didn't even make a single whip strike and directly won.
However, she didn't feel happy, she only felt tired. She clearly could have won beautifully.
The referee were silent for a moment, then said,
Ring A3, winner, Yi Charming. Yi Feminine walked down the ring numbly.
Next time arrange a reliable opponent for her, okay? Suddenly,
a voice of alarm rang in her ears.
Brother Fire Hey! Super handsome! Fox Jiuling had used her hand as a trumpet and shouted.
Yi Feminine raised her eyes. It was considered fast for her to end the battle. But Fire Hei's speed, after all, wasn't much slower than hers.
At this moment,
above the A7 ring,
the tip of the Nirvana gun was already against Bayu's neck. Fire Underworld's expression was indifferent. You lost.
Bayu's face was pale, and there was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes.
He lost? Lost to a stove tripod? And
Fire Underworld hadn't even narrowly defeated him. Rather, he had pressed him from start to finish. He originally wouldn't have lost so quickly, only that the strength displayed by Fire Hei far exceeded his expectations. He had only drifted off for a moment. This break was seized by Fire Underworld, and then, a single move led to victory.
Fire Underworld won. And it was a clean win. There was no doubt about it.
The scene was silent for a moment. Only Fox Jiuling cheered without a care in the world. Yi Charming let out a light laugh and suddenly followed Fox Jiuling's example and shouted, Brother Fire Hei, so handsome. Before, when she heard Fox Jiuling shout, there was nothing. But when Yi Charming suddenly shouted like this as well, the roots of Fire Hei's ears suddenly reddened.
Fire Underworld brother?
Yi Charming, what was she shouting? Yi Luyan let out a light laugh, she one by one slowly applauded. Only then did the scene slowly get a sound. Yi Luyan glanced at Qing Shao Sword Venerable, no wonder Golden Dragon Sword Venerable is mocking your disciple as crooked. This disciple of yours lost, but it's really tragic.
Golden Dragon Sword Venerable. There was something about him.
Qing Shao Sword Exalt's face became unusually ugly for a moment. What was wrong with this Baiyu, that he couldn't even defeat a furnace din? It was simply a disgrace to the Sanghaiming sword sect. Yi Luyan didn't say anything, he just extended his hand towards Sword Venerable Qing Shao. Qing Shao Sword Venerable said in a cold voice, Are you still afraid that I will renege on my debt? Saying this, he still put the Gung Jin into Yi Luyan's palm with a face of pain. Yi Luyan was very satisfied, this stone is good, it's just right to take it and throw it for my daughter to play with. Qing Shao Sword Venerable almost didn't spit out blood. A piece of Gung Jinshur stone would take him a month of hard labor to form. He was in the process of preparing for the sword's ascension, which was why he kept 3 pieces of Gung Jinshur on him. This thing was a good thing that had a price wherever he put it.
Yi Luyan was going to let Yi Chun throw it for fun?
Qing Shao Sword Venerable thought about his own fortune and looked at Yi Luyan's incomparably extravagant style, and his entire being became bad. Sword cultivators had to raise their swords. Acacia sex cultivators also had to raise stoves. How come they were the only sword cultivators who were so poor? The winners and losers were decided one after another in each ring. Xiao Hang's ring also had a result, he similarly defeated his opponent and got the victory. Lin Huanhuan also won the first match, and she darted a glance at Qing Shao Sword Exalt, seeing that Qing Shao Sword Exalt had an iron expression on his face and did not notice her side. She quickly walked over to Xiao Hang. She tilted her head to ensure that Xiao Hung could see the adoration in her eyes.
Xiao Hung, you are awesome. Xiao Hung had a puzzled look on his face. This Lin Huanhuan, what did she want? His opponent, his level was just mediocre, was it strange that he was able to win? The corner of Lin Huanhuan's lips revealed a shy smile, I've just been watching you. You're actually really good, if it wasn't for being delayed by Taoist Yi, you should have been standing higher and further away by now. Lin Huanhuan looked at Xiao Hung sincerely and bravely, but, in my eyes, you are already the best. Xiao Hung.
He suddenly felt a coldness behind him. Then, he turned around and saw Yi Charming and the others with a smirking expression. The pissiness of this group of people was best known to him. Immediately, his nickname was going to become Best Brother. Yo, in my eyes, you are already the best. Xiao Hung had almost heard Qing Xian's conspiratorial voice. He shivered and looked at Lin Huanhuan with a cold expression. Chapter 78, Dang.
Lin Huanhuan noticed Xiao Hang's coldness, however, she didn't care.
A stovepipe like Xiao Hung had been abused by Yi Feminine many times during the weekdays. His dignity had been trampled underfoot for a long time, and his life was all darkness. This kind of person was in need of himself to personally redeem him. Men, all of them needed to be worshipped and needed a sense of existence. This kind of thing, no one in the Acacia sect could give him. Only himself could make him feel the dignity of being a man again. Xiao Hong should still have a grudge against himself right now because of the incident with the key. However, it did not matter. She had the means to take this person down. Lin Huanhuan's eyes hid a hint of greed. True dragon breath.
And it was still an ancient true dragon. This kind of existence somehow existed in Xiaohong. However, this true dragon was still in a dormant state. Other than her, there was no second person in the lower realm who could detect it. Although Xiao Heng's strength was very average, but if one took him down through a secret method, it was highly likely that one would, in all likelihood, take his true dragon bloodline for oneself. At that time, the person who possessed the aura of an ancient true dragon would be himself. One could say that in the entire Xian heaven spiritual domain, there would not be a greater chance than the true dragon breath in Xiao Heng's body. This bloodline, she was determined to obtain it. Therefore, even at the risk of being discovered by the Qing Xiao sword exalt, she must leave an impression in front of Xiao Heng. She was also not afraid that Yi Chui would get angry if she looked at it. It was even better if Yi Charming got angry. She knew Yi Charming's character. When she went back, she would definitely vent her anger on Xiao Heng. This kind of behavior will only push Xiao Heng farther and farther away. She only needed to slowly comfort Xiao Heng again, and she would definitely be able to get his heart. She would then think of a way to get Yi Charming to expel Xiao Heng, and the true dragon's blood would be in her pocket. Lin Huanhuan realized that Yi Charming was watching from the back, so she purposely looked at Yi Charming. Fellow Taoist Yi, don't blame Xiao Heng, it was me who thought that he was very powerful, so I took the initiative to find him and speak a few words. But Xiao Heng is really a very, very powerful person. Fellow Taoist Yi, can you please stop bullying him as a stovepipe? Lin Huanhuan had a very heartbroken look. Xiao Heng's entire being was bad, and he quickly looked at Yi Chuanya. Master, it's her who suddenly went crazy. I didn't feel bullied. Even if he was bullied, that was in the past. The current Yi Charming, he only hoped that she would never change. Yi Charming glanced at Xiao Heng with a smile, then, with a smirk, she looked at Lin Huanhuan. It seems that you are very concerned about my stove cauldron. Fellow Taoist Lin, does your master know about this matter? Do you want me to ask Swordfather Qingxiao if this over-possessiveness towards another person's furnace cauldron is the result of his teachings this month? Lin Huanhuan's face changed instantly. The threat between Yi Charming's words was clear as day. She couldn't help but look at Yi Charming. Did Yi Charming know that between her and the Qing Xiao sword venerable? No, it was impossible. She had a secret method in her body, and no matter how much she experienced, she looked like a pure young girl. No one could find something wrong. She relied on this trick to be able to have her feet in multiple boats and remain undetected. Lin Huanhuan calmed down and said in a slow voice, I'm just a bit upset for Xiao Heng. Since fellow Taoist Yi is unhappy, I won't say anything. Lin Huanhuan looked at Xiao Heng several times with desire before turning to leave. Xiao Heng's body stiffened. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. It's okay. Brother Xiao Heng, you've excelled. You are already the best in my eyes. Fox Jiu Ling suddenly jumped up and patted Xiao Heng's shoulder. Xiao Heng had a look of despair on his face. Good. What should come, will always come. Xiao Heng had a pained look on his face. Master, I really don't know what she's mad about. He was a stove tripod. What virtue could make Lin Huanhuan care so much? Yi Charming did know a few reasons for this, she said smilingly. Doesn't this prove that your charm is boundless? Xiao Heng. This time, he really wanted to die. The good thing was, the pain didn't last long. The second match of the round-robin tournament soon began. The crowd was assigned new opponents. This time, Xiao Heng's opponent was a disciple of the Easy sect. Fire Hei's opponent was a disciple of the Tsunghai Ming sword sect. And Yi Chao's opponent. Yi Charming couldn't help but cry with joy. Family members, the opportunity to prove oneself had arrived. This time, her opponent was Sui, a disciple of the Tsunghai Ming sword sect. This sister she still had an impression of. She was the one who was the first to discover that Lin Huanhuan had hooked up with her subject and made a scene. In addition to this scandal, Sui's own strength was also very powerful, ranking firmly in the top 10 amongst the younger generation of the Tsunghai Ming sword sect. This time, she will definitely be able to complete her self-evidence. These referees watched to see what was going on, and the battle between Yi Charming and Sui was once again arranged in the center ring. The two stood on the ring. Yi Feminine was a little moved for a moment. This time, she had finally encountered a more normal disciple. Battle, begin. The referee's voice fell. The sound of weapons clashing resounded on the field. Yi Charming couldn't wait and was about to strike. Suddenly, the Sui opposite her hesitated for a moment. Sui put away the sword in her hand and bent over to Yi Charming. Yi Charming was at a loss. What was this doing? She suddenly had an unsettling premonition. This competition, I'm afraid that there's not going to be any more trouble. Sui said, fellow Taoist Yi, thanks to you, I was able to see the true colors of the people around me clearly. This match, I admit defeat. Sort of repaying you for your favor that day. After saying that, she said to the referee, I admit defeat. Referee. A 6 ring, Yi Chui wins. Worthy of being a 6, it was simply 666. Yi Feminine's entire body went numb. She won again? Should she be happy? Sui turned around and was about to walk out of the ring. Yi Charming pondered that it was idle and couldn't help but call out to her. Yi Feminine had a gossipy expression on her face. Senior sister Sui, you and that scum, how is it now?
Originally, the victory and defeat of this ring had already been decided, and the crowd's attention had begun to shift. However, as soon as Yi Feminine asked this question, the crowd gathered around. The competitions in the other rings were indeed wonderful. But the bouts could be watched at any time. Listening to the gossip together, this was a rare opportunity. Sui froze for a moment, then said greatly, after that day, I completely broke off with him. I, Sui, don't want a man with two hearts. Yi Charming revealed a hint of appreciation. Senior sister is wise. I think this Lin Huanhuan's tactics are quite high. The two of them have been entangled for more than a day or two, right? Yi Feminine asked this. Sui's eyes changed, and her words were instantly opened. She gritted her teeth and said, more than a day or two. I found out that he has been secretly sending things to Lin Huanhuan for half a year now. Once at night, I went to look for him, and he suddenly hid the things in his hands. I didn't think anything of it then, but after the incident a few days ago, I questioned him anew, and the result was. Sui spoke at length. Yi Feminine and the audience under the stage listened and nodded their heads. Yi Feminine even let out a little critique from time to time. Her kind is the standard green tea. Green tea, you know, is the kind of tea aroma curling. This slag man is not a good thing either. Sui only felt that she had met a confidant. The more she cursed, the more it hurt. This side of the ring was just a little too exciting. Not to mention the audience, the participants in the nearby rings couldn't help but prick up their ears and listen. For a time, the original dang 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 competition scene. It turned into dang dang dang. Everyone's rhythm inexplicably slowed down. Chapter 79, 3 Full Victories. Lin Huanhuan's entire being was bad. She was still trying to participate in the competition on her side. Suddenly, she was the center of attention in the entire ring. There were a few good things, and they were busy weaving in and out of the middle of the ring, while going over to Yi Feminine's side to listen to the gossip. After listening to the gossip, they came over to look at Lin Huanhuan's expression, and from time to time, they even made pointing noises. Lin Huanhuan felt like she was going crazy. When had she ever received this kind of aggravation? She couldn't help but look at those male disciples. Although these male disciples were also heartbroken for her, they still lowered their heads at the first opportunity. There was nothing they could do about it. The anger of the crowd was unbearable. Lin Huanhuan couldn't help but look at Sword Exalt Qingxiao in aggravation. The Qingxiao Sword Venerable was indeed very angry. He said angrily, didn't this seat say so? The previous matter ends here. Do you guys just allow them to talk such nonsense in the ring? He rather wanted to stop it directly. But wasn't this Yi Luyun present? If he dared to make a move, Yi Luyun would definitely follow. To put it bluntly, if he really wanted to fight, he still couldn't beat Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun smiled and said, what's your hurry, Qingxiao? There are some things, how are they defensible? For example, over the years, you guys have privately said that my family's little flirt is a waste. How many times have I warned about this matter, and it's still not discussed when it's time to discuss it? Before, Yi Luyun would never be able to say such words calmly. But now, she knew that Yi Charming would blossom sooner or later, so it didn't matter if she said this again. Qingxiao Sword Venerable's face became even more ugly. Or is it that you, Qingxiao Sword Venerable, want to use your power to force these innocent disciples? Yi Luyun laughed. The moment these words came out, Golden Dragon Sword Exalt all looked over. Sword Exalt Qingxiao's face became even more ugly. He was a Sword Exalt, but not the only one. Within the Songhai Ming Sword sect, he wasn't the only one. This matter was Lin Huanhuan's fault first. If he really targeted these innocent disciples, the remaining two Sword Venerables were afraid that they wouldn't easily let go of this opportunity to damage his prestige. Sword Venerable Qingxiao said in a cold voice, then let them be so endless? Their competition has already ended. When all the ring's competitions are over as well, they will naturally stop as well. Yi Luyun's voice traveled far out. And so, the sounds of belligerence turned. When? The contest in the ring seemed to have turned into a slow motion. The Green Heavenly Sword Venerable was laughing in anger for a moment. These assholes. Waiting. Sooner or later, one day, he would make it so that in the three sects, no voice would dare oppose him again. As Sword Exalt Qingxiao looked at Lin Huanhuan's increasingly pale face, the heartache in his heart was beyond measure. On the center ring. What about Yi Charming and Sui, who had even started sitting down to drink tea? The two of them were chatting in an incomparable manner. After drinking several cups of tea in a row, Sui spoke until her voice was a bit muffled. She said with an unfulfilled desire, fellow Taoist Ji, I've still found a lot of clues, let's talk next time. Okay, next time come directly to my cave to chat. Yi Feminine hurriedly said. The melon-eating crowd? Can we chat in the ring next time as well? When Yi Feminine and Sui finally finished chatting, only then did the sounds of the battle become intense again. There was one unlucky person who failed to adapt to the suddenly faster pace. In the midst of his fumbling, the sword in his hand moved, and he actually cut directly into his own leg.
Subsequently,
he screamed miserably in pain, and actually directly fell off the ring.
With a click, broken bones,
Yi Feminine revealed an expression of intolerance.
He had cultivated immortality. He still broke his bones? Just how unlucky was this person?
After the pace of the battle picked up, the winners and losers were divided one after another.
This time, Fire Underworld once again won strongly.
Xiao Hong had a somewhat tough time winning, but he still won. Afterwards, the third round of the round-robin tournament began.
Yi Feminine was looking forward to it again. This time, there wouldn't be any problems. Yi Feminine. She was bound to give an evil smile and amaze the entire audience. The results came out quickly.
Yi Charming's opponent was still a disciple of the Shanghai Ming sword sect.
Yi Feminine was very happy. Chen Guang. Which one is Chen Guang? It was a male disciple.
It wasn't like he would admit defeat just because he thanked himself. He might even inspire a small universe for Lin Huanhuan's sake and lay all sorts of harsh hands on himself. Then he himself would easily counterattack and wipe the slate clean.
The script Yi Feminine has already written. Just waiting for people to cooperate. It's me. A weak voice rang out.
Yi Feminine turned around and then her smile completely stiffened on her face. Afterwards, her expression became hideous.
Damn it.
This Chen Guang was clearly the unlucky person who had fallen to the point of breaking a bone.
Fellow Taoist Yi, I shouldn't be able to fight anymore.
Chen Guang revealed a pained expression. I just had the referee say that, for this one, I'll just admit defeat.
Yi Feminine. Her face grimaced for a while and a while and a while and a while. The whole person didn't look very good.
She was thinking about the image of her winning all 3 battles and advancing bravely into the next round. Now, all wins were all wins. But she hadn't produced a single whip from start to finish. How could this be said? Chen Guang looked at Yi Feminine's expression and couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart.
Yi Feminine had won outright. Why did she still look unhappy? His intuition told him that it might not be good to stay any longer.
He limped, but moved quickly to leave. Chen Guang admits defeat early. Yi Charming wins all 3 matches and advances to the next round.
The referee announced. The crowd looked at Yi Feminine. Is this even possible?
Yi Charming herself was numb as she mechanically cheered for Fire He and Xiao Hong. Brother Fire He, brother Xiao Hong, cheers.
Fox Jiuling glanced at Yi Charming.
The master was starting to talk like him. This was truly crazy. While everyone was playing the third round robin match, Yi Charming acted as a spectator. She organized herself and looked towards the battle between Fire He and Xiao Hang. On Fire He's side, she wasn't worried. She had later given Fire He a third chance to use it as well, and after experiencing the next realm 3 times in a month, Fire He was very close to true intent mastery. Other than a few top geniuses, no one was a match for Fire He.
Xiao Hang's side was a bit more dangerous.
Although he used a sword, however, he had not encountered a sword technique that truly suited him. Perhaps only when that true dragon had truly awakened under the true dragon inheritance would Xiao Hang's strength truly soar.
So this time,
Xiao Hong lost to Shanghai Ming sword sex Lone Lan. Yi Feminine was also completely able to accept it.
Lone Lan's level of swordsmanship was vaguely above Ling Jia.
It was just that she did not have a licking dog like herself behind her, which was why she was only second best. It was normal for Xiao Hong to lose to her. Xiao Hong himself was also very calm. He actually felt that his talent in the sword Dao shouldn't be just this, but
didn't know why.
Any sword technique that he had practiced since he was a child gave him a feeling of stagnation.
It might be a bit arrogant to say that. He inexplicably felt that
all of these sword techniques were somewhat unworthy of him. Xiao Hong did not know what was going on, but as long as he went all the way, he would always find the answer.
Xiao Hong, it doesn't matter if you lose. Next time, you will definitely be able to win back.
Lin Huanhuan had just finished her battle as well, and she appeared like a shadow, looking at Xiao Hong with an encouraging face.
Xiao Hong. Chapter 80 Fire Underworld Challenge.
Lin Huanhuan felt that Xiao Hong had just failed a match and it was a good opportunity for her to brush up her presence. She was about to pick up the slack and encourage him a few more times. The voice of Cheng Xiao's sword venerable had already sounded. Huanhuan. Lin Huanhuan's body trembled slightly as she quickly lowered her head and turned around to return to the high platform in a well-behaved manner. The Qing Xiao sword exalt glanced in Xiao Heng's direction, but his heart did not feel anything.
It was just a stove tripod. Huanhuan was already his person, could he still go and look at a stove tripod? Today's competition has ended, follow me back.
Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said indifferently.
Lin Huanhuan answered in a low voice.
Sword Venerable Qing Xiao glanced at Yi Luyun indifferently. Elder Yi, the competition is still continuing.
I hope you can keep smiling so brightly. Yi Luyun raised his eyebrows, that's for sure.
I also hope that Qing Xiao Sword Venerable will seize the opportunity to prepare the Gungsten Stone.
If you lose too much and don't have enough Gung Jinsher, the scene won't be pretty.
Sword Venerable Qing Xiao snorted coldly.
Lose?
Of those two furnace cauldrons of Yi Charming, the only one that was the most troublesome was that fire underworld.
Xiao Heng's strength was not too strong.
Yi Charming herself was even a complete waste. Looking at the whole, there was absolutely no chance of him losing. Swordsman Chang Xiao brought Lin Huan and left. Golden Dragon Sword Exalt also stood up. Xu Xiao had just gained a victory as well. Xu Xiao had also won all 3 matches today, and Golden Dragon Sword Venerable was still very satisfied with this.
Honestly speaking,
in terms of swordsmanship attainments alone, Xu Xiao was actually very average.
But he himself had obtained a secret book of swordsmanship earlier in his life, named Sanglun Sunrise. This sword technique had no rank.
Ordinary people can't even cultivate it, and only those with a true dragon bloodline can use this sword technique. Once the swordsmanship is learned, it naturally carries the might of a superior. The dragon's hegemony, crushing all beings. This month, he instructed Xu Xiao to cultivate in seclusion, and a few days ago, Xu Xiao had just entered the gate. With this sword method in place, even if Xu Xiao's attainments in the way of the weapon were not deep enough, taking a top 5 would be easy.
This is the hegemony of the true dragon bloodline.
Even the Golden Dragon Sword Venerable's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of fervor. He had given himself this Dao name because he had once felt the might of a true dragon. Although that day, what he had seen was only a true dragon's shadow, that shadow alone had already exuded a might that destroyed the heavens and the earth.
Then if was a real true dragon? Xu Xiao's future was unlimited.
He invested in his body in advance, and in the future, when Xu Xiao grows into a supreme powerhouse, will he still be able to benefit less?
The last match ended one after another.
The referee has already recorded the winners and losers. But which 50 people would be able to enter the next round of the ring would have to wait until tomorrow before the results were announced. Fire Underworld and Yi Charming both won all 3 matches, and the 2 of them were sure to take up one of the advancement slots. Xiao Hong had 2 wins and 1 loss, and his chances of advancing were also high. The bright sun was still shining high. Yi Charming blinked her eyes as she asked, "Fire He, tired?" Fire He honestly shook his head. He hadn't been able to meet too strong an opponent today, and these 3 battles were just warming up, always feeling that the battle spirit in his heart hadn't been able to fully radiate out.
Play something exciting? The one that makes you exhausted.
Yi Feminine looked at him.
What exciting?
Fire Underworld lowered his eyes, his fingers moved somewhat nervously. Listen
to the master's arrangements.
Yi Charming nodded. She walked to the center of the crowd, and a drum suddenly appeared in her hand. Yi Charming struck the drum while shouting, "The competition is over. Do you feel that the emptiness in your heart is still hard to relieve? Winning the battle, do you feel that it's already hard to find an opponent in the world? Losing the battle, do you feel unconvinced in your heart? If you were given another chance, would you still be able to win?" We now open the special chapter of the Weapon Way Challenge, the Fire Underworld Challenge. The special chapter still only competes in the Artifact Way, but the opponent only Fire He. There are a total of 10 slots, and the strength of the applicant needs to be no lower than mid-Jin Dan. Those who participate in the challenge will receive a personal transfer from Yi Charming, worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones of Ling Jie's debtor's rights. If they win, they will obtain, personally transferred by Yi Feminine, Ling Jie debtor's rights worth 100 upper-grade spirit stones.
To explain to everyone,
the resources that Ling Jie currently owes me, converted into resources, are worth roughly 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The person who obtains the debtor's rights and interests will be qualified to recover this portion of the debt against Ling Jie. As the Sanghaiming Sword Sect's eldest senior brother, although Ling Jie was unable to pay it back for a while, he is a person who wants to be honored, and the Sanghaiming Sword Sect is also a sect that wants to be honored. These debts, he would definitely pay them back. So, Ling Jie's private debt, everyone deserves it.
Yi Charming spoke.
The crowd looked at Ling Jie.
Ling Jie's face instantly turned iron blue.
What was this doing?
He originally only owed Yi Charming, but with Yi Charming messing up like this, wouldn't his debtors be spread all over the 3 sects? No. It won't happen. The others wouldn't be as boring as Yi Charming. However, the next instant, I'll sign up. Yi Feminine's gossipy hitchhiker Suyi directly signed up. She gave Yi Charming a look that indicated she had come to support her sister. Yi Feminine gave her a thank you sisterly look before continuing. The first spot has appeared. Congratulations to Suyi for winning the Ling Jie private debt worth 10 medium-grade spirit stones. There was 1 and then there was 2.
The gazes of the crowd shifted slightly. Wasn't it just a fight with Fire Underworld? What was there in that? In case they defeated him, they would have 100 top-grade spirit stones. Even if they couldn't defeat him, there would still be 10 medium-grade spirit stones. The feeling of asking that Sanghaiming Sword Sect's eldest senior brother for a debt seemed to be quite exciting. Ling Jie's face turned blue as he was about to say something. The crowd had already flocked over to sign up.
Everyone, don't be in a hurry. This activity is valid for a long time.
Yi Charming said with an open mouth while asking Qing Xian to take down the names of those who had signed up. Very quickly,
the 10-person quota was snatched up. Yi Feminine said the Lingjia private debt will continue to be distributed after tomorrow's competition. Everyone is welcome to continue to sign up.
Lingjia couldn't help himself, he couldn't help but say, fellow Taoist Yi.
Aren't you going too far by doing this? Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow. Where is it excessive? You're going to return it left and right, so what's the difference between returning it to me or returning it to someone else? Or is it that Lingjia you actually wanted to renege on the debt all along?
You're the Shanghai Ming Sword Sect's eldest senior brother, you can't be this shameless.
Yi Charming looked like she would never believe it.
Lingjia's face became even more ugly. He really couldn't come up with all this money he owed Yi Charming. His thought was that within these 3 months, if he could coax Yi Charming back, it would be best. If he couldn't coax her back, could the sect kill him because of this debt? He slowly dragged it out. Now it's good. Yi Charming a tart operation, his debtors instantly spread all over the 3 sects. Before not pay back, just offend a Yi Charming. Now, if he doesn't pay it back, he might offend all the disciples.
Then did he still want to mix in the sect? Lingjia gritted his teeth. You really hate me that much?
In order to deal with him, Yi Charming had really used up her heart. Yi Charming couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Hate him? Does he deserve it?
She was just spending a small price to help Fire Hay complete the 100 battles mission.
Fixing Lingjia? Something incidental. Chapter 81, Small Abacus.
Yi Feminine was playing her own little scheme in her heart. Fire Underworld's 100 battles mission required that his opponent could not be lower than him in terms of cultivation. Fire Underworld had fought 3 ring matches, and this ring match, although it sealed cultivation and only compared to the way of the weapon.
However, the opponent's cultivation, indeed, was also above fire meditation.
Therefore, the Super Hearth Ding system, surprisingly, still counted fire meditation as the winner. For this 100 battles mission, if he could achieve a 100% win rate, Fire Hay would be able to obtain an advanced Divine Soul trait. Such a trait was something that would allow Fire Underworld to be transformed. Yi Feminine naturally had to find a way to increase Fire Underworld's probability of victory. From the point of view of where Fire Underworld was best at, that was naturally still continuing to seal his cultivation and only comparing to the way of the weapon, his probability of victory would be the greatest. But if he only relied on ring matches, how many matches was this in a day? If there were no ring matches, why would other people want to play with you like this? For the sake of Fire Underworld's mission, Yi Flattery simply took out a little bit of Lingjia's debt to have some fun. On the one hand, find someone to fight against fire meditation. On the other hand, it also added some more debtors to Lingjia's life. Yi Charming pulled fire meditation to the A1 ring, she bowed in the direction of the high platform. The match is over, I borrow the A1 ring, I wonder if I can.
The high platform was silent.
Yi Feminine's tawdry maneuver, looking at them, they were also stunned. Yi Luyun smiled as she raised her voice and said, the ring was originally set up for disciple competition.
Feel free to do as you please. Many thanks, Great Elder.
Yi Charming said in a serious manner. These 2 mothers sang in unison and directly set things in motion. Yi Charming patted Fire Underworld's shoulder. You can enjoy yourself. Fire Underworld's thin lips pursed, and the hand that held the snatch was so hard that veins popped out. There's no need to do this for me, Fire Underworld said with some difficulty.
Yi Feminine, this is, in order to let him fight to his heart's content, only set up this challenge match?
In order for him to be able to fight different people, she had even offered benefits.
How could you repay this painstaking effort?
Yi Feminine smiled at him and said calmly, Fire Hay, identity doesn't determine anything.
Dignity has to be defended by oneself. Since we're already in the ring, there's only one way to win. The only way to defend dignity was with a lance.
Fire Underworld was silent for a moment, then, his voice was slightly dry. Good. The Fire Jiao clan was born for battle. This phrase had long since been slowly forgotten. After he became a furnace, the Fire Jiao clan was even reduced to a target of ridicule.
But Yi Charming was right.
Dignity, only rely on yourself to defend it. Yi Charming jumped down from the ring. The first one to get into the ring was Sooty, who felt the battle intent emanating from Fire Hay's body, and her expression slowly became serious. Please. Give. Teach. Fire Hay's expression was cold. Sui nodded, her eyes sharp. Although she had initially signed up because she had thrown in her lot with Yi Charming and thought of helping her break the cold. However, friendship was friendship. Fighting is fighting. Since it was a fight, then one should do one's best. Master has really gone to great lengths for Fire Underworld. Xing Xian sighed, Fire Underworld's spear skills are exquisite, but he hasn't progressed over the years because he's trapped in the position of a furnace. He needs a battle, a victory, to reshape the heart of a strong man. When he fights all the way and wins all the way, the true Fire Underworld will return. Xing Xian was smiling as he spoke. Yi Chuxia, however, saw a hint of despondency from the bottom of his eyes. Everyone was getting better and better. And yet, he was still wallowing in the past. Xing Xian could rationally persuade everyone, but only could not walk away from the demons in his own heart. Yi Chuxia didn't know how to comfort him for a moment, but just said in a serious manner, I am doing my best for each and every one of you. A hint of a smile spread across Qin Xian's lips. I am also devoted to my master. When he said devoted, his speech suddenly slowed down, inexplicably giving off a hint of a loving aura. Yi Feminine coughed lightly. Watch the match. On the ring. The battle had already entered white heat. Sudi's strength wasn't weak, and among the younger generation of the Tsunhaiming sword sect, she was also able to rank in the top 10. However, Fire Underworld, who was infinitely close to controlling the realm of intent, was a bit stronger. The tip of the gun glowed coldly and sharply. The long sword reflected a cold light. The moment the guns and swords met, Suyi's wrist trembled, and the long sword came out of his wrist. Understood. Fire Underworld's expression was calm. Suyi was in a trance for a moment. Ling Jie had previously spread the word around that Fire Underworld had used intrigue to defeat him once, and had also used it to humiliate their entire Tsunhaiming sword sect, using it to stir up the anger of the other sword cultivators to come. She originally didn't really believe Ling Jie. Now, after practically feeling Fire Underworld's marksmanship, she was even more completely unconvinced. Someone who could use such a spear technique wouldn't use any plots and tricks in battle. I lose. Sudi simply admitted defeat and jumped down from the ring. Originally, most of the people who signed up to challenge Fire Underworld just wanted to join in the fun. But with Su Yi's defeat, their expressions all became somewhat grave. Previously, Ling Jie had claimed to have lost to Fire Underworld once by carelessness. Today, Fire He beat Bai Yu in the ring. Just now, another win over Sui. What was this? A stovepipe, winning over the elite disciples of the Tsunhaiming sword sect one after another? Compared to the Tsunhaiming sword sect, the disciples of the other two sects are just purely watching more. The Acacia sect is the most indifferent. This is Yi Flattery's furnace tripod, that is their own people of the Acacia sect. The Easy sect emphasized the naturalness of the mind, and didn't care about these matters of victory and defeat. On the side of the Tsunhaiming sword sect, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Ling Jie glanced at Suyi. Sister Suyi, you shouldn't have signed up. Now that you've lost the face of the entire sect. Sui sneered. Eldest senior brother, weren't you the one who said that Fire He's gun technique was average and that he used a plot and trick to win against you? Now you tell me, this spear technique of his, where is it average? If it wasn't for you, eldest senior brother, providing false information, not only me, but elder brother Bai Yu could have been a little more vigilant before, and perhaps he wouldn't have lost so miserably. Sui spoke. She didn't think that a momentary victory or defeat could affect the reputation of the sword sect. What really affects the reputation of the sword sect is to even eat and take but also pretend to be a clear wind and moon. It is to obviously lose but also find a bunch of excuses. Bai Yu couldn't help but pick up the conversation. This person's marksmanship is indeed extraordinary. Eldest brother, you should have told the truth. Ling Jie's face was a bit ugly as he said in a cold voice. Even if I use tricks, the person who was able to beat me once, I think I know it's not that simple. Then it will be simple. Tomorrow's challenge, eldest senior brother, you personally sign up to defend my sword sect's honor. Suyi said dryly. Ling Jie's face sank. Why do you guys need to be led by the nose by that Yi Chue to participate in any challenge match? If that Fire He is truly capable of making it to the end of the ring on his own, then he will naturally be able to meet me. A trace of coldness flashed under Ling Jie's eyes. When he faced Fire He again, he was bound to win a painful match. But it wasn't now. Soon, he would be able to practice that style. By then, what fire meditation? Lonely Lan. None of them are worthy of lifting his shoes. If Yi Chou wants to make a scene, then let her make a scene first. The more Fire Underworld wins, the better. The higher he stands, the more desperate he will be when he personally sends him into the abyss. Chapter 82 Willingly. After the first victory, Fire He was the one who completely hit his stride. His battle method was one that got stronger the more he fought, and with the early qualification of this challenge, it was completely in Fire Underworld's comfort zone. Fire Underworld crossed his spear in the ring. The remaining sun was like blood. One by one, his opponents stepped into the ring, and with each one, he fought soundly. There had never been a moment when the long spear in his hand was this ecstatic. He could even feel his gun trembling. It was longing for battle, for victory, just like him. He was Fire Underworld. He was the once-in-a-century genius of spearmanship from the Fire Jiao clan. At this moment, above the ring, he blossomed anew. The cold face on the young man's face was half dazzling and half dark under the slanting sun. Then, his long spear struck out, stopping steadily at the center of his opponent's brow. You lose. His face was completely bright, and under the golden light, it was like the return of the god of war. Fire Underworld. 10 full victories. The field was quiet. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Charming just wanted to use this to deliberately humiliate Ling Jie a bit. But Fire Underworld used victory after victory to tell everyone. Even though he was a stove, he was never weak. A trace of pain suddenly surfaced in everyone's minds. Why would such a genius of the gun Dao be a stovepipe? If he had joined a sect properly, he would have been very dazzling by now. But now, Such a genius had been contracted by Yi Flattery and had become one of her dogs. It was hard to describe the suffocation in Fire Moxie's heart. Perhaps he fought so crazily today because he had suppressed it in his heart for too long? The crowd speculated wildly. Then they saw Fire Underworld walk down the ring, then, step by step. The teenager who was incomparably cold and arrogant during the battle, at this moment, bent down to Yi Charming. He said softly, "I won. Can Master reward me with a kiss?" Yi Charming let out a light laugh, then planted a kiss on Fire Hei's brow. In an instant, Fire Hei only felt that his brow was unusually hot. This time, he didn't briefly control his intent because of the kiss. But for some reason, he actually felt that this was the most scorching his soul scale had ever been. It was also his heartbeat the fastest. Fire Meditation's brow softened completely. He didn't have to struggle anymore. He didn't want to struggle anymore either. He wanted to. He would live forever and ever, following the person in front of him, vowing to die. Fire Underworld favorability +1, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Although it only added a little bit of goodwill. But it was a crucial addition. Fire Underworld's favorability had officially broken through to 50. She would immediately be able to open the first silver treasure chest. Host, it is recommended to wait until you return to the cave before opening the silver treasure chest. The system said. Yi Feminine's eyes moved. She remembered that the system said that after opening the first silver treasure chest, there would be an update to the system. By then, many secrets would be unlocked. Yi Cho then also suppressed the urge to immediately open the treasure chest. Yi Feminine hemmed and hawed and said to the crowd of onlookers, "Today's challenge ends here, we'll continue tomorrow." Yi Feminine brought 5 men with her and turned around to leave. After the few men left, it was only then that a burst of whispers rang out from the scene. Generally speaking, stovepipes were all those desperate cultivators who had no choice but to choose a master to defect to in order to obtain a higher cultivation level. But for anyone with talent, who would be willing to willingly become a slave? This time, Yi Feminine's Furnace Cauldron, Fire Underworld, was considered a good show in front of people. Everyone knew Yi Feminine's Furnace Cauldron was a genius in marksmanship. Such a person was willing to be a slave. Looking at Fire Hei's behavior, he was even willing to do so. A cold and arrogant genius of marksmanship, yet he only bent down in front of Yi Charming, pleading for her mercy. This Yi Charming, in the end, what means did she use to actually subdue this kind of character into obedience? Yi Luyun hemmed and hawed, and her mood was suddenly great. She had always felt her own daughter had some luck in her. Otherwise, for an ordinary Acacia sect cultivator to be able to find a superb furnace cauldron, it would already be a blessing from heaven. As the grand elder of the Acacia sect herself, she only had one superb stove tripod. But what about Yi Feminine? Her 5 cauldrons, all of which fit her extremely well, are all absolute grade cauldrons. In a sea of people, these 5 people had gathered around Yi Charming. This was not a kind of heavenly destiny. My little daughter has been fooling around today. Yi Luyun said smilingly. She probably didn't expect that she would be able to win 10 games in a row by sending out a random furnace tripod under her. Wouldn't this be a disgrace to everyone? Don't worry everyone, after we go back, I will definitely give her a good talking to. Yi Luyun's words were so, but his tone was dejected. The crowd were all a bit unable to listen, and they all got up to take their leave. Yi Luyun was in a good mood and didn't bother with these people. She began to pull out her communication token and went to her close friends one by one. You know what? My family's little flirt stove, it made a big splash today. Right. He won in a row all the way, and counting, he should have won 13 games in a row. That's all because little flirt trained him well. Wait, don't go yet, I haven't finished talking. After being hung up on one, Yi Luyun went to find another, and was busy for a while. Night fell quietly. Because he was about to fire the silver treasure chest of the Fire Underworld, Yi Chuxing purposely looked for the Fire Underworld Divine Cultivation. When the Divine Cultivation was completed, Yi Feminine took the initiative to ask Fire Underworld to stay a little longer. Fire Hei's body stiffened for a moment, then sat back down on the bedside again. Yi Charming rubbed her hands together before she opened this first silver treasure chest. Yi Feminine's expression couldn't help but look expectant. She always felt that there were too many mysteries hidden in this world, and perhaps after the system was upgraded, it would be able to solve part of the mystery. The treasure chest opened. A white light first disappeared into Yi Feminine's sea of consciousness. Silver treasure chest reward, extraordinary enlightenment. The host will have transcendent enlightenment in the Tao of artifacts. Ordinary secret techniques can be learned at a glance. The more profound secret techniques will just take you some more time. Congratulations, from a false genius, you have finally become a true genius. Yi Feminine's face instantly darkened. What did it mean to be a false genius? What was meant by finally becoming a true genius? However, not to mention, after this reward arrived, Yi Charming felt that her comprehension of all 3 styles of Rift Sky had increased by a sharp margin. It shouldn't be a problem for her to at least top this Xian heavenly spirit region in terms of her talent in the Tao of weapons now. This reward was good. However, Yi Feminine's gaze began to turn to another treasure chest. The treasure chest of Fire Underworld's quest. This was the key. Yi Feminine tapped on the second treasure chest. Detected that Fire Meditation still has unfinished quests. Silver treasure chest quest will open after completing all bronze treasure chests. Detected the host opening the first silver treasure chest. The system will undergo its first upgrade. Chapter 83 System Update. The system's words fell. A small progress bar appeared at the bottom. The progress of this progress bar was not slow. Yi Feminine waited patiently for half an hour before the progress bar reached the end. Then, the upgraded system came online. Yi Feminine hurriedly confirmed it. First, the interface of the Super Hearth system had changed a bit. Before, on the interface, she could only see the favorability of a few people towards her. Now, some specific descriptions appeared on the interface. Take Fire Hay as an example. Now, when clicking on Fire Underworld's panel, the situation was like this. Fire Meditation. Favorability 55. Status generally healthy. There are scales coming off of his legs. Mental activity, even if he doesn't talk and just stays quiet, he feels very at ease. Equipment Fire Link Lance. Resources Yuan Qi Dan 3 bottles, Solid Yuan Dan 1 bottle, 3 Clear Heart Talismans. Cultivation Middle Gene Dan 10% Progress Bar. Cultivation Technique, Ground Level Secret Book, Flame Decision the secret method inherited from the Fire Jiao clan. Skill, Spear Technique infinitely close to the realm of intent level. And so on and so forth. She could also see a more detailed description if she clicked in. The others were like this as well. From then on, everyone's status was under her control. She was also able to appropriately adjust her strategy for the 5 furnace cauldrons based on the panel. This update was quite good. Yi Feminine was being satisfied. Suddenly, she saw something and her expression changed slightly. At the very bottom of the Fire Underworld panel, there was actually a symbol of a book. The world that Yi Feminine had traveled to was a world of books. Now, on the Fire Underworld's panel, a book had unexpectedly appeared as well. What was the meaning of this? Yi Feminine quickly clicked on the book. The book instantly flipped rapidly in her mind. As Yi Feminine looked at it, her face couldn't help but become strange. The book had only flipped over about 1/10 of the way through, and then stopped, making it difficult to flip any further. If you wanted to turn over the back part, I'm afraid that you would need to continue to open the treasure chest. But just this 1/10 of the content was enough to make Yi Charming's heart and soul tremble. Because the book she just read. The name of the book was actually Gun Breaks the 9 Heavens. The protagonist of this book's name was Fire Underworld. Fire Underworld was a genius of the Tao of the Gun, displaying talent at a young age, and was an unparalleled genius of the Fire Jiao clan. Everyone believed that as long as Fire Underworld grew up, the Fire Jiao clan would definitely leap into a great clan. Fire Underworld himself, with the goal of revitalizing the clan, also practiced hard day and night. However, the tragedy occurred without warning. The Fire Jiao clan was blood-washed by a group of black-clothed men overnight. Only Fire Underworld, under the protection of his parents, escaped. As a rule, this part of the later plot, it should be that Fire Underworld escaped out, met Yi Luyan when he was on the verge of death, and then was brought back to become his own furnace. But in this book, Fire Underworld wasn't chased to the brink of death at all. Instead, he successfully escaped to the Infinite Spirit Realm, and in the Infinite Realm, he embarked on a new adventure. Although the plot ended here. However, with Yi Flattery's experience of reading countless books, the next should be a cool story of Fire Hay's rise to power in the Wuji Spirit Realm, then returning to the Xin Tian Spirit Realm to investigate the truth, and finally avenging the death of his parents and clansmen, and then going to the top step by step again. This should be a fairly common template for male frequency revenge flow protagonists. But the reality is that it doesn't follow the book Gun Breaks the 9 Heavens at all. If he himself hadn't come, Fire Underworld would have died an incomparably suffocating death in the capacity of a furnace. He couldn't even save his life, let alone any revenge, any guns breaking 9 heavens. What, exactly, was going on here? Yi Feminine couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Speaking of which, these 5 stoves of hers, all 5 of them, seemed to be some sort of protagonist template. The other 4 hadn't appeared in the books yet because they hadn't opened the silver treasure chest yet. However, Yi Feminine could boldly speculate what route would be taken if they were all protagonists. Fire Underworld was the family broken after the return of the king, one hand lance breaks everything, revenge flow protagonist. Qin Xian is the alchemy genius who is a genius who turns into a loser, and then after hibernating, turns back into a genius. In the middle of this, there is likewise a revenge line. Xiao Hang is the bloodline is being plotted against, but he went all the way to find the secret stash to call the real dragon, awakening bloodline after killing the 4 sides. There's not a lot of news about Fox Jiuling yet, but he has amnesia in the opening scene. It's a law of reading novels that people with amnesia must have an incredibly tragic past.
This is also very protagonist-esque. And then there's Moe. Why did he, a demon, appear in the human realm? Why did he have such a high success rate in refining materials? His underworld sacred flame also seemed to be different from the ordinary demon race. I'm afraid that Mo Knight is also a male student with a great story. Ye Feminine pondered for half a day, and her entire body became a bit bad. What's the situation? System, you don't want to tell me that these 5 stoves are actually all some kind of male master, right? Ye Feminine couldn't help but roar angrily in her head. The system said in a serious manner, Kiss, everyone is the main character of their own life, yo, Kiss. Ye Feminine sneered. It was also that this system didn't have an entity, otherwise, she would definitely strangle it. You'd better make your words clearer. Ye Feminine couldn't help but threaten, otherwise, I don't mind directly banning you for 10 days and half a month. The system was slightly weak, it squirmed and said, Host, they were indeed supposed to be the male lead. It's just that things happened a little tiny accident. In short, their protagonist's destiny has been forcibly taken away, and they were supposed to spend their lives miserably. Now isn't this host you coming? With you here, helping them reclaim their fortune and retake the protagonist path is definitely not a problem. Ye Feminine sneered, what about me? What benefits do I have? The system hurriedly said, if the host opens all their treasure chests, it's equal to collecting 5 protagonists' fortune and talent in one. This benefit, need we say more? Moreover, with 5 protagonist level pots, don't you think you'll have a good look on your face, host? The system was really afraid that Yi Chuanya would suddenly give up, and the tone of her speech was flattering. Why doesn't your face look good? Fire Hay's voice sounded. Ye Feminine heard the undisguised concern in Fire Hay's voice, and her face couldn't help but soften a bit. This thing, the system, was indeed a dog. However, these 5 furnace cauldrons were indeed each good in their own way. Even Moe, who had never treated her with a good face, was a good person who willingly gave for the sake of his friends. The 5 of them shouldn't have ended up like this. The original main character was a dog-licking female match, destined to die from bullying and humiliation. The 5 of them were the protagonists whose destiny had been taken away, and were reduced to being a cauldron for her, the female match. They were all considered to be people who were teased by fate. Since this is the case, then let's do a good job of bucking this heaven and changing this fate. The fate of heaven is in heaven? No, the fate of heaven is in me. After thinking it through, Ye Feminine was no longer entangled, she let Fire Underworld go back to rest first. The road had to be taken one step at a time, and the immediate goal was to first complete Fire Hay's 100 Battles mission, as well as Qin Xian's Alchemy mission. The next morning, Ye Feminine went out of the door in a refreshed mood. Several men were waiting at the door. Ye Feminine checked the mental activities of the 5 men in passing. Then, she was speechless for a while. Chapter 84 Conspicuous. Of all the mental activities of these few people, the most well-behaved one was fire meditation. Fire meditation mental activity. Last night, the master didn't seem to be in a good mood. I wonder how it is now. Worry. The most jumpy was Fox Jiuling. Fox Jiuling mental activity. The wine altar's wine seems to have dropped that much. Someone must have stolen the drink. Who could it be? Speaking of which, that fruit yesterday was good. Will this yellow dress I'm wearing today be a bit conspicuous? Then again, if I turn into a caterpillar, will master still want me? The one who is the most silent is Ink Knight. Ink Knight mental activity. This person, even his mental activities are ellipses. The most enterprising is Xiao Hang. Xiao Hong mental activity, it's a new day. Work hard today, work hard tomorrow, and every day, work like crazy. The most contentious is Qin Xian. Qin Xian mental activity, master is wearing red clothes today, but Fire Underworld is a fire attribute, and the Fire Forest gun is also red, so it seems that they have some harmony. No, we can't let Fire Underworld take the lead. Ye Feminine was about to continue to see what this Qin Xian was going to do. Qin Xian suddenly smiled at her, the smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Yi Charming forgot to check for a moment. Qin Xian's posture was elegant, he reached out, undid his moon-white hairband, and then walked step by step in front of Yi Charming. He pulled up Yi Charming's long hair and naturally came to her ear. Master, your hair, it's a bit loose, I'll help you retie it. Yi Charming felt her ears getting a little hot, and for a moment, she could only nod her head repeatedly. Qin Xian took down the red hair band on Yi Charming's head, and then, replaced it with the moon-white hair band on his own body. He just stood in front of Yi Charming, his fingertips touching the tips of Yi Charming's hair, and the atmosphere became subtle all of a sudden. Fire Underworld narrowed his eyes, and his grip on his lance tightened slightly. Xiao Hong watched expressionlessly, then silently memorized it in the small notebook in his heart. Very good, it feels like I've learned a little bit more. Qin Xian naturally helped Yi Chun to straighten her hair. Now, in her fiery red color, there was an extra touch of moon white. This only moon white, in the monotonous red, became particularly conspicuous. Qin Xian naturally tied the same hair tie on himself again, so that there was that tiny spot on him, and Yi Charming that was the same. The corners of Qin Xian's lips spread into a smile. This appearance of the master was much more pleasant to the eyes.
Waiting for Qing Xian to sure to walk away a bit, only then did Ji Charming feel her breathing completely smooth. She coughed lightly and passionately waved her small fists. Let's go.
Let's, Squad 666, continue to face today's ring match. Today's goal. Yi Feminine continues to win all the matches. Fire Underworld continues to win all the matches. Xiao Hong.
Yi Charming paused for a moment.
Xiao Hong looked over with some anticipation.
Xiao Hong, just work hard.
Xiao Hong was instantly somewhat depressed.
How did it become just try hard when it came to him?
However,
who let his level, indeed, was still a bit short.
Xiao Hong, don't be anxious. Yi Feminine comforted, it may not be your problem that you are having trouble refining your sword technique.
Rather, it's a problem with the sword technique itself. When you come across a sword technique that truly suits you, you will naturally advance by leaps and bounds.
Xiao Hong only thought that Yi Feminine was comforting him. However, Yi Feminine was willing to comfort him. What else could he ask for? Xiao Hong nodded and answered. The crowd then set off.
On the way, Qing Xian asked curiously,
Master, why is it Squad 666?
Yi Charming coughed lightly, because there are a total of 6 of us.
Moreover, each of us is 6. Is it? The crowd was somewhat unable to understand. But it didn't matter. It was good that Yi Feminine liked it. The second day of the ring match. There were even more onlookers than on the first day.
On the first day, the level of the participants was still relatively mixed.
By the second day, there were almost no waterworks. Why almost?
Because there was also a Yi Charming who made it to the second round before a single whip. The most outrageous thing is, she was also the first contestant to reach the achievement of winning all 3 matches.
And so,
in the second round of the 50-player elimination round, Yi Feminine's ranking temporarily ranked first. Yi Luyan came on time, and this time, she specially made a banner saying Yi Charming is number 1 and had it hung on the trees all over the field. Yu Linglong looked straight into a cold sweat. She couldn't help but whisper, Great Elder.
Us, want to be so high profile? Yi Charming, she still needs to practice. The Grand Elder didn't even look at how Yi Charming took first place. If Yi Charming had lost in the opening round, wouldn't these banners have been mocked to death? What do you know?
Yi Luyan didn't care what other people thought. She instructed the furnace tripod to prepare the shadow-retaining stones. When the time came, it would be convenient to leave behind Yi Charming's heroic battle from all directions.
Her daughter's excellence. These people couldn't even imagine. Yi Luyun thought with some arrogance.
Yu Linglong was somewhat helpless. It's just a matter of time. The Grand Elder has been blinded by false victories, but, after all, this is the first time Yi Flattery has taken first place, which is understandable. But Yi Charming herself should know how much she is, right? Yu Linglong called out to a disciple and ordered him to go over and tell Yi Charming if he saw her, so that she could persuade the Grand Elder to remove these banners. Otherwise, at that time, it would not only be her Yi Charming's face that would be lost, but also the face of the entire Acacia sect. And so, when Yi Charming and her group had just arrived at the scene, this dedicated disciple walked over.
Senior Sister Yi.
The disciple lowered his voice. Did you see the banner at the scene? Yi Feminine looked around and was happy. Saw it. The disciple said softly, Elder Yi is bent on having his own way. Senior Sister Yi, you are still. Yi Feminine nodded. Got it, I'll turn around and thank my mother properly. Disciple, that's good. Wait. Suddenly, he stiffened.
Not persuasion, but thanks?
Yi Feminine was dejected. Since this number 1 is destined to be me, it's a good thing to let everyone adapt to it earlier. The arrogance of her tone was even better than Yi Liuyun's. Disciple? Tell my mother that this font color isn't conspicuous enough. Next time, tell her to use gold letters on a red background. It's guaranteed to be unforgettable at first sight.
Yi Feminine also gave advice.
The disciple returned to the high platform at a loss. Yu Linglong had seen him talking to Yi Charming with her own eyes. This time she rushed to say, Did Yi Charming say something to you? Quickly relay it to the Grand Elder.
Oh. Yi Luyun also looked over curiously.
The disciple said with a numb face, Senior Sister Yi said that.
Next time, use gold characters on a red background. Yu Linglong?
Yi Luyun revealed a look of sudden realization. Indeed, this is more conspicuous.
Tomorrow, I'll have someone change it. It's still little Charming who is thoughtful.
Yi Luyun had a gorgeous face. He. The more conspicuous it is, the more embarrassing it is.
This reasoning, I think Elder Yi doesn't understand.
The voice of Sword Venerable Qing Xiao resounded. He brought Lin Huanhuan with him and reappeared.
Chapter 85 3 Matchups. After yesterday.
Qing Xiao Sword Venerable always felt that Lin Huanhuan was too aggrieved, and he wanted to let her stay in the cave forever, to stay under his wings and forget about it.
However, what Huanhuan said finally touched him. She said,
she didn't want to carry the stigma of being his disciple forever, and she didn't want to affect his reputation because of it even more. She would definitely rely on her own efforts to change everyone's opinion of her. At that time, Lin Huanhuan's eyes were soft yet firm. Swordsman Qin Xiao felt like one of his hearts melted.
In the end, he wanted to protect her.
And yet, she also wanted to clear her name for him.
How was this not considered a two-way run?
So, even though he was heartbroken, he still complied with Lin Huanhuan and allowed her to finish the next match. Yi Luyan glanced at Qing Xiao's sword venerable with some disdain. If I were you, I would start refining the Gung Jinsher all night long. What if I lose too much and can't get anything out by then? Qing Xiao's sword venerable sneered. Elder Yi had better worry more for himself. As the two were talking, the golden dragon sword venerable over there also came. This time, Xu Xiao also came with him. Lin Huanhuan lowered her eyes. The pseudo-dragon aura on Xu Xiao's body, she had sensed it long ago. It was only these people in the mortal realm who hadn't seen the light of day that were concealed by such means. Lin Huanhuan was disdaining in her heart. Xu Xiao suddenly walked extremely close to her. The aura of a pseudo-dragon was still evident, and it was becoming more and more obvious. Lin Huanhuan's expression couldn't help but change. Not right. There seemed to be something wrong with this Xu Xiao. Behind his false true dragon divine soul, he seemed to be hiding something else. It was a feeling of, well, extreme een and cold. This kind of feeling usually only appeared on dead people. But this Xu Xiao, he was clearly still alive. Lin Huanhuan couldn't help but glance at Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao keenly noticed Lin Huanhuan's gaze, and he quickly glanced at Lin Huanhuan. Lin Huanhuan, however, quickly lowered her head. Xu Xiao could not help but narrow his eyes. He knew Lin Huanhuan. He could have been an onlooker for the entirety of that gossip yesterday. Yesterday, there was one thing that concerned him. Lin Huanhuan inexplicably cared about Xiao Hang and had sought him out several times to initiate conversation. Xiao Hang was only a furnace-in now, and his natural talent wasn't outstanding. Why did Lin Huanhuan suddenly favor him? He asked the other disciples of the Songhai Ming sword sect afterwards. They all said that the Lin Huanhuan from before had never given Xiao Hang a good face. So, Lin Huanhuan's attitude had changed suddenly. Why? Murphy? She? Or the Qing Xiao sword honored one had discovered the secret on Xiao Han? Xu Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Xiao Hang's matter must not be discovered by anyone else. Otherwise, how would it be their turn to have the bloodline of the ancient true dragon? This time, he had deliberately come over to contact Lin Huanhuan to see if she really knew anything. Xu Xiao, why don't you go and take a look at the arrangements for today's competition? Golden Dragon Sword Venerable commanded. Yes. Xu Xiao responded, then, he purposely glanced at Lin Huanhuan. Senior sister Lin, let's go together. Ever since she discovered that shadowy aura, Lin Huanhuan was a bit creeped out when she saw Xu Xiao, but she couldn't find a reason to refuse for a moment, so she could only glance at Qing Xiao Sword Exalt. Sword Venerable Chang Xiao didn't think much about it either, and just nodded casually, go. He was still relatively at ease with Lin Huanhuan now. Xu Xiao and Lin Huanhuan left together. Xu Xiao's gaze flickered for a moment, and he looked poised. I also watched what happened yesterday. I believe that senior sister is never that kind of person. Lin Huanhuan answered in a low voice, thank you for your trust, senior brother. Does senior sister have a good feeling about that Xiao Han? Xu Xiao suddenly lowered his voice and spoke out, but it made Lin Huanhuan startled for a moment. Lin Huanhuan hurriedly denied, not really. Xu Xiao smiled, that's good. It's just that Xiao Hang is nothing but a waste, senior sister must not be compelled by his piece of good skin. Lin Huanhuan just shook her head. She looked soft and scared, not dangerous at all. In Lin Huanhuan's heart, however, she had already pondered. If this Xu Xiao was just a pure waste of time who used the pseudo-dragon's qi to deceive people, she wouldn't even bother to pay attention to it. But this Xu Xiao seems to be hiding some small secrets in his body. Lin Huanhuan became interested. Men? She had seen a lot of them. As long as she was willing, no one could escape her. After all, Xiao Hang's status was that of a stove, so it wasn't too easy to get close to him. Since this Xu Xiao had sent himself to the door, then she would play with him. Senior brother Chu. Lin Huanhuan deliberately revealed a scared look, can you stay slightly away from me? I am somewhat afraid of you. Xu Xiao's pupils slightly condensed, oh? Why did senior sister say that? Lin Huanhuan, however, had no intention of continuing, turned around and hurriedly left with a look of avoidance. On Xu Xiao's face, a cold look could not help but flash across. No matter which way he looked at it, this Lin Huanhuan really did have a problem. He had to figure out what kind of mystery there was in this woman. Xu Xiao took the initiative to follow. She fled, he chased, she couldn't fly with her wings. Brother best, Xu Xiao has been following Lin Huanhuan, so she doesn't have the heart to pester you. Isn't that still a little regrettable? Fox Jiuling heatedly smiled. Xiao Hong looked at him expressionlessly, boring. Fox Jiuling didn't feel bored, he was about to continue to be, when suddenly, the field was slightly noisy. Today's matchups were posted. After 50th place, the match system was elimination. If you lose one match, you will be eliminated. Today, there was only one match in total, with 50 people fighting in pairs to determine 25 people to move on to the next round. If the elimination system was used, there would be no small amount of luck involved. But if they were truly strong, no matter how bad their luck was, they would always make it to the end. Yi Feminine looked for a few of their opponents and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Each person's opponent for the match was decided by the referee drawing lots. The results that were lined up didn't seem random at all, it was all a bit overstimulating. 3 people's matchups. Yi Charming vs Lin Huanhuan. Fire Underworld vs Du Xian. Xiao Heng vs Chu Xiao. There wasn't much suspense in this one for Fire Underworld. He had just beaten Qing Xiao Sword Venerable's 3rd disciple Baiyu yesterday, and today he was beating his 4th disciple Du Xian. When he beats up Ling Jia one day, the reputation of the Qing Xiao lineage as the nemesis will be secure, won't it? Yi Charming herself this time also directly against Lin Huanhuan. Lin Huanhuan's reputation in the Cunhaiming sword sect had risen because of her tea. But where was the person from the upper realms so simple? I'm afraid this would also be a tough battle. But what Yi Flattery cared about the most was still Xiao Heng's battle. Xiao Heng versus Chu Xiao. Yi Charming inclined her head to look at Xiao Heng's expression. Xiao Heng's face was unusually cold. Yi Charming silently checked his mental state. Xiao Heng mental activity, I can't lose. I must not lose. Parents, relatives, and countless people's spirits in heaven are watching. I can lose to anyone, but not Chu Xiao. Xiao Heng's hand tightly gripped the sword in his hand. The significance of this battle, to him, instantly surpassed the significance of the battle itself. Xiao Heng. Chu Xiao smiled and took the initiative to walk over. I didn't expect that the two of us would meet so early. However, it's good that we met, otherwise, with your strength, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to enter the next round. Xiao Heng looked at him coldly. Chu Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he continued, by the way, I've newly refined a precious sword, so you can help me savor it. Saying that, a treasure sword appeared in Chu Xiao's hand. This precious sword he had not used before, and today was the first time he took it out. When Xiao Heng took a look at it, his face became completely hideous. Chu Xiao was satisfied with his expression as he said without haste, speaking of which, that dragon spine of the Xiao family is indeed a precious sword. I have always liked it very much. Therefore, I purposely imitated one. In this way, when I go to the pinnacle of the immortal Tao in the future, this sword will also be famous along with me for ages to come. Look, isn't this sword exactly the same as the dragon spine sword? In the future, when everyone mentions the dragon spine sword, they will think of this one in my hand, not that trashy Xiao family's royal family's inherited treasure. Do you think this is good? Chapter 86, Will I Still Choose You? Chu Xiao had a wide smile on his face. Xiao Heng's hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. Rubbish Xiao family? Who is he calling trash? How dare Chu Xiao? How dare he use the name of Dragon Spine? Endless anger surged up in Xiao Heng's heart, and he could not help but draw his sword. But the next moment, his wrist was grabbed by someone. Xiao Heng looked back at Yi Charming in a bit of a trance. Yi Charming calmly stood in front of him. The fire underworld several people also silently blocked Chu Xiao's line of sight. Looking at the people who were protecting him, a trace of complexity flashed in the bottom of Xiao Heng's eyes. A month ago, he thought that his life and the life of the remaining few people were hopeless. Who could have thought? Yi Feminine would suddenly change. Who could have thought? There was light back in their lives. It was so hard for him to see hope. He would never ruin everything because of his impulsiveness. Xiao Heng clenched his fist in death and suppressed the raging emotions. Fighting outside the ring was punishable by the sect. If he wanted to win, he would go to the ring and win in a dignified manner. If Chu Xiao did this, wasn't he trying to mess with his mind? He would not fall for such a trick. Chu Xiao. Yi Feminine looked at him expressionlessly. What doesn't belong to you, ultimately doesn't belong to you. Even if it is temporarily stolen by you, it will eventually return to its original owner. A waste is a waste, even with a layer of skin, it is still a waste. Chu Xiao's brows moved slightly. What was wrong with him today? One moment, he felt that Lin Huanhuan did not know something. One moment, he felt that Yi Charming did not know something as well. Chu Xiao suppressed the emotions in his heart and said with a smile, I'm a waste? Senior sister Ye's speech is really funny. But he also did not argue with Yi Charming. Instead he said to Xiao Heng behind her, Xiao Heng, you are now considered to be eating soft food. Your parents and clansmen in heaven should be very pleased to see that you would only hide behind a woman. Do you think that if the dragon spine sword is allowed to choose its master again, it will still choose you? Said. Chu Xiao did not wait for Xiao Heng's reply and just laughed loudly and left. Yi Charming coldly stared at his back for a while. Who doesn't know that Chief Yi is the most protective? This Chu Xiao already has a way to take death. This Chu Xiao has already taken the way of death. Yi Charming suppressed the killing intent in her heart, and when she turned her head to look at Xiao Heng, she couldn't help but look a little worried. Xiao Heng lowered his head, his eyebrows lowered, hiding his emotions. Yi Flattery checked his mental activity. Xiao Heng mental activity, Dragon Ridge Sword. Will still pick me? The current me, this kind of me, can still pick up the real dragon spine? No, that is just Chu Xiao's plan of attack, I must not be influenced. Yi Feminine frowned slightly. Obviously knowing that it was Chu Zhao's mind-attacking ploy, Xiao Hong, nonetheless, was inevitably affected.
Xiao Hong. Yi Charming spoke calmly.
Xiao Hong raised his head somewhat blankly.
In your heart, do you have faith?
Yi Charming suddenly asked. Xiao Hong froze for a moment and said, faith. Yi Charming said patiently, it's the person or thing that you will think of when you are in the most despair, when you are in the most pain, or even, this faith may just be a nebulous goal. But every time, as long as you remember your faith, from your heart, unlimited courage and strength will emerge. Xiao Hong was silent for a while and shook his head. Faith? He did not have such a thing. Because at the time when he was in despair and in the most pain, there had never been a miracle. Yi Charming smiled, if you don't have it, why don't you take me as your faith? Xiao Hong stared furiously. Yi Charming looked at him with a hint of compulsion in her voice, in your most desperate, most painful times, you can think more about me.
Give me your trust and faith. Xiao Hong, as long as you can do that, I will give you a gift.
Xiao Heng's favorability, now 29 points.
Only the last point was missing.
It would be possible to open the second bronze treasure chest. The favorability of the bronze treasure chest was not difficult to break through, as long as Xiao Hong trusted her a little more and relied on her a little more.
Reaching 30 points would be a breeze.
Yi Feminine's appearance nowadays looked like the kind of goddess who beckoned.
Mo Yi could not help but sneer from the side.
This kind of talk was simply ridiculous.
If Xiao Hong really believed it, would she really be able to give any gifts?
If that was the case, he would cut off his head and give it to Yi Flattery as a stool to sit on. Yi Charming was checking out Xiao Heng's mental activities, and in passing, she also saw Mo Yan's. She couldn't help but glance at Mo Yi. The head is not necessary. In the future, every time you see me, you have to shout 3 times. I, Mo Yi, am a little cutie.
Mo Knight? What the hell? How did this woman know what he was thinking? Is he acting so obvious?
The competition is about to begin. The top 20 disciples go to the center ring. The referee's voice rang out. Yi Charming looked at Xiao Hong. I'll go to the competition first.
Xiao Hong. You might as well try it.
Xiao Hong answered, his eyes unusually complex. This time, the competition was divided into several batches. Yi Charming and Fire He were both in the first batch. Xiao Hong and Chu Zhao's battle was placed in the second batch. He stood under the field and could not help but look at the ring. She said, let him treat her as faith. What about herself? Could she have faith? And if so, what was it? Fire Meditation's opponent was Du Xian, but his attention wasn't on his opponent. Instead, he kept looking towards Yi Charming's ring next to him.
Yi Charming versus Lin Huan.
He wasn't worried about Yi Charming's strength, it was just that, the way of the artifact very often had to be honed in battle, and this battle was considered to be Yi Charming's first battle in the true sense of the word. Fire Meditation was inevitably still a little nervous. Du Xian was ignored completely, and the bottom of his eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of anger. Fire He.
Your opponent is me.
Du Xian fiercely launched his attack. Fire Meditation also came back to his senses. It was better for him to end the battle early so that he could go to the stage to watch Yi Chue's match.
Fire Underworld's lance struck like a swimming dragon. 1 move. 2 moves. 3 moves. Each time, the power was stronger than the last. Du Xian barely received 2 moves, and by the 3rd move, his tiger's mouth shook, and the long sword in his hand had fallen to the ground uncontrollably. Du Xian froze for a moment. He had thought that he would lose, but he hadn't thought that he would lose so miserably. He was about to say something. Fire Underworld flew up and kicked him directly out of the ring. If it was the past, he still had the patience to wait for Du Xian to admit defeat on his own. This time? Go away. Du Xian falls out of the ring. Fire Underworld wins. The referee gave the pronouncement. Yi Luyun couldn't help but smile.
She stretched out her hand to Qing Shao's sword Venerable Gung Jinshi. Regarding the outcome of this match, Qing Shao's sword Venerable had already anticipated it, and on his face, without much expression, he directly gave Yi Luyun a piece of Gung Jinshi.
Then,
he said indifferently, on Yi Charming's side, we can only rely on one Fire Underworld only. Elder Yi, no matter how strong the stove tripod is, it can't change the fact that Yi Charming herself is a waste.
Huan will tell you what it means to be a genius and what it means to be a lousy person. Chapter 87. Senior Sister Yi hides so deeply.
Swordsman Qing Shao sneered. Of these few disciples of his, Ling Jia was the most famous outside and had the deepest attainments in the Tao of weapons.
But in reality, Lin Huan's talent in the Tao of the sword was in no way inferior to Ling Jia's. This was still on the premise that she didn't practice properly most of the time. Rarely. Lin Huan's attainments in the Tao of weapons nowadays were also already second only to Ling Jia's existence. If she was up against Fire Underworld, she might not be able to win. But her opponent was Yi Chun. Then there were only 2 words. Abuse. A hint of pleasure flashed in the eyes of swordsman Qing Shao. As long as Yi Charming failed miserably, all those victories of Fire Underworld would be covered up. Yi Luyun would also become a joke. He looked fixedly at the ring.
He was only waiting for Yi Charming to lose miserably, and at that time all those humiliations he had previously suffered would be washed away in one go.
In the ring, Lin Huanhuan didn't rush to make a move.
She softly and weakly looked at Yi Charming. Senior sister Yi, between us, there are too many misunderstandings.
I do have done something wrong as well. As long as senior sister Yi has a word, I will immediately admit defeat, okay?
I only hope that senior sister Yi will be able to stop all those targeting of me because of my concession. Lin Huanhuan spoke pitifully. Yi Feminine laughed as she said blandly, Senior sister Lin.
That's an interesting thing for you to say. When did I target you? A level like yours is also worthy of being personally targeted by me, Yi Flirt?
Lin Huanhuan froze for a moment. I can take the initiative to admit defeat. The Wisteria whip appeared in Yi Charming's hand in a flash. Yi Charming raised her eyebrows. Interesting.
Senior sister Lin, if I win next, you shouldn't also claim to the public that you actually let it go on purpose, right? Lin Huanhuan frowned.
This Yi Charming, why was she always focusing on something strange and odd?
She really hadn't had such thoughts. Where could a loser like Yi Charming win?
Senior sister Yi, your misunderstanding of me is really too deep.
Lin Huanhuan sighed.
Yi Charming directly blocked her back way. Then don't talk nonsense. You'd better go all out. If you make a special effort to find excuses after you lose, that would be too embarrassing. Lin Huanhuan seemed to have been forced by Yi Chui. She could only sigh. Then I'll follow senior sister.
Lin Huanhuan had never fought in front of people before.
When she was in the upper realm, the Tao she cultivated was also not the Tao of weapons. However, she had many years of experience after all, and had never eaten pork but had seen many pigs run. With her insight in the Tao of weapons, it was still enough to be a sword Tao genius in the lower realm. Lin Huanhuan immediately struck a beautiful starting stance. The blade of her sword was steeply surrounded by waves of turquoise blue water, and her long sword stabbed straight at Yi Charming. The smile of the Qing Shao sword venerable grew whiter and whiter. This spirit water sword technique, Lin Huanhuan had already practiced it quite skillfully. With just this move, it should be able to scare the crap out of Yi Charming. He had even imagined what kind of ugly situation Yi Charming would reveal next. He purposely glanced at Yi Luyun, wanting to see her panicked expression. However, Yi Luyun was actually still in a calm manner, and when she saw him looking over, she even gave him a bright smile.
Swordsman Qing Zhao's heart thumped.
A trace of not-so-good forebodings suddenly flooded his mind. It was said that the heart would not die until it reached the Yellow River. This had already reached the Yellow River. How could Yi Luyun still not have his heart die? In the next instant, the field suddenly exploded with a cry of alarm. The green sky sword venerable snapped his eyes to the ring, and his pupils suddenly condensed. The moment that Lin Huanhuan had struck her sword, the whip in Yi Charming's hand also moved. The long whip stabbed towards the air, and due to its speed, it was as if it had traveled through space in that instant. Bang! With a fierce force, it struck the sword directly. What kind of whip technique is this? The crowd on the high platform couldn't help but sit up straight. Yu Linglong had originally all closed her eyes and didn't dare to look, but this couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. From this whip alone, one could tell that Yi Chui was by no means a person with no attainments in whip techniques. Lin Huanhuan was obviously in a trance as well. However, Yi Charming didn't give her a chance to continue to be dazed. The long whip made continuous air-breaking sounds, and Lin Huanhuan was instantly forced to the edge of the ring. I remembered. This is the cracking whip. A Huanhuan sect disciple couldn't help but exclaim. This whip technique was obtained by Elder Yi in the secret realm, and was later placed in the sect's hidden scriptures. Cracking whip. This is a Xian rank whip technique. The Acacia sect disciples could not help but clamor. Xian rank secret technique Secret technique rank heaven and earth, Xian heaven, and yellow. The entire Xian Tian spiritual domain might not be able to find a heaven order technique. Earth rank techniques, such as Yi Liuyun's strongest person getting it, would also have to treat it as a treasure. Most of the ordinary disciples could only cultivate yellow order mystic techniques. Being able to enter the Xian rank secret method, this was the threshold between genius disciples and ordinary disciples. As a result, Yi Chuxia, who was said to be a waste by everyone, she didn't know when, but she had already been initiated into the Xian rank secret techniques. The clamor on the field rose, and almost everyone looked towards the sparring match between Yi Charming and Lin Huanhuan. Ling Jia had just finished his own battle, and he also looked at Yi Charming with some surprise. Yi Charming? Xian rank whip technique? These two words, how on earth were they linked together? He actually had a feeling for a moment. Those 10 years. Yi Charming shouldn't be playing with him, right? Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Lin Huanhuan's face became increasingly ugly. Yi Charming's continuous whip strokes had really brought her a lot of pressure. It couldn't go on like this. Lin Huanhuan wanted to forcefully switch her sword stance, however, before she could react, the long whip had already wrapped around her like a long snake. If she hadn't retracted her sword in time, she was afraid that her sword would have landed on the ground. There will be no mistake. This is the 3 styles of split sky. Fong was the first style of breaking the sky.
This is the second style snake entanglement.
Although the power seems much smaller without the spiritual power addition, but there will never be a mistake.
Senior sister Yi, to hide so deeply?
There was a flurry of chatter on the field. Lin Huanhuan was completely flustered.
How could she, a person from the upper realm, lose to a trash from the lower realm?
It was by no means possible. Lin Huanhuan gritted her teeth, and her sword stance changed, and it was like a stream of water, becoming more and more continuous.
Xian rank sword technique water wave entanglement. Another Xian rank secret skill.
This Lin Huanhuan has never made a move in front of people before, but I didn't expect that she would have mastered a Xian rank secret skill as well.
Xian rank sword technique?
Yi Charming raised an eyebrow and was actually in no hurry to send Lin Huanhuan off the stage. She and Lin Huanhuan slowly circled around, and it looked like the battle was in a stalemate.
Everyone was guessing who would win between Yi Charming and Lin Huanhuan.
Yi Charming, however, had now observed Lin Huanhuan's sword technique. This water wave entanglement was the unique sword technique of the Cunghai Ming sword sect. All the weapons under the sky were connected.
The continuous flow of water, why couldn't it be incorporated into the whip technique? And now she.
But she has extraordinary enlightenment.
This sword technique is good, she learned it. On the high platform. Yi Luyun was slightly puzzled. The others didn't know. She, however, knew.
Yi Charming still had the third style of rift, air burst.
If she had used this move, she would have instantly made Lin Huanhuan roll out of the ring. But now, the battle was in a stalemate. Why was that?
Yi Luyun carefully observed the battle between the two, and his pupils violently condensed.
Little flirt she's. Chapter 88, Victory and Defeat.
This water wave entanglement sword technique is not considered strong at first, but this sword technique is continuous and unceasing, and when fighting with this sword technique, one doesn't feel anything at first, but gradually one will have a feeling of falling into a quagmire. Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said blandly, once one enters the sword momentum of the water wave entanglement, no one can easily break free.
Elder Yi,
I admit that your daughter is indeed very deeply hidden, but if she is hidden even more deeply and encounters the water wave tangle, once she is unable to fight a quick battle, there is only one way to fail. A trace of coldness flashed underneath the eyes of Sword Venerable Qing Xiao. No one had expected that Ji Chue had hidden so much. However, no matter how much she had hidden everything, it ended here. Yi Luyun didn't care about Qing Xiao's Sword Venerable, as she looked fixedly at the battle on the field.
The cracking whip was a very domineering technique that emphasized on killing with a single strike.
Especially the third style of cracking air explosion, under the intention it was invincible. Yi Charming, however, did not use that move.
And even then,
after tangling with Lin Huanhuan for a while, Yi Charming's whip style had even changed. The original unrelenting and domineering whip technique had now inexplicably added some meaning of entanglement. The long whip in her hand was like a long snake, wrapping around Lin Huanhuan layer by layer.
Lin Huanhuan wanted to tangle. Wanted to delay. But Yi Charming's whip technique was even more entangling than her, more gentle than her.
Yi Luyun suddenly flooded with a guess.
However,
she did not dare to be sure for a moment.
This kind of thing was a bit too outrageous no matter which way you looked at it, right?
She knew that her daughter was afraid that she had some talent in the Tao of weapons.
But, could there really be someone whose talent could be as high as this? Yi Luyun's pupils condensed, staring at the ring without blinking.
Yi Charming has completely fallen into the sword momentum of the water wave entanglement. Within 10 breaths, she will definitely lose.
Bai Yu couldn't help but say excitedly. And so, the crowd waited for 10 breaths.
After 10 breaths, the two on the stage were still entangled.
The crowd looked at Bai Yu.
Bai Yu's face was a little embarrassed, but he still said loudly, I was wrong. Water wave entanglement is a sword technique that gets stronger the longer it lasts. 100 breaths, after 100 breaths, Huanhuan will definitely win.
You guys and gals wait. And so,
the crowd waited for 100 breaths. After 100 breaths, the battle between the two on the stage still didn't look like it had ended.
The crowd once again looked at Bai Yu.
Bai Yu's lips trembled and he felt a fiery pain on his face, but he still braced himself and said, Huanhuan will definitely win in the end anyway. His words had just fallen.
Above the ring,
Yi Charming revealed a look of interest. So, this is the Xian rank sword technique, water wave entanglement. Lin Huanhuan was putting all her strength into trying to defeat Yi Charming, and at those words, she was slightly stunned for a moment.
The next moment,
Yi Charming raised her whip, and at this moment, the long whip in her hand unexpectedly fluctuated like flowing water.
This was
Lin Huanhuan's pupils violently condensed.
Yi Luyun stood up violently.
She had already somewhat seen the end. This time, Yi Charming had directly executed it, which made it even more obvious. This whip of Yi Charming's had clearly achieved the true meaning of water wave entanglement to the best of her ability.
What is this? This? Who can tell me if I'm blind? Isn't Yi Charming's move very similar to Lin Huanhuan's starting stance just now? Heavens! She knows water wave entanglement too? No! It's not right.
This is an untold secret of the Shanghai Ming sword sect. How could someone from the Huan sect learn it?
When the entanglement first started, Yi Chue's whip technique was clearly not like this.
Her whip technique, during the fight, changed.
You guys are saying.
With just one fight in the ring, she learned the water wave entanglement in the ring.
How is that possible? How could there be such an outrageous thing in the world?
The crowd desperately denied it. However, in the ring, Yi Feminine was getting more and more energized the more she fought. Her long whip was waved as if it was a continuous wave of water, and it looked as if she was even a bit more skillful than Lin Huanhuan before.
Lin Huanhuan's entire body was confused.
What is this situation? Her soul and flesh were both damaged, and she had just started practicing the artifact refining path in this life, but she was still a person from the upper realm.
Her insights and experience should be far superior to those from the mortal realm like Yi Charming.
If she had just lost to Yi Charming, it would have been just that. Her talent, originally, was not in the Tao of weapons either. But if she were to be used by Yi Charming to return the favor, this kind of loss would make her a complete and utter joke. Lin Huanhuan gritted her teeth. Her long sword appeared to be moving forward, but in a flash, she used a set of footwork, turning violently to the side, her long sword stabbing straight at Yi Charming's waist. Yi Charming did not even turn her head a bit, but her long whip seemed to have eyes, casually striking towards the side. Lin Huanhuan couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a whip on the front of her face, instantly landing a deep whip mark. Yi Charming's long whip waved, instantly binding Lin Huanhuan to the ground tightly. The water waves are continuous and layered. Once caught in the water, there are bright currents and dark currents, and under the light and darkness, if you want to escape, it's absolutely impossible. Yi Charming looked at her with a smile. Water wave entanglement, it is indeed a good set of swordsmanship, thanks for teaching me, fellow Taoist Lin. The Qingxiao sword venerable looked at the whip marks on Lin Huanhuan's face, his face turned green with anger, and he stood up violently. How dare the harlot? He subconsciously released his pressure at the ring. Yi Luyun laughed coldly, and his powerful mighty pressure directly pressed towards the Qingxiao sword venerable.
Old man Qingxiao, what do you want? Do you think that old me is dead? Yi Luyun's body was filled with a murderous aura.
Qingxiao sword venerable froze for a moment and suddenly calmed down. Yi Fluxin didn't even care about Qingxiao sword venerable. She shook her wrist and directly threw Lin Huanhuan out of the ring. The sun was shining brightly. Under the bright sun, this woman whose red clothes were better than blood was even more eye-catching. Yi Charming slightly lifted her chin and looked at Lin Huanhuan, who was thrown to the ground, with a disdainful face. It was as if she was a goddess in the sky, while Lin Huanhuan was nothing but a puddle of mud. This moment's Yi Charming was a bit too dazzling. Yi Charming raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the 5 men.
How about it, have you seen this seat's valor? Isn't it necessary to contribute a little bit of having good feelings over? Fire Underworld looked at her intently, and the moment Yi Charming looked over, the 2 men's eyes instantly locked. He heard his heart fluttering and beating rapidly, as if it was about to leap out. Yi Charming was looking at him. This joyous moment of winning, did she only want to share it with him? Xing Xian let out a light laugh, a hint of gentleness rippling out from the bottom of his eyes. Yi Charming was looking at him. Was she using practical actions to tell him that even if she had once fallen into a quagmire, she could still shine again? Xiao Heng's heart trembled. Yi Charming was looking at him. She said. For him to try and take her as faith. Originally, he thought that it was difficult. But looking at this incomparably dazzling woman in red, why did he vaguely feel that it wasn't that hard to treat her as faith? Fox Jiuling was pounding his feet. The master purposely glanced at him. This was mocking him. It was also if he were to find someone to make a bet, saying that the winner would be the master. 100 people, 100 I'm afraid, would be willing to bet with him. This sure win bet, he just missed it. Ink Knight. Ink Knight hid in the shadows and snorted coldly. What a woman who loves to show off. Chapter 89, Taking Revenge for You. Yi Feminine briefly checked the mental activities of the crowd. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or not. Good. That look, everyone interpreted it well. Don't interpret it next time. What pleased Yi Feminine was, including Mo Yan, everyone had actually more or less added some favorability to her. What did this mean? Everyone took out their notebooks to make a note of it. Everyone in this world, regardless of gender, was ultimately Mu Chang. Being low to raid, that was ultimately falling short. As long as she was strong enough, she could naturally hold their gaze forever. Winner. Yi Feminine. The referee was stunned for a moment before he said in a somewhat dazed manner. Winner. Of course it was her. Yi Charming revealed an expression that was rightfully hers as she stepped down from the ring. When she entered the ring, everyone was expecting a joke to be born. When she stepped down from the ring, everyone was waiting for the return of a king. Ling Jie's eyes all uncontrollably coalesced on Yi Charming. Not long ago when he went to Yi Charming's cave, Yi Charming still needed to be taught by hand by Fire Underworld, and her whip technique still looked incomparably rusty as well. How long had it been? Her attainments in the Tao of weapons were vaguely no weaker than his own. The most terrifying thing was, learning swordsmanship on the spot, and also adapted the sword technique into a whip technique on the spot. This kind of talent. It's simply appalling. But if she clearly had such a talent, why had she never revealed it before? In Ling Jie's mind, he suddenly had an idea that shook him to his core. Yi feminine before was for him. He had always been a genius of the sword Dao, and he had always been proud of it. So the previous Yi Charming was it for him. To collect her own light? Ling Jie's heart couldn't help but fluctuate slightly. Her current coldness towards herself is actually just these 6 words. Love is deep, blame is cut. When she was treating herself coldly, she was afraid that her heart was suffering even more than herself. Ling Jie suddenly felt as if he could forgive Yi Chusha for everything she had done to him during this period of time. Ling Jie's line of sight, unable to control himself, followed Yi Charming as he saw her walk to the center of those 5 hearth pots and then, smilingly, speak to them. Ling Jie's hand could not help but tighten slightly. She must have intentionally let herself see this again. She wanted to make herself jealous. Was that the case? Although Yi Feminine was now too close to these 5 furnace tripods, somehow already going against the ways of women. However, seeing as she was only trying to make herself jealous, she wouldn't bother with her too much. When Yi Charming changed her mind, she would settle the score with these 5 lowly tripods. Huan. Over there, Bai Yu Duxian could not wait to rush to Lin Huanuan's side. Xu Xiao's gaze flickered for a moment and he also walked over. Lin Huanuan's lips trembled. She looked violently in Yi Charming's direction. She had lost just like that? Lost to a trash from the lower realms? Her face, for a moment, was livid. However, Lin Huanhuan quickly controlled her expression. Bai Yu and Duxian hadn't noticed the change in her expression, but Xu Xiao saw it clearly. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This Lin Huanhuan, there really was something wrong with her. However, the smile on his face was softer as he glanced in Xiao Heng's direction. If anything, Huanhuan, don't worry, she bullied you so much. When I turn around and face that Xiao Heng, I will definitely take a good shot for you as well. Huanhuan, come here. Xin Xiao Jianzun was not in a good position to surround him as these disciples did, so he could only suppress his nervousness and shouted from afar. Lin Huanhuan answered and stood beside swordsman Xing Xiao. Xing Xiao Sword Venerable looked at the deep whip marks. His face grew colder and colder as he said in a cold voice, Elder Yi, it's just a ring competition, but your daughter doesn't know what's important, and is laying down such a heavy hand. What's the meaning of this? Yi Luyun laughed coldly. Are Lin Huanuan's sword moves not moves to kill? If little flirt hadn't dodged it, I'm afraid that the injuries she suffered at this moment would not just be this kind of flesh wound. Swordsman Xing Xiao clenched his teeth, but she was unharmed after all. Yi Luyan sneered at him. If Xing Xiao Sword Venerable is so disruptive, why don't you make it known to the world and tell everyone that you, Xing Xiao Sword Venerable, have set the rule that all people can only be passively beaten against Lin Huanuan and can never fight back. Wouldn't it be better if you made it clear earlier? The Xing Xiao Sword Venerable snapped to his feet as he stared at Yi Luyan dead in the face. The matter of injuring Huanuan, I'll let it go with you for now. Yi Charming stole the sword sex untold secrets. What should you say about this matter? Yi Luyun was calm. How should I put it? Naturally, it's that my daughter has extraordinary enlightenment and is unrivaled. Did you learn it on the spot, or did you steal it in advance? In this matter, my sword sect will have to properly divide the matter with you. Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said in a cold voice. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Yi Charming could steal and learn the water wave tangle in such a small amount of time and incorporate it into her whip technique. Perhaps she had used some method to steal the sword sect's mastery in advance. If that was really the case, stealing the sword sect's untold secrets, even Yi Luyun could not protect Yi Charming. Yi Luyun laughed coldly. This is the truth. Can you still call a stag a horse? If you want to verify, feel free to do so, and all that can be done is to prove that my little Charming is this kind of world-class genius who is shockingly ancient and unprecedented, with an unparalleled talent. Xing Xiao Sword Venerable took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, Fine. When my sword sect really comes to verify it in the future, I hope Elder Yi can be so tough talking as well. Huanhuan, let's go first. The wound on Lin Huanhuan's face still needed to be treated. Senior. Lin Huanhuan's weak voice rang out. Swordfather Qing Xiao was immediately heartbroken. He knew that Lin Huanhuan had suffered a great deal. However, Yi Luyun, this evil's force value was truly astonishing, but he, as a senior, couldn't seek justice for her on the spot. Master, above the ring, swords and spears have no eyes. This injury of my disciples is nothing serious. Lin Huanhuan said softly, although disciple has been eliminated, I still want to stay and see the next match. Perhaps, after seeing more, disciple will be able to make some progress in the sword path? Sword Venerable Cheng Xiao was momentarily overwhelmed with heartache. Look, this disciple of his, how well behaved and cute. Why? This world has to be so malicious towards her. Xing Xiao, sit down. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable said, the competition between Chu Xiao and Xiao Heng is about to begin. That disciple of mine, he will find a way back for you. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable said, and purposely glanced at Yi Luyun. Elder Yi, don't you like to gamble? How about, we also have a bet?
Let's bet on Chu Xiao and Xiao Heng's victory. If Chu Xiao wins, I will also want a strand of your golden crow fire.
If Xiao Heng wins, how about you?
Yi Luyun sneered. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, I'll gift you this sword technique Tsang Dragon Sunrise that Chu Xiao cultivates.
How? Chapter 90, Admit Defeat? Don't even think about it.
Golden Dragon Sword Exalt had a peculiar smile on his face. This is a Xian rank sword technique. How come you are the one who earns a cheaper price?
Yi Luyun couldn't help but sneer. Golden Dragon, don't pretend. When would you ever do a losing deal?
Who doesn't need to know that you once obtained something related to true dragons from the secret realm, which also includes this Tsang Long Sunset Decree? The true dragon's method, if just anyone could cultivate it, you wouldn't have studied it for so many years and gotten nothing.
To put it bluntly,
this Tsang Long day-by-day sword technique, ordinary people could not cultivate it at all. Only someone like Chu Xiao, who possessed the aura of a true dragon, could cultivate it for a moment or two. This Golden Dragon Sword Venerable was trying to use empty gloves for nothing.
Golden Dragon Sword Venerable smiled, but this is indeed a Xian rank sword technique, no?
Even if no one can cultivate it, wouldn't it be very useful to take it and collect it or use it to study the true dragon's law?
Or is Elder Yi you're afraid?
Yi Luyun narrowed his eyes. She probably knew the strength of the several furnace cauldrons of Yi Feminine. In Xiao Heng's case, his attainments in the Tao of weapons were indeed a bit worse than Fire He.
Xiao Heng's chances of winning against Chu Xiao were not high.
If Elder Yi doesn't dare, then forget it. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable said indifferently.
On the ring.
Xiao Heng and Chu Xiao were already on the ring. Yi Luyun's brows gently frowned for a moment, but then loosened up. It's rare that the Golden Dragon Sword Venerable has the interest. This bet, I shall take it. Regardless of victory or defeat, she had heard Xiao Heng and Chu Xiao's matter from Xiao Chui. By answering the bet herself, it was considered a bit of support for Xiao Heng.
The Xiao family blood case was full of suspicions. However, this world is ultimately cruel.
The identity of the person who made the move that night was unknown, and later on, several immortal cultivation clans had gone to investigate, and the clues vaguely pointed to the extraterrestrial demon sect. Although it was unknown why these devil sects, suddenly disregarding the tacit understanding between cultivators, had struck at a mortal kingdom capital.
One must know that to overthrow a dynasty, the cultivators who did it would have to bear great karma. Rang. The Xiao family had already been destroyed, and before the righteous sects were ready for a full-scale war, yet they would not go looking for the extraterrestrial demon sect to call the shots just for the sake of a Xiao family. This is the truth of the weak and the strong. Elder Yi is quite refreshing. A trace of a smile appeared on the Golden Dragon Sword Venerable's face. Yi Luyun's unique golden crow's flame was wonderfully useful whether it was used for forging or against the enemy.
Xing Xiao Sword Zun had lost 2 pieces of Gung Jinshi in a row, while he, himself, was going to easily take the Golden Crow's Flame into his pocket. As several people spoke, their gazes all looked towards the ring. Golden Dragon Sword Zun's face was filled with confidence. With the true Dragon Divine Soul, coupled with the Tsang Dragon Sunrise, he had absolutely no idea how Chu Xiao was going to lose. Even if the weapon ways competition could not utilize Divine Souls or spiritual energy. However, the hegemony of the true Dragon Sword technique was integrated into every bit of the sword technique. It was naturally majestic and oppressive. Any kind of sword technique could only bow down when it came across the true dragon sword technique. Chu Xiao. It's a sure win.
Lin Huanhuan also looked towards the ring.
Being defeated by Yi Chue, she was certainly embarrassed, certainly angry. But she wouldn't let these emotions control her for too long. She was now curious.
An unawakened true dragon.
A fake dragon created by some unknown means. How exactly would their battle be?
On the ring.
Chu Xiao looked at Xiao Heng with a smile. Legend has it that the dragon spine sword was gifted by an ancient true dragon. I heard that the real dragon spine sword has been transformed into a key and lost its body forever. It is inevitably a pity that such a rare treasure sword was destroyed just like that. Not only have I recast the dragon spine sword, today, I will also show you how a sword technique that is truly worthy of the dragon spine sword is like. The Xiao family, and you, Xiao Heng, have never been worthy of the dragon spine. You said the entire Xiao family was wiped out. Wouldn't it be because you possess something that you weren't supposed to possess? Chu Xiao sneered. Xiao Heng's eyes, little by little, became red. He gripped the dragon spine sword that Mo Yi had rebuilt for him. He could lose to anyone but Chu Xiao, he must not lose. The dragon spine in his hand could not lose either. Looking at Xiao Heng in this manner, Chu Xiao's expression could not help but become even more ethereal. It seems that you are somewhat unconvinced. It doesn't matter, I and the dragon spine in my hand will fight until you are convinced. Chu Xiao waved the longsword in his hand, and a golden dragon spiraled out, encircling him. Although he did not utilize the power of his divine soul, but through the sword technique, the overbearing true dragon Qi instantly emanated from Chu Xiao's body. Xiao Heng's face changed slightly. The feeling of oppression, it had come again. Only, this feeling of oppression was ultimately inferior to when Chu Xiao utilized his true dragon divine soul. Xiao Hong drew his sword and met it without hesitation. The moment the sword blades struck each other, the true dragon's shadow fiercely roared toward Xiao Hong, who was only in a trance for a split second. Xu Xiao fiercely exerted himself. Xiao Heng's tiger's mouth burst open, and blood snaked down along the hilt of his sword. Xu Xiao's sword, wrapped in the sound of a dragon's roar, pressed step by step. Xiao Hong was struggling to cope with the situation, but he was actually falling into a complete disadvantage. A hint of condescension appeared on Xu Xiao's face. See? I am the true dragon, and the dragon spine sword in my hand is the true dragon's sword. A waste like you doesn't deserve to hold the dragon's spine. A trace of hideousness flashed under Xu Xiao's eyes. Xiao Heng's true dragon bloodline was innate. But true dragons were always proud, and if Xiao Hong completely lost his heart of a strong man and was reduced to a puddle of utter slime, with the help of some medium, he would be able to take away Xiao Heng's true dragon bloodline. Compared to directly killing Xiao Hong, this method might even be a little more stable. He is now. He would make Xiao Hong completely lose everything. Lose self-respect. Loss of pride. Lose the nobility that originated from his bloodline. He was going to make him a dog that prostrated at his feet. Xiao Hong struggled to swallow, and between his throat, there was the taste of rust. Xu Xiao clearly could have knocked him out of the ring immediately, but Xu Xiao did not. He just looked at him so condescendingly before saying, Xiao Hong, admit defeat. Admit that a waste like you is not worthy of holding the dragon's spine. A hint of madness flashed under Xiao Heng's eyes. Admit defeat? It was absolutely impossible. He used his sword to support his body and desperately charged up. Xu Xiao snorted coldly as he just casually slashed his sword, and Xiao Hong was once again knocked to the ground. Xiao Hong, however, still slowly stood up. He stood up again and again, and the wounds on his body were more than once. Under the stage. The fire underworld, several people all watched with some concern. Xiao Heng's nature, he would rather die than admit defeat to Xu Xiao. But if he does not admit defeat, Xu Xiao will continue to torture him so slowly. Of course. Above the ring, Xu Xiao will not lay a deadly hand. Xiao Hong would not have to worry about his life. However, this feeling of being recklessly toyed with by one's enemy, sometimes, it is more unbearable than death. Once again, he fell down. Xiao Hong tried to stand up with difficulty, but he was unsteady on one foot and his entire body half kneeled there. His eyes were hanging down, making it impossible to see the expression on his face. One could only see blood falling drop by drop on top of the ring. Xiao Hong, admit defeat. Xu Xiao's cold voice rang out. A hideous smile spread across Xiao Heng's face as he violently rushed over. Admit defeat? Don't even think about it. Chapter 91 Treasure Chest Quest. After the start of the ring match, there had never been such a tragic battle. Everyone else's matches had already ended one after another, but the battle between Xiao Hong and Xu Xiao was still going on. No. One could not say that they were fighting. It could only be said that Xiao Hong was unilaterally being abused. Yi Charming watched in silence. She tapped on Xiao Heng's mental activity. Xiao Hong, can't lose. Can't lose. Can't lose. Countless cannot lose flashed by. His mind had no other thoughts. The only thing he thought about was that he absolutely could not lose. But the true dragon sword technique was so dominant. Xiao Hong had no chance of winning. Yi Charming looked at him. She said. Xiao Hong could treat her as faith. Those who believed in her, she could also give gifts. Today's situation. And yet, there was nothing she could do about it. A waste can only be a waste no matter how hard it tries. Xu Xiao laughed coldly. A stovepipe also dares to take charge of the dragon spine sword. Xiao Hong, if I were you, I would never mention any royal bloodline again after I get out. Because you don't deserve it, and neither does the Xiao family. My Chu family is the true heavenly destiny clocked, do you understand? Xu Xiao wasn't in a hurry to end the fight yet, as he sent Xiao Hong flying once again. Above the high platform. Golden Dragon Sword Exalt and Qing Xiao Sword Exalt couldn't help but have a slight smile spread across their faces. Sword Venerable Qing Xiao's expression was especially soothing, although the person who crushed Xiao Hong was not his disciple, but no matter who it was, as long as he could punch this Yi Luyun in the face, it would be fine. Elder Yi, this golden crow's flame, I'll take it with a smile. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable said smilingly. Yi Luyun looked at him coldly. The golden crow's flame can be given to you. But, shouldn't Xu Xiao also stop at the right time? Golden Dragon Sword Venerable smiled. As long as that Xiao Hong is willing to admit defeat, won't the match be over? What does the current situation have to do with Xu Xiao? It is clearly Xiao Hong who refuses to admit defeat. Since he hasn't admitted defeat, he may be hiding some kind of card that can instantly turn the situation around. How would Xu Xiao dare to stop? Sword Venerable Chang Xiao also smiled and said, exactly. Why don't Elder Yi persuade that Xiao Hong to simply admit that he lost and that he is a waste? Wouldn't that be the end of it? He has given others a furnace, what dignity does he still need? Yi Luyun coldly glanced at the two men. She did not have the heart to argue with them and flew to look at the stage. The situation at hand had actually become a stalemate. Xiao Hong refused to admit defeat. If Xiao Hong didn't admit defeat, Xu Xiao couldn't wait to torture him all the way to the end.
This battle, how can it end?
When Xiaohong tried to stand up again, Chu Xiao suddenly took a step forward and stepped on the back of his hand.
Xiaohong tightly gripped the dragon spine sword and refused to let go.
Chu Xiao's foot, right on the back of his hand, slowly rubbed against it.
There was a hint of mockery in Chu Xiao's voice. Xiaohong, do you hear me?
I said, you're not worthy. I said it, lowly stovepipe, unworthy of holding the honorable dragon spine sword.
Xiaohong's hands trembled.
Chu Xiao's voice circled in his mind, over and over again.
A lowly hearth cauldron is not worthy of holding the honorable dragon spine sword? He had once thought like this.
But Yi Charming had also said,
honorability originates from within.
As long as you do not give up on yourself, there is no one that can make you admit defeat.
Xiaohong looked down at the stage in a bit of a trance.
Yi Charming just looked at him so calmly.
Her face was frosty and snowy.
He already somewhat understood Yi Charming. He could tell that she was angry. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. But in the same way that she let Fire Underworld decide for herself whether or not she wanted to fight, she also let herself decide whether or not she wanted to admit defeat.
That bloody night, once again, spread in his mind. That time,
Xiaohong had prayed countless times in her heart.
Prayed to the heavens. Prayed to the gods.
Prayed to the legendary true dragon that had sheltered the Xiao family for generations.
However, no matter how he prayed,
no one came to his rescue.
Young Xiaohong, in that night, lost all the relatives.
Also from that night, he no longer know what is called faith.
Yi Charming said,
let him try and treat her as faith.
But can this be useful?
The so-called faith from beginning to end is just a game of self-deception. But under the bright sun shining, her red dress was on fire, but her face was frosted. Xiaohong was suddenly thinking, there is no harm in trying. He was supposed to be her cauldron. Her height determined his height.
In a sense, she should be his faith. This time, under Chu Xiao's hideous face,
Xiaohong no longer prayed to the gods and goddesses.
No longer praying for the true dragon to take refuge.
In his mind, the figure of the woman in red incomparably truly appeared.
In this instant, Xiaohong's favorability finally broke through 30 points. The second bronze treasure chest generated.
Yi Charming's face remained frozen as she quickly tapped on this bronze treasure chest. Reward for obtaining a divine soul fragment. Yi Charming's reward had been locked as a divine soul fragment, her divine soul further strengthened. However, what Yi Charming was more concerned about right now was Xiaohong's treasure chest.
Tapping on another bronze treasure chest, Xiaohong's treasure chest quest appeared.
Xiaohong's treasure chest quest. There are thousands of sword techniques in the world. Among them is the dragon's sword technique, which can only be practiced by those who have received the dragon's inheritance. Find a person who has the dragon's inheritance and fight him for more than half an hour without losing. Quest reward for all dragon's sword techniques have extraordinary comprehension. When fighting other dragon's sword technique practitioners, not affected by the dragon's mighty pressure. When fighting other dragon's sword technique practitioners, have top-tier might. Xiaohong has currently been fighting for 3/4 of an hour. Yi Feminine looked up sharply. This treasure chest. It was clearly tailored for Xiaohong.
Tonzi, thanks.
Yi Feminine said in her head. The system immediately hemmed and hawed him. It had also long looked at this Chu Xiao with displeasure.
District pseudo-dragon, fool, what a fool.
Yi Feminine gazed towards the ring. The task required that Xiaohong needed to hold on for half an hour. The task had counted the time Xiaohong had spent fighting before. Now there was only 1/4 of an hour left. If he lasted through this 1/4 of an hour, Xiaohong would be able to turn the tables on the Jedi.
And Xiaohong, will he lose in this 1/4 of an hour?
Yi Charming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness.
He would not. Xiaohong would not admit defeat.
As for that Chu Xiao, he was bent on humiliating Xiaohong, so naturally he would not let Xiaohong lose either.
Only a pity. Chu Xiao's humiliation of Xiaohong would only end up contributing to the completion of Xiaohong's mission.
Xiaohong was still fighting hard. There was blood dripping from him in various places on the ring. The others' battles had long since ended.
Everyone was quietly watching this scene. Seeing it later,
the faces of everyone changed a little.
This Chu Xiao
was more or less a bit excessive. The Chu family had found someone to kill Xiaohong's entire clan, and now Chu Xiao was going to poke him in the heart with this kind of madness. This person was vicious and venomous. It was best to stay away from him.
This battle might as well end here. Yu Linglong couldn't help but say.
Xiaohong had no chance of winning at all, and it would just be futile to fight like this anymore. Yi Luyun was about to say something. Yi Charming's calm voice rang out, Xiaohong has not yet admitted defeat. Then the battle, it is not over yet.
Yi Luyun's expression was slightly stunned for a moment as she looked towards the ring in a bit of a trance.
It's all like this, and there's still a fight to be had?
Yi Feminine's pupils condensed. Soon. Time, it's almost time. Chapter 92 Xiaohong, draw your sword.
A hideous smile appeared on Chu Xiao's face. It seems that this master of yours doesn't think much of you either. She would rather watch you being ravaged by me than open her mouth and admit defeat for you. Xiao Hong, what is the need for a pathetic person like you to exist in the world? He viciously swung his sword down, and Xiao Hong violently took off into the air, only to land heavily on the ground after a long time, making a dull sound.
Master. Fox Jiuling looked at Yi Charming with some anxiety. He didn't understand.
Why not let the fight end by force? With Xiao Hang's stubbornness, and facing an enemy who had harmed his entire clan, how would he admit defeat unless he died?
Were they just going to keep watching Xiao Hong being abused? Fire Underworld said in a deep voice, Master has his own ideas. He believed in Yi Charming. He believed that Yi Charming was no longer the person who used to treat the furnace like grass. Wait a little longer. Immediately.
Yi Charming stared at the ring.
It was only that much time away. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Xiao Hang's ribs seemed to have shattered a few times, and he still struggled to get up, only his movements were much more difficult than before.
Mo Yi clenched his fists. Xiao Hong.
You can regret believing in this Yi flattery's bull. He didn't understand that even if he wanted to take revenge, he had to have enough strength first.
What's the use of being blindly unconvinced like this now? 6, 5, 4.
A waste is a waste. Even if you stand up 1,000 times, you will still be crushed by me again and again. Xu Xiao laughed coldly as he held the sword in his hand and casually swung it down. Through the line of sight that was blurred by blood, Xiao Hong raised his head with some difficulty and saw the sword blade that was slowly approaching. He already had no strength left. But he could not fall in front of Xu Xiao. He could not.
3, 2, 1. Time, 2.
Yi Charming's eyes suddenly turned cold as she said sternly, Xiao Hong, draw your sword.
Xiao Hong was in a trance for a moment.
His consciousness was already somewhat blurred, and he was even somewhat unaware of where he was. Yi Charming's voice, however, was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the sky and directly exploded in his mind.
Xiao Hang's mind subconsciously surfaced Yi Charming's figure. Then,
he used his last ounce of strength to violently draw his sword.
Still dare to resist?
The look on Xu Xiao's face became even more mocking. If Xiao Hong wanted to play, he would accompany him to play slowly, and anyway, the one who was injured was not himself. Xu Xiao was planning to add another trace of injury to Xiao Hang's body.
The next moment,
Xu Xiao's pupils violently condensed.
What the hell? His hand unexpectedly stopped moving in the air. His heart even vaguely flooded with a trace of fear. This feeling.
Xu Xiao looked at Xiao Hong with some alarm. He still had this scaly appearance, and his hand that was holding the sword was even trembling.
But this moment,
he was in a trance and saw a true dragon taking off behind Xiao Hong. The little bit of true dragon bloodline that had been stolen from him seemed to be affected as well, and it was actually inside him, rampaging up.
No! Impossible! Xiao Hang's bloodline had clearly not yet awakened. How could he possibly use the power of a true dragon? This is an illusion, this must be an illusion.
Xu Xiao's expression became hideous as he desperately tried to swing his sword toward Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong slowly raised his eyes, and his eyes, which had been blurred by blood, were now flashing with an amazing light. Xiao Hong subconsciously glanced at Yi Charming. There seemed to be something in his body that was boiling. He didn't know what it was, but he always felt that it had something to do with Yi Charming. Yi Charming looked at him and said blandly, Xiao Hong, how many wounds do you have on your body right now? Xiao Hang's voice was hoarse, 120 wounds. Yi Charming nodded calmly, good, now, this debt, you ask for it yourself.
Yi Charming spoke.
Everyone looked at her with a strange gaze.
What was Yi Charming saying? Was she crazy? Xu Xiao might have had a moment of compassion and didn't do it right away. She then thought that Xiao Hong could win? This was simply a joke.
Elder Yi, this daughter of yours seems to have lost her mind. The golden dragon sword venerable had a sneer on his face. Yi Luyun did not say anything, only his hand clenched into a fist more and more. Xiao Hong looked intently at Yi Chui, then, he actually nodded, good.
Go. Yi Charming said calmly. Xiao Hong just, step by step, walked to Xu Xiao.
The treasure chest reward had been obtained.
The current Xiao Hong had an absolute pressure on the practitioners of the dragon's sword technique. This kind of intimidation had a targeted approach.
Those outside of Xu Xiao had yet to see what had changed in Xiao Heng's body.
Only Xu Xiao knew how terrifying the current Xiao Hong was.
Looking at Xiao Hong, who was approaching with difficulty step by step, a trace of panic flashed across Xu Xiao's face. Xiao Hong, stop. The image he saw was completely different from the others. In his line of sight, Xiao Hong was in the form of a true dragon, and he was unable to move under that terrifying sense of oppression.
Xu Xiao, don't show him mercy.
The golden dragon sword venerable could not help but say in a cold voice, make your move and send him down to the ring.
Xu Xiao was about to go crazy. He wanted to make a move. However, he couldn't move.
Everyone else didn't seem to see the change that had occurred in Xiao Heng's body and didn't feel that top-tier pressure on him. However, Xu Xiao felt it clearly, and this terrifying feeling caused his mind to be shaken for a moment.
Xiao Hong just took one step and walked in front of Xu Xiao.
Blood dripped from Xiao Hang's body, and Xiao Hung grinned at Chu Xiao like a ghost. The first scar. He raised his sword with some difficulty. His movements were not fast enough for a random person to dodge it. In favor of Chu Xiao, he did not move at all. Xiao Hang's face was expressionless as he left the first scar on his body. The golden dragon sword venerable was frozen. What was he doing, Chu Xiao? He should have dodged instead. He should have counterattacked. Chu Xiao's face showed horror as he opened his mouth and said, "I." He wanted to open his mouth to admit defeat. Xiao Hung slightly raised his eyes, and a terrifying pressure descended. Chu Xiao suddenly could not even speak. Chu Xiao desperately opened his mouth, but he was unable to even make a single sound, and his expression became more and more terrified. Second Dao. Xiao Hung slowly dropped another sword. For himself. For his family. For all the innocent people who had died tragically. He lifted his arm again and again on Chu Xiao's body, slashing out wounds. Chu Xiao's expression became more and more frightened. This Xiao Hung. He is a madman. He really was a madman. He could possibly kill himself. Chu Xiao turned his head with some difficulty and gave Golden Dragon Sword Venerable a pleading look. "Senior, call it off." Golden Dragon Sword Venerable, however, did not understand what was happening at all. This disciple of his, why wasn't he fighting back? Was he waiting for something? Golden Dragon Sword Exalt waited with some hesitation. The wounds on Chu Xiao's body, too, were growing. 40 channels. 50 channels. Xiao Hung counted one at a time, a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his lips. His originally clear and handsome face was now drenched in hostility, and that look was actually like an evil spirit that had crawled up from hell. Chapter 93 Proud Teenager, bowing down for her. When the wounds on Chu Xiao's body reached 80, Golden Dragon Sword Venerable was a bit unable to hold back. He had high expectations for Chu Xiao. Although he didn't know what had happened in the ring, it was just a mere ring match, it wasn't worth Chu Xiao being so injured. Elder Yi, this ring has been going on for a while now, and there's already something wrong, so I think we should call it off. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable said. Yi Luyan gave him an expressionless look. "I don't know, what's wrong with this ring?" Golden Dragon Sword Venerable said angrily, "Xiao Heng's behavior, where does it look like he is sparring? This is clearly humiliating." Yi Luyan sneered, "Oh. So you knew that too? What about before? Chu Xiao's behavior towards Xiao Hong before was not considered humiliating? Since before, you guys didn't shout to stop. Then this time, you still can't shout stop either." Yi Luyun suddenly laughed, that Chu Xiao himself refused to dodge or admit defeat. Maybe he is a masochist and likes this kind of tone? Golden Dragon Sword Venerable, don't delay him from enjoying himself. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable were dumbfounded. Yi Luyun had opened the door to a new world for him. Could it be? Chu Xiao really did enjoy being abused? Then should he call it off, or shouldn't he? Xiao Hong was still slowly and methodically adding wounds to Chu Xiao's body. 100 channels. 110 Dao. 120 Dao. After the torture reached the back, Chu Xiao even somewhat began to look forward to the number 120. He had given Xiao Hong 120 wounds. Now Xiao Hong had also returned it. All of this. It should also end. Is it over so soon? Xiao Hong inclined his head as he licked the corners of his lips, seemingly somewhat unfulfilled. Chu Xiao's body stiffened. Xiao Heng's voice suddenly lowered. "What do you think would happen if I were to kill you directly in the ring?" Chu Xiao's pupils violently condensed. He trembled all over. Xiao Hong wouldn't dare. He would never dare to do that. Xiao Heng's face was cold. "This time, you have guessed correctly. I will not kill you. Because this lousy life of yours is not worthy of letting me hitch myself, nor is it worthy of letting my master be chastised because of me." His voice was pressed even lower, as if it came from the distant 9 hells. "You must remember to always keep one eye open from now on. Don't rest and don't sleep. Otherwise, if I catch you." Xiao Hong laughed harshly, and suddenly, he flew up and kicked Chu Xiao under the ring. Xiao Hong just stood quietly on top of the ring, then looked at the referee. The referee was like a dream, and only after a long time did he say, "The winner. Xiao Hong." Xiao Hong smiled. He looked in Yi Chui's direction. It was useless to have prayed to the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. But praying to Yi Charming had a mysterious power that descended on him. It turned out. She was not joking. Love her. Believe in her. It was actually really possible to obtain a gift. Xiao Hong slowly, in Yi Charming's direction, knelt down on one knee. He didn't care if Yi Charming was a god or a devil. As long as he could be given the power to take revenge, he would offer all his loyalty and faith. Splitting mountains and crossing oceans for her, he was determined to do so. The remaining sun was like blood. This moment. The teenager who was covered in blood lowered his proud head. Xiao Hong turned to Yi Chan and slowly smiled. He was about to say something. However, he was too heavily injured, and before, he relied on a breath of air to support him, and now that this breath was out, he could no longer support him. Xiao Hong collapsed somewhat helplessly. But what he touched was not the cold floor, but the firm embrace of the young girl. The corners of Xiao Hang's lips spread a smile, then completely fainted. Yi Charming got up and easily carried Xiao Hong horizontally. She carried the unconscious Xiao Hong and walked down step by step. Fire Underworld and the others were waiting for them right under the ring. Wait! The Golden Dragon Sword Venerable said in a cold voice, Xiao Hong has no chance of winning at all. How did he win? You guys need to give an account. Everyone saw it. Xiao Hong had been suppressed before. Suddenly, Chu Xiao just didn't move at all and allowed him to counterattack. This was not right in any way. Yi Charming's footsteps paused for a moment as she glanced bashfully at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, tell me yourself why you suddenly didn't move. Chu Xiao's face changed slightly. It was because Xiao Hang suddenly possessed the top-level pressure of a true dragon. But how could this be said? The true dragon bloodline in Xiao Hang's body was a secret that only he could know. How could anyone else discover it? You, Chu clan, first pretended to befriend Xiao, but then you fabricated all sorts of rumors to frame Xiao, and finally, you even seduced evil cultivators to slaughter the imperial city. Chu Xiao, when you see Xiao Hong, are you very weak? Do you see, there are thousands of dead souls, are looking at you in the air? Are you unable to face these dead souls, and that's why you were so horrified that you couldn't move a muscle? Yi Feminine said calmly. Chu Xiao's expression changed slightly. Yi Feminine was now giving him a reason that made sense. If he acknowledged this reason, then he was admitting that the Chu family was guilty of the Xiao family. If he did not admit it, then why did he suddenly not move and let Xiao Hong do it? Chu Xiao even suspected. Yi Chuxia did not already know something. That was why she suddenly let Xiao Hong draw her sword. No. The matter of the true dragon bloodline, she should not be able to find out. Could it be? Did she really think so? If this matter was to be investigated deeper, I am afraid that the abnormality in Xiao Heng's body would be discovered. Chu Xiao's eyes changed, and he suddenly let out a bitter smile and said, the Xiao family clan, they are indeed extremely good to my Chu family, but they are negative to the people, so we are forced to rid the people of their evil. But I do have a trace of guilt in my heart. I squarely saw the shadows of Xiao's parents behind Xiao Hong, and they begged me to let me lose to Xiao Hong once. In order to ease the guilt in my heart, that is why. Chu Xiao said, not forgetting to whitewash himself. Yi Feminine smiled bashfully, is that so? Chu Xiao, if you really had a guilty conscience towards the Xiao family, why did you torture Xiao Han like this before? If you really saw the shadows of the Xiao family's parents, what you saw would only be vengeful ghosts crawling up from hell to strip you of your skin and bones. Are you afraid to move because of guilt, or are you afraid to move because of fear? You yourself should know. Xiao family is really negative to the people, you yourself should know. The heavens are above, in the end who will have retribution, you yourself should still know. Yi Feminine faintly glanced at Chu Xiao, then directly hugged Xiao Hong and left. Her voice traveled far away, Fire Underworld you stay, today's challenge match continues. Fire Underworld stopped where he was, his expression calm. He was also worried about Xiao Hang. But his master's order was the first priority. Yi Charming dropped a paragraph and left. The crowd could not help but look at Chu Xiao with some suspicion. Yes, with Chu Xiao's arrogant character, would he do this because of guilt? He lied to ghosts. It was a bit more logical for him to be scared to the point of immobility when he himself was weak-minded and saw the imaginary shadow of Xiao's parents' soul claiming. This was still logical. Could it be that Xiao family really innocent? Chapter 94, Can't Make It Up. The field was filled with the voices of the crowd talking. Chu Xiao's face became unusually ugly. In favor of this matter, he still did not know how to explain it. Could he say that it was the true dragon bloodline in Xiao Heng's body that had inexplicably awakened for a bit and suppressed him completely? That would be better than letting the crowd talk about it. It was just the questioning of some mediocre people that couldn't affect the big picture. Chu Xiao reluctantly explained a few sentences and then didn't bother to say anything more. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable looked at his disciple who was covered in wounds, and was both heartbroken and angry. His heartache was that this was, after all, the disciple he had high hopes for. The anger was that Chu Xiao had made him lose a big face in front of Yi Luyun and in front of the three sects this time. He was his only disciple. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable was counting on Chu Xiao to make a splash and shock the four. Now it was good. He was defeated by a stovepipe and stopped at the top 50. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable, where's the Tsong Long Sun duel? Yi Luyun looked at Golden Dragon Sword Venerable with a smile on her face. She didn't have any use for taking this thing, but there was a saying that it was good not to take it for nothing. It would be fine to give it back to little flirt to take to the fire. With a black face, Golden Dragon Sword Venerable took out a piece of jade and directly threw it over. Yi Luyun rose up in a hearth and steadily caught the jade slip before sending it to Yi Luyun. Elder Yi, you shouldn't be too complacent. Chu Xiao will lose, it was just an accident. Sword Venerable Ching Xiao could not help but say. Yi Luyun glanced at him, I almost forgot about you. Little Charming won against Lin Huanhuan, where is the Gung Jin stone? Ching Xiao Sword Venerable's face darkened for a moment. He had prepared a total of just 3 pieces of gung jinsher, and this was still for the advancement of his own precious sword.
Now it was fine, all of them had been exported.
With a sullen face, Sword Exalt Qing Shao handed over the 3rd piece of gung jinstone. He was about to open his mouth to say something cruel. Yi Luyun waved his hand. All right. Don't say any more harsh words. Those disciples of yours, only Ling Jie is left. Fire Underworld had defeated him once, so he can naturally defeat him a second time. My little Charming is a born artifact way genius, so just one Ling Jie, if he meets any of them, he will lose. Old man Qing Shao, you'd better prepare for the 4th gung jinstone. Sword Venerable Qing Shao said in a cold voice. I hope Elder Yi can remain this confident. He turned and whisked his sleeves away, and Lin Huanhuan hurriedly followed. The Golden Dragon Sword Venerable couldn't stay any longer either as he carried Chu Shao and flew away. Yi Luyun smiled. Go away, all go away. She wasn't leaving yet anyway. Before Little Charming left, she sent a message over, asking herself to help Fire Underworld support the scene. Little Charm's request, she, as a mother, naturally had to do a good job. Yi Luyun's lazy voice came out. Yesterday's rules are the same as before. Those who want to fight against Fire Underworld and the Tao of Weapons can now come forward to sign up. The rewards given will also remain the same as yesterday. In addition, those who have already participated will not be allowed to participate a second time. Want to be a debtor to the Shanghai Ming Sword Sex Grandmaster? Want to hone your skill in the way of the weapon? Then come forward. Yi Luyun personally opened up the field, and this time, there were a few more people who signed up than yesterday. There was no more Yi Chue watching from the side, but Firehei was still doing his best to deal with one opponent after another. Some of these opponents, some of them just treated the challenge match as a game and did not go all out. However, for Fire Underworld, every battle, it was crucial. Every battle, he went all out. The battle intent of the Fire Zhao clan was to be honed little by little in constant battles. Fire Underworld was still fighting. Yi Charming, with a few other people, had returned to the cave. Xiao Hong had completely passed out. However, above the ring, Chu Xiao did not dare to really lay any heavy hands on Xiao Hong, and although Xiao Heng's injuries were heavy, they did not injure his fundamentals. Xing Xian checked Xiao Heng's condition and said softly, there are numerous wounds on his body, but they are mostly flesh and skin injuries, so he only needs to stop the bleeding first, and then pair it with the muscle regenerating and bone quenching pill, and he will be healed. However, with such a situation, he won't be able to participate in the next competition. This will require at least 7 days of recuperation before he can completely recover. Yi Charming nodded as she took out a bunch of pills and medicinal powders from her own storage bag in 7 different ways, allowing Qing Xian to make his selection. Xing Xian, Xiao Hong for these few days, I'll leave it to you. Yi Charming said softly. A soft smile spread across Qing Xian's lips. Don't worry, master. A top pharmacist might not necessarily be a top alchemist. However, every top alchemist was bound to be a top pharmacist. Qing Xian only pondered slightly for a moment before skillfully treating Xiao Heng's wounds. Although Xiao Hong was still unconscious, his breathing quickly stabilized. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but feel a little more at ease. Fox Jiuling rested his hand on his cheek, he looked at Xiao Hong and then at Yi Chun, and finally couldn't help but ask, Master, what exactly was the situation just now? Would someone like Chu Xiao really be frightened by an unjust spirit? He couldn't be trusted a bit. Yi Charming slanted a glance at him. This father has extraordinary qualifications, and is a divine monarch of the divine realm who has descended to earth. If you believe in this father, you will gain eternal life. Fox Jiuling opened his mouth wide and couldn't help but say, Master, do you take me as a 3-year-old child? Yi Feminine raised an eyebrow. Don't believe me? Then change one. This master is the reincarnation of an ancient deity. Via my power of faith, I can take you to fly. Fox Jiuling. It's getting more and more bull. Still don't believe me? Then forget it. Yi Feminine raised her eyebrows. I can't make it up. Fox Jiuling. So it really was made up, right? Yi Feminine smoothly looked at Fox Jiuling's mental activities. This look. She couldn't help but LOL. Fox Jiuling mental activity, what the heck? Everyone seems to be getting more and more powerful. Even Ammonite has a hand at refining weapons. How about finding a time to learn the Eye of Ecstasy? Is it today? Or tomorrow? Forget it. It's better to drag it out until a limited time. Yi Feminine couldn't help but sneer. This brat. Look at Fox Jiuling's meaning. Psychedelic eyes he could have learned a long time ago, and as a result, he is deliberately dragging it out. One thought that giving him 3 months was considered a more appropriate time. But Fox Jiuling's talent was clearly more powerful than what he had guessed. After all, if one hadn't guessed wrongly, these 5 were supposed to be protagonist-level Heaven's Pride. Fox Jiuling's potential was more than that. However, dealing with salty fish, direct intimidation would not work. Yi Feminine glanced at Fox Jiuling and suddenly said, Little Fox, come out with me for a moment. Fox Jiuling's heart jumped, inexplicably having a trace of an unsettling premonition. But he still honestly followed him out. As soon as he left the room, Yi Charming suddenly sighed.
Fox Jiuling inclined his head, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Master's recent days have been smooth, what's wrong? Chapter 95, The Real True Dragon Bloodline, It's You. Little Fox Ye feminine side, have you ever felt that everyone's life has been too hard? Fox Jiuling was even more puzzled. In the past, they were quite bitter. After Ye flattery's change, this little life was already very comfortable. Anyway, he was already satisfied. It's not these. Ye Charming's eyes revealed a hint of worry. I don't know about you and Moya's situation, but no matter if it's Fire Underworld, or Qing Xian, or Xiao Hong, they all carry too many heavy pasts on their backs. These pasts are like a stone that has been pressing down on them, making it impossible for them to free themselves. This was true. Fox Jiuling couldn't help but nod his head as well. He couldn't help but say with his heart in his mouth, Fortunately, I lost my memory. Keep losing his memory, he can always be the happy little fox. Ye feminine. Fox Jiuling's salty degree is really beyond her imagination. But she still continued to follow the good advice. You remember that in our assessment, there are 20 points for skill points, right? The method of illusion can not only be applied in combat, it can also manifest the deep memories of the human heart, allowing one to get a moment of peace. Little fox, if you can learn the Eye of Ecstasy, the level of illusion techniques will increase drastically. At that time, you will be able to make Fire Underworld see the mountains and rivers of the Fire Jiao clan again, make Xiao Hong return to the lofty imperial city, and make Qing Xian dream of returning to the Qing clan. There's also that Moye, he's been away from the demon realm for so long, doesn't he miss his hometown? With your illusion technique, you were able to give them a moment of comfort. Isn't that bad? Ye feminine paused for a moment and continued, think about it, among us, you are the only one who knows illusion magic. At that time, if they miss their hometown, one by one, they will still be crying and begging you to help them with their illusions? Fox Jiuling already had some heartbeat. This time, his eyes rubbed brightly. In his mind, an incomparably beautiful picture had appeared. In the picture, Fire Underworld Qing Xian Xiao Hong Moye were lined up in front of him. They were holding a bunch of resources in their hands, and their mouths were shouting, Righteous Father, please, perform the illusion again. This illusion made Fox Jiuling feel a jolt of pleasure. It's only a pity. The Eye of Ecstasy is too difficult, you shouldn't be able to learn it in a short period of time. Ye feminine said with a pretense of regret. Fox Jiuling was anxious, he hurriedly said, Not today, I'll definitely master it in 3 days. Ye feminine glanced at him mental activity. Fox Jiuling mental activity, it's too obvious if I learn it today. The master knows right away that I'm being lazy. For the next 3 days, I'm going to act a little harder. For the sake of everyone's good life, Fox Jiuling practiced illusion arts day and night, fighting for every second. What a realm this is. My master must still be heartbroken. Ye feminine. Fine, let him be. As long as one is willing to practice, it's fine. Master, Xiao Hong has woken up. Qing Xian's voice traveled far from the room. Ye Charming hurried back inside. Xiao Heng's face was still pale, but he was already awake. He looked at Ye Charming with bright eyes. Master, I won. Ye Charming's eyes softened and she nodded. Yes, you won. Xiao Hong clenched his palms, his expression slightly hesitant. Master, the force that appeared at the end. Ye Charming smiled, there is no need to doubt. That was originally the power that belongs to you. Xiao Heng's eyes grew brighter. The master really knew something. Even if this power did belong to him, if it wasn't for Ye Charming, in his lifetime, he probably wouldn't have been able to awaken such a power. Xiao Hong looked at Ye Charming and suddenly revealed a shy smile. In his hand, a key suddenly appeared, the very same key that the dragon spine sword was transformed into. He placed the key gently into Ye Charming's hand. Ye Charming raised her eyes. What are you? Xiao Hong blushed slightly. This key is what I have on me, the most important thing. The teenager's gaze, clear with some embarrassment, as if he was feeling chagrined that he didn't come up with something better. Ye Charming froze for a moment and said, There's no need to be like this is the Xiao family's heirloom. Xiao Hong looked at her. Didn't you say that this is the key to some kind of treasure trove? But no matter what kind of treasure trove it is, the owner will go with me. It makes no difference in whose hands the key is in. Xiao Hong did not hesitate to surrender all his trust. The key in Ye Charming's hand suddenly became hot. But meeting Xiao Heng's expectant gaze, Ye Charming could not refuse. She nodded. Okay, I'll keep it for you for now. Thank you, master. Xiao Hong said softly. As the remnant sun was about to completely disappear from the sky, Fire Underworld returned. This time, Fire Underworld had not only won a complete victory once again. Moreover, he had also brought a few things that Yi Luyun had given him. One by one, Fire Underworld took the items out. 3 pieces of Gung Jin Shi. Some healing herbs and pills. There was also a jade slip. Yi Luyun's bet with the Qingxiao sword venerable was something that Yi Chuxia knew about. This Gung Jin Shi, she was not surprised. The Gung Jin Shi stone is put there for you. When you need to use this stone, just tell me in advance. Yi Charming casually handed the Gung Jin stone to Moye. A treasure that even a transitional juncture stage powerhouse would be hot for. Yi Charming casually handed it over to Moe. Moe was in a trance when he received it. This kind of precious thing would be handed over to a stovepipe? But Yi Charming looked natural and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her move. Moe could only put away the Gung Gene Stone as well. Yi Charming continued to ponder the rest of the things. The herbs and pills for healing injuries should be something that her mother was a little relieved to see Xiao Hong seriously injured. Yi Charming asked Qing Xian to put them away. Qing Xian, on the contrary, accepted it with an open face. Finally, there was the jade slip. Yi Charming picked up the jade slip with some curiosity. Her divine sense just swept the contents of the jade slip and she could not help but smile. Sunlong day by day resolve. What was this? Isn't this like someone sending a pillow when sleep comes? This secret method was the true dragon sword technique that Chu Xiao was now practicing. The golden dragon sword venerable had bragged about it 1,000 times to the outside world, saying that it was a secret sword technique that could only be learned by cultivators who possessed the bloodline of a dragon. As it happened. As the golden egg hatched, although onlookers could not see it yet, Xiao Heng's bloodline was already slowly awakening. He had also been gifted with the treasure chest and possessed transcendent comprehension of all dragon's sword techniques. Yi Flattery had already felt the terrifying power of transcendent comprehension. This sword technique was easy for Xiao Hong to learn. This jade slip is for you. Yi Charming handed the jade slip to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong froze for a moment. His divine sense swept through the contents of the jade slip and his pupils instantly condensed. He looked at Yi Charming with some disbelief. Crow Dragon's Son defying decree. Wasn't this something that only a dragon's bloodline could cultivate? You can learn it. Yi Charming smiled. Xiao Heng's hand gripping the jade slip tightened slightly. He suddenly realized something but could not be sure, so he could not help but look at Yi Charming again. Yi Charming said calmly, the person who truly possesses the true dragon bloodline is you. Xiao Heng's pupils violently condensed. Chapter 96, Don't Care About Our Deaths. Xiao Hong was in a bit of a trance. He looked blankly at Yi Chusha, his lips gently trembling, unable to speak for a long time. Brother Xiao Hong. You are a true dragon bloodline. Fox Jiuling couldn't help but cheerfully pat his shoulder. In the future, I'll be relying on you to cover me. Several other people also looked at Xiao Hong with smiles. They all knew. Regarding the issue of his poor natural talent, although Xiao Hong did not say anything on his lips, he had always been very concerned in his heart. But now, what he possessed was the topmost talent, the true dragon bloodline. With this bloodline, he was destined to become a top-tier powerhouse as long as he did not fall. Xiao Heng's face, however, for some reason, could not see a trace of elation. The smiles on the faces of the crowd could not help but slowly converge as well. True dragon bloodline, wasn't this a good thing? Why did Xiao Hong have this expression? Could it be that Xiao Hong did not believe Yi Chue's words? Xiao Heng's hand trembled slightly as he asked Yi Charming, I am a true dragon bloodline, then the Xiao family. Yi Charming nodded, more or less, the Xiao family members should all have a true dragon bloodline. It's just that the bloodline of the others is not as strong as yours. Xiao Hong grew more and more dazed, then Xu Xiao? Yi Charming said, how rare is a true dragon bloodline, that Xu Xiao is nothing but a pseudo-dragon, you don't need to care about him. After a few months, his so-called true dragon divine soul is going to collapse, and at that time, I don't know how he is going to end up. Xiao Hong sat there dumbfounded, and his eyes actually reddened a little. Xu Xiao's true dragon divine soul was a fake. But Xiao Hong looked at Yi Chuxia with red eyes, but master, what did he use to fake this true dragon divine soul? Yi Charming froze for a moment and a heart sank. She also didn't know exactly what Xu Xiao had used. However, the true dragon bloodline was only found in the Xiao family. The Chu family slaughtered the Xiao family clan. The answer to how he faked the true dragon divine soul has also been called out. Xiao Heng's hand violently clenched. His voice was a little hoarse, but he still said word for word, he refined the bloodline of the Xiao clan's clan to have this fake dragon divine soul. His parents. His siblings. His clan. The Xiao clan, all of them destroyed at the hands of the Chu family. It was this boundless blood that achieved Xu Zhao's so-called true dragon divine soul. He came to the three clans, and he also came at me. Xiao Hong lowered his eyes, I am the Xiao family, the only one who can make the dragon spine sword recognize its owner. By getting my bloodline, he will be able to open the secret stash and obtain the true dragon inheritance. From then on, he will be able to step on the flesh and blood of the Xiao family and walk on the true path to heaven. Xiao Hong was so intelligent. Yi Feminine had only given a small amount of information, and he had already tied everything together. In the room, there was a moment of silence. Xiao Hong lowered his head, his expression was not visible, the only sound was the sound of heavy breathing, resounding one after the other. For a long time. The corners of his lips spread a mocking smile, the true dragon bloodline. True dragon divine soul. Says that it is a top-level qualification, but in the end, the Xiao clan, all of them died because of this. The Xiao clan, diligent and conscientious, has been offering the dragon spine sword for generations.
There have also been rumors that as long as the Shao clan is sincere, one day the true dragon's soul will awaken within the Shao clan's descendants.
But are we not sincere enough?
Xiao Hong looked at Yi Chuxia fixedly. On the day when the imperial city flowed with blood, how many people were praying for the true dragon to descend?
But there was nothing.
If there really was a true dragon in existence, he would only treat the Shao clan as a vessel, as a toy.
At one time, the Shao clan all held the true dragon as their faith.
But the day the clan was destroyed, Xiao Hong no longer believed in the true dragon. He only felt that they, the Shao clan, were all a big joke.
Now, Yi Feminine told him. He really possessed a true dragon bloodline.
Xiao Hong did not know why, but he actually wanted to laugh a little. He knew very clearly that if Yi Flirt had not used some method to help him, this true dragon bloodline still would not have awakened today. The sorrows, joys and pains of mortals were after all just a game to the lofty true dragon. From now on, his faith, on earth. Xiao Hong, you shouldn't take the bull by the horns either. This true dragon bloodline, after all, is a good thing.
Yi Charming persuaded.
Xiao Hang raised his eyes and a hint of a smile spread across the corners of his lips. Naturally, it is a good thing.
This bloodline will allow me to become stronger. Getting stronger will allow me to avenge this monstrous blood feud. Master, I understand in my heart.
Only, some things, after all, were different. The true dragon was no longer a belief, but merely a means for him. He used it to become stronger, but would not regard it as everything. The struggles and pain in Xiao Heng's heart were difficult for others to empathize with.
The crowd only accompanied them silently.
Xiao Hong organized himself and said softly, Master, in my condition, it seems like there is no way for me to participate in the next competition. Yi Charming said in a warm voice, it is still important to recuperate at ease. She was worried that Xiao Hang would be stubborn, but Xiao Hong nodded very obediently, aha.
Only by recuperating properly will I be able to serve my master better in the future. Yi Feminine? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? She subconsciously glanced at Fire Underworld and Xing Xian. Fire Underworld's face was expressionless, and Xing Xian revealed a look that seemed like a smile. I still have some hard feelings in my heart. In these few days, will Master be able to accompany me more? Xiao Hong asked carefully. His expression was stubborn, and there was still a hint of red in his eyes, but his tone was soft, vaguely bringing with it a hint of supplication. This feeling. If Yi Charming rejected him, his entire being would shatter. Yi Charming's head was hot, and she hurriedly said, stay with you, until you get better. Only then did Xiao Heng's face reveal a hint of a smile, thank you Master. He took the initiative to pull over Yi Charming's hand, then Master, can you hold my hand all the time? He was too fragile, so fragile that it was as if he was going to disappear at any moment. It was as if only Yi Charming's hand was the fulcrum that connected him to this earth. Yi Feminine's heart ached and she couldn't help but say, fine, then hold it all the time. In that case, it would be inconvenient for us to be here. Xing Xian said with a light smile as he glanced at Yi Charming slyly. Yi Charming hurriedly said, there is no inconvenience. We are redundant after all. Fire Underworld stood up. Let's go. Master is fine with Xiao Hong alone. Xing Xian skillfully continued his words. These two were still singing in unison. Yi Charming's entire being was bad. She wanted to say something, and her hand over there was still held tightly by Xiao Hong. This is all my heart. But how to choose is good. Xing Xian and Fire Underworld talked and really turned to leave. Before leaving, Fire Underworld also turned back and picked up Ox Jiuling, who was still watching the fun. As for Mo Yi, he had always been hard to find, so I guess he had long since looked on and left early. Xing Xian turned around and thoughtfully closed the door to the room. Master, you feel at ease accompanying Xiao Hong. You don't need to care about the deaths and lives of the rest of us. Yi Feminine. Chapter 97, What Happened? Xiao Hong looked at Yi Chun blearily, are they angry? It's all because I'm too fragile, I was only injured a little, how come I'm suddenly so dependent on my master? Yi Charming hurriedly pacified him, how come, you're already great. Xiao Heng's eyes instantly lit up like a puppy dog wagging its tail, really? It's only good that master won't hate me. Xiao Hong good sense plus 5. Xiao Hong good sense plus 3. Xiao Hong favorability plus 3. The system also came to a broadcast from time to time. Xiao Heng's favorability didn't even need Yi Feminine how to raid, it just dabbled up by itself. Earlier in the ring, it had reached 30. Now the favorability has already broken 40, straight to 50 and go. This progress is simply a rocket. Ask. Who could reject a puppy dog that pampers you, fights for you, and is full of you? The next day, Yi Feminine came out directly from Xiao Heng's room. This was still the first time after starting divine cultivation that Yi Charming had gone to their own room and, moreover, stayed for the whole night. Xiao Hong was barely able to get up already, and when Yi Charming told him to continue lying down and resting, he refused to do so, and insisted on holding on to cooperate with Yi Charming as she came out. Master, I so want to see who you are fighting against today. It's just a pity that this body of mine. Xiao Hong sighed. Yi Charming hurriedly comforted, it's okay. I'll have someone use a shadow stone to keep a picture and bring it back for you to see. Xiao Hong immediately spread a smile, good. Then I will wait at home. Home?
Xiao Hang said these two words, inexplicably a bit like a virtuous wife and mother. Yi Charming lightly coughed. You are not well.
There's still a need to keep someone with you, let me see. Yi Charming glanced at a few people. Mo Yan stood out. I'll stay.
Yi Charming was about to nod her head when Xiao Hang said softly, Mo Yi has been forging all day, his hands are too heavy.
Xing Xian, can you stay with me? Mo Yi? Xing Xian? Yi feminine.
Why are they starting to hook up again? The corners of Qing Xian's lips spread into a smile. Fine, just as well, I don't like all that fighting and killing either. You guys go, I'll just stay. Yi Charming coughed lightly. Then let's do this first, we'll be back soon. Yi Charming left his cultivation ground at a fiery speed. The cave residents soon, only Xiao Hang and Qing Xian were left to watch the door. Qing Xian looked at Xiao Hang with interest. I mentioned a few things earlier, but I didn't expect that I had mentioned a formidable enemy to myself.
Xiao Hang's smile was weak. It's nothing. I only have this one advantage of being a good learner. Xiao Hang's little plan was played properly. The two of them, Fox Jiuling and Mo Yi, were no threat whatsoever.
Fire Underworld had to participate in the tournament again, and there was a challenge match after the tournament, and he was so busy that he didn't have the time to browbeat Yi Charming. The only one who needed to be properly guarded was Qing Xian. He would simply leave Qing Xian behind, then everything would be under control. Regarding Xiao Han's caution, Qing Xian, for once, did not look very concerned. Xiao Hong was somewhat surprised. With Qing Xian's nature, he should have fought with himself. He could not help but ask, what's wrong with you? Qing Xian lowered his eyes and said calmly, your injuries, if you have a jade liquid pill, in fact, in an instant, you will be able to recover. Xiao Hong froze for a moment. Although the jade liquid pill is only a third-order pill, the difficulty of refining it is higher than even an ordinary fifth-order pill. If a third-order alchemist cannot complete this kind of elixir, a fifth-order alchemist might as well go and refine other higher-order elixirs. This elixir is simply hard to find on the market. Qing Xian's gaze was distant and silent. Xiao Hong suddenly reacted. The alchemy genius Qing Xian back then, the first third-order elixir he refined was this jade liquid dan, and because of this, he became famous in the alchemy world overnight. Xiao Hang could not help but comfort, there is no harm in it. The other pills are the same, it's nothing more than a matter of recuperating for a few more days. Qing Xian merely smiled, but his fingers under his wide sleeves were slightly whitened. If he wouldn't have been able to, this would have been just fine. But in this world, the three most painful words are, could have. Xiao Hong looked at Qing Xian this way, suddenly regretted it somewhat. He could not help but say, actually, I can do it alone, you go watch the ring match. Qing Xian shook his head, I still want to try again. Xiao Hong, do not say anything to the others. Xiao Hong could only nod. Qing Xian once again took out the alchemy furnace and began another attempt. Xiao Hong just watched silently from the side. On the square. In this round, 25 people had advanced, and because Xiao Hong had been forced to withdraw, there were only 24 people left. This time, the top 12 would be decided. Yi Feminine had just arrived at the square when she couldn't help but blink her eyes. Yesterday, Mother had still just hung some banners. Today it was even more exaggerated. In addition to the banners, she had also placed the photo retention stones that she had recorded yesterday in all directions. And so, the image of Yi Charming defeating Lin Huanhuan was played on an infinite loop in every corner. Fellow Taoist Yi. Fellow Taoist Yi is cheering today. Fellow Taoist Ye's whip technique is really pleasing to the eye. And this time, as Yi Charming walked on the road, there were surprisingly many more people who took the initiative to greet her. To know. She used to be known as a second-generation cultivator, but in terms of strength, it could be summarized in two words, strawman. Coupled with the fact that she had previously been fixated on only running after Ling Jia in front of other people, she was very arrogant and domineering. On normal days, no one would even take the initiative to approach her. Nowadays, after 2 days of sparring, her image in the hearts of these disciples seemed to have changed a bit. Fellow Taoist Yi. The list has come out. She walked to the front of the list, and all the disciples took the initiative to give her a seat. Yi Charming glanced at her and Fire Hei's opponents. When it came to these top 24, 18 of the 24 were all disciples of the Sun Haiming Sword sect. There were 2 Easy sect disciples left, and 4 Harmony sect disciples. On the way of the weapon, the Sun Haiming Sword sect, indeed, still had the absolute advantage. Yi Charming's opponents weren't considered strong. However, Fire Hei, was up against the Sun Haiming Sword sect's second best, Lon Lan, who had defeated Xiao Hong on the first day of the competition. It was well known. Lon Lan's talent in the Tao of the Sword was not inferior to Ling Jia in the slightest. The fact that she would lose to Ling Jia was, to a large extent, because she didn't have a gold master like Yi Flattery behind her. In a pure competition of the artifact path, she might not lose to Ling Jia. This was a truly formidable enemy. Yi Charming couldn't help but glance at Fire Underworld. Fire Underworld held his spear in his hand, and his eyes surged with battle intent. Today's battle should allow him to have a good fight. Lon Lan also looked at Fire Underworld with a grave expression. Before.
No one had put a stovepipe in their eyes. But after a few hard-fought battles, the terror of Fire Haze marksmanship had become widely known. Lone Lan also didn't have the certainty of victory. Don't feel pressured, senior sister. If you lose, when I take on this fire underworld, I will definitely avenge you as well. Lingjie suddenly said, a strong confidence in his voice. Solitary Lan frowned and glanced at Lingjie. In terms of the Tao of weapon alone, she and Lingjie were more than evenly matched. If she lost, where did Lingjie get the confidence that she would definitely win? After only glancing at this, Lone Lan's brows, however, moved slightly. Not right. Lingjie's body. Something seemed to have happened. Chapter 98 The Way of Ruthlessness. Solitary Lan gazed at Lingjie. She didn't know if it was her own illusion, but she always felt that the current Lingjie inexplicably carried a trace of coldness on his body, and she only looked at him a few more times, but she actually had a feeling of being chilled all over. Eldest senior brother, the breath on your body? Lone Lan asked directly. The corner of Lingjie's lips flared up in a cold arc. It's nothing. It's just that I've suddenly gained a little something on this path of the emotionless Tao. Lone Lan's pupils slightly condensed. It was said that the emotionless Tao was the strongest path for sword cultivators. A ruthless person, coupled with a ruthless sword, could only achieve the supreme sword technique. At first, Lingjie had also claimed to have amazing qualifications, and was expected to be the first person to cultivate the emotionless Tao in the Songhaiming sword sect in 100 years. But in reality, his so-called emotionless Tao was more of just a slogan. But now, he seemed to have really practiced something. Lingjie said indifferently, after encountering some changes, there is always some growth. Senior sister Solitary Lan, don't you think so? The sunlight poured in and his lips held a cold smile if nothing else. Solitary Lan's heart flinched and she subconsciously averted her gaze. She inexplicably somewhat did not want to spend more time with Lingjie, and just made a few perfunctory remarks before hurriedly walking away. Lingjie didn't care about her either. He looked at the sword in his hand, and a wry smile spread across the corners of his lips. The way of emotionlessness, how difficult it was. This path required the sword cultivator to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires and cultivate with one mind. The heart is free of greed, anger, dementia, emotion, and love, so that it can fit the intent of the heavenly Tao, practicing the strongest sword technique. Not to mention the 3 sects in the entire Xian-Tian spiritual domain, one may not be able to find a true emotionless Tao sword cultivator. He likewise cannot do to cut off greed, anger, and dementia, from now on no desire and no demand. But who said that the emotionless Tao, there is no shortcut? He had already figured out a true path to heaven for himself, and soon, very soon he would be able to completely get started. Lingjie couldn't help but glance in the direction of Fire Underworld. Fire Underworld, a Fire Underworld, you better not lose today, but I'm really looking forward to being able to personally crush you. Fire Underworld seemed to have noticed Lingjie's gaze as well, as he glanced back at Lingjie and frowned slightly. Yi Charming also followed Fire Haze's gaze. Lingjie looked at Yi Charming and smiled brightly. Soon, he would be able to prove it to Yi Charming. Her few stoves in front of him were like a glowing fire wanting to compete with the sun. There was absolutely no comparison. Yi Charming was disgusted by that smile of his. She was nauseated with a jolt, then couldn't help but lower her voice. Do you guys feel that this Lingjie is a bit strange today? Where is it strange? Strange attracting the master? Fox Jiao Ling blinked. Yi Feminine couldn't help but knock his head. Don't say such disgusting things. Fox Jiao Ling touched the bag on top of his head and looked at Yi Charming with an accusing face. Fire Underworld nodded stoically. There are indeed some changes in him, and it seems that there is a hint of more cold and sharpness. Yi Charming frowned, her face changing slightly. In the plot of the original book, although Lingjie had fallen in love with Lin Huanhuan, he had still cultivated the sword technique of the emotionless Tao. There was no additional explanation for this in the book. No one would ever dwell on logic from an immodest text. However, this world right now was real to Yi Fluttershy. But wherever it existed, there must be a reason. Lingjie's temperament had suddenly changed now. Could it be that he had cultivated the way of emotionlessness in advance? But how did he cultivate it? Yi Flattery intended to pay more attention to this Lingjie today. He was, after all, one of the 8 male masters. He wouldn't fall to the bottom that easily. How much certainty do you have in your fight with Lone Lan? Yi Feminine asked. Fire Underworld said stoically, 80%. He had seen Lone Lan's battle and still had some certainty in his heart. It was only that Fire Meditation's character was not used to speaking his words to the fullest. Do your best and try to win until the end. Yi Charming instructed. Only by winning all 100 battles could Fire Underworld get the reward for the advanced trait. If he missed this time, he was afraid that he wouldn't have that chance next time. Understood. Fire Underworld responded gruffly. There were still 3 more times to experience the next realm this month that hadn't been used, and Yi Charming pondered that in case Fire Underworld really ran into Lingjie, keeping these 3 chances should be enough. In this round, there were only 12 groups of matches left in total. The competition was divided into 2 rounds. Yi Feminine was on the court in the first round.
In the previous round, Yi Charming won against Lin Huanhuan, and the Qingxiao Sword Venerable even questioned it afterward, stating that learning the essence of another person's sword technique on the spot, this kind of thing, was really appalling, and he suspected Yi Charming of stealing the sword sex secret manuals. Only Qingxiao Sword Venerable made wild accusations. Yi Luyun wasn't one to be messed with either, and after some arguments between the two, the matter was suppressed. This time, Yi Charming was up against a disciple of the easy sect, Yuan Tai. This disciple Yi Charming still has some impression. This is not the person who dragged away Xiling before. Xiling had been eliminated early, but he had persevered until this round. Qingxiao Sword Venerable looked at the ring with an expressionless face. He wanted to see if Yi Charming could still learn Yuan Tai's secret techniques on the spot this time. If Yi Feminine this time suddenly couldn't learn it. Oh. Then the name of her genius is false. Then yesterday's incident was something fishy. He would have a reason to reintroduce the matter of a thorough investigation. Dare to harm Huan, even if there is Yi Luyun to protect, he will definitely make Yi Chuxia pay the price. The gaze of swordsman Qing Xiao was like a viper looking into the arena. On the ring, both sides had already stood. Senior brother, Xiling shouted from the stage. Yuan Tai was a little touched for a moment. The always shy senior brother, was this trying to cheer him on? He was about to respond. Xiling shouted right after, lose early if you can. I can't be the only one in the easy sect to lose face. Yi Feminine. Yuan Tai. What's this? Is it a pro senior brother? Yuan Tai's face darkened and he no longer paid attention to Xiling, only arching his hand towards Yi Chui, fellow Taoist Yi. Please. Yi Charming similarly arched her hand. The battle opened in an instant. Yi Charming and Yuan Tai simply paired a few moves, and a hint of interest flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Yuan Tai's weapon was relatively cold. It was a folding fan. In his hands, the fan was fluttering, and with his subtle steps, even without the use of spiritual energy, it was as if there were phantoms floating on the field. Yi Feminine was immediately interested. The cracking whip she practiced was mainly domineering. The sword technique of Lin Huanhuan that she had learned before, the essence was mainly softness overcoming strength. And this Yuan Tai's fan technique, it was about a misty movement and surprise. Interesting. It's really interesting. Yi Flattery's speed of attack slowed down. Under the extraordinary comprehension, Yuan Tai's every move and every style was instantly dismantled. Her whip technique even had a hint of spirituality in it. This time, the crowd quickly reacted. Is Taoist Yi learning again? I think so. The angles at which she strikes the whip all seem to have become more tricky. Hiss. Is the difference between talent and giftedness really that great? The crowd murmured. Qingxiao Sword Venerable's face instantly became incredibly ugly. Yi Charming, was it actually true that she knew it at first sight and couldn't learn it at first sight? No, this was impossible. He stared at the ring dead on, trying to find any breaks. Chapter 99, I'm willing. In the ring, the battle continued. At first, Yuan Tai was still able to barely maneuver with Yi Chui by virtue of his subtle means of making moves. However, after Yi Feminine completely dismantled the fan technique and thoroughly integrated its subtleties into her own whip technique, Yuan Tai no longer had any room for resistance. The wind is invisible, its momentum is changing. The long whip in Yi Feminine's hand instantly transformed into 3 shadows and attacked Yuan Tai at the same time. Yuan Tai. There was no way to avoid it. Looking at these 3 whip shadows, Yuan Tai was on the verge of crying. Yi Charming had already gotten all the essence of his fan technique. This is only how long? Isn't this a bit bullying? I admit defeat. Yuan Tai said somewhat depressed. The whip shadow stopped in the air at once. Afterward, the 3 merged into one and returned to Yi Chun's hands. The victory and defeat had been divided. Fellow Taoist Yuan's secret technique is really powerful. Yi Charming has benefited a lot. Yi Feminine thought about it, but took out a jade slip, quickly burned something into it, and then handed it over to Yuan Tai. This jade slip, gifted to fellow Taoist Yuan. Yuan Tai froze for a moment. Gifted to him? He took it and looked at it, but his eyes instantly lit up. This is... Suddenly, a voice with some conspiratorial tone rang out. Stealing the sword sex secret techniques yesterday, and stealing the easy sex secret techniques today. This acacia sex people can be really preachy. Qingxiao Sword Venerable said coldly, it seems that in the future, anyone who fights against Yi Chunyun will have to be careful about the sex secret techniques being stolen. Yi Luyun sneered, I knew you were going to make a demon. Since ancient times, how many strong people have taken their opponent's strengths to make up for their own shortcomings in battles after battles, and in doing so, they have achieved the supreme way. What, all these powerful people are stealing lessons? As far as I know, next door to the infinite spiritual domain, there is a gun devil, once a man with a gun, fighting all kinds of strong people, and only in the end to learn from the strengths of the crowd, out of their own way. With these words from Sword Venerable Qingxiao, if I have the chance, I'll make sure to let that gun demon listen to them as well. Qingxiao Sword Venerable's face changed. He hadn't found any evidence of Yi Fluttershy's fake genius just now, but he still couldn't hold back the displeasure in his heart, and couldn't help but speak out and sneer. Who would have thought that Yi Luyun would even go up to the top of the line and say something about a gun demon? Among the spirit domain ranks, their Xian Tian spiritual domain belonged to the middle spiritual domain, while this infinite spiritual domain was a proper upper spiritual domain. The gun devils were all peak powerhouses in the Wuji domain. How could one afford to mess with it? Sword Venerable Ching Shao could not help but clench his teeth. I was just saying it off the top of my head. Yi Luyun said expressionlessly, casual remark? I think you did it deliberately. The key to secret techniques lies in the moves. If Little Charming learns the cracking whip, its style is wide open, domineering and unrivaled. Other people can learn this style. However, the key to the cracking whip was the cracking Sky 7 styles. These 7 styles do not have a method, but it is difficult for others to learn. Little Charm's talent is outstanding, she's just taking the best from the best. How can we talk about stealing? It's really ridiculous. The Green Sky Sword Venerable's face was a bit ugly as he said in a cold voice, You're so eloquent, I can't say anything about you. However, whether or not you are willing to risk your essence being learned to fight against Yi Charming, the disciples of the 3 sects will have their own decision. Vaguely, Ching Shao Sword Venerable still wanted to put Yi Charming on the opposite side of the other disciples. Yi Charming possessed such a terrifying talent, and if she was allowed to have enough experience in sparring, her growth rate would, I'm afraid, be quite appalling. How could Sword Venerable Ching Shao allow this to happen? Ching Shao, you. Yi Luyun slapped the table and was about to properly reason with Ching Shao. Suddenly, a somewhat trance-like voice rang out. I am willing to Sword Exalt Ching Shao frowned. Who? Who was willing? He snapped his eyes over and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The person who spoke was actually Yuan Tai, who had just lost to Yi Charming. Yuan Tai tightly gripped the jade slip given by Yi Charming, and he glanced at Yi Charming with some gratitude. Fellow Taoist Yi, in the future, if I still need to find someone to spar with, I'm always willing to do so. Yi Charming nodded slightly, good to say. Only then did Yuan Tai place the jade slip on his chest and got out of the ring with a happy face. Senior brother Yuan, what's in this jade slip? Shiling curiously snatched it over to take a look. The others also looked over curiously. Yuan Tai quickly snatched back the jade slip and said with an excited expression, Fellow Taoist Yi is truly a heavenly talent. She saw what I lacked in the sparring match just now, and thus, targeted some suggestions to me. I have a feeling that as long as I follow the advice she gave me and dive into cultivation for a while, I will definitely have a breakthrough. Yuan Tai purposely spoke this matter out loud. The crowd of disciples could not help but be surprised. The disciples of the Easy sect had always been afraid of things and avoided them, never taking the initiative to provoke right and wrong. Yuan Tai's behavior was, to put it in a small way, helping Yi Feminine to get her name right. To put it into larger terms, it was choosing to side with Yi Luyun between Ching Shao Sword Venerable and Yi Luyun. This was not something that a solitary Easy sect disciple would do. From this, it could also be seen how much help Yi Charming had given him this time. The crowd couldn't help but look at Yi Feminine with a somewhat fiery expression. Among them, the one who was most moved was surprisingly still a disciple of the Cunhai Ming sword sect. After all, their fundamental could be the weapon now. If they could improve themselves by fighting with Yi Charming, why not? When Yi Luyun saw this, she smiled. She slowly sat back down. As expected, the disciples of the 3 sects have their own judgment. Yi Luyun's mood was so good for a moment. How many years had it been? She hadn't been this refreshed. Moreover, as Little Flirt became more and more accomplished, she would only become more and more refreshed in the future. Ching Shao Sword Venerable's face was ugly, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. He had flaunted himself in front of Yi Luyun for 10 years, but within this month, he had been defeated repeatedly. This feeling was really too unbearable. Sword Venerable Chang Shao could not help but look at Ling Jia. If it wasn't for this disciple being useless and failing to lock Yi Charming's heart tightly, how would he have been so humiliated? However, now on the field, he only had his eldest disciple Ling Jia and his second disciple Su Miaozhu left to be eliminated. The only one who had any hope of defeating Yi Charming and Firehei was Ling Jia. If Ling Ji also lost, then his face, from beginning to end, was really being ruthlessly trampled on the ground. Ching Shao Sword Venerable had originally not paid much attention to this great disciple, but now, he had changed his mind. When today's ring was over, he planned to follow Ling Jia's progress. As long as Ling Jia won until the end, then, his face, more or less, could be saved. The gaze of the Green Sky Sword Exalt couldn't help but look towards Ling Jia's ring. At this look, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Now this round, Ling Jia and Fire Underworld both had their own matches. But Yi Chuxia, however, stood under Ling Jia's stage and watched the battle. What did this prove? It proved that she might not have completely forgotten about Ling Jia. Sword Venerable Ching Shao suddenly laughed as he glanced at Yi Luyun provocatively. Elder Yi, in the future, it's better for you to exercise some restraint in your speech. Maybe in the future, the two of us, we still have some fate of being in-laws. Yi Luyun looked at Yi Chuxia, who suddenly went to watch Ling Jie's battle. His heart also panicked a little.
It can't be, it can't be. Little Flirt's eyes, blind again? No, 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 this can't be.
Know your enemy and know yourself, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Little Flirt might just be observing her opponent.
That must be it. Chapter 100. Something's not right. On the ring. Watching Yi Charming go over to Ling Jie's side, Fire Underworld's hand slightly tightened.
They all knew how fervently Yi Charming had once liked Ling Jie.
This kind of fondness, was it really that she had completely let go?
But Hua Hei pursed his lips and discarded all distracting thoughts. Yi Charming had said many times that she hoped that he would win all the way to the end. Even if. She suddenly changed her mind again. Seeing as he was working this hard to present the victory, she could still look at him a few more times.
Fire Meditation had never thought about it.
He would, one day, put himself in such a humble position. But, for the sake of Yi Charming, he was willing to do it. Lon Lan frowned. What I desire is a good fight. You being affected like this won't affect your play, right? Fire Underworld retracted his gaze. His face was cold, but there were flames lurking in the bottom of his eyes. He took a step forward, his voice firm. This battle, I will definitely win. Whether it was for himself or to win back Yi Charming's gaze, he would not let himself lose. The current Fire Underworld was like a latent volcano that was about to erupt at any moment, and Lon Lan's eyes flinched, and then she became excited. This was the opponent she was waiting for. Beneath Ling Jie's ring, Yi Charming was still waiting.
Little Charming, you're actually still willing to come see me?
Ling Jie looked somewhat surprised. What he had guessed was right, Yi Charming was indeed still in love with him. Yi Charming immediately revealed a disgusted look. Don't talk to me. She just wanted to come and see what this Ling Jie had gotten up to. This didn't mean that she was willing to listen to these disgusting words. Ling Jie didn't feel that Yi Chui was disliking him at all. He revealed a confident look. Don't worry, for your sake, I will definitely win beautifully. Ling Jie looked towards his opponent, also a disciple from the Tsunghai Ming sword sect. He wore a regretful expression. Senior Brother Chen, this time, I'm afraid we'll have to have a quick battle. This Senior Brother Chen could not help but frown as well. Those who were able to make it to the top 24 were not ones to be messed with. Even though Ling Jie was the eldest senior brother, what made him think that he would be able to have a quick battle against himself? That Ling Jie was eager to show that he drew his sword and was the first to attack. Yi Charming instantly unleashed her eagle eye skill. Golden light shone in her eyes, and every move and style of Ling Jie was imprinted in her eyes. Eagle eyes paired with transcendent enlightenment was simply heaven-defying. It was a pity that above the ring one couldn't use spiritual power or divine soul power, and the eagle eye's secret skill was also an application of divine soul power. Otherwise, Yi Charming felt that she would have gained even more from the two previous sparring matches. Ling Jie was now like a male peacock that couldn't wait to open his screen in front of Yi Charming, and that Chen disciple was only being beaten by him. But what this disciple cultivated happened to be a defense-heavy sword technique. Ling Jie had some difficulty resisting some of Ling Jie's gale-like attacks, but surprisingly, he also resisted all of them. Yi Feminine didn't have any reaction, she just continued to observe. Ling Jie's face, however, could not help but look slightly ugly. He had said that he would fight quickly. Now that it had been dragged out for so long, wasn't it a slap in his own face? Yi Feminine was still watching from the stage. Ling Jie's eyes suddenly became stern. Although that move is still not very skillful, it is better to try it. Ling Jie's sword blade turned, and the aura of his body suddenly changed radically. Yi Chao's pupils shrunk. Coming. In the next moment, the sword fell from Ling Jie's hand. This sword, talk about what chapter and method, seems to be just flat stabbed out, but a cold and horrible breath suddenly from the sword body threw out. This is the Green Destiny sword. Venerable snapped to his feet. Sword intent? Without utilizing spiritual power or divine soul, purely by using the sword technique, it induced changes in the spiritual power of heaven and earth. This was clearly having mastered the realm of intent. He hadn't paid much attention to Ling Jie this month, but he hadn't expected that he would give himself a big surprise. The look on the Green Destiny sword Venerable's face was a little agitated. Yi Luyun could not help but frown. Realm of intent? Was it really a realm of intent? Why? She always felt that there was something wrong. Moreover, the sword Dao's realm of intent is all derived from the sword technique. Which sword technique of the sword sect could cultivate such a cold and evil realm? When Ling Jie's sword fell, victory and defeat were instantly clear. That senior brother Chen didn't have any room to resist and was instantly knocked out of the ring. Yi Charming, I. Ling Jie struck a dashing pose and turned back to Yi Charming. He then saw that Yi Charming had already brought a few stovepipes with her and turned around to walk away without hesitation. In that Fox Jiu Ling's hand, she was still holding a shadow retaining stone. Master, don't worry, it's all recorded. Know your enemy and know yourself and you will not be in danger in 100 battles, we are really smart. Fox Jiu Ling said cheerfully. Yi Feminine couldn't help but give him a look. Only you are a great smart, I am not. Fox Jiu Ling hemmed and hawed. I didn't expect that Master would have this much trust in my wisdom.
But master, you shouldn't be too presumptuous, you are also great. These two spoke as if no one else was around, not giving Ling Jia another glance. Ling Jia, who still maintained his dashing stance. His face instantly turned livid. Ye feminine. This woman, how dare she toy with her like this? The battle between Fire Underworld and Lone Lan also came to an end. With the characteristic of getting stronger the more they fought, Fire Underworld finally defeated Lone Lan and entered the top 12. He looked towards Yi Charming, who was already waiting for him at the bottom of the ring, and his originally cold and stern brows instantly melted away like ice and snow. He obediently walked to Yi Charming's side. Yi Charming did not mince words as she gave him a big smile. Fire Underworld's heart trembled. He also reacted now. Yi Charming just wanted to go to spy on the enemy, and it was his own heart that was messed up. But at this moment, he still couldn't help but have a trace of a lost and found feeling. This feeling was too strong, making him unable to resist wanting to do something. The indifferent teenager walked quickly to Yi Charming. He bent down and waited quietly. If it was Qin Xian, this would have been afraid that he would have already said all sorts of flirty things. But Fire He just waited so quietly. Yi Charming blinked, suddenly reacting. She soothingly dropped a kiss on Fire He's forehead. Ling Jia had just gotten himself organized when he saw the scene again. He couldn't help but death grip the hilt of the sword in his hand. The feeling he had right now was like being put on a green hat in front of his face, and he even felt that everyone around him was laughing at him. This kind of shame, only blood could wash it away. Let him face Fire He. Let him face Fire Underworld. The aura on Ling Jia's body became even colder for a moment. Ling Jia did not continue to stay and turned around before leaving the square. He quickly returned to his cave residence. This cave had been split open once on the spot by Yi Charming before, and now, although the cave had been restored almost to the ground, material-wise, it definitely wasn't as good as it had been before. Ling Jia went straight into the depths of the cave. He took out a formation flag and opened a hidden secret room before he walked in. Chapter 101: Entering the Emotionless Path. In this secret room, there was actually a group of demonic beasts that had not yet transformed into forms. These demonic beasts had deep and shallow wounds all over their bodies, and as they looked at Ling Jia, who suddenly came in, their eyes could not help but flash with unspeakable fear. Ling Jia's gaze softly looked at a demonic beast whose body was snow white, and whose outer shape resembled a fluffy cloud, and beckoned to it. Tuanzi, come here. Tuanzi trembled as it shrank in the corner, not daring to move a muscle. After raising you for half a month, you're still afraid of me? That's not good. Ling Jia walked over step by step. The donut tried to escape, but was picked up by Ling Jia. Ling Jia's hand stroked its body one by one. His eyes were very gentle. But the donut trembled more and more. Suddenly, Ling Jia's fingertips flicked out sword chi, and on the donut's body, a long wound suddenly appeared. It couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. The demonic beasts next to it looked on, all of them showing miserable faces. Ling Jia sighed. We have at least cultivated our relationship for half a month. In fact, I really can't bear to kill you guys. After all, the key to breaking a relationship is to have a relationship first. But there's no way. I need to guarantee that I will win 100%. Ling Jia said blandly while expressionlessly leaving a wound on Tuanzi's body. So, tomorrow morning, I'll send you guys away. Do you guys think it's good? The crowd of demonic beasts could not help but tremble in fear. The leaving in Ling Jia's mouth would definitely not be letting them go free. This was to kill them. This last night. I will properly accompany you all and spend the last night of your lives. After all, I am truly a bit sad to leave you all behind. Ling Jia sighed. He was pretending. A spirit beaver next to him couldn't stand it and suddenly spat towards him. This spirit beaver had the most stubborn personality and had suffered the most over the past half a month, and now it was so bruised and battered that it didn't have a bit of good flesh on it anymore. Ling Jia looked at it and his expression suddenly turned cold. But he quickly held back. To be sentient. Be sentient first. Ling Jia kept muttering. Then, he smiled and tied up the spirit beaver. Don't worry, you're so cute, I'll definitely forgive you. Tomorrow, I will be the first to send you away. Ling Jia's hand, one by one, heavily caressed the spirit beaver's body. The spirit beaver's body was already full of wounds, and under Ling Jia's almost patting caresses, it was soon oozing blood all over its body, looking very miserable. Ling Jia, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ling Jia's body stiffened for a moment as he raised his eyes and looked towards the doorway with some disbelief. He put down the spirit ravens in his hands in some panic and knelt down on the spot. Master. On Ling Jia's forehead, sweat broke out instantly. Didn't the Qing Xiao sword exalt no longer care about him? How did he suddenly appear here? In this cave residence of his, although he had also set up some prohibitions. However, in front of a strong person like the Qing Xiao sword venerable, such a restriction was like a sham. This was the end. The matter of him using demonic beasts to cultivate the emotionless Tao had been seen by his master. In the secret room, these demonic beasts couldn't help but have a look of anticipation in their eyes. The big bad Ling Jia had finally been discovered. Were they saved?
Xing Shao Sword Exalt glanced bashfully at the demonic beasts in the secret room and suddenly laughed.
You've been raising these demonic beasts for a while, right? Cultivate a bit of affection with them first, then cut off the affection.
A beast is a beast, and it is indeed much easier to cut off feelings. Swordsman Xing Shao spoke calmly. Ling Jie's sweat dripped down. Master
is a disciple who was greedy and took shortcuts. I won't dare to do it again.
This method of his was not an orthodox method of practicing the emotionless Tao at all. 1,000 years ago, there was instead an evil cultivator who used this method to enter the emotionless Tao. His cultivation had skyrocketed, but it was a pity that he had made too many enemies because of it, and was eventually hunted down and killed by the orthodox path. If this practice of his was discovered by the sect, he would inevitably suffer a chastisement. It was also occasionally that Ling Jie discovered this shortcut version of the emotionless Tao cultivation method. He hadn't made up his mind to try it originally either. It was all Yi Feminine's fault. Who let her force herself onto the cliff? If he didn't cultivate this emotionless Tao, he wouldn't be able to guarantee 100% victory over Fire Underworld.
Where was he going to put his sword sect senior brother's face? Never dare again? Swordfather Qing Shao laughed. That won't do.
Ling Jie rose for a moment and looked at Sword Exalt Qing Shao with some bewilderment. After all, it's an honor for them to be able to help you improve your strength. Qing Shao Sword Venerable said coldly, as long as you act with care, and deal with the head and tail cleanly, no one will find any clues. Right now, the most important thing is still to raise their strength. How could Qing Shao Sword Venerable not know that Ling Jie had already embarked on an evil path? He even knew that this cultivation method was destined to die under the heavenly tribulation, unable to ascend to the upper realms.
But, so what?
This was Ling Jie's own choice. What he wanted was just to earn back his face. Ling Jie practiced this evil method, which was not allowed by the righteous path, but this method was so different from the emotionless path that it was hard to find the difference. As long as the demonic beasts were handled cleanly, no one would be able to discover Ling Jie's problem.
Master is not going to punish me?
Ling Jie never froze for a moment. Silly disciple. Only strength is the hard truth. As long as you are strong enough, where are the evil and righteous laws? The law you cultivate is the law of the heavens. Swordfather Qing Shao said. The hearts of the demonic beasts in the secret room had just been flooded with a glimmer of hope, and at this moment, their hopes were instantly dashed. One hill of raccoons. These sword cultivators of the Shanghai Ming sword sect, all of them were raccoons of a hill. The little beasts looked angrily at the master and disciple. Xing Shao Sword Venerable and Ling Jie, however, both did not care. The corner of Ling Jie's lips revealed a hint of a smile. Master, disciple understands. In this competition, I will definitely win the top spot. That's good. Swordfather Qing Shao nodded in satisfaction. However, after dealing with this batch of demonic beasts, to capture the next batch of demonic beasts, you'd better go to a place farther away.
Otherwise, it will be easy for the end to be discovered.
Yes. Ling Jie respectfully answered. The Qing Shao Sword Venerable mentioned a few more words before he left in satisfaction. Ling Jie's smile became even more bizarre as he looked at the little beasts in the secret room. Even the master teacher approved, so in the future, it would be even more convenient for him to act.
Tomorrow. Let's kill these little beasts and help him truly enter the emotionless Tao. The next day.
Ling Jie's face was a bit ugly when he left the cave. When he made his move to kill the demonic beasts just now, these demonic beasts even played tricks with him. The other demonic beasts used their deaths to cover up, and that cloud cluster unexpectedly had the racial talent of stealth and escaped in the midst of the chaos.
With one less demonic beast, he had managed to enter the emotionless Tao.
But if this cloud dumpling came out and said something nonsense, it would be detrimental to his reputation. Originally, he was supposed to immediately go after this cloud donut, but the ring tournament was about to open, so Ling Jie could only postpone this matter for the time being. That cloud donut was also seriously injured and couldn't escape too far at all. He would come back to capture it after he finished the ring. Chapter 102 Cloud Beast. On this day, there were already only 12 participants left in the weapon way. The probability of Ling Jie bumping into one of the Fire Hei or Yi Charming was no longer considered small. But this time, they still didn't get to cross paths. Ling Jie's opponent was another disciple from the Shanghai Ming sword sect. This time, his heart to win the match was clearly more urgent than yesterday. The moment he struck, it was a killing move. After forcing his fellow disciple to admit defeat, he hurriedly left the square. Yi Charming and Fire Underworld likewise won the match. The two entered the top 6 together. Apart from the Shanghai Ming sword sect's disciples, they became the only 2 people from other sects in the top 6. Yi Charming glanced at Ling Jie's back as he hurriedly left, and slightly raised an eyebrow. Ling Jie seemed to be a bit abnormal today. He didn't come up to be, nor did he show a grimacing expression at Fire Hei. Instead, he had a soulful expression. On him, what was happening? Ye Feminine once again hate this book, should not be written in detail, crazy detail, the detail is not written at all. This Ling Jie's use of that cold mood today was obviously more familiar. Overnight, what exactly happened to him?
Yi Feminine's heart was curious as hell. She made an excuse and left the square from another direction, then she quickly followed towards the direction Ling Jie left. She wanted to see what kind of foul play was going on with this Ling Jie. However, Ling Jie didn't know what means he had used, and only after this moment of effort, he was already nowhere to be found. Yi Charming then went to Ling Jie's cave and waited in secret for a while, but she never waited for Ling Jie to return. After Ling Jie left the square, he didn't go back to his cave at all. Yi Charming waited for a long time and didn't find anything wrong, so she could only go back to her cave first. Fire Underworld and the others had already returned to the cave, and when Yi Charming returned, they looked over in unison. The eyes of each of them seemed like a complaining husband accusing his wife of not returning home. Yi Charming lightly coughed. Everyone is here. Master, you went after Ling Jie, why did you chase after him until now? Fox Jiuling asked with a curious face. Yi Feminine. She had at least covered it up, okay, was it that obvious? Fire Underworld looked at Yi Charming and said seriously, but you're worried about my match with Ling Jie? I will definitely win. He could see that Yi Charming wanted him to win all the time. Then he would have to win for her to see. Yi Feminine was a bit helpless. How do you know that you will definitely be able to face Ling Jie? It might be me against him. Fire Underworld was silent for a while and said, for some reason, there is this strong intuition. Intuition? Yi Feminine glanced at Fire Hay with some curiosity. Speaking of which, Fire Underworld was originally also a male destiny that disliked the heavens and the earth, only that his chi was taken away and he was even reduced to being his own furnace. Now, Fire Underworld's progress in opening treasure chests was the fastest, and even then, he had already opened his first silver treasure chest. Did this also represent? A part of his male lead destiny had returned? If that was the case, the probability of him facing Ling Jie, guided by the luck of the underworld, was really quite high. After all, which male lead didn't grow up in twists and turns along the way? Yi Feminine couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Fire Underworld was the male lead who had gotten some of his chi back. Ling Jie was one of the 8 male leads in this book, so he should also have the male lead's luck. If these two collided, the outcome was really hard to say. But Ling Jie had that gloomy and cold realm of intent, and she likewise still had 3 chances saved up for Fire Underworld to experience the unyielding realm of intent. Realm versus realm. Fire Underworld wouldn't necessarily fall to the wayside. Just do your best, Yi Feminine said. She also didn't want to put too much pressure on Fire Underworld. In case there was an accident, don't be stubborn like Xiao Hung before. Fire Underworld nodded seriously. I understand. Nightfall. All was silent. Fox Jiuling slipped around the entrance of the cave mansion in boredom. These few days, everyone seemed to be very busy, and he was the only one who was free. Right. It seemed like he could still cultivate the Eye of Ecstasy for a bit. As soon as he thought of practicing cultivation, he suddenly remembered something. He wanted to make a new kind of wine, and the wine needed to use the moonlight fruit. This fruit was located on a barren mountain on the edge of the 3 sects, slightly far away. Normally, he was a little too lazy to go there. But doing anything is more interesting than practicing cultivation. Fox Jiuling heatedly smiled and sneaked out of the cave's range. The moonlight poured over the silent mountain, and Fox Jiuling hummed a little song as he searched for the moonlight fruit he wanted. This fruit is not easy to find on weekdays, only under the moonlight will it bubble up and absorb a bit of moonlight. Tonight, Fox Jiuling's luck was good, and in no time, he saw a fruit that shone with a glistening luster. He joyfully went over to pick it. Suddenly, Fox Jiuling's hand stopped in mid-air. His divine soul was, by nature, extraordinarily sharp. Just this instant, he suddenly felt that right in this neighborhood, there seemed to be the presence of other people. Fox Jiuling couldn't help but inhale hard. Then, his expression changed slightly. It was the scent of blood. Who is it? Fox Jiuling was instantly alert. His eyes swept around, and suddenly, he sensed something, and a green fox pen suddenly appeared in his hand, gently pointing at a certain spot. A ripple rippled in the air, and a furry cloud beast crashed down from the sky. It seemed to be covering its tracks and wanted to leave, but was seen through by Fox Jiuling with a glance. The cloud beast instantly revealed a terrified look. What are you? Fox Jiuling looked at the scars all over its body and also froze for a moment. The next moment, Fox Jiuling suddenly sensed something as he picked up the cloud beast and cast an illusion technique to conceal his figure. He had just cast it. Ling Jie's figure suddenly appeared not far away. Ling Jie was holding a sword, his eyes were cold, and he was constantly looking around. As soon as he saw Ling Jie, that cloud beast's body involuntarily trembled, as if it had thought of something very frightening. Fox Jiuling glanced at the cloud beast thoughtfully. This cloud beast was afraid of Ling Jie. The many wounds on its body, could it be due to Ling Jie? Seeing that Fox Jiuling did not intend to harm it, the cloud beast turned around with the intention of sneaking away. It must not be discovered by Ling Jie. Otherwise, the efforts of so many people would all be in vain. It was just about to leave, but was once again picked up by Fox Jiuling. The cloud beast couldn't help but look at Fox Jiuling with some alarm. Although it was the same demon race, Fox Jiuling had a strong human aura about him, and he was a demon beast with a master. This neighborhood was the range of the 3 clans, and Fox Jiuling's owner might know Lingjia. So, he was trying to send himself out? Your illusion is good. However, your injuries are too severe and you can't perform the concealment technique for long anymore. If you walk away like that, you will definitely be discovered by him, Fox Jiuling said in a low voice. A hint of despair immediately flashed in the cloud beast's eyes. How could it not know? But, was it just going to let that Lingjia slaughter it? I can't even do this illusion art right now. If Lingjia gets close, he will 100% find out. Fox Jiuling pondered for a moment. Lingjia's search range was getting closer and closer. Fox Jiuling sighed. Under the moonlight, for a split second, a blue luster suddenly flashed in his eyes. Xian rank secret skill, the Eye of Ecstasy. He had learned it in an instant. Chapter 103, Killing to Kill. Psychedelic Eyes, great bonus effect on all illusions. Under the skill's additive effect, Fox Jiuling's illusion art was suddenly on a higher level, and he was in the same place, illuminating the exact same scene, only, in this scene, there was no more him and the cloud beast. The cloud beast's pupils slightly condensed, looking at Fox Jiuling with some surprise. Fox Jiuling was only in the pre-Jindan stage, but he was unexpectedly able to set up this kind of illusion in an instant. Tuanzi, I know you're nearby. Lingjia's voice suddenly rang out. The cloud beast's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fox Jiuling patted its spine soothingly. The Green Fox clan had always been good at illusions, coupled with the addition of the Eye of Ecstasy. Ling Jiuling might not be able to discover anything. The cloud beast was tense, but Fox Jiuling's illusions were really subtle. Lingjia searched around and didn't find it, then he snapped and left. A fox and a cloud waited for a long time to make sure that Lingjia was indeed far away before Fox Jiuling said in a low voice, "You're in this situation now. Why don't you go back with me first? If there's anything, my master will stand up for you." The cloud beast immediately revealed a wary look. None of the humans are good. Fox Jiuling didn't argue with it, only pointing out a substantial problem. But, by yourself, you won't be able to walk out of this mountain. The cloud beast's injuries were already too heavy. Even if it wasn't found by Ling Jiuling, it could no longer support itself. The cloud beast's expression stiffened at once. The person who harmed you is Lingjia, right? My master has a grudge against Lingjia. She will definitely help you. Fox Jiuling changed his method of persuasion. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have stepped in to save you. When he said so, the cloud beast believed a few points instead. It was now extremely distrustful of humans. Father and mother had said that humans were the most fond of ganging up on each other, and wasn't that Qing Shao Sword Venerable harboring Lingjia because he was his eldest disciple? There were people who harbored Lingjia, and naturally, there would also be people who had a grudge against him. Combined with the fact that Fox Jiuling did save it once, the vigilance in the cloud beast's heart dropped a bit. Seeing that it was still hesitant, Fox Jiuling took out an elixir. If you really don't trust me, this is a fast healing elixir. You can take it and find your own way out. The cloud beast sniffed hard. A strong medicinal fragrance came out at once, and its eyes snapped open. This elixir was indeed a great help to it now. The cloud beast quickly took the elixir from Fox Jiuling's hands and ate it in one bite. Then, its tender voice rang out, "I'll choose both." Fox Jiuling was instantly happy as he stroked the group's head and held it in his arms before carefully trying to leave the mountain. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps when suddenly, a harsh sword light chopped through. Fox Jiuling's pupils shrunk violently. An indifferent voice rang out, "Senior brother Ling, it seems that this time, I've done you a great favor." The person in front of him was clearly Chu Shao. Behind him, a slightly chagrined Lingjia slowly walked out. Fox Jiuling tightly hugged the troop, her body tensed up. Oops. Lingjia had not been able to see through his illusion, but this Chu Shao seemed to have another mystery, and even broke his own illusion with a sword. He was too far away from the cave at the moment and couldn't contact Yi Charming even if he wanted to. These two people in front of him, especially Lingjia, were a full realm higher than him, and were completely beyond his strength to deal with. Fox Jiuling secretly took out a shadow retention stone and hid it in his sleeve. If something bad happened to him today, how could he find a way to leave some evidence behind? Chu Shao smiled and said, "To be able to think of using a demonic beast to cultivate the emotionless Tao, eldest senior brother is truly a heavenly talent. After Huan told me about this matter, I also greatly admire eldest senior brother's boldness." Lingjia was momentarily unsure if Chu Shao was complimenting him or what. His face was a bit ugly for a moment as he said blandly, "Senior brother Chu has been getting very close to Lin Huan recently? This is even called Huan." Chu Shao smiled, "I was injured before and Huan came to visit me a few times. It was also Huan who told me about eldest brother's matter. Eldest senior brother was in a hurry today, so I paid a little more attention. Senior brother won't be offended." Lingjia's expression was grim. Only eldest brother knew about his matter. However, senior elder clearly didn't have any secrets to tell in front of Lin Huan. Lin Huan didn't know out of what kind of thinking, but she had actually told Chu Shao again. This Chu Shao was also very weird.
He was only a new disciple at the Jindan stage, and one didn't even know when he had followed him silently. There is also the illusion that he himself couldn't even see through, he even saw through it at a glance. No wonder he had become Lin Huanuan's new target. Ling Jia looked at Chu Xiao fixedly. Right now, what are you going to do? The matter of using demonic beasts to cultivate should definitely not be spread out. If Chu Xiao was just the first ordinary Jindan stage disciple, he was afraid that he would have to strike to silence him. But, for one, Chu Xiao's identity was not simple. Secondly, this person was quite a bit mysterious, and he might not be able to kill him yet. Only then did Ling Jia hold back. Eldest senior brother isn't thinking that I want to do something to you, right? We're from the same sect, so we should watch our backs and help each other. Cultivating with demonic beasts is something that is not to be faulted, only that there are many hypocrites in the three sects, and if this matter were to spread, it would inevitably attract accusations. If you want to cover up this matter, the best way is naturally. Chu Xiao glanced at Fox Jiuling and Cloud Beast, kill this fox and beast. Fox Jiuling's heart fluttered slightly. His feet moved slightly, and Ling Jieling's aura locked over, and Fox Jiuling couldn't even move a muscle. This Cloud Beast is nothing. Just kill it. This Fox Jiuling is Yi Charming's cauldron. Ling Jia said in a cold voice, if he dies, Yi Charming will definitely pursue the matter to the end. As long as the traces are cleaned up enough, this matter is known to you and I, that Yi Feminine, how will it be known? Chu Xiao laughed. Ling Jia glanced at Chu Xiao, but then I'll have left a handle on you forever. Then what eldest senior brother means is that in order to not leave a handle, he has to let Fox Jiuling go? Chu Xiao said. Ling Jia's expression was slightly cold as he turned his head to look at Fox Jiuling and Cloud Beast. Spare them. Even more impossible. Ling Jia swung his sword and violently slashed down in the direction of Fox Jiuling and Cloud Beast. In the cave, Yi Feminine, who was cultivating with her legs crossed, suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She subconsciously clicked on the system panel, and her face turned ironic. What situation? Why was Fox Jiuling's health value falling all the time? She tried to call out to Fox Jiuling, but realized that Fox Jiuling had gone too far, and simply could no longer be contacted using the contract. His health value, on the other hand, continued to fall downwards at an alarming rate. It was originally 100%. But in a few moments of effort, it was already only 50%. After falling to 50%, Fox Jiuling's health value temporarily stopped there. Yi Feminine quickly looked at Fox Jiuling's other conditions. The column of mental activity could only be triggered in close proximity. The mental activity stayed at the sentence before he stepped out of the sensing range. Hey! The moonlight fruit should be ripening. Pick a few and come back to make wine. Chapter 104 Clues. Moonlight fruit. This was the only clue at the moment. Yi Feminine didn't dare to hesitate and immediately summoned the others to discuss with her. This moonlight fruit, does it have a fixed growing place? Xing Xian, do you know anything about it? Yi Charming asked. Xing Xian nodded, his expression somewhat grave. Moonlight fruits tend to grow on high mountain peaks. Most of the peaks near the three sects are not too high. Those that are able to reach the environment where the moonlight fruit grows, then there are only these three small peaks at the edge. Xing Xian scratched out a place on the map. Fox Jiuling has often gone out to look for some spirit fruits in this month. However, this is the range of the three sects, so unusual evil cultivators don't dare to approach. After such a long time, nothing has happened. Master, although Little Fox loves to play, he is still a reliable person. After a while, he should be back. Xing Xian continued. They couldn't see Fox Jiuling's health and didn't think it was a big deal for a while. Are these three peaks? Yi Charming directly stood up. I'll go over and take a look now. Xing Xian was a bit surprised. This place was still within the clan's boundaries, and as a matter of fact, it was still very safe. Why was Yi Charming suddenly in such a hurry? However, Xing Xian still immediately said, I'll go with you. Take me one. Moye's voice rang out in the dark night. Fire Underworld silently brought up his gun. Although they were still unsure, Yi Feminine wouldn't do anything inexplicable. She was in a hurry to find Little Fox, so she must have encountered something on Little Fox's side. I'll go too. Xiao Hong coughed lightly a few times and walked over as well. Your body. Yi Charming was a little hesitant. Xiao Hong shook his head, the body is almost healed. If Little Fox is really missing, one more person, one more strength. Xiao Heng's physical condition was indeed much better. Yi Feminine then did not dwell on it too much. Before departing, she left a message for Yi Luyun as well, hoping that Yi Luyun would be able to come. A few people's faces couldn't help but become even more grave. What exactly had happened on Fox Jiuling's side, that there was a need to send out a Grand Elder? On the way, Yi Chuxia had the time to recount the beginning and end as she said in a deep voice, the contractual link between Little Fox and me was severed. I can no longer sense his existence. This was the truth. After Fox Jiuling's health suddenly dropped by 50%, she couldn't detect Fox Jiuling's existence anymore. The contractual connection was cut off? A few people suddenly understood why Yi Feminine was in such a hurry. What they had signed with Yi Charming was a harsh hearth and cauldron contract. This kind of contract, even if they were separated by thousands of miles, between the two of them, there would still be a connection in the dark. If Yi Charming wanted to take away their lives, even if they were in other spirit realms, it would only be a matter of a thought.
But now, this contract was actually cut off? This was definitely an outside force intervening.
Yi Charming explained, this contract didn't disappear, rather, it looks like it was temporarily shielded by means. Xiao Hong said slowly, with the contract being shielded, something did happen to Little Fox. Moreover, the person who struck out was either of a much higher cultivation level than him, or had numerous means. Xiao Hong was accustomed to seeing all sorts of means of hooking up, and this would, under the sharp turn of his mind, continue, there is more. This person knows to shield the master-servant contract in the first place. This proves that he clearly knows the identity of Fox Jiuling Master. This person must be someone from the three sects. They hadn't left the range of the three sects at all after becoming Yi Flattery's cauldron. Anyone who could clearly know that Fox Jiuling was Yi Flattery's furnace cauldron could only be someone from the three sect. This ruled out the possibility of evil cultivators sneaking in. People from the three sects. Yi Charming's expression couldn't help but chill. Her first reaction was actually Lin Huanhuan. Lin Huanhuan's cultivation wasn't high yet, but she was from the upper realm, so who knew how many means she had? By her side, there was also a Qingxiao sword exalt to help her, so if she wanted to make a move against Little Fox, it would be easy.
In addition,
Little Fox set out this night to search for the moonlight fruit, and this matter should have been a sudden whim of his. Since it was a sudden whim, then it can't be a setup in advance. Why would the people of the three clans choose to take a huge risk on Fox Jiuling after knowing his identity? Xiao Hong said slowly, Little Fox might have bumped into something he shouldn't have.
Bumped into something that shouldn't be bumped into.
Yi Feminine flew into thought. She desperately recalled the plot in the original book. But everything was calm and quiet in this part of the original book, except for the fact that Lin Huanhuan had secretly gotten together with Ling Jia, and she, the female match, was jealous in her heart and sent to the door to be punched in the face a few times. Nothing else had happened.
Then, what about the comparison?
The original book plot to now, what has changed?
The biggest change is that Lin Huanhuan didn't get to be a fish out of water, but instead was temporarily under the jurisdiction of Qingxiao Jianzuan.
The second is that Ling Jia's prestige has plummeted. He wasn't able to respond to every call like he did in the book. Instead, he first lost the favoritism of the Qingxiao sword venerable, and then lost the majesty of his eldest senior brother. The only way for him to barely salvage a bit of face now was to obtain the way of weapons quintessence. But Ling Jia had fought with fire underworld, and no matter what he said to the outside world, he himself should know that he didn't have the certainty of victory against fire underworld. How could the high-minded and proud Sung Haiming sword sect's eldest senior brother allow himself to be defeated by a stovepipe?
Yi Feminine suddenly remembered the extra cold aura on Ling Jia's body. Fox Jiuling disappeared. Could it be related to this matter?
Yi Charming's hand could not help but clench tightly.
Soon,
the crowd arrived at the only three places where the moonlight fruit could possibly grow, as formulated by Qing Xian. Fox Jiuling didn't know anything about pharmacology, but he was as familiar with the various spirit fruits that could be used to make wine. If he wanted to pick the moonlight fruit, he would definitely come here as well. When everyone arrived, Yi Luyun had gotten the news from Yi Charming and had also arrived early. Yi Luyun had already briefly checked the situation of the three peaks and she said, Fox Jiuling did come here, but now his aura has disappeared. Yi Luyun landed down with the crowd. The last place he appeared should be near here. The spiritual energy of this place has been forcibly eliminated. If I hadn't come in time, I'm afraid that even this remaining bit of aura would have disappeared.
Yi Feminine's expression changed slightly. In the system panel, Fox Jiuling's health value, which had temporarily stabilized, unexpectedly began to drop once again.
After that person took Fox Jiuling away, he was actually still torturing him.
Yi Feminine's expression immediately became incomparably grim.
Sword Qi. There are traces left behind by Sword Qi here. Qing Xian suddenly said. On the ground, there was a patch of green grass that had indeed been chipped away with Sword Qi. Sword cultivator, and still laying your hands on Little Fox so recklessly.
I'm afraid that you didn't invite it again. Mo Yi looked towards Yi Zhou.
Yi Charming's face was ugly. The sword cultivator who would lay hands on Little Fox, her first thought was Ling Jia. However, if Ling Jia hadn't gone crazy, he wouldn't have been able to strike like this in the clan's boundaries, even if he had a grudge in his heart. In between, something must have happened. First, leave the evidence in shadow. Then, take these peaks as the center and line up around. Yi Feminine quickly said. Yi Luyun also said, I will find people to help look together. In addition, on the Sung Haiming sword sect side, I will personally go and test the waters.
Many thanks, mother.
Yi Charming said softly. Yi Luyun touched her head, her gaze soft, silly child.
Chapter 105, Confrontation.
The crowd then split up to search in such a way. Yi Feminine utilized her eagle-eye skill and carefully lined up the surroundings.
Subsequently,
she really did make some discoveries.
On the muddy ground around them, 1 or 2 drops of blood would occasionally appear. This blood was still quite fresh, and had obviously just flowed out in recent days. The moment she saw the blood, Yi Chui was still a bit nervous. But after she sensed it carefully, she was able to determine that it was not Fox Jiuling's blood, but it was not human blood either. It was the blood of another type of demonic beast. Besides Fox Jiuling, there had been at least one other person with a sword here now, as well as an injured demonic beast. One after another, they had found a few more drops of blood, but that was as far as it went. With the vastness of the mountain range, coupled with the fact that someone had deliberately cleaned up the traces, they couldn't make any more substantial progress, and could only continue to slowly inventory the area. Yi Luyan went to the Sanghaiming sword sect, but found that Ling was never in his cave. He was summoned by the Qingxiao sword venerable, saying that he wanted to instruct him in sword techniques. Yi Luyan went to find sword venerable Qingxiao, but found that sword venerable Qingxiao was also not there, saying that he had taken Ling Jie to polish his sword technique. Yi Luoyun's expression sank. In the world, there were no such coincidences. The disappearance of Fox Jiuling must have something to do with the master and disciple pair of Qingxiao sword venerable and Ling Jie. However, if Qingxiao sword venerable, a transitional stage powerhouse, wanted to hide from her, she had nowhere to look for a while. After all, the 3 sects were still allies, and now that she didn't have any evidence, she couldn't be arrogant in the sword sect's territory and go on a search. Yi Charming's few people, and the others that Yi Luyan had found, had been searching from night to day, but the mountain range was too wide, and the searching of those of them was just a drop in the bucket. The morning light dawned. Yi Feminine looked at Fox Jiuling's health value that had already dropped to 20%, and her expression sank completely. Her gaze was calm and quiet, seemingly harboring a burning flame. Fire Underworld. Yi Feminine looked at Fire Underworld. Fire Underworld listened intently. Go, follow me to the ring match. Yi Charming said calmly. In the original book, Fox Jiuling didn't have an accident at this time, and they all ended up being implicated to death by their female counterparts. And the only change at the moment fell on the 2 of them, Lin Huanhuan and Ling Jie. Mother had said that Ling Jie would never be in the cave. Yet, he could hide for a moment. Can he hide for a lifetime? This time in the ring, Ling Jie would definitely not give up. He would definitely appear in the ring. Fire Underworld also immediately understood that Yi Charming's primary target of suspicion was still Ling Jie. He nodded, understood. The crowd then made 2 preparations. These people that Yi Luyan had found continued their search. Yi Charming and a few stovepipes rushed to the square first. If this matter was really related to Ling Jie, he would definitely not easily admit it, so there must be a game in between. Yi Charming's face was as calm as water, but anyone could see how much anger she was suppressing in her heart. The system have silently shrunk to the corner, do not dare to speak. My goodness, I always feel that Yi Charming is so scary now. Plaza. Yi Luyan knew that Yi Charming was coming and had already come over in advance to back her up. Ling Jie. And yet, he hadn't appeared yet. Swordsman Qingxiao hasn't shown up yet either. Good. She wanted to see if Ling Jie could keep hiding. Fox Jiuling health level, her health is very bad, her life value is slowly draining away. Current health value, 18%. Fox Jiuling's life value was still slowly decreasing. Yi Feminine's face became more and more sullen. Soon, the referee came to post the list of today's sparring matches. Yi Feminine glanced at it quickly, and her eyes couldn't help but narrow. This time, there were only 6 sparring matches. Her opponent was a disciple of the Sanghaiming sword sect. And Fire Hei's opponent was Ling Jie. Yi Charming glanced back at Fire Hei. Fire Underworld had already slowly polished his lance as he had done many times before. His face was cold as he slowly said, I will win. If something really happened to Fox Jiuling, the matter was still related to Ling Jie. He didn't mind dying with Ling Jie in the ring. I didn't expect that we would meet in this round. Ling Jie's voice rang out. The ring match was about to start, and this time, he finally arrived late. Yi Charming looked at him expressionlessly. Where's Fox Jiuling? Ling Jie smiled. Unlike Yi Charming's imagined sophistry, Ling Jie surprisingly did not argue at all. He sighed, Fox Jiuling. He did have some circumstances. Just wait, when the ring match is over, there will be an explanation. Ling Jie unexpectedly admitted it just like that. Yi Feminine looked at Ling Jie angrily. What did you do to him? Ling Jie shook his head. I didn't do anything. You don't have to be anxious, his life isn't in any danger. You'll naturally be able to see him when the ring match is over. Ling Jie dared to admit so graciously that Fox Jiuling's disappearance was related to him. Yi Charming said in a cold voice, laying hands on my people, do you know what the consequences will be? Ling Jie sighed, it really wasn't me. And if you know what Fox Jiuling did, you might perhaps even end him yourself. Nonsense. What bad thing could Fox Jiuling have done? It's not like he's a hypocrite like you. Fire Underworld held his gun and pointed it coldly at Ling Jie. Xing Xian pressed Fire Underworld's hand, his voice bland. Fire Underworld, stay in the ring before making a move. If he did it now, he would instead fall into disrepute. Ling Jie smiled. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, you guys will know later.
I have already reported the matter of Fox Ling to the clan elders. If you don't believe me, you guys can ask yourselves. Yi Charming glanced at him, then, she directly walked through the crowd and took a step up to the high platform. Qing Xiao Sword Zun. Golden Dragon Sword Zun. Lingxi Sword Exalt. At this moment, the Sword Sect's 3 major Sword Zuns had actually gathered together.
Do you all know where Fox Ling is? Yi Feminine asked directly.
How can you be allowed to be so unbridled in front of a sword venerable? Sword Exalt Qing Xiao sneered and directly pressured towards Yi Charming. Yi Luyan flicked her sleeve and easily blocked it for Yi Charming as she coldly looked at the several people from the Sword Sect. I also want to know, what is the thing that needs to be decided after the ring match, as you guys said?
Why don't you say it now? Sword Sector Lingxi sighed. Lu Yun, don't be in a hurry. This matter is a bit complicated.
Spirit Stream Sword Venerable and Yi Luoyun's personal relationship had always been quite good, and this would also look a little difficult.
Fox Ling, where is it? Yi Feminine asked in a slow voice. I'm also curious to know.
Yi Luoyun narrowed his eyes, anger flashing in the bottom of his eyes. The people of the Sword Sect recklessly laid hands on Yi Charming's furnaces.
This action could still put their Hahuan sect in their eyes? Was she, the Hahuan sect, still afraid of the Sanhaiming Sword Sect? Yi Luoyun acted strongly. Not bad. When is it the Sword Sect's turn to take action against my Hahuan sect's people? Another voice rang out.
Venerable Xian Yu of the Acacia Sect arrived. If we don't clear things up, you Sword Sect, you won't be able to live in peace in the future.
A lazy voice rang out.
Acacia Sect Venerable Fu Yu arrived.
The Acacia Sect's 3 transition stage experts likewise came in full force.
Obviously, Yi Luoyun had shaken people in advance as well. When Shui Wujie took a look at this situation, he silently moved to the side.
These 2 clans, why are they facing each other again?
He quickly sent a message to his clan's supreme elder. At least there must be a couple of people to persuade them to fight.
The alliance of the 3 clans can't be broken up.
With such rivalry, if things weren't resolved, it was afraid that this ring match wouldn't be able to be held in a solid manner. Swordsman Qing Xiao sneered as he waved his hand and a golden dragon cover suddenly appeared on the field. Qing Xiao Swordsman lifted the golden dragon cover, and underneath was none other than Fox Ling, who was covered in wounds.
Chapter 106, You Win.
The original Fox Ling, who seemed to have unlimited energy and was always bouncing when he walked, was now bound all over his body. He was lying there with a shriveled face, his breath had weakened to the extreme, where was a little bit of his previous lively appearance. What was even more heartbreaking was that he couldn't maintain his human form. 1 second he was in human form, the next, he was in fox form. He had actually weakened to this extent. Boundless anger flooded up from Yi Chao's heart. It was not easy for her to raise Fox Ling back to his innocent nature. It had only been 1 night. The little fox that she had worked so hard to raise had been tortured into this state. Little fox. Yi Feminine rushed over at the first opportunity. However, just as she was about to approach Little Fox, she was stopped by a transparent boundary. Without hesitation, Yi Charming attacked with all her might. However, her little bit of spiritual power before this shield was simply unreadable. Not even a single ripple was stirred. Fox Ling, who was sleeping, seemed to have heard a sound, and he opened his eyes somewhat dazedly. He was really too weak, and when he saw that confused figure not far away, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or reality for a moment.
Lord! Man? Fox Ling's voice, so light that it was almost inaudible. Is it the master? Is it hallucinating again? In the system panel, Fox Ling's mental activity surfaced again. Yi Feminine clenched her fists and turned to look at Qing Xiao Sword Venerable. What is the meaning of this? Qing Xiao Sword Zun's face was unusually ugly.
Ha! This Yi Charming, relying on Yi Luoyun, was really becoming more and more lawless, daring to call out to himself like this.
Before Qing Xiao Sword Venerable could say anything, Yi Luoyun waved his sleeve and that boundary was instantly lifted.
Yi Charming first didn't continue to tangle with Qing Xiao Sword Venerable. She rushed to Fox Ling's side, carefully checking the wounds on Fox Ling's body.
Master, let me do it. Qing Xian's calm voice rang out.
Yi Charming hurriedly made way for a position. Fox Ling had completely failed to maintain his human form, and he became a skinny little fox, his voice thin and weak. Brother Qing Xian.
You've come too. Keep your strength, don't speak for now.
Qing Xian softly soothed.
Fox Ling obediently closed her mouth.
Old man Cheng Xiao. It is said that the 3 sects are in the same breath, and now, you people from the Sanghaiming Sword Sect are inexplicably laying your hands on my daughter's cauldron.
What are you guys trying to do? Think our Harmony sect is easy to mess with?
Yi Luoyun had coldly stood up. Right now, it wasn't a matter of whether she was protecting her daughter or not. This would not be a matter for Yi Charming alone. It was a matter of the face of the entire Acacia sect. If we don't give an explanation today, this alliance, there's no need for it to exist. Venerable Xian Yu also sneered.
An explanation?
Venerable Qing Shao Sword was surprisingly not in a hurry as he said blandly, originally, I wanted to wait until the end of the ring match to talk about this Fox Jiuling matter. Since you guys are in such a hurry, then I'll break it down with you guys in detail. A cold glint flashed underneath the eyes of Sword Venerable Chang Shao. Yi Charming's furnace cauldron, Fox Jiuling, sneakily came to a mountain range at the edge of the three sects in the middle of the night. My disciple Lingjia occasionally bumped into it, so he curiously followed it. As a result, he saw with his own eyes that this Fox Jiuling had imprisoned some innocent demonic beasts in a hidden cave. He was actually using these demonic beasts to cultivate some evil technique. Lingjia wanted to stop him, and he even suddenly went berserk and killed all the demonic beasts in the cave, saying that there was no proof of death. Lingjia was shocked and furious, and its battle, he was concerned about the Fox Jiuling as Yi Charming's tripod, has not dared to hit hard, did not expect that the Fox Jiuling is not comply. Lingjia had no choice but to imprison him first. He didn't know what to do with him, so he sent Fox Jiuling to me. I've looked at it carefully, and within this Fox Jiuling's body, there is indeed the aura of evil magic. I've also gone to the cave that Lingjia said he'd seen, and it's full of corpses of demonic beasts. The scene is horrible. Qing Shao Sword Venerable sneered. His gaze was like a poisonous snake as he looked at Yi Chue. You're a junior, how dare you speak out loud to this venerable? I can forget about this matter with you. But you're cultivating evil techniques in the first place, slaughtering demonic beasts without reason in the second place. In this matter, you must give a statement. Evil techniques? Slaughtering demonic beasts? The crowd was instantly shocked. The bottom of Fox Jiuling's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. He desperately wanted to say something, but he was so short of breath that he couldn't even speak. I didn't. I've never done such a thing. Fox Jiuling frantically cried out in his heart. But he didn't know. Would there be anyone willing to believe him? This scene even made him suddenly have an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was as if it was some horrible episode that was once again repeating itself on him. Before he lost his memory. It seemed like he had once passed through such a scene. Now, was he once again going to be abandoned by everyone? Don't think carelessly. Qin Xian's voice, however, was the first to ring in his ears. Fox Jiuling was in a trance for a moment as he struggled to raise his head, only to find that the three of them, Fire Underworld Xiao Hong Mo Yi, were standing in front of him, rawly intercepting all of those maliciously speculative gazes. They have not faltered. They all still believe in him. Fox Jiuling's eyes could not help but slightly redden. With some difficulty, he passed through the gap and looked in Yi Charming's direction. Where was Master? Does the Master still believe in him? Yi Charming looked at Fox Jiuling. She suddenly said, Fox Jiuling, after such a long time, it seems like you've never won a bet. Fox Jiuling couldn't help but want to reveal a bitter smile. Is the Master even still thinking about this kind of small matter? How about today, let's bet once more. The corners of Yi Feminine's lips spread a hint of a smile, as if what they were facing at the moment was not everyone's skepticism, as if what they were having right now was just a family conversation. Fox Jiuling looked at Yi Charming in a bit of a trance. Yi Charming also had no intention of waiting for him to answer. She smiled and said softly, right now, the Qing Shao Sword Venerable said that you cultivate evil techniques, and also said that you slaughtered demonic beasts. Let's use this matter as a bet. Since it is a bet, then the positions held by both sides should naturally be different. Little Fox, the stance you hold, since you should believe in your innocence. Then you guess, my stance, what would it be? The position should be different. Fox Jiuling chose to believe in her own innocence. Then Yi Chuxiao's stance, naturally, was disbelief. Fox Jiuling's lips trembled, her eyes, a little darkened. Qin Xian and several people also looked at Yi Charming with some disbelief. Is she directly giving up on Fox Jiuling? On Qing Shao Sword Venerable's face, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. It seems that you have made the right choice after all. Yi Charming didn't pay attention to Qing Shao Sword Venerable. She slowly half squatted down and gently imprinted a kiss on Fox Jiuling's wound. Then, she said softly, fool, then I naturally chose to admit defeat. Fox Jiuling, you win. Chapter 107, there are still witnesses. Fox Jiuling, you won. A trace of disbelief flashed through Fox Jiuling's eyes. He had always lost 9 out of 10 bets, but this time, Yi Charming told him that he had won. What he won was more than a bet. What he had won was more than Yi Charming's trust. Qin Xian, take care of little Fox. Yi Charming said. Qin Xian nodded with a smile. He had, just now, really panicked for a moment. But as it turned out, Yi Charming would never let them down. And I'm going to go see if there's still justice in this world. Yi Charming stood up and calmly walked in front of the Qing Shao Sword Venerable. Qing Shao Sword Venerable's expression went cold. The facts on all sides are here. Fox Jiuling's cultivation of evil methods and slaughtering of demonic beasts are all ironclad evidence. What else do you have to say? Ironclad evidence? How come I don't know? Where exactly is the ironclad proof? Yi Feminine looked at Lingjia expressionlessly. Just based on this side of the story? I'm curious, if Ling Jie really found out that Fox Jiuling was keeping demonic beasts in captivity, why didn't he step in to stop it in the first place, but instead let Fox Jiuling kill all these demonic beasts? Ling Jie's cultivation level is a whole great realm higher than Fox Jiuling, don't tell me that he couldn't do it. Ling Jie instantly revealed a helpless expression as he came up and said slowly, "It was an unexpected situation at that time, and I didn't expect that Fox Jiuling would suddenly lay his hands on these demonic beasts. By the time I reacted, he had already used an evil method to instantly exterminate these demonic beasts. Although I wasn't able to stop him, I have already handed over the corpses of these demonic beasts to the sect. In the corpses of the demonic beasts, there is the same aura of evil magic as Fox Jiuling. If you don't believe me, you can all check together." Swordsman Xing Xiao snorted coldly as he waved his hand, and a bunch of more demonic beast corpses immediately appeared on the field. None of these demonic beasts' cultivation levels were too high, they were all still just small demons that couldn't even cultivate their human forms. They were already dead, but the mottled wounds on their bodies still faintly emitted a gust of evil aura. Spirit Void Sword Venerable sighed, "I have also examined the corpses of the demonic beasts. On the demonic beasts, there is indeed the same evil aura as Fox Jiuling. These demonic beasts, they shouldn't have been imprisoned for more than a day or two, the scars on their bodies are both new and old, and it's obvious that they've been increasing. As far as I know." Ling Jie said, "Fox Jiuling was previously imprisoned in her cave and never went out, so the three sects were just calm. However, about a month ago, fellow Daoist Yi, you lifted the grounding of a few furnace cauldrons and allowed them to move freely. However, your remaining few furnace cauldrons still remain in the cave most of the time and haven't gone out much. The only one is this Fox Jiuling. He runs outside whenever he has free time. He uses his innocent appearance to hide the scheming and calculating underneath. He often goes out, it's not because he's playful, he's clearly scouting the movements of those demonic beasts, and then, taking advantage of the dead of night, he takes them captive one by one into his cave to secretly cultivate the matter of evil magic. How come everything was fine before when Fox Jiuling hadn't gone out? After he went out frequently, such atrocious things happened? Fellow Daoist Ji, I know that you don't want to believe in this matter either, but our three sects are famous and righteous, how can we do such things as killing innocent people? If you keep harboring Fox Jiuling, where is the reputation of the Acacia sect? Where is the reputation of the three sects? You should think twice. Don't be blinded by his disguise." Ling Jie looked bitter. Yi Chuxia did not even look at Ling Jie as she slowly said, "Most of these are still just Ling Jie's side of the story. With my understanding of Ling Jie's character, everything he said is not believable. Other than what Ling Jie said, the only thing left is the evil aura on Fox Jiuling." Yi Feminine paused for a moment and said blandly, "I suspect that someone forced the evil chi into Fox Jiuling's body, creating the illusion that Fox Jiuling is practicing evil techniques. However, there must be a time limit for this kind of maneuver. It's also very simple to verify. As long as you wait for a period of time, the evil chi that was poured in by an external force will naturally disappear. In this way, Fox Jiuling's innocence can be proven." Yi Feminine's passage hit the nail on the head. Ling Jie's eyes changed slightly. He glanced at Chu Xiao without any trace. This time, it was Chu Xiao who helped him complete this bureau. Chu Xiao didn't know what kind of god he was, and although he was only a new disciple, his methods were quite complicated. Originally, they wanted to kill Fox Jiuling and be done with it. However, at that time, there was a little unexpected situation, forcing them to only give up killing people and choosing to go around in a big circle to set up a game. Setting up a trap like this has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was, on one hand, it could make Yi Charming disappointed with her stovepipe and then see her own goodness again. On the other hand, it could also be used to suppress the momentum of Yi Luyun and the Acacia sect. The downside was, since it was a game, it would definitely leave a break, and if it was discovered, the one who would be doomed would be him, Ling Jie. Behind the golden lightsword father, Chu Xiao said softly, "How long will we wait? For this? Wait a month? Waiting for a year? Or endless wait?" Golden lightsword Zun also couldn't help but snort coldly, "Indeed. In my opinion, this demon fox cultivates evil methods and kills innocents indiscriminately, has become a fact, and should be directly executed. If it drags on for a long time, who knows what method your Acacia sect will come up with in order to protect him." Golden Lightsword Venerable looked at Yicho with a pointed look, as if Yicho was intentionally trying to harbor the person who practiced the evil laws. Yi Charming sneered, "You guys are in such a hurry, is it because you are in a hurry to eradicate the evil path? Or is the so-called evil chi on Fox Jiuling's body simply fake? You guys simply don't dare to wait." As the two parties confronted each other, Lin Huanhuan, who hadn't said anything, spoke softly at this time, "Senior. Besides eldest brother, don't we still have witnesses?" Sword Exalt Xing Xiao instantly raised an eyebrow. "I was nearly exasperated by you guys. You guys say that Ling Jie's words cannot be trusted. Then, what about the words of the bitter master? The words of the bitter master are always believable." Xing Xiao's Sword Venerable gave a command to one of the bystanders, and that person hurriedly left. Xing Shao Sword Venerable snorted coldly. You guys wait for a moment, the person who can prove that Fox Jiuling is guilty is at the bottom of the mountain. Yi Charming narrowed her eyes.
At this moment,
under Qing Xian's care, Fox Jiuling's health value had already returned to 30 points, moreover, it was still slowly recovering.
With Qing Xian around, Fox Jiuling's physical condition was stabilized. Then the next thing to do was to prove his innocence. And to make the person behind the setup pay the price. The person behind the setup is most likely the pair of masters and disciples, Sword Venerable Qing Shao and Ling Jie. Lin Huan and Chu Shao, I'm afraid that they have also interfered. This wave belongs to what Dirty and Stinky are joining forces. Good. She would like to see what other tricks these people could pull. Soon, a hyena covered in scars was brought up. As soon as that hyena saw Fox Jiuling, it fell into tears. The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. It turned around and directly knelt down to Ling Jiuling. Thanks to the benefactor's timely intervention, I was able to escape with my life. It's just a pity that all the other partners are. The hyena said, and couldn't help but howl. Chapter 108 Heartfelt Voices. The hyena was crying too miserably, and combined with the dense wounds on its body, the crowd couldn't help but murmur. This Fox Jiuling usually looks cheeky, but I didn't expect to be so ruthless in private. Knowing the fox knows the face but not the heart. Our three sects have always been famous and righteous, these demonic beasts, as long as they have good intentions, we are all willing to accept them. Now, these innocent demonic beasts are actually being tortured like this. If we don't give an explanation for this matter, I'm afraid that it's not just a problem for the three sects, but it will also leave the demon race with an excuse to find trouble with us. That is, the power of the demon race is not small. The hyena was still bawling. Fox Jiuling specializes in capturing us weak demonic beasts, my poor companions, they were all tortured and bruised all over by him, and he even took their lives with his evil methods. If it wasn't for Ling Jie of that Sanghai Ming sword sect, this little life of mine, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep it. The hyena said, kneeling down in front of the crowd, it stoned its head one by one. I still ask you all to return justice to my fellow countrymen who died tragically. The hyena's appearance was truly saddening to see and tearful to hear. Yuan, get up. This matter was originally Fox Jiuling's fault. Our three sects are famous and righteous, and will never harbor any treacherous and evil person. We will definitely return justice to you and the demon race. Venerable Qing Shao Sword spoke righteously. Then, he looked at Yi Chue. What else do you have to say? Fox Jiuling must be executed. Otherwise, how are we going to explain this matter to the other righteous paths? How are we going to explain it to the demon race? For the sake of a stove, dragging down the reputation of our three sects, and even possibly attracting the hatred of the demon race, do you really want to do this? Qing Shao Sword Venerable's voice was cold. Ling Jie sighed and said softly, Fellow Daoistji, I know that you are a virtuous person, and that you were just deluded before. Now that the truth has come out, it's better to deal with Fox Jiuling as early as possible. Yi Feminine sneered and suddenly walked to the hyena as she asked, Are you sure it was Fox Jiuling who tortured you guys, right? The hyena nodded while crying, Can I still lie about something like this? Yi Feminine nodded, Then tell me. When did he torture you all? Can there be a specific time? The hyena's expression stiffened for a moment, then it said quickly, There is no day or night in the cave, so I can't really tell the difference. Is that so? Then when did he capture you guys? You always remember, right? Yi Feminine continued to inquire. The hyena's forehead immediately fell into a cold sweat. This question, they didn't have a right off. What if he had set a time and at this time Fox Jiuling happened to be with someone else? This would not be a mistake. Speak. Yi Feminine looked at it calmly. That hyena just stammered, This. I really can't remember. It suddenly covered its head with a very painful look. Chu Shao couldn't help but help out. Fellow Daoistji, you're going a bit overboard. This memory should be incomparably tragic for it, so why are you forcing it to think about it? The human and material evidence is all there. Do you have to force the victim instead of punishing the victimizer? Elder Yi, do you mean the same thing? Sword Venerable Qing Shao snapped directly. In his eyes, a gloomy light flashed. He had long looked at Yi Luyun with displeasure. A woman who still pushed him down at every turn. This time, he was going to take the opportunity to suppress the arrogant aura of both Yi Luyun and the Acacia sect. Yi Luyun said in a cold voice, That hyena is acting so vain, its testimony, is it really credible? We are merely hoping to wait for a few days to see if there is anything fishy about this so-called evil chi, while you, on the other hand, are in a hurry to have to dispose of Fox Jiuling immediately. It's clear at a glance who has the problem in the end. Wait for a few days? Waiting one more minute and one more second is a secondary victimization of these poor demonic beasts. Swordsman Qing Shao said righteously. When the hyena heard this, it couldn't help but howl more and more. It pounded its feet and chest as if it couldn't wait to faint immediately. Fox Jiuling watched this hyena's performance, and a wave of aggression welled up in his heart. What kind of hyena is this? He has not even seen it. It is able to say this kind of words that turn black and white upside down. Fox Jiuling was slightly anxious. He knew that things would soon turn around. But the key was to wait. It was not like he could say this explicitly. The contract power in his body was still shielded, and he couldn't use it to hint to Yi Charming. Fox Jiuling could only look at Yi Charming with bated breath. Stall for a little bit of time. If we delay a little longer, there might be a turnaround. Yi Feminine had been paying attention to Fox Jiuling's mental activities, and her eyes couldn't help but move slightly. The donut has escaped, it will definitely find a way to prove my innocence. I just don't know if Ling Jie will send someone after it. Originally, Ling Jie and Xu Zhao's plan was to directly kill them to silence them. But the cloud cluster had eaten the elixir he had given it, and it happened to have recovered some of its spiritual energy. The Nyoki's racial talent was extremely strong, and under its own cover, it once again concealed its form and escaped. It was because the donut escaped. So, Ling Jie and the others had changed their plans, turning the direct killing and extermination into a backhanded attack. They had to plant the charge on themselves so that in the future, even if Tuanzi reappeared to accuse them, it would just be a case of each one of them, and they would have the hyena as a witness. They thought that they could strike first and muddy the waters completely. They don't know that I've already carried out the staying shadow, and right now, the staying shadow stone is in Tuanzi's hands. As long as Tuanzi comes, it will be able to prove my innocence. It will be able to prove that Ling Jie secretly relied on killing demonic beasts and practicing the emotionless Tao. Yi Feminine looked at these mental activities of Fox Jiuling, and her pupils slowly condensed. Using the killing of demonic beasts to cultivate the emotionless Tao. A lot of things suddenly all strung together. The corpses of those demonic beasts. Ling Jie's sudden cultivation of the gloomy and cold intent. All of these, all had answers. Yi Charming even remembered the plot of the original book. It was strange. In the original book, when Lin Huanhuan and Ling Jie went out on adventures, there would be some demonic beasts that would join them, but somehow these demonic beasts would always betray them later and then be killed by Ling Jie. Now, it seems that I'm afraid that in the original book, it wasn't betrayal either, but rather, Ling Jie tried to find a way to take their lives. No. Not right. It's not just the demonic beasts. Ling Jie's cultivation wasn't high at first, and he didn't dare to draw too much attention to himself, so he was still only going after demonic beasts. When his cultivation was high, his targets became the people around him. In the original book, his best friends, his companions along the way, in the end, all of them would die inexplicably. Yi Feminine thought that this was a protagonist buff before, but now it seems that this Ling Jie was practicing this emotionless Tao that had entered the evil path in the original book. No wonder. Even though he was with Lin Huanhuan, the cultivation speed of the emotionless Tao, but has not been pulled down. That book ended when Lin Huanhuan broke through to the transition stage and was pushed up to the position of the sect master. A novel could end, but if it came to reality, the story would definitely continue. Lin Huanhuan's cultivation technique was so evil, if the story continued, none of her 8 men would have a good ending. Ling Jie would also just have everything sucked out of her and be reduced to a stepping stone. Yi Feminine's expression went cold. Whether it was to save little Fox, or to stop Ling Jie, or to prevent Lin Huanhuan from having a chance to grow up, the fact that Ling Jie had entered the evil way had to be revealed instantly. Chapter 109 Whip Technique Realm of Intent. Analyzing from Fox Jiuling's mental activities, the situation at that time should be that Ling Jie was chasing a cloud beast and happened to be bumped into by Fox Jiuling. This was what led to the calamity that Fox Jiuling had today. Nowadays, Fox Jiuling was framed, but that cloud beast escaped, and there is still key evidence in his hand. Now the most important thing is to delay time, and then find that cloud beast. In the beginning, Ling Jie had to wait until the end of the ring to dispose of Fox Jiuling. Most likely, he had also secretly arranged for someone to be on the lookout for that cloud beast. As long as they found the cloud beast ahead of time and killed it, the sewage on Fox Jiuling's body would never be washed away. Now, by insisting on seeing Fox Jiuling first themselves, they had entered the process of slandering in advance. Have you all thought about it? Swordsman Qing Xiao sneered. I'll tell you all the truth. This hyena has already spread the news of the innocent victimization of the demonic beasts back to the Demon Emperor sect, and the Demon King of the Demon Emperor sect will be arriving soon. When the Demon King arrives, if he sees us harboring Fox Jiuling like this, under the anger of the demon race, there's no telling what he'll do. Swordsman Qing Xiao threatened. He wouldn't allow things to drag on like this. The Demon King was arriving soon, and if Fox Jiuling delayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to delay beyond today. The Demon King was already on his way. The voices of discussion on the field suddenly grew louder and louder. If because of a tiny Fox Jiuling, it causes strife between the human and demon races, then it's really greatly not worth it. Now that the human and demon races are on good terms, evil cultivators are the object of the two races' common fight. This Fox Jiuling used the demon race to cultivate evil methods. This is completely touching the taboo. Execute Fox Jiuling. Someone shouted. Execute Fox Jiuling. With the first person shouting, the number of people who followed the shouting increased. The arena was filled with voices calling for the execution of Fox Jiuling. Ling Jie's pupils couldn't help but flash through a hint of complacency. The big picture had been decided. Fox Jiuling's body trembled slightly. This scene is really becoming more and more familiar. His head was in a sharp pain, as if there was some long ago memory that was reviving a little bit. He had already been betrayed by the world once, and now, was he going to be betrayed a second time? Don't think wildly.
Qing Xian steadily treated the wounds on Fox Jiuling's body. The fire underworld, several people simply teamed up to set up a boundary to stop those voices from drilling into Fox Jiuling's ears.
Fox Jiuling's mouth opened slightly, and her eyes slightly flushed red. No. Now and before, it was ultimately different. At least,
not everyone had turned their backs on him. In front of those forged evidences, there were still people who, without hesitation, stood on his side. Qing Xian and the others were.
Master. Is even more. Fox Jiuling looked at Yi Charming straight back. If the troop really can't come back,
the master might as well choose to give up on me.
This time, it is my willingness. Fox Jiuling silently thought in his heart.
If he couldn't prove his innocence, he couldn't make things difficult for Yi Charming all the time. Yi Charming looked at the direction of Fox Jiuling from afar, and her heart was a little sour.
This little fox is really stupid.
But she never had the habit of giving up on her companions. The little fox wanted her to delay some time, then delay first. That cloud beast, not only Ling Jie's people can find it. One's own possesses the eagle eye skill. It was even more findable.
So, has the decision been made? Swordsman Qing Shao pressed.
Yi Charming suddenly stepped forward and said, since the Demon King is also coming, let's wait until the Demon King arrives.
If Fox Jiuling is truly guilty, wouldn't it be better to calm the anger of the demon race if the Demon King disposes of him personally?
Qing Shao's sword venerable was a bit surprised. Yi Feminine's words meant as if she was admitting defeat.
Isn't there a ring match today?
How about, it's better to start the ring match first and wait for the Demon King while competing, so as to avoid wasting time.
Yi Cho said.
Yi Feminine suddenly didn't dwell on the issue of Fox Jiuling's innocence, but instead focused on the ring match.
Did this mean that she was indeed giving up on Fox Jiuling?
The crowd looked at each other. The Green Sky Sword Venerable smiled, that's good. Both sides reached a consensus, and the matter of Fox Jiuling was suddenly put on hold for the time being. The situation changed so quickly that the referee froze for a moment before announcing the start of the ring match. In Fire Underworld's mind, Yi Chue's voice rang out, when you fight Ling, definitely try to force him to use his intent as much as possible.
The more times the better. Fire Underworld didn't know why this was, but he answered without hesitation.
There were only 3 sparring matches today. The first one to enter the ring was Yi Charming and a disciple of the Sun Haiming sword sect.
Yi Charming was calm.
In this battle, she had to fight quickly, and she also had to find herself a reasonable reason to leave.
Only by leaving first could she secretly go in search of the Cloud Beast.
Her opponent was named Shiryu. This disciple cultivated the Earth Attribute sword technique. Although his attack power was average, his defense power was pulling out all the stops, and in several of his previous matches, he had used absolute defense to grind his opponents to exhaustion, thus obtaining victory. Yi Feminine didn't have that much time to play slowly with him. The moment the referee announced the start, she quickly stepped forward, and as soon as they met, her first stance was the strongest sword technique she had mastered today, the third air burst of the cracking whip. The long whip sliced through the air, emitting a sharp chirping sound.
Shiryu's scalp went numb, and he protected his entire body.
With this style of Yi Charming's, if it was any other person, even Ling Jie, he would have been driven out of the ring by her whip. However, this time, the opponent was Shiryu, who was the best at defense. Although his face was a bit pale, he defended this first move alive.
Fellow Taoist Yi, it's not that easy to defeat me.
Shiryu gritted his teeth. He knew that he didn't have a high chance of winning, but he also couldn't let anyone belittle the Sun Haiming sword sect. Yi Charming glanced at him indifferently. If it was before, she would have appreciated the tenacity he showed to defend the honor of the clan. But this time, sorry. Those anger, those unwillingness, were still dead in Yi Charming's heart right now. That whip from Fong Kai seemed to have released some of it. But it wasn't enough. It was that she wasn't strong enough, it was that her words weren't enough, so that she let Fox Jiuling suffer such aggravation.
Then she will be a little stronger. Strong emotions condensed in Yi Chao's chest. She swung out the second whip.
The moment this whip was swung, everything around her seemed to freeze.
A powerful aura emanated from Yi Charming. This was. Yi Luyun stood up violently. This kind of aura. It was the realm of intent.
Yi Charming had actually controlled the second level of the whip realm in this ring, the realm of intent.
Her realm of intent, what was it?
As the long whip fell, that Shiryu still protected his entire body, intending to block hard.
However, this time,
the long whip had just touched his long sword when a terrifying force descended, and without the slightest ability to resist, Shiryu's entire body was sent flying, and then landed heavily outside the ring. The scene was silent.
It was already a 6-team match, and the battle could still end so quickly. Yi Charming even comprehended the whip intent on the spot above the ring. Although she didn't know what realm she had realized, looking at the effect, she was afraid that it was by no means simple. I win. Yi Feminine glanced at the referee. The referee froze for a moment and hurriedly announced the result. Yi Charming calmly walked down the ring. She arched her hand in the direction of the high platform. Disciple Yi Charming, I had a slight realization in the ring. Since the match is over, I would like to go back to my cave and shut down for a while so that I can experience the newborn's intent in detail. Go. Without waiting for the others to speak, Yi Luyun answered on the spot. Yi Charming actually left Fox Jiuling alone and directly left the square. Swordsman Qing Shao could not help but laugh. This Yi Charming had previously acted like she cared so much about this furnace cauldron, but it was really just a disguise. Fox Jiuling, dead. Chapter 110 in 10 verses. After Yi Feminine left the scene, she first flew in the direction of her cave for a while. After making sure that no one was following behind her, she turned in a different direction and went to the place where Fox Jiuling had disappeared. Fox Jiuling said that the cloud beast had escaped by hiding its form. Ling Jie and the others knew that after the contract between Fox Jiuling and herself was cut off, they would immediately come over to check, so Ling Jie and the others didn't dare to continue to stay. They didn't have the means to search for the cloud beast in a big way, so they could only leave first. The cloud beast was still injured at that time. It actually couldn't escape too far at all. It should still be in that neighborhood. Ling Jie's people were most likely still secretly searching for it. There were also people sent by Mother, who were also searching for it. The cloud beast should be intensely wary of all humans right now. It would only try desperately to hide itself and would not show itself in front of anyone. Yi Charming gently touched her temples. In her eyes, a hint of golden light instantly flared up. Eagle Eye skill. Launched. The Eagle Eye skill was rewarded by the system. Skills rewarded by the system were materialized into proficiency. Under her non-stop adaptation, now, the Eagle Eye skill broke through the beginner rank to the middle rank. With the middle order Eagle Eye skill, the range that could be inspected was wider, and the more details that could be seen, the more details that could be seen. The Eagle Eye skill, belonging to the extremely rare scrying system mystic technique, to say that someone was able to find the cloud beasts, I was afraid that it would be myself. Yi Feminine avoided all the people who were searching and secretly searched for the cloud beast. At the same time, she also observed Fire Haze health value. Fire meditation was, right now, fighting with Ling Jia. She wanted Fire Underworld to, as much as possible, force out Ling Jia's gloomy mood. If Fire Underworld's health value dropped abnormally, she would decisively give Fire Underworld an open hang. The 3 opportunities to open up this month were all saved for now. If she could win, that would be the best. In case she couldn't win, it would also force Ling Jia to use that kind of intent multiple times. If he used it more times, there would always be clues left behind. Yi Feminine searched carefully on this side. Over there. The sparring match between Fire Underworld and Ling Jia had already opened. That woman just ran away? Mo Ye's voice was a bit dry and cold. Don't think nonsense. Xiao Hong weakly coughed twice. Master will not give up on anyone. Wasn't it also thanks to Master's trouble that a waste like him was able to awaken the so-called true dragon bloodline? Ha! Mo Yi sneered, not wanting to talk to these fools who had already been mesmerized by Yi Charming at all. Jianshan easy to change nature. These truths, Xiao Hong and the others are completely ignorant? Fox Jiuling looks like she can't turn the tide at all now. Yi Charming only wanted to escape, so she chose to leave directly. But these few idiots are still waiting with no regrets. In his opinion, instead of waiting like this, it would be better to fight to the death and escape with Fox Jiuling. Mo Yi had already silently condensed the underworld sacred flame. If these people really dared to execute Fox Jiuling, then let's fight to the death. Mo Yi. Sometimes, it's time to try to have a little more trust in the master. She won't leave Fox Jiuling behind. Xing Xian said smoothly. Fox Jiuling even nodded with some difficulty. He trusted his master. Moreover, he was counted to this point by Ling Jia and these villains, and master had already tried his best to speak for him. If it was really not possible, then it was his destiny. Who could blame him for that? What madness! Mo Yi coldly snorted, just assuming that these people were all out of their minds. There was also that Fire Underworld in the ring, who was even crazier. He didn't know what Yi Flattery had said to him, and for a ring match, he even took out a desperate fighting style. He relied on his good physical quality, and he was completely in a posture of exchanging injury for injury and life for life. Ling Jia was actually somewhat unable to support himself under his attack. He had recently become somewhat dependent on that gloomy and cold intent, and this time, he gritted his teeth, and that strange aura appeared on his body once again. Realm of Intent. It's senior brother Ling's Realm of Intent. Someone under the stage cheered. To be able to control the Realm of Intent at an age of less than 50. Senior brother Ling is truly a sword Dao wizard. This kind of intent is cold and sharp, and coupled with the fact that senior brother Ling has been practicing the emotionless Dao, I suspect that this is the legendary emotionless sword intent. The crowd speculated. The speculation about this emotionless sword intent was instantly recognized by most people. Indeed, this sword intent was very similar to the recorded emotionless sword intent. Wouldn't that be proof that senior brother Ling has entered the true emotionless Tao? This was rumored to be the most suitable path for sword cultivators. Ling Jia has entered the emotionless Tao, and in terms of talent, it's not much worse than Chu Xiao. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable stroked his beard and said blandly. Qing Xiao Sword Venerable glanced at him. This old deng still didn't forget to carry a sedan chair for Chu Xiao. However, right now, he was in a good mood and didn't bother with Golden Dragon Sword Exalt. Senior, is this really the emotionless Tao? Lin Huan asked, pretending to be naive. Sword Exalt Qing Xiao was about to seize the opportunity to give Ling Jia a few bragging rights. He said blandly, what is it if it's not the emotionless Tao? Speaking of which, I have to thank Elder Yi for this matter. He looked towards Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun gave him a cold look. I also have to thank your good daughter for finally not pestering Ling Jia during this time. This disciple of mine has only then explored the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao and cultivated this emotionless way. In the future, he will only have the world's living beings in his heart, only the heavenly Tao to the core, and no more personal feelings between men and women. Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said blandly. He found a way to make up for Ling Jia's abandonment by Yi Charming, and secretly told Lin Huan that Ling Jia no longer had male and female selfishness in his heart, so that she didn't have to pay attention to this big senior brother anymore. It could be called a 2-for-1 move. Whether it's the emotionless Tao or not, I'm afraid it's still a toss-up. Yi Luyan narrowed his eyes. The emotionless Tao is one that allows one to be infinitely close to the heavenly Tao, free of greed, anger, dementia, love, hatred, and resentment, with only great love remaining in one's heart, and no more small love. But this disciple of yours doesn't look like he's so see-through. Ling Jia's desire was almost overflowing in his eyes. Could such a person cultivate the emotionless Tao? Yi Luyun didn't believe it. Now that I'm only entering the emotionless Tao for the first time, naturally I can't achieve the most extreme at once. Why would Elder Yi need to nitpick here? Moreover, if this isn't the emotionless Tao, what else could it be? Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said. Yi Luyan looked at the ring and remained silent for the time being. She always felt that this Ling Jia seemed to have something wrong. As soon as Ling Jia exerted his intent, Fire Underworld began to fall into a disadvantage. The next moment, the soul scales between his forehead burned habitually, and Fire Underworld's heart moved slightly. On his body, the same powerful force emanated from him. Realm of Intent, unyielding. Realm of Intent versus Realm of Intent. The collision in the ring became even more violent. T-on. This is the third time we've seen the Realm of Intent today. Are 3 sects, do so many geniuses even exist? Fire Hay, a furnace cauldron, has even mastered the Realm of Intent? He has this kind of talent, what kind of stovepipe is he? Confused. You guys, who will win in the end? Originally, it was thought that Ling Jia had already secured the victory, but now, it seemed that there was suspense again. Chapter 111 Finding the Cloud Beast. Senior brother Ling Jia said earlier that Fire Underworld had secretly taken some kind of elixir, and that's how he was able to briefly control the Realm of Intent. Now that it's in plain sight, he can't be secretly taking an elixir. Someone discovered the blind spot. So before, it was senior brother Ling Jia who couldn't afford to lose? Sure, I didn't say so. If Ling Jia's intent was truly the emotionless sword intent, then that would be a genius that would be hard to come by in 100 years in the sword sect, and that would be the sword sect's true baby bump. They wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. On the ring, Ling Jia's face showed a hint of sardonic color. Well, here we go again. Fire Underworld, this time, I'll see how long your intent can hold up. Ling Jia's sword was heavy, and Fire Underworld responded calmly. Last month, with Yi Charming's help, he had already experienced the unyielding intent realm 3 times. This time, it was the 4th time. With each additional experience, he was one step closer to true control. Almost there. This time, he was going to use Ling Jia to truly control the unyielding intent realm. Realm of Intent and Realm of Intent collided, and the two battled against each other for a while, and it was simply difficult to distinguish between a winner and a loser in a short period of time. The bad thing was, the time for Fire Underworld to take control of the Realm of Intent was up. Ling Jia obviously noticed this as well, and he showed a grimace. Come, if you have the ability, enter the Spear Intent realm for the 2nd time. I want to see how much more you can do. The moment the tip of the sword stabbed straight towards Fire Underworld's brow, the soul scales scorched once again. The unyielding intent realm reappeared. Ling Jia's face immediately turned ugly. What is this? Continuously entering the realm of intent? What was the difference between that and being truly in control? Then keep fighting. Fire Underworld obviously wasn't truly in control of the realm of intent yet, and he didn't believe that Fire Underworld could be infinitely in control over and over again. On Ling Jia's body, the gloomy and cold aura intensified. Soon, Fire Underworld's 2nd intent realm was also about to arrive. Ling Jie seized this gap, and between the sword chi, the long sword one turned into three, attacking Fire Underworld's vitals around his body with thunderous speed. At this moment, Fire Underworld didn't even look at the longsword silhouette in front of him. He stood on the field, his eyes were actually tightly closed. There was a slight commotion under the field. Closing his eyes in this kind of battle? Was Fire Underworld crazy?
A trace of coldness flashed under Ling Jie's eyes.
Fire Underworld knew to give up now? It was too late.
Even if one could not kill him, one would still have to flay him.
With the malicious intent added, the blade of the sword seemed to emanate an extremely gloomy and cold aura as well. In Fire Underworld's sea of consciousness, there were layers of gloomy and cold black chi that was invading towards him.
Such a gloomy coldness could only be dispelled with extreme flames.
Fire Underworld.
Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Yi Chusha, who was searching for the Cloud Beast, was planning to use a third chance for Fire Underworld.
Suddenly,
a trace of surprise flashed across the bottom of her eyes.
Fire Underworld state changed. Fire Hay. Cultivation level middle Jindan stage. Shot realm intent control. Unyielding realm of intent.
Without the need for her to apply additional buffs, Fire Underworld had actually completely completed his metamorphosis above the ring. Unyielding intent realm, the stronger the willpower, the stronger the fighting strength, and the heavier the injury, the stronger the fighting strength. Fire Underworld felt the brand new power surging out of his body, and the light in his eyes grew colder and colder. The true realm of intent, it turns out to be this kind of feeling. The tip of the spear flashed with cold light, and Fire Underworld's lance, instantly sweeping away the phantoms, violently collided with Ling Jie's lance. Ling Jie's pupils violently condensed.
Intent realm. It was the realm of intent again. And this time, it seemed to be a little different from before.
Before he could react, Fire Underworld's spear had already fallen violently.
Ling Jie could only hastily resist. Yi Feminine was also a bit relieved at this time.
Fire Underworld was considered to be truly in control of the intent of the spear technique. Fire Underworld's intent of the spear technique was a perfect match for his racial talent of getting stronger and stronger with each battle. This reminded Yi Charming of the realm of intent that she herself had comprehended. Just above the ring, because of her intense anger and her belief in wanting to become stronger, she broke through the whip technique realm and comprehended the intent. Heavenly Might. Heavenly Might. 1. The more angry you are, the stronger your power will be. 2. If you have the heart of invincibility, your power will be doubled.
This is what the system said. Yi Feminine looked at it, but she didn't quite understand it. The first one is good to understand. The more anger, the more powerful it is. The second article of the heart of invincibility is a bit confusing. What does it mean to be invincible? She believes that she can win, that is the heart of invincibility? Yi Feminine didn't have time to dwell on this right now.
When she walked to a place,
suddenly, not far away came some human voices. Yi Charming's eyes moved and she quickly hid. Didn't we say that this Cloud Beast definitely can't go far?
We've secretly searched this neighborhood several times, and we haven't found anyone at all. This talisman is now lit. This Cloud Beast is definitely within a 10-mile radius.
It's just such a small place, how come we couldn't find it?
The group muttered as they looked around.
Yi Feminine took a look.
These people, dressed in the clothing of Shanghai Ming Sword Sect's outer disciples, the one at the head, was holding a talisman in his hand, looking for it while confirming the status of the talisman. Yi Feminine narrowed her eyes. These people, indeed, had a unique method of determining the location of the Cloud Beast.
Is it 10 miles in a circle? Then it would be a competition to see who was faster.
Yi Feminine avoided these people and started probing from their back.
The eagle eye skill, operating at full power.
Wherever her eyes went, everything was visible.
Suddenly,
Yi Feminine sensed something, and she raised her eyes to look at a flat stone.
She slowly walked over. The eagle eye skill, once again, was activated.
There was nothing strange about the stone, but under the eagle eye skill, she actually saw that the air above the stone had rippled a little.
It was a Cloud Beast. Yi Feminine's expression moved slightly.
She didn't take coercive measures, she just said in a low voice, Ling Jie, these people have reversed black and white, slandering that it was Fox Jiu Ling who killed numerous demonic beasts. At this moment, he is being judged by the 3 clans, and if no one can prove his innocence, he will most likely be executed on the spot. The ripple fluctuations intensified, and a Cloud Beast revealed a snow-white head.
Are you going to testify for him? Yi Feminine asked softly.
The Cloud Beast also looked very weak, but it still jumped into Yi Charming's arms with force, and it said in a milky voice, you have little fox brothers sent on you.
I don't believe in other humans, but I believe in you.
Yi Charming rubbed its head.
What a smart little beast.
Without hesitation, she wrapped the Cloud Beast in her arms and quickly left the scene. She had originally planned to leave secretly.
Without wanting to, Ling Jie's people happened to find the neighborhood.
The person in the lead froze for a moment and immediately exclaimed, someone is here. Yi Charming's eyes turned cold, no longer hiding her tracks, she directly rose up in the air. The cultivation of these outer disciples were not high. A group of disciples scrambled to catch up, but actually realized that they couldn't catch up with Yi Charming at all.
After a while, the few disciples who stayed in place realized that the talisman was no longer lit. Now it was confirmed that the person who had just taken the cloud beast had actually taken it away. Although they didn't know who the person who took away the cloud beast was, the person who was in charge still hurriedly informed Ling Jie of the news. Chapter 112 She Won't Come Back. Above the ring. The more they fought, the paler Ling Jie's face became. Fire Underworld, however, became more and more energized the more he fought. Ling Jie never gritted his teeth. This Fire Underworld was of the demon race, and the strength of his physical body was, by nature, a bit higher than that of the human race. Coupled with his racial talent of getting stronger and stronger the more he fought, he was equally equipped with the intent. He was able to fight with him at first, but at the back, he could only be passively beaten. Ling Jie had originally wanted to struggle to the death. But at this time, he sensed that someone had sent a message over. Ling Jie's eyes moved slightly. He had sent someone to look for the cloud beast. Could it be that there was news from the cloud beast's side? The last breath of Ling Jie's heart gave out. He couldn't win against Fire Underworld left and right, so he might as well give himself a more decent exit. Ling Jie blocked and quickly jumped out of the battle circle. Then, he arched his hand. My physical strength is not as strong as Fire Underworld's, and with time dragging on, my stamina has been exhausted. Fire Underworld, this fight, I admit defeat. Ling Jie looked as if he was very graceful. Between his words, however, he alluded to the fact that Fire Underworld was able to win not by his marksmanship, but by his strong physical fitness. Fire Underworld raised an eyebrow and indifferently withdrew his gun. What's wrong with being physically strong? The master likes him to be physically strong. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the meaning of Ling Jie's words and just looked at the referee. The referee reacted for a moment before saying, Ling Jie admits defeat. In this battle, Fire Underworld wins. Fire Underworld. Another win. The scene immediately resounded with a burst of tumultuous sounds. What was this Fire Underworld all about? What kind of person was Ling Jie? After he had comprehended the realm of intent, he was properly the number one person in the young generation of the three sects in the way of the weapon. But now, Ling Jie had been viciously defeated by a stove tripod, in full view of everyone. This moment, these sect disciples felt their faces burning a little. Some of the ones with active minds had already begun to ponder. A person like Fire Underworld would definitely not be willing to remain a furnace for others. They only need to gently throw out an olive branch, promising to help him lift his identity as a stove. He is afraid that he will thank them profusely for joining their sect. This matter could really be considered. If they were able to receive such a disciple, it wouldn't be impossible to give Yi Charming some favors so that she would release Fire Hay. The Acacia sect's secret method cultivation emphasized the need to be in the same mindset as the stove tripod, and the power of the secret method would only be maximized if they were willing to be with each other. If the stove tripod is not willing, Yi Chusha may not force her to do so after taking the benefits. These people were pondering over it. Ling Jie had already checked the message, and his face suddenly became ugly. Cloud Beast. It had been captured. Although he hadn't seen the front face, but looking at the back, it was a woman's figure. A woman, taking the cloud beast away. Ling Jie's pupils suddenly condensed. It was Yi Charming? Yi Charming had left on an excuse. It wasn't to go into seclusion to consolidate her intent at all. She was actually secretly searching for the cloud beast to go? But Ling Jie couldn't figure it out. In full view of everyone, how did Fox Jiuling pass the news to Yi Charming? Or maybe, it wasn't Yi Charming? If it wasn't Yi Charming, then who else could it be? Cold sweat fell in drops on Ling Jie's forehead. He suddenly gave the hyena a sour look. The hyena trembled. This means that it is forcing it to take the final step. The hyena clenched its teeth. From the time it helped Ling Jie capture the first demonic beast, it had no choice. This time, as long as it could convict Fox Jiuling, even if it died, Ling Jie had already made a heavenly oath and would spare its wife and child. That would already be enough. In the square, the crowd was cheering for Fire Underworld. That hyena suddenly howled loudly as it pounded its chest. The person who defended Fox Jiuling, a demonic evil, is still in such good graces now. Pity those dead companions of mine, they all died without resting in peace. Fire Underworld immediately frowned. This hyena, what did he want to do again? As I see it, you three sects are working together. I won't be able to get this justice back. The hyena said angrily, I'll fight you all. It suddenly ran towards Fox Jiuling's direction with all its might. Mo Yi was the fastest as he took a step forward and subconsciously stopped it. The next moment, that hyena actually flew straight out. It landed heavily on the ground. The meridians were broken by inches. The hyena spat out blood from its mouth and looked at Fox Jiuling's direction with hatred. I can't beat you guys, I don't have enough to die today, but I've already informed the other demonic beasts of what I've come here for, and if I die here, my demonic race won't be able to settle with you guys. The hyena was dying. At a glance, it didn't have much time to live. Moya's expression went cold. He hadn't used much force at all. This hyena was directing itself. It was actually using its life to frame Fox Jiuling.
Ling Jia rushed up at the first opportunity. He hugged the hyena with a pained expression. Why are you doing this? I, the three sect, said that I would return justice to you, and I will definitely return justice to you. The hyena gritted his teeth. I can't live much longer. If there really is justice in this world, let my enemies die before me. It looked at Fox Jiuling with hatred, as if it would not die until Fox Jiuling died. This performance of the hyena was very wonderful, and as the crowd watched, they all inevitably became a bit intolerant. Its compatriots were killed by Fox Jiuling in order to get justice. It even did not want to die. On the contrary, it was that MOE, actually a photo on the death hand. This is not a weak heart is what? Execute Fox Jiuling. Suddenly, someone shouted. Execute Fox Jiuling. Execute Fox Jiuling. The voices slowly grew louder and louder. In Ling Jie's eyes, he couldn't help but flash a hint of self-satisfaction. Sword Venerable Qing Xiao glanced at Yi Luyun. Yi Charming has already left, so I think that she has already decided to give up this furnace pot. Elder Yi, in order to quell the resentment of the demon race, this Fox Jiuling, why don't we just execute her early? Yi Luyun's expression slowly chilled. The few people from Fire Underworld tightly surrounded Fox Jiuling in the center. If these people really wanted to make a move, less than that, they could only take Fox Jiuling and escape. By now, do you guys still expect that woman? Moe mockingly glanced at the crowd. The master will definitely come. It's us who failed to stall for time. Fire Meditation said. Moe instantly rolled her eyes greatly. This Yi Charming didn't know what tactic she had used to brainwash this Fire Underworld into this state. Yi Feminine would come? If she would even come, he, Moe, would do a striptease live. Mo Knight was thinking like this. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. If you want to kill my stovepipe, is it necessary to ask my opinion? This voice. Mo Yen snapped and looked over. Yi Charming. It had really come. At the bottom of his heart, he actually had a trace of elation shamefully flooding him for this. What's even worse is, Yi Charming was actually looking at him with a smile on her face at the moment, a feeling that made him feel that his previous little thoughts seemed to have been completely seen through by Yi Charming. Chapter 113 Iron Evidence. Yi Charming carried the cloud beast in her arms and walked up to the high platform step by step. Ling Jie's pupils condensed. That cloud beast was indeed found by Yi Charming. It was fortunate that he had decided in advance. Even if that cloud beast had said something unfavorable to him, now that the hyena had helped him with his life, public opinion would still be biased in his favor. Master, Fox Jiuling murmured, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. He didn't know how Yi Chue did it, but she had actually found the troop. Fox Jiuling favorability plus 10. Fox Jiuling favorability plus 10. The system's voice rang out. Host, Fox Jiuling's favorability directly broke through 30. Fox Jiuling's favorability had always been lukewarm, but with this incident, the favorability had directly soared up, and he was now not just breaking through the 30 level, his favorability had already breathlessly reached 40. Fox Jiuling's second bronze treasure chest could be opened. Yi Feminine casually tapped to open it. Reward Xian rank Divine Soul Secret Skill, Eye of Retrospection. After using it, it can reveal the most memorized fragment of one person's mind on the spot. The reward instantly turned into white light and entered Yi Charming's body. The secret skill rewarded by the system could be directly grasped by Yi Feminine. Thus, in an instant, the Eye of Retrospection skill get. Yi Feminine's eyes lit up. This skill, this time it was just right to use. She flew and tapped on Fox Jiuling's treasure chest again. Bronze treasure chest quest, gain the sincere trust of 10 people. Current progress, 50%. Rewarded divine soul trait, illusion of nature. Yi Feminine's eyebrows twitched slightly. 50% progress, which meant that there were only 5 people who sincerely trusted Fox Jiuling now. These 5 people should be themselves, as well as Fire Hay and the 4 of them. Even Mother, did she have doubts in her heart? Then she. At this time, this place, she would personally prove for Fox Jiuling. Her little fox was by no means a treacherous person. Yi Feminine, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you want to harbor your furnace cauldron? Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said in a cold voice. In this world, is it possible to listen to only one side of the story? Yi Charming slightly raised the cloud beast. How about listening to what the real victim has to say? As soon as the cloud beast arrived on the field, it looked at Ling Jia and Hyena with an angry gaze. This time around, it couldn't help but say sternly, all of them are lying. The one who caught us practicing evil techniques is Ling Jia. He couldn't cultivate the orthodox emotionless Tao, so he relied on abusing us to cultivate the evil emotionless Tao. This hyena was bought by him long ago, and in the past month, it was the hyena that tricked us out, and then, was captured one by Ling Jia. This hyena is Ling Jia's devils. The ones who really deserve to die are them. As the cloud beast spoke, tears fell from its eyes. It had been hiding for so long, and in the middle, it had even dragged Fox Jiuling into it, and now, it could finally tell the truth. What? Evil law relentless Tao? Ghost devourer? What the hell is going on here? Score. A burst of tumultuous voices rang out from the stage. The moment the cloud beast appeared, Ling Jie had already anticipated this scene, his mind was steady, and a bitter smile even spread across the corners of his lips. Fellow Taoist Ji, I know that you hold a grudge against me because of what happened before. But you can't just find a cloud beast from nowhere to slander me like this just to save your stove tripod. What evil law emotionless Tao, I've never even heard of it. Ling Jie said, his voice also saddened. This hyena, for the sake of revenge, didn't even give up its life. Could it be? Could this still be false? Fellow Taoist Yi, how can you turn black and white so upside down? A hint of gloom flashed under Ling Jie's eyes. Yi charming. What a Yi charming. She went so far as to go against him like this for a stovepipe. In the past, he had always held out a glimmer of hope that they would reconnect, but now, it was over. Between them, it's completely over. From now on, he and Yi Chue were only enemies. The hyena also had a sad and angry look on its face. Cloud beast, you are also a demonic beast. What favor did this Yi feminine give you to turn black and white upside down like this? My meridians are completely broken, I don't have long to live anymore, I'll fight to the death to let my enemy be buried with me. And yet you're disregarding the lives of your compatriots for the sake of a little benefit, I despise that. The cloud beast was stunned by the way they reversed black and white, it said somewhat anxiously, you guys are talking nonsense. I have evidence. I have evidence to prove it. The cloud beast suddenly opened its mouth, and from its mouth, it spat out a staying shadow stone. A shadow retaining stone. Ling Jie's face instantly changed. Damn it. On the cloud beast's body, why would there be such a thing? What exactly did it all leave a shadow? Ling Jie killed other demonic beasts to practice, only I, born with the racial talent of concealment, escaped. Subsequently, this Ling Jie chased me all the way, and Fox Jiuling was so vilified by them in order to protect me. In this piece of leftover shadow stone, there is Ling Jie. And the cloud beast suddenly turned around and pointed at Chu Xiao, and this bad guy, the image of the two of them chasing me together. Chu Xiao. How is this still Chu Xiao? The voices of discussion couldn't help but get louder. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable also couldn't help but look back at Chu Xiao. What's going on here? Chu Xiao was calm and collected. I injured Xiao Hong, and that Yi Charming has a grudge against me, so I guess she instructed the cloud beasts to climb and bite indiscriminately. In short, he would not admit it until the last moment. Such absurd words are simply ridiculous. There is no need for this shadow retaining stone to exist either. Xing Xiao Sword Venerable's eyes flickered, waving his sleeve, a spiritual force came out, actually directly wanting to destroy the shadow retention stone. Yi Charming stood in place loftily. The next moment, a barrier appeared in front of her, stopping Xing Xiao Sword Venerable's spiritual power dead in its tracks. Yi Luyan said with a bland face, since there is a shadow retention stone, why don't you take a look at it? Xing Xiao Sword Venerable is acting like this, but it seems a bit weak-minded. Sword Venerable Chang Xiao snorted coldly, what do I have to be vain about? I'm just not used to seeing people who believe in what they say. Xing Xiao Sword Venerable looked at Ling Jie, a hint of coldness flashing under his eyes. He didn't even know that he had been shadowed. This disciple of his, could it be that he was stupid? Cloud Beast, you reveal the content of the shadow left behind. Yi Luyan looked at it encouragingly. The Cloud Beast took a deep breath, then, raising its claws, it carefully pressed on the shadow retaining stone. Ling Jie and Xu Zhao's expressions both stiffened a little. The next moment, Xu Zhao's large face appeared on the field. Only his voice rang out. To be able to think of using a demonic beast to cultivate the emotionless Tao, eldest senior brother is truly a heavenly talent. After Huan told me about this matter, I also greatly admire eldest senior brother's boldness. With just this one sentence, the entire room was in an uproar. Using a demonic beast to cultivate the emotionless Tao? What that cloud beast said was actually true. The crowd's eyes changed as they looked at Ling Jie. And Xu Xiao, he was supporting Ling Jie's behavior? There was also Lin Huan. She also knew about this a long time ago? She and the Qing Xiao Sword Exalt hadn't moved an inch. What about Qing Xiao Sword Venerable? Did he ever know? Chapter 114 Shameless. Xu Xiao's face was unsightly, and he was already desperately thinking of a way to defend himself. He even had an impulse to directly strike out and destroy the shadow retaining stone. However, he couldn't do it. He could only rack his brain to figure out how to clear himself. The image continued. Ling Jie was questioning what Xu Xiao wanted to do. Xu Xiao even spoke directly, asking him to kill the demon to silence him. He also claimed that using demonic beasts to cultivate was just a small matter, and killing the demons to silence them was just to avoid letting those hypocrites in the righteous path know about it and invite unnecessary accusations. The night was dark, these two people were so unafraid to discuss how to kill the demon to silence it, how to destroy the corpse. Subsequently, Ling Jie was even more direct in his actions. In the nick of time, the screen suddenly went dark. This should be Fox Jiuling letting the cloud beast swallow the shadow retention stone. Then, the cloud beast concealed its figure and tried to escape towards the distance. The shadow retaining stone, it ended here.
The scene was quiet, and everyone could not help but look at Ling Jie and Chu Xiao. Lin Huanhuan and the Qing Xiao sword venerable both attracted many gazes.
Ling Jie used demonic beasts to cultivate the emotionless Tao, a matter that even Chu Xiao knew about.
Could the Qing Xiao sword venerable still shrug it off? That Lin Huanhuan, naturally, was also a raccoon.
Yi Luyun immediately let out a cold laugh as she slammed the table and directly stood up. So, this is the Songhai Ming sword sect.
Up and down, it's actually some who support cultivation with evil methods?
Yi Luyun's heart was filled with endless anger. These people had set up such a big game, causing some doubts in her heart. If it wasn't for Little Flirt being smart and finding the last witness. If it wasn't Fox Jiuling who was smart and left a shadow in advance. Today, how is Fox Jiuling going to clear her name? Next, they would probably use this matter to continue attacking Yi Charming, and even attack the entire Acacia sect. Songhai Ming sword sect, despicable to this extent.
Today, you must give a statement.
Venerable Xian Yu of the Acacia sect also stood up. Venerable Fu Yao's expression was still lazy, but his eyes also took on a hint of coldness. In their opinion, this bureau was not just targeting Fox Jiuling at all. This was the Songhai Ming sword sect having lived a good life for a long time, wanting to tear up the covenant and go after the Acacia sect. The scene was suddenly tense. A few venerables from the Acacia sect could not help but be cold and sweaty. One venerable hurriedly said, "Everyone, take it easy for now. This matter should be the two disciples' own initiative, and may not have anything to do with anyone else." In this image, there is no mention of Venerable Qing Xiao sword. I believe that he must not know that Ling Jie has done such a scandalous thing. The image only mentioned Lin Huanhuan, but not Qing Xiao sword venerable. Qing Xiao sword venerable gritted his teeth. I am indeed unaware of the things said in this image. If this unfilial disciple of mine really does something that harms the heavens and the reason, the sect's rules and regulations will definitely not be able to spare him.
Lin Huanhuan knows, and you're saying you don't know?
Yi Luyan looked at him mockingly. Lin Huanhuan's heart trembled as he hurriedly said, "I don't dare to be sure. It's just that I saw that eldest senior brother's movements have been weird lately, so I have some guesses in my heart. Therefore, I secretly sought the help of senior brother Chu so that he could stop senior brother from continuing to make mistakes." Chu Xiao understood and immediately said, "You've all misunderstood. In the image just now, I was only testing the waters at the exit, wanting to see if eldest senior brother had really committed this monstrous bloodshed. As a result, he actually directly acquiesced. I wasn't a match for eldest senior brother at that time, so I couldn't afford to turn the tables on him in the open, so I could only secretly think of a way to let the Cloud Beast leave. Think about it, that Cloud Beast was only at the Jindan stage, but eldest senior brother was already at the Yuaning stage. If it wasn't for me secretly letting it go, how would it have escaped? Eldest senior brother even threatened me afterward, preventing me from telling the truth. I was afraid that he would retaliate against me, which is why I never said anything. Luckily, this Cloud Beast lived up to my expectations and really came here, and that's how it publicly exposed eldest senior brothers. No, it wasn't eldest senior brother, it was the despicable behavior of the Ling Jie dog thief." Chu Xiao said righteously. He was actually the first to make a cut with Ling Jie, pushing everything onto Ling Jie alone. This matter is already clear. Everything is because Ling Jie, this sinner, for the sake of growing in strength, disregarded the righteous path of the living beings and committed this monstrous sin. The Golden Dragon Sword Venerable said without hesitation, "Ling Jie should be heavily punished. Eldest senior brother, you really shouldn't." Lin Huanhuan looked at Ling Jie and also revealed a very regretful look. "Ling Jie, do you have anything else to say?" Qing Xiao Sword Venerable looked at him, a slight hint of threat in his eyes. Ling Jie lowered his head and suddenly laughed lowly. "Sinner, what are you still laughing at?" Sword Venerable Qing Xiao said angrily. Ling Jie laughed even more maniacally. He had calculated everything, but he ended up in this situation after all. Everyone wanted to set themselves aside, and he was just given up without hesitation. Ling Jie's pupils glowed red as he raised his head and suddenly said, "In this image, there is only some dialogue. Some conversations only. How can it prove that I really did such things? The Cloud Beast was anxious. I saw you kill these demonic beasts with my own eyes. How can it still be false?" Ling Jie said in a cold voice, "Who can prove that your words are true?" He stared at Sword Father Qing Xiao. "Master, I am your great disciple. Aren't you the most clear about whether I would do such a thing? Shouldn't you say a few words for me?" To Sword Father Qing Xiao's ears, Ling Jie's mouth was already a stark threat. There's also senior apprentice brother Chu. On the corpses of those demonic beasts, there is an evil aura, and on Fox Jiuling's body, there is also an evil aura. They clearly died from evil methods, and I don't have an evil aura on me, so how can this be said to be my doing? What I said to you before was just joking with you. How can you really believe that I really used demonic beasts to cultivate?" Ling Jie looked at Chu Xiao fixedly. Those evil auras were made by Chu Xiao. He was likewise threatening Chu Xiao. Want to leave him alone and let him take the blame alone? Dream on. Every one of these people must find a way to save his life. Otherwise, he'll just tell everything and everyone will explode together. Ling Jie suddenly snapped and Chu Xiao's face changed slightly. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable took a look at Chu Xiao's expression. He didn't know exactly what Chu Xiao had done, but he could tell from thinking about it that Chu Xiao was definitely not to blame for this matter. This was the true dragon successor that he had managed to find with great difficulty. In the future, he was going to inherit his mantle, and it must not be ruined here. I think that the Cloud Beast and the hyena each have their own words, and neither of their words can be fully believed. Some conversations are just that, and it doesn't prove that I really did those things. Ling Jie smiled. What do you guys think? Why can't such a clear image prove it? You think everyone is a little cutie? Are they? Yi Lu Yun said angrily.
Xing Xiao Sword Venerable was silent for a while, but said in a low voice, it's true that there is no more direct evidence. I think that the Cloud Beast's words can't be trusted in their entirety, so we can temporarily imprison Ling Jie and interrogate him in detail. As long as it was dragged down, there was still a chance. Yi Feminine said in a cold voice, why can't the Cloud Beast's words be believed in their entirety as well? It even has a shadow retaining stone as evidence. And just now, when you testified that Fox Jiao Ling practiced evil techniques, you didn't want to just imprison him. Instead, you said you wanted to execute him on the spot. Is justice in this world up to you, Sanhai Ming Sword Sect? Chapter 115 Father. Golden Dragon Sword Venerable also said in a slow voice, in terms of evidence, there is indeed something lacking. At least, there is no direct evidence to prove that these demonic beasts died in the hands of Ling Jie. Locking them up for detailed investigation is also for the sake of not killing good people. The Green Sky Sword Venerable hurriedly said, not bad, that's what I also mean. If it is eventually found out that he is guilty, we will naturally not harbor him. That Cloud Beast is just a low-ranking demonic beast. Who doesn't know that low-ranking demonic beasts are simply unenlightened species? How can what it says be trusted? The Green Sky Sword Venerable's words had just fallen. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure came faintly. Who was it? Daring to be so unbridled in the 3-sex range. Wait, this aura, it's a demonic aura. This strong demonic aura, I'm afraid this is at the level of a demon king. In order to force Yi Charming to give up Fox Jiao Ling, Xing Xiao Sword Venerable had invited the demon king of the Demon Emperor sect early on, and now, the demon king had arrived. Xing Xiao Sword Venerable couldn't help but have a slight movement in his eyes. He and Demon King Zhou Gui were very close friends. This time, once Zhou Gui came, he would definitely be towards him. Xing Xiao Sword Venerable hurriedly said, quickly let the demon king in. The boundary was briefly withdrawn and the demon king entered the sect. The victim of this matter is the demon clan. The demon clan should also have the right to speak. At that time, if this Cloud Beast's words are trustworthy or not, the demon king will be able to tell the difference. Swordsman Xing Xiao said. He had just finished speaking. The demon king had already arrived. Xing Xiao Sword Venerable looked over with a smile on his face, and then, his expression stiffened for a moment. Wait a minute. The one who came was indeed a demon king, no doubt, but it wasn't even the 9 Dangers demon king that he had purposely invited. The aura of this demon king was much stronger than the 9 Dangers demon king. This was clearly Demon Emperor sect, Lord of 10,000 Demons, Qi Zhao. The Lord of 10,000 Demons had actually arrived in person, and Swordfather Qing Zhao's face began to redden with excitement. He was merely asking Zhou Gui to make a trip to support him, but he didn't expect that his face would be so great that the Lord of 10,000 Demons would arrive in person. With the arrival of the Lord of 10,000 Demons, my Sanhai Ming Sword sect is flabbergasted. Xing Xiao Sword Venerable was speaking. Suddenly, a thin voice rang out. Father! Father? Who was calling out for daddy? Before Xing Xiao Sword Venerable could react, Qi Zhao's figure moved and instantly arrived in front of Yi Charming. Daddy! The Cloud Beast condescendingly shouted again. Yi Charming froze. Father? The father of a low-ranked demonic beast was the king of all demons. Qi Zhao picked up the Cloud Beast at the first opportunity, and looking at the wounds all over its body, this king of 10,000 demons' expression immediately became incomparably terrifying. Who is it who injured my child? Qi Zhao said angrily. The Cloud Beast had been missing for quite a while, and he had been searching around. When 9 Dangers said that there was a situation where demonic beasts were being hunted on the side of the Sanhai Ming Sword sect, he instantly took up the matter and hurriedly came. Result. He really saw his child. But his poor child had actually been tortured to death. Father. The Cloud Beast couldn't hold back any longer and howled with a wail, and as it cried, it pointed at Ling Jie. It's this bad guy. He captured so many demonic beasts, and then, he killed them all. I was the only one who escaped with the concealment method. It pointed at Fox Jiao Ling and Yi Chui again. They were the ones who saved me. Without them, I would have never seen father again. The Cloud Beast couldn't stop accusing, and it looked at Qing Xiao Jianzun with some anger. And this bad old man, he said that my words can't be trusted. Saying that I'm just a low-ranked demonic beast. Father, do low-ranked demonic beasts have to be looked down upon? Whoa 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 whoa. The Cloud Beast instantly howled. Qi Zhou was instantly heartbroken. The Cloud Beast had left home this time because it had heard people say that it was only a low-ranked demonic beast and had not inherited the Demon King bloodline. Now, this human even dared to say so. A terrifying aura emanated from Qi Zhao.
He reached out his hand and Ling Jie instantly levitated uncontrollably before landing heavily in front of him.
Shi Zhao instantly bound Ling Jie. "Master, save me!"
Ling Jie shouted in terror. Swordfather Qing Xiao was also a little numbed for a moment. Who would have thought that the one who came this time would be the king of 10,000 demons?
How could he have thought that a mere cloud beast would be the bloodline of the Demon King? Demon King, this matter.
Qing Xiao's sword venerable hardened his head and just opened his mouth.
Shi Zhao looked at him coldly. "It is you who said that my child is just a low-level demonic beast?"
Layers of cold sweat fell from Qing Xiao's sword venerable's forehead as he hurriedly said, "I'm just worried that the cloud beast is simple-minded and has been deceived by others. This Fox Jiuling, yes, this Fox Jiuling, he is proficient in illusions, so perhaps everything that the cloud beast sees is something that he has conjured up with his illusions. I just feel that this matter should also be carefully investigated. Even if the Demon King himself arrives, he can't cross over the three sects and directly take action against the disciples of the three sects."
"You guys are talking nonsense."
The cloud beast's entire body bulged with anger. It had never thought that there were such shameless humans in the world. What was black they could say was white.
"It's true that the evidence is somewhat lacking,"
Venerable swordsman Qin Xiao insisted. Ling Jie's death was not regrettable, what he was afraid of was Ling Jie saying some nonsense before he died. Shi Zhao sneered and was about to speak. Yi Charming's voice rang out. "Senior Demon King, my senior cultivates a secret method that can manifest a person's deepest memory on the spot. They are so dead set on denying it, late senior requests that this method be used on the cloud beasts, so that those who are guilty will die a clear death." Shi Zhao froze for a moment and glanced at Yi Chuan. Just now, the cloud beast said that it was that fox, and Yi Charming, that saved it.
"Father, I agree." Cloud beast pulled on his sleeve. Shi Zhao pondered for a moment. "Are you really practicing with this kind of method?" Yi Cho nodded. "Indeed."
This kind of method belonged to the category of divine soul method, and it was still a relatively profound divine soul method.
Divine soul methods were rare, and this human junior had even dabbled in them.
Shi Zhao held the cloud beast and said, "Then I will allow you to try it once."
Yi Cho nodded, and a mysterious aura emanated from her. "Your daughter, when did she obtain the divine soul law?" Xian Yu couldn't help but ask in a low voice.
Yi Luyun was also a bit confused. She didn't even know why Yi Charming had such a subtle divine soul method. However, she still had a bland look on her face. "Naturally, I gave it to her." Tisk, you've really gone all out for this daughter."
Xian Yu couldn't help but sigh.
But
divine soul dharma, it was hard to obtain and hard to practice. Even if one obtained such a method, could Ji Chue really learn it?
Ling Jie's eyes flickered. Anyway, he didn't believe it. Yi Charming was most likely just bluffing him. As long as he stayed calm and refused to admit it, he would definitely be able to pass this hurdle. Regardless of what the onlookers thought, Yi Charming's fingertips slowly condensed a golden point of light, then she carefully, to the cloud beast's forehead, gently clicked. Golden light rippled, slowly enveloping the entire body. Subsequently, a memory of the cloud beast was revealed on the spot.
Chapter 116 Memory Retrospection.
Ling Jie stared at Yi Chuxia with a deadpan expression.
Retracing memories? Impossible.
Even if there was such a secret method in the world, this was by no means something Yi Charming could master. It must be to scare him. It must have scared him. In front of Ling Jie's frantic prayers, in front of the crowd, the point of light extended from the center, forming a huge water screen, and the image appeared little by little until later it became incomparably clear. The moment he saw the image, Ling Jie's body trembled slightly, and a trace of extreme fear flashed in his eyes. This familiar image, he recognized it with a single glance.
Yi Feminine. She actually did have this kind of ability.
Boundless fear took control of Ling Jie, and he subconsciously raised his sword, madly trying to slash towards the water curtain.
Humph.
Shi Zhao sneered as he waved his sleeve, and Ling Jie was instantly thrown away heavily. Ling Jie slammed heavily onto the ground and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He somewhat pleadingly looked at Sword Exalt Qing Xiao. The Qing Xiao sword venerable directly averted his eyes. He looked at Lin Huan and Chu Xiao again, who didn't even look at Ling Jie and were only desperately thinking of how to completely exonerate themselves. Yi Chuxia really had this kind of ability. This only proved one thing: Ling Jie could not be saved. He was already destined to be an outcast. Ling Jie looked towards the water screen with some despair. "Father." Seeing the images from his memories being recreated, the cloud beast revealed a scared look and vigorously burrowed into Qi Zhao's arms. Gazeo soothed the cloud beast and said softly, "Not afraid, not afraid." When talking to the child, his voice was incomparably gentle, and when he turned to look at Ling Jie, it was bone-chilling cold. The image was of a cold and gloomy chamber. A group of small beasts were cowering in the corner and were shivering. The cloud beasts were also among them. A fearful voice rang out, "That bad guy said that this morning he was going to kill us.
He's going to come later, isn't he? Oh, I'm so scared."
A group of poor little beasts immediately hugged into a ball, whimpering and crying.
"Don't cry, all of you."
A bloodstained spirit beaver said in a deep voice, "Our cultivation level is too low, the possibility of escaping is, well, slim.
But we can't die in such an unexplained manner either.
Among us, only Tuanzi has the racial talent of concealment, and it's the only one that has any hope of escaping. Later on, our goal is to stall Ling Jie and create a chance for Tuanzi to escape.
Have you all memorized that?
We can die, but we will expose his true colors even in death." The spirit beaver was clearly the most injured, but its expression was the most resolute. Its firmness infected the other small beasts, and their expressions also became firm one after another.
Tuanzi, we won't survive anyway.
We'll create opportunities for you, you must escape.
Tuanzi, you must expose him. Tuanzi, be sure to survive. These little beasts spoke one after another. Tuanzi's eyes reddened once again as she looked at the images in her memory.
If it wasn't for the fact that everyone had attracted Ling Jie's attention and desperately created a chance for it to escape, it wouldn't have been able to escape at all. The determination and unity of these little beasts before they died inexplicably made one's heart a little sour.
Yi Feminine, who considered herself to be an iron-hearted person, couldn't help but sigh at this moment.
She had already thought of what these poor little beasts would face next, and for a moment, she couldn't bear to watch. The memory images continued. The door was opened.
Ling Jie walked in expressionlessly. Before this, everyone's hearts were still holding a hint of what if, but now,
there wouldn't be the slightest possibility of an eventuality anymore.
Today, it's time to send you all on your way.
In my heart, I'm actually very reluctant to part with you. After all, more than half a month down the line, we've also gotten along with a little bit of affection. Ling Jie sighed, but if I don't kill you guys, how can I practice the emotionless Tao? Today, I can only ask you guys to sacrifice for me this once. In the coming days, if I reach the peak, I will definitely not forget you guys. In the image, Ling Jie was actually still in that graceful manner, but the words he spoke were exceptionally oozing. The disciples of the Shanghai Ming sword sect looked at Ling Jie in disbelief. The person in the picture was Ling Jie's true face? Their eldest senior brother was actually such a person?
I'm not.
This is fake. Ling Jie shouted hysterically, "Everyone, don't look, this is fake, this is all fake."
However, the memories continued to resurface.
In order to create an opportunity for Tuanzi, it was also afraid that Ling Jie would be the first to pick Tuanzi. That spirit beaver was the first to charge towards Ling Jie, then spat heavily at him. Ling Jie was really furious as he reached out and grabbed the spirit beaver by the throat. The difference in strength was too great. The spirit beaver struggled twice, and its breath quickly weakened. It turned back and glanced at the others with some difficulty before slowly closing its eyes. Afterward, in order for the troop to escape, one by one, these little beasts gave up their lives and rushed towards Ling Jie. Tuanzi cowered in the corner, her eyes filled with tears.
At this moment,
it really wanted to die with everyone. But
it can't.
It was shouldering the hopes of everyone, it must escape. Just as Ling Jie was massacring the other little beasts, Tuanzi exerted its racial talent and flew away from the secret room. It glanced back at the tragic situation in the secret room. It was as if these little beasts had also sensed something as they silently glanced in the direction of the doorway before wordlessly speaking through their mouths.
Move. As long as Tuanzi escaped, what had happened to them would be exposed one day. The donut escaped while shedding tears.
There were those who were a bit more sentimental, watching the scene of the little beasts laying down their lives to cover Tuanzi. Tears could no longer be held back from coming to their eyes. Such cute little beasts. In the end, what kind of is it that can lay down such a cruel handoff?
The crowd looked at Ling Jie with abnormal anger. Beast! Sui cursed angrily. Is this still human?
Shanghai Ming sword sect, how could they raise such a disciple? Some people already couldn't help but pick up the things in their hands and throw them towards Ling Jie. There are a lot of in this world, but into this, it is really extremely rare. Ling Jie was smashed by all sorts of things, and his face swelled out into a bag. He roared with difficulty, "Fake, it's all fake.
This is an image made up by Yi Feminine." But no one would believe him anymore.
The image followed the sight of the little beast. It escaped all the way out of the cave. This cave, if it wasn't Ling Jie's cave, whose was it? After the troop escaped the cave, this memory cut off. The whole place was full of abuses against Ling Jie for a while. Tuanzi was even nestled in his father's arms, sobbing non-stop. Shi Zhao heartily patted Tuanzi's back, then he violently raised his hand. Ling Jie was never in control, and his entire body was suspended in the air.
Chapter 117 Demon King Order.
Shi Zhao snorted coldly, and Ling Jie fell down heavily. Ling Jie never let out a miserable scream. He said with some difficulty, "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me." Shi Zhao had no intention of listening. He raised his hand again. Ling Jie was suspended in the air again and was smashed down again and again. After a few times like this, his entire body became a bloody man, and he couldn't even move in the slightest. The king of 10,000 demons in full fury, no one dared to mess with him. The green sky sword venerable's eyebrows throbbed for a moment, and they all only dared to watch so.
Now, do you guys still have any questions regarding Ling Jie's crimes?
Shi Zhao said in a cold voice.
Fong Kai. He could feel Tuanzi's fear and terror just by looking at that image. What about the Tuanzi itself?
It was in a desperate situation like that, how scared should it be? So many little beasts sacrificed their lives for it, what kind of mood did it have?
Ling Jie. Damn it.
The scene was silent. This time, there was no one to say that the people of the three sects should be disposed of by the three sects themselves. The child of the king of 10,000 demons in the hands of Ling Jie had suffered so much. No one could say anything about how he wanted to vent.
Ling Jie is genocidal and has committed such a crime, let the demon king dispose of him. Yi Lu Yun said directly. She glanced at Ling Jie with some disgust. It wasn't that she was afraid of the demon king, but for someone like Ling Jie, he deserved to die. At the mercy of the demon king. A few venerable members of the Easy sect also rushed to say. There was a moment of silence on the Shanghai Ming sword sect side. The Lingxi sword venerable said calmly, at the mercy of the demon king. The golden dragon sword venerable's gaze flickered for a moment before he followed suit. Only one Qing Shao sword exalt remained. Shi Zhao looked at him coldly. You want to protect him? Sword venerable Qing Shao let out a bitter smile. This disciple of mine has committed such a great mistake, I have nothing to say. The demon king will just take care of it on his own. Qing Shao sword venerable couldn't help but feel a little glad. He was glad that Yi Charming had not been able to retrace the memory of the cloud beast seeing him, otherwise, he would have to follow Ling Jie's reputation. However, this matter was not over yet either. The cloud beast would definitely inform Qi Zhao of the truth afterward. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to hide the matter of him harboring Ling Jie. Shi Zhao was not so bad as to directly take action against him, he was at least at the transitional stage. Even if he was the king of 10,000 demons, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. But his good relationship with the demon race that he had worked so hard to operate all these years, after this time, I am afraid that it will be directly broken. Not only that. If Qi Zhao found an opportunity, he was afraid that he wouldn't let him go. He would have to be careful next. Ling Jie squirmed with some difficulty. Master. You. Ling Jie clearly wanted to pull Qing Shao sword exalt into the water. A cold and stern light flashed in the eyes of the Qing Shao sword exalt. You yourself made a mistake, but you resisted denying it before, and instead framed Fox Jiuling. Now no matter what you say, who will believe you? Ling Jie, you'd better be honest and obediently allow the demon king to dispose of you. Ling Jie's eyes couldn't help but flash through a hint of despair. Was he really out of chances? Suddenly, he saw Yi Charming, who had a cold face. A ray of hope immediately flashed in his eyes. He crawled to Yi Charming's feet with some difficulty on his hands and feet. Shi Zhao glanced at Yi Charming and asked politely, this person you recognize? Ling Jie's true colors were personally dismantled by Yi Charming, and theoretically, Yi Charming should not have left Ling Jie alone. But this Ling Jie's last hope was actually Yi Charming. Shi Zhao couldn't help but think a few more points. This was at least Tuanzi's savior. If she opened her mouth to ask for a guarantor, she was really not too good at it. Not too familiar. Yi Feminine kicked him with some disgust. Ling Jie, however, once again persistently crawled over, and he said to Yi Charming, I am willing to be your furnace. He had most of his teeth knocked out, and this sentence was spoken very clearly. After speaking, he looked at Yi Charming with an expectant face. He knew everything. Yi Feminine had knocked him down to the bottom so step by step. Didn't she want herself to beg her so bitterly? She wanted to knock herself down to the dust, break his proud spine, and then turn him into the same person as Fire Underworld and the others. Though he was naturally proud. But this time, Yi Feminine won. Isn't it okay for him to resign himself to his fate? In order to save his life, he was willing to be Yi Feminine's furnace. That's it. Should Yi Charming be satisfied? Ling Jie looked at Yi Charming with anticipation. He had crushed his pride, his bones, into dust. She had succeeded, and it was time to call it a day. Yi Charming looked at Ling Jie with some disbelief. What was going on with this person's brain circuits? To be her stove, is he worthy of it? Shi Zhao frowned and couldn't help but ask, you want this thing to be a furnace tripod? Yi Charming hurriedly shook her head as she kicked Ling Jie once again before saying, No, I definitely don't have that kind of intention. Demon King, look, I already have 5 furnace cauldrons, which one of them is not 1,000 times better than this Ling Jie? Yi Feminine pointed to her own heavenly group of hearth tripods. Shi Zhao took a look and also nodded repeatedly. Yi Charming's stove tripods, at a glance, were all very handsome. Then look at Ling Jie. Not only did his character break through the lower limit, his face, which was originally quite presentable, was now smashed into a pie. Just like that. Can a human girl look at it? Ling Jie's head suddenly buzzed. He took the initiative to give Yi Charming as a stove tripod, and Yi Charming wasn't even willing? She dared to humiliate him like this. Boundless anger enveloped Ling Jie. However, there was nothing he could do about it. In that case, this person, I'll take him away. Shi Zhao said. Take away? Yi Charming froze for a moment and hurriedly said, Your Highness the Demon King, wait.
Ling Jie froze for a moment and hope rekindled in his eyes.
Sure enough,
Yi Charming was just talking, but actually still couldn't let go of him, couldn't she? Shi Zhao also looked at Yi Charming with some confusion. Yi Charming quickly said, "What I mean is, this person might as well be executed on the spot." This was at least one of the 8 male masters, and although he should not be able to mix into Lin Huanhuan's harem now, it was safer to kill such a person.
Ling Jie.
He thought Yi Charming was going to save him. It turned out to be that she resented him for not dying fast enough. Shi Zhao snorted coldly, "It's too cheap to kill him directly.
Don't worry, into my hands, he only has a way to die."
He glanced sorrowfully at Ling Jie.
Tuanzi had suffered all this, shouldn't he return the favor? Yi Feminine thought about it and didn't persuade anymore. Just in time.
She could experiment to see if there was still a male lead aura on this Ling Jie.
If there is, to what extent?
The key to this book was Lin Huanhuan. As long as she watched over Lin Huanhuan and didn't allow her to develop, all those male protagonists, on the contrary, were okay.
This time, thanks to you and this little fox saving my child. Gazeo thought for a moment and handed a token to Yi Chuxia.
This is the Demon King's order, representing the friendship of the Demon King. In the future, within the Xian Tian spiritual domain, the demon race will all be your friends.
Chapter 118. I have an unstable personality. Demon King Order.
The expressions of all the people from the 3 clans changed slightly. The situation was different in each spiritual domain, and in the Xian Heaven spiritual domain, the demon race was considered to be equally divided. The significance of a Demon King order given by the king of the demon race himself was unquestionable.
This Demon King order can also be used as a summoning token.
This king should also respond to one of your requests. As long as it is within the scope of this king's ability, he can help you do one thing.
Shi Zhao continued. Many thanks, Demon King. Yi Charming respectfully received it.
Shi Zhao then glanced at Fox Jiuling, who was still somewhat weak. He walked forward and reached out to place his hand on Fox Jiuling's forehead. With the powerful demonic power poured into him, Fox Jiuling's spirit was much better as far as the eye could see. Under the stimulation of the demonic power, behind him, vaguely, a shadow of a tail actually appeared. Shi Zhao could not help but eep in surprise.
Behind Fox Jiuling, there were originally only 3 tails.
But in this instant, the silhouettes of 6 tails had unexpectedly appeared behind him.
Adding them up, isn't this the 9 tails? The legendary, 9-tailed divine beast?
Shi Zhao slightly flickered God. The next instant to look, this shadow has completely disappeared again. Shi Zhao could not help but reveal a contemplative look. He trusted his eyes, he would never be wrong. I am afraid that Fox Jiuling is not just an ordinary 3-tailed green fox. His bloodline, there is another mystery.
In addition, in Fox Jiuling's sea of consciousness, there are traces of memories being blocked.
His origin, I'm afraid, is not simple. This matter involves the privacy of Fox Jiuling. Shi Zhao did not say anything more. He treated Fox Jiuling's injuries and then let go of his hand.
On the ground.
That hyena should still have its last breath left. It looked at the Demon King somewhat pleadingly, as if it wanted to say something, but it was running out of breath. Shi Zhao said with an indifferent face, "On my king's way here, I saw 5 hyenas sprawled across the mountains."
5 hyenas. This number is so specific. The hyena's look was instantly desperate.
Ling Jie had said that he would spare his wife and son, but he simply did not keep his promise.
The hyena looked at Ling Jie with an angry face.
Ling Jie avoided its sight.
He only said that he wouldn't kill, he didn't say that he wouldn't let others do it.
How could he leave himself with this kind of aftermath? The hyena didn't know where it got its strength from. It hissed and suddenly rushed over, biting off half of Ling Jie's face with force. Ling Jie screamed in pain.
The hyena was going to continue tearing and biting, but unfortunately, it was at the end of its rope.
The hyena looked at the sky with some despair, and its body collapsed heavily, completely losing its life.
Yi Feminine looked on indifferently. This hyena, too, deserved to die.
Since it had become a devourer, it should have thought that it would have a day when it would do so much harm to others and itself.
Hyena! Die!
Only Ling Jie's incessant cries of pain remained at the scene. Shi Zhao took one last careful look at these people from Qingshao Sword Venerable, then, he revealed a meaningful smile and said, "The matter has all been settled, so it is inconvenient for this king to stay longer.
There is a meeting in the landscape, and we will have another day to meet again."
He held the troop in his arms with one hand. With a casual lift of his other hand, a rope snapped his fingers and flew out, binding Ling Jie. Ling Jie screamed miserably as he slid on the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind. However, no one sympathized with him at all. The crowd all just looked on coldly.
"Little brother Fox, sister Yi Charming."
Tuanzi shouted in the direction of Yi Charming and Fox Jiuling, "When I've transformed into a form, I'll come back to play with you guys."
Fox Jiuling gave it a weak smile.
A soft look also appeared on Yi Charming's face.
Demon King Qizhou left just like that.
The field fell into a short silence. Yi Luyun sneered, "This matter has come to light. Little Fox and my daughter have suffered for so long in this matter. Is the Sanhaiming sword sect going to give a statement?" Yi Charming hurriedly said, "Mother, that Ling Jie still owes me money."
Yi Luyun immediately reacted, that Ling Jia looks like he can't pay it back.
Venerable Chang Xiao Sword, this is a good disciple that you taught, there's always no problem for you to pay it back, right? Venerable Chang Xiao Sword's face had turned iron blue.
What, you, Qing Xiao sect, want to renege on your debt? Yi Luyun immediately questioned.
Xing Xiao Sword Venerable's face was bland. Xing Xiaoyi sect, we are all in the same boat. Don't worry, there are still 2 months left, and within 2 months, several of my other disciples will try to pay it back for Lingjia. Xing Xiao Sword Zun knew that right now, he was afraid that the reputation of this clan of his was going to be bad, and if he still wanted to occupy a place within the 3 sects, this debt, he would have to recognize it for Lingjia. But he had just spent a large price to search for the precious sword's ascension, or, to let him take it, he was also a bit reluctant to part with it. Then let the other disciples bear it together. As Venerable Swordsman Xing Xiao said that, the few disciples under his sect were looking at him with disbelief. They really didn't know anything about the things that Ling Jia had done, but with all these debts that Ling Jia owed, Venerable Chang Xiao Sword was actually going to spread them out evenly. Xing Xiao Sword Exalt pretended that he didn't see the looks on the faces of these disciples.
A bunch of disgraceful contraptions.
They hadn't earned him a single face in this ring match.
Now, having them take on Ling Jia's debt, these disciples would definitely be disgruntled. But dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. Can they still revolt?
This behavior of Sword Exalt Xing Xiao was really a bit displeasing. Sword Exalt Lingxi frowned, and they all couldn't help but move away from him a bit.
Ling Jia's debt is just one. What about the wrongs suffered by Little Fox and my daughter? What about this debt of Little Fox being locked up and tortured? Also, Fire Underworld won over Ling Jia, do you still owe me a Gung Jin stone as well? Yi Luyun said blandly.
Xing Xiao Sword Venerable gritted his teeth as he listened. Yi Luyun, then what exactly do you want? I was also blinded by that Ling Jia, and I can't be completely blamed for this matter.
You mustn't be too disruptive. I'm being disruptive?
It's just that my temper has gotten much better over the years, otherwise, I should really show you what it means to truly be a nuisance.
Yi Luyun flicked a flame on his fingertip carelessly.
Xing Xiao Sword Venerable watched as his eyebrows jumped. He slowed down his tone. What do you have in mind? Just say it. Don't worry, the list of compensation, I will organize it and have it sent to your cave. I hope you can get things together as soon as possible, otherwise. I have an unstable personality, this is something that everyone knows. Yi Liuyun's words were thick with threats.
Calm down, Elder Yi, you calm down.
Right, a disciple made a mistake. Xing Zhao's willingness to do this is already very good.
The compensation you want, he will definitely give it. Harmony is important. Harmony is important.
A few venerable members of the Easy sect began to desperately try to appease them. Yi Feminine quietly glanced at the chaotic scene as she walked over and carried Fox Jiuling, who was still in her fox prototype, from Qing Xian's hands. Chapter 119. Because of the rise, the fall.
Come on, let's go home. Yi Feminine said calmly.
The other few people also answered softly.
Yi Charming knew.
With her mother present, the Qing Xiao swordsman would definitely hemorrhage some money this time. However, the premise was also these 4 words, there is a mother. The world of cultivation is so cruel.
If Tuanzi was not the child of a demon king, if her mother is not Yi Luyun, would she have gotten this justice back today? If Ling Jia's strength was the best of the 3 sects, would there really be anyone to seek justice for these little beasts for his cultivation of evil methods? The answer was obvious. Without absolute strength, there is no absolute justice. In the original book, the reason why the female match was able to live so dashingly and recklessly in the early stages of her life was because she had a mother who protected her unconditionally. Later, Yi Luyun had an incident, and the female match's life fell apart. In this life, Yi Feminine would never let anything happen to Yi Luyun. But she also understood one thing better. After all, it was necessary to have strength yourself to truly have the right to speak. For example, this time, didn't everyone know that Qing Xiao Sword Venerable was harboring Ling Jia before? However, no one, including the Demon King, had seized on this point. It was very simple. Qing Xiao Sword Exalt's strength was also among the top of the 3 sections. And the 3 sects were the ones that needed to unite in order to occupy such a large piece of territory and have the right to speak in the Xian Tian spiritual domain. To kill a Ling Jia, this was just a small matter. But if one were to dispose of the Qing Xiao Sword Venerable, it would be a major event that would shake the 3 sects. Disposing of the Qing Xiao Sword Venerable would lead to the centrifugalization of the Sword sect, would it lead to a decline in the strength of the 3 sects, and would the other sects take advantage of the opportunity to come to their doorsteps? Even the Demon King Qi Zhao, if he was not prepared to go to war with the 3 sects, he would not easily ignite the flames of war on Qing Xiao. This is the stark reality. This is the cultivation world where interests are paramount. Even the mother can only try to ask for some benefits for herself within the permissible limits. But this little thing is not enough for the 3 sects to give up a top fighting force like the Green Sky Sword Venerable. But to Yi Chu Xia, Fox Jiuling being wrongly accused and tortured, this was never ever a small matter. This matter. She made a note of it. The justice that reason cannot get back. One day, she will use her fists to get back. This is the real way to play in this world. Yi Feminine's mood was obviously a little bad. Fox Jiuling raised his head in her arms, his furry face, and endeavored to stick on her face. Yi Charming rubbed his little head. Why is Master still unhappy? Qing Xian asked softly. Yi Charming was silent for a while, then calmly said, it's just that there are some realizations. For example, the weak have no justice to speak of. The weak had no justice to speak of. Fox Jiuling's eyes couldn't help but darken. He had always been a little fox who got by. But this time, he had tasted what was called true despair. If it wasn't for Yi Feminine arguing for him on his own merits, and finding the cloud beast for him and waiting for a turnaround. Otherwise, although he did not do anything wrong this time, I'm afraid that he will also have to bear the stigma that cannot be cleared, and die a miserable death. Strength. Strength is the only truth in this world. He suffered this, and not because he did anything wrong, just because he was too weak. In Fox Jiuling's heart, something was slowly changing. Yi Feminine looked at Fox Jiuling's mental activities. Fox Jiuling was able to have this kind of realization, she should actually be pleased. But inexplicably, she still couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Yi Feminine checked out Fox Jiuling's quest. Gaining the genuine trust of 10 people, 100% progress. This task, without realizing it, had already been completed. Fox Jiuling's treasure chest task is complete. The host can choose when to let him awaken his divine soul characteristics. Time limit, within 3 days. The reward of this bronze treasure chest was the divine soul characteristic illusion of nature. In terms of grade, it was considered a medium trait. However, it was a passive divine soul trait. As long as one was casting an illusion spell, this trait would have an effect and it wouldn't consume additional divine soul power. In a sense, this characteristic was in no way inferior to some higher characteristics. Master. Fox Jiuling suddenly tilted her head. The bet made today, Master lost. Fox Jiuling's furry face was a little hot for some reason. He remembered Yi Chusha's eyes when she said, I admit defeat, which was so gentle that it caused his heart to palpitate. He felt that his heartbeat, which was not rapid or slow, had inexplicably sped up a bit. Fox Jiuling's voice was inexplicably a bit clipped. Fire Underworld Qing Xian Xiaoheng, all of them immediately looked over vigilantly. What is going on? What about the said heartless little fox? Why would she make such a sound? Yes, letting you win once, are you happy? Yi Feminine revealed a smile. Fox Jiuling was immediately a little embarrassed, his furry fox fur covering his somewhat reddened face, before said, well, I won the bet, Master, you will follow me to divine cultivation. Yi Feminine froze for a moment. She didn't even think that Fox Jiuling was thinking about this. Fire Underworld Qing Xian Xiaoheng. The world of 4 people was already crowded. Is little fox going to forcefully squeeze in as well? Good. Yi Feminine was very spoiled, you've been injured, and divine cultivation can heal faster. Fox Jiuling immediately revealed a small look of delight. Fell for another one. Mo Yi suddenly sneered. The system said with interest, host, don't look at this Mo Yi's hard mouth, his favorability, it's now cleared to no. Mo Knight's favorability towards Yi Chuanya was -90 before. To be able to go up to 0 points in such a short period of time, this was already progressing very quickly. Wait. His favorability has dropped another 20 points. It's now -20. The system continued to broadcast. Wait, it's gone up another 30. It's now 10 points. Deducted another 10 points, it's now 0 points. The system kept broadcasting. Yi Feminine looked at Mo Yi's stoic surface and only felt that he was more than likely suffering from some kind of disease. Let her see what kind of madness this Mo Knight was having. A little bit of Mo Knight's mental activity corresponded to look at it, and Yi Feminine became a little speechless. She surprisingly really came back and also protected Fox Jiuling now. Favorability plus 20. No, I must not be confused by this woman. This is all just her means. Favorability 30. I can't stand her. I don't hate her as much as I used to. Favorability plus 10. I don't hate her that much anymore? I won't allow it. Favorability 20. You're crazy. To summarize, it is. Ink Knight's favorability went down because her favorability went up. What kind of twisted person would have to be to do such a stupid thing? Yi Feminine closed the system panel, intending to let Mo Yi tangled away by himself. The night was heavy. Yi Feminine brought Fox Jiuling into the room. Chapter 120. The night. At the doorway, the tea table was set up again. The 3 people, Fire Meditation Qing Xian and Xiaoheng, looked at each other in dismay, and Mo Yi all came out specifically to watch them liven up. Little fox is injured, divine cultivation is the fastest way to recover. Xiaoheng was calm. Yes, that was the reason. It was customary for injured babies to receive priority from their masters. Really?
Mo Yi suddenly came in. It was clearly in the plaza that Yi Charming took the initiative to admit defeat, and only then did she give little fox this opportunity.
Xiao Heng's face turned green. That's true since.
Xing Xian said blandly, little fox is young, it's normal for the master to care more.
Mo Yi suddenly added, young?
He just looks naive and innocent, but as a demonic beast that has already transformed into a form, little fox's age
is almost 100 years old, right?
Xing Xian, you can even call him grandpa.
Xing Xian expressionlessly glanced at Mo Yan.
Fire Underworld said slowly, little fox has a clear mind, I'm afraid he won't have any other thoughts.
Mo Yi raised an eyebrow, is that so?
I saw that he seemed to inexplicably blush a bit before. Xiao Hong Qing Xian Huahei instantly all looked at Mo Yi angrily.
What exactly did this person want? Is he specifically here to anger them? Mo Yi had a calm face, I'm just watching you all fall one by one and feel ridiculous.
He raised his eyebrows with a disdainful expression. As Mo Yi said this, Xing Xian suddenly laughed. It's also true that out of the 5 of us, you're the only one who's still this adamant about your original intentions and would rather die than give in.
Mo Yi nodded proudly.
This was natural. He wouldn't change his mind so easily.
That's good. I hope you must continue to persevere. If there's a day when you can't hold on anymore,
just shout out to each of us, a righteous father.
What do you think?
Xing Xian looked at him with interest.
Mo Yi? Ha! Boring. Xiao Hong glanced at him, this is my line. I do find it quite interesting, are you afraid to answer it?
Mo Yi sneered, there simply won't be that day, so what if I answer it?
Mo Yi's mouth was hard, and the crowd was satisfied.
If you can have one less competitor, let's have one less competitor.
It's good that you remember. Xing Xian said.
Mo Yi stood up, don't bother with you guys. The finals of the Way of the Weapon is placed 3 days later. There is nothing going on around tomorrow, so Yi Charming and Fox Jiuling shouldn't be coming out tonight. You guys just wait by yourselves.
In the room, Fox Jiuling barely regained his human form.
His eyes carried a small hint of anticipation and some nervousness. Brother Fire Underworld and the others all said that divine cultivation was a very comfortable thing.
This statement should not be false.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought for it so much.
However, in the face of the unknown, Fox Jiuling's body was still a little tense. It's fine, it doesn't hurt at all.
Yi Feminine comforted, I'll just sit here and not move, don't be afraid.
Fox Jiuling nodded obediently, he glanced at Yi Charming somewhat shyly.
Feeling shy in his heart, Fox Jiuling then also directly said it, Master, I don't know why, I feel my heart is a little itchy and my body is a little hot.
Fox Jiuling looked at Yi Chuxia with a sincere face, Master, what do you think this is all about? Is it because I was injured? Fox Jiuling really didn't understand, her large eyes were full of bewilderment. Yi Feminine was a little confused for a moment. Was it that straightforward of a question?
She originally didn't feel anything, but when asked by Fox Jiuling, she blushed slightly.
Yi Charming lightly coughed, then do you find this difficult? Fox Jiuling honestly shook her head, it's not hard. It's just,
inexplicably not too comfortable either.
Fox Jiuling was distressed.
Yi Feminine was also a little embarrassed by his inquisitive eyes, she lightly coughed, it's fine, later you follow my rhythm. It will soon be comfortable. Fox Jiuling was very convinced of Yi Charming, he nodded heavily, his large eyes were full of trust. Yi Charming patiently guided, now, first release your divine soul phantasm.
Without any hesitation, above Fox Jiuling's head, a small Dharma phase appeared.
When Yi Cho took a look, her heart softened.
This Dharma phase and Fox Jiuling's archetype were almost identical, a small fox with a green body. Fox Jiuling belongs to the water, this green fox surrounded, as if there are layers of water waves surrounding, water mist vapor, as if a dream.
On top of Yi Feminine's head, the phantom also appeared again. The vine spreads out and surrounds the little fox's phantom. A small purple flower bloomed everywhere on his body. Fox Jiuling completely stiffened. He knew that divine cultivation might be a bit comfortable, but no one told him that it would be this comfortable. It was as if there was a flame burning in his heart, making him want to hiss out. But the voice reached his mouth. Instead, it became an almost petulant chirp. Yi Charming lightly laughed, Liang paired a sound, don't be anxious, it's only just begun. The phases of the Dharma mingled a little bit, and no one expected that when purple and cyan fused, it could be this harmonious. Under the effect of divine cultivation, the light enveloped the surrounding body, and the wounds on Little Fox's body were also recovering rapidly. It was a double soothing experience. The little fox didn't hold back and transformed into its original form, jumping into Yi Charming's arms. Yi Charming gently stroked his back one at a time, and Fox Jiuling comfortably rolled over, revealing his only snow-white stomach to her. Yi Charming lost her smile and could only gently help him rub his stomach. In Yi Feminine's mind, she silently gave a command to the system. Award the quest reward. Little Fox completed the second bronze treasure chest quest and received a medium divine soul trait reward. This reward, placed at this time, couldn't be better. A faint light flashed by. Little Fox's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt that a certain change seemed to have occurred in his body. He raised his small paw, and in an instant, the room seemed to turn into an ocean, with only a small boat roaming. And this little boat, with a wisteria vine as its body and a purple flower as its soul, was tightly surrounded by a tiny green fox. Yi Feminine's eyes moved slightly. Illusion of nature. The divine soul characteristic of illusion law nature was passively cast. Fox Jiuling's illusion technique was much more refined than before. She could even see the waves of light on the water waves and could see on the water beads the reflections of the two. Is this the green fox clan that was born for illusion? The night was long. Yi Feminine was originally not too accustomed to having people around her. However, Fox Jiuling transformed into a prototype, and his 3 tails were still fluffy and very nice to hold. Yi Feminine originally wanted to coax the little fox to sleep so that he could have a good rest. Result: coaxing the child to sleep, she herself fell asleep first. Fox Jiuling raised his eyes to look at Yi Feminine's sleeping side face, and the corner of his lips revealed a reassuring smile. He has not had this kind of reassuring feeling for a long, long time. But it was on such a reassuring night. Yet he had a dream. In the dream, a hideous face was roaring at him. Fox Jiuling, what the hell have you done? Sure enough, a born bad seed is a born bad seed, no matter what, it can't be changed. If I had known this, I shouldn't have left him alive in the first place. Kill him. Kill him. Chapter 121, Is this even possible? Countless voices echoed in his mind. A trace of pain appeared on Fox Jiuling's face, and her body trembled slightly without control. Yi Chuxia seemed to have sensed something. Although her eyes were still tightly closed and she was half asleep, she gently patted his back. Those long ago sounds slowly dissipated, and Fox Jiuling's expression slowly became relieved. He had once abandoned by the world once. But this time won't be. After Yi Feminine arrived in this world, it was the first time she actually entered deep sleep. This sleep, she actually slept in a daze until noon. Fox Jiuling was also still nestled in her arms, sleeping soundly. As Yi Feminine looked on, her eyes couldn't help but soften. If she could go back to modern times, she would also want to keep such a cute little pet. Fox Jiuling seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes quickly turned from blurry to clear. He revealed a big smile. Master. Then, the tiny fox slowly transformed into a human body, and the innocent teenager tilted his head up, revealing a bright smile to Yi Charming. Yi Feminine was stormed by this smile on the spot. The next moment, her voice snapped up in shock. Fox Jiuling, where are your clothes? The little fox in front of her was clearly not wearing an inch of clothing, and the skin on her body was as white as if it was going to glow. Fox Jiuling let out an ah, then said, when I became a little fox, my clothes fell off. When I sleep, I don't like to wear clothes too much, so I didn't wear them back on purpose. Master don't like it? Then I'll wear it next time. Yi Feminine. Well, how to say it? Rather, she didn't dislike it. She lightly coughed. I'm not this kind of authoritarian person. It's good that you like it yourself. But for now, you'd better put it on first. Fox Jiuling obediently put on her clothes. Yi Feminine rubbed her temples. Let's go out. She had slept too well this sleep. She had a premonition that this backyard of hers, she was afraid that a fire was about to start. When Yi Feminine pulled Fox Jiuling out the doorway was empty. Yi Feminine couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, she had overthought it. Wasn't it just getting up late? It's such a small matter, what fire can be started? Yi Feminine led Fox Jiuling out of the cave, and suddenly, her expression stiffened. Is this still her cave residence? The entrance to the cave mansion was a pothole for some reason. This was a preparation for planting or something. Yi Feminine hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, a blasting sound came out. Yi Feminine looked over and saw that a large pit had appeared on the ground after Fire Underworld's gun dance had missed. Yi Feminine. Fox Jiuling clapped with some excitement. Good, eh? Brother Fire Hay is awesome. Fire Underworld also smiled faintly at him, then poked out another large pit. The next moment, another explosion sounded. A true dragon's shadow suddenly rose up in the air, but in the next moment, it suddenly switched directions and, with a bang, smashed a tree in front of it. Tree, who will vocalize for me? Fox Jiuling continued to applaud. Master, look, Brother Xiaohong has learned that song dragon to move by the sun. Only, the true dragon's shadow suddenly fell. Is this a mistake? Yi Feminine's forehead began to break out in cold sweat. Mistake. This is more than a mistake. Xiaohong clearly had a superb comprehension of all true dragon-related sword techniques, so hell, he would have blundered into this. There's also Fire Underworld, who had seen him poke a big hole. Suddenly, another blasting sound rang out. Yi Feminine's body stiffened for a moment. Why was there still a blasting sound? She turned to look and saw Qing Xian was calmly activating the ethereal wood true flame, burning the Dan furnace. What kind of elixir are you refining? Fox Jiuling asked curiously. Qing Xian gave him a gentle smile. Nothing much, just some spirit nurturing pills.
Fox Jiuling's eyes widened. Wait. Can a god-nurturing pill use such a large fire? The next instant, an explosion sounded.
Xing Xian had already avoided it long ago. He clapped his hands with a calm face. It seems like I can't, my hands are raw. Yi Charming looked at this pile of large craters at the doorway, and for a moment, she was a bit teary-eyed. What is this?
Shura Benjamin's field?
Yi Charming coughed lightly and said, ha 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 ha, everyone is working hard early in the morning. This entrance of ours looks like it's been plowed. Turn around and I'll directly take some seeds to plant. Yi Feminine was self-conscious of her humor.
Goody goody.
With the exception of one Fox Jiuling who responded positively, everyone else turned to her and revealed a meaningful smile.
Master was so tired last night, does he still have the stamina to plant seeds?
Xing Xian let out a light laugh as he walked over and thoughtfully pinched Yi Charming's shoulders for her. Yi Charming hurriedly said, there was no exertion, no exertion. I accidentally fell asleep last night.
Accidentally fell asleep?
When Master and I were in divine cultivation, we meditated all night and never saw you sleep.
Xiao Hong said. Yi Charming was about to say something.
Fire Underworld also said blandly, I remember that when I finished my first divine cultivation, Master directly drove me back to my own room, saying that
I'm not used to having someone next to me. Cold sweat was about to come down on Yi Feminine's forehead. What was this farce? How did it seem as if she was scummy?
Fox Jiuling hemmed and hawed and said, Master and I both fell asleep, and both slept soundly. I slept so heavily that when I got up in the morning, I forgot to put on my clothes.
Forgot to put on clothes? Several gazes immediately looked over. Yi Feminine couldn't help but sigh. San Tian ah. Who is going to tell her? Is Fox Jiuling pure white or white cut black? How did it feel like she was being dragged into this?
Behind her, Xing Xian's hand that pinched her shoulder was inexplicably stronger. Okay.
Yi Feminine couldn't help but say, little fox, he was turned into an archetype and forgot for a moment when he manifested back. Fox Jiuling heatedly smiled. Right. The prototype is small, so it's convenient for Master to hold me and sleep. Moreover, my tail is fluffy and can be used as a quilt cover. Fox Jiuling had a proud face.
The only one who also has an archetype, but no tiny, no furry fire. Hey.
Little Fox's wound seems to be almost healed.
The demonic power given by the Demon King yesterday worked wonders, and coupled with the effects of the dual cultivation, Little Fox's recovery speed is faster than even Xiao Hong.
Xing Xian also said. Yi Charming nodded, that's true.
Xing Xian suddenly sighed, his voice suddenly becoming weak. I tried alchemy a few times today, and still none of them were successful.
There was that one time that I was all caught in the waves.
Xing Xian had a tender face. I seem to have suffered internal injuries.
Yi Charming froze for a moment and was also a little nervous. Is it all right? Healers don't heal themselves. Do you want me to call an apothecary over to give you a look? Xing Xian shook his head. A pharmacist is useless. If the master doesn't mind, if the god cultivates once, it will be almost as good. It's also a method. Yi Feminine nodded. The other few people? It can still be like this. Can't Master see that this Xing Xian is pretending? Chapter 122. Each has its own tenderness. Xiao Hong reacted quickly as he instantly covered his chest and coughed violently. Xiao Hong, what's wrong with you? Isn't the injury almost healed? Yi Charming could not help but ask.
Xiao Hong let out a bitter smile. I was too anxious to cultivate my sword technique, and my heart, for some reason, got a little uncomfortable.
Why are you in such a hurry?
Strength is important, but forcing cultivation with a bad body will only be counterproductive. Yi Feminine carefully walked over and examined it carefully. Xiao Hong was about to say something.
Suddenly, there was a ringing on the Fire Underworld side. He looked as if he was unsteady on his feet, shaking for a moment before he violently fell to the ground. Yi Feminine. Fire Underworld's ears were a little red. His acting skills seemed to be a little fake. He said stiffly, I've been practicing for too long and my legs are a little weak.
Yi Charming could only walk over and help him up. Yi Charming looked at each of her three suddenly had their own soft stovepipes. Yi Charming could only cough lightly. The matter of divine cultivation is about strength growth. I have always been the most fair. If there are no unforeseen circumstances in the future, it will be in a fixed order.
No one has to compete, how about it? Yi Feminine also had no choice. If she cultivated every day, where would she have time to cultivate? Little Fox won't fight. Fox Jiuling turned into the appearance of a little fox and comfortably jumped into Yi Charming's arms.
Yi Feminine subconsciously held him in her arms. Fox Jiuling had a cute face, although Little Fox also likes God Cultivator. However, just being hugged like this by Master is already very comfortable. Fox Jiuling's archetypal furry, it was just too good. Rua. Yi Feminine couldn't help but gently stroke his back, and Fox Jiuling's eyes all squinted in comfort. A few other people watched, and alarm bells went off in their hearts. This Fox Jiuling. When he was not enlightened, it was fine. Once he became enlightened. Surprisingly, he was using such dirty tricks. Fire Underworld's face stiffened. Could it be that he was going to turn into a prototype and let Yi Charming hug him? He was not embarrassed about it. But, who would like Rua a snake full of scales?
This move by Fox Jiuling was simply too foul. Master, in order, everyone is agreed.
Then the party has already agreed, tonight. Qing Xian looked at Yi Charming, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, hiding endless demonic charm lovingly within. Yi Charming swallowed her saliva, having said the words, naturally I can't go back on them.
Tonight, let's start with Qing Xian.
Yi Feminine looked at the favorability situation and set an order. In terms of favorability, Fire Meditation was actually the highest, and had now surpassed 50 points. After that was Qing Xian's 49, Xiao Heng's 48, and Little Fox's 45 points. The difference between these three was not significant, all of them were one critical point away from breaking through 50 points. As for Ammonite's favorability that was still bouncing around, Yi Flattery didn't even bother to look at him. From tonight onwards, the Divine Cultivation program will be implemented in the order of Qing Xian, Fire He, Xiao Hen, and Little Fox for the time being.
Yi Feminine said. Just by looking at the favorability, Fire He should be the first one. But, who let Qing Xian be too good at seizing the moment?
Yi Feminine set the regulations, so everyone honestly responded.
Fox Jiuling suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up.
Brother Fire He, Brother Qing Xian, Brother Xiao Heng.
Fox Jiuling shouted, where's Brother Moe?
Where did he go?
Fox Jiuling jumped down and stiffly went to pull Moe out as well. Moe?
I am not going to participate in your boring bet.
A clear smile appeared on Fox Jiuling's face. Bet? I'm not going to bet, I'm not going to bet. I've already won, so what's the point of betting? Master, right? Fox Jiuling smiled incomparably brightly.
Yi Feminine nodded her head favorably, it's you who won.
Fox Jiuling couldn't help but raise her small chin, I told you so.
The remaining few people couldn't help but twist their faces away, this haughty look, it was too eyeless. Fox Jiuling said in a serious manner, calling everyone here, I want to announce something. After last night's divine cultivation, I awakened the divine soul trait, illusion technique nature. In the future, all of my illusion techniques will be greatly enhanced.
Divine soul characteristics?
A few people were slightly surprised. This thing was very rare, out of 100 phantasms, one phantasm would be able to awaken the divine soul characteristic, and that would be considered extremely good.
Fox Jiuling had actually awakened it through one divine cultivation?
Fox Jiuling was even more arrogant, in the future, you guys have to show me some respect. I am no longer the salted fish Fox Jiuling, but the super genius Fox Jiuling.
Yes, super genius.
Qing Xian walked over and ruined at Fox Jiuling's head.
Fox Jiuling was confused as he shouted out, show some respect, show some respect. The next moment,
the crowd rushed over and Fox Jiuling was ruined everywhere, his hair exploding.
Wait. Fox Jiuling quickly jumped out and reshaped into his human form. This time, he wore clothes for a second. Fox Jiuling looked at the crowd with a wary face, you can't ruin me this time. The crowd all looked at him with a regretful face. In order to look a bit more imposing, Fox Jiuling found a big rock and stepped high on it.
In this way, he was just barely flush with the tallest Fire Meditation.
All watch, Little Master will give you guys a boost first. Fox Jiuling snapped his fingers. In an instant,
a raging storm, the sky collapsed, and it instantly seemed as if the end was coming. Knowing clearly that what was in front of them was an illusion, the crowd's expressions still couldn't help but change. This is also a little too realistic. They could even really feel the ground trembling, could feel the rain falling madly on their bodies. All of their five senses were actually blinded by Little Fox's illusion. Fox Jiuling smugly snapped her fingers again. The scene suddenly changed. The raging storm disappeared, and the heavenly collapse no longer existed. They were actually in a palace in the sky, with countless rare and exotic treasures, all laid out in front of them. Fox Jiuling snapped her fingers again. The palace instantly disappeared as well. In front of them, a stunningly beautiful man with different images appeared all of a sudden. It wasn't known where Little Fox had learned from, these illusions were not only all stunningly beautiful, but some were cool, some were flirtatious, some had 8-pack abs, some were soft and skinny, and there were all kinds of types, just to name a few. Yi Feminine. Little Fox's illusion, it can still be used like this. It's a good feeling. Yi Charming was about to enjoy it in detail when her eyes were suddenly blinded by Qing Xian, and as she endeavored to look outwardly through her fingers, what she saw was Xiao Heng's broad back. Yi Charming endeavored to move to the side. The result. Fire Underworld was expressionlessly carrying Fox Jiuling and was lecturing in a low voice. The illusion of living colors from earlier had long since disappeared. I was wrong, just now it was just a small mistake. Fox Jiuling hurriedly said. Where did you make a mistake? Qing Xian said in a warm voice, Master, she, clearly, looked very happy. Xiao Heng nodded, these illusions have different styles and are all stunningly beautiful, so naturally they are more attractive than the few of us. Yi Charming? She wasn't, she didn't. Chapter 123, please Master, help me. Master still wants to see? Then let Little Fox visualize it for you again? Fire Underworld carried Fox Jiuling's collar, a gentle smile spreading from the corner of his lips. These three people's expressions, one more than the other, were gentle and watery. Yi Feminine, however, inexplicably had a chill down her spine as she righteously said, "No need, no need. I don't like looking at those at all. For me, having you guys is enough."
Really? You'll never look at it again? Qing Xian asked in a warm voice.
Yi Feminine quickly shook her head, "No more, never again. Nope, I originally didn't intend to watch it either, it's all because Little Fox did it." "That's good," Xiao Hung said and took out a shadow retaining stone in his hand. As soon as he opened the shadow retaining stone, it was Yi Chuxia who righteously said, "I don't like to look at those at all, it's good for me to have a few of you."
Xiao Hang said, "I've memorized what Master said." Yi Feminine. To hell with it. These few stovepipes, they were really getting harder and harder to handle. Obviously at the beginning, they weren't this unrestrained. However, Yi Feminine was somewhat relieved. What she wanted wasn't bottomless obedience. If they were all the same, it would be a bit monotonous. Now that they were willing to show part of their personality, it was considered that they had truly relaxed in front of her. After making some noise, Fox Jiuling was carried by Fire Underworld, who seriously informed him of what could be illuminated and what couldn't, and Fox Jiuling listened with a bitter look on his face. He couldn't help but look at Yi Chue for help. Yi Charming quickly looked away. This was a job she couldn't do. A dead Taoist friend does not die a pauper. Another night descended. This night, the deal was with Qing Xianxianxiu. The two were about to enter the room hand in hand. Fox Jiuling, who had regained her vitality, jumped out blearily, "Master, are you guys going to do something very comfortable? But I'm also a little reluctant to let go of Master. Why don't you guys get busy with your own business and let me sleep in the middle at night? Don't worry, I'll be small, so I won't disturb you. Look, my tail, it's very nice to hold." Fox Jiuling tried to wiggle her tail, it looked fluffy and was indeed heartwarming. Yi Feminine stroked her chin. This way well. She was about to say something when Qing Xian had already picked up Fox Jiuling with a smile on his face and threw it into Fire Hei's arms. He pulled Yi Charming and directly entered the room. Yi Charming could only hand Fox Jiuling a look of love and helplessness. Fox Jiuling had a confused look on his face as he couldn't help but ask Fire Hei, "Brother Fire Hei, isn't it just a divine cultivator? What's there that can't be seen? Since all of us can't let go of our master, I think we can all be together." Fox Jiuling spoke with a straight face. Xiao Hong couldn't help but cover his mouth. "Little mouth, close it." Fox Jiuling had a puzzled look on his face. Fire Underworld and Xiao Hong were angry and amused for a moment. They thought that Fox Jiuling was enlightened. Unexpectedly, he was half enlightened and not completely open. Then there was no need to specially teach him anything. "In short, I don't like other people to be present when I'm in divine cultivation with my master," Xiao Hong said. Fire Meditation also nodded bashfully, agreed. The most he could do was to control himself from thinking about other people's interactions with Yi Charming, and if he had to be with other people, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Fox Jiuling's little tail couldn't help but wag. Is this like this? There was definitely somewhere he hadn't figured out yet. But it didn't matter. He's so smart, he'll definitely understand soon. Fox Jiuling clenched her small fists and pumped herself up in her heart. Night. The Jade Ingshire lights were hazy. Qing Xian went around behind the curtain to get ready. Yi Feminine looked at the swaying figure and started blushing in advance. After all, among the several people, the one who was the most playful was Qing Xian. When the curtain lifted, Qing Xian slowly walked over. Yi Charming's expression was slightly stunned for a moment. It was different from what she had imagined. This moment's Qing Xian, wearing a teenager's high bun, with clear and cold eyebrows and dustless eyes, was actually the same arrogant teenager Qing Xian from more than 10 years ago. Qing Xian walked to her step by step. Yi Feminine could not help but be in a trance for a moment. She had never seen such a Qing Xian before. In her memory, when she first saw Qing Xian, he was in a sorry state and desperate. Slowly, he put away all his harshness and became the smooth and worldly Qing Xian who would do anything to increase his strength. But now, he chose to return to the Qing Xian of the beginning. Qing Xian raised his eyes and looked at Yi Charming. "This look, does it look good?" Yi Charming subconsciously nodded. The corners of Qing Xian's lips then slowly blossomed into a smile as well, and he said softly, "Master used the secret method of retracing memories to help Fox Jiuling prove her innocence. Now, can you also help me once? Can you also help me once?" He just tilted his head and quietly looked at Yi Charming. Yi Charming said softly, "This method of mine can only manifest the deepest images of the memories in my heart, and I can't control which section is manifested. Even many people themselves did not know which segment they remembered the most deeply." "I know." Qing Xian stretched out his own hand as he looked at his bony hand and said softly, "Originally, this was the most stable and suitable pair of hands for alchemy. But now, with the meridians repaired, this hand is ruined." It wasn't ruined on a physical level. Rather, in his heart, there was always a layer of haze. After discovering that he couldn't practice pills, Yi Flattery had never forced him to do anything. But he himself was not willing. Everyone is making progress. Fire Underworld was progressing. Xiao Hong was progressing. Little Fox was even starting to become progressive. How could he allow himself to fall behind?
Even if Yi Charming treated him as she always had. But in the future, the things Yi Charming faced would become more and more difficult, and her enemies would become more and more powerful. If he kept on being such a loser. Even if Yi Feminine didn't dislike him, a man who couldn't help with anything would slowly be marginalized by the team. It wasn't that the others wanted to abandon him. Rather, it was that the others did not have the time to stay too long to wait for him. Not only that. What about himself? He would be willing to watch the Qing family be snatched away, to watch those people stepping on his and his parents' blood and bones rise up in the ranks? So tonight, he was going to face it all head on. He, Xing Xian, was never a coward. Xing Xian's expression was unusually firm. Yi Charming said softly, "As long as it is what you wish for, I will reach it for you." Xing Xian's voice lowered, "Please master. Help me." Yi Charming sighed and did not hesitate any longer. At her fingertips, the golden point of light appeared once again. She pointed it at Xing Xian's forehead and gently clicked it. Xing Xian's expression also went into a bit of a trance. Countless memory images flashed past in his mind. Some of the memory images only flashed by. There were memory images that could only stay for a moment before becoming blurry. However, there were also some memory images that stayed clearly in place. Xing Xian walked through this maze of memories like an outsider, watching it all scene by scene. Chapter 124: The Hidden Truth. Xing Xian saw himself when he was once spirited and touted as a once-in-a-century alchemy genius. He lingered in front of his former self for a moment before calmly walking through the memory image. The proud and reckless Xing Xian disappeared from the image. He continued to walk through the maze of memories. And then, he saw that alchemy competition. It was that competition that sent him from heaven to hell. It was a conspiracy that destroyed him and the people he cared about. This was the biggest turning point in his life. As a matter of fact, this should be the image he remembered the most. But this image, it still became blurred. In the end, in the entire maze of memories, only that one image remained. Xing Xian opened his eyes as the image manifested. Xing Xian was somewhat lost in thought as he looked at the people in the image. It was his parents. This child Xing Xian is too proud. Originally, he could have not taken this test. AI. The father sighed. Yeah. If you lose, you have to break your own meridians. Where is there such a reason? On the contrary, he fell for other people's provocative methods. Mother looked sad. It was a night. He walked here disheveled, then through the blurred curtains, he saw his parents talking. Youthful exuberance, after all. His father said, and there seemed to be some dissatisfaction in his voice. Right now, the patriarch and elders are all saying that Xing Xian has become an invalid, saying something about the Qing family not keeping any waste, and that they want to kick him out of the family. But, that is our child, I will never agree to this. The mother said. What's the point of you disagreeing? These elders are all busy currying favor with that side right now. The only way is for Xing Xian to recover his meridians as soon as possible. Otherwise, what gives him the right to stay? Father said sternly. We only have this one child, only he is the future of the Qing clan. There still has to be a way to make him recover. It's just that in the future, it's still necessary for him to change this temperament. With this appearance nowadays, where is the slightest bit of him wanting to get ahead? If this continues, I'm going to become the joke of the Qing family. Don't talk about it. In the secret realm that's about to come out, it's said that there are treasures that can repair the meridians, so why don't we go there and try our luck? Indeed, we should go and take a look. However, that secret realm is extremely risky, so you and I don't need to get involved, let the dead soldiers go. Also, hearing this. At that time, Xing Xian did not listen any further. He left this window somewhat bewildered. Then, he went to stand by the river for a long time. He climbed up a mountain with difficulty again. He later simply crashed into a rock. Yi Feminine's heart trembled as she watched, and she couldn't help but look at Xing Xian. Xing Xian at that time. He had probably lost the last bit of his will to live, and he was only bent on dying. But in the end, he still didn't manage to die. That late night, his mother still found him and brought him back home. Xing Xian did not say that he had heard their conversation. Nor did his mother ask why he suddenly wanted to seek death. Everything just passed as calmly as water. This memory had no ups and downs, no intense confrontations. All it showed was the process of a teenager dying completely. The memory image soon came to a complete end. In the room, it fell into a silence. Yi Charming looked at Xing Xian's stoic-side face, her heart's emotions inexplicable. This seemed not be the same as the version that was passed out. In the version that came out, Xing Xian's parents had entered the secret realm in order to find treasures to repair his meridians for him, and both of them ended up dying tragically. Even Xing Xian himself said the same thing. However, in his memories, his parents had never even thought of personally entering this secret realm. Where exactly in the middle did it go wrong? Xing Xian, however, smiled. Actually, they did, at first, not want to enter the secret realm. It was only later that news came out that there were treasures inside that would allow the cultivator to leave behind an heir 100%, and the heir that was born, there was also a great possibility that it would be a supreme genius. So, they went there personally. After all, the strength of the dead soldiers is still a little bit worse, and if they want to get their hands on such treasures, they still can't. Yi Feminine was even more silent. She thought that Xing Xian couldn't walk out of his heart's demon, was that his parents died because of him. Unexpectedly, Xing Xian's true heart demon. It was that his parents had actually chosen to give up on him, only to end up still being considered to have died because of him. No wonder he would fall deep into the heart devil, feeling that his parents were resenting him. Because they originally might have resented him. There weren't many mothers like Yi Lu Yun who were wholeheartedly devoted to their children. Such as the original owner's father, wasn't it also a man who could disregard the life and death of his own daughter for the sake of a Lin Huanhuan? If I hadn't been tricked, I could have been their pride forever. They would have also been loving parents forever. All the more reason they didn't have to force themselves to risk their lives in order to give birth to a better child. Xing Xian murmured, you say, if they were still around, would they want me to become better, or would they want me to just suck? Yi Charming's lips moved slightly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, not a single word could be said. There were some things only the people involved can realize the complexity of the situation in the middle. Onlookers could only watch. But Xing Xian let out a light laugh. Whether they want me to become better or not, it no longer matters. I always have to continue to walk the path down. Xing Xian said that it no longer mattered, but his ever-stable hands were still trembling slightly. Do you resent them? Yi Charming asked softly. Xing Xian shook his head somewhat blankly. Of course not. He was the one who had originally messed up everything, so what qualifications did he have to resent anyone? Love was originally something that was also conditional. How could he allow the next person to love him without any reason? Even if it was Yi Chuxia, he had to do his best to obtain a trace of her pity. Which person will love you forever without any reason? He just couldn't help but think. When his parents died, were they thinking that they would take him to hell with them? Before, he used hatred to support himself, no matter to whom. He said that his parents died in order to find treasures for him, and all said that his efforts to restore his meridians were to avenge them. The truth of which he originally never intended to tell. But when his meridians were really healed, and he could really start refining pills again, Xing Xian, however, realized he could not deceive himself. Those images that had settled in the depths of his memory always kept reminding him of the fact that he had long since been unloved. Xing Xian, Yi Charming said softly, summon your Dharma phase. Xing Xian subconsciously responded. Small purple flowers bloomed on the green-colored trees. Xing Xian's mind, too, slowly settled down. He wanted to pierce through the lies he had made up for himself, facing the real memories head-on. This is also considered to be taking the first step. Chapter 125. She is the divine destiny. After the divine cultivation, Xing Xian's heart completely smoothed out. Yi Charming suddenly said, Xing Xian, do you think that your parents, in fact, deeply resent you? Xing Xian was somewhat stunned, not knowing whether to nod or shake his head. Yi Charming smiled brightly. None of us know what their final thoughts will be. How about, just leave it to the will of heaven, and let fate give us an answer, how about it? Xing Xian was a little confused. Follow me. Yi Charming led Xing Xian out of the room. The doorway. The F4 were neatly drinking tea. Seeing Yi Flattery and Xing Xian come out, the four of them looked over in unison. Yi Charming smiled. Everyone is here. Mo Yi subconsciously said, I was dragged here by force. He only admitted this, more than that, he would never admit it. Yi Feminine ignored Mo Ye's defense and continued, if you're all here, come together. Xing Xian is going to refine the pills. The crowd couldn't help but all look at Xing Xian. Xing Xian didn't understand what Yi Feminine wanted to do, but he still subconsciously nodded. Come on. Yi Charming pulled Xing Xian and walked out. She found an open flat area. Fire Underworld, shine a light. Yi Charming said. Fire Underworld nodded. He held the Fire Lin gun, his spiritual energy poured in, and the gun emitted light. This Fire Lin gun, after all, had become a tool for lighting. Little Fox, come here. Yi Feminine called over Fox Jiuling again and whispered something to him. Fox Jiuling nodded, he waved his hand, and the illusion technique was cast. In the sky, a cloud mass immediately appeared, a cloud mass that was half pitch black and half golden. Yi Charming looked towards Fire. Hey, see this heavenly will? Xing Xian, I order you to refine a furnace of third-grade pills now. If heavens will tells us that there is more resentment, then let the heavens rain down punishment and you will never refine pills again. If heavens will tells us that there is more love, then let the heavens send down blessings and allow you to awaken the characteristics of a divine soul suitable for alchemy. Dare you cast down all your concerns, all your fears, all your regrets, and fight this providence with all your might for once. If you win, you will begin your new life. If you lose, you will give up alchemy from now on.
Do you dare to spar?
Xing Xian looked up at the sky in a bit of a trance. In this world, where was there any heavenly destiny?
This was just an illusion cast by Fox Jiuling Ah.
How could the heavens have mercy on him, a tiny human? How could they send down blessings for him and punishments for him? Not to mention, it will also allow him to awaken the divine soul characteristics that are suitable for alchemy.
This is destined not to win.
Xing Xian's hand trembled even more. Xing Xian, this time it's an order, not a discussion. Yi Charming looked at him steadily. Drop everything and refine the Dan with all your might. When the Dan is completed, it will also be the time to make a decision. Whether the heavens send down punishment or blessings, we will all be here to witness it together.
Xing Xian's lips trembled slightly. Xing Xian, give it a try.
Fire Underworld said in a deep voice, there is no light in this dark night, so I will shine for you here. The fire Lin gun glowed brilliantly. This was Fire Meditation's most cherished weapon, yet it could also be a tool of illumination for the sake of his companion.
Go. Xiao Hang's gaze sank. No matter what the outcome is, everyone is there. Brother Xing Xian, even I can win once. Not to mention you. Fox Jiuling said seriously. He actually didn't believe in any blessings from the heavens or punishments from the heavens. However, he believed in Yi Feminine.
If the master said this, she must have her intentions. Emoya's voice was low. Hurry up, don't blow up the furnace again.
I'm about to be unable to repair this Dan furnace of yours.
Xing Xian looked at each face in a bit of a trance, and in the end, he looked towards Yi Charming. Yi Charming nodded towards him. Just this once, give yourself a chance. The dark night was heavy. Yi Charming's eyes, however, shone brightly. Although heavenly blessing was indeed still too nebulous a thing, Xing Xian's heart, however, suddenly settled down. The corners of his lips spread a hint of a smile too. Good. Then give yourself a chance. He took one step and walked over to the Dan furnace. He was the same as Fire Underworld and Xiao Hang, all of whom had lost their parents. However, Fire Underworld and Xiao Hang's emotions were not as complicated as his. They were certain that they were loved, and their thoughts, all of them, were just trying to become stronger and then take revenge.
Take back everything that belonged to them. And his confusion
lies in whether those who died need his revenge. In front of the Dan furnace,
Xing Xian's eyes sunk a little bit.
It had been silent for an entire decade. During these 10 years, the method of refining each and every type of elixir had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. Countless sleepless nights, he had faced the Dan furnace and stayed awake until dawn. He could have done better than before, but he had been trapped by the demons of his mind, resulting in today not being able to refine even a single pill. Actually, whether or not his parents resented him, he had the answer in his heart.
Just, since the master said so, then spell it out once and see.
Xing Xian looked up at the clouds in the sky. Suddenly, with a light laugh, in his hands, one material appeared.
Anyway, there would be a result soon.
Instead, Xing Xian was completely unburdened. He carefully and meticulously worked on the herbs. Xiao Hang was in a trance for a moment and could not help but whisper, Master, these materials Xing Xian is going to refine is the jade liquid pill. It is the most effective elixir for healing injuries amongst the third-grade elixirs. However, this elixir can only be successfully refined by a fifth-grade alchemist, thus making it difficult to find on the market. Xing Xian, at first, refined the jade liquid pill just after entering the third grade, thus he was called the first genius. Yi Feminine nodded, her expression still calm. Xing Xian's talent, originally, did not require the bystanders to do too much. All she had done was to give Xing Xian a reason to go for broke.
This time, this furnace of elixir, he would definitely be able to accomplish it. Host.
The reward of Xing Xian's bronze treasure chest is the medium divine soul trait. As long as he succeeds in refining it, he will be able to awaken the divine soul trait.
The system couldn't help but sigh. You're messing with the system reward like this to make it a blessing from the heavens?
This is not in line with your nature of taking credit for everything.
Yi Feminine was calm, moving people with benefits. This is the way to play at the beginning. System, it's different now from before. The system was a little confused.
Yi Feminine said calmly, any sincere heart, you need to take out your heart to exchange it. The system froze for a moment and closed its mouth as if it understood. This host of his, right, seemed to be straight, but it seemed to understand a bit more than it did. Xing Xian quickly handled the various materials, then, the ethereal with true flame burned, opened the furnace, and refined the pills.
Yi Feminine was calm.
She didn't know whether Xing Xian's dead parents were more resentful or loved more.
This matter. No one could know anymore either. However,
she was there.
She was going to make love more.
No matter what the destiny of heaven was originally, now, she was the destiny of heaven.
Chapter 126, The Heavens have sent down their blessings.
The moonlight was clear and ghostly, and the fire Lin gun illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Xing Xian's expression was serious, his hands steadily handled one material after another. What appeared to be a bit chaotic to the onlooker was actually neat and orderly, everything was under his control. He had been learning about various medicinal herbs since he was a child, and he knew all the medicinal properties of all medicinal herbs by heart. It was said that he was born a genius in alchemy. But only Qing Xian knew that from the time he knew things, the time others were playing, he was studying, the time others were sleeping, he was studying. Only then he would be able to gain his parents' sincere approval, and would be able to make them show him a smile. In the beginning, alchemy was just a way for him to gain his parents' attention, and gradually, he himself fell in love with this feeling of combining the medicinal properties of various herbs and then creating completely new items. Regardless of what the initial intention was, he should have truly loved this matter. At the corner of Qing Xian's lips, a soft smile spread out. One by one, the materials were put into the Dan furnace. When to put the herbs, timing-wise, there wasn't even a second's difference. When to use what kind of fire, even more so, there was no room for a single deviation. Subsequently, the medicinal fragrance began to emanate, and within the Dan furnace, the medicinal liquid began to condense. Qing Xian quietly sensed every single change within the Dan furnace, and then adjusted the intensity of the flame. Finally, waiting until the sky was slightly bright, the medicinal fragrance that had been only vaguely fragrant suddenly became incomparably cohesive. The pupils of the crowd all condensed. It was the final moment. Whether or not it could become a pill, this was the moment. For alchemists, handling medicinal materials is the first hurdle, refining pills is the second hurdle, and collecting pills is the third hurdle. How many pills have been destroyed the moment the furnace was opened, and all the efforts made have been ruined? Qing Xian himself seemed very relaxed. The bottom of his eyes were bright with light, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. It had been more than a decade. This was the first time he was that close to successfully refining pills again. Qing Xian suddenly glanced back at Yi Charming. "Master, why don't you open the furnace?" Yi Charming froze for a moment and hurriedly shook her head. "I don't know how to refine pills." The hurdle of opening the furnace to collect the Dan, even veteran alchemists would often make mistakes, let alone a rookie like her. "It doesn't matter." Qing Xian, however, was persistent. "Master, you do it." Yi Charming could only go forward with a stiff upper lip. The medicinal scent was already getting stronger and stronger. Yi Charming couldn't help but look towards Qing Xian, asking with her eyes when the furnace would be opened. Qing Xian quietly sensed. At a certain moment, the medicinal scent suddenly disappeared completely. "Open the furnace," Qing Xian suddenly said. Yi Feminine subconsciously opened the furnace. 3 entire pills suddenly rose up from the bottom of the furnace. Qing Xian had prepared for this, and his spiritual energy transformed into thousands of threads, easily wrapping around the 3 pills. Subsequently, he placed a jade bottle into Yi Charming's hand. In the next moment, the 3 pills were pulled and fell steadily into the jade bottle. Yi Charming held the jade bottle, her entire being still a little confused. This is accomplished? There was also no need for Qing Xian to answer. In her mind, the system had already given a hint that the task had been completed. "Master can pour out one to take a look," Qing Xian said. Yi Charming carefully poured out one. The crowd gathered around. "It really is the jade liquid pill." Xiao Hong could not help but say, "The body is jade colored, and there seems to be light green juice flowing inside. This is actually an extremely high-grade jade liquid Dan." There has always been a saying in the alchemy world that if someone can concoct a jade liquid Dan at the 3rd grade, later on, they can at least have the attainments of a 7th grade alchemist. Brother Qing Xian really is so powerful. Fox Jiuling had a face of adoration. Alchemists had a very respected status in the cultivation world. Even within the 3 sects, there were only 3 7th grade alchemists. As for the more advanced 8th grade alchemists and 9th grade alchemists, there was not a single one. If Qing Xian hadn't suffered a calamity and grown up normally, he would have been an existence that would have been fought over by various sects by now. Qing Xian smiled. If it was before, when he heard such words, he would have to be proud. But now, even if he dressed up back to his former appearance, he no longer had the heart he once had. This was probably the unavoidable process of growing up. "Master," Qing Xian said softly, "I can already refine pills again. All those things from before are no longer important." He didn't want to dwell on those past events anymore. The left and right were things that could not be verified. If you say you're going to put up a fight once, then put up a fight. Yi Feminine gave a wink to Fox Jiuling. Fox Jiuling nodded. Then, he snapped his fingers, and the golden glittering clouds suddenly spread out, completely engulfing the dark clouds. The sky. It also happened to be at this moment that it completely brightened up. The golden light that was illuminated, and the golden light of the rising sun intertwined together, a sight that was shockingly beautiful. A golden light suddenly pierced through the sky and shone towards him. Qing Xian's lips could not help but reveal a smile. He knew this was all just an illusion. He knew the master was just trying to coax him. But he was still happy. At least, in this world, there were now people who cared about him. The light fell on Qing Xian's body. His white robes were colored with dots of golden light, setting him off as if he were a divine being. "Master, thank you, I'm very joyful." Qing Xian turned back, smiling as he tried to say something. Yi Feminine looked at him and gave a command in her mind. System. Send a treasure chest reward to Qing Xian.
Okay. The system quickly answered. The next moment,
Qing Xian's smile stiffened at the corners of his lips as a trace of disbelief flashed across the bottom of his eyes. He raised his eyes and fiercely looked at Yi Charming.
This. What is this?
On Qing Xian's body, a surging green light blossomed, and a majestic vitality emanated from him. The grass and trees around him seemed to have sensed something as well, as the trees drooped their branches at him and the grasses danced happily around him. The grasses and trees in this world suddenly all showed a hint more affinity towards him. Divine Soul characteristics, herb affinity.
In an instant, he had actually awakened the Divine Soul characteristic, medicinal herb affinity.
His Divine Soul power was limited, and he was unable to emit affinity for a long period of time, but it was more than enough to assist him in alchemy. This medium trait was a trait that all alchemists could only dream of, and for an alchemist to come with a high Divine Soul trait, it would be something that he would not be willing to exchange.
Qing Xian's body trembled slightly. The way he looked at Yi Charming, he was even a bit bewildered. Why? Why did the heavens grant him such mercy? He clearly. There is no unworthy He clearly. It all takes lots and lots of hard work to get the occasional mercy It had once been that way with his parents. He could only get an occasional smile by doing his best. Now with Yi Chuxia, he felt it was the same. He also hooked his heart and used his best efforts in order to obtain a trace of her pity. Why? Why did the heavens grant him mercy when he clearly didn't give more? No. This was not given by the heavens at all. Qing Xian looked fixedly at Yi Charming.
Yi Charming turned to him and revealed a soft smile. You see, heaven's will is like this, Qing Xian, we have spelled it out.
The heavens have sent down their blessings. Chapter 127 Shinong Ding. The heavens
have descended their blessings.
Qing Xian's body trembled slightly. Brother Qing Xian, it seems that your parents still love you more.
In the future, there's no need to have doubts, carry on with your family's expectations.
Not bad, returning to that dazzling Qing Xian is also quite good.
The crowd spoke. But none of these words reached Qing Xian's ears. He only felt that the world was blurry, and so were the voices. The only thing that was real was the person in front of him. His parents loved him more, so the heavens had blessed him?
Ha ha. Don't kid yourself.
There are some things that are said to have no answers, but the child who has felt them for years and years actually has the answers in his heart.
He is only in the escape. He is only
wanted to give himself a layer of cover to prove that he too had been loved. Qing Xian, congratulations.
Yi Chuxia smiled. I think that your parents love you, and they will never resent you. That's White San Tian.
Yi Charming's words had not yet fallen.
Suddenly, she fell into a warm embrace. Qing Xian's cool pine scent surrounded her.
Yi Charming froze for a moment, then reached out and hugged him back.
Qing Xian favorability +1. Qing Xian favorability +2. Qing Xian favorability +3.
The system broadcasted a little bit.
Qing Xian didn't say anything and just kept adding favorability.
Yi Feminine was not in a hurry at that moment. Just a hug could add so much favorability, it wasn't a loss at all.
Thank you.
Qing Xian's somewhat hoarse voice came in his ears.
He didn't believe in any parental love.
Nor did he believe in any heavenly blessings. He only had a strong intuition. All of this came from Yi Chuxia's gift. In order to untie his heart, in order to make him believe that he was a loved child, she didn't know how much she had to pay in order to create a miracle for herself. He suddenly remembered Yi Charming's words from earlier. She said that she was a god sovereign of the divine realm descending to earth. But where would a god monarch have mercy on the world? She said that she was the reincarnation of an ancient deity. But where would the ancient deities relieve the living?
She is Yi Charming. She's just Yi Charming. But she
was also the supreme goddess in his heart. Yi Charming didn't know what Qing Xian was thinking at this moment. She could only gently pat him on the back. It's all right.
Everything has passed.
The sun at this moment also completely leapt out of the mountaintops. Everything in the world, golden light, gentle and lovely. Qing Xian embraced Yi Charming, not willing to let go for a long time. Seeing this, several other people also left early, leaving a space for the two.
Qing Xian, the early morning sunlight is very good, let's take a look together. Yi Charming said.
Good. Qing Xian responded without hesitation.
And so,
the two of them went around the cave and found the tallest mountain, sitting side by side on top of it. Grass and tree spirits gently surrounded them, and dots of broken gold enveloped the 4 fields. Host, Qing Xian's favorability has broken through 50, and now it has even surpassed Fire Underworld, reaching 60 points.
The system's voice suddenly rang out.
Yi Feminine couldn't help but roll her eyes.
This system, it was kind of ruining the atmosphere. However, opening treasure chests was also the right thing to do.
Yi Feminine directly opened her own treasure chest first. Silver treasure chest, reward spiritual root value increase by 2 points.
White light flashed. Yi Feminine realized. Everything around her was clearer to her. The heavy wood aura was almost surging towards her. Master? Qingshan looked in surprise at the wood aura that had suddenly coalesced over. Slight gain. Slight gain. Yi Charming coughed. She began to dislike the system in her head. Just this? This is the only reward, huh?
Last time, the bronze treasure chest had already opened a reward that boosted the spiritual root value by 2 points.
It's already a silver treasure chest, there's no improvement? The system was speechless? The higher the spiritual root value, the harder it is to raise it. Don't you understand this reasoning? In the later stages, a little difference in spiritual root value is the difference between heaven and earth. Okay. Your mother, Yi Luyun, only had 8 points of spiritual root. You are now at 9 points. 9 points, ah. In the entire 3 sect, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a genius with a 9-point spiritual root value. You're still putting me on.
The more the system said, the more aggrieved it was. 9 points of spiritual root value. This is placed in a large spiritual domain, are the existence of the various large clans competing for it.
This is still useless? Moreover, when you wait for the golden treasure box, you might be able to open the last point of spiritual root value.
At that time, you will have the supreme full value spiritual root.
Are you still not satisfied with this? Are you still not satisfied with this?
The system roared madly.
Bastard host. How can this thing simply just look at the value points? Doesn't it look at the difficulty gap in this at all? Alright. I didn't say I won't accept it.
Yi Feminine made a perfunctory remark.
System. It got angry. It was going to shut itself off. It was going to go on strike if Yi Feminine didn't coax it properly. Mainly what? The main thing is, are you that kind of general existence?
You're the universe's unrivaled and awesome furnisting system.
Raising the spiritual root value is hard for the next person, for you? Isn't that just a sprinkle? Yi Feminine said. System, huh?
If it had a physical body, it would be afraid that it wouldn't be able to control its writhing this time. Its host, why is it suddenly so good at talking? So touched. Host, take a look at Qing Xian's silver treasure chest. And oh, Qing Xian's books have also come out. The system said cheerfully. The corner of Yi Feminine's lips revealed a trace of an unnoticeable smile. Look at it right away. The system produces, it must be a fine product. The system was proud, of course. The ability of its tutelary son was by no means covered. Yi Feminine first clicked on Qing Xian's bronze treasure chest. The bronze treasure chest of Fire Underworld had also been opened. However, because the 100 Battles quest of the Fire Hay hadn't been completed yet, the new treasure chest quest hadn't been refreshed for the time being. On Qing Xian's side, he had already completed the previous 2 treasure chest quests. This time, a silver treasure chest quest should appear directly. She was just in time to see how difficult this treasure chest quest would be. Qing Xian's silver treasure chest quest, Shock the 4, after 10 years of silence, it's time to show your face again. Within 2 years, Qing Xian needs to convince at least 100 alchemists of the same level and above. He needs to gain a large amount of prestige to become the most favored alchemist of the younger generation again.
Reward, Shin Gnome Tripod. Divine Farmer's Tripod.
Yi Feminine's eyebrows moved slightly.
Wait, this thing looks a bit familiar. She quickly opened Lin Huanhuan's book to confirm. In the book,
Lin Huanhuan had an evil cultivator companion who was good at refining pills, but the pills he made were poison pills. He later on was the one who obtained the divine artifact Shin Gnome Tripod and used it to refine everything, a great help to Lin Huanhuan.
Now,
in the system treasure chest, this reward was also opened.
This thing, interesting. Could it be that in the world there could still be 2 Shin Gnome Tripods? Or perhaps, what the system had given, was that divine weapon Divine Farmer's Cauldron in the book?
Yi Feminine quickly flipped through that book of Qing Xian's.
She felt that there might be an answer in the book. Qing Xian's book was titled, Absolute Dan Demon.
Looking at the word devil, Yi Charming couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat.
Chapter 128 The Truth.
Yi Feminine quickly clicked on the book and read what had been updated. The opening of the story was the robbery in the Qing Xian ring. The original proud son of heaven was viciously crushed in the ring, and from then on, he broke his own meridians and became a loser that everyone could step on. This was the classic start of depression followed by exaltation. After being scrapped, Qing Xian's status in the Qing family also went down the drain, quickly falling from the young master of the Qing family to a waste that everyone could step on. Even his biological parents had always resented him for why he couldn't hold back a bit, why he had to fall for other people's schemes. They had forgotten that initially, it was they who had taken the initiative to agree for Qing Xian in order to make a name for themselves. If he had succeeded, Qing Xian would naturally still be the same alchemy genius. But now, he has failed. Thus, all the flowers and applause from before had now become a slap in the face. Afterwards, the Qing family's parents were counted dead, the Qing family was taken over, and the emotions in the book were pressed to the extreme. According to the normal way of writing, at this time, it was time to start fighting back. Yi Feminine knew. Qing Xian, in reality, hadn't entered the cool plot at all.
He was saved by Yi Luyun on the way and became the original body's furnace.
All the way to the end, he hadn't been able to fight back, but instead, he had been kept by the original body, and had been dragged down until he died. However, the content of this book was very different from the content of the book where Lin Huanhuan was the protagonist. In the Absolute Dan Demon book, Qing Xian escaped and mistakenly entered a secret realm. In the end, he obtained the Divine Nong inheritance under various coincidences, and even obtained the divine weapon Divine Nong Cauldron. Under the blessing of the divine farmer's power, his meridians were instantly restored, and his wood attribute talent too was stimulated to the extreme. Qing Xian, who left the secret realm with the divine farmer's tripod, began his journey of revenge from then on. Having suffered such a change, Qing Xian's character became somewhat both good and evil. He became a devil at one thought and a Buddha at another. He does things only according to his own likes. Hence the name Dan Demon. The plot came to an abrupt end here. Yi Feminine fell into deep thought. She had already read part of 2 books. One book was the story of Fire Underworld. One was Qing Xian's story. Both of these two had experiences that were very different from the real them in this world. Without becoming a furnace, without being silent for 10 years, after they suffered a change, they both quickly began to fight back and quickly became stronger than before. They were living what should have been the life of a cool male protagonist. However, in this book where Lin Huanhuan was the heroine, they were either beaten or scolded by their female counterparts, and in the end, they were even dragged to their deaths by their female counterparts, and they were completely backdrop-like existences. The most subtle thing was, in that secret realm where Qing Xian obtained the divine farmer's tripod, she also saw that harem of Lin Huanhuan's, the evil cultivator Rin Madness. However, in the book where Qing Xian was the protagonist, this Rin Madness was nothing more than an evil villain, and when he had recently tried to touch the divine farmer's tripod, he had even been disliked by the divine farmer's tripod, which had directly knocked him out. But in Lin Huanhuan's book, Rin Maniac was one of the 8 male protagonists, and in the end, he even obtained the divine farmer's tripod with Lin Huanhuan's help. Yi Feminine stroked her chin.
Then again, Rin Maniac did get the Shinong tripod, but unlike Qing Xian, he did not obtain the Shinong inheritance and did not get the divine pesticide scripture. Later on, if he wanted to manipulate the divine Nong tripod, he had to keep sacrificing blood. He had to sacrifice blood if he wanted to manipulate the Shinong tripod. He had turned a divine weapon into an evil weapon. Obviously, when the divine Nong tripod was in Qing Xian's hands, it didn't need any blood sacrifices. The system. After opening 2 silver treasure chests in a row, there are some things that you should confess. Yi Feminine said with deep meaning, actually, I guessed it already. Not really counting you revealing information. The system coughed lightly. The thing is that it's the same as what you guessed, host. Yi Feminine undeniably raised an eyebrow. I need you to help me make sure. The system didn't refuse, it carefully said, didn't you guess before, host? Your 5 furnace cauldrons, Fire He, Qing Xian, Xiaohen, Fox Jiuling, and Moe, they were all originally male master level sons of fortune. Fire Underworld would have followed the gun demon's cultivation, stabbing through the 3 realms with a single lance. Qing Xian would have inherited the divine pesticide scripture all the way and become a divine farmer heir. Xiao Han will obtain the true dragon inheritance and walk on the way of the human king to protect a party of the living. Fox Jiuling will awaken the ancient bloodline and become the only 9-tailed fox, becoming the king of the demon race. There's also Moe, he'll return to the demon race and unify the demon realm. The 5 of them, they are all proper protagonist templates. The system sighed as it spoke. So, only why did this change happen? Yi Feminine asked, why would they deviate from their original life path and become the original body's furnace? The system revealed a somewhat depressed look. That's naturally because someone was unable to make them submit, and simply chose to shield the heavens and steal their chi for their own use. Yi Feminine's eyebrows moved slightly. In fact, this article with Lin Huanhuan as the female lead, that was really quite unorthodox. The more various bugs and logic loopholes came out, the more she could not imagine at all that such a book could even give birth to a real world. Now, Yi Feminine suddenly had a conjecture. That is, what was recorded in these books of Fire He in them was the life that originally belonged to them. And this book of Lin Huanhuan was more like a homoerotic book. Yi Feminine seemed to see that there was a dark shadow hiding behind it. The system said that it was because Fire He and the others hadn't succumbed that they had fallen to this state. Then the original situation. There was a person behind the scene wanting to tamper with the heavenly chances. Perhaps Fire Underworld and the others were the harem prepared for Lin Huanhuan in the beginning. However, just as the system said, Fire Underworld and the others swore not to follow, or rather, their heavenly destiny was in place, and they simply wouldn't be seduced by Lin Huanhuan. The black hand behind the scenes then changed his method. He devised a new fate for them, reducing them to the most humble of hearts and making them suffer day and night. Letting them obviously have a great talent, but limited to the contract, they couldn't utilize it at all, and could only be implicated by their female counterparts to the point of death. As for Lin Huanhuan and those in her harem, they took the chances that originally belonged to the 5 of them, plundered their fortune little by little, and then stepped on their blood and bones to walk to the top.
Such a design was simply malicious to the extreme.
Host, you don't have to worry too much. Our current progress is quite good.
The system was very optimistic. The process of opening the treasure chests is also the process of reclaiming chi. When the treasure chests are all opened, all of their chi will return.
And those who try to plunder the chi luck will also suffer a backlash.
Yi Feminine sneered, so, you got me here because you want me to work for you. The system was anxious. Host, changing their fate is likewise changing your fate, you.
It still wanted to say something. Suddenly,
it realized that it almost misspoke again and immediately closed its mouth. It looked blearily at Yi Feminine. In short, this is not bad for you, host.
Chapter 129, Digging Up the Wall. Yi Feminine raised her eyebrows undeniably.
She asked, so, this Shinong Ding that was opened in the silver treasure chest is the one that Qing Xian obtained in the book? The system was relieved when it saw that Yi Feminine didn't dwell on it anymore, and it hurriedly said, indeed. This Shinong tripod is still waiting quietly in the depths of the secret realm. However, this tripod should have belonged to Qing Xian, and as long as he can complete the treasure chest quest, this system will be able to retrieve the Shinong tripod for him.
After Qing Xian gets the Shinong tripod, the tripod in the depths of the secret realm will also disappear.
That is, after all, a divine artifact, and there can only be one Shinong Ding in the world.
Yi Charming raised an eyebrow. What about the divine pesticide scripture and the divine Nong inheritance?
The system coughed lightly. Both will have both.
Yi Feminine nodded. She now somewhat understood the mechanism of this system.
The rewards given by this system did not come out of thin air at all. Those rewards were the chances that Qing Xian and the others should have obtained according to their original trajectory. It was just that the system had taken back what should have belonged to them, little by little, through the treasure chest.
Then, the problem came again.
Qing Xian and the others all needed to rely on completing the treasure chest quests in order to obtain the chances that originally belonged to them.
But what about themselves?
The rewards that one received were even better than theirs, and one didn't even need to do the treasure chest quests.
Could it be that the ones she got were also the ones that should have belonged to her in the first place?
Yi Feminine knew that this question, the system was afraid that it wouldn't answer her.
She was also too lazy to ask more. She only knew.
As long as she changed her fate step by step, one day, she would be able to get all the answers.
At this moment,
the breeze was light and the sun was shining. Yi Charming held Qing Xian's hand and focused on the beautiful scenery in front of her. Qing Xian inclined his head to look at her, then, gently brushed away the fallen flowers from her hair.
Qing Xian. Yi Charming smiled at him with a spread eagle face, becoming the dazzling alchemy genius again. Is that all right?
Qing Xian inclined his head, his voice soft. I only wish to stay by master's side all the time.
Yi Feminine smiled. Really? Are you really willing to be the silent Qing Xian? Are you really willing to not go to the Qing clan and take back everything you need?
Qing Xian was silent for a long time and said, I don't want to cause trouble for my master. Yi Feminine said calmly, I'm not afraid of trouble. On the contrary, the stronger you are and the more power you control, the safer I am.
Right?
Convinced by Yi Charming's latter words, Qing Xian gently nodded. Good. Yi Charming turned back to look into the distance. Look, how beautiful the light is. The layers of clouds in the distance were still drenched in a bit of golden light.
Qing Xian nodded quietly. The following day.
It was the final day of the Weaponway Ring. Yi Charming and Fire He participated in the final round, and Qing Xian several came to watch the fun. Yi Charming had just arrived at the scene with fire meditation when she felt that the atmosphere was a bit off.
Yi Luyun was sitting on the high stage, and his entire person looked somewhat unhappy. Elder Yi. You can't be so overbearing that you won't even let anyone try.
The Golden Light Swordfather said blandly, even though it's a stove tripod, it also has human rights. In this matter, it's better to let Fire He make his own decision.
Fire Underworld make the decision on their own?
Fire Underworld's hand tightened slightly, and his brow furrowed closely afterward.
Fire Underworld Sun Haiming's sword sect leader, Xia Yan, looked at Fire Underworld smilingly. It's like this.
At your age, you are able to have this kind of talent, and you are also able to control the intent.
You are completely a supreme genius in the Tao of weapons. Wouldn't it be too condescending for a genius like you to give someone a chance to serve as a mere furnace?
Fire Underworld froze for a moment and looked at Yi Charming in some panic.
Condescending?
In the past, there might have been aggravation. But now, he really wasn't aggrieved at all.
Yi Charming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Interesting. These shameless people, are they planning to come to our corner?
Also, Fire Underworld had shown an extraordinary talent for the artifact way this time. The Sun Haiming sword sect, as one of the three sects, had the strongest disciple of the younger generation, yet he had first been defeated by Fire He in the ring, and then the scandal of using demonic beasts for cultivation had been exposed. The Sun Haiming sword sect had lost face during this time now. The only way for them to salvage a bit of face was indeed to take Fire He under their wing. Otherwise, For their younger generation disciples to be all but crushed by a furnace cauldron in the Tao of weapons, which they were best at, the Songhai Ming sword sect was afraid that they would be laughed at for quite a while. Xia Yan looked as if he was looking for talent. If you are willing to come to my Songhai Ming sword sect, with your talent, switching to sword technique will only take a few days. If you don't want to switch to swordsmanship, we can also make an exception for you and let you be the only disciple to practice spearmanship. The corners of Xia Yan's lips carried a hint of a smile. As the head of the Songhai Ming sword sect, he was now personally extending an invitation to Fire He. He didn't believe that Fire Underworld, a lowly hearth, would be able to withstand this temptation. Fire Underworld nervously looked at Ji Chue. Master, Xia Yan hurriedly said, you don't have to worry about Ji Charming not agreeing. Wanting to take you into the sect, we, Songhai Ming sword sect, are naturally willing to pay some price. Xia Yan looked toward Yi Charming. Yi Xianyan, I believe that you must also truly love Fire Underworld. It would be a waste to only use him as a cauldron when he has such exceptional talent. My sword sect loves and cherishes talent, so as long as you are willing to let him go, you can make any offer you want. Even if it means dumping my family's money, I'll put something together for you. Xia Yan looked like he was very quick, but in reality, he was madly laying mines for Yi Chun. He knew that the Acacia sect's divine cultivation method emphasized the sharing of the same mind. If two people who resented each other, practicing this method basically wouldn't have any benefits. Now, he was secretly provoking. If Yi Feminine refused to let Fire Underworld leave, or if she offered a shocking price, Fire Underworld would definitely harbor a grudge in her heart, even if he was still Yi Feminine's cauldron. But how much benefit could a cauldron with a different heart bring? It was just a waste. If Yi Charming is a smart person, she should let Fire Underworld leave, and should not offer too high a price, so that, when Fire Underworld grows up in the future, the two will still be able to leave a face. Xia Yan had a good little plan in his mind. He looked at Yi Charming, waiting for Yi Charming's answer. Yi Charming smiled and glanced at Fire He with a calm demeanor. Fire He, someone has a crush on you. TSK. This is just where it is. They were already digging for her. In the future, when all of these few men started to show their talents, wouldn't she be annoyed to death every day? Fire Meditation nervously tried to say something, and Yi Chue revealed a mischievous look. You don't need to talk to me, you talk to sect leader Xia. She shouted at Xia Yan again. Sect Master Xia, I'm a very straightforward person. As long as Fire Underworld himself is willing, you can just take the person away directly. Xia Yan froze for a moment, and in the next moment, he was suddenly overjoyed. He had never thought that there was a possibility that Fire He would not agree. How could there be a person who wasn't willing to be relieved if he was a furnace? He immediately looked at Fire Underworld with an expectant face.